His father was one of the 4 great war gods of Daxia, and I even awakened a 3S grade talent, the 9-dragon sacred flame. But I was falsely accused by the school beauty Liu Ruyan of stealing her inner elixir. It made the entire school faculty and students denounce me vehemently. Seeing this, I laughed. A bunch of ants dare to steal the show from the host. All of you, die. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's eyes were swollen and red, staring straight at me. The surrounding students angrily shouted accusations at the black fox. Don't think you've awakened the SG talent. Can do whatever they want. This is the school. This is no place for petty theft. You're not allowed to act wild here. Even the teacher, who had always been supportive of me, spoke sternly. Teacher Hey-Hu, I never thought you were that kind of person. Take out Liu Ruyan's things right now. Apologize to him. The teacher acted as if nothing had happened. Divine choice system activated. Detected that Liu Ruyan framed the host. Killed him in public. Reward the host with 2nd-level martial artist cultivation. Hearing this, I waved my hand grandly. He slapped Liu Ruyan directly across the face. I give it to your mom. His own father was the god of war of Great Xia. I didn't expect to want to keep a low profile. What kind of trash dares to slander Black Fox? Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Anger and humiliation intertwined. Black Fox, how dare you hit me? I also awakened an A-level talent. The radiant shield isn't much worse than yours. Even if you have an S-grade talent, so what? You must give me an explanation today. I shook my head helplessly. Is this green tea really that brainless? You already know you're S-tier and I'm S-tier. A-level talent awakened individual. Qingyang City does not have 10,000 every year. There are also 8,000. S-level talent. 1 a year is already pretty good. I said coldly. Let me give you an explanation. I awakened an S-grade talent. Who needs an explanation? The next moment, 9 dazzling fire dragons materialized out of thin air, wrapped around me, as if 9 true dragons had descended upon the world. The suffocating heat wave hit me in the face. Current situation. A white light screen swiftly condensed in front of Liu Ruyan. It is the A-grade talent, Holy Light Shield, renowned for its defensive prowess. Even with an S-grade talent. What can you do to me? Black Fox, I will make you pay. Liu Ruyan let out a cold snort. He was about to retaliate. Before the words could fade, a fiery dragon suddenly slammed into his light barrier. The power of chi and blood was instantly unleashed. The Holy Light Shield shattered into pieces under the strike. He was violently flung away by the tremendous impact. Fell to the ground. I strolled up to Liu Ruyan, and stomped my foot down hard, pressing Liu Ruyan's face against the icy ground. Then swung my arm in one swift motion. Another crisp and resounding slap. I'm asking you one more time. I spoke coldly. Did I steal your stuff? Liu Ruyan gnashed her teeth in anger. Black Fox, you shameless thief. Kill me today if you dare. Hearing this, a playful smile curled at the corners of my lips. I have never seen such a shameless request. The next moment, another fire dragon soared into the sky. With devastating force, it charged toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan once again mobilized the remaining chi and blood energy within her body. Activated the Holy Light Shield. Barely managed to block this fatal blow. But the chi and blood energy within his body had already been exhausted. A surge of metallic sweetness welled up from the nasal cavity. It stained the corners of his lips red, without giving him a chance to catch his breath. The third fire dragon. He came to kill me, truly intent on taking my life. Liu Ruyan hurriedly called for help. Teacher Wang, save me. Black Fox, stop it. In an instant, a sharp blade came at me from behind. Black Fox, you're way too bold. Disrespectful and stealing classmates' belongings. Killing a classmate in broad daylight. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? A wind blade effortlessly split the fire dragon in two. Although Wang Fong only awakened the D-grade talent wind blade, but after stepping onto the path of martial arts for many years, he has now reached the 3rd-level martial artist realm. With a gentle wave of my hand, the present moment slips away. Behind, the dragon's body swelled and expanded. The flames grew even more intense. Everyone could see this sudden transformation. The fire dragon behind Black Fox instantly expanded several times in size. His vital energy is almost catching up to the teacher's vital energy. This is the power of an S-grade talent. This is absolutely terrifying. Faced with the crowd's uproar, Liu Ruyan's face turned ashen with anger. But Wang Fong remained unafraid. So what if you have an S-tier talent? I am a 3rd-level martial artist. Years of arduous cultivation. It's not something you can easily shake. A cold glint flickered in my eyes. Then give it a try. 2 fiery dragons soared into the sky. With a momentum capable of annihilating heaven and earth, it charged straight toward Wang Fong. Wang Fong saw this. With a swift movement of the body, quickly gather wind blades. A brilliant silver streak flashed across the sky, precisely splitting a fire dragon in two with flawless accuracy. But the second fire dragon was unstoppable. It crashed directly into Wang Fong's chest. Wang Fong's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. sent flying several meters away with tremendous force. In a sorry state, Wang Fong struggled to support her body. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of the mouth, highlighting her current shock and unwillingness. I, a dignified third-tier martial artist, but was utterly crushed by the newly awakened S-grade talent. I said coldly, "Are you even worthy of being a teacher?" Another blazing fire dragon surged forth. Wang Fong exerted all her strength in a desperate attempt to block the fatal blow, but was struck by the fire dragon's body, heavily crashed to the ground. Life hangs in the balance. Then my gaze turned to the trembling Liu Ruyan at his feet. "Liu Ruyan, aren't you going to die? I'll satisfy you now." Liu Ruyan was utterly terrified at this moment. Her voice trembled as she pleaded for mercy repeatedly. "Black Fox, I was wrong. Don't kill me, spare my life. I can agree to all the conditions you proposed. You like me, don't you? I promise to be your girlfriend in the future. You can do whatever you want." "Sorry. Black Fox, never break my word." A fiery dragon instantly soared into the sky, passing through Liu Ruyan's body. "Devour it." The host killed Liu Ruyan. Reward the host with second-level martial artist cultivation. The scene was deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone was afraid of being affected. Liu Ruyan's father is none other than the captain of the city guard. The Black Fox killed Liu Ruyan just like that. He's got a death wish. That Black Fox is just a lunatic. My gaze slowly swept over each person. Hello everyone. Did I steal this golden-winged bird's inner elixir? Would a Black Fox steal from a dead man? The response I received was still an oppressive silence. I roared and spoke. This voice made everyone tremble involuntarily. Of course not. There's no way Heihu would ever do such a thing. It was all because of that manipulative woman Liu Ruyan who led us astray. Black Fox has suffered such a great injustice. I nodded with great satisfaction. The truth will always come to light. A sudden roar pierced the sky. Black Fox, how dare you kill a member of the Lin family? Do you really think that awakening an S-grade talent puts you above everyone else? Today I'll make you regret ever being born. The temperature plummeted as soon as the words were spoken. A surge of chilling murderous intent rushed forth. Everyone turned their heads at the sound. A middle-aged man stood not far away. The pervasive aura of killing intent. It was Lin Guyu. Teacher Lin is none other than Liu Ruyan's second uncle. The Black Fox dared to openly kill Liu Ruyan. He's done for now. Teacher Lin is a fourth-tier martial artist. The Black Fox certainly can't hold them back. I frowned. When you beat the small one, the big one comes. The old Liu Ruyan falsely accused me of impurity. His downfall was nothing but his own doing. Lin Guyu's eyes widened in fury upon hearing this. What slander? What slander? Stop making excuses. You stole Ruyan's belongings, killed on the spot after being discovered. What audacity. Ding. Divine choice system activated. 3 pale blue panels appeared before Liu Hong. Option 1, kneel before everyone, confess your crimes to Lin Guyu, and disable your own hands and feet. Reward, host receives SS tier talent, Liquid Peacock. Option 2, flee immediately, leave Qingyang City, and return once the situation has calmed down. Reward, host receives AB rank talent, Meteor Fire. Option 3, kill Lin Guyu. Reward, host gains 3rd tier martial artist cultivation. Option 1 has an SS rank talent? This is a talent level that no one has been able to awaken in years. But if you're crippled, what use is an SS rank talent? As for options 2 and 3, there's no need to choose. Anyone who dares to provoke me must die. Liu Hong coldly said, I have no intention of defending myself. I'm just letting you know why I killed her. And I believe in one thing. Cut the grass at the roots. I'm giving you face by calling you teacher. If you don't give me face, what are you? Since you're Lin Wanner's uncle, you can go down with her. Lin Guyu laughed bitterly in anger, his voice icy cold. Humph. What a big mouth. You're a fool who doesn't know his place. Dare to kill someone from the Lin family? I'll make you beg for death. The Lin family isn't someone you should mess with. Have you ever heard of a cruel water torture? Today, I'll let you experience it firsthand. Liu Hong remained unfazed and said, You're just a 4th tier martial artist, aren't you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're underestimating an S-rank talent. At that moment, Liu Hong felt his chi and blood surging within him, as if rivers were rushing through his veins. An unprecedented sense of power filled every cell of his body. The chi and blood power of a 2nd-tier martial artist instantly dispersed outward. Everyone felt the intense energy surging from Liu Hong and couldn't believe their eyes. Liu Hong. Did he break through to the 2nd-tier martial artist realm in the heat of battle? No way. Could that really have allowed him to break through to the 2nd-tier martial artist realm? What gives him the right? I refuse to accept this. This promotion speed is faster than a year of my cultivation. Lin Guyu burst into laughter, filled with mockery. Ignorant fool. Do you really think having an S-rank talent lets you ignore the gap in cultivation levels? Even if you broke through to the 2nd-tier martial artist, so what? The difference between a 4th tier martial artist and a 2nd tier martial artist isn't just a little bit. And, unfortunately, although I have a B rank talent, its name is Qianhuan Yu. Just by the name, you can tell it's a water attribute talent. Water overcomes fire. It specifically counters your fire attribute talent. Die. Lin Guyu slowly spread his arms, and the air around him grew damp. In an instant, countless water droplets in the air, as dense as stars behind him. These droplets swayed gently in the air, yet they harbored hidden sharpness, like countless invisible projectiles, all pointing their tips toward Lu Hong. They awaited their master's command to launch an attack with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Guyu curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Lu Hong, rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. My 1000 illusion rain will specifically avoid your vital areas, targeting only the weakest parts of your body that won't be fatal. I will turn you into a cripple. Then, you will experience the endless water torture firsthand, feeling every second of agony. With that, Lin Guyu suddenly swung his arm. The once gentle water droplets instantly transformed into sharp needles, gleaming with a cold light. Whoosh! 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 They moved at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, transforming into silver streaks of light as they rushed toward Lu Hong. Only afterimages remained in the air. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. He reacted swiftly, and a fiery dragon erupted from his body. The fire dragon swirled around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. It attempted to withstand the overwhelming onslaught. Sizzle! 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 As the water droplets came into contact with the fire dragon, they emitted a series of piercing sounds. The dragon's body was enveloped in billowing white mist, resembling the fog of dawn, quickly spreading out and obscuring the vision. The dragon's glow dimmed under the mist's corrosive effect, eventually fading away into nothingness. Lu Hong was left alone, isolated and helpless. Everyone witnessed the scene and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's Mr. Lin. With just one move, he left Lu Hong's fire dragon with nowhere to hide. Of course. Water element naturally overpowers fire element, and it's a 4th tier against a 2nd tier. How could Lu Hong possibly win? Lu Hong is finished. He killed Lin Guyu. He's as good as dead. Didn't you hear what Lin teacher said? He wants Lu Hong to be tortured to death. What a pity. A genius who just awakened an S-rank talent, and now he is going to fall within a day. Lin Guyu said nothing more, once again condensing countless water droplets to weave an invisible net, preparing to completely bind Lu Hong. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. A blindingly intense burst of flames suddenly tore through the swirling mist, illuminating the entire space. 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, their bodies twisting and coiling, each emanating a power capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Hong stood proudly beneath the fire dragons, a carefree smile curving his lips. Lin Guyu, do you really think you've won? You must have forgotten that my awakened S-rank talent is called 9 Heavenly Dragon Fire. I have 9 of these fire dragons. As he spoke, the 9 fire dragons seemed to respond to Lu Hong's call, roaring in unison. 9 colossal forces, capable of shattering the heavens and earth, charged toward Lin Guyu with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. The overwhelming pressure left Lin Guyu momentarily dazed, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of awe. Lin Guyu's 1000 illusion rain struggled desperately to block the attack, but against the overwhelming power of the 9 fire dragons, it seemed utterly insignificant and powerless. Like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, it was instantly shattered into pieces. How is this possible? You're only a 2nd tier martial artist, how can you possess such power? I'm a 4th tier martial artist. And my innate talent is supposed to counter your water-based talent. How could this happen? Before he could finish speaking, 9 fiery dragons erupted from the flames, surging forward like a raging tidal wave and instantly engulfing Lin Guyu in the blazing inferno. In the flickering light of the flames, Lin Guyu's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Ah! Lin Guyu's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the flames, but they couldn't penetrate the endless inferno. Lu Hong spoke calmly, water can extinguish fire. But that only works against ordinary fire. My 9 Heavens Dragon Fire is an S-rank talent, capable of incinerating everything. Your water-type talent? It'll be vaporized by me. Lu Hong clenched his right fist tightly, and surging blood energy erupted from his body, surging into the 9 fire dragons. The flames of the fire dragons grew even more intense, completely engulfing Lin Guyu in a fiery abyss. Moments later, everything returned to calm. A cool breeze swept through, carrying away the lingering scorched scent in the air. Lu Hong waved his hand lightly, and the 9 fire dragons turned into sparks, vanishing into thin air. As if they had never existed at all. Where Lin Guyu had once stood, only a pile of ashes remained, drifting away with the wind. Ding! Host has defeated Lin Guyu. Reward, 3rd tier martial artist cultivation. The scene fell into complete silence once more, with only the whispers of disbelief echoing through the air. Master Lin has been burned to ashes by Lu Hong. Lin teacher was a 4th tier martial artist. How could he? Is this the power of an S-rank talent? It's truly terrifying. He was able to kill someone 2 realms above him. It's simply unimaginable. No wonder only 1 or 2 S-rank talents appear in Xinjiang City every few years. Such overwhelming talent is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Do you think Lu Hong will do the same to us? Probably not. Everyone at the scene stared at Lu Hong with fear in their eyes. They feared that this killing machine, blinded by bloodlust, might burn them all to ashes. That would be the easy thing to do. Suddenly, a tornado suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the center of the arena, instantly enveloping Lu Hong's body. Lu Hong felt an irresistible force binding him, rendering any resistance futile. A sense of unease welled up within him. A tornado? It's the principal coming. The principal is here. We're saved. Lu Hong killed a student and a teacher right in front of everyone. Do you think the principal won't show up? Will the principal have Lu Hong arrested on the spot? The principal will definitely take Lu Hong to the enforcement team. Regardless, I know that as long as the principal is here, we're safe. Inside the tornado, Lu Hong saw an old man with white hair. His previously anxious heart settled down. Principal, you won't make things difficult for me, will you? The white-haired old man frowned and said, make things difficult for you? My little ancestor, you're the one making things difficult for me. Chapter 5, Cutting the grass doesn't remove the roots, the spring wind blows and it grows again. Li Liang, the principal of Qingyang First High School, felt a chill run down his spine. It had been a long time since such a serious incident had occurred at the school. 1 student and 1 teacher had died in a single incident. And these 2 individuals were no ordinary people, they were both members of the Lin family. Especially Lin Guyu, who had awakened an A-rank talent this year, making her status even more unparalleled. But now, they're both dead. If he, as the principal, doesn't step in soon, Lu Hong is in serious trouble. If Lu Hong is taken away by the city guard, he is as good as dead. Li Liang furrowed his brows, his voice betraying an indescribable sense of anxiety. Lu Hong, you've gotten me into a huge mess. Such a major incident, even I, as the principal, might not be able to save you. What am I supposed to do? How can I protect you? Li Liang's words came as a thunderclap, leaving everyone present speechless. What did the principal just say? The principal seemed to say he'd protect Lu Hong? Lu Hong? He took 2 lives in broad daylight. Instead of punishing him severely, the principal wants to protect him? Does Lu Hong have some powerful connections? Given his usual penniless appearance, that is unlikely. Could it be because Lu Hong awakened an S-rank talent? Does this S-rank talent now grant him immunity from punishment? Li Liang, seeing this, lightly flicked his sleeves, and a graceful wind barrier silently rose. Now no one can hear us talking. Lu Hong shrugged indifferently and laughed. Principal, only you and the city lord know that my father is one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Empire. Do you think the city lord would send the city guards to arrest me? Would he dare? Lu Hong's words carried an air of certainty. If I kill someone at school, it would be classified as a serious incident? Trust me, it won't happen. The city lord won't let this news spread beyond Xinjiang City. Then, Lu Hong's expression grew serious, and his tone took on a hint of amusement. As for the Lin family, they want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Li Liang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had truly underestimated Lu Hong's courage. In his eyes, Lu Hong had always been an obscure child. If Lu Hong weren't the son of the war god, he wouldn't even give him a second glance. The kind who wouldn't make a ripple in a crowd. But Li Liang never imagined that Lu Hong would now display such astonishing courage. In broad daylight, he acted without hesitation, killing without a second thought. This resolve and ruthlessness were no less than those of a foreign beast. Li Liang lowered his voice and said urgently, enough of that. We need to leave immediately. The Lin family could arrive at any moment, and things would get complicated then. Li Liang swiftly activated his ability, forming a powerful tornado that enveloped the 2 of them, ready to take flight. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the campus like thunder. A group of people charged toward them, their aura intimidating. At the front was none other than Lin Guanyu's father, Lin Wansheng. Trying to escape? Stop right there. Lin Wansheng roared, his body surging with energy. The surging energy within his body erupted outward, forming an unstoppable torrent that crashed into the tornado. The tornado shattered with a thunderous crash under the force of the impact, revealing Lu Hong's figure to everyone present. Upon seeing Lu Hong's figure, Lin Wansheng's anger boiled over, and he screamed hysterically. Lu Hong! You bastard dared to kill my daughter! You worthless scum from the lowest ranks! How dare you! How dare you! I'll tear you to pieces, you piece of trash from the lowest ranks! Ah! 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 Lu Hong! I want you dead! Lin Wansheng charged at Lu Hong like a raging beast, his blood boiling with fury, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge. As the captain of the city guard, Lin Wansheng had already reached the 5th-tier martial artist realm. His terrifying vital energy locked onto Lu Hong. The difference in vital energy between the 5th and 4th ranks was like night and day. Under full force, Lu Hong could defeat Lin Guyu, a 4th-tier martial artist. However, facing the 5th-tier martial artist Lin Wansheng, Lu Hong could clearly sense the vast gap in their strength. Li Liang flickered forward, blocking Lu Hong's path. A fierce wind erupted, forming an impenetrable barrier. Lin Wansheng, calm down. Lin Wansheng, blinded by hatred, ignored Li Liang's pleas and tore the barrier to shreds. Seeing this, Li Liang shouted again, Lin Wansheng, I told you to calm down. He suddenly swung his hand, and a more powerful tornado erupted from nowhere, instantly enveloping Lin Wansheng. With a thunderous crash, Lin Wansheng emerged unscathed before the crowd, his eyes bloodshot, glaring furiously at Li Liang and Lu Hong. You want me to calm down? My daughter is dead. My brother is dead. You want me to calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Even if the king himself came today, Lu Hong would still die. Li Liang spoke with an unquestionable air of authority. This is Qingyang First Middle School. Even if you're the captain of the city guard, you won't be allowed to act recklessly here. As the principal of Qingyang First Middle School, I have both the responsibility and the authority to maintain order on campus. Lin Wansheng, seething with anger, retorted, Fine. Fine. You think you're so great, Li Liang. Earlier, when my family members were killed, why did you stand by and do nothing to stop it? Since Lu Hong can kill people at Qingyang First Middle School, I can kill him too. Li Liang responded firmly, as long as I, Li Liang, am still in this position, I will not allow anyone to cause trouble again. Lu Hong's crimes will be dealt with by those who have the authority to do so. However, here, I will ensure his safety. Lin Wansheng's eyes darkened, and he said in a low voice, You're going to protect him? Li Liang replied without flinching, Yes. I will protect him today. Lin Wansheng sneered, then turned around, his gaze sweeping over the men behind him, then asked the brothers behind me if they agree. The city guards Lin Wansheng had brought with him were all on edge, ready for battle. Li Liang sneered, and a sudden gust of wind erupted around him, causing his clothes to flap wildly. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted from his body. Your city guard squad, aside from you, Lin Wansheng, who barely reached the 5th tier threshold, the rest are all ordinary 2nd tier martial artists. But I have been at the peak of the 5th tier martial artist realm for years. What do you have to fight me with? If you dare to fight here in the school, I won't hesitate to show you the true power of a 5th tier martial artist at the peak of his abilities. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Li Liang, Lin Wansheng's expression darkened instantly. Having just entered the 5th tier realm, he was far inferior to Li Liang in strength. If they were to fight, he would certainly be no match for him. In the face of overwhelming power, any numerical advantage was meaningless. Lin Wansheng gritted his teeth and said, Lu Hong killed someone from my Lin family. This is a blood feud. I, Lin Wansheng, will not rest until I get justice. Li Liang spoke up, this matter will be decided by the city lord and the enforcement squad. Within the school grounds, you won't be allowed to cause trouble. Lin Wansheng's eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam, Fine. Li Liang, remember this I, Lin Wansheng, will not give up. Lu Hong. I don't believe you'll ever step foot outside Qingyang First High School in your lifetime. The moment you step foot outside the school gates, that will be your doom. Ding. Divine choice system triggered. Option 1, admit your mistake, apologize to Lin Wansheng, and have your hands and feet amputated. Reward the host with an SS rank talent, the Liquid Peacock. Option 2, request the principal and city lord to intervene and mediate, temporarily reaching a truce with Lin Wansheng. Reward the host with a Dundu Mouse's inner core. Option 3, eliminate the entire Lin family to prevent future troubles. Reward the host with upgrading the S rank talent 9 Heaven's Dragonfire to SS rank talent 9 Underworld's Dragonfire. Lu Hong's eyes fixed intently on option 3. SS rank talent 9 Hell's Dragonfire. Is there even a need to choose? Of course, choose the third option. As for exterminating the entire Lin family? If you're afraid of death, don't become a martial artist. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, I, Lu Hong, have come to visit the Lin family. Lu Hong watched Lin Wansheng's back and shouted loudly, Captain Lin. Please take good care of things and make sure the doors are locked. Otherwise, if I feel like going out for some fresh air, you won't know. Lin Wansheng turned pale upon hearing this, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. Don't worry. Not even a fly will escape. He then left angrily with the city guards. Li Liang frowned and said, Young master, don't cause any more trouble. Just stay in school today, you'll be safe for now. Then, Li Liang turned to face the surrounding students, his voice carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Everyone, what happened today must remain confidential. Do not let any word of this get out. The students responded in small groups. Got it, principal. Got it. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Didn't you hear what the principal said? If any of you dare to spread this today, I, Lu Hong, will not let you off lightly. Everyone recalled Lu Hong's earlier ruthless actions and couldn't help but feel afraid. They all nodded in agreement like chicks pecking at grain. Lu Hong, rest assured. We won't say a word. Right, classmates should keep each other as secrets. Our lips are sealed. Li Liang couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. As the principal, he wasn't as influential as Lu Hong. He reminded Lu Hong once more, I'm going to see the city lord now. Don't cause any more trouble for me. With that, Li Liang hurriedly left. Lu Hong wasn't in a hurry at all, he was waiting. He waited for nightfall. As the sky was gradually swallowed by darkness, Lu Hong took big strides toward the school gates. Some students spotted Lu Hong and hurriedly warned him, "Lu Hong, that's the school exit." Lu Hong smiled and said, "I know. I'm just going out to get something." A student whispered, "Lu Hong, what are you going to get? Let us help you." The principal said you're not allowed to leave the school. Lu Hong shook his head, "No need. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. What I'm going to get is the very root of the Lin family." The feud between Lu Hong and the Lin family had already been set in stone and could never be resolved. "Since that's the case, I won't just uproot your Lin family, I'll dig up the very soil beneath you." As night fell, Lu Hong resolutely stepped out of the school gates. As soon as he took a step, two figures appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him tightly. The air was filled with tension. "People from the Lin family?" Lu Hong asked in a low voice. "Lu Hong, you dare to show your face? Do you think the Lin family is a pushover?" the other shouted angrily. "If you're from the Lin family, that's fine. I'm not afraid of harming the innocent." As he spoke, Lu Hong remained motionless, but a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from his body. A crimson-red fire dragon appeared instantly, tearing through the night sky and roaring toward the two men. The two were ordinary second-tier martial artists. They couldn't withstand Lu Hong's powerful attack. In just a moment, the two were engulfed by the raging flames, their cries for help unable to be heard. In the end, they turned into a wisp of smoke in the night wind. Lu Hong's figure did not pause for a moment, continuing to advance toward the Lin family's direction. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky, bringing a hint of coolness. Lu Hong looked up at the gloomy sky, letting the raindrops gently pat against his face. Killing in the rain is the perfect choice. Lu Hong had already vanished into the rain, leaving behind only a trail of determined footsteps, slowly stretching out across the damp ground. In the northeast corner of Qingyang City, there was an entire street belonging to the Lin family. All of this was because Lin Wanqing was a fifth-tier martial artist. His presence ensured that the Lin family held an unshakable position in Qingyang City. As night fell and the rain fell gently, the street was shrouded in a mysterious and tranquil veil. Lu Hong walked straight into the street where the Lin family resided. On both sides of the street, various shops stood side by side, all belonging to the Lin family. At the end of the street, a majestic mansion came into view. That was the residence of all the members of the Lin family and a symbol of their power. Perhaps due to the rain, all the shops along the street were closed. Lu Hong's gaze fixed on the shop at the beginning of the street. "Let's start with you." He kicked the door with force, and it swung open. A man suddenly woke up from his sleep, panicking and shouting, "Who's there? We're closed for the night." "Lu Hong, I know you're not open. From now on, you won't need to open anymore." A blazing fire dragon roared out of the void, instantly engulfing everything in its path in flames. The man's figure vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong's figure darted through the night and the rain, visiting the remaining shops one by one. At the second shop, three men stood in shock, their questions unfinished as they were ruthlessly devoured by the fire dragon summoned by Lu Hong, leaving only silence behind. The third, fourth, the same fate befell them all, shattering the tranquility of the street with an indescribable sense of dread. Finally, this unusual sight caught the attention of the Lin family. They rushed out of their homes and gathered in the center of the street. "Who is it? Daring to cause trouble on the Lin family's territory in the middle of the night? You must not want to live." Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky, and 9 fire dragons soared into the air. They circled in the sky, their fiery red glow tearing through the night sky. The relentless rain was vaporized before it even touched the flames. Lu Hong stood amidst the flames, his voice echoing through the heavens. "I am Lu Hong, here to pay my respects to the Lin family." Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family were all startled, their faces betraying disbelief. "Lu Hong? Are you the Lu Hong from Qingyang First High School? Quickly inform the family head Lu Hong has arrived. You killed our Lin family members, and now you dare to come to our territory? You're asking for death. You really want to die? Then leave your life here. Tonight, you won't be leaving here alive." The members of the Lin family were filled with rage, surging toward Lu Hong like a tidal wave, determined to capture him. Facing this overwhelming assault, Lu Hong remained calm. With a casual flick of his wrist, 9 fiery dragons shot into the sky, charging toward the Lin family's crowd. In an instant, the crimson flames engulfed everything like a raging sea, leaving no trace behind. The Lin family's attacks were as futile as ants trying to shake a tree, easily devoured by the fire dragons, leaving no room for resistance. Lu Hong, acting alone, had gained the upper hand in this clash of power. This scene filled many members of the Lin family with fear, causing them to retreat in panic. "What is this? What is this fire dragon? How can Lu Hong be this strong? Is this the power of an S-rank talent? It's simply too terrifying. We, over a dozen second-tier martial artists, aren't a match for him alone. Master, save us." The Lin family members hadn't even had time to steady themselves before they were reduced to dust by Lu Hong's thunderous strike. Lu Hong stood tall and proud at the center of everyone's gaze. Tonight, every last member of the Lin family will be wiped out, leaving no one alive. Lu Hong. You're so arrogant, you're asking for death. How dare you kill my family? Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. I will grant you your wish. The man who had arrived was none other than the head of the Lin family, Lin Wancheng. As Lin Wancheng roared in anger, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted, like a river breaking its banks, unstoppable. The sky suddenly darkened, and a crimson glow sliced through the night sky. Lu Hong's 9 fire dragons couldn't even last a single breath before they all collapsed and vanished into nothingness. Lu Hong. Do you now realize the power of a 5th-rank martial artist? You, a 2nd-tier martial artist, are no match for me. Do you really think that just because you've awakened an S-rank talent, you can do as you please? Sorry, but you, the so-called genius with an S-rank talent, are destined to die here today. Facing Lin Wancheng's overwhelming power, Lu Hong remained completely unfazed. Yes, the power of a 2nd-tier martial artist is indeed weaker. However, if I were a 3rd-tier martial artist, combined with this S-rank talent, I wonder if I could even challenge you, a 5th-tier powerhouse. Lin Wancheng sneered at his words. Humph. The cultivation of martial artists isn't something that can be achieved so easily. Each breakthrough requires an enormous amount of vital energy as support. Do you really think you can advance so easily just by spouting empty words? I've lived most of my life and have never seen a martial artist who could advance to the 3rd rank as quickly as you claim. If you truly have that ability, then let me see it. Lu Hong coldly replied, then take a good look. What stage of martial artist am I now? Chapter 7, is this broken sword your trump card? Boom! A surge of chi and blood erupted once more from Lu Hong's body. The 9 fire dragons that had already dissipated suddenly reformed before everyone's astonished eyes. And they were even more ferocious than before, with flames that revealed an intimidating aura of power. Lin Wancheng, seeing this, furrowed his brows and his eyes flickered with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you have broken through to the 3rd-tier martial artist realm in such a short time? Impossible. Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, the 9 fire dragons, carrying destructive force, roared and charged toward Lin Wancheng. Lin Wancheng remained unfazed. A mere 3rd-tier martial artist? What can you do to me? I am a 5th-tier martial artist. 5th tier. Do you even know what that means? I have cultivated to this level by pooling all the resources of the Lin family. Let me show you the power of a 5th-tier martial artist. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air. Lin Wancheng's entire body was filled with surging chi and blood, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. His figure vanished from the spot and charged forward, colliding fiercely with the 9 fire dragons in midair. The battle between the two erupted in blinding light, as if tearing the night sky apart. The other members of the Lin family present all widened their eyes, trying to get a clear view of the situation on the battlefield. Who won? Who on earth won? It must be the family head. Look quickly, the family head. The family head has fallen. This can't be possible. The family head is a 5th-tier powerhouse. How could he lose to a student from Qingyang First High School? The family head just didn't use his full strength. The family head still has a trump card. Dealing with a mere 3rd-tier martial artist is no problem at all. That's right. The family head can't lose. Lin Wancheng struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and growled, what a S-rank talent. How could you be so powerful? Even a lion needs to give its all to catch a rabbit. I truly underestimated the power of an S-rank talent. But I, Lin Wancheng, rose from an unknown nobody to where I am today. Do you really think I have no trump cards left? Lu Hong, I want to give you another chance. Prepare to die. Lin Wancheng drew a blood-red greatsword and gripped it tightly in his hand. An intense aura of murderous intent spread out, sending chills down everyone's spines. The Demon Scorpion Blade. It's the Demon Scorpion Blade. The clan leader has actually brought out the Demon Scorpion Blade. That's the clan leader's most powerful weapon. It's been years since we've seen the clan leader use the Demon Scorpion Blade. Even a 6th-rank martial artist couldn't withstand that strike. Lu Hong, that brat, is as good as dead. Upon seeing Lin Wancheng draw the magic scorpion blade, everyone from the Lin family wore expressions of contempt toward Lu Hong. It was as if Lu Hong had already become a piece of fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of Lin Wancheng. The Demon Scorpion Blade? Lu Hong's gaze fell on the blood-red greatsword in Lin Wancheng's hand, and his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Wancheng, noticing this, curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, his tone tinged with arrogance. The sword in my hand is called the Demon Scorpion Blade. It is an A-rated divine weapon of unparalleled excellence. I exhausted the Lin family's accumulated wealth over the years to obtain this blade. This blade was forged using the essence of over 10,000 demon scorpions' blood and tails. Its power is unparalleled. Lu Hong laughed dismissively. This broken knife is your trump card? Lin Wancheng, enraged, laughed bitterly. Rusty blade? Ha ha. A rusty blade? You dare to call an A-rank weapon a broken sword? You're truly ignorant. You've never been to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, so you can't possibly understand the true terror of such a weapon. Let me tell you. Why is this knife rated as an A-class weapon? Its value is 10 or even 100 times more precious than that of a warrior with an A-rank awakened talent. If a warrior were to possess an A-rank weapon, their combat power would at least increase by tenfold. Now, I'll let you experience firsthand the true power of an A-rank weapon. With that, Lin Guyu suddenly roared, causing the blood chi surging around his body to boil. Blood red light surged forth like a tidal wave, dyeing the night sky a deep crimson. The demon scorpion blade in his hand seemed to come to life, its blade shrouded in a menacing aura that sent chills down the spine. Zheng! A crisp blade's ring pierced the night sky, a flash of cold light darting by, faster than lightning. The 9 fire dragons swirling in the air were effortlessly severed by this earth-shattering strike. The bodies of the fire dragons swiftly disintegrated into sparks, vanishing into the endless night sky. As the fire dragons vanished, the brightness in the night sky dimmed. Only a light drizzle remained, gently tapping against Lu Hong's face. Lin Guyu sneered, "Now you know the power of this sword. Lu Hong, you must pay for what you've done. Daring to kill a member of the Lin family, you must die. Now, prepare to die." In the next instant, Lin Guyu swung his magic scorpion blade without hesitation. A surge of intense vital energy erupted. Lin Guyu struck at Lu Hong with the force of a thunderbolt, aiming to finish him off with a single blow. Clang! Just as the situation reached a critical moment, Lu Hong produced a fiery red staff from his hand, blocking the attack with pinpoint accuracy and causing ripples of chi and blood energy visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Lu Hong can actually block the unstoppable magic scorpion blade of the clan leader? Even a 6th-tier powerhouse would have to avoid its sharp edge when facing this blade. How did he manage to do it? What is that staff in Lu Hong's hands? Could it be more powerful than an A-rank scorpion blade? The staff in Lu Hong's hands is emitting a powerful aura of blood energy. This staff is no ordinary weapon. The surrounding area erupted into a frenzy of whispers and speculation. Lin Guyu's pupils contracted sharply, unable to hide his shock. What is this? Lu Hong sneered, "You think I'm ignorant? You think I don't know anything about weapons? The reason I call your great scorpion blade a broken blade is because I have something even better. Open your eyes wide. Take a good look at what I'm holding in my hand." Lin Guyu focused his gaze. The staff was entirely golden, with flame-like patterns winding around its surface. The 2 ends were intricately carved, blooming with 2 lifelike red lotus flowers. Lin Guyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "This stick of yours, could it be the Hellfire, ranked 13th on the divine weapon rankings?" Lu Hong laughed loudly. Lin family head truly is well traveled. That's right, this staff is indeed the Hellfire staff, ranked 13th on the divine weapon rankings. It was precisely because of this Hellfire staff that Lu Hong had the confidence to come alone and annihilate the Lin family. Lin Guyu's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "Impossible. This cannot possibly be the Hellfire staff." The Hellfire staff is the exclusive divine weapon of Liu Ruyan, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia dynasty. It was forged after years of battle across countless battlefields, making it an S-rank legendary weapon. How could the Hellfire staff possibly be in the hands of an ordinary student like you? Wait. Lin Guyu's eyes suddenly flickered, as if he had caught hold of an important clue. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Hong, exclaiming in shock. The war god of Great Xia. Liu Ruyan? Lu Hong? What's your relationship with Liu Ruyan? Chapter 8, Dare to provoke me, and you must be prepared to die by my hand. Lu Hong shrugged his shoulders. That's right. My relationship with Liu Ruyan is exactly what you think it is. Lin Guyu's face turned pale instantly. He stumbled back a few steps, muttering to himself, No wonder. No wonder Li Liang from Qingyang First High School would protect you so fiercely. No wonder when I went to see the city lord today, he dismissed me so easily. It turns out the one standing behind you is the war god of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong coldly replied, You found out too late. Lin Guyu suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with both despair and madness. Since that's the case, the enmity is now set. The Lin family has no room to maneuver. Today, either you die or I die. If I can take the son of the Great Xia war god with me to the afterlife, it will be worth it. Lu Hong shook his head. No. The one who will die today will not be me, but you and the entire Lin family. Lu Hong stood tall and straight, the Hellfire staff in his hand erupting with blinding light, resembling flames from the depths of the abyss. 9 lifelike fire dragons roared forth from the void, reborn through the catalyst of the Hellfire staff. They coiled and swirled, carrying destructive power that scorched the surrounding air until it twisted and warped. Die! Lu Hong's thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the shadow of his staff sliced through the sky, carrying an unstoppable might, crashing down upon Lin Guyu. In that instant, space seemed to ignite, and endless flames surged forth like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Lin Guyu. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound of metal shattering echoed through the air, as crisp as the sound of porcelain shattering. The sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. No! Lin Guyu's desperate scream pierced through the roar of the flames. But it was all in vain. Under the merciless flames of the 9 fire dragons, his figure gradually faded away, eventually turning into nothingness, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. The members of the Lin family witnessed Lin Wanqing's downfall, and their mental defenses collapsed instantly. They looked at each other, and without exception, they all dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and begged Lu Hong for mercy. Lu Hong! Spare our lives! Lu Hong! No, Master Lu! Spare us! Lin Wanqing is already dead. We are willing to leave the Lin family and have no further connection with them. Please, Lord Lu, you are a man of great mercy. Spare us. The pleas echoed one after another, but Lu Hong remained unmoved. If you dare to provoke me, you must be prepared to die by my hand. The Lin family should never have crossed me. 9 fiery dragons seemed to respond to his will, darting through the streets and alleys, unleashing a one-sided massacre. Flames shot into the sky, and screams filled the air. Not a single member of the Lin family survived, all reduced to ashes in the fiery inferno. Cut off the grass to prevent future troubles. Lu Hong's gaze was cold and ruthless as he manipulated the fire dragons to devour the Lin family mansion, leaving not a single trace behind. The raging flames consumed every brick and tile, accompanied by the sound of collapsing walls. The Lin family was utterly destroyed. Lu Hong turned and left. The streets behind him were distorted by the intense flames. Ding! Host has eliminated the entire Lin family. Reward: upgrade the S-rank talent 9 Heavens Dragonfire to SS rank talent 9 Underworld Dragonfire. Before Lu Hong could even feel the power of the SS rank talent, a sharp screech of brakes cut through the air. A black SUV came to a smooth stop in front of him. Lu Hong immediately went on high alert, his body emanating a sense of caution. The door slowly opened, revealing 2 men inside the most influential figures in Qingyang City. Yang Mang, the city lord of Qingyang City. The principal of Qingyang First High School, Li Liang. Li Liang hurried forward, his tone tinged with frustration and urgency. You little troublemaker. What have you done? I told you not to leave the school grounds, but you wouldn't listen. We could have handled it if you had only killed the 2 from the Lin family. But now, you've actually wiped out the entire Lin family. How are we supposed to handle this now? Standing beside him, City Lord Yang Mang wore a stern expression, his brows furrowed with deep concern. He spoke in a solemn tone, you truly are the son of General Lu. You act with such decisiveness. But the consequences. Sigh. Let's get in the car first. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere grew tense, so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Yang Mang took a deep breath and spoke slowly, the entire Lin family has been wiped out. Even as the city lord, I can't cover this up. Such a major incident will inevitably reach higher authorities. According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, the punishment will undoubtedly be death. Lu Hong sat in the back seat, his expression calm. After a moment, he spoke slowly, City Lord, Principal, we've caused you trouble. If it's too difficult for you, tell my father to handle it. Lu Zhenyan is one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia dynasty. I don't believe anyone would dare to sentence me to death. Li Liang said anxiously, Lu Hong. If you hadn't caused trouble, it would be fine. But now that you have, someone really wants to kill you. The son of the Western madman was killed by a general back then. If the Western madman finds out about this, he will definitely seek revenge. The Western madman happens to be in charge of Qingyang City, and he will definitely come here immediately. By then, Lu Hong, you're as good as dead. Yang Mang, say something. What are you sitting there for? Yang Meng thought for a moment and said, we must notify General Lu immediately and get Lu Hong out of the city before Shi Kuang arrives. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, who is Shi Kuang? Li Liang explained, Shi Kuang, whose real name is Zhang Shi, is a 9th-rank martial artist under the command of the Yuan family. The area under his jurisdiction happens to include our Qingyang City. Years ago, Shi Kuang's son committed a crime in the military and was executed by General Lu under military law. That was Shi Kuang's only son. Now that you've slaughtered the entire Lin family, Shi Kuang will definitely use this as an opportunity to make you pay with your life. Lu Hong sneered, Shi Kuang? A subordinate of the Yuan family? The family of Yuan Kai, one of the 4 great war gods? He wants to kill me? What gives him the right? Doesn't he know his place? He's just a dog under the Yuan clan. I am the son of a war god. How dare he be so arrogant? Let him become a war god first, then he can talk about killing me. Yang Meng's eyes narrowed sharply as he said in a low voice, Lu Hong, I've already reported this matter to the general. For safety's sake, it's best to send you to the general's territory immediately. Li Liang nodded in agreement, exactly. Just to be safe, we should send you away first. The black SUV didn't stop, slicing through the night, and sped toward the outskirts of Qingyang City. However, on the inevitable path out of the city, a group of city guards suddenly appeared, blocking the car. Emergency announcement. The city is under martial law. No one is permitted to leave the city without authorization. The leader of the city guards announced loudly, his voice echoing through the cold night. Inside the car, Yang Meng's expression darkened. He slowly lowered the window and roared. Notice? Who the hell gave you that notice? I'm the city lord. Why wasn't I notified? The city guard members looked at each other in shock, freezing in place, dared not breathe a word. None of them had expected to intercept the city lord, Yang Meng. What's more, the city lord seemed completely unaware of the situation. A city guard immediately spoke up, Lord City Master. We received orders from Lu Bin, the deputy city master. Lu Bin? A flash of cruelty crossed Yang Meng's eyes, but he knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such details. He roared, let them through immediately. Yes. Just as the city guard was stepping aside to open the passage, a voice rang out from behind. Hold your horses. A middle-aged man stepped out of the shadows with steady strides. Yang Meng recognized the man and stepped out of the carriage, pointing at his nose and roaring, Lu Bin, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you the city lord or am I? Did you order the city lockdown? Did you even ask me before locking down the city? Lu Bin glanced at the people inside the car and said, although you are the city lord, there are criminal suspects inside this car. We can't just ignore them, can we? Yang Meng roared angrily, I'm the city lord. I make the decisions here. Now, let us through. Lu Bin remained unmoved and coldly replied, so what if you're the city lord? I said no. You can't let them go. Chapter 9, Don't kill him? Keep him for the new year? Yang Meng and Lu Bin stood by the car, facing off. The tension in the air dropped to freezing point. Lu Bin took a step forward with his right foot. Boom! A colossal surge of vital energy erupted, sweeping through the area in an instant. As a 6th-tier martial artist, Lu Bin's dense vital energy caused everyone around him to stumble backward involuntarily. Yang Meng, enraged, laughed sarcastically, Lu Bin. You really think you're something? You can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, can you? You dare to fight me? Lu Bin glared coldly at Yang Meng, I've always respected you as the city lord and given you some leeway. But after today, I doubt you'll be able to keep your position as city lord. Li Liang, seeing the situation outside, hurried out of the car, Lu Bin, you're courting death. Lu Bin sneered, oh? So Principal Li is here too? But you're just a 5th-rank martial artist. What can you possibly do? As long as I can hold you off, once West Madness arrives, everything will be settled. Lu Bin moved, and a black shield suddenly appeared before him. It was shrouded in thick black mist, emanating a chilling aura of blood and chi, clearly an A-rank defensive artifact. Even a 6th-rank martial artist would have to put in some effort to break through my defense. Holding you two back for 2 hours is no problem. Lu Bin's words were filled with confidence. Yang Meng and Li Liang exchanged glances, then simultaneously unleashed their full strength. Like two bolts of lightning, they charged toward the pitch-black shield. Bang! The air was filled with deafening collision sounds. However, their first attack had no effect whatsoever. Li Liang furrowed his brows, his expression filled with urgency. Lu Bin's shield is an A-rank defensive item. Moreover, the innate ability he awakened is also an A-rank defensive ability. He's focused on defense, and the two of us can't break through. Yang Meng clenched his teeth and said, if we can't break through, we'll keep trying. Both of them channeled their inner energy, unleashing their full strength toward the shield. At the same time, a black aura erupted around Lu Bin, enveloping him in a protective barrier. This was Lu Bin's A-rank talent, the Dark Shield. His awakened talent had perfectly fused with his shield, elevating his defensive capabilities to an unprecedented height. Under Lu Bin's absolute defense, Yang Meng and Li Liang's attacks were all effortlessly deflected, once again ending in vain. Standing behind his shield, Lu Bin sneered, I told you. You two can't break my defense. Just wait here for the arrival of the Western Madman. Yang Meng, you dared to hide a criminal. Your position as city lord will be mine tomorrow. Just as Yang Meng and Li Liang were at a loss, a voice echoed through the air. Even a 6th-rank martial artist can't break your defense? I'll see for myself if you're really that powerful. Those who boast about their strength are the ones who end up paying with their lives. Lu Hong had appeared behind the crowd without anyone noticing. Boom! At that moment, a crimson-colored staff, wrapped in 9 black fire dragons, suddenly appeared. Carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth, it crashed down on the shield. Crack! Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the shield, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart by the impact. Bang! Another strike! Bang! Another strike! Each blow was accompanied by deafening explosions. Flames and black smoke intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. He used his SS rank talent for the first time, the power of the 9 underworld dragonfire. Unlike the crimson flames before, his 9 hells dragonfire had turned into black-red flames, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations, as if capable of devouring everything in the world. Crack! Crack! Under Lu Hong's fierce attacks, the seemingly indestructible shield developed a visible crack that spread across its surface. Bang! The shield shattered into 2 pieces, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Lu Bin's face turned pale as he exclaimed in disbelief, this shield is an A-rank equipment. How could it be shattered by just a few strikes? Impossible. Impossible. Yang Meng and Li Liang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment when their eyes fell on the stick in Lu Hong's hand. Lu Hong actually broke through Lu Bin's shield. That's simply unbelievable. The Hellfire Staff. It's General Lu's Hellfire Staff. No wonder. With the Hellfire Staff's power, no armor can withstand it. Lu Hong urgently shouted, City Lord, Principal. What are you waiting for? Attack! The two didn't hesitate, charging toward Lu Bin like two bolts of lightning. Without the protection of his black shield, Lu Bin, despite his ranked offensive talent, was no match for the two of them. Under their relentless assault, Lu Bin was forced back step by step and soon fell to the ground in a heap. Lying on the ground, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment and ferocity. Yang Meng. West Madness is on his way. If you dare let Lu Hong escape, you're all dead. Yang Meng's expression remained stern as he replied, I don't need your advice on how to handle this. When I return, I don't want to see you in Xingyang City. Let's go. Wait for Lord Shi Kuang to arrive. Before Lu Bin could finish speaking, his words were ruthlessly cut off by a fiery red staff. The staff pierced his chest with pinpoint accuracy, and blood spilled onto the ground. As he lay dying, Lu Bin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined he would die here. He was a 6th-rank martial artist, how could someone kill him? He was the deputy city lord of Xingyang City, how dare someone kill him on Xingyang City's territory? He had the 9th-rank martial artist Shi Kuang as his backer, how dare someone kill him? Even the city lord Yang Meng wouldn't dare. But Lu Hong had acted. Without mercy. Lu Hong held a blood-stained staff in his hand and coldly said, why waste words with him? Since he's an enemy, why spare him? Let him rot in hell? Yang Meng looked at Lu Bin's lifeless body on the ground and remained silent for a few seconds. He said nothing. Lu Hong had done what he wanted to do but dared not. Li Liang urged anxiously from the side, let's go. We've wasted too much time. Boom! Just as everyone was preparing to retreat, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. A powerful force suddenly struck, flipping the black SUV onto its side. Everyone turned in shock. A man dressed in black slowly walked into view. Run? Where do you think you're going? Under my watchful eye, you think you can escape? Back then, Lu Xinyan killed my son. Today, I'll make him pay with his blood. It was none other than Shi Kuang, Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi took each step forward, each one feeling like it was crushing the hearts of those around him. A terrifying aura of blood and energy spread out, making it hard to breathe. Everyone was overwhelmed by his overwhelming presence, frozen in place, unable to move. Li Liang's voice betrayed his panic. It's over. It's over. Shi Kuang has arrived. Yang Meng's gaze was firm. Don't panic. I've already notified General Lu. As long as we can hold him off, I believe General Lu will arrive in time. Li Liang couldn't hide his despair. Hold them off? With what? With our lives? I wouldn't be able to hold them off even if I had 100 lives. Zhang Shi is a 9th-rank martial artist. Killing us is as easy as crushing an ant. We won't make it until the general arrives. We're doomed. Chapter 10. So there was an inside story after all. Zhang Shi pressed forward relentlessly, each step seeming to land directly on everyone's hearts, creating an indescribable sense of oppression. Everyone, even their breathing, became cautious. Lu Hong quietly looked at Zhang Shi, his eyes showing no sign of backing down. Are you going to kill me? Zhang Shi curled his lips into a cold smile. You killed the entire Lin family. According to the law, you deserve to die. Lu Hong's voice boomed, fearless, I am the son of Lu Xinyan. Do you dare kill me? Zhang Shi burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. I killed the son of Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan killed my son. I killed his son, that's fair. Lu Hong remained calm. You dare not kill me. Zhang Shi sneered. I seem to have heard the biggest joke in the world. I'm a 9th-rank martial artist. You dare say I won't kill you? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Lu Hong suddenly raised his voice. You're just a dog of the Yuan family. Lu Xinyan and Yuan Kai of the Yuan family are both war gods of the Great Xia dynasty. If you kill me, you'll spark a war between the Lu family army and the Yuan family. Are you sure you want to kill me? Can you afford to take on that responsibility? Zhang Shi's laughter abruptly stopped, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But he responded firmly, the emperor breaks the law and is subject to the same punishment as the common people. Since you dare to violate the laws of the Great Xia, you must accept your punishment. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes. I won't die today. Zhang Shi roared, you brat, what's with all this nonsense? I'll kill you right now. Let's see what you have to say then. Lu Hong smiled. Zhang Shi, why don't you turn around and take a look? Zhang Shi instinctively turned around and saw a figure clad in bright red armor, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. Zhang Shi, what do you think you're doing? The voice shook the heavens, accompanied by a scorching heat wave that forced everyone present to close their eyes tightly to withstand the intense pressure. When everyone opened their eyes again, they saw a man standing in mid-air with a massive fire dragon at his feet. His eyes exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were the only one worthy of respect in the entire universe. Yang Meng and Li Liang, upon seeing the man's figure, sighed in relief. General Lu. It's okay. Everything is fine. The man who had arrived was none other than Lu Xinyan, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhang Shi. If you dare touch a single hair on Lu Hong, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. Lu Xinyan's voice was cold and resolute, each word striking Zhang Shi's heart like a heavy hammer. Zhang Shi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, and roared, Lu Xinyan, on what grounds do you show such favoritism? Your son killed someone, and you protect him? My son killed someone, and you want to kill him? Where is the fairness in that? Lu Xinyan spoke solemnly, Zhang Shi, do you really think you're someone important? Are you stronger than me? Or do you have more men under your command? How dare you question me? Your son disobeyed military law, killed his comrades, and undermined military morale. This is a capital offense. As for Lu Hong, he is my son, and I will favor him. What can you do about it? Zhang Shi snarled, Lu Hong killed the entire Lin family. According to the laws of the Great Xia Empire, he must be sentenced to death. Lu Xinyan coldly replied, whether he lives or dies is not up to you. I will send him to the island to fight for it. What else do you have to say? Island taking? Zhang Shi froze for a few seconds before speaking. You're actually sending your son to the island raid? Fine. Since he's going to participate in the island raid, we can overlook what happened before. But I will witness it with my own eyes. Your son will die in the island raid. I will watch you push your own son into the abyss of death with my own hands. With that, Zhang Shi turned away in uncontrollable anger. Each step was heavy, as if he were venting all his anger and resentment onto the ground. His figure grew smaller and smaller until he disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Mang and Li Liang exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. The general just said capture the island? He's sending Lu Hong to capture the island? Lu Hong is only a third-tier martial artist. Going to capture the island? What's the difference between that and going to his death? Lu Hong looked at the two of them, confused, and asked, what does seize the island mean? Yang Meng took a deep breath and began to explain slowly, 100 years ago, the 10,000 clans invaded. Humans were forced to retreat to the cities, and the oceans became the domain of the 10,000 clans. All the coastal islands were conquered, none spared. After years of war, both humans and the 10,000 clans were exhausted. Thus, an agreement was made, each year, an island would be selected as a battlefield for young warriors to clash. Each side would send 100 warriors, with only those of 6th rank or below allowed to participate. The victorious side would gain control of the island. This is the island conquest. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, it's just 105th rank martial artists fighting each other. What's so scary about that? I single-handedly wiped out the entire Lin family. A battle of 100 men? I'm confident I can handle it. Yang Meng's face darkened, they call it an island seizure, but in the past few decades, we've never succeeded once. Every year, we send 100 of our most elite 5th rank martial artists to the island. Among them are geniuses who have awakened S-rank talent. Yet, despite that, not a single one returns alive each year. The talents of the 10,000 clans are simply too powerful. Even their ordinary warriors are on par with our S-rank talent awakened warriors. And don't even mention their elite island seizing forces. We are simply not on the same level as the warriors of the 10,000 clans. Over the past decades, the Great Xia has lost countless geniuses in these island seizing missions. You're just a third-tier martial artist. Going to the island to seize it? You won't survive. No one survives every year? Over the decades, the island has never been conquered? Everyone who participates in the island taking operation dies? Are warriors of the same rank from the 10,000 clans really that strong? Lu Hong's brows furrowed involuntarily. Ding! Divine Tier Choice System activated. 3 pale blue panels appeared before Lu Hong. Option 1: refuse to participate in the island raid and go to your death with Zhang Shi. Reward: a crystal coffin set for the host. Option 2: refuse to participate in the island raid, beg Lu Xinyan for mercy, and have your legs broken. Reward for the host: a pair of wooden crutches. Option 3: participate and successfully capture the island. Reward for the host: SS rank talent, Heavenly Extreme Thunder. Is there even a choice here? System, you're clearly telling me to go, aren't you? Just say it outright. At that moment, Lu Xinyan glared at Lu Hong with piercing eyes. Did you kill everyone from the Lin family? Lu Hong turned away, avoiding Lu Xinyan's gaze, and muttered, it's their own fault for provoking me. Lu Xinyan's tone was harsh, each word as cold as ice. You killed everyone in the Lin family, which is enough to warrant the death penalty. However, if you successfully capture the island, all your crimes will be forgiven and all debts erased. You heard how brutal the island-taking mission is. I'll ask you again, are you willing to go? Lu Hong, it's just capturing the island. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I will become the first person in the Great Xia dynasty to successfully seize the island. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Xinyan's eyes before turning into a hearty laugh. Haha. Good boy. That's the son of Lu Xinyan. I know you have the same spirit as I did in my prime. This year, the Great Xia Empire has mobilized its entire nation, gathering the top 5th rank martial artists from across the land. We have absolute confidence in our island capturing campaign this year. We will certainly defeat the myriad races and secure victory in the island capturing battle. In a week, the island capturing battle will officially begin, and someone will guide you there at the time. Among the island capturing forces, there will also be members of my Yin army to ensure your safety. Go with confidence. Lu Hong nodded repeatedly. No wonder Lu Xinyan dared to send him to participate in the island seizing battle. So there's an inside story after all. This year, the 5 most elite 5th-rank martial artists from across the nation have gathered here. No doubt the Great Xia Kingdom is determined to secure victory in the first island capture battle. I'm just going to polish my resume. Got it. With that, Lu Xinyan's expression grew serious, and he turned to leave. The battlefield of the 10,000 clans cannot be taken lightly for even a moment. Defending against the 10,000 clans is my mission. I must return. I hope you will also come to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans one day, so that we can fight together as father and son. As they parted, Lu Xinyan stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Lu Hong. Come back alive. Lu Hong watched Lu Xinyan's departing figure and shouted, I will. Chapter 11. Just because he's Lu Xinyan's son, does that mean he can come here to bask in his glory? In the days that followed, Lu Hong did not go out, instead focusing on resting and recuperating. As the first rays of dawn broke, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted Lu Hong awake from his dreams. Immediately, a group of soldiers dressed in uniform, with fiery yen insignia hanging from their waists, entered the room. Without a word, they took Lu Hong away and escorted him onto a private jet. The cabin door slowly closed, sealing out the tranquility of the outside world, while the interior was filled with noise. As Lu Hong took his seat, the surrounding area was filled with voices of dissatisfaction and doubt. What's going on? We were supposed to be a group of 100 people. Why did they suddenly bring in a stranger? Probably just here to get a piece of the action. This year's island conquest battle is a national event. Every one of us is a top-tier 5th-rank martial artist. Joining at the last minute, are you here to steal the glory? Here to polish your resume? I've been fighting hard to kill enemies, is that what you're here for? Once we get to the island, I'll give this pretty boy a proper lesson. Amidst the chaos, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward, his voice booming like a thunderclap. Shut up. Anyone who dares to say another word, I won't hesitate to reduce your numbers before we even leave. At his words, the cabin fell deathly silent. Everyone recognized the middle-aged man. He was none other than Mo Jianjun, one of the 4 great generals of the Great Xia Kingdom. From the moment he spoke until the plane landed safely, not a single sound was heard in the cabin. Everyone, disembark. Mo Jianjun's order was brief and authoritative. A group of warriors filed out in an orderly manner, their steps steady but their eyes betraying their anxiety about the future. At the same time, batches of survival supplies were quickly unloaded from the plane, preparing for the upcoming battle. Mo Jianjun stood before the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each person before speaking in a deep voice. Everyone, you were handpicked from across the nation, the strongest warriors below the 6th rank. You are the pride of the Great Xia Empire. In the island reclamation battles, we have never once defeated the 10,000 clans. We have never reclaimed a single island. If we emerge victorious in this battle, you will be the nation's heroes and the people's champions. I await your triumphant return. The Great Xia Empire awaits your triumphant return. With that, Mo Jianjun and his entourage quickly boarded the plane, which took off into the sky, leaving the warriors behind on the barren beach of the island. At that moment, a man stood on the sandy beach and shouted loudly. Where are the connected individuals who made us wait on the plane for over 4 hours? Come out here. If you want to climb the ladder, you better ask us first if we agree. It's been a while since we've had such a good time. Let's use you to stretch our legs first. At that moment, in a spacious and solemn chamber within the Great Xia Kingdom, dozens of high-definition screens were embedded in the walls, broadcasting everything happening on the island beach in real time. The room was packed to capacity. Every single person present was a member of the Daxia Kingdom's decision-making core. Among them were not only the 4 great war gods but also numerous 9th-rank martial artists. Zhang Shi sat alone in the shadows of a corner, his gaze fixed on the screens, a playful smile curving his lips. Zhang Shi's laughter suddenly rang out, echoing through the room. Ha ha ha. Land war god, is this your son? Did you send him to the island to gain experience? Thinking you can use the island taking battle to gain glory? It's not that simple. Lu Xinyan's eyes blazed with anger as he turned to Yuan Kai beside him and coldly ordered, Yuan Kai, keep your men in line. Zhang Shi, hearing this, his expression changed abruptly. He stood up abruptly and roared, Lu Xinyan, what do you mean? Yuan Kai, seeing the situation, intervened promptly, Zhang Shi, sit down. This is a matter of the island reconquest battle for the Great Xia Kingdom. Don't cause a commotion. Everyone's gaze once again unconsciously focused on the screens. At that moment, Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. He stood in place, motionless. The man's roar came crashing down like a storm. Where's that connected guy from earlier? Where did he hide? Is he deliberately putting on airs? Do you want me to come and drag you out myself? Everyone, open your eyes wide and see where that kid is hiding. Everyone looked around, and eventually all eyes focused on Lu Hong. He's here. Xin Gu. He's here. Yes, it's him. That kid is right here. Several urgent responses echoed in quick succession, all pointing toward Lu Hong. The man locked his gaze on Lu Hong, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Kid, what's your name? Lu Hong frowned and said, Lu Hong. Who are you? The man sneered, I am Yuan Jin of the Yuan clan. I am in charge of the entire operation to seize the island. How come I've never heard of you? Who sent you here? Lu Hong grew impatient. I'm here to seize the island. Why are you asking so many questions? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jin's anger flared even more. You have some nerve. Joining midway through is clearly an attempt to reap the benefits and claim a share of the spoils. Daring to under the Yuan clan? Dream on. Today, I'll teach you a lesson in how to speak to your elders. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense and hostile. Lu Hong clenched his fists, ready to act. Suddenly, 10 men stepped forward, blocking Lu Hong's path. Want to touch him? You'll have to get past us first. Each of the 10 men wore a prominent yen badge on their waists, gleaming in the sunlight. The crowd around them began to buzz with speculation. The Yen army? Lu Xinyan's troops. Is this kid part of the Yanzi army? His name is Lu Hong. I heard that Lu Xinyan has a son. Could this be him? Just because he's Lu Xinyan's son, he gets to come here to show off? Is that fair to us? Upon seeing the 10 members of the Yanzi army, Yuan Jin abandoned his plans to cause trouble. He knew that in the battle for the island, every member's strength was crucial. The Yanzi army's strength was no joke. He wasn't sure he could come out on top against the Yanzi army. Yuan Jin weighed the pros and cons in his heart and abandoned his criticism of Lu Hong. He snorted coldly and said, Humph. The son of Lu Xinyan, what's so great about him? I have no time to deal with you. I hope you can survive and leave this island. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated as 10 members of the Yanzi army surrounded Lu Hong tightly. One of them spoke up, General Lu sent us to protect you. Though we find your actions disgraceful. However, protecting you is our duty. Please stay close behind us at all times. As long as we are alive, you will be safe. Lu Hong heard this and furrowed his brows. It seems that the Yanzi army also has some reservations about his participation in the island's seizure battle. The leader of the Yanzi army scolded, Shao Qi, shut up. Our job is to carry out the mission. Not wasting our breath here. Lu Hong, I apologize. My brother speaks without regard for his elders. I apologize on his behalf. Lu Hong gave a sheepish smile and said, It's okay, it's okay. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi inside the room burst into laughter, with a hint of mockery. Ha ha ha. Lu Xinyan, did you see that? Even your own Yen army doesn't think much of your son. Such a major operation is capturing the island, and you dare to come here to seek glory? Have you lost your mind on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans? There are so many people watching. Don't think that just because you're a war god, you can do whatever you want. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his eyes blazing, turned to look at Lu Xinyan and demanded sternly. Lu Xinyan, the island-seizing battle is no trivial matter. You know very well how much effort and resources the Great Xia Kingdom has invested in this battle this year. How could your son get involved? You must give me a clear explanation. Lu Xinyan glared at Zhang Shi, then took a deep breath. Mo. Lu Hong is indeed my son. However, his abilities are indeed sufficient to qualify him for participation in the island reclamation battle. Zhang Shi immediately interrupted, Lu Xinyan, do you really think we're all fools? Lu Hong is merely a third-tier martial artist. What qualifications does he have to participate in the island-taking battle? Mo Lao furrowed his brows and said sternly, Lu Xinyan, what is going on here? The island conquest battle is of utmost importance to the Great Xia Kingdom. If you dare to send your son there just to gain glory, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xinyan's face darkened, and he remained silent. He really did bring Lu Hong here to boost his own reputation. However, he never expected that he would be brought up so directly. Just as Lu Xinyan was at a loss for words, a shout came from nearby. Trouble! The alliance of 10,000 clans is closing in. Everyone looked up at the surveillance screen. On the surveillance screen, over 100 figures of the alliance of 10,000 clans appeared. The agile Thunder Spirit tribe, the mighty Half-Bear tribe, and the Golden-Winged Bird tribe soaring through the sky. Dozens of races appeared one after another. They were silently gathering on the beach like an invisible giant net about to envelop the entire army of the Great Xia Kingdom. This scene froze the atmosphere in the room, with everyone's hearts racing. However, in this moment of impending danger, none of the people on the island noticed the changes occurring outside. Chapter 12, It's your fault that little Liu Zi died. Everyone remained unaware of the approaching danger, still checking their equipment and making preparations. Yuan Jin stepped forward to the front, facing everyone, and spoke in a loud voice, Everyone, listen to me. I am Yuan Jin of the Yuan clan. Before we arrived, Mo Lao entrusted me with command. For the victory of the island-taking battle, for the glory of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the upcoming operation, please follow my commands without question. This island is called Dongquan Island. 80% of the island is covered in forest. The remaining areas consist of beaches stretching to the sea and a valley. We have marked 10 assembly points on Dongquan Island. Please remember these locations. According to the plan, we will split into groups of 5 and proceed separately. Yuan Jun's words came to an abrupt halt. From the depths of the dense forest behind them, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed. Like the rumble of thunder before a storm, it foretold something ominous. Suddenly, a warrior from the golden-winged bird tribe soared into the sky, his shark gaze fixed on everyone. Immediately afterward, 100 warriors from the 10,000 clans emerged from the forest like ghosts. Golden-winged birds. It's the golden-winged bird clan. The Thunder Spirit clan has arrived, along with the mighty golden ape. Look over there, it's the Blood Wolf clan. The alliance of 10,000 tribes has arrived so quickly. The great battle was about to begin. Yuan Jin shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. We are the strongest 5th-rank martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even on the main battlefield, they wouldn't stand a chance against us. Keep your formation. Follow me." 10 members of the Yan army, as solid as a wall of iron, instantly surrounded Lu Hong at the center. However, at the forefront of the alliance of 10,000 clans, a half-bear warrior charged forward like a mountain, knocking martial artists aside with brute force, unable to stop his advance. Wherever he passed, it was as if no one was there. Behind the half-bear warrior, the allied forces of the 10,000 clans surged forward like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the great Xia warriors suffered some casualties. The air was filled with the scent of blood. However, none of the warriors present retreated. They represented the great Xia. They were fighting for the great Xia. Kill. Everyone charged forward without hesitation, determined to fight to the death against the 10,000 clans. However, reality soon doused them with a bucket of cold water. Their prideful S-rank talents were utterly useless against the allied forces of the myriad races. They couldn't even break through the defenses of the half-bear creatures at the front. Every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, causing no harm whatsoever. Immediately, the myriad races launched a one-sided slaughter against the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. Is this the power of the 10,000 clans? How strong? We're all warriors who have awakened S-class talent. Why are we so easily defeated by the alliance of 10,000 clans? The half-bear men are monsters. Their defenses are impenetrable. And the golden ape's single punch is more terrifying than the attacks of a 6th-tier martial artist. Fear spread like shadows in everyone's hearts. They began to doubt their own strength. They were filled with deep anxiety about the future battle. In the secret chamber of the Great Xia Kingdom, the light was dim, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen showing the brutal battle, their brows furrowed and expressions solemn. "Is it still no good?" a man's voice echoed, filled with deep frustration. His gaze darted between the screen and the others, as if searching for an answer. So many warriors were lost in just one encounter. Another man clenched his fists tightly, as if trying to channel all his anger into his palms. "This year, we gathered the strongest 5th-tier warriors from across the nation. This year was supposed to be our most promising year. Why can we still not stand up to the 10,000 clans?" The relentless questions echoed like heavy blows, striking each heart and making the atmosphere in the secret room even more oppressive. Mo Lao spoke slowly, his voice steady and firm. "We are growing stronger, but so are the 10,000 clans. However, please believe in the martial artists participating in the island conquest battle. I believe they can secure victory in this battle." At that moment, all eyes followed Mo Lao, fixating on the screen. There, a young man in black stood tall and proud. He was the strongest warrior among all 5th-tier warriors in the Great Xia Kingdom. He was also Mo Lao's grandson, Mo Qilin. Amidst the chaotic battle on the beach, a black figure suddenly leaped to the front lines of the battlefield. His body was enveloped in heart-stopping surges of qi and blood, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. At the same time, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky, resembling the eye of an abyss, tearing apart the heavens. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The black vortex exploded with a deafening roar. The half-bear giant at the forefront crashed to the ground. A bull-sized hole was clearly visible on the half-bear man's chest, a sight that was truly horrifying. The death of the half-bear man was a huge boost to the morale of the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. It's the Black Qilin who struck. No wonder it's the Black Qilin. Neither the 10,000 clans nor the half-bear men stand a chance against him. Mo Qilin is the only martial artist among us who has awakened to SS rank. He will definitely lead us to defeat the alliance of 10,000 races. Everyone, follow Mo Qilin in charge. At a critical moment, someone must step forward. And that person is Mo Qilin. The tense atmosphere in the secret room of the Daxia Kingdom's high-ranking officials eased slightly as the half-bear man fell. No wonder he is the youngest prodigy of the Mo family. Having awakened an SS rank talent, his strength is truly extraordinary. That's right. How many years has it been since the Great Xia Kingdom produced an SS rank talent? An SS rank talent is far stronger than 10 S rank talents. Mo Qilin is the beloved grandson of Mo Lao and the son of Mo Zhenjun, the war god. With such power, it's only natural. As everyone praised Mo Qilin, Zhang Shi mocked again. Both sons of a war god. How can the gap be so huge? Isn't that right, Liu War God? Your precious son Liu Hong is currently being chased and surrounded by the Lei Ling tribe, his life hanging by a thread. Don't end up failing to gain glory and instead losing your life, becoming a laughingstock. Liu Xinyan, upon hearing this, roared angrily, Zhang Shi, if you don't speak up, no one will take you seriously. Mo Lao glanced at Liu Xinyan and said solemnly, Liu Xinyan, if you truly send your son to the island to be gilded, after this island-seizing battle, you must give me an explanation. Liu Xinyan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his heart pounding with anxiety for Liu Hong. Just as everyone followed Mo Qilin in the counterattack, Liu Hong and the 10 members of the Yin army were targeted by 5 members of the Lei Ling tribe. These Lei Ling tribe members had pale blue skin, slender tails resembling lightning bolts, and were otherwise indistinguishable from humans. However, the Lei Ling tribe's speed was astonishingly fast, leaving everyone speechless. Zzz. In the blink of an eye, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky. The Lei Ling tribe members appeared before Liu Hong in an instant, aiming straight for his vital points. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a member of the Yanzi army stepped forward and stood in front of Liu Hong. Bang! The flaming army soldier was struck by the lightning bolt, his body staggering. He clutched his chest in agony, blood staining his clothes, and eventually collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Liuzi! Wake up! You can't give up like this! Xiao Liuzi! Get up! Xiao Liuzi! This scene sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. Immediately, Liu Hong and the other 5 Lei Ling tribe members surrounded him, the tension reaching its peak. At this critical moment of life and death, a soldier named Xiao Qi from the Yanzi army could no longer contain his anger and resentment. Xiao Qi turned to Liu Hong and roared. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Xiao Lu wouldn't have died. Xiao Lu was my own brother. Why did you come here? Why? This is the battle for the island. This isn't a place for a spoiled rich kid like you to come and make a name for yourself. Why does a general have a son like you? It's your fault Xiao Liuzi is dead. Chapter 13, I've never said I need your protection. The leading general of the Yin army shouted, shut up. This is our mission. Xiao Qi, enraged, laughed sarcastically, mission? What kind of mission is that? Bringing a spoiled brat to the battlefield to polish his resume? Now look at us. We didn't get to shine, and we're going to die. The leading Yanzi army general flashed a complex expression in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke in a solemn tone. This isn't the time for arguments. Everyone, form the Yanzi formation and prepare to break out. The Yanzi army instantly formed their formation and engaged the Lei Ling tribe in battle. However, the Lei Ling tribe was incredibly fast, and the Yanzi army couldn't even touch them. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled through the air. The Lei Ling tribe members charged forward in an instant. After just one exchange, the members of the Yanzi army were covered in charred black marks. A few of them were clearly no match for these 5 Lei Ling tribe members. It won't be long before all the flaming army is defeated. Captain, what should we do now? Should we change formations? But then we won't be able to protect the general's son. We can't change formations. We have to fight even if we can't win. This is our mission. Captain, our mission isn't just to protect this coward. We came here to participate in the island reconquest battle. We must secure the first victory in the island reconquest campaign for the Great Xia dynasty. But this coward is wasting too much of our time and opportunities. Shut up. Mission. Do you even know what a mission is? A mission is something you must complete, even if it costs you your life. We must not only win the island-taking battle. We must also protect Liu Hong's safety. Both of these tasks must be completed. This is the mission. The Yanzi army soldier named Xiao Qi glared at Liu Hong once more. Liu Hong, remember this, your life was given to you by the Yanzi army. Your life was traded for by our brother Xiao Lu. The Yanzi army did not adjust their formation, continuing to keep Liu Hong at the center, causing their defensive line to gradually show signs of fatigue. The Lei Ling tribe members exploited their speed advantage to easily harass the outer perimeter. Before long, the members of the Yanzi army were covered in wounds, gasping for breath, with sweat and blood mingling on their bodies. The captain of the Yanzi army was targeted by the Lei Ling tribe, with countless attacks raining down on him. He could no longer hold on, his body stumbling, and eventually collapsed to the ground. Captain! Captain! The Lei Ling tribe members, of course, wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. They sprang forward, their bodies instantly enveloped in purple lightning bolts, launching a fatal attack on the Yanzi army with lightning speed. Their speed was so great that no one could stop them, leaving everyone feeling utterly hopeless. Boom! At that moment, a blindingly bright, scorching light suddenly sliced through the sky. 9 black and red fire dragons materialized out of thin air, blocking the Lei Ling tribe's assault. Each fiery beam emitted a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the spine. This force caused everyone present to involuntarily hold their breath, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Whether they were members of the Yanzi army or the Lei Ling clan, they all stood frozen in place, daring not to move an inch. They could clearly sense the terror of the 9 fire dragons. This was not merely a visual spectacle but a profound tremor of the soul. And beneath the shadows of the 9 fire dragons, Lu Hong's figure slowly emerged. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice, piercing through everyone's hearts. I have never said that I need your protection. This was the first time Lu Hong had fully unleashed his SS rank talent, the 9 underworld dragon fire. As the fire dragons dive, flames illuminate the sky and waves of heat sweep toward the Lei Ling tribe. Run! The Lei Ling tribe members, facing this terrifying assault, reacted instantly. Everyone gave it their all, transforming into purple lightning bolts and scattering in all directions. However, the Lei Ling tribe's pride in their speed was no match for Lu Hong's fire dragon. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly rang out. Red flames like venomous snakes wrapped around the arms of the Thunder Spirit tribe members, spreading rapidly. Lu Hong coldly declared, I'm here to seize the island. I'm not here to play around. The 9 underworld dragonfire was no ordinary flame. Once it touched the skin, it clung like a flesh-eating ulcer, impossible to shake off. The Thunder Spirit tribe member's face turned pale as he frantically ran and struggled, trying to extinguish the deadly flames. But all his efforts were in vain. Boom! 9 fire dragons erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of surging blood energy. The Thunder Spirit tribe member let out a defiant roar, but his voice grew fainter and fainter. In the end, he turned into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. In the secret chamber of the Great Xia Kingdom, the air seemed to have frozen solid. Everyone present stared intently at the screen, fixated on Lu Hong. Even the usually composed Mo Lao could no longer contain his excitement, abruptly standing up and clapping his hands, his applause deafening. Excellent! Well done! As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted in a chorus of praise. 9 black and red fire dragons instantly killed 5 Thunder Spirit tribe members. It's simply unbelievable. According to the records, Lu Hong awakened an S-rank talent, the 9 Heaven Dragonfire. How could it be this powerful? No, this is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary S-rank talent. It's clearly the power of an SS rank talent. He's clearly holding back. A tiger father doesn't have a dog son. No wonder he is the son of General Liu. The younger generation is truly formidable. Zhang Shi, sitting in the corner, watched Lu Hong display his incredible power on the screen, his face twisted in anger. Damn it! When did he awaken his SS class talent? If I had known, I should have killed him outright in Xingyang City. Even if you've awakened an SS rank talent, so what? If you dare to come back, I, Zhang Shi, swear that I will make sure you, Lu Hong, die by my hands. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Xinyan. Mo Lao slowly stood up, walked over to Lu Xinyan's side, and bowed in apology. Xinyan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I thought you were sending Lu Hong to the island capture battle to gain some glory. But I never expected you would be willing to send your son, who has awakened SS class talent, into battle. You've truly given us a huge surprise. I was judging you by my own low standards. Xinyan, you truly live up to the name of the war god of Great Xia. Lu Xinyan was also completely baffled at that moment. What's going on with Lu Hong? How did he suddenly become so strong? I really sent you to the island to gain some experience. Not to be a leg to lean on. No wonder this kid could single-handedly wipe out the entire Lin family. Turns out he had a trump card all along. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Xinyan hurried forward, gently supporting Mo Lao with both hands. Mo Lao, what are you saying? Didn't you also send your own grandson into the battle to seize the island? We are all fighting for the glory of the Great Xia Kingdom. There's no need to hold a grudge. Lu Xinyan looked around, his gaze briefly resting on Yuan Kai, Zhang Shi, and others he usually didn't get along with, then spoke harshly. I personally sent Lu Hong to participate in the island seizing battle. Of course he has the strength. Where are those who said I sent Lu Hong there just to gain experience? Step forward and apologize to me. General Liu, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. General Liu, I'm sorry. Lu Xinyan's face was flushed with pride. Lu Hong, you're something else. I'm really proud of you now. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Are you teaching me how to do my job? Lu Hong's fire dragon rampaged across the battlefield, almost unstoppable. As Lu Hong joined the battlefield, he instantly drew a massive amount of firepower. Many warriors from the various races, in that moment, seemed to reach a consensus, and they all directed their attacks toward Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong stood side by side with Mo Qilin, like 2 unshakable guardian deities, forcefully splitting the 10,000 clans' assault and rendering them unable to advance. The allied forces of the myriad races did not linger in battle. After gaining an initial understanding of the strength of the Great Xia warriors, they quickly retreated into the dense jungle, disappearing without a trace. The brief skirmish had given everyone a glimpse of the allied forces' immense power. The Great Xia Kingdom had lost 30 warriors' lives. In contrast, the allied forces of the myriad races had only lost a dozen or so warriors. Moreover, all of these casualties were killed by Mo Qilin and Lu Hong. After the battle, a sense of confusion flashed through everyone's minds. Despite being among the most elite 5th-tier warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom, yet when facing enemies of the same rank from the 10,000 clans, they felt utterly overwhelmed. Only Lin and Lu Hong, who had awakened SS rank talents, were capable of putting up a fight. What should we do in the upcoming island seizure battle? Yuan broke the silence and stepped forward once more, shouting loudly, "Everyone! After the brief skirmish with the 10,000 clans, we have realized that there is still a significant gap in strength between us and the 10,000 clans' allied forces. The island-taking battle requires careful planning. However, now that we have two top-tier combatants in Lin and Lu Hong, as long as we unite our efforts, we can certainly defeat the myriad races. Follow my commands. We will surely win the island capture battle." However, after Yuan finished speaking, only a few people responded. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Hong and Lin. They waited for the two of them to speak. Lin spoke first. "Yuan, do you have any plans? As long as we can win the island-taking battle, I am willing to follow your commands." Upon seeing that he had gained Lin's support, Yuan immediately straightened his chest and shouted, "Since that's the case, everyone follow my orders. Dongquan Island has a complex terrain with dense forests. Lu Hong, you will lead the Yin army to infiltrate the island first and conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the terrain. Pay special attention to the canyons marked on the map. I estimate that the 10,000 clans are likely to gather there. With your strength, even if you are discovered, you can retreat safely. Then, the rest of you." Before Yuan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Hong. "You're Yuan, right? Are you telling me how to do my job now? Did you even ask me first?" Yuan's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Even Lin is willing to follow my orders. What gives you the right to disobey me? We are all warriors of the Great Xia Empire. We came here for the victory of the island-taking battle. As long as you follow my orders, we will win." Lu Hong sneered, "Following your orders will lead to victory? If you're really that powerful, why bother joining the island-taking battle? Just go command the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia and drive all the other races away." Yuan's anger flared, and he shouted, "Lu Hong, what do you mean? Are you refusing to obey orders?" Lu Hong responded calmly, "You sent me alone to scout the enemy's situation. Is that your order? Did you even ask me? Why should I follow your orders? Such a dangerous task, why don't you go yourself?" Yuan roared, "Lu Hong, we came here for the victory of the island-seizing battle. You're disobeying my orders now, thinking only of yourself, selfish to the extreme. Are you really fighting for the Great Xia dynasty?" At these words, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Some people's eyes betrayed their dissatisfaction and contempt for Lu Hong. Yanzi June 7th, who had spoken disrespectfully earlier, flashed a glimpse of cruelty in his eyes. Shaoqi stepped forward, furious, and accused, "Lu Hong, you clearly possess such immense power. Why didn't you reveal it from the start? Why did you wait until Xiao Liuzi was dead before acting? You're nothing but a selfish, self-serving traitor. You don't deserve to represent the Great Xia Kingdom in the island reclamation battle." The leader of the Yanzi army exclaimed in disbelief, "Shaoqi, stop. How dare you speak ill of Lu Hong?" Yuan, seeing this, burst into laughter, his laughter tinged with mockery. "Ha ha ha. Lu Hong, look at this. Even your own Yanzi army doesn't respect you. You don't deserve to be here with us." Lu Hong furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Moral blackmail, is that it?" Then, Lu Hong walked toward Shaoqi of the Yanzi army and roared, "If it weren't for me, you'd all be dead here. Now you're blaming me? You don't deserve to be part of the Yanzi army. Today, I declare that you are expelled from the Yanzi army." Shaoqi protested, "You're just the general's son. Are you the general? What qualifies you to expel me?" With a loud boom, a black-red fire dragon appeared instantly. Before anyone could react, the fire dragon swallowed Shaoqi whole, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he had never been there at all. The members of the Yanzi army cried out in shock, "Shaoqi! Shaoqi is dead." The leader of the Yanzi army spoke up, "He's not Shaoqi." The moment he stood against Lu Hong, he was no longer Shaoqi, no longer part of the Yanzi army. "We are the Yanzi army, we must follow General Lu's orders. And now that Lu Hong is here, it is as if the general himself is present. We must follow Lu Hong's orders." Yuan witnessed this scene and spoke up in accusation, "Lu Hong, if you refuse to obey my orders, that's one thing. Now you dare to kill your own Yanzi army soldiers. You are truly heartless and ruthless." Lu Hong heard this, slowly turned around, stared directly at Yuan and shouted angrily, "And you, Yuan? From the moment we set foot on this island, you've been talking down to me, saying I'm here to make a name for myself. What a bold statement. Do you really think this place is your own home? Giving orders left and right. If you're really that capable, why don't you go out and kill the 10,000 tribes? What are you doing here? I won't listen to you. If you come and beg me on your knees, I might consider it." Yuan's face turned ashen, and he roared, "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Lu Hong, you're asking for death." As he spoke, a blinding blue light erupted from his body, like intertwining lightning bolts, rushing toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong casually waved his hand, and the intense black-red flames instantly engulfed the lightning, reducing it to nothingness. Lu Hong sneered, "I think you're the one asking for death. With a thunderous explosion, 9 black-red fire dragons roared forth, carrying the force to shatter the heavens and earth, charging straight toward Yuanjin. Yuanjin's eyes narrowed, but he showed no fear. Instead, he grew even more arrogant and shouted defiantly. Lu Hong, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Even if you've awakened an SS rank talent, so what? The Yuan clan is not some soft target to be toyed with. Let me tell you the truth, the talent I've awakened isn't just an ordinary S rank talent. I've awakened a dual talent. With 2 S rank talents at my disposal, I'm no worse than your SS rank talent. Since you're so ungrateful, then go die. Chapter 15, Dual Talents? Not so impressive. Yuanjin produced a blue curved blade, which pierced through Lu Hong's fire dragon in an instant, splitting it in 2. Lu Hong immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the blade. It was at least an A-rank weapon. But what could an A-rank weapon do? Suddenly, Lu Hong swung his arm with all his might, sending a fiery red staff soaring through the air. It carried a devastating heat wave and struck Yuanjin with relentless force. Wherever the flames passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Yuanjin did not dodge but instead held his great sword and charged forward. The blue curved blade and the hellfire staff clashed in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Each collision was earth-shaking. At the same time, another force within Yuanjin was fully awakened. A brilliant red and blue glow surrounded him, resembling the sun and moon shining together. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted. With a deafening boom, the collision between Lu Hong and Yuanjin echoed across the sky. Lu Hong and Yuanjin were both sent flying by the powerful impact, retreating several meters before managing to steady themselves. Yuanjin saw Lu Hong's retreating figure and a smirk appeared on his lips. Lu Hong, do you really think that just because you've awakened an SS tier talent, you can ignore everyone else? Now do you know what it means that there are always people better than you, and that the sky is not the limit? My double S rank talent isn't weaker than your SS rank talent, it's actually stronger. Lu Hong slowly raised his head, gazing directly at Yuanjin, and coldly replied, if that's all you've got, then I have nothing to look forward to. Yuanjin furrowed his brows, his tone unconsciously tinged with urgency. What do you mean by that? Lu Hong laughed lightly. What do you mean? Ha ha. I just wanted to see what makes these 2 talents different. Now that I see it, it's not that impressive after all. Yuanjin sneered, nothing special? Wait until you beat me before you talk. With that, the energy surged around him once more, clearly ready to engage in battle again. Lu Hong smiled faintly. Do you really think I used my full strength? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hong's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing surge of energy. 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Their bodies were even larger than before, and their flames burned even more fiercely, as if they could devour everything in their path. Lu Hong charged forward with lightning speed. Crack! A clear sound of metal shattering echoed through the air. The blue curved sword in Yuanjin's hand shattered into 2 pieces under the immense force, falling to the ground. Yuanjin stared at the knife in his hand in disbelief, muttering, what? My knife is an A-class weapon. How could it break so easily? Lu Hong coldly replied, do you have time to worry about your sword? Take care of yourself first. Yuanjin suddenly looked up to see a majestic fire dragon approaching him. Blue and red lights intertwined around Yuanjin as he tried to block the attack. However, in the face of the fire dragon, all of Yuanjin's actions seemed utterly powerless. The fire dragon roared, carrying the power to incinerate everything in its path, instantly engulfing him. Yuanjin struggled desperately in the flames, but could only watch helplessly as he was consumed. No! I, Yuanjin, cannot die here. Yuanjin's screams pierced through the flames, filled with resentment and despair. But as time passed, the desperate cry grew fainter and fainter until it finally faded away. In the end, Yuanjin's figure was reduced to ashes in the raging flames, leaving behind nothing but a pile of. Everyone present witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with shock, their astonishment evident on their faces. Yuanjin is dead. Unbelievable. He didn't even last 5 rounds before dying. Lu Hong's strength is truly terrifying. Is this the power of an SS rank talent? We all knew SS class was strong, but we never imagined it could be this strong. This Lu Hong acts decisively and uses ruthless methods. First he killed his own men from the Yin army, and now he has killed Yuanjin. He is a cold-blooded murderer. We better not provoke him lightly. That's right, we should keep our distance and avoid getting into trouble unnecessarily. In the secret chamber of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Kai's gaze fixed on the screen, his anger erupting like thunder. Lu Xingyan, what is your son up to? Does he intend to slaughter all the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom? Is he really here to seize the island? How dare he kill members of the Yuan clan in broad daylight? This is utterly lawless. Lu Xingyan didn't hold back, confronting Yuan Kai head-on. The one who died was your nephew, not your son. What are you shouting about? Zhang Shi's son was killed by me, and he's still sitting there obediently. You're no match for me, so don't make a scene in front of me. Yuan Kai, if you want to fight, come at me. I'll see you to the end. Yuan Kai glared with eyes wide open, nearly spitting fire, but could only grit his teeth and leave one sentence. Lu Xingyan, you just wait. Lu Xingyan scratched his ear. I've heard that line so many times my ears are about to bleed. I've waited for you for at least 8 years. How much longer do you expect me to wait? Yuan Kai was about to explode. Mo Lao interrupted. Enough. This isn't the time for arguing. Everyone, be quiet and watch. As everyone continued to stare intently at the screen, an old man quietly approached Lu Zhenyan, leaned close to his ear, and whispered. Lu Zhanshun. Your son just graduated from high school this year, right? With his talent, getting into Yanjing Martial Arts University should be no problem. Would you be willing to send Lu Hong to our Yanjing Martial Arts University for further studies? This elderly man was none other than the president of Yanjing Martial Arts University, Zhou Hongyan. Old Zhou. You're trying to poach someone right under my nose? That might not go over well. Everyone knows that Zhenyan is a proud graduate of our Nanlin Martial Arts University. Lu Hong should naturally follow in his father's footsteps and choose Nanlin Martial Arts University as his first choice. The president of Nanlin Martial Arts University, Su Zhangyan, had appeared from the side and approached the two men. Su Zhangyan looked at Lu Zhenyan with a tone full of affection. Zhenyan. You are the pride of our South Forest Martial Arts University. You left here and became one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Empire. Back then, during your days as a student at Nanlin Wuda, both teachers and students cared for you deeply, treating you as their own. As the president, I also hope you can introduce Lu Hong back to Nanlin. Let him continue to grow on this land filled with memories. We will spare no resources to nurture him carefully. Let him grow into an outstanding talent just like you. Lu Zhenyan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden talent recruitment battle, leaving him at a loss for words. Yuan Kai, standing beside him, felt even more resentful. He snorted coldly. Whether he can even come back alive is another matter. Why are you rushing to recruit him now? What's so special about him? However, the two principals seemed to ignore Yuan Kai's words, continuing to stand by Lu Zhenyan's side and persistently pleading their case. Yuan Kai, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger but could do nothing about it. Just then, Mo Lao's gaze fell upon them, and he coldly said, What are you doing? I just said to keep quiet. The battle for the island isn't over yet. You're already trying to take people? If you keep arguing, get out. The two principals, upon hearing Mo Lao speak, quickly returned to their seats. After speaking, Mo Lao slowly walked toward Lu Zhenyan and whispered in a voice almost inaudible, Zhenyan. You know I'm the honorary principal of North War Martial Arts University. Let Lu Hong come to North War Martial Arts University. Lu Zhenyan was stunned. What? You just told everyone to watch the island taking battle in peace. Now you're turning around and trying to poach him too? Alright. You're the most senior. You're the strongest. You're the oldest. You decide. Chapter 16. No one ever told me that what we were supposed to capture was a complete island or a ruined one. After Yuan Zhen's death, everyone was as skittish as birds startled by a bowstring, keeping their distance from Lu Hong and unconsciously gathering in the direction where Mo Qilin was located, fearing that Lu Hong's anger might spill over onto them. Only the leader of the Yanzi army, accompanied by the remaining members of his unit, remained by Lu Hong's side. Lu Hong turned to the leader of the Yanzi army and asked, What is your name? The man's voice was firm and resolute. My name is Wang Hu. I am a member of the Yanzi army. Lu Hong pressed further. Wang Hu, I killed one of your men from the Yanzi army. Do you hold a grudge against me? Wang Hu bowed deeply, his voice filled with respect, reporting to Lu. Lu sir. We are the soldiers of the general. We must obey the general's orders without question. Now that you are here, your orders are the general's orders. The death of Xiao Qi was because she violated military discipline and is no longer a member of the Yanzi army. She reaped what she sowed. I and the rest of my brothers swear to follow you to the death. We will climb mountains of knives and dive into seas of fire without hesitation. Behind Wang Hu, the remaining soldiers of the Yan army shouted in unison. Follow Lord Lu. Climb mountains of knives, dive into seas of fire, we will not hesitate. Follow Lord Lu. Climb mountains of knives, dive into seas of fire, we will not hesitate. Lu Hong heard this, a faint smile curving his lips, and nodded. If that is the case, I will lead you all back victorious. However, I want elite warriors, not dead weight. On the journey ahead, I do not want to see any cowardice or weakness. Lu Hong's voice was soft, but it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer, clear and unquestionable. Wang Hu could sense that this was his chance. Not just an opportunity to win the island-taking battle and return alive, but a chance to change his destiny. Following Lu Hong, perhaps he, Wang Hu, could also rise to greatness. Wang Hu hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Lu. Just then, Mo Qilin walked over slowly and said, Lu Hong. Let's talk for a moment? This was the first time Lu Hong had taken a close look at Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin was still young, with deep-set features and piercing eyes. During the earlier chaos, Lu Hong had clearly sensed Mo Qilin's immense power. Despite both being SS-tier talents, Mo Qilin's strength was clearly no weaker than his own. If he were to engage Mo Qilin in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't have a guaranteed chance of victory. Lu Hong whispered, Let's talk here. Mo Qilin replied solemnly, We're all here to participate in the island-seizing battle. Our objectives are the same. To secure victory in this island capture battle. To secure the first victory for the Great Xia Kingdom in the island seizing battle. However, as you saw earlier, the combined strength of the allied forces surpasses ours. Moreover, they have so many forests to use as cover. If we venture deep into the jungle, we will inevitably be ambushed. At that point, the outcome would be uncertain and the risks would be extremely high. We must come up with a foolproof plan. Lu Hong blared back sharply, "What? Are you suggesting I go alone into enemy territory to scout?" Mo Qilin shook his head, "No. You stay here. I'll go. If the enemy attacks, we'll need you to lead everyone and face the 10,000 tribes together." Lu Hong asked in confusion, "Why must we enter the forest to search for the traces of the myriad races? It's dangerous and troublesome." Mo Qilin frowned, "But if we don't go in, they won't come out. Isn't that a dead end? We're in the open and they're in the shadows. We'll always be at a disadvantage, taking blows from them. The battle for the island is certain to end in defeat." Lu Hong smiled, "Then let's make them come out on their own, problem solved." Mo Qilin's eyes lit up. "Oh? Do you have a good plan?" Lu Hong smiled faintly. Soon, the sky was once again filled with swirling black and red fire dragons. This time, the fire dragons were not targeting the enemies. Instead, they charged straight toward the dense forest in the distance. The fire dragons suddenly plunged into the dense foliage, igniting a raging inferno in an instant. Flames raged, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. The entire forest was engulfed in a sea of flames. Mo Qilin, seeing this, exclaimed, "Lu Hong, what are you doing?" Lu Hong chuckled lightly, "With such a massive fire burning the entire forest to the ground, do you think the myriad tribes can still stay here? They will have to come out, and we'll just wait here." Mo Qilin looked worried, "But won't this island be destroyed in the process?" Lu Hong smiled indifferently, "The battle for the island. No one ever told me whether we were supposed to seize a complete island or a ruined one. As long as we take the island, isn't that enough?" Everyone's gaze focused on the area engulfed in flames. Under the red glow, everyone's faces looked unusually solemn. As the flames spread, a tense atmosphere quietly spread through the crowd. Their eyes were fixed on the depths of the forest, waiting for the various tribes to emerge from the trees. Everyone was ready to fight at a moment's notice. Everyone knew that once the forest was lost, this battle for the island would devolve into the simplest form of a 100-man melee. The situation that followed would be one of either survival or annihilation. Suddenly, amidst the blazing flames, a towering figure emerged like a mountain. It was the golden monkey of the myriad races. Its figure shone brilliantly against the backdrop of the flames. Behind the golden monkey, countless members of the 10,000 clans emerged from the flames. Mo Qilin glared coldly at the crowd of the 10,000 clans and raised his arm. "Kill!" At his command, the entire battlefield was shaken by an invisible force, causing the air to tremble. It was the Mo Qilin's SS rank innate ability, the dark space. A pitch-black black hole reappeared in the sky, emitting heart-stopping ripples. The eyes of the Great Xia warriors instantly grew resolute and icy. They knew that this moment was not just about survival, but about fighting for honor and belief. Among the myriad races, the golden ape charged forward first. He let out a piercing roar, each step causing the earth to tremble, leading the vast army of the 10,000 clans forward, unstoppable. As the elite forces of the myriad races surged forward like a tidal wave, the warriors of the Great Xia Empire found themselves caught in a whirlwind of chaos, struggling desperately but gradually succumbing to the overwhelming force. In just a moment of clash, the Great Xia side suffered another severe blow. Except for Mo Qilin and Lu Hong, the rest fell one after another, utterly unable to stand against the myriad races. Cries of agony filled the air. Within the secret chambers of the Great Xia Empire, all the high-ranking officials witnessed this scene, their hearts heavy with sorrow, shaking their heads in despair. Even with Mo Qilin and Lu Hong, two warriors who have awakened SS-tier talent, the situation remains dire. We have mobilized the entire nation's strength, sending our most powerful 5th-tier warriors this year. Why is this happening? The gap between us and the 10,000 clans seems far greater than we ever imagined. Is this year really not enough? Look at Mo Qilin. Even if he's as powerful as he is, he's still at a disadvantage when facing 10 attackers. Mo Qilin is almost at his limit. It's over. This island-taking battle is lost. Mo Lao's gaze fell on Mo Qilin's struggling figure, his face betraying a mix of reluctance and pain. Mo Qilin was, after all, his own grandson, and every struggle he made tugged at his heart. Watching his beloved grandson fight desperately amidst the flashing blades, about to collapse from exhaustion. Mo Lao's heart felt as though it were being struck by a heavy hammer, each blow sending waves of pain through his internal organs. Lu Zhenyan also watched the screen nervously, searching for Lu Hong's figure. Originally, he had sent Lu Hong here to gain prestige. This year's contingent sent by the Great Xia Kingdom was far more prestigious than any previous year. However, the harsh reality doused his illusions like cold water. Even with such a powerful team, they were still unable to breach the impenetrable defenses of the 10,000 clans. Lu Zhenyan felt a deep sense of guilt welling up inside him. What am I doing? Am I really pushing my own son into the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, into certain death? Liu Ruyan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look! Everyone, look! Our great Xia kingdom is not without hope. Chapter 17, 1? No, not yet. Everyone's gaze turned toward the screen in unison. 9 black dragon-colored fire dragons instantly filled the entire screen. Against the backdrop of the raging flames, Lu Hong's figure flickered in and out of view. The Yanzi army soldiers beside Lu Hong were falling one after another. The leader of the Yanzi army, Wang, was covered in blood, engaged in a life-or-death struggle with a bloodthirsty wolf. Wang, whose arms trembled uncontrollably from exhaustion, and each attempt to grip the blade in his hands felt arduous and heavy. It seemed as though even the blade that had accompanied him in countless battles was sensing its master's exhaustion. Even if I die, I'll take your life with me. The blood wolf's claws ran through its fur, its eyes filled with contempt. Whoosh! A blur of movement flashed by. The blood wolf vanished in an instant. Wang, whose heart jolted in shock, but it was already too late. A fierce wind unlike anything he had ever experienced swept toward him, carrying a terrifying force capable of shaking the soul, striking directly at the depths of his consciousness. Is this how I die? I, Wang, refused to accept this. Bang! The next second. Wang did not get hit in the head as he had expected. Instead, the blood wolf in front of him collapsed to the ground. A blood-red staff was embedded in the blood wolf's chest, blood gushing out and staining everything around it red. Lu Hong gently pulled the stick out of the blood wolf's body, his gaze deep and resolute. Wang, follow me. I will protect you. Wang's eyes flickered with golden light. The blood wolf, which he had fought with all his strength and couldn't even scratch. Lu Hong had killed it with a single strike. This was the gap between S rank and SS rank. SS rank talent is really that powerful? That's terrifying. What are you standing there for? Follow me. Do you want to die? With Lu Hong's furious shout, Wang snapped out of his daze and followed closely behind Lu Hong, witnessing the miracle unfolding before him. Boom! 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky. Lu Hong took a giant step forward, landing on the head of one of the dragons. Though Lu Hong's figure was small, he stood out brilliantly against the backdrop of the fire dragons. Wherever the fire dragons passed, no one from the myriad races could stand in their way. Even the golden ape, which had charged to the forefront among the myriad races, was instantly devoured by the fire dragons. In just a few seconds, they were reduced to ashes. The black Qilin, which was not far away, was also surrounded by over 10 members of the myriad races. Although the black Qilin had awakened its SS rank talent, the dark space. However, his talent is not a purely offensive ability. Instead, it was a special spatial type talent. This spatial type talent becomes more powerful as the martial artist's cultivation reaches higher levels. If the black Qilin were to reach the high-tier martial artist realm, he could even become invincible among peers of the same rank. However, at present, the power of Mo Qilin's SS rank talent is still too limited. He can only use spatial power to cause limited damage within a small area. Compared to Lu Hong's 9 nether dragon fire, a purely offensive talent, it is far inferior. Facing over 10 members of the 10,000 clans, the black Qilin had no idea how to escape and could only struggle to hold on. With a thunderous roar, a fiery dragon suddenly appeared. It engulfed the 10,000 clans surrounding Mo Qilin. In just a few seconds, several elite warriors from the 10,000 clans surrounding Mo Qilin were completely devoured by the fire dragon. The remaining few members of the myriad races, witnessing this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and they all took a few steps back. Upon seeing Lu Hong, the tension in the black Qilin's heart eased. He looked at Lu Hong with a relieved smile. Lu Hong, you've arrived. Lu Hong replied coldly, I told you I would make these creatures hiding in the forest have nowhere to hide. I never expected you lot to be so easily defeated. I hadn't even had a chance to act, and you've all fallen. Mo Qilin, watch closely. The remaining tribes will be dealt with by me alone. Lu Hong's purely aggressive innate talent allowed him to move through this low-tier 100-man melee as if he were alone. His fire dragons had become an inescapable nightmare in the hearts of the 10,000 tribes. Though each of these tribesmen was brave and skilled in battle, they could not escape the fragility of human nature in the face of life and death. They were the elite warriors of their respective tribes. They did not want to die in this island-seizing battle. They only wanted to survive and return home. Faced with Lu Hong's terrifying power, they all lost their former pride and fighting spirit. Fear began to spread like a plague. A member of the myriad races began to retreat. Soon, the rest of the multiracial warriors followed suit, retreating one after another. Finally, all the remaining members of the 10,000 clans began to flee the battlefield. Lu Hong smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Escape? Where can you escape to now? To the fiery inferno in the forest behind you? You won't escape. Why not just enjoy this feast of flames instead? With a loud boom, 9 fire dragons emerged simultaneously, chasing after the remaining tribes. The remaining Daxia warriors were not idle either, following closely behind Lu Hong as they pursued the fleeing races. Mo Qilin, utilizing his spatial abilities, sealed off the escape routes of the myriad clans, trapping them together, waiting for Lu Hong's slaughter. As the black-red fire dragons rampaged on the island, aside from the raging flames in the forest, only the people of the Great Xia Kingdom remained on the beach. As for the allied forces of the myriad races, they were all burned to ashes by Lu Hong's fire dragons. Inside the Great Xia Kingdom's secret chamber, the lights shone brightly, illuminating faces brimming with joy and excitement. The high-ranking officials rose to their feet, their eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Cheers erupted in waves, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent. We've won! We've won! The island taking battle. We've won! This is the first time in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom that we have successfully won the island conquest battle. Lu Hong! Lu Hong! Lu Hong! Lu Hong's name was shouted countless times, like a heroic anthem, echoing through the skies. At that moment, Lu Hong became the brightest star in the Great Xia Kingdom. At that moment, Lu Hong lay quietly on the soft sand, his eyes tightly closed, his body seemingly drained of all strength, motionless. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest betrayed the resilience of his life. Lu Hong had expended far too much of his vital energy this time. With his third-tier martial artist cultivation, he simply didn't have enough vital energy to waste so recklessly. What has sustained him thus far is the S-ranked equipment, the Hellfire Staff. This Hellfire Staff is rated S-class precisely because it can continuously restore the host's vital energy. This is also why Lu Hong has been able to endure for so long. All the martial artists from the Great Xia Empire on the island were also basking in the joy of victory. Although only 15 of them survived in the end. However, they are all heroes of the Great Xia Kingdom. They are the first warriors to win the island conquest battle. They will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history and remembered by future generations. Lu Hong had just rested for a moment when his brows suddenly furrowed. Something was wrong. The system hasn't sent any notifications yet. That means the island capture battle is not over yet. Lu Hong quickly stood up and shouted, "Wang Hu! Count the number of corpses from the 10,000 clans." Wang Hu looked puzzled but complied nonetheless, "Yes." Mo Qilin also approached and asked in a solemn voice, "What's wrong, Lu Hong? Do you think there's still someone left?" Lu Hong said solemnly, "Wait until Wang Hu returns before we discuss it further." Shortly afterward, Wang Hu returned, clasping his hands together and reporting to Lord Lu. "There are currently 38 corpses of the 10,000 clans on the island." Lu Hong furrowed his brows. "I remember that we burned 61 members of the 10,000 clans to ashes. So, only 99 10,000 clan members died? There's still one member of the 10,000 clans left on this island?" Mo Qilin exclaimed in astonishment, "That's impossible. My innate ability is spatial manipulation. I've searched the battlefield thoroughly, and there are no remaining Wanzone left behind." "Lu Hong, are you being too cautious? We've already won." Lu Hong pondered for a moment. "We've won? No, not yet. There's still one possibility. This remaining member of the 10,000 clans has never set foot on the main battlefield." Lu Hong pointed to the northwest corner of the island map, the only gorge there. "He might have been hiding here the whole time." Chapter 18, 1 minute? Not enough. 10 seconds will do. In the secret chamber of the Great Xia Kingdom, the atmosphere was tense. Mo Lao ordered everyone to carefully review the video footage. Reporting to Mo Lao, our surveillance footage has only captured 99 members of the 10,000 clans from start to finish. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Mo Lao's gaze fixed intently on the screen as he murmured, "It seems the battle for the island is far from over." Everyone's nerves tightened once again. Lu Hong did not hesitate. He stood up, gripped the Hellfire Staff, and headed toward the canyon marked on the map. Mo Qilin and the others followed closely behind Lu Hong, each step heavy and resolute. At the same time, dozens of drones followed behind them, recording the final battle of the island taking operation. Lu Hong swept his arm, and the forest, which had been engulfed in flames, suddenly parted to reveal a path. All the flames parted to the sides, as if revealing a void. Lu Hong led the group straight ahead, stepping into the path and continuing forward. Suddenly, an odd and distant sound grew closer. The sound was strange and mysterious, echoing in their ears like an ancient incantation. As Lu Hong and his group ventured deeper, the sound grew clearer. It sounded like thousands of bees buzzing in their ears, creating an unsettling hum. Lu Hong led the group to the valley marked on the map. It was a massive canyon, dozens of meters deep, resembling a gash in the earth. Everyone looked down into the canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, a member of the Thunder Spirit tribe stood in the center, muttering incomprehensible incantations. The Thunder Spirit tribe member held an intricately carved staff in his hands, slowly waving it through the air, as if guiding some mysterious force. The air was filled with an indescribable tension. Wang Hu, seeing only one person, sneered, "Just one Thunder Spirit tribe member? With so many of us, we can handle him easily." Mo Qilin grabbed Wang Hu's arm and said in a low voice, "Wait. Look. He's not an ordinary Thunder Spirit tribe member. There's a blue horn on his head. He's a member of the royal family of the Thunder Spirit tribe." Wang Hu coldly replied, royal family? So what? We outnumber him. We can still kill him. Just then, the leader of the Thunder Spirit tribe suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through the obstacles, directly locking onto Lu Hong and the others. A cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed sharply. Since we've been discovered, let's move. Wang Hu couldn't hold back any longer and was the first to leap down the steep wall into the canyon below, charging toward the Thunder Spirit tribe member. The others followed closely behind, eager to contribute their final efforts. After all, this island-seizing battle had almost become Lu Hong's personal showcase. Now that only the last member of the 10,000 clans remained, they could at least put in some effort. For the glory of the Great Xia Empire and for the fallen warriors of the Great Xia, everyone was holding back, eager to unleash their pent-up energy at that moment. Zzz. Suddenly, a terrifying purple light erupted from the staff of the Thunder Spirit tribe member. Like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky, it exploded instantly among the crowd. Terrifying blood energy rampaged through the air. With a single strike, the scene fell silent. Except for Lu Hong and Mo Qilin, everyone else was charred black and lay motionless on the ground. Lu Hong and Mo Qilin exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with disbelief. The strength of this Thunder Spirit clan member far surpassed any opponent Lu Hong had ever faced before, and was even stronger than some 6th-rank martial artists. Zzz. Before Lu Hong and Mo Qilin could react, another bolt of lightning, carrying terrifying power, struck toward them. Lu Hong was filled with terror, instinctively raising his Hellfire staff to block the devastating blow. Just as the forces collided, Lu Hong felt an irresistible force emanating from the tip of the staff. His entire body was sent flying over 10 meters before finally stabilizing his stance. Lu Hong staggered to his feet, shaking his numb hands vigorously, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. What kind of power was this? How terrifying! The Thunder Spirit tribe members he had encountered earlier didn't possess such strength. This was far beyond the limits of a 6th-tier martial artist. Lu Hong could clearly sense that he was no match for the Thunder Spirit tribe member before him. Just then, Lu Hong noticed a massive purple crystal embedded in the ground at the center of the canyon. The purple crystal continuously emitted purple energy, which was being transmitted to the Thunder Spirit tribe member. Lu Hong asked in confusion, "What is that?" Mo Qilin's expression changed drastically upon seeing the purple crystal. "That's the Thunder Crystal. There's a Thunder Crystal on this island." No wonder the Thunder Spirit tribe sent their royal descendants to participate in the island seizure battle. Lu Hong asked, "What is the Thunder Crystal?" Mo Qilin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he struggled to speak. Thunder Crystal contains a massive amount of thunder-attributed energy. A complete Thunder Crystal contains enough thunder-attributed energy to surpass the power of a 9th-tier martial artist. It can easily destroy an entire city. The Thunder Crystal before us seems to be a defective one. However, even a defective Thunder Crystal possesses immense power. If that Thunder Spirit tribe member were to absorb it, it would be enough to eliminate all of us with ease. The sound we heard earlier was likely the Thunder Spirit tribe's secret technique. This member of the Thunder Spirit tribe's royal family is currently absorbing the power of this defective Thunder Crystal. And it seems to be halfway complete. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that the power he is currently wielding is entirely dependent on this Thunder Crystal? Is there any way to counter it?" Mo Qilin's face flashed a resolute expression as he spoke firmly, "Others can't. But I can. I have awakened a spatial-type talent. I can sever the connection between this Thunder Spirit tribe member and the Thunder Crystal. However, I can only hold on for 1 minute. Within that minute, you must eliminate this Thunder Spirit tribe member. Otherwise, we'll all die." Lu Hong murmured, 1 minute? That's more than enough. All right. Mo Qilin suddenly found a deep, dark vortex opening before him. He flickered and vanished into it. As if swallowed by space, he vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Mo Qilin and the black hole simultaneously appeared before the Crystal of Thunder. Mo Qilin used his own body as a shield, resolutely blocking the endless flow of energy between the Crystal of Thunder and the royal family of the Thunder Spirit tribe. The Thunder Spirit clan royal family, seeing this, their expressions changed drastically, and a flash of horror crossed their eyes. He swiftly raised his staff, channeling a terrifying thunderstorm, intending to strike Mo Qilin down. "Your opponent is now me." Lu Hong's voice echoed through the thunder, as 9 black and red intertwined fire dragons soared into the sky behind him, charging toward the Thunder Spirit tribe with a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The flames raged like a furious sea, instantly engulfing everything in their path, even the air seemed to ignite. 1 minute? Not enough. 10 seconds would suffice. As the energy link between the Thunder Crystal and the Thunder Spirit clan royal family was completely severed. That member of the Thunder Spirit clan royal family was only slightly stronger than an ordinary Thunder Spirit clan member. Could Lu Hong, who could kill dozens of members of various clans, not kill this single Thunder Spirit clan member? The member of the Thunder Spirit clan royal family let out a desperate roar. He was ultimately reduced to ashes by the flames. In the secret chamber of the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone watched the scene through drones and cheered once again. We've won. We've truly won. The Great Xia has finally won the island-seizing battle. We are the victors. However, Mo Lao's face showed no trace of joy at the victory. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen, silent and still, with an indescribable heaviness lingering around him. Those around him quickly noticed the unusual change in Mo Lao's demeanor and asked with concern, Mo Lao? What's wrong? Has something else happened? Chapter 19, North War Martial Arts University? I've never heard of it. Mo Lao took a deep breath, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. There are no further developments. Our Great Xia has won this island-seizing battle. Mo Qilin is also a martyr. Martyr? What does that mean? Mo Qilin was still alive just now. How could he become a martyr? The surroundings fell silent instantly. Mo Qilin was Mo Lao's own grandson. Everyone held their breath, unable to speak. Mo Qilin, he. Mo Lao's voice trembled slightly, as if each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Mo Qilin is sacrificing his life to protect this victory. He used his spatial abilities to sever the connection between the Thunder Crystal and the Thunder Spirit tribe. He redirected that destructive force entirely toward himself. However, Mo Qilin has not awakened any lightning-related abilities. Even the fragmented lightning crystal contains power that he cannot withstand. His body will gradually collapse under the rampage of the Thunder Crystal. Until, 1 minute later, it would vanish completely. What? 1 minute? No wonder Mo Qilin gave Lu Hong 1 minute. This was the time Mo Qilin had traded for with his life. It was his final contribution to victory. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the relentless ticking of time. Everyone's hearts were filled with admiration and sorrow for Mo Qilin. He was destined to become a young hero in the annals of history. Mo Qilin's body had reached its limit, blood seeping from his mouth and nose stained his color red, but the corners of his mouth still stubbornly curled upward, forming a faint, resigned smile. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Qilin gathered all his strength, his voice weak but resolute. "The power of the Thunder Crystal far exceeds my ability to control it. I can no longer hold on. But our battle to reclaim the island has been won. I can now rest in peace with a smile on my face." Lu Hong frowned and asked, "Was it worth it?" Mo Qilin smiled lightly. "Of course it's worth it. It was worth sacrificing my life for the glory of the Great Xia Kingdom. If every citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom were like this, how could we fail to annihilate all the tribes?" Lu Hong's eyes flickered with confusion. "You just want to die?" Mo Qilin sighed bitterly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Of course I don't want to die. But for the victory of the island-taking battle, I have no choice. I channeled the power of the Thunder Crystal into my body. Now, there's nothing I can do to save myself." Lu Hong chuckled. "Who says no one can save you? I can." Just moments ago, after Lu Hong had slain the last member of the 10,000 tribes, a notification sounded in the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the island-seizing battle. Reward, SS rank talent, Heavenly Extreme Thunder. ZZZZ. Lu Hong's body was enveloped in surging lightning, his aura terrifying. Countless blinding bolts of lightning surged toward him from all directions. In that moment, Lu Hong seemed to merge with the thunder and lightning, every inch of his skin covered in purple lightning, flickering with a light that made one's heart race. It was as though he had become the master of thunder and lightning. The next second, Lu Hong's right hand suddenly transformed into a purple lightning bolt, piercing the lightning crystal with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the purple light erupted, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day, making it seem like a dazzling dream. The power of lightning raged wildly within Lu Hong's body, each current coursing through his meridians like living creatures, bringing unbearable pain and immense strength. However, Lu Hong seemed oblivious to the pain. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with an unwavering determination, vowing to tame this power. After an unknown amount of time, the purple light finally began to fade. Lu Hong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He utilized his newly awakened SS rank talent, Heavenly Extreme Thunder. He absorbed all the energy from the Thunder Crystal into his body. Lu Hong's vital energy surged, propelling him into the 4th-tier martial artist realm. At that moment, Lu Hong felt his entire body brimming with power. Even if 100 elite warriors from the 10,000 clans were to attack him, Lu Hong was confident he could single-handedly wipe them all out. "I am a man of my word. If I say I can save someone, I will." Mo Qilin couldn't believe it as he touched his own body. The thunderous energy that had been rampaging within him had vanished without a trace. Mo Qilin stared at Lu Hong for a long time before finally speaking in disbelief. "You've awakened an SS rank Thunder attribute? You've awakened dual SS rank attributes? What kind of demonic genius are you?" Boom! At that moment, several helicopters roared in. War God Mo Jianjun slowly stepped out of the helicopter, his stride steady and solemn. His gaze swept over everyone present, his eyes flickering with unhidden excitement and relief. "You brave warriors." Mo Jianjun's voice boomed, cutting through the chaos and striking straight to the heart. "You have forged glory with your fearless spirit. The island reclamation battle marked the first time the Great Xia Kingdom has ever held its head high. The glory of victory belongs to each and every one of you. You are the backbone of the nation and the pride of the people. Your names will be etched into the annals of history and celebrated by future generations." Having spoken, he surveyed the surroundings and saw that only a dozen or so warriors had survived. Apart from Lu Hong and Mo Qilin, the rest lay motionless on the ground. Everyone was carefully loaded onto the helicopters. Though their bodies were severely wounded, their hearts were filled with the joy of victory. The pain they felt was now buried deep beneath an overwhelming sense of honor and pride. As soon as Lu Hong boarded the helicopter, Mo Jianjun hurried forward. "Lu Hong, your father and I have been old friends. Don't be so formal, just call me Uncle Mo." Lu Hong didn't understand what Mo Jianjun meant and asked, "Mo uncle? What's going on?" Mo Jianjun cleared his throat and said, "At the last moment, you saved Mo Qilin's life. I came here specifically to thank you." Lu Hong rolled his eyes, feeling slightly annoyed. "You, Mo Jianjun, are one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. I saved a genius from your Mo family who had awakened SS level talent. And now you're just thanking me with words? You're really being cheap to the core." Lu Hong still had to go through the motions. "Mo war god, you're too kind." Mo Jianjun smiled. "Lu Hong, I have some good news to share with you. I hear you just graduated from high school this year. I am the vice president of North War University. I am formally inviting you to join North War University. You do not need to take any entrance exams and can enroll directly. Furthermore, I promise, I will arrange for the best teachers in the entire school to guide you. Furthermore, the school will provide you with no fewer than 26 tier or higher pills each month for your cultivation, available for you to take as needed. What's more, after completing your studies, you will be able to freely select one piece of equipment from the school's armory, whether it is an A grade or S grade treasure. As long as you set your sights on it, you may take it with you." Lu Hong was stunned for a moment, his mind in turmoil. The war god Mo Jianjun was actually extending an olive branch to him, inviting him to join the North War Martial Arts University? Moreover, the conditions attached to this invitation were unprecedentedly generous and lavish. In Lu Hong's memory, even those prestigious universities vying for students with SS grade talent could only offer a few pills a month as a token of their favor. Yet Mo Jianjun was offering resources and support far beyond imagination. How could he not be tempted? Lu Hong almost blurted out his acceptance. But reason and caution forced him to suppress that impulse. His newly awakened dual SS rank talent was already a rarity in the Great Xia Kingdom. Across the entire nation, the best martial arts universities were at his disposal. Over the years, everyone knew that the 2 most prestigious universities in the Great Xia Kingdom were the Yanjiang Martial Arts University and the Nanlin Martial Arts University. The Northern War Martial Arts University mentioned by Mo Jianjun? I've never even heard of it before. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Lu Hong joins the Northern War Martial Arts University? Did you ask us? Lu Hong didn't respond immediately but spoke slowly. "Uncle Mo, I'll give it some thought. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while." Mo Jianjun grew impatient at this point. He hadn't expected that even with such generous terms, Lu Hong still needed time to think it over. Although Lu Hong possessed dual SS tier talent, the Great Xia Kingdom had never lacked geniuses. Every year, the Great Xia Kingdom awakens numerous SS tier martial artists, and even double SS tier ones are not unheard of. This year, in particular, was a year of exceptional talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, with even SSS tier martial artists emerging. No martial arts academy across the entire nation could offer Lu Hong such terms. Even martial artists who awaken SSS level talent don't receive such treatment. Mo Jianjun had received a direct order from Mo Lao, the old patriarch, to enroll Lu Hong into the North War Martial Arts Academy before the plane even landed. Don't underestimate Mo Jianjun, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. The person he fears most is Mo Lao. If this matter is not handled properly, he will face severe consequences upon his return. Mo Jianjun clenched his teeth and said, "Lu Hong, as long as you agree to join the North War Martial Arts University, I will provide you with 30 pills every month. Additionally, you will be granted 2 opportunities to enter the secret realm each year." Secret realm? What is that? Lu Hong asked doubtfully. Mo Jianjun explained, during the invasion of the 10,000 clans, besides awakening their innate talents, humans across the Great Xia Kingdom discovered various secret realms. These secret realms became invaluable resources for us to combat external enemies and enhance ourselves. Later, the Great Xia Kingdom established numerous martial arts universities across the country. Each martial arts university possesses its own unique secret realm treasure. However, the true value of a secret realm lies in the fact that its usage is limited. Every opportunity to enter a secret realm is extremely precious. The secret realm of our Northern War Martial Arts University is called Mirror of the Self. Upon entering the secret realm, you will face an opponent who is identical to you in appearance, cultivation level, and innate talent. If you can defeat the mirror self, you will gain significant enhancements from the secret realm. The amount of chi and blood power obtained varies from person to person. There have been cases where someone entered the secret realm just once and instantly increased their vital energy by 10%. The secret realm not only drastically shortens cultivation time but also enhances the mastery of one's innate talents and practical combat experience. The secret realm at our North War Martial Arts University is among the top-tier secret realms in the entire nation. At North War Martial Arts University, only the first-place winner of the annual grand competition among ordinary students is granted a single opportunity to enter the secret realm. If you agree to join North War Martial Arts University, I will grant you a special exemption, allowing you 2 opportunities to enter the secret realm each year. The person in the mirror, the secret realm. Lu Hong was tempted, almost ready to agree to Mo Jianjun's offer and join North War Martial Arts University. Just then, a helicopter landed slowly. On the helipad, a crowd gathered, comprising the elite and high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom. They were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the return of Lu Hong and the others. Welcome home, heroes of the Great Xia Kingdom. As Lu Hong and the others stepped off the plane, the crowd erupted into deafening applause and cheers. Lu Xinyan quickly pushed through the crowd, embraced Lu Hong tightly, and his face radiated with uncontrollable pride and joy. Good boy. You hid your talents well. A double SS rank talent even your own father couldn't detect a single trace. Lu Hong replied softly, you didn't ask. At that moment, Mo Jianjun stepped in at the right time, placing his arm around Lu Xinyan's shoulder. Xinyan, I've already discussed it with Lu Hong on the plane. Lu Hong is ready to join our Northern Martial Arts Academy. You don't have any objections, do you? Lu Xinyan laughed heartily, as long as Lu Hong agrees, that's fine. Mo Jianjun burst into laughter, then it's settled. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Mo Jianjun's laughter. Lu Hong joining the North War Martial Arts University? Did you ask us? The man who had arrived was none other than Zhou Hongyan, the principal of Yanjing Martial Arts University. Su Zhengyan, the principal of Nanlin Martial Arts University, also appeared beside him. Lu Hong turned around in surprise. Could his performance in the island seizure battle have caught their attention? Had he become the prized catch that numerous martial arts universities were vying for? Zhou Hongyan looked at Lu Hong and spoke in a gentle tone, Lu Hong. You should know that the best martial arts university in the Great Xia Kingdom is our Yanjing Martial Arts University. What conditions did the Northern Martial Arts University offer you? We at Yanjing Martial Arts University can agree to all of them. Your future is worth everything we have to cultivate you. Su Zhengyan, hearing this, refused to be outdone, his tone tinged with arrogance. Principal Zhou, you are mistaken. Our Nanlin Martial Arts University has a long history and a rich heritage. In terms of teaching quality and resources, we are no inferior to Yanjing. Lu Hong, if you were to join our Nanlin Wuda, we would also offer you the same treatment. Moreover, your father, Lu Xinyan, is an outstanding alumnus of our Nanlin University of Martial Arts. Lu Hong, if you were to join our university, it would be a continuation of the bond between 2 generations. Lu Hong knew that these people were determined to have him at all costs. Behind this, it was not merely because he had awakened the rare double SS grade talent. More importantly, he had won the first island capture battle of the Great Xia Kingdom. This honor was what they cared about most. Which martial arts university wouldn't want to leave such an important mark in history? Lu Hong also pondered in his heart what the upper limit of the conditions these martial arts universities could offer him might be. A smile curled the corners of his lips as he spoke. The Northern War Martial Arts Academy has already promised to gift me an S-rank equipment piece. Additionally, they will provide 30 precious pills each month to aid in my cultivation. Additionally, Mo Jianxin mentioned that the Northern War Martial Arts Academy's secret realm, Mirror of the Self, will be open to me twice a year. Zhou Hongyan snorted coldly, humph. That's all Mo Jianjun gave you? What's that worth? If you're willing to join the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, I'll give you 2 S-rank equipment pieces right now. Furthermore, I'll allow you to enter the secret realm of the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy 5 times a year. Lastly, the pills we provide each month will be unlimited. As long as you use them for your own cultivation, you can take as many pills as you want from Yanjing Martial Arts University. Unlimited. Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyan immediately shouted, Old Zhou, what use is the secret realm of Yanjing Wuda? It's just a secret realm for making pills, right? 5 times a year? I wouldn't go even if you gave me 10 times a year. Then Su Zhengyan turned to Lu Hong with a soft, tempting tone and said, Lu Hong, as long as you come to our Nanlin Martial Arts University, I promise. As long as you cultivate, there will be no limit to the pills you can obtain each month. As for S-rank equipment? No need. As long as you come, I will personally forge a SS rank equipment just for you. Its power far surpasses ordinary S-rank equipment by over 100 times. Additionally, the secret realm of Nanlin Martial Arts University will always be open to you. Due to the special restrictions of the secret realm, each person can only enter once a month. Therefore, Nanlin Martial Arts University will provide you with 12 opportunities to enter the secret realm each year. Whenever you wish to enter the secret realm of Nanlin Martial Arts University, you may do so at any time. Having finished speaking, Su Zhengyan's gaze swept arrogantly over the crowd. Mo Jianjun's face immediately fell. Nanlin Martial Arts University is literally going all out to poach Lu Hong, sparing no expense. Giving a student SS tier equipment? Unlimited access to elixirs? Free entry to the secret realm every month? These conditions are something Mo Jianjun knows he could never match. This is way too generous. Chapter 21, SSS Rank Talent, 9 Dragon Holy Flame. Lu Hong listened carefully and felt even more deeply how generous the conditions offered by Nanlin Martial Arts University were, clearly far surpassing those of other martial arts universities. Zhou Hongyan from Yenjing Martial Arts University, unwilling to be outdone, clenched his teeth and retorted, Su Zhengyan. The secret realm of your Nanlin Martial Arts University is just a forge. Lu Hong's talent shouldn't be wasted there. Our alchemists at Yenjing Martial Arts University are the perfect stage for him. Lu Hong, if you're willing to join Yenjing Martial Arts University, the conditions Su Zhengyan just proposed, we at Yenjing Martial Arts University will agree to all of them. You will be granted access to the secret realm once a month. I guarantee that at our Yenjing Martial Arts University, we will help you excel in both alchemy and martial arts, achieving extraordinary accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyan's anger surged, his face flushing red as he shouted in rebuttal, Zhou Hongyan, are you trying to steal him from me? Lu Hong's awakened dual SS rank talents are fire and thunder attributes. This is clearly a divine gift for the forging domain. Lu Hong, he is ours from South Forest Martial Arts University. Zhou Hongyan retorted sharply, Lu Hong, he's clearly a treasure of the alchemy field. Yenjing Wuda is his true home. Mo Jianjun watched the two of them arguing until their faces were red, and instantly lost heart. Yenjing Martial Arts University and Nanlin Martial Arts University respectively dominate the fields of alchemy and weapon forging. Both universities are financially powerful, far beyond the reach of the North War University. Although the North War University could produce an SS-grade weapon. However, they couldn't match the unlimited supply of elixirs every month. Moreover, entering the secret realm once a month? That was simply impossible. The North War Martial Arts University already had limited access to the secret realm and couldn't afford to give it all to an unseasoned student. Lu Hong stood between the three factions, looking at the tempting offers each had presented, and for a moment, he found himself unable to make a decision. Ding! Divine Choice System triggered. Lu Hong looked at the three faint blue panels floating before him. Option 1, join the Yenjing Martial Arts University. Reward, host S-rank talent, Alchemy Master. Option 2, join Nanjing Martial Arts University. Reward, host receives an S-rank talent and the title of Forging Master. Option 3, join the North War Martial Arts University. Reward, host talent upgrade. Upgrade one of your talents by 1 rank. HM? Lu Hong's pupils suddenly dilated, his gaze intense as he locked onto the third option. Upgrade one of his talents by 1 rank? He currently possessed 2 SS rank talents. Doesn't that mean one of his talents could be directly upgraded to SSS rank? SSS rank talent. In the Great Xia Kingdom, such talents are as rare as phoenix feathers and dragon horns, a miracle that occurs once in several years. There's no need to choose. Mo Jianjun, just go for it. Even if he's being stingy, I'm joining the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Lu Hong smiled lightly, ignoring the commotion surrounding the Yenjing Martial Arts University and the Nanlin Martial Arts University. His gaze turned to Mo Jianjun, his tone tinged with a hint of inquiry. Lu Hong wanted to try to squeeze a little more out of this stingy war god. General Mo, if I were to join the Northern War Academy, what better privileges could you offer me? The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding area fell silent, and everyone looked astonished. The generous terms offered by the two major martial arts universities in Beijing and Nanjing were clearly superior to those of the Northern Martial Arts University. Why was Lu Hong still asking the Northern War Martial Arts Academy? Mo Jianjun, upon hearing this, flashed a determined look in his eyes and said firmly, Lu Hong, if you are willing to become a member of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy, I, Mo Jianjun, make this promise. Regarding elixirs, while I cannot provide an unlimited supply, I will do my utmost to secure at least 30 high-quality elixirs for you each month. Additionally, I will present you with a carefully selected SS-grade piece of equipment to help you elevate your strength to a new level. As for the secret realm, I will grant you special permission to enter it 3 times a year for trials. Zhou Hongyan heard this and curled his lips in disdain, snorting, 3 times a year? That's far too stingy. Not very generous at all. Su Zhengyan chimed in from the side, trying to lure Lu Hong over. Lu Hong, look, my conditions are much more favorable. Why not come to me instead? Zhou Hongyan urgently exclaimed, come to me. Come to me. At that moment, a voice from the distance broke the commotion. Mo Lao spoke solemnly, Lu Hong. If you join the North War Martial Arts Academy, I promise to allow you to enter its secret realm 6 times a year. This is the greatest privilege I can grant you. The choice is yours. After Mo Lao spoke, everyone stopped arguing. However, Mo Jianjun knew clearly that even with 6 annual opportunities to enter the secret realm, the conditions offered by the North War Martial Arts Academy still couldn't compare to those of the Yin Jing Martial Arts Academy and the Nanlin Martial Arts Academy. Lu Hong's final choice would definitely not be the North War Martial Arts Academy. Mo Jianjun had already prepared himself for not being chosen. Suddenly, he heard Lu Hong's voice in his ear. "I choose to join the North War Martial Arts Academy." Everyone looked at Lu Hong in disbelief. Mo Jianjun couldn't believe his ears and asked in astonishment, "Are you really willing to join our North War Martial Arts Academy?" Zhou Hongnian said resentfully, "What? You're joining the North War Martial Arts Academy? We gave you such good conditions, why did you choose him?" Su Zhangyan also hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Yes. Lu Hong, think it over carefully. Don't act impulsively." Mo Lao spoke solemnly, "Enough? Respect Lu Hong's choice." Given Mo Lao's prestige in the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone finally quieted down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for choosing the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. As a reward, your SS tier talent, 9 Infernal Dragon Fire, has been upgraded to SSS tier talent, 9 Dragon Holy Fire. Lu Hong chose North War Martial Arts University naturally for the SSS rank talent. Even if he had to choose again 10,000 times, he would still choose the Northern War Martial Arts Academy and the SSS rank talent. Immediately after making his choice, Lu Hong could clearly feel the surging flames within his body, as if they were about to burst out of his body. He clenched his teeth, summoned every ounce of his willpower, and, relying on his astonishing self-control, slowly calmed the chaotic energy. At that moment, Lu Hong desperately sought a quiet place to experience the true power of SSS tier talent. As Lu Hong and the others were surrounded by the crowd, basking in the glory of the moment, 2 figures stood out starkly from the crowd. Yuan Kai and Zhang Shi, their expressions dark and ominous. They had no interest in watching Lu Hong receive praise from the crowd and turned to leave immediately. Zhang Shi lowered his voice, his tone laced with cruelty. "Lord Yuan, should I eliminate Lu Hong in secret?" Yuan Kai shook his head. "Lu Hong is the son of Lu Jinyan. To touch him, we must have a legitimate reason." Had it not been for the old fox from the Mo family's insistence, the Yuan clan would never have gotten involved in this island seizure campaign. "We wouldn't have sent Yuan Jin to fight either." Yuan Jin's death was entirely caused by Lu Hong. This debt, the Yuan family will naturally settle. Since Lu Hong caused Yuan Jin's death in the island-seizing battle, I will make Lu Hong die at the hands of his own Northern War Academy. Zhang Shi was surprised and said, "Let Lu Hong die at the Northern War Academy? That won't be so easy. The Mo family will certainly keep a close eye on Lu Hong." Yuan Kai coldly replied, "I will kill him within the rules." Yuan Shaking is at the Northern War Academy, and he has also awakened dual SS rank talents. I will arrange for Yuan Shaking to eliminate Lu Hong at the Northern War Academy in a legitimate manner. This time, Lu Hong dares to go to the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. He's going there to seek his own death. Chapter 22. This Jiang Yan is probably not just trying to be my teacher. It's not that simple. As the hero who won the first island reclamation battle for the Great Xia Kingdom, Lu Hong accepted the commendation amid the praise of the crowd. Lu Hong had planned to return to Qingyang City and report for duty after the start of the school year. However, Lu Jinyan forcefully handed him over to Mo Jianjun. Lu Jinyan's brows furrowed with deep concern. "Lu Hong, I've always told you not to reveal my identity. It's because along the way, I've offended many people. Now that your identity is public knowledge, returning to Qingyang City alone could put you in danger. You might as well go directly to Beijing University with Mo Jianjun. At least he can protect you." Lu Hong understood Lu Jinyan's concerns. Earlier in Qingyang City, after he had slaughtered the entire Lin family, Zhang Shi immediately came to kill him. These were all cautionary tales. Lu Hong didn't refuse and followed Mo Jianjun to North War Martial Arts University. Although he had awakened dual SS tier talents and was regarded as an unparalleled genius in the eyes of the world. However, he understood a fundamental truth. Only a genius who survives is a true genius. If you're dead, you're nothing. Beijing Wuda, located in the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, in Dongjia City. Lu Hong and Mo Jianjun rushed to catch a flight and arrived in Dongjia City. After landing, they endured another 2 hours of bumpy driving before finally arriving at the location of North War Martial Arts University. The campus of North War Martial Arts University is situated on the outskirts of Dongjia City, a remote area rarely visited by people. The gates of Beijing Wuda, though unassuming, exude a rustic charm. It was not the kind of grand and imposing entrance one might expect, but rather resembled an elderly sage who had weathered the storms of time, quietly standing guard. The gates are slightly weathered, with the passage of time leaving its mark in the form of faded patterns. Above the gate, several bold and powerful characters are carved. North War Martial Arts University. Despite it not being the start of the academic year, the campus of North War University was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of students and staff. Mo Jianjun led Lu Hong through the crowd to the entrance of a villa area reserved for teachers. Mo Jianjun called out softly, "Miss Jiang Yan, could you please open the door?" Soon, a tall, slender woman with a cold expression, who looked to be in her 30s, slowly emerged. She wore a black form-fitting outfit paired with black boots, which not only highlighted her graceful figure but also added a touch of boldness. Upon seeing Imo Jianjun and Lu Hong, Jiang Yan furrowed her brows slightly. Imo Jianxin, the situation on the battlefield is critical. How dare you have the time to come here? Imo Jianjun chuckled lightly. Ms. Jiang, what are you saying? How could I not come to see you? Jiang Yan remained expressionless. Get to the point. Don't beat around the bush. Imo Jianjun chuckled and nudged Lu Hong. Here. This is the new recruit who will be joining our North War Martial Arts University this year. He'll be under your guidance from now on. Make sure you train him well. He's a genius who has awakened dual SS rank talents. Jiang Yan's expression remained cold, even more displeased. Double SS rank talent? So what? I won't take him. Imo Jianjun continued with a mocking smile. Ms. Jiang, don't underestimate him. In the Great Xia Kingdom, only a handful of people awaken dual SS rank talent each year. Moreover, he participated in the Island Conquest War this year. And he outshone all others, becoming a hero of that battle. He accomplished a feat that the Great Xia Kingdom hasn't seen in years. Jiang Yan heard this, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes before she quickly regained her cold expression. Oh? He actually won the Island Conquest battle? That's indeed rare. But I've said I won't take him, and I won't. Imo Jianjun could only lower his voice. This is Mo Lao's decision. Jiang Yan grew annoyed. Don't use Mo Lao to pressure me. Even if Mo Lao himself came here, I would still say the same. I won't accept it. Imo Jianjun sighed and said slowly, his name is Lu Hong, the son of Lu Jinyan. Even if you won't do it for my sake, do it for Lu Jinyan's sake and accept it. Lu Jinyan's son? Jiang Yan quickly composed herself, stepped forward, and scrutinized Lu Hong with piercing eyes. Moments later, she suddenly grasped Lu Hong's hand, her lips curving into a rare smile. Lu Hong, from today onward, you are my student. I am Jiang Yan, a mentor at North War Martial Arts University. And I am also an 8th rank martial artist who has awakened dual SS rank talents. Imo Jianjun laughed. Ms. Jiang, you're willing to take him on? Of course. Imo Jianjun looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong. Jiang Yan is one of the most outstanding instructors at North War Martial Arts University. You should follow her closely and you'll definitely achieve great things. Immediately after, Imo Jianjun took out a pair of exquisite boots and handed them to Lu Hong. These boots are called the Thunderbolt Boots, an SS-ranked piece of equipment. They were specifically designed for martial artists who have awakened the lightning attribute talent. Wearing these boots can boost the user's speed to its absolute limit. This is what I promised you earlier. A pair of SS-grade boots, though, are no match for SS-grade weapons, and some S-grade weapons are even better. However, SS-grade boots are still extremely valuable. For an ordinary student like him, they are definitely out of reach. Lu Hong took the Thunderbolt boots without hesitation, as if he could already feel the immense power they contained. Imo Jianjun continued, as for the other things I promised you. Unlimited pills and the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Once the official school term begins, I will definitely fulfill all of them. Currently, the situation on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans is critical, and Lu Jinyan has already returned to the battlefield. As one of the 4 great war gods, I naturally cannot refuse. Lu Hong, we'll see you at the start of the school year. Imo Jianjun didn't hesitate for a moment, turning and leaving without looking back. As he turned, his steps were firm, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Jiang Yan didn't even notice Imo Jianjun's departure, instead pulling Lu Hong straight toward the villa. Imo Jianjun, that notorious tightwad, actually gave you a pair of SS-grade Thunder boots? That's truly a rare occurrence. Immediately, Jiang Yan turned to look at Lu Hong, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and asked in a soft voice. You really look just like Lu Jinyan. Speaking of which, how is your father doing lately? Has he mentioned me to you? Lu Hong replied with a wry smile, he is always on the front lines. I think the battlefield of the 10,000 clans is his true home. We only get to see each other once a year, or even once every few years. Jiang Yan heard this, and a fleeting look of sadness flashed across her eyes before she forced a gentle smile. Your father and I were very close friends. Since school hasn't started yet, you can stay here with me for now. Close friends? Lu Hong didn't believe a word of it. The moment Lu Hong laid eyes on Jiang Yan, he immediately sensed an aura of aloofness emanating from her. Even when facing Imo Jianjun, the renowned war god of the Great Xia Kingdom, she had never shown the slightest sign of compromise or concession. Imo Jianjun merely greeted her with a smile, dare not show the slightest disrespect. All of this made Lu Hong realize that Jiang Yan's identity was no ordinary one. However, when she learned that he was the son of Lu Jinyan, Jiang Yan's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Does Lu Jinyan have that much influence? Greater than Imo Jianjun's? The Imo family has been deeply rooted in China for a century, while Lu Jinyan is merely a newly risen war god. Lu Jinyan's influence certainly couldn't match that of the Imo family. There must be an unknown connection between Jiang Yan and Lu Jinyan. Whenever Lu Jinyan's name is mentioned, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkle with an unusual glow. Lu Hong couldn't help but speculate in his heart. This Jiang Yan is probably not just trying to be my teacher. She's trying to become my stepmother. What a lucky old man Lu Jingyan is. Suddenly, a voice thundered in his ears like a clap of thunder. Jiang Yan, who is he? Chapter 23, What if I didn't hold back and killed him? Lu Hong slowly turned around, his gaze landing on a man in his early 30s. He was glaring at him angrily, as if trying to see through him. Jiang Yan glanced at the man and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Xiang Tianga, what are you shouting about? He is my student. Xiang Tianga looked stunned. Your student? I thought you didn't take students? Jiang Yan's expression remained icy. I take students when I want to, and I don't when I don't. What is it to you? Xiang Tianga laughed. Ms. Zhang, don't get angry. My family also has a son who is about to enroll at North War Martial Arts University. Out of consideration for our past friendship, please accept my family members as well? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression turned icy, and her anger grew even more intense. Friendship? What friendship do we have? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mr. Jiang, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Before leaving, Xiang Tianga stared at Lu Hong several times before finally departing reluctantly. Lu Hong sensed the hostility Xiang Tianga directed at him and immediately asked, Mr. Jiang, who was that person just now? Jiang Yan snorted coldly and said, that man was Xiang Tianga, also a teacher at North War Martial Arts University. Although he has awakened an SS rank talent and has some skills, his motives are not pure. You must avoid him at all costs. If he dares to cause trouble for you, come tell me. At North War Martial Arts University, no matter how big the matter is, I will take responsibility for you. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hong with affection and said, alright, go rest early. Tomorrow, I'll take you on a tour of North War Martial Arts University. North War Martial Arts University is different from all other martial arts universities in the country. Yes, Ms. Jiang. Lu Hong finally relaxed the tension that had been building up for a long time and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Jiang Yan had already prepared breakfast. Lu Hong, try my cooking. Lu Hong didn't hesitate, grabbing the breakfast from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. Ms. Jiang, the breakfast you made is absolutely delicious. Jiang Yan smiled happily, as long as you like it. After Lu Hong finished eating, Jiang Yan spoke slowly. Lu Hong, why did you come to North War Martial Arts University? Was it Lu Jinyan who sent you here? Lu Hong didn't know how to respond. He couldn't very well say it was the system that sent him here. Lu Hong shook his head, then nodded and said, well, sort of. He said he's made too many enemies, so coming to North War Martial Arts University might be safer for me. Jiang Yan smiled lightly. Ah. He even knows he's made too many enemies and sent you to North War Martial Arts University to hide. Don't worry, with me here, even the king himself wouldn't dare touch you. Lu Hong finally voiced his curiosity. What kind of university is North War Martial Arts University? Why have I never heard of it before? It's not even listed on the annual rankings. Jiang Yan explained, everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom knows that the best martial arts universities are the Yinjing Martial Arts University and the Nanlin Martial Arts University. However, the North War Martial Arts Academy is the strongest among all martial arts academies. However, the North War Martial Arts Academy never openly recruits students. Moreover, the North War Martial Arts Academy only admits 100 students each year. These 100 students are the cream of the crop. The teaching methods at the North War Martial Arts Academy also differ from those of other martial arts academies. There are no classes or grades at North War Martial Arts University. Upon enrollment, all freshmen are assigned to specific instructors who guide them to maximize their individual strengths. Every martial artist who graduates from North War Martial Arts University becomes a backbone of the multiverse battlefield. Alright, let me take you to the school to have a look around. Lu Hong nodded and followed Jiang Yan. This is the school auditorium. This is the cafeteria. This is the artificial lake. This is the student dormitory building. You'll be assigned a room once the semester starts. This is the training ground, where everyone practices regularly. Beijianwuda wasn't very large, and in less than half an hour, Lu Hong had already followed Jiang Yan around the entire campus. Finally, Jiang Yan led Lu Hong to the martial arts training ground. The martial arts training ground of Beijianwu University spans an impressive 1 million square meters, occupying 80% of the entire school's area. The training ground was meticulously divided into 100 independent areas, each about half the size of a football field, separated from one another to avoid interference. At that moment, looking around, every entrance to the training ground was occupied by prominent red markers, all indicating that the area was full. Jiang Yan gently raised her slender finger, pointing toward the martial arts arena, and spoke slowly. At North War Martial Arts University, there is no such thing as a holiday. Here, everyone is relentlessly honing their skills day and night. Only the freshmen who enroll each year are allowed to enjoy a brief moment of leisure before the start of the semester. Since you arrived early at North War Martial Arts University, why not experience the atmosphere of the training grounds? And let me take a look at your skills. Lu Hong surveyed the surroundings, looking somewhat hesitant. Ms. Jiang, it seems like every martial arts arena is already full. Jiang Yan curved her lips into a faint smile, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. Full? That's not possible. I can use them anytime I want. Everyone in Martial Arts Arena 1, get out in 3 seconds. Click. The door to the first training ground slowly opened. A young man, looking displeased, stumbled out of the training ground, muttering under his breath, I was in the middle of a crucial part of my training. Who the hell is so inconsiderate? Before he could finish, he suddenly looked up and his gaze met Jiang Yan's. Instantly, his curses stopped, replaced by a look of shock. Sweat beads quickly gathered on his forehead and trickled down. Master Jiang, he stammered, his voice filled with reverence and fear. He quickly changed his tone and said earnestly, Ms. Jiang, if you need the training ground, just tell me. Why bother coming all the way here? Please come in, please. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, coldly uttering a single word, get out. The young man, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly agreed, yes. Yes. Ms. Jiang, I'll leave immediately. As he spoke, he practically scrambled away from the scene, fearing he might be a second too late. Jiang Yan's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. She turned to look at Lu Hong, her tone softening, see? The training ground is empty now. Just as Lu Hong and Jiang Yan were about to enter the first martial arts arena, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Ms. Jiang, what a coincidence. You're here too. Jiang Yan turned to look, and upon recognizing the person, her expression instantly turned icy, her disgust evident. Xiang Tianga, you're like a shadow that won't go away. Get out of here. Xiang Tianga, however, paid no heed, still smiling broadly. Ms. Jiang, please don't get angry. I'm here to bring my students to the training ground for practice. Xiang Tianga then turned his gaze toward Lu Hong. Ms. Jiang, are you planning to personally test this new student's abilities? However, as an 8th-tier martial artist, even if you hold back, he likely won't be able to withstand you. Why not let my students spar with your new student instead? Jiang Yan remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Among 8th-rank martial artists, her strength was among the top. Even if she held back, Lu Hong wouldn't stand a chance. Xiang Tianga's suggestion seemed quite appropriate. Why not take advantage of this opportunity for a sparring partner? Seeing that Jiang Yan hadn't refused, Xiang Tianga smiled and gently patted the shoulder of a young man beside him, introducing him. This is my student, Li Junyi, a 4th-rank martial artist who has awakened dual SS rank talents. Why not have him spar with your student? Jiang Yan nodded, alright. She then turned to look at Lu Hong, her eyes flashing with concern. The Li Junyi over there is Xiang Tianga's favorite disciple. He is a 4th-tier martial artist and has awakened dual SS rank talents, making his strength at least equal to yours. But you need not worry too much. With me here, no one will harm you. Just give it your all. Li Junyi heard this, curled his lips into a sneer, flexed his wrists, and challenged, you're the new student Zhang teacher took in? Zhang teacher hasn't taken on any students in years. I wonder what makes you so special. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But I'll make one thing clear up front. In martial arts duels, injuries are inevitable. If you end up missing a hand or a leg, don't come complaining to Mr. Jiang. Lu Hong heard this, furrowed his brows, and chuckled inwardly. What? Make me lose an arm or a leg? A 4th-tier martial artist is already so arrogant? Just because you awaken 2 SS rank talents? I'm the one who won the island conquest battle. Why would I fear him? Lu Hong turned his head to look at Jiang Yan, as if seeking some confirmation. Then, Lu Hong spoke casually, what if I didn't hold back and killed him? Chapter 24, an SS rank thunder attribute talent? Coincidentally, I have one too. A look of surprise flashed across Jiang Yan's face as she said in a solemn voice, the rules of the North War Martial Arts Academy are clear. Within the training grounds, life and death are not to be discussed. If you can truly kill him here, it means he was no match for you. However, don't underestimate Li Junyi. He is different from ordinary 4th-tier martial artists. He has been studying at North War Martial Arts University for a year, and his mastery of his talent is already at a level of perfection. Lu Hong, although you are all 4th-rank martial artists, you may not be his match. Jiang Yan couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her eyes as she whispered, Lu Hong, be careful. Lu Hong smiled faintly, Ms. Jiang, please rest assured. I know my limits. Xiang Tianga sneered coldly beside him, his tone filled with contempt. You're just a reckless youngster who doesn't know his place. You talk big without thinking. Do you know where you are right now? This is North War Martial Arts University. Every student here is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. I have absolute confidence in my students. You actually want to kill him? Don't even think about it. Lu Hong spoke solemnly, enough nonsense. Let's begin. Let me see if the students of the North War Martial Arts Academy are really as formidable as you claim. Li Junyi roared angrily, you're talking big. I'll beat you so badly you'll be begging for mercy. Following that, Lu Hong and Li Junyi stepped into the center of the #1 martial arts arena, one in front of the other, with a tense atmosphere between them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Xiang Tianga moved to the spectator platform, watching every move on the field intently. Xiang Tianga spoke slowly, Ms. Jiang, do you think your student will win, or will my student win? Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hong's back, which was identical to Lu Xinyan's, and replied without hesitation, I believe in my student. Xiang Tiange smiled slightly upon hearing this. Ms. Zhang, why don't we make a bet? Let's see whose student comes out on top. Jiang Yan shook her head gently. She wasn't the impulsive type. Why should I bet with you? Li Junyi has been training at North War Martial Arts University for a year. My student is just a newcomer. Such a bet is unacceptable to me. Xiang Tiange seemed to have anticipated her reaction and baited her. If your student wins, I'll give you a dragon elephant fruit. How about that? At those words, Jiang Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of surprise. Dragon elephant fruit. It was an extremely rare and precious spiritual fruit. After consumption, it can significantly enhance a martial artist's primal energy, making it the ultimate desire of all high-ranking martial artists. The dragon elephant fruit takes 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and 20 years to cultivate a single fruit. More importantly, the dragon elephant fruit is located in the territory of the 10,000 clans, and can only be obtained by venturing deep into their heartland. Each dragon elephant fruit, when brought out into the open, is priceless. Even with Jiang Yan's background, obtaining a single dragon elephant fruit would be an extremely difficult task. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion in her heart as she looked at Xiang Tiange in disbelief. Are you really willing to use the dragon elephant fruit as a bet? Xiang Tiange's eyes sparkled with cunning, of course. If you lose. I mentioned the date earlier. Would you like to consider it? Jiang Yan replied with disgust, impossible. Don't even think about it. Xiang Tiange laughed heartily, Ms. Jiang, I was just joking. If your student loses, give me 3 white bone grasses. Jiang Yan frowned, so you've set your sights on my Jiang family's white bone grass. You want to get something for nothing? Are you certain that Li Junyi will win? Xiang Tiange snorted coldly, I've taught him for a year, I know his level well. If Ms. Jiang doesn't have confidence in the bet, then forget it. Although the dragon elephant fruit was highly tempting to Jiang Yan, she wasn't swayed by it. She knew that although Lu Hong and Li Junyi were both 4th-tier martial artists and had both awakened dual SS rank talents. However, as a first-year student, Li Junyi was undoubtedly far stronger than Lu Hong. Just as Jiang Yan was about to refuse the bet, Lu Hong's voice rang out from the battlefield. Ms. Jiang. I'm the one who survived the island siege battle. Believe me, I won't lose. Xiang Tiange watched silently from the side, saying nothing. He knew that Jiang Yan was currently undergoing intense internal conflict. If he added fuel to the fire, it would only backfire. He chose to remain silent, letting Jiang Yan make her own decision. Jiang Yan remained silent for a moment, hesitating. At this stage, she was in the late stages of the 8th rank martial artist realm, and the dragon elephant fruit was an invaluable aid for breaking through her current bottleneck. However, if Lu Hong lost, the white bone grass, which she treasured like a precious gem, would have to be handed over to the winner. After much deliberation, a resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. In the end, she chose to trust Lu Hong. Jiang Yan clenched her teeth and said firmly, all right. Xiang Tiange, I'll take the bet with you. Xiang Tiange laughed heartily upon hearing this, ha ha. All right, Ms. Jiang, deal. Then, Xiang Tiange shouted toward the center of the training ground, Li Junyi, this duel has only one outcome, win or lose. If you win, I will give you 10 Qi Shui Dan to aid your cultivation. If you lose, don't ever show your face before me again. Li Junyi responded loudly, Master, rest assured. I won't lose. Then, Li Junyi turned to look at Lu Hong, his lips curling into a disdainful smile, as if everything was under his control. Do you really think participating in the island conquest battle makes you so great? With my strength, none of the warriors who participated in the island conquest battle are my match. Lu Hong retorted, oh? If you're so powerful, why didn't I see you in the island conquest battle? Li Junyi was momentarily speechless, realizing he had spoken out of turn. His expression changed slightly as he stammered, I just haven't reached the 5th-tier martial artist realm yet. I'm only at the 4th tier, so I didn't go. But given time, once I advance to the 5th rank, next year's island conquest battle will be where you witness my true prowess. Lu Hong's eyes grew cold, and his mockery was evident, in plain terms. You're just afraid of dying, aren't you? You're afraid you can't defeat the 10,000 clans and will lose your life in the island-seizing battle. Even if you're stronger than everyone who participated in the island-seizing battle, what good would that do? You're too cowardly to face the battlefield and fight the enemy. You're nothing but a coward who fears death. Living is a waste of resources, you'd be better off dead. Li Junyi's face turned ashen, and he roared in fury, stop with your empty words. Let's see what you're really made of. As he spoke, a dazzling blue current suddenly wrapped around his body, like a furious dragon, instantly enveloping him. Terrifying lightning energy rampaged, causing the air to tremble. Lu Hong said with a smirk, SS rank lightning attribute talent? Coincidentally, I have one too. ZZZZ. Purple lightning energy surged. Lu Hong fully unleashed his SS rank talent, Heaven's Ultimate Thunder. Purple lightning bolts intertwined in the air, forming a net that illuminated everything around them. Li Junyi's eyes flashed with contempt, so what if you both have lightning attribute talents? In the face of absolute power, you're still no match for me. Before his words had even finished, Li Junyi's figure flickered, vanishing from the spot like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limits of human vision, leaving everyone speechless. Lu Hong's heart sank suddenly, realizing something was wrong. He never imagined that Li Junyi's speed could be so fast, surpassing his imagination. Before Lu Hong could react, Li Junyi's figure had already appeared before him. A fist as large as a clay pot came crashing toward Lu Hong's face. Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply, and he was filled with terror. How could he be so fast? He had to admit that he had underestimated this opponent. He had awakened an SS-rank lightning-type talent, the heavenly extreme thunder. Even the lightning clan, whose speed was legendary, couldn't match his. Yet, Li Junyi's speed was clearly several levels faster than his own. Chapter 25. Coincidentally, my other talent is also fire attributed. Xiang Tiange, watching from the spectator seats, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among the talents Li Junyi has awakened, the one he masters most skillfully is this SS-rank lightning attribute talent, Phantom Lightning. At his current speed, he can almost match some 6th-tier martial artists. Mr. Jiang, your student doesn't seem to be a match for Li Junyi in terms of speed. Moreover, although he also awakened a lightning attribute talent, he seems to have no idea how to use it. He can't just lose so easily, can he? Li Junyi hasn't even shown his second talent yet. Jiang Yan remains silent, staring intently at the battle unfolding in the arena. The next moment, just as Li Junyi's fist was about to strike Lu Hong's face, Lu Hong's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Li Junyi's fist struck empty air, the terrifying force exploding in the air. Li Junyi's brows furrowed noticeably. How is that possible? With your speed, how could you dodge my attack? Lu Hong's voice echoed from behind Li Junyi. I'm not just someone who's awakened an SS-rank talent. Li Junyi narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the pair of boots on Lu Hong's feet, shimmering with lightning. Those boots seemed to be connected to the very heart of thunder, continuously channeling the most ferocious thunderous energy into Lu Hong's body. Li Junyi snorted coldly. So you're relying on a pair of SS-grade boots? Relying on external power? What's so impressive about that? And do you really think I've used all my strength? Li Junyi's entire body was enveloped in an even brighter blue glow. Instantly, he transformed into a blindingly fast blue lightning bolt, slicing through the air and charging straight toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong, aided by the thunderbolt boots, moved just as swiftly, matching Li Junyi's speed. Purple and blue lights intertwined in the training ground, creating a dazzling display that left onlookers spellbound. Every frame contained the ultimate collision of speed and power. If any martial artists below the 6th rank were to arrive, they would likely be unable to discern the movements within the arena. Although Lu Hong relied on the thunderbolt boots to match Li Junyi's speed. However, with each collision, he could clearly feel that the force in Li Junyi's hands seemed to be several times greater than his own. Li Junyi's attacks were as dense as rain, leaving him no time to think. He could only attack again and again. Those in the midst of the battle are often blind to the bigger picture. Xiang Tiange and Jiang Yan, who were watching from the sidelines, had a clear view of the situation inside the arena. Xiang Tiange continued to flash his provocative smile. Ms. Jiang, I'm sorry. Those 3 white bone grasses, I might just take them later. Jiang Yan replied in a stern voice, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiang Tiange spoke up, what's there to see? Li Junyi's mastery of lightning-type abilities is already at the pinnacle. Your student doesn't even know how to use his talent, he's just relying on his SS-rank talent to charge blindly. How could he possibly be a match for Li Junyi? Bang! A loud explosion interrupted their conversation. Their attention was drawn to the training ground. Lu Hong, in the previous exchange, had been slightly careless and was seized upon by Li Junyi, who sent him flying. Lu Hong staggered to regain his balance, his chest charred black. However, Lu Hong did not panic. Instead, he smiled. Just moments ago, Lu Hong had sensed an odd force gathering the lightning energy within his body into his palms. This force was far stronger than anything he had ever felt before. Moreover, he seemed to be able to control this force. So this is the power of the thunder elemental talent? I think I know how to use it. Immediately, a purple lightning-like halo appeared in Lu Hong's palm, emanating a dense aura of vital energy. The halo continued to expand, growing larger and larger until it transformed into a 10-meter-tall lightning pillar. It released a terrifying force that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. Li Junyi's footsteps froze involuntarily. He was overwhelmed by the overwhelming might of the thunder and lightning, dared not move a muscle. Li Junyi stared at the purple lightning pillar before Lu Hong and murmured, what kind of power is this? Such terrifying lightning-based talent. Is his lightning-based talent actually superior to mine? Before he could finish speaking, the lightning pillar erupted like a wild horse breaking free, charging toward Li Junyi with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky. The air was filled with intense purple lightning, as if the end of the world had arrived. As the lightning faded and the dust settled, Li Junyi's battered figure appeared before everyone. At the same time, a fiery lion formed above Li Junyi's head, surrounded by an endless aura of malevolence, sending chills down everyone's spine. Li Junyi snarled, "You brat, you've mastered the use of your innate talent so quickly. But alas, you're facing me. The talent I've awakened is a double SS rank talent. My second talent is a fire-based talent renowned for its offensive power, the Burning Heaven Lion. This is the end for you, rookie." Lu Hong's eyes flashed with a golden light. "I forgot to tell you, I also awoke with dual talents. Coincidentally, my other talent is also a fire attribute talent. SSS rank talent, 9 Dragon Holy Fire." 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. It seemed as though the very air was burning, dyeing the entire sky and earth a blazing red. This was the first time Lu Hong had unleashed the full power of his SSS rank talent, the 9 Dragon Holy Flame. The terrifying pressure caused everyone's hearts to race. Even the 8th rank martial artists Zhang Yan and Xiang Tiange couldn't help but show a look of shock. Their eyes were fixed on the 9 writhing fire dragons, their hearts filled with awe. Xiang Tiange exclaimed in disbelief, "Your new student has also awakened dual talents? What kind of fire attribute talent is this? This overwhelming pressure. Could it be an SSS rank talent?" Zhang Yan also stared at the 9 fire dragons, her mind equally baffled. This mysterious aura of power couldn't possibly come from a 4th-tier martial artist. The only possibility left is Lu Hong's awakened fire attribute talent is SSS rank. After the 9 fire dragons appeared, Li Junyi's once prideful flame lion now looked dull and lifeless. Li Junyi's expression changed abruptly, his smile freezing on his face, replaced by a hideous grimace. "Impossible. I'm a genius who awakened dual SS rank talents. I underwent a year of rigorous training at North War Martial Arts University. I can't possibly lose to you." Flames and lightning flickered simultaneously on Li Junyi's body as he attempted to unleash his most powerful attack to defeat Lu Hong. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all of this seemed feeble and powerless. SSS tier talent is not something ordinary people can even touch. Lu Hong swept his hand, and 9 fiery dragons plunged down, completely engulfing Li Junyi. In an instant, raging flames surged forward like a tidal wave, effortlessly shattering all of Li Junyi's defenses. The flame's tentacles mercilessly corroded his skin, completely devouring his pride and confidence. This is the true power of an SSS tier talent. Even if you possess dual talents, what can you do? Even if you master the techniques of your talent, what then? SSS tier talent can crush anyone of the same rank. Xiang Tiange's expression suddenly changed. Seeing the dire situation, he hesitated not a moment, flashing forward like a bolt of lightning, charging into the arena. A blinding white light sliced through the sky. Xiang Tiange rescued Li Junyi, who was completely charred and unconscious, from the mouth of the fire dragon. Had Xiang Tiange not acted in time, even a single second later, Li Junyi would have been reduced to ashes and perished on the spot. Even if Xiang Tiange were an 8th rank martial artist, he wouldn't have been able to save him. Xiang Tiange glared at Lu Hong, his voice filled with shock and anger. "Why did you do this?" Lu Hong shrugged his shoulders. "I couldn't control the power of this SSS rank talent. Besides, didn't Master Jiang say that within the martial arts arena, life and death are not to be discussed? Even if he dies, it's just because he wasn't skilled enough." Xiang Tiange glared at Lu Hong, snarling, "Fine. Fine. You're just admitting you're no match for him. What's your name, boy?" Chapter 26, I will kill you. Replace you. Become the true Lu Hong. Zhang Yan noticed Xiang Tiange's anger and stepped directly in front of Lu Hong, frowning. "Xiang Tiange, what are you doing? As a teacher at North War Martial Arts University, do you really intend to lay a hand on a student?" Xiang Tiange's gaze grew icy. "Ms. Zhang, your student is so outstanding. Not only has he awakened dual talents, but one of them is an SSS level talent. Such a prodigious talent, I just want to know his name." Zhang Yan spoke slowly. "His name is Lu Hong. He is the son of Lu Xinyan." Xiang Tiange suddenly understood, so he's Lu Xinyan's son. No wonder you took him as your student. Alright. Lu Hong, I'll remember you. After school starts, I'll teach you properly. With that, he carefully picked up the unconscious Li Junyi and turned to leave. Zhang Yan's voice rang out again. "Xiang Tiange? What about the bet we agreed on earlier?" Xiang Tiange looked reluctant but helplessly pulled out A from his embrace, gently tossing it toward Zhang Yan before walking away without looking back. Zhang Yan caught the box with a deft movement, gently lifted the lid, and saw a crystal-clear, snow-white fruit lying inside. It was the dragon elephant fruit. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "Lu Hong, you're truly my lucky star. Now that this dragon elephant fruit has fallen into my hands, Xiang Tiange must be heartbroken for a while." Lu Hong, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, "What is this dragon elephant fruit?" Zhang Yan smiled radiantly and explained, "The dragon elephant fruit is a spiritual fruit coveted by high-ranking martial artists. It can significantly enhance a martial artist's primal energy. Only those who have reached the 7th tier realm can comprehend and utilize this primal energy. Once you break through to the 7th rank in the future, you will truly understand its extraordinary nature. Since you helped me obtain a dragon elephant fruit, I won't shortchange you either. I have decided to give you a special reward. I will take you to the secret realm of the North War Martial Arts University." Secret realm? Lu Hong's eyes flickered with anticipation. He was also curious to know what this so-called secret realm truly was. Jiang Yan was in a good mood today. Having obtained a dragon elephant fruit, how could she be in a bad mood? Especially since the person who lost the dragon elephant fruit to her was someone she despised the most. This was even more exciting than winning the lottery jackpot. She whistled all the way, leading Lu Hong to the entrance of a secret room in the southeast corner of the North War Martial Arts Academy. The entrance to the secret room was a simple yet majestic door. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard sat leisurely on a wicker lounge chair at the entrance of the chamber, his eyes half closed, as if detached from the world, immersed in his own tranquil realm. Uncle Huang, I've brought my students to visit the secret realm. Jiang Yan's voice was soft yet clear, breaking the surrounding silence. Huang Lai slowly opened his eyes, which had seen countless storms, and his gaze fell on Jiang Yan. A warm smile curved the corners of his mouth. It's Xiao Yan, isn't it? What a rare visitor. This is your first time bringing students here, isn't it? Jiang Yan smiled in response. Yes, Uncle Huang. His name is Lu Hong. He has awakened 2 innate talents, and one of them has reached the SSS rank level. Huang Lai couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Lu Hong, sizing him up from head to toe. A flash of astonishment and approval crossed his eyes. Oh? An SSS rank talent? And a dual talent? However, the secret realm of North War Martial Arts University is different from other secret realms. Even if your natural talent is exceptional, you might not necessarily succeed in passing the secret realm. Lu Hong looked at Huang Lai and bowed, saying, Master Huang, this is my first time in the secret realm of North War Martial Arts University. Please enlighten me. Huang Lai nodded and spoke softly. The name of the secret realm at North War Martial Arts University is Mirrored Self. As the name suggests, it's a mirror image. Once you enter the secret realm, you will encounter a person who looks exactly like you, with the same appearance, talents, and cultivation level. If you can defeat him, you will receive the rewards of the secret realm. The specific reward depends on how long you take to complete the secret realm. However, you must never underestimate this mirror image. He possesses stronger vital energy than you. He possesses more advanced combat techniques. In fact, he represents the current limit of your strength. You can only break through the secret realm by pushing yourself to the limit within it. Otherwise, you may face life-threatening danger. Break through oneself? Lu Hong clenched his fists. I, Lu Hong, am not one to fear the ordinary. It's just a secret realm? I will definitely succeed today. Immediately, Jiang Yan took out an ancient wooden plaque from her hand and handed it to Lu Hong. This wooden plaque is the key to the secret realm. If you cannot defeat the mirror image within, you may shatter the plaque and you will be teleported out. However, doing so means you have failed the challenge and will receive no rewards. Few people succeed on their first attempt. Lu Hong, it's okay if you fail. This secret realm will help you clearly understand the limits of your own strength. It will also be a valuable experience for your future cultivation. Remember, when danger comes, crush the wooden token. Lu Hong took the wooden token and nodded. I understand. Huang Lai said solemnly, if you're ready, you can enter the secret realm. I'm ready. Huang Lai waved his hand, and the gates of the secret realm opened instantly. A black vortex appeared before Lu Hong, seeming capable of swallowing everything in the world while harboring endless possibilities. Just then, the wooden plaque in Lu Hong's hand suddenly emitted a soft yellow glow. As the yellow light swirled, Lu Hong's figure seemed to be imbued with a mysterious power, vanishing into the vortex. Jiang Yan asked nervously, Uncle Huang, hurry up and show us what's happening in the secret realm. What if Lu Hong can't defeat the mirror image and something goes wrong? Huang Lai laughed. Xiao Yan, I've never seen you care so much about any of your students before. This kid has awakened dual talents of SS and SSS rank. He's no ordinary student. You don't need to worry too much. However, the way he looks reminds me of someone. He bears a striking resemblance to that guy Lu Xinyan. Huang Lai suddenly realized he's Lu Xinyan's son. No wonder you're so concerned. Jiang Yan's face flushed slightly upon hearing the name Lu Xinyan, and she whispered, Uncle Huang, don't say anymore. Quick, check on Lu Hong. Huang Lai burst into laughter and waved his arm. The originally pitch-black secret realm vortex began to flow slowly. The scene within the secret realm appeared before Jiang Yan and Huang Lai. As Lu Hong was enveloped in a golden light, he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the secret realm. Before Lu Hong's eyes was a vast and boundless landscape. The earth beneath his feet stretched endlessly, resembling a meticulously carved lush plateau by nature. Bang! 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 The surroundings were silent. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart. Lu Hong! Suddenly, a low whisper echoed from behind him. Lu Hong turned around and saw a man in black slowly emerging from the void. Once the man stood firmly on the ground, Lu Hong finally got a clear look at his face. He looked exactly like himself. Even the inconspicuous mole on his neck was perfectly replicated. A mirror image. The mirror image of the black-clad man curled his lips into a chilling smile, one that was both triumphant and ha ha ha. Lu Hong, you finally come. I'm going to kill you. Replace you. Become the true Lu Hong. Then, leave this place. Chapter 27. Thank you for helping me understand the true power of the Nine-Dragon Holy Flame. Kill me? Then take my place? Lu Hong sneered disdainfully. Are you joking? Boom. The heavens and earth were torn apart by a terrifying force, and 9 black and red intertwined, fiery dragons soared into the sky. SSS tier talent, 9-Dragon Holy Fire. The mirror image's lips curled into a playful smile. SSS tier talent? You forgot, didn't you? We're the same. Boom. 9 pitch black, bottomless fire dragons erupted in response. They carried a force that made one's heart race, instantly filling the entire space. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. This power was clearly on par with his own. Lu Hong didn't hesitate. He swung his hands, and the 9 fire dragons shot forward like arrows leaving the string, enveloped in a fiery might that seemed capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, plunging downward with the intent to reduce everything in their path to ashes. However, the mirror image was not to be outdone. 9 black dragons roared as they charged head-on, entangling themselves with Lu Hong's fire dragons. Every clash between the fire dragons was accompanied by deafening roars and blinding flashes of light. The surrounding space trembled at that moment. Just as Lu Hong's gaze was fixed on the fire dragon, a sudden, intense sense of danger surged from behind him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, purple lightning bolts erupted from Lu Hong's body, and his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The ground where Lu Hong had been standing collapsed with a loud crash, revealing a massive crater filled with flying dust. A mirror image of his figure had silently appeared at the edge of the crater. His entire body was wrapped in black electrical currents, resembling a messenger from the underworld, with each strand of current containing the power of destruction. In the mirror image's hand was a pitch-black hellfire staff, its shaft wrapped in black flames, exuding a power that should not be underestimated. Oomph, your reaction is swift, but such speed is nothing to boast about. The mirror image curled his lips into a cold smile. Before his words had even finished, he transformed into a black bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot in an instant. Only a fleeting afterimage remained. Lu Hong's heart tightened suddenly. How fast? Lu Hong's Thunderbolt boots were SS grade equipment, and he had always been confident in his speed. But against the mirror image, Lu Hong felt utterly outmatched. The mirror image's speed was even faster than his own. Lu Hong felt an unprecedented pressure. The black figure, like a ghost in the dark night, appeared before Lu Hong in an instant, carrying a suffocating surge of blood energy. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air like thunder. Lu Hong instinctively raised the hellfire staff in front of his chest, attempting to block the overwhelming force. But the next moment, Lu Hong was sent flying backward like tracing a long arc through the air. Before Lu Hong could steady himself, a black dragon broke free from the sky, diving down madly, aiming straight for Lu Hong. The black dragon's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glow, intent on devouring Lu Hong whole. Boom! The black dragon's massive body enveloped Lu Hong. The black flames swirling around it resembled the gates of hell being violently torn open. Endless black flames poured forth, engulfing Lu Hong in a sea of black fire. Witnessing this scene, the mirror image couldn't help but burst into a savage laugh, its laughter filled with desire. Ha ha ha! You will be devoured by my power. And I will take your place, escape this endless prison. Freedom at last. Outside the secret realm, Huang Lai and Jiang Yan fixed their gaze on Lu Hong's figure. Huang Lai furrowed his brows, his voice betraying a hint of concern. I never expected that the mirror image created by Lu Hong could possess such power. Even the 6th-tier martial artists from our North War Martial Arts Academy might not be a match for Lu Hong's mirror image. Let alone ordinary 6th-rank martial artists. Jiang Yan was frantic with worry. Uncle Huang, hurry and stop the secret realm. Otherwise, Lu Hong's life will be in danger. Huang Lai's expression grew solemn as he shook his head. Once the secret realm is activated, outsiders cannot intervene easily. Unless Lu Hong realizes the danger himself and shatters the teleportation token, he can't escape. But the power the mirror image displayed earlier was simply too terrifying. I'm worried. Before he could finish, Jiang Yan grabbed Huang Lai's sleeve, her eyes pleading, Uncle Huang, I know you have a way. I can't let Jinyan's son die right before my eyes. Huang Lai sighed softly and finally relented. Alright, I'll make an exception this time. Just as Huang Lai was about to act, the scene within the secret realm suddenly changed, causing him to halt his movements immediately. Wait. The situation seems to have changed. Let's take a closer look. A flash of sharpness crossed Huang Lai's eyes. He stared intently at Lu Hong within the secret realm, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Lu Hong, he actually managed to figure it out on his own in such a desperate situation? He's managed to figure out how to use his innate talent. Such insight is truly rare. Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, was also deeply shocked, then quickly turned to wild joy. No one taught him, he figured it out on his own. You must know that below the 6th rank, one can only use the power of their natural talent in a simple manner. Yet what he is demonstrating now is the complete integration of his innate talent. This is a skill that even many 6th-rank martial artists struggle to grasp. It's simply unbelievable. Huang Lai nodded, his voice filled with admiration. Xiaoyan, the student you've taken in this time is no ordinary one. Given time, his achievements may far surpass those of Liu Zhenyan. The black fire dragon that had been tightening Lu Hong's body began to fade, as if being consumed by some mysterious force. At the same time, a brilliant red light quietly emerged. Boom! A colossal surge of vital energy erupted with unprecedented force, instantly tearing the black dragon to pieces and reducing it to nothingness. A black and red fire dragon now tightly guarded Lu Hong, enveloping his entire body. Lu Hong stared at his own body, then shifted his gaze to the distant mirror image. So this is the true power of an SSS tier talent. 9 Dragon Holy Fire. Thank you for letting me understand the true power of the 9 Dragon Holy Fire. In the next instant, the 9 fire dragons in the sky emitted terrifying blood and chi energy, resembling the most intense dance of flames in the heavens. Lu Hong deeply realized that he had only scratched the surface of this SSS rank talent, yet it had already transformed him beyond recognition, making him a completely different person from his former self. Lu Hong moved his mind. Boom! The 9 fire dragons roared in unison, their massive jaws slowly opening as they swirled and danced around Lu Hong. Suddenly, one of the fire dragons pierced through Lu Hong's abdomen, transforming into a streak of light that merged into his body. In an instant, the power within Lu Hong's body surged like boiling magma, overwhelming him with a strength he had never before experienced. However, he could also clearly sense that, with his current strength, he could only control the power of one of the fire dragons. But that was enough. The mirror image's voice trembled with shock. How? How is that possible? How could someone below the 6th rank have already grasped the secrets of innate talent? This is impossible. Chapter 28. Do you really think I'm a fool? Lu Hong remained silent. The answer to the mirror image came from the terrifying power within his body. Boom! The Hellfire Staff, enveloped in boundless vital energy, swung out violently. Under the enhancement of the SS rank innate talent, Heavenly Extreme Thunder. Lu Hong's speed reached its peak, moving like lightning, slicing through the sky and leaving behind a series of suffocating afterimages. Lu Hong was surrounded by the roar of thunder and the intense heat of flames. Purple and red lights intertwined, transforming into the brightest stars in the heavens. In the next instant, Lu Hong transformed into a thunderous fire dragon descending from the heavens, his entire body bathed in lightning and flames. With a destructive force that seemed to shatter everything in its path, he charged straight toward the mirror image. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire secret realm, unleashing a terrifying force that sent shivers down the spine. The mirror image's chest was torn open, leaving a horrifying gaping wound. He widened his eyes in shock, his face frozen in disbelief, shouting hoarsely, "Impossible! This can't be possible! I'm your current strongest form! You can't be stronger than me!" Lu Hong's expression remained cold and composed as he replied calmly, "Defeating you is just a trivial matter. What I am doing is surpassing my former self. I am a martial artist. My goal is to reach the pinnacle of strength in the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, I will not fall here. I grow stronger every moment. I will be stronger than yesterday, stronger than half an hour ago, and even stronger than a minute ago." The mirror image let out a furious roar, screaming hoarsely, "I have to get out of here. I have to escape." Crack! Crack! A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed through the air. The mirror image's body shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless fragments and vanishing into thin air. As the mirror image faded away, the scenery around Lu Hong gradually blurred. In its place, a warm, dazzling yellow light enveloped him gently. Under the glow, surging waves of powerful vital energy rushed into his body, swirling endlessly within him. However, this force did not cause him the slightest discomfort. Instead, it brought an unprecedented sense of comfort. Lu Hong closed his eyes, savoring the cleansing of this vital energy. When Lu Hong opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the secret realm, with 2 familiar faces before him. Jiang Yan, seeing that Lu Hong had regained consciousness, rushed forward anxiously and asked, "Lu Hong, how do you feel?" Lu Hong snapped back to reality, but the chi and blood energy within him was still surging wildly. "Ms. Jiang, I can feel it. The energy within my body has undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. I have now reached the late stage of the 4th-tier martial artist realm. I estimate that it won't be long before I can attempt to break through to the 5th-stage martial artist realm. Just by entering the secret realm once, I've managed to enhance my chi and blood energy so much. It's simply unbelievable. If I enter the secret realm a few more times, wouldn't I be able to reach the advanced martial artist realm in no time?" Jiang Yan chuckled lightly before solemnly reminding him, "It's not that simple. You went in earlier. You should know that the secret realm of North War Martial Arts University isn't something you can just breeze through. A single misstep could be fatal. Especially for us high-tier martial artists, facing the mirror images within the secret realm is even more challenging. Every time we enter the secret realm, it's to challenge our own limits, and few can defeat the mirror images within. Even I, after thorough preparation, only have a 10% chance of success when challenging the secret realm. Someone like you, who succeeded on your first attempt, is extremely rare. You are the second person in the history of the North War secret realm to succeed on your first attempt. Lu Hong heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? I'm the second? Who was the first?" Jiang Yan turned to look at Huang Lai beside her. "He's right here. This legendary figure is none other than our teacher, Huang Lai." Huang Lai continued lying on his wicker chair, waving his hand. Heroes don't boast about past glories. I'm old now. The future belongs to you young people. Alright, the secret realm challenge is over. Go back and rest well, and reflect on your experiences. Hurry up and leave. Let this old man have some peace and quiet. Jiang Yan pulled Lu Hong and bowed deeply to Huang Lai. "Uncle Huang, we'll take our leave now. We'll definitely come visit you again when we have the chance." Huang Lai said nothing more, simply closing his eyes slowly and lying back in the wicker chair, enjoying the peaceful moment. On the way back, Lu Hong and Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Zhang, who exactly is that Mr. Huang?" Jiang Yan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Mr. Huang Lai is of the same generation as my father. Among the martial artists of that era, he was truly unmatched in the world. In that era, his name was synonymous with strength. All martial artists of his generation looked up to him with admiration." At just 22 years old, Mr. Huang Lai broke through to the 8th-tier martial artist realm, with no one in the younger generation able to match him. He was the youngest 8th-rank martial artist in history. Even now, no one has broken his record. However, fate was cruel, and talent was envied by heaven. To rescue his comrades, Master Huang Lai engaged in battle with a 9th-tier warrior from the 10,000 clans on the battlefield. That battle was intense and thrilling. Despite being an 8th-tier martial artist, Master Huang Lai managed to slay the 9th-tier warrior of the 10,000 clans. However, he sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of death. Although Master Huang Lai survived, his cultivation level plummeted directly to 7th-rank martial artist. No matter how hard he trained, he could not advance further. The once promising prodigy had fallen from grace. However, Master Huang Lai has always been a hero in the hearts of everyone. Lu Hong sighed. Master Huang Lai had such a glorious past. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Lu Hong, your talent is equally outstanding among this generation. As long as you persevere and never give up, you will surely surpass Mr. Huang Lai, and even surpass your father, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom." Lu Hong and Jiang Yan had just reached the villa's entrance. A short-haired girl was standing at the villa's entrance, her eyes darting toward the intersection. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Lu Hong, she immediately waved excitedly and shouted, "Ms. Zhang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long." Then, her gaze swept over Lu Hong, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. "Ms. Zhang, is this your new student? He doesn't look that impressive." Ms. Zhang, upon seeing the girl, furrowed her brows slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed across her face. "Xiaorong? What are you doing here?" Xiaorong continued to smile sweetly as she approached. "Ms. Zhang, as soon as I heard you'd taken on a new student, I was so anxious I had to come see right away. You said you wouldn't take any more students, right? If you're going to take someone, you should have considered me first. My talent is so well matched with yours, you must take me this time. As for this student, I really can't see anything special about him that would make you make an exception." Jiang Yan's expression turned stern as she dismissed her bluntly. "Xiaorong, I take students as I please. If I want to take you, I will. If I don't, I won't. I've already said you're not suitable to be my student. Leave." The moment those words left her mouth, the air seemed to freeze, and Xiaorong's smile froze on her face. She tried again. "Ms. Zhang, why? I've come to see you at least 10 times this year. I joined North War Martial Arts University with the sole purpose of becoming your student. Since you've already started taking students, why are you rejecting me?" Jiang Yan's gaze grew sharp, as if she could see straight into one's heart. "Xiaorong, do you really want me to tell you the reason?" Xiaorong nodded again. "Ms. Zhang, if you don't give me a reason, I won't leave today." Jiang Yan sneered coldly, speaking bluntly. "From the moment you entered the school, you've been clinging to me relentlessly. I never had any intention of taking on students. However, after meeting you, I briefly considered taking you as a student. But do you really think I'm that naive?" Chapter 29, Evidence? This is the evidence. Upon hearing this, Xiaorong's face turned pale. She opened her mouth slightly but couldn't utter a word. Jiang Yan looked at Xiaorong's expression and snorted coldly. Xiaorong, do you really think I don't know that you were sent here by the Yuan family? Your background, I've already investigated it thoroughly. You've awakened a double S rank talent, and it's completely compatible with mine. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? The Yuan family went to such great lengths to find me a student. The Yuan family has the ability to plant spies among their own people, yet they'd rather send more people to the 10,000 clans battlefield to fight against the 10,000 clans. Xiaorong, leave. Don't come looking for me again." Xiaorong's face turned ashen. She turned around and left silently, a flash of cruelty in her eyes. After Xiaorong left, Lu Hong asked with a puzzled expression, "Master Jiang? What's the story with Xiaorong?" Jiang Yan sighed softly and explained slowly. "Xiaorong was a freshman who enrolled last year and has always wanted to become my disciple. At first, I thought her awakened talent was perfectly suited to mine, so she wanted me to be her teacher. I had already decided to accept her, but your father brought me a file on Xiao Rong. That's when I found out that Xiao Rong is a carefully cultivated pawn of the Yuan family, sent to my side for unknown purposes. I immediately abandoned the idea of taking her as my disciple, hoping to distance myself from her. But she has been relentless over the past year, making her presence increasingly unbearable. Lu Hong murmured, the Yuan family again? Jian Yan furrowed her brows. The Yuan family has deep roots in the Great Xia Kingdom, with a complex and intertwined network of influence. Moreover, their bloodline is exceptionally unique, with nearly all members of the Yuan clan capable of awakening dual talents. Though your father and the Yuan clan have long-standing animosity, we must remain cautious to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a phone rang. Jian Yan answered the call, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. All right. I understand. I'll head back right away. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yan handed the keys she was tightly holding in her hand to Lu Hong. My old man suddenly had an urgent matter and called me back. Here's the key to the villa. Stay here alone for the next couple of days, I'll be back soon. You've already gained a basic understanding of the secrets of your talent. In the coming days, practice diligently in the training ground to master the use of your talent. When I return, I will teach you how to perfectly utilize your talent. Lu Hong took the keys and nodded. Master Jiang, thank you. Jian Yan ruffled Lu Hong's hair, showing the warmth of an elder. I'm your father's friend. There's no need to be so formal with me. As night fell, Lu Hong lay alone in bed, closing his eyes in deep thought, carefully sensing the subtle changes within his body. After entering the secret realm of the Northern War Martial Arts University once, his vital energy had significantly increased. Although Mo Jianjun had promised him 6 opportunities to enter the secret realm each year. However, the secret realm of the North War Martial Arts University was no ordinary place. Each challenge would be a test of pushing his limits. Before entering the secret realm again, he must push his current talents to their absolute limit. The next morning, as the first hints of dawn appeared on the horizon, Lu Hong arrived early at the martial arts arena of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Lu Hong had thought he had arrived early enough. However, upon arriving at the training ground, the scene before him was quite unexpected. The training ground was bustling with activity, nearly filled to capacity, with every student immersed in intense training. However, as Lu Hong entered, the atmosphere in the arena quietly shifted. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward him, and some even pointed and whispered among themselves. Is that Lu Hong? The new student taken in by teacher Jian Yan? That's right. It's him. He's pretty handsome, isn't he? No wonder teacher Jian Yan took him as her student. Shoo, don't let him hear you. These whispers pierced Lu Hong's ears like fine needles, causing him to furrow his brows and feel a ripple of emotion in his heart. Having just arrived, how could he be so noticeable? Could it be that Ms. Jian Yan's reputation was too prominent, causing him to become the center of everyone's attention? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before Lu Hong. Lu Hong. It was Mo Qilin, who had participated in the island taking battle alongside Lu Hong. Lu Hong, you've been reported. Mo Qilin cut straight to the point, his tone urgent. Lu Hong looked confused. What do you mean? Mo Qilin pulled out his phone and handed it to Lu Hong. Take a look yourself. Lu Hong took the phone and scanned the glaring text, his anger boiling over, his face turning ashen. Teacher Jian Yan and a student are involved in an inappropriate relationship. Ms. Jian Yan has always adhered to her principles over the years, imposing extremely stringent requirements on students who wish to study under her. Even Xiao Rong, who was perfectly suited to her, was unable to become her disciple. However, this year, Ms. Jian Yan has broken her own rules and accepted a new student. This new disciple not only possesses striking good looks but also seems to share an inexplicable intimacy with Ms. Jian Yan. Exclusive photos. The photo shows Jian Yan leading Lu Hong back to the villa. Lu Hong was furious. Who posted this? Mo Qilin shook his head. It's an anonymous new account. Tracking it is extremely difficult. At this point, the rumor has spread like wildfire. Everyone seems more interested in gossip than the truth. Lu Hong couldn't help but think of a figure, Xiao Rong. His expression grew darker, and he said in a low voice, Mo Qilin, can you help me with something? Mo Qilin replied without hesitation, go ahead. Help me find Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong? Mo Qilin paused for a moment before realizing, do you suspect she's involved in this incident? She comes to the 38th martial arts arena to train almost every day. Lu Hong's body moved, and he strode toward the direction of the 38th martial arts arena. Boom! A dazzling purple lightning bolt suddenly split the sky. Under the purple lightning, the heavy doors of the 38th martial arts arena were split cleanly in two, sending dust flying everywhere. Who dares to split open the doors of the martial arts arena? Inside the martial arts arena, 3 trainees were engaged in an intense martial arts duel. Among them was a graceful, short-haired woman none other than Xiao Rong. The moment her gaze met Lu Hong's, she couldn't help but flicker her eyes before quickly stepping back behind the two men. Lu Hong's gaze was like a flame, fixated on Xiao Rong. It's you, isn't it? The two men, seeing Lu Hong's intimidating presence, snapped out of their daze and smirked with disdain. Oh? You're the pretty boy who was special treated by teacher Jiang? Pretty boy, this isn't the place for you to cause trouble. Unfazed by their taunts, Lu Hong remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Xiaorong as he spoke slowly and deliberately. Xiaorong, you were lingering outside Mr. Zhang's villa yesterday. All of this was your doing, wasn't it? Hiding behind someone, Xiaorong retorted defiantly, the two of you have an ambiguous relationship and now you're coming here to accuse me? Just because I went to the villa's gate, does that mean I did it? If I went to the bank, does that mean the money in the bank is mine? Your logic is too far-fetched. Do you have any evidence? If you do, show it. Don't just make baseless accusations here. If you don't have any evidence, get out of here immediately. Lu Hong spoke in a deep voice. You want evidence? Fine, I'll give you evidence. Xiaorong curled her lips into a cold smile, her eyes filled with contempt. I'll see what evidence you have. She didn't believe Lu Hong could produce any evidence. She had taken a photo and left, and the card used to post the message had been destroyed by her. What kind of evidence could he possibly have? Lu Hong was just bluffing. He was trying to trick her. As long as she didn't admit it herself. No one would ever know it was me who posted it. Slander is just words. Without evidence, what can you do to me? Can you kill me? Boom! 9 black and red fire dragons appeared behind Lu Hong, swirling in the sky and emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong was surrounded by purple lightning, holding a hellfire staff in his hand, looking like a war god emerging from the flames. Evidence? This is the evidence. Chapter 30, next time we meet, I will kill you. Xiaorong cowered behind a man, clutching his collar tightly, her face filled with fear. Lu Hong, what are you doing? Do you really want to fight again? This is North War Martial Arts Academy. Yuan, I'm scared. Lu Hong's surging chi and blood energy instantly drew the attention of the surrounding students. Everyone stopped in their tracks, crowding the perimeter of the 38th martial arts arena until there was no room to move, creating a chaotic scene. However, the few people inside the 38th martial arts arena seemed unaware of the severity of the situation. In their eyes, Lu Hong was just an unregistered student who hadn't officially enrolled yet. That so-called summoning of the 9 dragons was nothing more than a hollow gimmick. They had absolute confidence in their own abilities. Especially Yuan, who witnessed Xiaorong's pitiful appearance, felt a surge of compassion. He glared at Lu Hong with fury, pointing directly at him and shouted harshly, Lu Hong, you have an ambiguous relationship with teacher Jiang Yan. What does that have to do with us? Do you think you can drag us into this mess? You've made a mistake. Now you dare to challenge us? You must be out of your mind. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you see the real difference in our strength. Divine choice system triggered. Option 1. Kneel before Xiaorong in public and admit your mistake, endure the humiliation, and bear all consequences. Reward, host receives an S-rank talent, Earth Shield. Option 2. Leave immediately and hide like a coward, waiting for Jiang Yan to return and handle it. Reward, 1 turtle pill for the host. Option 3. Expose Xiaorong's true form and have her admit she spread the rumors. Reward, host's talent proficiency +1. Endure humiliation and bear the burden? A cowardly turtle? System. Can you do it? Am I weaker than him? Every time I come out, it's always these options. System, watch closely, I'll show you how to expose Xiaorong's true colors. Yuan saw Lu Hong standing there dumbfounded and thought he was scared. In an instant, Yuan was enveloped in a dazzling white glow, as if a divine being had descended, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yuan sneered, Lu Hong. Don't say I'm bullying the weak. I'm now a 5th-tier martial artist. If you're willing to apologize to Xiaorong, I'll spare your life. The onlookers gathered around, whispering and speculating. Just 2 days ago, I saw Yuan, and he was still a 4th-tier martial artist. Now he's already advanced to the 5th-tier martial artist realm. Yuan entered the academy at the same time as me, and his cultivation speed has already surpassed many of us at the same rank. Lu Hong just graduated from high school, he's no match for Yuan. Moreover, Yuan possesses an S-rank divine weapon, the Snow Eagle Sword. That's the 63rd ranked divine weapon on the Great Xia divine weapon rankings. Can Lu Hong even block a single strike from Yuan? This newcomer is probably asking for trouble. Facing the whispers around him, Lu Hong remained silent. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Yuan was as though he were looking at a dead man. Yuan coldly said, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, he suddenly swung his snow eagle blade. In an instant, the sky seemed to tear apart, and blinding white light filled the heavens. A mere fire dragon? Even if 9 of them came together, what could they do to me? They're nothing but ants under my blade. Yuan roared arrogantly, his eyes filled with contempt. However, just as his snow eagle blade was about to touch Lu Hong, an unprecedented force suddenly surged back from the blade to his palm, causing his face to pale in shock. This is not the kind of power a mere 4th-tier martial artist could possess. Yuan was filled with horror. Before he could react, Lu Hong's hellfire staff had already turned crimson like flames, carrying a destructive force that charged straight toward his face. Yuan hurriedly raised his sword to meet it, but the Hellfire Staff darted past like a ghost, vanishing in an instant. Immediately afterward, the Hellfire Staff appeared behind his head at an impossible angle. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, like a watermelon bursting. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the surrounding air red. Red blood pooled on the ground. A sight to make one's hair stand on end. 9 fiery dragons swept in, instantly engulfing Yuan's body, leaving no trace behind. Yuan was dead. For a moment, the scene fell into complete silence, even the wind seemed to have stopped breathing. Everyone looked at each other in shock, their hearts trembling with awe, none daring to utter a sound. Only Lin chuckled softly beside him. Lu Hong's strength is far from what it seems. An ordinary 5th-tier martial artist would never stand a chance against him. As Lin appeared, the crowd gathered around him like stars orbiting the moon. Who was this Lu Hong? How could he possess such overwhelming power? With the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist, he killed Yuan with a single strike. Such power would place him among the top ranks even at our North War Martial Arts Academy. Lin spoke slowly. Lu Hong participated in the island seizure battle alongside me. Moreover, he was the hero who led the Great Xia Kingdom to its first victory in that battle. Had he not been there, the outcome of that battle might have been entirely different. I might not have survived to return alive. These words caused an uproar among the crowd, with exclamations of astonishment echoing everywhere. What? Lu Hong actually participated in the island taking battle alongside Lin. From what Lin said, Lu Hong's strength seems to surpass his own. How is that possible? Lin is the top-tier 5th-rank martial artist in our academy. A genius like that? No wonder teacher Zhang Yan would want to take him as a student. Any school would be fighting over him. It seems that all the rumors about Lu Hong and teacher Zhang Yan were just groundless speculation. Another man inside the martial arts arena, having witnessed Yuan's death, turned pale. Lu Hong, I. Before he could finish, Lu Hong's Hellfire Staff pierced through his chest like a bolt of lightning. He never had the chance to finish his sentence. This scene sent Xiaorong's heart plummeting to the depths of despair, fear spreading like icy coldness. She was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. Even with her awakened SS rank talent, she was no match for Lu Hong. Xiaorong stared at Lu Hong's gloomy face, her voice trembling. Lu Hong, how dare you accuse me of spreading that information? You can't falsely accuse me without cause. And you certainly can't kill someone in school without reason. Lu Hong's gaze was as cold as a knife, his words devoid of emotion. Without reason? You framed me, so I killed you. That's perfectly reasonable. I'll ask you one last time, did you spread that rumor? If you tell me the truth, I'll spare your life this time. Xiaorong saw the ruthlessness in Lu Hong's eyes. She knew that if she refused to admit it, her fate might be the same as Yuan's. If she told the truth, Lu Hong might spare her life. Facing life and death, Xiaorong chose the latter. Her knees gave way, and she fell to her knees. Lu Hong, I'm sorry. It was my narrow-mindedness that led me to harbor jealousy toward you because teacher Zhang Yan chose you. In a moment of impulse, I spread that rumor. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Lu Hong spoke with unwavering resolve. Hand over your phone. Delete that message completely. Xiaorong fumbled frantically in her pockets for her phone, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. I used a new number, and I've already discarded that SIM card. But fortunately, the message is still saved in the background. I'll delete it immediately. As Xiaorong's fingers swiftly swiped across the screen, the message that had caused the commotion was deleted. The surrounding students witnessed the scene, casting complex glances and murmuring accusations. Xiaorong, you really brought this on yourself. How dare you slander the teacher behind their back? That's way too much. You're right. Xiaorong probably won't be able to stay at Beijianwude anymore. How dare she stay at North War Martial Arts University? If Ms. Zhang Yan finds out about this, she's as good as dead. Xiaorong was too overwhelmed by the surrounding chaos to notice the growing crowd. Lu Hong, you promised me with your own mouth that if I told you the truth, you'd spare my life. Is that not true? Lu Hong nodded. Yes, Lu Hong, keep my word. I'll spare you this time. Get out of here. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you. Lin, standing nearby, felt something was off. He had witnessed Lu Hong's methods during the island seizure battle. Yuan Jin had met a gruesome end at Lu Hong's hands. Would he really let Xiaorong go so easily? Lin's mind was filled with countless questions. Xiaorong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She dared not linger for a moment, stumbling as she turned and sprinted toward the exit of the training ground with all her strength. However, just as she was about to escape, a fiery red figure blocked her path. Xiaorong, I just said that the next time we meet, I will kill you. Now, we have met again. Chapter 31, Lu Hong's Fire Dragon SSS rank talent? Lin's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally came to a halt. He knew that Lu Hong would never let Xiaorong off so easily. Including Lin, everyone present never expected Lu Hong to play his cards so unconventionally. What the hell is next time we meet? You just turned your head, okay? Xiaorong's face was as pale as paper. She finally realized that from start to finish, Lu Hong had been toying with her. Her confession and pleas for mercy were nothing but a joke in his eyes. Lu Hong. What do you mean? You clearly said earlier that as long as I spoke honestly, you'd let me go. By doing this now, you're trying to kill me. In front of the entire school, do you want everyone to see you go back on your word? Lu Hong chuckled lightly, glancing at the crowd around him. Oh? I'll see who dares to say I'm breaking my word. I, Lu Hong, always keep my promises. If I say I'll kill you next time we meet, I'll kill you next time we meet. When have I ever broken my word? Xiaorong's face turned ashen with anger. This is North War Martial Arts University. You have no right to act so recklessly here. If you harm me without cause, you will be severely punished by the Academy's strict rules. Lu Hong sneered, I have never killed anyone without cause. You falsely accused a school teacher and a student and resisted law enforcement on the spot and were killed on the spot. Do you think the school would believe a living genius? Or a dead piece of trash? With a loud boom, 9 fiery dragons suddenly shot into the sky, charging toward Xiaorong and instantly engulfing her in a raging inferno. I am from the Yuan family. Xiaorong's voice echoed through the flames, faint and intermittent. Stop. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a urgent shout rang out from the distance, accompanied by the figure of a young man rushing toward them. However, the 9 fiery dragons seemed unaffected, their flames growing even more intense. In the blink of an eye, Xiaorong's figure vanished into the flames, leaving behind only a pile of ashes, a testament to her once-present existence. Ding! Host successfully shattered the rumor. Reward, talent usage proficiency +1. The young man witnessed the scene, his eyes wide with anger, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Lu Hong. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Lu Hong replied calmly, I heard you. Then why didn't you stop? I'm going to kill her. Why should I stop? You. The young man was filled with hatred, speaking slowly and deliberately. Xiaorong is a member of the Yuan clan. By killing her, you are declaring war on the Yuan clan. Lu Hong finally looked at the young man directly, his tone tinged with amusement. You're from the Yuan family? Oomph. I am Yuan Shaking, the prodigy of the Yuan family. If you know what's good for you, come over here and kneel down to apologize. The crowd around them grew restless upon seeing Yuan Shaking appear, and whispers began to spread. Yuan Shaking? He actually came. Xiaorong is from the Yuan family? I've never heard of her before. Regardless of Xiaorong's status, Yuan Shaking has come to seek justice for her. Lu Hong is in trouble now. Yuan Shaking is now a 6th-tier martial artist. Lu Hong isn't a match for him. Anyone below 6th rank is as good as dead, that's no joke. That's right. If Yuan Shaojing gets serious, Lu Hong won't even have the strength to fight back. Mo Qilin also couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He knew Lu Hong was strong, but he had also experienced Yuan Shaojing's terrifying power firsthand. If Yuan Shaojing were to act, Lu Hong would be doomed. Mo Qilin quickly pulled out his phone, dialed the family number, and urgently sought assistance, hoping to secure a sliver of hope for Lu Hong. Yuan Shaojing looked up disdainfully and said, I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. Kneel down and apologize before me. If you refuse, I'll make you kneel down myself. Lu Hong sighed lightly, the last person who made me kneel and apologize is already dead. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaojing burst into laughter. What a bold claim. Have you ever experienced the power of a 6th-tier martial artist? It's not just about enhancing your vital energy. Only martial artists above the 6th rank can truly harness the power of their innate talents. And I have awakened dual SS rank innate abilities. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger for me, as simple as crushing an ant. Lu Hong scratched his ear casually and said, Yuan Jin was also from your Yuan clan, right? When I killed him, he didn't talk as much as you. You've been buzzing around here the whole time, you're really annoying. Boom! 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, roaring as they swept toward Yuan Shaoqing. The flames contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Yuan Shaking's eyes turned icy cold, and a brilliant red light erupted from his body, as if the sun had descended from the heavens. Equally intense flames erupted from his body, transforming into a dazzling golden phoenix. The golden phoenix soared through the sky, engaging in a fierce battle with the 9 fiery dragons. What was most striking was that the phoenix was surrounded by a sharp gale, making its flames even more ferocious. The students around them witnessed the scene, their astonishment evident on their faces. Look! That's Yuan Shaking's SS rank innate ability, the Divine Fire Phoenix. It's not just the Divine Fire Phoenix. Yuan Shaking has awakened another SS rank talent called the Nine Yang Spirit Wind. The perfect fusion of wind and fire, complementing each other, has multiplied the power of the Divine Fire Phoenix. The Divine Fire Phoenix now possesses the power of an SSS rank talent. An SSS tier talent? That's a legendary tier talent that takes years to awaken. Even if Lu Hong is as strong as he is, he's no match for the Divine Fire Phoenix. Wait. Look quickly. Lu Hong's Fire Dragon is evenly matched with Yuan Shaojing's Divine Fire Phoenix, not giving an inch. What level of talent has Lu Hong awakened? He's actually able to go head-to-head with the Divine Fire Phoenix. Could it be that Lu Hong's 9 Fire Dragons are SSS tier talent? Lin stood by, witnessing Lu Hong unleash the nine-dragon holy fire, his heart equally stirred by the overwhelming power. Compared to the island-seizing battle in his memories, the fire dragons now were even more ferocious. This fire dragon talent had long since surpassed the SS rank category. Lin was certain that Lu Hong's fire dragons were now undoubtedly SSS tier talent. Lu Hong, how many more secrets are you hiding? Yuan Shaking watched as his divine fire phoenix fought evenly against Lu Hong's 9 fire dragons, his eyes widening in disbelief as he growled. This is impossible. How could my divine fire phoenix fail to suppress you? Have you awakened an SSS tier talent? Lu Hong chuckled lightly. Is this the power of a 6th tier martial artist you boast about? In my eyes, it's nothing special. Yuan Shaking, enraged by his words, clenched his teeth and growled, Lu Hong, since you've chosen your own path to destruction, don't blame me for being ruthless. A crisp phoenix cry pierced the sky. A feather from the divine fire phoenix, carrying a sharp white gale, darted into Yuan Shaking's body. Yuan Shaking's body erupted with surging chi and blood, and a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spine spread out around him. Lu Hong, open your eyes wide. This is the full extent of my power. Die. With a deafening explosion, Yuan Shaking's body erupted, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. His entire body was enveloped in raging flames and howling gale winds. His speed was so great that he left behind a series of blurry afterimages. The students around him gasped in awe at the sight. Is this the power of a 6th rank martial artist? What terrifying force! Where's Yuan Shaking? How did he suddenly disappear? My eyes can't keep up with his speed. Yeah, I can't see him either. His speed is beyond human limits. Lin, standing nearby, furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with concern. Yuan Shaking's speed has reached the realm of perfection. The naked eye can no longer track his movements. Even an ordinary 6th rank martial artist couldn't match Yuan Shaojing's level. The strength Yuan Shaojing is currently displaying places him among the top ranks of 6th rank martial artists. Lu Hong is truly in danger now. Even if he awakens his SSS tier talent, he couldn't possibly be a match for this prodigy, Yuan Shaojing. Yuan Shaking is simply too powerful. Chapter 32, that's because you haven't met me yet. Ha 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 ha. Lu Hong. Prepare to meet your end. Yuan Shaking's mocking voice echoed through the air. A fierce gale swept toward him, the full force of Yuan Shaking's attack. However, Yuan Shaojing's attack missed its mark at that moment. Ha! Yuan Shaking furrowed his brows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lu Hong had vanished from his sight. How was that possible? Zzz. A piercing sound of electricity suddenly filled the air. Immediately afterward, a dense purple glow erupted from the void. Yuan Shaking stared intently, only to see Lu Hong's entire body shrouded in blinding purple light. On Lu Hong's feet, a pair of thunderbolt boots were continuously releasing terrifying blood energy. Thunderbolt boots? So you have an S-rank equipment. I'll see how long you can hide with those boots. Yuan Shaking curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, and the white light emanating from his body grew even brighter. His figure erupted like an arrow leaving the string, instantly slicing through the sky and charging straight toward Lu Hong. Facing Yuan Shaojing's relentless pursuit, Lu Hong merely smiled indifferently. I never said I was going to hide. Zila. Another deafening purple lightning bolt erupted within Lu Hong's body. Amidst the deafening roar, Lu Ming's figure suddenly blurred before everyone's eyes. Ultimately, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only a long, lingering purple trail. Lin saw the scene inside the arena and furrowed his brows. How could Lu Hong be moving so fast? To others, the figures of Yuan Shaking and Lu Hong had already blurred into indistinct shadows, their trajectories impossible to track. However, in Lin's eyes, he could clearly see every move Yuan Shaking made. But at that moment, Lu Hong's figure was like a ghost, even he couldn't track his movements. This speed had already surpassed that of Yuan Shaking. How is this possible? Lu Hong is merely a 4th-tier martial artist. How could he possess speed that surpasses that of a 6th-tier martial artist? Where does Lu Hong's true strength lie? At the same time, Yuan Shaojing also sensed a hint of danger. He suddenly turned around and saw a dazzling purple pillar, enveloped in earth-shattering chi and blood energy, charging toward him with unstoppable force. In the nick of time, Yuan Shaking gathered a whirlwind of energy around his body, forming an impenetrable barrier that barely managed to withstand the sudden assault. Boom! In an instant, the light intensified. Yuan Shaking's hair turned black from the ravages of lightning. He stared at Lu Hong, who was bathed in lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief. You've mastered the technique of utilizing your innate talent. How is that possible? You're just a 4th-tier martial artist. Lu Hong curved his lips into a smile. A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vastness of the sky. The so-called genius you claim to be is nothing in my eyes. If that's all you've got, then this battle ends here. With a sweep of his hand, a fiery dragon emerged from his abdomen and entered his body. Instantly, the chi and blood energy surged within Lu Hong's body. The crimson flames intertwined with purple lightning, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. Yuan Shaking furrowed his brows. He had never imagined that Lu Hong could harness his innate power to such a level, nearly matching his own. Lu Hong stood tall and straight, holding the Hellfire Staff pointed directly at Yuan Shaking. If you choose to stand up for others, you must be prepared to die for them. Yuan Shaking roared in anger, who said my strength is limited to this. I am a genius. A genius of the Yuan clan. The prodigy of the great Xia kingdom. As he spoke, a surge of powerful qi erupted from his body. A violent wind erupted, forming a gigantic tornado that engulfed Yuan Shaking's entire body. At that very moment, the divine phoenix in the sky spread its wings and let out a loud cry. Without warning, the divine phoenix darted into the heart of the tornado, merging with Yuan Shaoqing. In an instant, Yuan Shaoqing was enveloped by a layer of blindingly white flames. The white flames were intense and pure, containing the terrifying power to incinerate everything in their path, as if even space itself was warping. The onlookers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but look horrified, shouting in astonishment. Even Lin, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but look solemn, muttering to himself, this power is not something a 6th-rank martial artist should possess. Suddenly, a low voice echoed from behind Lin. Yuan Shaking truly lives up to his reputation as the prodigy of the Yuan clan. He managed to break through at the last moment. Lin slowly turned around to see several teachers had gathered silently, their gazes fixed on the center of the martial arts arena. The commotion in the 38th martial arts arena naturally did not escape the teachers' notice. However, none of them had any intention of intervening. Instead, they watched the battle with great interest. Lu Hong has awakened dual talents and can already glimpse the basics of talent application at the 4th-tier realm, truly rare. However, he is facing Yuan Shaking, the prodigy of the Yuan clan in this generation. To defeat him is still too difficult. Even if they are both at the 6th-tier realm, Lu Hong may not be a match for Yuan Shaoqing. What Yuan Shaoqing has demonstrated is the perfect fusion of his talents. He has already reached such a level upon entering the 6th-tier realm. Even some of the 7th-rank mentors in our academy might not be able to match him. Yuan Shaking has only been in the academy for a year. This is true genius. Yuan Shaking, where exactly is his limit? Every teacher's words were filled with praise for Yuan Shaoqing. Lin furrowed his brows, his eyes betraying his concern for Lu Hong. He knew that if he were in the arena facing Yuan Shaoqing's earth-shattering abilities, he wouldn't last even a second. What about Lu Hong? Could he withstand it? At that moment, Yuan Shaoqing was surrounded by dazzling white flames, and an intangible aura of authority caused everyone present to lower their heads involuntarily. With a slight tremor, a pair of wings formed from white flames slowly unfolded behind him, lifting him into the air. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he seemed to rule over the world. He looked down at Lu Hong, as if he were looking at an ant about to be crushed. I am the genius. Yuan Shaoqing's voice echoed across the heavens. Among the young generation of the great Xia kingdom, I am the one in 10,000. No one can surpass me. Lu Hong was also overwhelmed by the power emanating from Yuan Shaking. The pressure from the white flames far surpassed his SSS-ranked 9 Dragon Holy Fire. Is this the power of talent? However, with the system's enhancement, his mastery of his talent had also made a qualitative leap. Now, facing Yuan Shaoqing, he was not without a fighting chance. Lu Hong's eyes showed no trace of fear, only burning determination. He looked up at Yuan Shaking, a faint smile curving his lips, his tone firm and confident. You say that among the younger generation, no one can surpass you? That's because you haven't met me yet. Chapter 33, Genius? Just the threshold to see me. Boom! The 9 fire dragons in the sky seemed to have been summoned, dancing wildly. Instantly, these fire dragons surrounded Lu Hong in unison. In an instant, the leading fire dragon transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Lu Hong's abdomen and merging with him. The black and red flames swirling around Lu Hong grew even more intense, resembling boiling lava, their might terrifying. The second fire dragon followed closely behind, entering Lu Hong's body once more. The black-red flames grew even more intense. Then the third. The fourth. Until all 8 fire dragons had entered Lu Hong's body, they finally came to a halt. Each fire dragon accompanied an increase in Lu Hong's power, reaching the peak he could currently control. At this moment, the black-red flames swirling around Lu Hong had surged to several zhang in height, resembling the flames of an inferno, surging endlessly. Within this sea of fire, purple lightning bolts flickered, intertwining with the black-red flames, as if they were the most violent forces in the heavens and earth. Lu Hong stood amidst it all, like a demon lord of hell, exuding endless pressure that struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. The teachers surrounding him all wore expressions of horror, their whispers intertwining into a chorus of disbelief. What kind of monster is this Lu Hong? I've seen geniuses who awaken dual SS tier talents, and I've seen prodigies who awaken SSS tier talents. But this is the first time I've seen someone at the 4th tier martial artist realm able to use their talent's power like this. And he's mastered an SSS tier talent. That's 10, even 100 times harder than mastering talents of other tiers. Who is this Lu Hong? He can no longer be described as a genius, he is a demon. Yuan Shaking saw the black-red flames erupting from Lu Hong's body, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes before rage surged forth like a raging torrent. He couldn't accept that Lu Hong's strength had reached such a level. Who do you think you are to compare yourself to me? Yuan Shaking. I am the most outstanding genius of the younger generation in the Great Xia Kingdom. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hong slowly raised the Hellfire Staff in his hand, pointing it directly toward the sky. Boom! A pillar of black and red flames erupted from the tip of the staff, resembling the flames of the apocalypse, charging toward Yuan Shaking. Yuan Shaking snorted coldly, and white flames swirled, effortlessly devouring the fierce fireball into nothingness. The sky was shrouded in thick smoke. However, amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Hong's voice suddenly echoed in Yuan Shaking's ears. Genius? Oomph! Bang! The Hellfire Staff had already transformed into a blur, striking Yuan Shaking's left cheek with lightning speed. The force was so immense it was breathtaking. Yuan Shaking's body was like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, spiraling out of control toward the ground. You call yourself a genius? Lu Hong's voice rang out again, accompanied by the merciless second strike of the Hellfire Staff. Bang! This time, it was Yuan Shaking's right cheek, where purple lightning and black-red flames intertwined, shattering his pride completely. The immense impact left Yuan Shaking completely disoriented, his mind spinning in a dizzying whirl. He was once again sent flying by Lu Hong. The Great Xia Kingdom's once-in-a-thousand-years genius? Lu Hong's cold laughter echoed through the air as the Hellfire Staff swung out for the third time. Bang! Lu Hong's Hellfire Staff struck Yuan Shaking's chest with brutal force. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. Yuan Shaking crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in agony, unable to move. Yuan Shaking was overcome with disbelief. He didn't know why this was happening. He had clearly awakened his dual SS rank talents. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Yuan clan. He had only been enrolled for a year, yet he had rapidly advanced to the 6th rank martial artist realm. He was the fastest cultivator among all students at the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. He had completely mastered the use of his talent. Even a 7th rank martial artist couldn't match his familiarity with his talent. But all his pride had been shattered by Lu Hong. Lu Hong stood with his foot on Yuan Shaking's head, pressing the Hellfire Staff against Yuan Shaking's chest. Genius? You've only seen the threshold of my power. Just as Lu Hong was about to deliver the fatal blow to end the battle, several urgent shouts suddenly rang out. Lu Hong, stop! Stop immediately! Among classmates, we encourage friendly competition, but we cannot condone killing. It was the teachers who had been watching the fight earlier. They rushed forward and quickly surrounded Lu Hong, stopping him from continuing his attack. Facing the teacher's sudden intervention, Lu Hong slightly pulled back the Hellfire Staff in his hand, a subtle smile curving his lips. Teachers? All right. I understand. Lu Hong's words put the teachers present at ease. They believed the situation was under control and instantly let their guard down. Lu Hong's expression grew serious. I only said I understood, but I didn't say I would obey. Put. A jet of bright red blood erupted from beneath Lu Hong's feet. The Hellfire Staff had silently pierced through Yuan Shaking's heart. Yuan Shaking's eyes widened in disbelief. He never dreamed he would die here. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the teacher and students stunned into silence, as if time had frozen in that moment. With a deafening roar, the black-red flames surrounding Lu Hong suddenly surged upward, transforming into a fiery dragon that mercilessly devoured Yuan Shaking at his feet. Yuan Shaojing's body quickly shriveled in the flames, leaving only a few specks of ash. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning, marking the end of this brutal battle. Lu Hong! Do you know what you've done? I told you to stop. Why didn't you stop? Do you know who he is? Yuan Shaojing, the prodigy of the Yuan clan. How much blood, sweat, and tears has the Yuan clan poured into him? Now you've killed him. Who will bear this overwhelming anger? It's not just you. We teachers watched helplessly as Yuan Shaking died at your hands. We cannot escape responsibility and will all be held accountable by the Yuan family. Even if you die, don't drag us down with you. You worthless scum. Now, we will hand you over to the Yuan family for punishment. Lu Hong's expression darkened. Teachers? When Yuan Shaking was about to kill me earlier, why didn't you show up? Now that someone from the Yuan family is dead, you come out to play the good guys? The teachers exchanged complicated glances before coldly replying, enough talk. The facts are clear. We must hand you over to the Yuan family now. Just then, Mo Qilin burst into the scene and shouted urgently. Wait. Lu Hong is teacher Jian Yan's student. Shouldn't we wait for teacher Jian Yan to return before making a decision? The teacher's expressions grew serious as they replied in a stern voice, Mo Qilin, this matter is no trivial matter. As a junior member of the Mo family, you should not get involved. Even if he is Ms. Jian Yan's student, we must take him away. He killed Yuan Shaojing. The Yuan family's wrath is something we cannot afford to provoke. Just as the tension reached its peak and a conflict was about to erupt, a voice echoed from the distance, reverberating across the entire training ground like thunder. I'll see who dares to touch my student. Chapter 34, His father is Lu Zhenyan. Outside the gates of the training ground, a flash of red suddenly appeared, racing toward the scene. The arrival was none other than Jiang Yan, her voice carrying an unquestionable authority. I was gone for just 1 day to Linghang, and you all act as if I don't exist? Lu Hong is my student, I dare any of you touch him. Which martial artist hasn't killed someone? If you dare to take Lu Hong away, don't blame me for being ruthless. Several teachers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with distress and bitterness. This Lu Hong killed someone right under our noses. And he killed Yuan Shaoqing of the Yuan family. If we don't hand him over to the Yuan family, who will bear the brunt of their anger? Jiang Yan, upon hearing this, grew even more enraged. You fear the Yuan family? Do you not fear my Zheng family? A teacher replied with a wry smile, Ms. Zheng, the Zheng family's reputation is far and wide, they are certainly no one to be underestimated. However, the Yuan family's influence is deeply entrenched in the Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, the North War Martial Arts Academy was jointly founded by the Yuan and Mo families. Yuan Jing currently serves as the vice principal of our North War Martial Arts Academy. Now that Lu Hong has committed such a grave offense, I believe both the school and the aristocratic family should leave this matter to Principal Yuan Jing to handle. Jiang Yan's face turned ashen, and she was about to speak again when a steady and powerful voice suddenly echoed from the distance. You are not afraid of the Zheng family. What about adding my Mo family to the mix? This Lu Hong, my Mo family will protect him. As the words fell, a middle-aged man walked onto the martial arts field, his steps steady and his presence imposing. The students, upon seeing this, couldn't help but look astonished, whispering among themselves. It's Vice Principal Mo Tianxiong. Why is he here too? Is he here to protect Lu Hong too? This Lu Hong has managed to attract so many powerful factions to stand up for him, even at the risk of opposing the Yuan family? Several teachers, upon seeing Mo Tianxiong appear, couldn't help but smile knowingly. The heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. On one side was the Yuan family, and on the other were the Mo and Zheng families. All were powers they dared not offend. However, they were now in a better position. Since the Mo family had intervened, they could step back and stay out of it. The Yuan family's anger would not reach them, instead, it would be directed at the Zheng family and the Mo family. The teachers quickly exchanged a knowing glance and hurriedly declared their stance to Mo Tianxiong. Since Principal Mo has spoken, the matter involving Lu Hong will naturally be handled entirely by you and Teacher Jiang. We will no longer interfere. With that, they wisely prepared to leave the scene. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the brief tranquility. The atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena tensed to its absolute limit. Who is it? Which bold-hearted fool dares to kill our Yuan Shaojing? Who is it? Come out here. The shout was filled with endless authority and anger, as if the very air was trembling. The surrounding students trembled in their boots under the overwhelming pressure. Some couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed to their knees. It's Vice Principal Yuan Jing. He's come in person. This is bad. With Yuan Jing here, Lu Hong is in serious trouble. Even if Lu Hong is exceptionally talented, he killed Yuan Shaocheng. The Yuan family 1T let him off so easily. He has angered the Yuan family. This path is likely at an end for him. What a pity. The Great Xia Kingdom hasn't seen such a talented martial artist in years. Yuan Jing glared at Lu Hong, his eyes as deep as an abyss, his intent to kill flashing suddenly. You dare to kill a member of the Yuan family. You're asking for death. Today, you must pay with your life. Mo Tianxiong moved swiftly, standing between Yuan Jing and Lu Hong like a mountain, his voice steady. Yuan Jing, do you think I don't exist? Yuan Jing's expression grew cold, his voice as icy as frost. Mo Tianxiong. He killed the once-in-a-century genius of the Yuan clan. You still dare to protect him? Mo Tianxiong replied firmly, yes. I will protect him. Yuan Jing laughed bitterly. Well done, Mo family. Are you willing to ignite a war between two great clans for an outsider? Mo Tianxiong's gaze was piercing as he spoke slowly. You cannot touch him. You don't know his identity. He was personally recruited by my elder brother, Mo Jianjun, to join the Northern War Academy. Yuan Jing sneered. So what if Mo Jianjun recruited him? Does he bear the Mo surname? Can my Yuan clan not kill him? Mo Tianxiong continued. He also won the first island-taking battle of the Great Xia Kingdom. He is a hero of the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jing grew even angrier. So what if he won the island-taking battle? The one who died was Yuan Shaking. Can the Yuan family not kill him? Jiang Yan spoke directly and clearly. His father is Lu Xinyan. These words were like a boulder dropped into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. The entire scene erupted into chaos. Lu Xinyan? Which Lu Xinyan? Who else could it be? He's one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong is actually Lu Xinyan's son. No wonder he possesses such extraordinary talent. Whispers filled the air, but Yuan Jing fell into an unprecedented silence. He stared intently at Lu Hong, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, and complex emotions. He is actually Lu Xinyan's son. The son of that madman. If I don't kill Lu Hong today, what will become of the Yuan family's reputation? The Yuan clan will surely punish me internally. But if I kill Lu Hong today, Lu Zhenyan will definitely kill me tomorrow. Choose the Yuan family's honor? Or choose my life? In the end, Yuan Jing clenched his teeth and said, I will report this matter to the Yuan family myself. Lu Hong has committed murder, we cannot let him get away with it. He must face the consequences. With that, Yuan Jing vanished in a flash, his body filled with anger and resentment, and quickly left the scene. Jiang Yan, with a concerned expression, asked, Lu Hong, are you injured? Lu Hong shook his head and smiled lightly, no. Jiang Yan nodded, Lu Hong, you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, even the Yuan family won't dare to touch a single hair on your head. At that moment, Mo Tianqiong looked at Jiang Yan and asked softly, Ms. Jiang, you're returning to Linhang. How did that matter turn out? Jiang Yan furrowed her brows and whispered, Principal Mo, this is a long story. Come to my place, and we'll discuss it in detail. Her gaze fell on Lu Hong and Mo Qilin beside her. You too, come with me as well. Mo Qilin hesitated for a moment before pointing at himself, do I have to go too? Mo Tianqiong slapped Mo Qilin on the back of the head, stop wasting time, follow them. Everyone arrived at Jiang Yan's villa. Jiang Yan spoke solemnly, Principal Mo, thank you for coming to Lu Hong's aid at the martial arts arena. Mo Tianqiong smiled slightly and waved his hand, Ms. Jiang, you're too kind. It was my duty. Moreover, my elder brother has already made arrangements, instructing me to ensure Lu Hong's safety. Even if you hadn't returned in time, I would never stand idly by and let that brat Yu Wenjing succeed in taking Lu Hong away. Immediately, Jiang Yan's expression grew solemn as she looked at Lu Hong and Mo Qilin. What I'm about to say concerns both of you as well. Listen carefully. Chapter 35, The Secret Realm of Linen. Jiang Yan spoke slowly, my Jiang family originated in Linhang and, after enduring the trials of time, has become the first family of Linhang. Although Linhang is home to many martial artists, the absence of a secret realm has prevented the establishment of a martial arts academy there. This has caused the elite martial artists of Linhang to flee elsewhere, with only a few choosing to remain. However, recently, a new secret realm miraculously appeared in Linhang. As everyone knows, the number of times a secret realm can be used is limited. Once used, it can never be used again. For the Great Xia Kingdom, this new secret realm is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Since the secret realm was discovered in Linhang, the local martial artists were the first to attempt to explore it. However, this secret realm has extremely strict restrictions. Within a single day, it only allows 5 martial artists to enter, and they must all be below the 6th rank. The Jiang family has already sent some 5th rank martial artists into the secret realm, but so far, not a single one has emerged. Therefore, the Jiang family is issuing a special invitation to all martial arts academies across the nation. They hope that these martial arts academies will send their top martial artists below the 6th rank to the Linhang secret realm for exploration. If any martial artist is fortunate enough to successfully explore the secret realm, the Jiang family will unconditionally open the secret realm to them, allowing them to enter and exit freely. We will also spare no effort to provide all the resources and support needed for their advancement to the 6th rank. Lu Hong, Mo Qilin, as the outstanding martial artists below the 6th rank at the Northern War Martial Arts University. I wonder if you are willing to go to the Linhang secret realm for exploration. Of course, the choice is yours, and I will not force you in any way. Mo Qilin scoffed and muttered under his breath, an unknown secret realm? This is far more challenging than the island conquest battle. In the island conquest battle, at least we knew we were facing only 100 warriors from the 10,000 clans. But the Linhang secret realm? We don't even know what's inside. And no one has ever returned alive. Who would dare to go? I'm not going. Mo Tianqiong heard Mo Qilin's mutterings. He glared at Mo Qilin and shouted, it's different. The reason the major clans refuse to participate in the island seizing battle is because they're afraid that their own prodigies will die in the battle. More importantly, the island seizing battle isn't enticing enough for them. Mo Tianqiong spoke mysteriously, do you know what opening up the secret realm means? The rewards obtainable from each secret realm vary greatly. However, the first to explore a secret realm will receive rewards as vast as the stars and the sea, boundless and endless. This is an opportunity every martial artist dreams of. The Jiang family is willing to give you this opportunity. You should cherish it even more. If you can't understand the benefits of exploring a secret realm, let me give you 2 examples. Why was Lu Hong's father, Lu Zhenyan, able to rise to become one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom? The other 3 war gods were all geniuses cultivated over decades by their respective major clans. But Lu Zhenyan was different. Besides his unparalleled natural talent, he successfully pioneered a new secret realm. Upon returning from the secret realm, his natural talent surged to SSS rank. Within just a few years, his strength surged dramatically, propelling him into the ranks of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. All of this is inextricably linked to his initial exploration of the secret realm. The secret realm of our Northern War Martial Arts University was also pioneered by Mo Qilin's grandfather. Now, Mo Lao stands at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom. It can be said that secret realm exploration is the cornerstone of the path to greatness. The spots for secret realm exploration are rare and hard to come by. Though the risks are great, the rewards are immense. I am here on behalf of the Mo family to approve Mo Chilin's journey to the Linhang secret realm. Upon hearing this, Mo Chilin's emotions flared up instantly, and he stood up to object. Why him? Last time during the island seizing battle, it was the same. What happened to the promise of the strongest warriors nationwide below the 6th rank? Most of those who came were military martial artists. None of the elite from the major martial arts schools went. Yuan shacking of the Yuan family to avoid the island seizing battle. He used pills to forcefully raise his cultivation to the 6th rank martial artist level. And those who entered the academy with me, like Li Junyi, deliberately suppressed their cultivation to the 4th rank level to avoid the island seizing battle. In the end, you sent me. If it weren't for Lu Hong being there, could we have won the island conquest battle? I would have probably died on the island already. How are you even still here? Mo Tianxiong's expression darkened, and he scolded angrily. The secret realm is a rare opportunity for exploration. When the opportunity arises, one must seize it. As martial artists, if you hesitate and retreat, how can you talk about advancing in the martial arts? You are a son of the Mo family, you must go this time. Refuse? I'll tie you up and take you myself. Afraid? What kind of warrior are you? Lu Hong fell into a moment of deep thought. Exploring the secret realm, every step he took could hide danger and uncertainty. However, if successful, it would undoubtedly bring him countless rewards. Ding! Divine choice system triggered. Option 1, refuse to go to the Linhang secret realm, reward the host with 10 earth diving rat inner. Option 2, agree to go to the Linhang secret realm, reward the host with upgrading the SS tier innate talent Heavenly Extreme Thunder to SSS tier innate talent 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. SSS tier talent 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? Lu Hong already possessed an SSS tier talent and was well aware of its immense power. If he were to possess 2 SSS rank talents, no one in the Great Xia Kingdom could match him. Since Lu Jinyan could return from the secret realm after pioneering it, then I, Lu Hong, can do the same. Lu Hong looked up at Jiang Yan and said, I'll go. Mo Tianxiong also spoke up, my son Mo Qilin will go too. Mo Qilin glared angrily at Mo Tianxiong but remained silent. Jiang Yan nodded and said, alright. There's no time to waste, we'll depart for Linhang tomorrow. After Mo Tianxiong and Mo Qilin had left, Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hong with a serious expression and said earnestly, Lu Hong, although you now have mastered the use of many talents, and your strength has even surpassed that of a 6th tier martial artist with an awakened S-rank talent. However, the secret realm is filled with dangers. Do not underestimate the risks. Take this soft armor, it will protect you. Jiang Yan handed over a soft armor shimmering with a faint golden glow. The golden threads intertwined on its surface, exquisitely crafted, clearly an extraordinary item. This soft armor is called the Golden Cloud Soft Armor, an SS-grade defensive item. Once activated, it forms a golden barrier that blocks all damage. However, it consumes an enormous amount of vital energy, so use it only as a last resort. At your current cultivation level, activating it to its fullest extent should be able to withstand a full power attack from a 7th tier martial artist. Lu Hong took the Golden Cloud Soft Armor, marveling silently to himself. No wonder it's an SS-grade piece of armor, it can actually withstand the attack of a 7th tier martial artist. Defensive gear is something that's hard to come by. The value of this piece of equipment is no less than that of an SS-ranked weapon. Lu Hong bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master Jiang. I will not disappoint you on this secret realm expedition. Mo Qilin returned home with a gloomy expression, saying nothing. Mo Tianxiong, seeing this, softly comforted him. Uncle Mo is only doing this for your own good. Mo Qilin sneered, for my own good? Are you sending me to my death? Twice? Mo Tianxiong lowered his voice. Tell me, who deserves the credit for our victory in the island seizing battle last time? Wasn't it Lu Hong? Lu Hong's current strength could easily kill you in Shaojing. His power has surpassed that of many 6th tier martial artists. Among those of the same rank, he has no equal. This time, the secret realm expedition will be in groups of 5. You're destined to fight side by side with Lu Hong. Stay close to him, build a good relationship with him, and you'll have no trouble surviving the secret realm expedition. When you return, the rewards you'll receive will be enough to sustain you for a lifetime. Mo Qilin heard this, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he immediately broke into a smile. Uncle, you've truly awakened me from my dreams. Thank you, Uncle Mo. But this time when I go on the secret realm expedition, you've got to give me a few more defensive items. We can't afford to end up like last time during the island siege. Don't worry. Even if I don't agree, the entire Mo family will have to agree. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Chapter 36, Are You the Legendary Prophecy Children? Linhang, Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family stood side by side with Jiang Yan, gazing at the 5 young prodigies before them, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Originally, the appearance of a new secret realm in Linhang should have been a joyous occasion for the Zhang family and the entire city of Linhang. However, the Linhang secret realm remained unexplored, becoming a source of frustration for everyone. If not for the realm restrictions, the head of the Zhang family would have rushed into the secret realm himself. At that moment, the head of the Zhang family addressed the group with a solemn tone. You are all elite warriors specially invited by the Zhang family to pioneer the secret realm. In the Great Xia Kingdom, you are the strongest warriors below the 6th rank. If even you cannot successfully pioneer the secret realm, it may become an unsolvable mystery. The promises I made to you all regarding this secret realm exploration will be fulfilled in full. We look forward to your success. By Lu Hong's side, a woman gently parted her lips, her voice clear and resolute. If we truly succeed in opening the secret realm, I ask for nothing else, only the freedom to come and go as I please within the Zhang family's secret realm. Immediately, another man spoke up. I feel the same. I don't need S-rank equipment or any cultivation resources. I just want to be able to enter the secret realm freely. Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. Of course. The Zhang family will not go back on our word. However, we have one more request. Once you enter the secret realm, you must ensure that Zhang Yu remains safe and sound and is brought out alive. Zhang Yan's gaze fell on Lu Hong's left side. A young man in blue clothing was currently lowering his head, saying nothing. The young woman who had spoken earlier broke the silence with a clear, pleasant laugh. Aunt Zhang, rest assured. As long as I, Zhou Ruoxue, am alive, Zhang Yu will definitely be safe. Another young man echoed, with us here, exploring the secret realm is child's play. Zhang Yu will definitely be brought out alive from the secret realm. Zhang Yan nodded. Within the secret realm, the unknown and danger coexist. You must get to know each other, support one another, and overcome the challenges together. Why not take this opportunity to introduce yourselves? The young woman Zhou Ruoxue spoke first. I am Zhou Ruoxue from Yanjing Martial Arts University. I have awakened an SSS tier talent, the 3000 Red Dust Swords, a highly offensive ability. Another young man, Sui, introduced himself humbly yet confidently. My name is Sui, from the South Forest Martial Arts University. Though I have only awakened an SSS ranked support talent, the Moon God's Eye. However, I have meticulously prepared a wide array of equipment. If my strength isn't enough, my equipment will make up for it. Rest assured, I won't hold the team back. Mo Qilin followed closely behind, his voice steady. I am Mo Qilin, a student of the North War Martial Arts University. I possess an SS rank spatial talent, Dark Space, specializing in the manipulation and utilization of space. Lu Hong strode forward, his voice low and powerful. My name is Lu Hong. I have awakened dual talents. One is SSS rank, the 9 Dragon Holy Flame, a pure offensive fire type talent. The other is SS rank, the Heavenly Extreme Thunder, a lightning type talent. As Lu Hong finished his introduction, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned toward him, their eyes flickering with a hint of surprise and curiosity. Finally, Zhang Yu gathered his courage, his voice trembling slightly but firm. My name is Zhang Yu. I have awakened an S-rank talent, the void-destroying wind. I know I'm not as strong as the rest of you, but I'll do my best and contribute my share. Excellent. Since we've all introduced ourselves, let's prepare to enter the secret realm. Everyone followed Zhang Yan's lead and entered the location of the Lin Hang's secret realm. The area was already heavily guarded. After passing through layers of guards, they arrived at the shore of a lake with rippling emerald waters. It was like a scene from a poem. Zhang Yan stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed intently on the center of the lake, signaling to the others with her eyes. Beneath this lake lies the entrance to the Lin Hang's secret realm. Dive directly into the water, and you will enter the secret realm. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere. Zhou Ruoxue, with her graceful form, was the first to leap into the mysterious lake. In an instant, a powerful surge of vital energy enveloped her. Zhou Ruoxue's figure instantly merged with the lake's surface, vanishing without a trace. The others exchanged glances, then leaped into the air, slicing through the water, heading straight for the center of the lake, leaving behind dazzling arcs. Zhang Yan stood on the shore, her face betraying her worry, but she could only wait there, hoping for good news. As soon as Lu Hong touched the lake water, it felt as though he had been pierced by thousands of icy arrows, his muscles tensing up, and his consciousness nearly freezing in that moment. After an unknown amount of time, a warm and gentle force quietly surged toward him, dispelling the cold around him, and his limbs gradually regained sensation. Lu Hong slowly opened his eyes and found himself on a tiny island. The island was no larger than the training ground of the North War Martial Arts Academy. The island was barren and devoid of any vegetation, offering an unobstructed view of its surroundings. Surrounding it was an endless expanse of sea, vast and majestic, stretching as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice rang out in Lu Hong's ears. Lu Hong, hello, I'm Zhou Ruoxue. Zhou Ruoxue was already standing beside him, extending her delicate hand. Lu Hong could only extend his hand and symbolically shake the young girl's palm, responding briefly, hello. Zhou Ruoxue continued, I heard that you killed Yuan Shaking at the Northern War Martial Arts Academy? Yuan Shaking has always boasted of being the best of the younger generation. However, I think he's no match for me. I had planned to go to the Northern War Martial Arts Academy to challenge him, but now I have no chance. Once we emerge from the secret realm, I hope you can spar with me and see who truly deserves the title of the best of the young generation. Is this guy out of his mind? A battle maniac? I don't have time to play with you. Lu Hong shook his head and refused outright, no need. I don't have time to play with you. Zhou Ruoxue didn't seem discouraged by the refusal. She curved her lips into a faint smile, no problem. Lu Hong. There will always be another chance. At that moment, Mo Qilin quietly approached Lu Hong and whispered in his ear, Lu Hong, don't bother with her. She's just a crazy woman who only knows how to fight. Before he could finish, Zhou Ruoxue's eyes flashed with cold intent. She sprang forward, delivering a precise punch that landed squarely on Mo Qilin's abdomen. Mo Qilin was sent flying backward, plunging into the sea and splashing water everywhere. Zhou Ruoxue clapped her hands, her face instantly returning to its gentle smile, as if nothing had happened. Lu Hong, I'm sorry for the trouble. Mo Qilin, soaked to the bone, climbed out of the sea with a disheveled appearance, glaring at Zhou Ruoxue with a mix of resentment and fear in his eyes. Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh. Do you two know each other? Mo Qilin sighed bitterly, furrowing his brows. We're more than just acquaintances. We grew up together with Sui since we were children. But Mo Qilin and Sui have always been in the same boat, bullied by Zhou Ruoxue all the way to adulthood. Don't let Zhou Ruoxue's gentle appearance fool you, she's a violent person through and through. Bang! A white blur swept past, and Zhou Ruoxue struck again. Mo Qilin was once again ruthlessly sent back into the embrace of the sea. Sui covered his face and shook his head helplessly. Mo Qilin, you know exactly what she's like. Why bother? Gulp. The sea surface suddenly rippled. A figure emerged from the water. Zhou Ruoxue glared at the figure and shouted angrily, Mo Qilin, dare you speak ill of me again, and I'll make you regret it. At that moment, a young girl emerged from the water, her voice clear and melodious. Are you the legendary prophecy child? Ha! It's not Mo Qilin who came up this time? Upon seeing the young girl's appearance, everyone froze in place. Golden hair, a slender figure. And trailing behind her was a long, flowing fishtail. A mermaid? End of this chapter. Chapter 37, The Fish People? I'll see what you're up to, you tricksters. Everything around seemed to freeze, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore. At that moment, Mo Qilin, soaked from head to toe, climbed back onto the shore, breaking the momentary silence. His gaze immediately locked onto the mermaid girl, and he coldly asked, Are you a mermaid from the Zhouji tribe? The girl's face paled upon hearing this. She shook her head frantically, No. I'm not a mermaid. I'm a fish man. This fish woman had only the strength of a first-tier martial artist. To them, she was no more than an ant, posing no threat whatsoever. On the contrary, this mermaid girl might become their breakthrough in this secret realm. Lu Hong asked directly, You just said we are the chosen ones. What does that mean? A flash of excitement crossed the girl's eyes, tears welling up in her eyes. She choked out, You must be the prophecy children. The tribal chief told us that 5 chosen ones would descend to save our merfolk tribe. The book of prophecy cannot be wrong. Zhou Ruoxue gently reached out her hand, lightly patting the girl's head, and comforted her, Don't worry, take your time. The mermaid girl took a deep breath and spoke slowly, Our merfolk tribe has lived in this sea for generations, living in peace with the world. One day, a group of brutal merfolk appeared. They were inherently brutal and, relying on their overwhelming strength, launched a merciless slaughter against us. The former tribal chief exhausted his life to obtain guidance from the Book of Prophecy, which allowed us to survive. The prophecy book foretold that 5 chosen ones would emerge to save us from the brink of destruction. We have waited 10 years, and finally, you have come. You must be the prophecy children. There can be no mistake. Mo Qilin continued to ask, What do the merfolk you mentioned look like? Are they entirely blue in color, with gills on their faces, no noses, and a face that looks somewhat fierce? The mermaid girl nodded repeatedly, Yes. Yes. That's exactly what they look like. You actually know what the merfolk tribe looks like. You must be the chosen ones. Please, go to our sanctuary and save our people. Lu Hong and the others never expected that the merfolk tribe, one of the 10,000 tribes, would be here. They knew deep down that this merfolk tribe held the key to the secret realm. Zhou Ruoxue asked softly, Where is your sanctuary? If it's in the sea, we can't breathe underwater like you do. The mermaid girl quickly pulled out 5 blue pearls from her bosom and handed them to the group. These are water-repelling pearls. They allow you to breathe normally in water. They are quite common among our merfolk tribe. As she finished speaking, the mermaid girl murmured an incantation. The water-repelling pearls emitted rings of brilliant blue light, which coalesced into a massive blue light barrier, gently enveloping everyone within. Following the mermaid girl's lead, Lu Hong and his companions stepped into the ocean without hesitation. Under the effect of the water-repelling beads, everyone could breathe normally in the water without any issues. Amazement flashed in everyone's eyes. This water-repelling pearl truly had such a miraculous effect. After all, even a 9th-tier martial artist would need special innate abilities or pills to barely survive underwater for a few hours. In the deep sea, the time would be significantly shorter. Therefore, the seas have always been the domain of all races. But now, this water-repelling pearl can allow martial artists to breathe normally underwater. Truly a frontier secret realm. This is only the beginning, yet such a treasure has already been discovered. This makes one eagerly anticipate the upcoming secret realm journey. The group followed closely behind the mermaid girl, and soon, a hidden base came into view. At the entrance, fish people guards wielding steel spears watched the group warily. "You're not merfolk? Who are you?" The mermaid girl hurried forward, her voice filled with excitement. "They are the chosen ones." The guards' expressions changed abruptly, and their tension was instantly replaced by wild joy. They shouted excitedly, "The chosen ones have arrived. Hurry and inform the tribal chief." Lu Hong and the others entered the merfolk tribe's settlement, finding it resembling a small town. "Are you the chosen ones? Please come forward." A gentle yet steady female voice drifted from the distance. A fish woman with golden hair and blue eyes, her figure graceful and slender, swam toward them at an astonishing speed. It must be said that the fishman's skin was exceptionally well maintained. As Lu Hong and his companions entered the fish people tribe's settlement, they noticed that every member of the tribe was either a handsome man or a beautiful woman, not a single ugly one in sight. They were completely different from the ugly merfolk tribe. "I am the chief of the merfolk tribe, Ayu. We've finally waited for you. The prophesied child." Ayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Under Ayu's guidance, Lu Hong and the others were led into a simple stone hut. "Child of the prophecy, our tribe is facing an unprecedented crisis. We humbly request your assistance to save the fishmen from the brink of destruction." Zhou Ruoxue asked, "Why are we called the chosen one? What is the prophecy? Can we see it?" Ayu nodded slightly, turned around, and retrieved an ancient-looking book from a hidden crevice behind her. The book's cover was slightly weathered, but the pages inside were remarkably well preserved. She carefully flipped through the pages until the final chapter, then handed it to the others. The Book of Prophecy. Under the relentless assault of the merfolk tribe, the fishmen were on the brink of collapse. However, 5 prophecy children appeared out of nowhere, defeated the merfolk tribe, and saved the fishfolk tribe from certain doom. Please give the sea key to the prophecy children. The prophecy children will use the sea key to uncover the fish people's ancient secret. Upon reading the words in the Book of Prophecy, everyone understood what was to come. This key to the sea and the secret of the fishmen are the key to unlocking this hidden realm. However, Lu Hong furrowed his brows and remained silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. Zhou Ruoxue asked again, "What is the sea key? What secret do the merfolk hold?" Yu explained, "The sea key, as the name suggests, is a key. It can open the gates to our merfolk tribe's forbidden territory. However, our fishmen tribe's territory has been occupied by the merfolk tribe. Even if we have the sea key, it's useless." Zhou Ruoxue turned her gaze toward Lu Hong and the others. "It seems we must first help the fishmen reclaim their territory before we can use the sea key to open the gates to their forbidden land. Then we can unlock this secret realm." Mo Qilin nodded in agreement. "My grandfather told me that when he was exploring the secret realm, he also helped an ancient tribe quell a war. In return, he obtained the tribe's most precious treasure, a mirror that could summon a mirror image. After he emerged from the secret realm, he passed on the secret realm inheritance of the mirror's reflection to the North War Martial Arts Academy." Sui continued, "So it seems this secret realm exploration will be similar. We just need to defeat the merfolk tribe, reclaim the fishfolk tribe's territory, and then head to the fishfolk tribe's forbidden land to unlock the secret realm." Zhou Ruoxue curved her lips into a confident smile. "Exactly. It doesn't seem as difficult as we imagined." Suddenly, a fishman tribe guard swam into the room in a hurry and reported urgently, "Bad news. Chief Yu. The merfolk tribe has arrived." At those words, Ayu's expression turned as cold as ice. Zhou Ruoxue and the others immediately stood up. "The shark people? Perfect. Let's see how strong they are." Everyone rushed out in a crowd. Lu Hong, however, walked slowly at the back of the group. Since entering the water, Lu Hong had remained silent the entire time. Mo Qilin noticed Lu Hong's unusual behavior and asked, "Lu Hong? What's wrong?" Lu Hong replied in a low voice, "The talent I awakened is fire-based. In this sea, I can't unleash even a fraction of its power." Zhou Ruoxue heard what Lu Hong said and laughed. "Lu Hong, don't worry. With me here, nothing is a problem. Taking one person is no problem, taking 2 is no problem either. Just wait for me to take you along." Jiang Yu stood beside him, her cheeks slightly red, and followed closely behind. Lu Hong walked alone at the back, his gaze sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. A faint smile, imperceptible to others, curled the corners of his mouth. Exploring a new frontier, is it really that simple? Everything seemed too smooth, too calculated. The fishmen? I'll see what you're really up to. Chapter 38, Speak. What are you fishmen hiding? In the distance, a group of hideously deformed merfolk approached Lu Hong and his companions at an astonishing speed. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty coldness, resembling a pack of ferocious beasts. Facing the dozens of fierce merfolk, the fishmen, though filled with fear, did not retreat. They held their weapons, ready to defend their homes at any moment. However, for Lu Hong and his group, the seemingly fierce tide of merfolk was actually no match for them. These merfolk were merely 4th-tier martial artists. In the face of these 5th-tier geniuses, they posed no threat at all. Zhou Ruoxue stepped forward, standing before the crowd, and coldly declared, "I alone am enough. A humming sound echoed as a pristine white longsword vibrated in her hand. Instantly, Zhou Ruoxue transformed into a dazzling swordlight, slicing through the sea surface and piercing through the Sharkman tribe's ranks. Put! The first merfolk at the front had their necks instantly split open, revealing a vivid crimson. Soon, crimson streaks spread rapidly through the merfolk ranks, blood slowly rising and dyeing the surrounding seawater a deep crimson. Blood and seawater intertwined, and the once deep, azure sea was ruthlessly consumed by a sea of blood. Zhou Ruoxue's sword tip dropped gently, her movements simple, her expression unchanged. All the merfolk witnessed the scene before them. Their faces first flashed with shock, then erupted into deafening cheers. We're saved! The fishmen are saved! You truly are the chosen one of prophecy. You possess such incredible power. The chosen one. The tribal chief, Ayu, approached the crowd, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Thank you all for saving our merfolk tribe from certain doom. We are eternally grateful. Zhou Ruoxue replied without hesitation, if the merfolk tribe is only this strong, they pose no threat. Where is your original territory? Let us there. I'll help you eliminate these merfolk. Ayu's eyes flashed with determination, then he shouted to the fishmen behind him. Everyone, let us follow the chosen one and launch a counterattack against the merfolk tribe. Counterattack! 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 The passionate cries surged like a tidal wave, each one filled with the fishmen's longing for victory. At that moment, every merfolk was filled with unwavering resolve, eager to return to their former strongholds and annihilate the shark tribe. Everyone, I will lead the way. The fishmen guards who had been at the entrance earlier led the way, their figures cutting through the water with swift and determined strokes. Lu Hong and the others followed the fishmen, moving deeper into the ocean. As they delved deeper, a magnificent underwater castle gradually came into view, standing quietly in the depths of the dark blue sea. The castle's outer perimeter was densely guarded by merfolk soldiers. Lu Hong and the others came to a halt at a distance from the castle. Ayu pointed to the castle in the distance and said solemnly, this was once the territory of our merfolk tribe, but it has now been occupied by the merfolk tribe. The fishman's forbidden territory is also deep within this castle. Zhou Ruoxue stared at the castle in the distance and asked, how many merfolk are there here? What is their strength? Ayu paused for a moment before answering, there are roughly 1,000 Sharkman warriors with 4th tier strength. The leader of the merfolk tribe possesses 5th tier power. These merfolk are extremely powerful, we fishmen simply cannot stand up to them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoxue curled the corners of her mouth into a faint smile, unconcerned. If that's all there is to it, then it's as simple as can be. The strength of these merfolk is nothing to us. Just as Zhou Ruoxue was about to act, Lu Hong's voice interrupted everyone's actions. Wait! Everyone turned to look at Lu Hong. What's wrong? Lu Hong smiled, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ayu, teasingly saying, Ayu, the tribal chief? You must not have told us the whole truth, right? Ayu's expression flickered, but he quickly regained his composure. What do you mean? Every word I said is the truth, not a single word was false. Every word is true? Lu Hong's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Zzz. A terrifying purple lightning bolt erupted suddenly, sweeping across the entire sea and ruthlessly engulfing everyone within its reach. Mo Qilin and the others, being too close, were also firmly bound to the ground by the power of the heavily extreme thunder. A purple shadow darted past like a ghost. Lu Hong instantly appeared before Ayu, casually gripping her throat with one hand and lifting her high into the air. Purple currents surged through Lu Hong's body, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that relentlessly assaulted Ayu's body. I told you. Tell the truth. Why won't you listen? Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice, each word like a heavy hammer striking Ayu's trembling heart. Ayu's eyes rolled back in extreme pain, and a faint whimper escaped her throat, but she could no longer form words. This scene enraged the surrounding fishmen, who immediately surrounded them. Stop. Let go of our chief. How dare you harm Chief Ayu? You're asking for death. Let her go, or you'll meet a terrible end. Facing the furious onslaught of the fishmen, Lu Hong merely sneered coldly. Then, with a sweep of his hand, a more terrifying purple lightning bolt erupted from his palm, weaving into an impenetrable grid that trapped all the fishmen. The terrifying energy contained within the lightning made every fishman feel despair. Ayu was convulsing violently, her eyes rolled back, and she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Zhou Ruoxue could no longer contain herself and shouted harshly, Lu Hong, stop. What are you doing? Let them go. Lu Hong's gaze fixed on Ayu as he spoke in a deep voice. Have you not noticed the peculiarity of this situation? The strength of these merfolk is so weak. They are only at the 2nd and 3rd martial arts ranks. Why are they still alive? And how did they survive an ambush by merfolk of the 4th and even 5th ranks, who outnumber them by dozens? Their survival point is only a few hours' journey from here. Why didn't the merfolk tribe exterminate them completely? Could defeating these 4th and 5th tier merfolk really be enough to pass through the secret realm? Then this secret realm must be far too simple. It probably wouldn't even be worth us few coming here to explore. The 5th tier martial artists sent by the Jiang family earlier, with their strength, should have been able to accomplish these tasks. But all of them are now missing, and not a single merfolk has mentioned the warriors who came before. As he spoke, Lu Hong tightened his grip. Purple lightning, like enraged serpents, wrapped around you even more fiercely. Speak! What are you fishmen hiding? If you don't speak, you'll die. Boom! At that moment, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted from Ayu's body, instantly breaking through Lu Hong's grip. Caught off guard, Lu Hong was forced to release his grip and step back. Ayu was no longer weak. Instead, her body radiated a dense aura of vital energy. The vital energy of a 5th-rank peak martial artist. Ayu gently ran her fingers through her hair, which was still disheveled from the lightning, and murmured, "They've discovered me after all." Chapter 39. From now on, I'm going to start a massacre. At the same time, the remaining fishmen simultaneously erupted with terrifying vital energy. They effortlessly tore apart the lightning cage Lu Hong had set up. The terrifying fluctuations of power left Lu Hong and his companions speechless with shock. All of them were peak 5th-tier martial artists. In their eyes, the fishmen, who had always been as insignificant as ants, were now unleashing such astonishing power. And there were over 300 of them. Zhou Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as tension and unease filled the air. Ayu, seeing this, curved the corners of her mouth into a meaningful smile. Originally, our plan was to wait until you and the merfolk were both weakened, then reap the benefits. But it seems we won't have to wait that long. Oh, right. You mentioned those so-called children of prophecy who came earlier? That's right, they're all dead. They died at our hands. You will meet the same fate as them. Lu Hong snorted coldly. Even if they were peak 5th-tier martial artists, so what? I've killed plenty of 5th-tier martial artists. Zhou Ruoxue, upon hearing this, followed closely behind and added in a low voice, "We are all the cream of the crop among 5th-rank martial artists. You fishmen dare to challenge us?" As expected, there's not a single good person among the 10,000 clans. Ayu covered her mouth, smiling instead of getting angry. "I admit your strength is formidable. But you've overlooked the most critical issue. You've forgotten where you are right now. This is the vast ocean. This is our territory." Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding seawater began to boil, as if driven by an invisible force, surging wildly. Ayu clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured a chant. As Ayu chanted, the blue light barrier formed by the water-repelling pill began to twist and deform, gradually being swallowed by the surging seawater around them. The seawater instantly filled everyone's nostrils. Lu Hong's heart tightened. They were currently in the depths of the ocean. Even though each of them possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary people, how long could they possibly endure in the ocean? "Everyone, stay calm. I have a water-repelling robe, put it on quickly." Suyi's voice echoed from behind. He quickly pulled out 5 black, form-fitting suits and handed them to everyone. Before the protective barrier created by the water-repellent pills faded, Lu Hong put the suits on as quickly as possible. Mo Qilin's eyes lit up in admiration. "Suyi, you're the man. You're so wealthy, you have so many treasures. Otherwise, we would have been doomed here." Suyi spoke solemnly. "This water-repellent garment is different from the water-repelling pill. It can only sustain us underwater for 1 hour. Within that hour, we must leave. Otherwise, we might very well be trapped in this secret realm." "Only 1 hour?" Everyone's heart sank. Ayu saw that the others were still standing enscathed in the water and smiled lightly. "Oh? You actually have a treasure equivalent to the water-repelling pill? But so what? The ocean is still our domain." Whoosh! 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 The sea surface churned violently. Over 300 fish people warriors charged toward Lu Hong and the others like arrows leaving the string, closing the distance in an instant. Their bodies moved with incredible agility in the water, as if they had merged with the waves. Their speed was breathtaking. Even more troublesome was the sudden increase in water pressure as the fishmen closed in. Like invisible shackles, it restrained everyone's movements. Every movement made by Lu Hong and his companions was painstakingly slow and laborious. Zila! Purple lightning bolts erupted violently. The terrifying power of lightning surged into Lu Hong's body like a torrent. Lu Hong was completely enveloped in a dazzling purple light, with every strand of hair standing on end, resembling a thunder god descending from the heavens. With a burst of power from his feet, aided by the thunder boots, his form transformed into a purple lightning bolt and vanished in an instant. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lu Hong appeared in the heart of the fish people tribe. Lu Hong sneered, "Competing with me in speed? How laughable." Put! Lu Hong's hellfire staff, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly pierced through the chest of a fishman. Blood spread rapidly in the seawater, staining the surrounding area red. The fishmen, seeing this, roared and charged toward Lu Hong in a swarm. However, on this blue battlefield, their speed advantage seemed utterly powerless against Lu Hong. However, the battle was not one-sided. Zhou Ruoxue had fully unleashed the power of her SSS Tier innate talent. 3,000 red swords. Countless long swords drifted in the ocean, darting through the water. However, due to the underwater environment, their speed was significantly slower than usual. They could only exert half their usual strength. The fishmen of the 5th tier martial arts peak were no weaker in strength. Zhou Ruoxue could only engage the fishmen in a stalemate. Suyi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His innate ability, the moon god's eye, could only foresee the future but lacked any actual offensive capabilities. However, fortunately, he was well equipped. He desperately pulled out several defensive items to withstand the fishmen's attacks. Mo Qilin and Jian Yu were hiding behind Suyi's equipment, jointly defending against the fishmen. Bang! 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 Countless collisions echoed in front of Suyi. Sweat poured down his forehead as he gasped, "My equipment is almost depleted. 5 SS grade items and 8 S grade items have been damaged. If this continues, we'll all die here." Mo Qilin looked at Lu Hong in the distance and recalled the words Mo Tianxiong had told him. Mo Qilin said firmly, "We won't die. Originally, I didn't want to come here. The only reason I came was because Lu Hong is here. So, all we have to do is stick close to him." Zila. Lu Hong's figure moved like a water snake, weaving through the fishman's encirclement with ease. Every strike was precise and deadly. Yu saw this, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, before a dazzling blue light screen erupted around her. This blue light screen resembled a net from the abyss, instantly enveloping Lu Hong. No matter which direction Lu Hong tried to escape, he couldn't break free from this gigantic net. The oppressive pressure grew stronger by the second, as heavy as mountains, suffocating him. Yu curled her lips into a cold smile, her voice icy. "No matter how fast you are, what can you do? In my domain, you're nothing but a bird in a cage. I will crush you into dust." However, Lu Hong showed no sign of panic. "What I rely on has never been just my speed." Boom! A blazing inferno erupted from Lu Hong's body, unleashing a colossal surge of power. The Hellfire Staff emitted black-red flames, resembling a beacon of light in the vast ocean. Yu couldn't help but snort in derision, her eyes filled with contempt. "You must be out of your mind. This is the ocean. Fire? What good is fire here?" Lu Hong coldly replied, "This isn't ordinary fire. This is the 9-dragon holy fire. Even in the middle of the ocean, it can still burn everything to ashes. Now, I'm going to start slaughtering." Boom! 9 fiery dragons roared out from the depths of the ocean. Their bodies twisted and turned amidst the waves, releasing an unprecedented terrifying pressure. The surrounding seawater instantly turned scalding hot. For a moment, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Who could have imagined that in this vast, boundless ocean, one could witness the rampage of flames with their own eyes? Lu Hong stood tall and firm, and with a casual wave of his hand, the 9 fiery dragons roared and charged toward the fish people tribe. The 9 black-red fire dragons darted through the water, unfettered by the sea's grasp. Wherever they passed, the fishmen's cries filled the air as they were mercilessly consumed by the fiery torrent. Every fishman became prey in the fire dragon's jaws. The fishmen's pride in their speed and agility proved no match for the fire dragons. Once a fishman came into contact with the flames on the dragons' bodies, they were like maggots clinging to bone, unable to escape. They could only submit to the flames raging within their bodies until they were completely consumed, leaving no trace behind. Yu witnessed all of this, her eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Fire, burning in the depths of the ocean. She stared wide-eyed, as if trying to etch this scene forever into her memory. This can't be possible. Could the prophecy be true? The dragon god has appeared? This must be a dragon. Chapter 40, Give Me Suyi's Eyes. 9 fiery dragons raged like apocalyptic flames across the vast ocean, leaving a trail of boiling water and scorched debris in their wake. The fish people tribe faced this destructive force, their resistance seeming so feeble and powerless. Meanwhile, Zhou Yueshue moved gracefully, her sword light weaving through the air. She unleashed the full power of her innate talent, the 3,000 red dust swords. Each strike was precise and deadly, instantly claiming the lives of countless fishmen. Yu witnessed this scene, and her face lost all color. Gradually, the 300 fishmen, under Lu Hong's overwhelming assault, were on the verge of collapse. Each fishman, gazing at the 9 ferocious fire dragons behind Lu Hong, saw nothing but fear in their eyes. The prophecy has come true. The divine dragon has descended, everyone will die. Is there no way to change this? Desperate cries echoed through the fishmen's ranks. Suddenly, a fishman's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "No, we still have a chance." Though his voice was low, it thundered in the hearts of everyone present. The remaining fishmen, upon hearing this, immediately fixed their gaze on Yu. Ayu's scalp prickled with fear, and she screamed, "No! You can't do this to me!" The remaining fishmen seemed to have lost their minds. They surrounded Yu, weapons raised high, their eyes gleaming with the savage glint of beasts. Seeing this, Ayu's hands burst into dazzling blue light, forming a series of light barriers to try to block the fishmen's attacks. However, her power was ultimately limited. Though many fishmen fell in the explosions of the light barriers, even more surged forward like a tidal wave, determined to devour her. Lu Hong and the others stopped in their tracks, watching the fishmen's internal conflict with interest. Yu, alone and outnumbered, could not withstand the overwhelming force of the fishmen. Even as she fought with all her might, she could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Finally, a sharp spear pierced her shoulder, staining her clothes with blood. Immediately, countless fishmen swarmed forward. "No! How could you do this to me? I am your tribal chieftain. The book of prophecy is a lie. Don't believe it. Ayu's voice was filled with endless despair as she tried to awaken the fishman's sense of reason. But the fishman seemed to be blinded by some force, attacking her mercilessly with deadly force. In her desperate struggle, Ayu fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, they snatched a yellowed book from her arms. The Book of Prophecy. This book was completely different from the one Lu Hong had seen before. It emitted an eerie, heart-stopping aura. The next moment, a black hole split open on the pages, resembling a chasm leading to another world. Ayu was sucked into the black hole. The Book of Prophecy devoured Ayu's body. The fishmen witnessed this scene and wore expressions of joy. However, their joy did not last long. The fishman holding the Book of Prophecy lowered his head to read, and his face turned as pale as paper. The other fishmen gathered around and, upon seeing the contents of the book, their faces turned ashen. "Run!" A terrified shout rang out. Immediately, all the fishmen fled in every direction in a frenzy. Mo Qilin furrowed his brows. Are these fishmen crazy? Why did they suddenly kill their own chieftain? And that Book of Prophecy, what is it? It's way too eerie. Boom! 9 fire dragons erupted simultaneously, turning the entire sea into a fiery inferno. Surrounding the fishmen, the 9 fire dragons formed an impenetrable ring of flames. There was no escape in any direction. Lu Hong coldly said, "Run? Where do you think you can run to?" As his words fell, the fire dragon's roars grew even more intense. The remaining fishmen, trapped in this desperate situation, collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. Their bodies were reduced to ashes in the raging flames, with not a single one spared. As the final wail faded into the flames, Lu Hong's gaze unexpectedly froze on the horizon. A book that appeared to be old and tattered floated quietly in the ocean. It was the very same prophecy book that had devoured Ayu and emitted an eerie aura earlier. What astonished Lu Hong was that his flames had failed to burn it even slightly. This was the first time he had ever seen anything capable of withstanding the 9 dragon holy flames. Lu Hong swiftly swam closer and snatched the prophecy book into his hands. As he flipped open the pages, Lu Hong couldn't help but furrow his brows. I am the Book of Prophecy, capable of foretelling your future destinies. In 1 year, the merfolk will arrive in these waters and slaughter the fishmen. The merfolk tribe will soon be wiped out. Do you want to know how to break this curse? Give me the body of our chief, Wu Li. I can grant the merfolk the power to resist the merfolk. Lu Hong read this and felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the 5th-tier peak-level power of these fishmen all originates from this Book of Prophecy? Lu Hong flipped through the prophecy book and continued reading. 1 month later, 5 humans will arrive. With the emergence of the dragon god, all merfolk will be annihilated by these 5 humans. Want to know the solution? Please offer Ayu's body to me. Wait, Ayu's energy alone is insufficient. I also need Su Yi's eyes. Just give me Su Yi's eyes. I can not only help the fish people survive this crisis. I can also make the fishmen tribe the rulers of this sea. Give me Su Yi's eyes. Give me Su Yi's eyes. Su Yi's eyes? Lu Hong's gaze involuntarily turned toward Su Yi, a flash of curiosity crossing his eyes. Su Yi's awakened talent was the SSS-ranked Moon God's Eye, and up until now, it had never shown any abilities. What makes Su Yi's eyes so different? At that moment, everyone gathered around, eager to see what made the prophecy book so special. Just as everyone's gaze focused on the prophecy book, all the information on the page seemed to be gently erased by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, in the stunned gazes of the crowd, rows of fresh text slowly emerged from the pages. You will all be trapped here for the rest of your lives. You will never be able to escape this secret realm. If you wish to leave this place successfully, give me Su Yi's eyes. I will tell you the way out. Not only that, but I can also provide you with endless cultivation resources. Enough to cultivate you all the way to the 9th rank martial artist realm. Wow! What a generous offer. You must know that cultivating a 9th rank martial artist requires resources equivalent to moving mountains and filling seas. The difficulty is unimaginable. The Book of Prophecy dares to claim that it can easily provide such an enormous amount of resources. Everyone was unsure whether it was true or not. Immediately, all eyes turned toward Su Yi. This sudden shift in focus made Su Yi feel an inexplicable sense of tension. Su Yi cursed angrily, "What a worthless prophecy book. Do you want my eyes too? Hey, hey, hey! What are you all looking at? Don't you all believe it, do you?" Chapter 41, alright. I'll put on a show for you all, a feast of fire. Mo Qilin patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Su Yi, for the sake of our brothers leaving the secret realm sooner, hand over your eyes. Losing one I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's body tensed instantly, and he stepped back several paces in haste. Mo Qilin, are you serious? Mo Qilin burst into laughter. Haha. Of course I'm joking. You're such a stick in the mud. However, Su Yi's attention did not waver. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Hong. The strength Lu Hong had just demonstrated was evident to all. Though they were all SSS tier talents, Lu Hong's performance was clearly several tiers above the others. Therefore, no one dared to approach Lu Hong, who held the Book of Prophecy. If Lu Hong really decided to target his eyes, then he would truly be doomed. Lu Hong held the Book of Prophecy in his hand, his brows furrowed, his mind in turmoil. Sui's eyes? What secret do they hold? Moreover, he wasn't familiar with Sui. If he were to act, there would be no pressure at all. But his reason told him that he absolutely couldn't hand Sui's eyes over to the Book of Prophecy for no reason. He at least needed to know what made Sui's eyes so different. It had caused the Book of Prophecy to repeatedly reveal its desire for them. Lu Hong stared at Sui and asked, "What's so special about your eyes?" Sui was drenched in sweat and hurriedly explained, "Lu Gu, don't listen to the prophecy book's nonsense. You're thinking about taking my eyes. Let me show you my talent." As he finished speaking, Sui's eyes began to change. His black pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes, giving him an eerie appearance. Sui spoke nervously, "Lu Gu, don't look at my eyes, they're SSS ranked. Besides being able to see through things, I have no other special abilities." X-ray vision? That's actually a pretty useful ability. Lu Hong believed that Sui was not lying at this moment. Or rather, he didn't dare to lie. But is this ability worth the prophecy book requesting it multiple times? Lu Hong speculated that Sui's eyes might still harbor unknown energies. He just hadn't discovered them yet. Just as the two were talking, Sui's pure white eyes involuntarily turned toward Zhou Ruoxue. Sui's breathing grew heavier. Zhou Ruoxue reacted instantly, her face turning pale with veins bulging. "Sui, I'll gouge out your eyes and sacrifice them to the Book of Prophecy." Whoosh! A sword beam sliced through the water like lightning, heading straight for Sui. Sui was terrified and quickly dispelled his innate ability, pleading for help with a terrified expression. "Lu Gu, save me." Lu Hong waved his hand, and a purple lightning bolt struck the sword, causing it to veer off course. Zhou Ruoxue gritted her teeth and said, "Sui, dare you use your innate ability again? I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs." Sui knew that Lu Hong had no intention of harming him. He immediately pressed himself against Lu Hong's side and dared not utter another word. Lu Hong, however, looked at the Book of Prophecy in his hands and pondered deeply for a long time. This Book of Prophecy was certainly no ordinary item. Judging from the fate of the fishmen, all its prophecies had come true. Moreover, it seemed to possess a mysterious power. He must make good use of it. Lu Hong attempted to communicate with the Book of Prophecy. "Book of Prophecy. Tell me how to leave this place." The pages gently turned, and a line of text slowly appeared. "Give me Sui's eyes, and I will tell you how to leave." Lu Hong coldly replied, "Tell me how to leave. Otherwise, you'll get nothing." After a moment, the words on the Book of Prophecy faded away, then another line appeared. "I want the heart of the fish people from the forbidden land of the fish people. Obtain it, and I will tell you how to leave." Lu Hong's lips curled into a faint smile. This Book of Prophecy can indeed communicate with humans. Where is the Fishmen tribe's forbidden territory? It is within the tallest tower at the very center of the castle. Lu Hong nodded and looked toward the castle in the distance, which was occupied by the merfolk tribe. Boom! 9 fire dragons reappeared. They charged directly toward the merfolk tribe. The battle between Lu Hong and the fishmen had naturally caught the merfolk tribe's attention. Countless merfolk had already gathered at the castle gates, ready for battle. The leader of the merfolk tribe, wielding a steel trident, glared fiercely and roared. "Damned humans! You haven't been completely wiped out on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Now you dare to come here and disrupt my plans. You truly don't know when to give up." Mo Qilin heard this and furrowed his brows. "What? How did the fishmen perish just now? Did you sharkmen not see a thing? I think you're the ones asking for death." The leader of the merfolk tribe laughed uproariously. "The fishmen tribe? For some reason, they suddenly all turned into 5th-tier warriors and escaped our encirclement. But they're still a bunch of trash. We weren't lacking the strength to kill them, we just didn't have the time." Boom! A dense surge of vital energy erupted from the body of the leading merfolk chieftain. It was the vital energy of a 6th-tier martial artist. Lu Hong snorted coldly. 6th-tier martial artists? We've killed them before." The merfolk leader sneered disdainfully. "What a big mouth. You've got SSS tier talent, right? Do you really think we're afraid of you? But we're not just ordinary merfolk." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 10 merfolk swam to the front. Terrifying blood energy erupted instantly. All of them were 6th-tier martial artists. "We are the blood battle merfolk of the merfolk tribe. If you dare come here, you must be prepared to die." Blood battle merfolk? 10 of them. Mo Qilin and the others' expressions changed drastically. "We're doomed. Blood battle sharks are the elite of the shark clan. Each blood battle shark possesses talent equivalent to SSS rank. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, a single blood battle shark can easily kill several elite warriors of the same rank. Even a 6th-rank martial artist like Yuan, with his exceptional talent, would struggle to match a blood battle shark. Now there are 10 blood battle sharks. No matter how strong Lu Hong is, he couldn't possibly defeat 10 blood battle sharks. Moreover, we're underwater. This is the shark's most comfortable territory. Mo Chilin's face turned pale, and a fleeting thought of escape crossed his mind. It wasn't just Mo Chilin, the others felt the same way. Even Zhou Ruoxue, who had always been so arrogant, felt her legs go weak upon seeing the 10 6th-rank blood battle sharks, showing no intention of attacking. The leader of the shark tribe, seeing everyone frozen in place, curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Where's the kid who summoned the fire dragon in the water earlier? Come over here and put on another show for us. Let the shark people have a look and enjoy the spectacle. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you live a little longer. Lu Hong heard this and smiled lightly. Alright. I'll put on a show for all of you, a feast of fire. 9 fire dragons danced wildly in the ocean, diving toward the castle in an instant, their momentum overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, scorching flames swept toward them like a tidal wave. The blood battle shark at the forefront was the first to be engulfed by the flames. The flames seemed capable of devouring everything in their path. A look of disbelief and panic flashed across the eyes of the blood battle shark. How is this possible? How can I not withstand such flames? It's impossible. I am one of the elite of the shark clan. No. His screams were drowned out by the roar of the flames. As the fire raged, the blood-soaked merman finally disintegrated into nothingness in the inferno. Everyone froze in place, the air seeming to freeze solid. Mo Chilin slapped himself hard across the face and muttered. What was I thinking? How could I doubt Lu Hong's strength? I'm such an idiot. Even if it was a blood battle shark, so what? I'm no match for a blood battle shark. Does that mean Lu Hong isn't either? What level am I? How can I compare to Lu Hong? Chapter 42. This Lu Hong, with his awakened SSS tier talent, feels different from mine? The leader of the shark clan, witnessing this scene, erupted in rage. Damn humans. How dare you dare to challenge the might of the blood battle shark? You have no chance of survival. Terrifying blood energy surged out from the blood war shark's body, as if it could tear the sea apart. The surrounding area was instantly filled with a thick, blood-curdling stench. The skin of the blood war sharks transformed from a deep blue to a blood-red hue, resembling blooming flowers of death in the sea. A blood-red shadow flashed through the water. The blood battle shark easily dodged the fire dragon's attack and charged toward Lu Hong and the others. Its speed was so fast, like a ghost, leaving everyone unable to keep up. All that could be felt was a cold, murderous intent growing closer. Zhou Ruoxue, seeing this, suddenly thousands of crystal-clear white jade swords behind her. The sword tips pointed in unison, emitting a piercing cold light, directly targeting the arrogant blood battle shark. Swish! 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 With a crisp sound of water being sliced. 1,000 swords erupted simultaneously, like a cascading Milky Way, slicing through the sea surface and raising layers of waves and bubbles. However, to everyone's astonishment, even this impenetrable sword formation failed to harm the bloodthirsty shark in the slightest. Each sword skillfully dodged the blood battle shark's agile movements, as if they were facing nothing but empty space. Zhou Ruoxue, who had always been arrogant, couldn't help but turn pale, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Even if I've mastered the rules of using my innate talent, is it still impossible? This is the true power of the blood battle shark? We are no match for it. Suddenly, 9 fiery dragons swirled and danced above Lu Hong's head. Immediately afterward, one of the fire dragons seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, plunging directly into Lu Hong's abdomen and merging with him. Boom! Lu Hong's body erupted with an unprecedented surge of powerful vital energy. Raging flames erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, as if a fire god had descended from the heavens, his might overwhelming the heavens. Zhou Ruoxue witnessed this scene, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. I never expected Lu Hong to have reached the threshold of mastering his innate talent. But facing the terrifying power of the blood battle shark, this alone will likely be insufficient. Before she could finish speaking, a second fire dragon followed closely behind, merging into Lu Hong's body as well. The chi and blood energy surging through Lu Hong's body grew even more colossal, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Then the third, fourth fire dragons arrived one after another, each fusion accompanied by a leap in Lu Hong's power. The scene before her left Zhou Ruoxue speechless, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Hong's mastery of his innate power is so refined. Could he possibly have mastered it all? Could he possibly fuse the power of all 9 fire dragons? When the 8th fire dragon entered Lu Hong's body, it finally stopped. Zhou Ruoxue sighed in relief. I knew it. How could someone below the 6th rank fully master their innate power? However, the next moment, Zhou Ruoxue's gaze fixed intently on Lu Hong, not wavering for an instant. But he clearly hasn't fully mastered his innate power. How could he unleash such terrifying power? At that moment, Lu Hong was surrounded by raging flames, which shot into the sky, reaching several meters in height. He gripped the hellfire staff tightly in his hands, its shaft licked by unyielding flames, emitting a blinding light that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Bang! As the hellfire staff swung, a pillar of blazing fire erupted from the tip, resembling a volcanic eruption. A terrifying force poured onto the blood battle shark, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and the space to warp. At the same time, A purple bolt of lightning swiftly pierced into Lu Hong's body, leaving behind a dazzling purple afterimage. Lu Hong vanished from his original position in an instant. With a loud thud, the Hellfire Staff, enveloped in searing flames, instantly pierced through the chest of a blood battle shark, leaving a horrifying wound. In the next instant, the staff teleported to the forehead of another blood battle shark and pierced it mercilessly once more. Every time Lu Hong appeared, enemies fell, blood spattering and staining the entire sea red. In this sea of slaughter, no one present could discern Lu Hong's movements. Everyone watched helplessly as one blood battle shark after another fell. Blood dyed the sea red. Zhou Ruoxue and her group stood frozen in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief, unable to utter a sound. This Lu Hong, his awakened SSS tier talent, feels so different from mine. Even though they're both SSS rank talents, the gap between them is just too huge. Even if it is Lu Hong really a 5th rank martial artist? Mo Qilin shook his head and said solemnly, Lu Hong is definitely not a 5th rank martial artist. Zhou Ruoxue exclaimed in disbelief, Lu Hong isn't a 5th tier martial artist? But isn't this secret realm only accessible to those below the 6th rank? How did Lu Hong get in here? Mo Qilin curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, his tone tinged with admiration. He's not a 5th rank martial artist. He's only 4th rank right now. At this remark, everyone was stunned. What? 4th rank? Lu Hong? He's only a 4th tier martial artist. As everyone knew, the gap between each rank of martial artist was like an insurmountable chasm. A 5th tier martial artist could easily take on 10 4th tier martial artists at once without breaking a sweat. Yet, the strength Lu Hong has demonstrated has completely overturned their understanding. Just what kind of monster is this Lu Hong? In less than a minute, Lu Hong, with the force of a thunderbolt, completely eliminated all the blood battle sharks. The remaining shark men, witnessing this scene, scattered in all directions and fled. Even the most valiant blood battle sharks couldn't last a minute, let alone these ordinary shark clan members. They had no chance of winning. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice, echoing in everyone's ears. What are you still standing there for? Waiting for them to escape? Zhou Ruoxue and the others snapped out of their daze and immediately gave chase after the fleeing shark people. Soon, the castle and its surroundings were in complete chaos. The remaining merfolk were either dead or fleeing. The entire castle had turned into a deserted city in an instant. Lu Hong and his companions searched the castle thoroughly, eventually discovering a pitch-black stone door at its center. Before the stone door lay 6 chains as thick as arms, scattered on the ground, as if narrating the past seals and secrets. Inside the stone door, a faint blue glow emanated outward. This must be the forbidden territory of the merfolk tribe. The group entered the stone door. There, a massive blue orb floated quietly atop a stone pillar. This blue light sphere, resembling a heart, beats continuously. Bang! 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 With each beat, blue light flickered, emanating an eerie aura. Is this the heart of the fish people? Lu Hong and the others could all sense the terrifying power contained within the blue orb. It seemed as though it might explode at any moment. At that moment, the Book of Prophecy in Lu Hong's arms suddenly began to tremble violently. Lu Hong pulled out the Book of Prophecy. The pages flipped open on their own, revealing a line of text in bold letters. This is the heart of the fishman. Give it to me. Give it to me. Chapter 43, SSS Rank Talent, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Lu Hong stared at the Book of Prophecy and said in a deep voice, Tell me how to leave this secret realm. In exchange, I can give you the heart of the fishman. Another line of text appeared on the Book of Prophecy. Give me the fishman's heart first. Not only will I allow you to leave the secret realm safely, but I will also elevate each of your realms to the 6th tier. Lu Hong sneered, I don't believe you. You must tell me how to leave first. Otherwise, you won't get anything. At that moment, the pages of the Book of Prophecy flipped rapidly. Lu Hong, you liar. You're not keeping your word. You will die next month. Give me the heart of a fishman and I can tell you how to break the curse. I'll die next month? Then let us wait until next month. Lu Hong turned around and closed the Book of Prophecy, no longer paying any attention. Even if the Book of Prophecy shook violently, Lu Hong had no intention of opening it. Lu Hong and the others were all drawn to the dazzling blue light sphere in the center of the room. This fishman's heart seemed to possess a magical force, silently summoning them closer. Lu Hong and the others couldn't help but extend their hands, gently entering the blue light sphere. With a loud boom, the blue light erupted, surging like a tidal wave and instantly engulfing the entire space. Blinding blue beams shot out from the light sphere, piercing through Lu Hong's palms with pinpoint accuracy. This blue beam transformed into a warm and powerful energy, flowing into his body. Lu Hong's body seemed to transform into a greedy vessel, frantically devouring the energy, with every cell in his body rejoicing. Lu Hong could clearly feel his vital energy surging upward at an astonishing speed. With a thunderous explosion, he could no longer contain the qi and blood energy within him. He let the qi and blood energy erupt like a volcano. 5th tier martial artist realm. In just a few breaths, Lu Hong had advanced to the 5th tier martial artist realm. However, the blue energy did not stop there. Instead, it grew even more intense, continuing to surge into Lu Hong's body, determined to help him reach an even higher realm. Soon, a series of equally earth-shaking explosions of vital energy echoed through the air. Zhou Ruoxue, Sui, Mo Qilin, and even Jiang Yu, nourished by the peculiar power of the fishman's heart, all broke through their bottlenecks and advanced to the 6th-tier martial artist realm. Their bodies now emanated a completely different aura, the unique essence of 6th-tier martial artists. Finally, it was Lu Hong. A terrifying burst of qi and blood energy erupted with unprecedented force. Under the force of this energy, Lu Hong's body seemed to be reforged, every pore expanding. He too crossed the threshold, standing firmly at the 6th-rank martial artist realm. Crack! Crack! After everyone had entered the 6th-tier martial artist realm, the fishman's heart began to shatter. Boom! The original blue light sphere split into 5 smaller light spheres, instantly entering the bodies of Lu Hong and the others. This blue light sphere tightly adhered to the heart, resonating with it. A strange sensation of palpitations surged through their hearts. Everyone felt as though they were enveloped by an invisible force, their consciousness growing hazy until they completely lost awareness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully exploring the Lin Hang's secret realm. Reward: upgrade the SS rank innate talent Heavenly Extreme Thunder to SSS rank, and obtain the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Lu Hong heard the system prompt before losing consciousness. He knew that he had completed the secret realm exploration and was gradually leaving this world. The fishman's heart was the key to leaving the secret realm. If he had truly given the fishman's heart to the Book of Prophecy back then, the few of them might not have been able to return. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the middle of a vast ocean. Lu Hong could clearly sense that this was an ordinary secret realm space. It felt exactly like the Northern War martial arts secret realm he had experienced before. Mo Qilin opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, his voice brimming with excitement. It seems we've successfully completed the secret realm exploration. Have you noticed? The speed of cultivation here is 10 times faster than in the outside world. If this is the power of the Lin Hang's secret realm, then it is undoubtedly the paradise every martial artist dreams of. Gurgle, gurgle. Ripples suddenly spread across the sea surface. Shortly after, several massive bubbles quietly emerged, enveloping everyone and floating toward the surface of the sea. The group passed through the sea surface and directly arrived outside the secret realm. The head of the Zhang family and Zhang Yan had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Lu Hong and the others, their eyes were filled with astonishment. They had clearly sensed the changes in Lu Hong and his companions. All of them were 6th-rank martial artists. Who would have thought that a single expedition into the secret realm would allow everyone to break through to the 6th-rank martial artist realm? They were extremely curious about what this Lin Hang secret realm truly was. Jiang Yu, seeing this, hurried forward and recounted everything that had happened within the secret realm in detail. After listening to Jiang Yu's account, the head of the Zhang family and Jiang Yan couldn't help but glance at Lu Hong, their expressions now carrying a hint of something different. Jiang Yan couldn't contain her excitement, lightly leaping into the clear lake water beside her and entering the Lin Hang secret realm. Shortly afterward, she returned with a radiant expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This secret realm is truly a sacred place for cultivation. It can increase cultivation speed by tenfold. Among all the secret realms across the nation, it is a rare gem. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhang family couldn't contain his excitement. Thank you all for successfully opening this secret realm. You've brought an unprecedented opportunity to the Zhang family and the entire city of Linhang. Your contributions will be forever remembered by the Zhang family. Everyone present was well aware of the extraordinary nature of the Lin Hang secret realm. A tenfold increase in cultivation speed? It can quickly produce countless powerful individuals. This secret realm is unmatched nationwide. It can only be said that there is no equal. Lu Hong spoke bluntly. I hope the head of the Zhang family still stands by his word. The head of the Zhang family laughed heartily. Of course it stands. The 5 of you, I hereby declare. The Lin Hang secret realm will always be open to you. Everyone received the Zhang family's promise and smiled broadly. Just then, Zhang Yan quietly pulled Lu Hong aside, her face betraying a hint of worry. Lu Hong, stay at the Zhang family for now and don't go out. The people from the Yuan family have already arrived in Linhang and are searching everywhere for you. Lu Hong frowned. The Yuan family? Zhang Yan nodded and said, yes. You killed the Yuan family's prodigy of this generation, Yuan Shaking. They naturally came to settle the score with you. This time, it's Yuan Shaoxiong, Yuan Shaking's older brother. Yuan Shaoxiong has been a 6th-rank martial artist for years. His strength is no joke. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, confidently saying, 6th-rank martial artist? I am also a 6th-rank martial artist now. Lu Hong pondered silently in his heart. He had only recently reached the 6th-rank martial artist realm. Moreover, he had awakened an SSS tier talent, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. He was now a martial artist with 2 SSS rank talents. If Yuan Shaoxiong dared to come looking for him, he would use him as a test subject. Zhang Yan seemed to have noticed Lu Hong's thoughts. Her expression grew more serious as she warned him in a solemn voice, Lu Hong, do not underestimate Yuan Xiaoxiong. The gap between 6th rank martial artists is not that simple. Chapter 44, I'll ask you one thing Lu Hong, will you hand it over or not? Jiang Yan looked into Lu Hong's eyes and continued, do you know that among martial artists in the Great Xia Kingdom, there's a saying that goes like this? Those below the 6th rank are mere ants. A 6th rank martial artist and those below the 6th rank are entirely different concepts. From the 6th rank onward, martial artists' mastery of their innate talents reaches a whole new level. Although you previously killed Yuan Shaking, who was a 6th rank martial artist, that was because Yuan Xiaojing's cultivation was built up with pills. Moreover, he had just entered the 6th rank, his foundation was unstable, and he hadn't yet mastered the use of his innate talent. But Yuan Xiaoxiong is different. Yuan Xiaoxiong has spent years cultivating at the 6th tier realm, mastering the use of his innate talent to perfection. Moreover, he has glimpsed a thread of primordial power. His strength is even on par with a 7th rank martial artist. Lu Hong heard this and his expression grew solemn, Master Jiang, I understand. The head of the Jiang family, having successfully opened the Linhang secret realm, immediately reserved the largest banquet hall in Linhang, the Fuchin Pavilion. A grand celebratory banquet was held. Lu Hong and the others were also invited to attend the banquet. Jiang Wanda, the head of the Jiang family, with a radiant expression, personally stood at the entrance to welcome guests from all over the Great Xia Kingdom. Their presence not only signified recognition of the Jiang family but also their expectations for the future of Linhang. For a long time, the Jiang family had dominated Linhang. However, due to the absence of a secret realm, the martial arts prowess of Linhang's warriors had always been somewhat lackluster on the national stage. Now, Linhang also has a secret realm. This signifies the rise of the Jiang family and the entire martial arts community of Linhang. Guests arrived in a steady stream, offering their heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Wanda. The scene was filled with laughter and joy, bustling with activity. The head of the Jiang family, this is truly cause for celebration. Lu family head, please come forward. Jiang Wanda, now that Linhang has a secret realm, your Jiang family is sure to soar to new heights. Master Wang, you're too kind. We share in your joy. Please come inside. At the banquet, in the core area of the Fuchin Pavilion, rows of main tables were arranged in orderly fashion. In the very center stood the familiar and imposing figure of Mo Lao. On either side of him were representatives from the major martial arts universities across the country and various prominent clans. These individuals all held significant positions within the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong and his companions, as the key figures in opening the Linhang secret realm, were seated close to the main table, drawing much attention. As the banquet began, Mo Lao rose slowly. Though his voice was soft, it resonated throughout the banquet hall like the tolling of a great bell. Gentlemen, the emergence of a new secret realm in Linhang marks a golden age for the Great Xia Kingdom. It not only opens up new realms of cultivation for the martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom but also foretells a brighter future for the path of martial arts. I have also come here with a mission. After deliberation by the highest authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom, it has been specially approved to establish the Linhang Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Wanda will serve as the first principal of the Linhang Martial Arts Academy. Clap, clap, clap. The banquet hall erupted in thunderous applause, echoing through the heavens. Jiang Wanda could not contain his excitement as he hurried forward. Thank you, Mo Lao, for your guidance. I will do my utmost to fulfill this responsibility. Mo Lao nodded and said, Jiang Wanda, your Jiang family has deep roots and extensive influence in Linhang. I am confident that you will lead the martial artists of Linhang to the pinnacle of martial arts and make the name of Linhang University of Martial Arts resound throughout the Great Xia Empire. Jiang Wanda responded firmly, rest assured, Master Mo. I will lead by example and live up to everyone's expectations. For Linhang, for the Great Xia dynasty, I will dedicate all my strength. Following this, the surrounding guests rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the head of the Jiang family. Congratulations. The head of the Jiang family. As the principal of Linhang Martial Arts University, you truly deserve this honor. However, at that moment, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. Head of the Jiang family. I have come here specifically to demand a person from you. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Who is so bold as to dare to insult the Jiang family at their banquet? How inconsiderate. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? It's someone from the Yuan family. Yuan Xiaoxiong. Yuan Xiaoxiong? The Yuan Xiaoxiong ranked 11th on the hidden dragon list? Yuan Xiaoxiong pushed through the crowd, his steps firm, and faced Jiang Wanda directly. Although Jiang Wanda's expression flickered slightly, he maintained his composure. Oh? So it's you, my esteemed nephew from the Yuan family. It's been years since we last met. I hope you've been well. How is your father faring these days? Yuan Xiaoxiong snorted coldly. Lu Hong killed my younger brother, Yuan Shaking. These past few days, he has been hiding at the Jiang family's residence. Now I demand that the Jiang family hand him over to me. Give the Yuan family justice. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding area erupted into murmurs, and the atmosphere grew tense. Liu Hong killed Yuan shacking? Who is this Liu Hong? Liu Hong is the son of the war god Liu Ruyan, a prodigy with exceptional talent, and his actions and style are very much like his father's. Today is the Zhang family's day of great joy. Yuan Shaoxiong's actions are simply too abrupt. That's right. The Zhang family has just obtained the secret realm and is at the height of its glory. Isn't he just looking for trouble? Who told him to be part of the Yuan family? The Yuan family has always been so arrogant. The Zhang family was even more enraged, with many of its members speaking out in anger. Yuan Shaoxiong. You're just a 6th-rank martial artist, how dare you be so disrespectful to the Zhang family? Liu Hong is a loyal servant of the Zhang family. How dare you think you can just take him away? Who gave you the audacity to speak to the head of the Zhang family in such a manner? What is your status? You're just a junior from the Yuan family. Do you really think you're someone important? Yuan Shaoxing sneered. What is my status? I am here today representing the Yuan family. Do you think I lack the qualifications? At that moment, Zhang Wande's face also turned red with embarrassment. He truly wanted to act and teach this Yuan Shaoxiong a lesson. A 6th-rank martial artist, he could crush him with one hand. However, reason, as cold as ice, extinguished his anger. The Yuan family behind Yuan Shaoxiong was a force his Zhang family could never afford to provoke. Zhang Wanda forced down his irritation and managed to squeeze out a smile. Yuan Shaoxiong, listen to me. Liu Hong recently helped my Zhang family successfully open the Lin Hang's secret realm. He is not only a benefactor of Lin Hang, but also a hero of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Shaoxiong impatiently waved his hand, his tone brimming with disdain. Head of the Zhang family. Don't try to pull this nonsense on me. I'll ask you one question. Liu Hong, are you going to hand it over or not? Zhang Wanda's expression darkened instantly. In front of everyone, being confronted so aggressively by a 6th-rank martial artist. Where was his dignity? What about the honor of the Zhang family? Yuan Shaoxiong, you're being far too presumptuous. Zhang Wanda roared angrily. Liu Hong is of vital importance to the Zhang family. I would never do something so treacherous. Hand him over to the Yuan family? Forget it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaoxiong curled his lips into a cold smile, as if he had already anticipated Zhang Wanda's response. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Zhang Wanda's anger, merely shaking his head lightly. Suddenly, Yuan Shaoxiong's blood boiled with rage, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, surging toward Liu Hong. Since you refuse to hand him over, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Let us see who dares to stop me. Chapter 45, I'll bet everything against your Yuan clan. Just then, Zhang Yan stepped forward, standing in front of Yuan Shaoxiong and blocking his path. Yuan Shaoxiong. You've truly lost your mind. How dare you cause trouble at the Zhang family's banquet? Although Yuan Shaoxiong was only a 6th-rank martial artist, he showed no fear in the face of Zhang Yan, instead challenging her. You dare to block my way? Do you think the Zhang family can stand up to the Yuan clan? At these words, the surrounding area fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to intervene. Even Zhang Wanda, the head of the Zhang family, felt a mix of emotions, hesitating to act. Zhang Yan's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her anger evident. As long as I'm here, Liu Hong, you won't lay a finger on her. As she spoke, her aura surged violently. The overwhelming aura of an 8th-rank martial artist erupted like a flood, completely overwhelming Yuan Shaoxiong. The gap between an 8th rank and a 6th-rank martial artist was like an insurmountable chasm. Yuan Shaoxiong, faced with this overwhelming force, appeared so small and powerless. His legs trembled slightly, nearly collapsing under the overwhelming pressure, on the verge of kneeling to the ground. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a force surged from behind Yuan Shaoxiong, steadying his body as it was about to collapse. Yuan Shaoxiong turned around in surprise to see a familiar figure standing behind him. It was none other than Yuan Jing of the Yuan clan. Wow! The Zhang family sure has some clout these days. Anyone would think the Zhang family is more powerful than our Yuan family. Yuan Jing, as the vice-chancellor of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Last time, faced with Mo Tianxiong and Zhang Yan's resolute protection, he was unable to forcibly take Liu Hong away and instead returned to report the matter to the Yuan family. As a result, the Yuan family issued him a direct order. He must bring Liu Hong back to the Yuan family. If he failed, he would lose everything he had in the Yuan family. Yuan Jing's gaze was piercing as he scanned the Zhang family members, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Today, I will take Liu Hong with me. I dare any of you to object. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with resolve. She responded without flinching, take Liu Hong away? Only if you step over my dead body. Yuan Jing did not linger his gaze on Zhang Yan but turned directly to Zhang Wanda, his tone tinged with accusation. Zhang family head? Are you certain your Zhang family intends to obstruct me? The crowd around them began to murmur quietly. Ah! The Yuan family is being so aggressive. Yes. But what can we do? Are we really going to oppose the Yuan family? Even the war god Liu Ruyan can't do anything to the Yuan family. How could a mere Zhang family stand a chance? The Yuan family could wipe out the Zhang family in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wanda remained silent for a moment, his mind in turmoil. He was well aware of the Yuan family's deep-rooted influence and immense power within the Great Xia Kingdom. Compared to them, the Zhang family was like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, behind Lu Hong stood the war god Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan had no signs of fostering good relations with the major clans, focusing solely on the war against the myriad tribes. Unfortunately, Lu Xinyan was too powerful for anyone to dare provoke. Moreover, our own Jiang Yan seems to have a good relationship with Lu Xinyan. Our Jiang family now possesses a secret realm. If we could also gain Lu Xinyan's support from behind, the Jiang family would have no trouble ascending to the ranks of the top clans in the Great Xia Kingdom. At that point, we wouldn't have to grovel before the Yuan clan like we did before. Thinking of this, Zhang Wanda's expression grew resolute. He stepped out of the crowd and declared firmly, Lu Hong. The Jiang family is under our protection. Though we are weak, we are not a family to be bullied. Please leave immediately. Yuan Jing laughed coldly in anger. Humph. Old Jiang. Do you know what you're doing? How dare you speak to us like this? The Jiang family has only one 9th rank martial artist. What about the Yuan family? We have over a dozen 9th rank martial artists. You dare to oppose the Yuan family? The Jiang family has no reason to exist anymore. At that moment, Mo Lao's expression grew as cold as iron, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. What's going on? Can the Yuan family now act with impunity? Seeing this, Yuan Jing hurried forward and bowed deeply, saying, Old Mo, Lu Hong killed our Yuan Shaking. Yuan Shaking is the prodigy of our Yuan family. He awakened a double SS rank talent. The Yuan family has invested so much effort into him. Yet he was killed by Lu Hong for no reason. What should we do about this? We only want to bring Lu Hong back to the Yuan family to give an explanation to the family and seek justice for Yuan Shaking. Jiang Yan, unwilling to back down, stepped forward to defend Lu Hong. Master Mo, that's not how it happened. At the martial arts arena of the Northern War Martial Arts University, it was Yuan Shaking who provoked the fight and struck first. Lu Hong, as the one defending himself, did not expect Yuan Shaking to be so weak. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently caused this tragedy. Moreover, the rules of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy stipulate that within the training ground, martial artists may freely unleash their full strength. Mo Lao heard this and furrowed his brows. Yuan Shaojing and Lu Hong are both geniuses of our North War Martial Arts Academy. Our academy has always encouraged disciples to spar with one another and grow together. However, we overlook the power of warriors' life and death can be decided in an instant. Yuan Shaojing's death is the responsibility of the North War Martial Arts Academy. Yuan Jing furrowed his brows. Mo Lao is clearly favoring Lu Hong. Yuan Jing spoke up, but Yuan Shaoqing was killed by Lu Hong. Everyone witnessed this. Suddenly, Lu Hong pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. This is such a hassle. You Yuan family are so indecisive. I killed Yuan Shaocheng. He was weak and destined to die at someone else's hands. It's better that he died by my hand. Yuan Shaoxiong shouted angrily, You brat, you're so arrogant. I'll avenge my brother. Lu Hong glanced at Yuan Shaoxiong and spoke in front of everyone, If that's the case, I'll challenge your Yuan family to a duel. I'll fight Yuan Shaoxiong in a one-on-one battle. If I lose, you may do with me as you please. If I win, this matter will be settled. Do you dare accept the challenge? Yuan Shaoxiong replied without hesitation, What's there to fear? Let's do it now. You'll be the one to accompany my brother in death. Yuan Jing furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a hint of doubt, but he nodded slowly, All right. I agree. There are so many people here to witness this. If you lose to Yuan Shaoxiong, you will be at the mercy of the Yuan family. Yuan Jing didn't know why Lu Hong had issued such an unrealistic challenge. Was he that confident in his own strength? However, sometimes, excessive confidence can be a deadly poison. The scene erupted into chaos, with whispers and murmurs swelling like a tidal wave. Lu Hong must have lost his mind. How dare he challenge Yuan Shaoxiong? Yuan Shaoxiong is ranked 11th on the Qianlong chart. Lu Hong clearly has no idea how formidable the Qianlong chart is. Lu Hong killed Yuan Shaoqing, so he thinks he can defeat Yuan Shaoxiong? That's sheer madness. As fellow 6th rank martial artists, their strength is worlds apart. If Lu Hong is killed by the Yuan clan, do you think Lu Xinyan will declare war on the Yuan clan? Given Lu Xinyan's temperament, he definitely would. Jiang Yan hurried over and grabbed Lu Hong's sleeve, whispering urgently, Lu Hong, you're courting death. Do you know that Yuan Shaoxiong is ranked 11th on the Hidden Dragon list? You've just entered the 6th rank martial artist realm, you're no match for him. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, the Hidden Dragon list? What is that? Chapter 46, the Hidden Dragon list? I'll kill you anyway. Jiang Yan's brows knotted like a pretzel, you don't even know about the Hidden Dragon list. I'll go find Mo Lao right now. You must not confront Yuan Shaoxiong lightly. Lu Hong stopped Jiang Yan and said firmly, Ms. Jiang, it's okay. I've got this. Jiang Yan's voice grew low, you have no idea how terrifying the people on the Hidden Dragon list are. The Hidden Dragon List is a ranking list established by the Great Xia Kingdom for young prodigies under the age of 25. Only 30 spots are available. Every person on the list possesses the ability to kill opponents of higher ranks. Yuan Xiaoxiong, despite being only a 6th rank martial artist, has managed to rank 11th on the Hidden Dragon List. His true strength has already surpassed many 7th rank martial artists. Even at the North War Martial Arts Academy, not a single student has ever made it onto the Hidden Dragon List. You can't even touch the tail of the 30th ranked person on the Hidden Dragon List, let alone challenge Yuan Xiaoxiong, who is ranked 11th. Lu Hong remained calm. Mr. Jiang, did my father ever make it onto the Hidden Dragon List? Jiang Yan's thoughts drifted back to the past, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Lu Xinyan, he was exceptionally talented back then, with few peers in his generation. At just 20 years old, he made it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings, ranking 6th. And before he turned 25, he rose to the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Lu Hong's lips curled into a confident smile. If my father could make it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings, then so can I. And I will also climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings. Jiang Yan's memory grew fuzzy for a moment. She felt as though she had traveled through time, seeing the young Lu Xinyan overlapping with the Lu Hong before her. That innate arrogance and confidence were strikingly similar. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. All right. Lu Hong, go ahead. As long as I'm here, I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed by the Yuan family. Fuchin Pavilion, the largest inn in Linhang City, also had a martial arts dueling platform. Though it was less than 10,000 square meters in size, it was more than sufficient for a duel between two 6th-rank martial artists. Lu Hong walked straight toward Mo Lao, bowed, and said, Mo Lao, I dare to ask you to witness this. I and Yuan Xiaoxiong have voluntarily agreed to duel on the stage. On the stage, life and death are in the hands of heaven. Please keep an eye on the people from the Yuan family. I don't want someone to interfere in the middle of the fight. Or if someone from the Yuan family dies on the stage and no one claims responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jing's eyes widened in anger, and he demanded, Lu Hong, what do you mean by that? Lu Hong replied coldly, exactly what I said. Mo Lao laughed and said, Lu Hong, you were brought here by Mo Jianjun from the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Since you proposed this duel, I hope you can win. Today, I will be here as a witness. Lu Hong and Yuan Xiaoxiong will engage in a duel within Linhang. A martial artist's duel, no mercy, no mercy. After the battle, all previous matters will be forgiven and forgotten. Now, sign the agreement. Get on the stage. In no time, the blood-red life and death contract was presented before everyone. Life and death contract. Lu Hong and Yuan Xiaoxiong exchanged glances, showing no hesitation. They picked up the brushes, signed their names on the contract, and pressed their fingerprints onto it. Then, the two slowly stepped into the center of the stage, the air thick with tension and a grim atmosphere. Before the stage of the Fuchin Pavilion, the crowd was already buzzing with excitement. None of them had expected that they had come to Hangzhou to celebrate for the Jiang family. They never imagined it would turn out this way. However, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom couldn't resist the urge to watch the spectacle. This Lu Hong is simply going to his death. That's right. He has no idea how strong Yuan Xiaoxiong really is. Yuan Xiaoxiong has killed a 7th-rank martial artist. If Lu Hong can last a minute, I'll count that as a win for him. Lu Hong dares to step onto the stage like a lamb walking into a den of wolves. But then again, it was Lu Hong who proposed the duel. Do you think he has any hidden tricks up his sleeve? A trump card? Even if you gave Lu Hong 10 trump cards, they wouldn't work. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, a slightly overweight middle-aged man shouted loudly. The match is about to begin. The match is about to begin. Yuan Xiaoxiong of the Hidden Dragon rankings versus Lu Hong, the son of the war god. If Lu Hong can last 1 minute without losing, the odds are 1 to 1.1. If Lu Hong lasts 3 minutes, the odds are 1 to 1.5. If Lu Hong lasts 5 minutes, the odds are 1 to 2. Lu Hong lasts 10 minutes, 1 to 3. Where there's a showdown, there's a bet. As the odds were announced, the crowd's excitement was instantly ignited. Is the owner of Tian D Money House crazy? Such a lopsided duel, and they dare to set the odds? Who cares? I'm betting first. $10,000. I'm betting Lu Hong can hold on for 1 minute. Count me in. Me too. The crowd followed suit, all convinced that Lu Hong would lose. It was just a matter of time. Just then, a sudden voice cut through the chaos. If Lu Hong wins, what are the odds? The one asking wasn't anyone else, it was Mo Qilin. You little brat, have you lost your mind over money? Betting on an upset? You don't even know when to bet. This is Yuan Xiaoxiong, the 11th ranked figure on the Hidden Dragon list. How could he possibly pull off an upset? The slightly overweight man who had opened the betting narrowed his eyes, a gleam of sharpness flashing in them. Lu Hong wins, 30 to 1. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Whoa! 1 to 30. That's a high odds. Even the Heaven and Earth Money House doesn't think Lu Hong has a chance. Lu Hong? Don't even mention a 10% chance. He probably doesn't even have a 5% chance of winning. Facing the mockery and doubt from the crowd, Lin remained unfazed. He quickly pulled out a bank card and slammed it down on the table. I'm betting on Lu Hong to win 100,000 huaxia coins. This action left everyone around him speechless. You're really betting? You actually believe Lu Hong can pull off an upset? Lu Hong killed Yuan Xiaoxiong's younger brother. Do you think Yuan Xiaoxiong would hold back? The fact that Lu Hong is still alive and standing on the stage is already a huge stroke of luck for him. Suddenly, another delicate hand slammed down on the table. I'm also betting on Lu Hong to win 100,000 huaxia coins. I'm betting on Lu Hong to win too. Me too. Zhou Ruoxue, Sui, and Zhang Yu all gathered around Lin, showing their support for Lu Hong through their actions. They had all witnessed Lu Hong's abilities. They had survived the secret realm alive, all thanks to Lu Hong's strength. In their hearts, Lu Hong had already become an invincible existence. Even if Lu Hong were facing a 7th-rank martial artist today, they would unconditionally believe in his ability to win. However, aside from the few of them, no one else dared to bet a single coin on Lu Hong. Are you two ready? As Mo Lao's voice echoed, everyone's gaze turned toward the stage. Lu Hong and Yuan Xiao exchanged determined glances and replied in unison, "We're ready." Then, begin the battle. Yuan Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, like a leopard locking onto its prey. He licked his dry lips and coldly declared, "I will tear you apart with my own hands. You will be buried with my brother." Lu Hong gripped the hellfire staff in his hands, his blood boiling with rage, showing no sign of fear. The dragon's list? I'll kill you and show you. Chapter 47. I, Lu Hong, always keep my word. I said I'd smash your head in. I'll crush your skull. Boom! The sky seemed to tear apart as blazing flames erupted instantly. Lu Hong showed no hesitation, unleashing his most prideful SSS tier talent, the 9-Dragon Holy Flame, from the very start. 9 fiery dragons descended, scorching the surrounding air until it twisted and warped, and everything in their path paled in comparison to the inferno. What an astonishing fire attribute talent! Is this an SSS rank existence? No wonder Lu Hong dared to make such a bold claim and challenge Yuan Xiaoxiong. Yuan Xiaoxiong possesses an SS-ranked water type and a talent, the Thousand-Slaying Shark. It perfectly counters Lu Hong's fire-type talent. Suddenly, a damp and icy chill swept over the area. The entire stage was instantly submerged in a vast ocean. Half of Lu Hong's body was swallowed by the seawater. On the water's surface, countless sharks emerged, their fangs bared, ready to strike, as if they could tear Lu Hong to pieces in the next second. Yuan Xiaoxiong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Lu Hong, no matter how powerful your fire dragon is, it cannot withstand the assault of my 1,000 sharks. Wait for your death. Zzz. The sky suddenly changed, and several purple lightning bolts split the sky, striking the sea surface with the precision of divine retribution. The terrifying power of the lightning erupted violently. The once ferocious sharks froze in place, unable to move under the thunderbolts. With a single strike, Yuan Xiaoxiong's offensive was completely shattered. This scene left everyone speechless. Lu Hong has awakened dual talents. This terrifying thunder and lightning power is no ordinary feat. To immobilize Yuan Xiaoxiong's 1,000 slaughter sharks with a single strike, Lu Hong's lightning attribute talent must be at least SS rank. No! Look! Everyone focused their attention. As Lu Hong swung his hand, the heavens and earth seemed to tear apart, and a terrifying thunderous might erupted. Purple lightning bolts spread rapidly through the water. The terrifying power shook the very core of their beings. In the sea, the once ferocious sharks, faced with this terrifying force, scattered like fragile dolls, losing all their former might. He actually managed to shatter Yuan Xiaoxiong's SS rank talent, Chen Sha, with a single strike. This is definitely not an ordinary SS rank talent. Could it be? Lu Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Exactly. This is my SSS tier talent, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The moment he spoke, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. What? Lu Hong has awakened a dual SSS rank talent. How is that possible? The Great Xia Kingdom hasn't seen such a prodigy in decades. Double S rank, even double SS rank talents appear every year. But double SSS rank? In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are only a handful of such individuals. Lu Hong has actually become one of them. Double SSS rank talent. The outcome of this showdown is still uncertain. Although Lu Hong is exceptionally talented. But when facing Yuan Xiaoxiong from the Dragon rankings, he's still far behind. Lu Hong has only just entered the 6th rank. Whether it's combat experience or the application of his talent, he's no match for Yuan Xiaoxiong. However, with Lu Hong's double SSS tier talent, surviving 5 minutes is no problem at all. Ah! I only bet on 1 minute. That's a huge loss. I only bet 3 minutes. If I had known, I would have bet 10 minutes. Mo Lao frowned slightly beside him. Though he didn't hold much hope for Lu Hong's victory, he was still captivated by Lu Hong's talent. The last time he saw Lu Hong, he was only a double SS tier talent. How had he already become a double SSS tier talent now? Although he had seen warriors whose talents developed over time, none had grown as quickly as Lu Hong. Such a prodigy must not fall here. If Yuan Shaoxiong intends to strike him down, I will break the rules and intervene to protect Lu Hong. Yuan Shaoxiong watched as his Qianshi shark was shattered, his face turning ashen. He suppressed his rage and shouted, "Do you think you're the only one who awakened dual talents? I made it onto the Qianlong rankings. Do you think I'm someone you can underestimate?" Huff! A bone-chilling cold wind suddenly arose, as if the breath of the goddess of winter, instantly freezing the surrounding air into frost. The vast ocean that had once stretched before them vanished in the blink of an eye. In its place rose towering ice walls. Each ice wall shimmered with a cold glow, trapping Lu Hong within an icy labyrinth. At the same time, Yuan Shaoxiong vanished, as if he had merged into this icy world. Suddenly, Lu Hong felt a chill creeping up his back. Yuan Shaoxiong emerged from the ice wall behind him, wielding an ice spear, aiming straight for Lu Hong's heart. At the critical moment, the thunder boots on Hong's feet suddenly burst into a dazzling purple light. Lu Hong's body instantly teleported several meters away, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. However, Yuan Shaoxiong vanished back into the ice wall, as if he had become part of the icy labyrinth, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Lu Hong faced the surrounding ice walls, sensing that Yuan Shaoxiong could appear anywhere at any moment. Danger lurked everywhere. Lu Hong growled, "You're a coward, aren't you? Then I'll smash the ice walls to pieces. And then I'll crush your turtle head." Yuan Shaoxiong's contemptuous laughter echoed from within the ice wall. "Smash the ice walls? Even a 7th-rank martial artist wouldn't dare to smash my ice walls. You? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Boom! 9 fiery dragons roared toward the sky, then, under the gaze of the crowd, transformed into streaks of light and charged resolutely into Lu Hong's body. With each dragon merging into him, the flames on Lu Hong's body grew even more intense. It wasn't until the 8th fire dragon entered that it finally stopped. Terrifying flames erupted from Lu Hong's body, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. At the same time, the sky suddenly changed, and a thick purple lightning bolt tore through the clouds, striking Lu Hong directly. The purple lightning wrapped around Lu Hong's entire body, causing his hair to stand on end. The purple lightning and flames intertwined, creating a breathtakingly awe-inspiring spectacle. Terrifying chi and blood energy surged ceaselessly at the center of the stage, as if even space itself was trembling. This scene left everyone present speechless with disbelief. Lu Hong has actually mastered the use of his innate power. He's only just entered the 6th rank. How could he possess such terrifying strength? The strength he's demonstrated is more than enough to qualify him for the Hidden Dragon rankings. Some remained calm in their analysis. Although Lu Hong's strength is astonishing, Yuan Shaoxiong is still a top-tier contender on the Hidden Dragon rankings. In this showdown, Lu Hong will likely find it difficult to emerge victorious easily. However, surviving for 10 minutes is indeed not a difficult task. Then I've lost out. I should bet on a 10-minute match. Lu Hong gripped the Hellfire staff tightly, purple lightning and flames dancing along the staff, unleashing a devastating aura. Suddenly, he swung the staff downward, striking the indestructible ice wall before him. Bang! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The ice wall before him shattered under the force, crumbling into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. How is that possible? How could the ice wall be shattered so easily? Lu Hong's strength is far greater than we ever imagined. This isn't just an ordinary 6th-rank martial artist. Lu Hong clearly possesses the strength of someone ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon's Hide. Bang! 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 Lu Hong didn't pause, swinging the Hellfire staff again. Every time it falls, it is accompanied by the collapse of ice walls. In the blink of an eye, all the ice walls are reduced to nothingness. Yuan Shaoxiong's figure emerges from within the ice walls. Yuan Shaoxiong's face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My ice walls have been shattered. I'm ranked 11th on the Hidden Dragon list. How could I be defeated so easily? A cold gleam flashed in Yuan Shaoxiong's eyes. He erupted with all his blood and qi, charging at Lu Hong like a raging beast. This strike channeled all his strength and resentment, terrifying beyond belief. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, Lu Hong's figure vanished like a ghost. Yuan Shaoxiong's attack struck empty air, leaving only the howling sound of the wind. The next moment, Yuan Shaoxiong felt a terrifying surge of qi and blood force strike the back of his head. A chill of death enveloped him. Lu Hong's voice echoed from behind Yuan Shaoxiong. I, Lu Hong, always keep my word. If I say I'll shatter your skull, I'll shatter your skull. Bang! A crisp, cracking sound echoed through the air. Yuan Shaoxiong's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spattered everywhere, staining everything around him red. The scene fell into complete silence. Yuan Jing, seeing this, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. His eyes turned blood red as he glared at Lu Hong and roared, "Lu Hong! You're asking for death." Chapter 48, The Enrollment Ceremony of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. No one had expected that Yuan Shaoxiong would die here. This immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Yuan Shaoxiong was the 11th-ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon list. How could he be dead? Lu Hong has only just entered the 6th rank. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? How could Yuan Shaoxiong be killed by Lu Hong? This is simply unimaginable. Don't forget, Lu Hong possesses dual SSS rank talents. Such talent is simply too terrifying. Oh no, my bet. I was certain Yuan Xiaoxiong could settle this in 10 minutes. Now I'm going to lose big. Me too. I'm out of luck. However, amidst the lamentations, Mo Qilin and his group appeared unusually joyful. They were well aware of Lu Hong's strength. Even someone from the dragon rankings wouldn't stand a chance against him. An investment of 100,000 Huaxia coins had yielded a whopping 3 million in return. The speed at which they made money was faster than stealing it. As for the man who had set up the betting scheme, he was grinning ear to ear, his eyes gleaming with greed. In this unexpected outcome, he was the true winner. At that moment, Yuan Jing's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Yuan Shaking and Yuan Xiaoxiong were the two prodigies of the Yuan family. They are the future hope of the Yuan family. Especially Yuan Xiaoxiong, who, at such a young age, had already made it onto the dragon's list and was the family's prized protege. Yet both of them had fallen at the hands of Lu Hong. And they both died right under his nose. He must bring Lu Hong back to the Yuan family today. To give the Yuan family an explanation. Otherwise, it will be his own downfall. Lu Hong, I will kill you. Yuan Jing roared furiously, unleashing a terrifying surge of blood energy that swept across the entire stage like a tidal wave, locking Lu Hong in place. The terrifying pressure made Lu Hong feel as though he were standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, every inch of his skin tingling with icy coldness. Lu Hong forced himself to remain calm. We agreed earlier that if I won, everything would be forgiven. How can the Yuan clan go back on its word? Yuan Jing sneered, humph? Forget everything? You killed my family's prodigy, and you want it all forgotten? You're delusional. The rules of the Yuan family are non-negotiable. Today, you must come with me. A sharp blue light sliced through the air like the scythe of death, aiming straight for Lu Hong's life. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Mo Lao casually intervened, effortlessly defusing the fatal strike. Mo Lao's expression grew solemn as he warned, that was a duel I personally oversaw. What? Do you dare to disregard me, the Mo family? Yuan Jing, seeing Mo Lao intervene, reluctantly restrained his aggression, but the hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. Lu Hong. You may evade me for now, but you cannot hide forever. If you have the guts, stay by Mo Lao's side. Daring to kill someone from the Yuan clan, you must face our clan's wrath. I will be waiting for you. With that, Yuan Jing carried the body of Yuan Xiaoxiong and left in anger. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, a sense of unease rising in his heart. On the surface, he seemed to have resolved the crisis. But he knew it was all because Mo Lao was there. If Mo Lao hadn't been there today, even the Zhang family might not have been able to protect him. Once Mo Lao left, the Yuan family would undoubtedly launch a furious retaliation against him. Lu Hong knew he couldn't just sit and wait for his doom. Now, he must head to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans to seek his father's protection. Mo Lao sensed Lu Hong's concerns. He patted Lu Hong on the shoulder and said solemnly, Lu Hong, do not worry. I am the principal of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. As long as I am here, the Yuan family dare not act recklessly. Come back to the North War Martial Arts Academy with me, and I will ensure your safety. Zhang Yan stood by, her brows furrowed with worry. She urgently said, Mo Lao, you haven't been at the North War Martial Arts Academy for long. The Yuan family also holds significant influence at the North War Martial Arts University. If Lu Hong returns to the North War Martial Arts University, he will be even more dangerous. Mo Lao curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. This time, I've returned to the North War Martial Arts University, and I won't be leaving. As for you, Zhang Yan, the Northern War Martial Arts Academy is about to start the new semester, and the Linhang Secret Realm has recently opened, making it a critical time for talent. You can choose to return to the Northern War Martial Arts Academy with me or stay in Linhang. The choice is entirely yours. I will not force you. Zhang Yan heard this, her gaze flickering between Zhang Wanda, Mo Lao, and Lu Hong, before finally making up her mind. Father, I have decided to return to the North War Martial Arts University. If Linhang needs me, I will return immediately. Zhang Wanda nodded, alright. Go ahead. Lu Hong knew that, at least for the time being, he was safe. He followed Mo Lao and Zhang Yan back to the Northern War University. The news of Mo Lao's return to the North War Martial Arts University spread like wildfire, instantly quelling all the undercurrents targeting Lu Hong. Upon returning to the North War Martial Arts University, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Hong. On the contrary, after learning of Lu Hong's battle achievements, all the teachers and students both respected and feared him. Just a few days later, it was the day of the North War Martial Arts Academy's opening ceremony. On campus, freshmen flowed in like a steady stream, gathering like a sea, and entered this martial arts hall to begin their martial arts journey. Soon, a highly anticipated opening ceremony began. It was said that every year, the opening ceremony would award generous rewards to outstanding freshmen. As a freshman of this year, Lu Hong naturally had some anticipation. Inside the auditorium of North War Martial Arts University, Mo Lao sat on the main seat, looking at all the teachers and students, his voice deep and powerful. Greetings to all the new students. I am Mo Quan, the honorary president of North War Martial Arts University. On behalf of the university, I welcome you all. Clap. 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 After a deafening round of applause, Mo Lao gripped the microphone and continued his speech. You are the future backbone of the Great Xia Kingdom, the sturdy defense line against the invasions of all races. North War Martial Arts University is the forge where you will hone your swords and temper your will. Here, elixirs, equipment, secret realms, all resources will be made available to you. All for the sake of forging an even stronger you. May you soon annihilate all the tribes. Immediately afterward, Mo Lao announced a shocking decision. I am now of advanced age and have resigned from my position at the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom. From now on, I will dedicate myself entirely to the educational cause of North War Martial Arts University, fighting alongside you and growing together. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Mo Lao has actually given up his high position just to stay at North War Martial Arts University? The students who enrolled this year are so lucky. I'm so glad I didn't go to Yenjing Martial Arts University and chose North War Martial Arts University instead. Those who went to Yenjing Martial Arts University and Nanlin Martial Arts University must be regretting it now. A shadow flashed across Yu Wenjing's eyes. This Mo Lao is actually going to stay at Beishan Wuda for the rest of his life? As long as he is there, he'll protect Lu Hong. When will I ever get the chance to bring Lu Hong back to the Yuan family? Quiet. Mo Lao waved his hand. Enough. What follows is our North War University's unique enrollment ceremony. Enrollment ceremony? The new students looked at each other in confusion, their eyes filled with curiosity. Just as they were puzzled, a row of figures silently emerged from the back of the hall. They were all the senior students of the North War Martial Arts Academy, standing like a forest, exuding an imposing aura. Mo Lao smiled slightly and said, "This is the enrollment ceremony of the North War Martial Arts Academy. Freshmen, you will now face a welcome ritual from the seniors. If you can walk out of this auditorium standing tall, you will receive a generous reward." Rewards? The freshmen heard this and a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes. However, Mo Lao's next words caused everyone's hearts to tighten. And these rewards will be shared by every senior present. In other words, if the seniors wish to lighten their burden, they must give their all and not let a single freshman pass easily. Lu Hong heard this, his gaze sweeping over the seniors who seemed to be on high alert, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This enrollment ceremony is quite interesting. Chapter 49, you want to play? Then I'll play along with you. Now, the enrollment ceremony officially begins. With Mo Lao's command, the tension in the air ignited instantly. The seniors seemed driven by an invisible force, surging toward Lu Hong and the other new students like a tidal wave. Their enthusiasm was tinged with a hint of competitive rivalry. Just as Lu Hong was about to act, Mo Lao's hand quietly rested on his shoulder. Lu Hong, I permit you to give it your all. Your presence here serves as a reminder to these seniors that there are always those more skilled than oneself, and that the sky is not the limit. With so many teachers present, I have already made arrangements no one will be harmed. Lu Hong nodded, alright, Mo Lao. I won't hold back then. Each year, only 100 new students are admitted to the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. However, there are a full 300 upperclassmen. They are experienced and their strength should not be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, the freshmen were overwhelmed by the seniors' fierce attacks and began to retreat. Few could withstand the seniors' first wave of attacks. The disparity in strength is extremely vast. However, amidst the crowd of seniors, a shadowy figure moved furtively, attempting to stay away from Lu Hong's direction. This person was none other than Mo Qilin. Mo Qilin sighed inwardly. Last year, when he was a freshman, he had been tormented by the seniors. This year, he had finally become a senior and could finally torment the freshmen to feel a sense of existence. But who knew there was a freak among the freshmen? Hurry up and leave. Stay away from my brother Lu. Brother Lu, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Lu Hong caught Mo Qilin's subtle movements out of the corner of his eye and smiled lightly, ignoring him. At that moment, there were only a few freshmen left on the field, still stubbornly resisting. However, faced with the overwhelming advantage of the upperclassmen, their persistence seemed like a matter of time. Damn it! I clearly awakened a double S rank talent. Within my tier, no one can match me. How could I lose so easily? Double S rank talent? What's so great about that? Who among those who came to North War Martial Arts University isn't a prodigy of the Great Xia Kingdom? Look at Li Xinghe, who awakened a double SS rank talent this year. He still can't withstand the seniors' attacks. The seniors' strength is truly too overwhelming. This is the true spirit of North War Martial Arts University, a place where all geniuses aspire to be. Among us freshmen, will anyone be able to leave this auditorium standing? Even Li Xinghe, the prodigy, has fallen. Who else can stand up? There's no one left. Look, there's still one person standing. With that exclamation, all the freshmen's gazes immediately focused on Lu Hong. ZZZZ. A terrifying purple lightning bolt split the sky like the wrath of a deity, descending in an instant. In the blink of an eye, several senior students were struck by the overwhelming lightning, collapsing to the ground unconscious. At that moment, the air in the entire auditorium seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the source of the purple lightning bolt. "You're Lu Hong? I know you. You single-handedly killed Yuan Xiaoxiong, who was ranked 11th on the Qianlong chart. Your strength is indeed formidable. But remember, as fourth-year students of North War Martial Arts University, we are not weaklings to be pushed around. None of us are cowards who shy away from battle. All of us fourth-year students are 6th-rank martial artists. Though none of us have made it onto the Qianlong rankings, the gap between us and those on the list isn't that great. No matter how strong you are, Lu Hong, can you really defeat all of us with just one person? That's right. Even if he's the top of the hidden dragon rankings, we'll make sure he doesn't come back alive. Freshmen must be prepared to be disciplined by the seniors." Lu Hong looked at the rows of 6th-tier martial artists before him, ready to pounce, and said with interest, "Oh? Then let me see if you're really as strong as you claim." Zzz. Purple lightning bolts erupted. Terrifying thunderous energy darted through the crowd, tearing through the air and erupting in deafening roars. The fourth-year students unleashed all their techniques, struggling to withstand the onslaught. However, the power of SSS tier talent and the Nine Heavens' divine thunder was not something that could be easily withstood. Boom! The thunderous energy exploded among the crowd. Many second and third-year seniors instantly lost their combat ability, their faces pale as they collapsed to the ground. Even many fourth-year seniors were left trembling in fear after Lu Hong's single strike. Despite this, the remaining seniors refused to give up. Their eyes burned with an unyielding flame, their chi and blood surging, seeming even more intense than before. "We are also students of North War Martial Arts University. We are also 6th-tier martial artists. We have mastered the rules of utilizing our innate talents. Lu Hong, don't dare to underestimate any of us." Blasts of dazzling light flashed across the arena. All the remaining fourth-year seniors erupted with terrifying power. This power was for the sake of their honor. Lu Hong also felt a spark of interest. Boom! 9 fiery dragons roared forth once more, casting the surrounding area in a crimson glow. Lu Hong leaped into the air, landing steadily atop the head of the central fire dragon, gazing down at the crowd below. "You want to play? Then I'll play with you." His words, accompanied by the roar of the fire dragons, echoed through the skies. Before his words had even finished, the fire dragon seemed to respond to his call, suddenly transforming into a torrent of flames that surged toward the crowd. Faced with this sudden terrifying inferno, all the senior students turned pale with fear and desperately fought to defend themselves. However, the flames clung to them like maggots, impossible to extinguish. Some seniors were about to be engulfed by the flames, but were saved by the school's teachers just in time. The defeated seniors stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Who is this Lu Hong? What kind of demon is he? Yes. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Is this even the strength of a 6th-tier martial artist? We're all 6th-tier martial artists. How could the gap between us be so vast? Is this the power of an SSS tier talent? It's truly terrifying. Lu Hong looked at the senior student who was still stubbornly resisting and smiled slightly. What I possess is a double SSS tier talent. While everyone was busy dealing with the fire dragons, a purple lightning net darted through the crowd like a ghost, silently striking one target after another. Each strike sent another senior student crashing to the ground. Lu Hong demonstrated overwhelming dominance. What's the point of fighting 1 against 100? It's a pure display of raw power. Every student present felt the immense gap between themselves and Lu Hong in that moment. It was a height they could never hope to reach. In the blink of an eye, all the senior students lay motionless on the ground, their fighting ability completely shattered. Lu Hong, however, remained standing atop the fiery dragon, surrounded by a brilliant glow of intertwining flames and lightning. He resembled a war god descended from mythology, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. At that moment, Mo Qilin, hiding in the corner, saw Lu Hong's invincible form. He didn't hesitate for a moment, collapsing to the ground and remaining motionless. Mo Qilin simultaneously looked up and shouted, "Lu Gu! Don't move! I'll handle this." This scene fell into the eyes of Mo Lao, who was not far away. Mo Lao's face turned ashen, his eyes widened in fury, and his entire body trembled with rage. Mo Qilin! Get the hell up! Chapter 50, Lu Gu, can I sleep with you tonight? Hearing Mo Lao's scolding, Mo Qilin lay on the ground, unable to move. On one side was his grandfather. On the other side was Lu Hong. What should I do? If I get up now, won't I just have to endure another beating from Lu Hong? What's the point? If I make the slightest mistake, Lu Hong could kill me with a single move. But if I don't get up now, I won't be able to explain myself to my grandfather. No, wait. Mo Qilin's eyes darted quickly. Mo Lao is my grandfather. Could he really kill me? But what about my older brother Lu? He is the kind of person who will kill without a second thought. Mo Qilin continued lying on the ground, motionless, feigning helplessness. I'm not trying to get up. I really can't get up. Lu Ji's power is too terrifying. Even from this distance, he released his inner energy and knocked me down. I can't move at all. Mo Lao angrily puffed out his cheeks and glared, but there was nothing he could do. Mo Qilin, you wait for me when you go back today. Mo Qilin chuckled to himself, lying on the ground, proud of his cleverness. At this point, all the students present, except for Lu Hong, were unable to stand. Mo Lao glared at Mo Qilin once more before announcing, this showdown between freshmen and seniors is won by this year's freshman, Lu Hong. At that moment, the crowd lying haphazardly on the ground began to buzz with speculation. Lu Hong? He's a freshman just like me? He's a freshman? All the upperclassmen in the entire school can't beat him? He's still a freshman? Lu Hong's moves were ruthless. That thunderbolt strike nearly took his life. You freshmen don't know. Lu Hong isn't an ordinary freshman. He's awakened a double SSS tier talent. What? Double SSS rank talent? A single SSS rank talent is already terrifying enough. He has awakened double SSS rank talent? Not only that, he killed Yuan Xiaoxiong, who was ranked 11th on the Hidden Dragon list. North War Martial Arts Academy is indeed strong, but no student has ever made it onto the Hidden Dragon list. Lu Hong might be the first. Mo Lao waved his hand. Everyone, quiet down. The reason we arranged this freshman versus senior duel today is to let all of you know what it means to have someone better than you, and that there are always higher realms beyond what you can see. All senior students. Don't think that just because you've studied at North War Martial Arts University for so long, you can look down on others. You still have a long way to go. New students, the same applies to you. Take Lu Hong as your role model. Through your studies at North War Martial Arts University, you too can become as powerful as Lu Hong one day. As long as Lu Hong is still at the university, any of you can challenge him at any time. Whoever defeats Lu Hong will be rewarded by the principal with an SS grade piece of equipment. However, if you challenge Lu Hong and fail, your annual qualification to enter the secret realm will be unconditionally transferred to Lu Hong. Mo Lao's actions also indirectly ensured Lu Hong's safety. After all, so many eyes are always watching Lu Hong. As long as he is within the school grounds, the Yuan family dare not act against Lu Hong lightly. Next, we will proceed to the next important phase, mentor assignment. All mentors at North War Martial Arts University are martial artists of 8th rank or higher. They can provide decisive assistance to your future martial arts journey. Each mentor will select students who best suit their own areas of expertise to inherit their teachings. This is a mutual selection process. If you are fortunate enough to be sought after by multiple mentors, you must make a choice. This will be a pivotal turning point in your martial arts career. As soon as the words were spoken, all the instructors rushed toward Lu Hong like a whirlwind. Lu Hong, come to me. My awakened dual talents are precisely fire and lightning. You're the perfect match for me. Lu Hong, I'm Fan Hongliang. Come to me. Among all the teachers at North War Martial Arts University, I may not be the strongest, but I dare say I'm among the top 3. Choose me, and I will teach you everything I know to help you climb to the pinnacle of martial arts. You will undoubtedly grow into a war god level figure. Lu Hong. More voices intertwined, and Lu Hong was momentarily overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the teachers. Bang! A loud crash. A pair of white hands suddenly slammed down on the table in the auditorium. With a single strike, the table turned to dust and scattered in the air. Hey, hey, hey! Do you all think I'm not here? Who just said that North War Martial Arts University is ranked in the top 3? Come out and let me see you. Jian Yan strode forward, and everyone instinctively made way for her. The teacher named Fan Hongliang, upon seeing Jian Yan, muttered under his breath, I did say I'm in the top 3, I didn't lie. Jian Yan's gaze was piercing as she stared at Fan Hongliang. Fan Hongliang, you're ranked in the top 3 at North War Martial Arts University? Then where am I ranked? Fan Hongliang, seeing this, hurriedly smiled apologetically, his smile brighter than the spring sun. Ms. Jian, you are, of course, the top-ranked teacher among all the teachers. Jian Yan asked sternly, if you know that, why are you competing with me for my students? Lu Hong has his own thoughts. As soon as Fan Hongliang spoke, he realized he had made a mistake. Did I just talk back? Who am I talking back to? I'm arguing with the most notorious female tyrant at North War Martial Arts University. It's over. It's over. Jian Yan's brows furrowed, and a hint of anger flashed across her face. Fan Hongliang hurriedly explained, Lu Hong has his own ideas. He shouldn't listen to us. I'm telling you, choose teacher Jian Yan, that's the right choice. She's the most suitable teacher for you at North War Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, Jian Yan's brows relaxed, and she nodded in satisfaction. Lu Hong walked naturally to Jian Yan and said, Ms. Jiang, of course I won't choose anyone else, I'll only choose you. Jian Yan gently stroked Lu Hong's head and smiled, alright. From today onward, as long as I'm at North War Martial Arts University, no one will dare to bully you. Bully who? Bully Lu Hong? Didn't you see Lu Hong just beat up all the students in the school? Who could bully him? As for teachers? You, Zhang Yan, are the person all the teachers in the school fear the most. Except for a few vice principals and the principal. Who can stop you? The two of you together would be unstoppable at North War Martial Arts University. Wait a minute. Zhang Yan just smiled. That the she-devil, actually smiled. This is probably the first time all the teachers at North War Martial Arts University have seen Zhang Yan's gentle side. There aren't many people who can make Zhang Yan treat them gently. Lu Zhenyan is one. Lu Hong is the second. The selection process has concluded and everyone has dispersed. After enrolling, Lu Hong also got his own dormitory. He didn't continue living with Zhang Yan but returned to his own room. At that moment, Mo Qilin was lurking behind Lu Hong. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, turned his head to look at Mo Qilin, and coldly asked, Mo Qilin, you've been following me. What's the matter? Mo Qilin's eyes darted around nervously before he finally gathered his courage, stepped forward, and blurted out, Lu Gu, can I sleep with you tonight? Lu Hong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately took several steps back, creating some distance between himself and Mo Qilin. What are you talking about? Do you think I'll kill you? Chapter 51, the latest edition of the Hidden Dragon Rankings. Mo Qilin, seeing Lu Hong's anger, hurriedly waved his hands frantically and desperately explained, Lu Gu, no. I didn't mean it that way. Don't misunderstand me. You know, Mo Lao is my grandfather. He said that if I go back today, I won't get off lightly. I just didn't dare to go back, so I thought I'd stay at your place for the night. Lu Hong heard this, his gaze piercing, pointing directly at Mo Qilin, coldly uttering a single word. Get out. All right. Lu Gu. I'll leave right away. Mo Qilin immediately bowed his head, curling his body into a ball, and quickly disappeared from Lu Hong's sight. Lu Hong finally exhaled deeply. He returned to his own dormitory, which, though not as spacious as Ms. Zhang Yan's villa, was still a room of about 100 square meters. But for Lu Hong alone, it was more than enough. Just as he lay down on the bed, before he could rest, there was a knock on the door. Lu Gu. It's me, Lu Gu. I have news for you. Open the door quickly. Mo Qilin's slightly anxious voice came from outside the door. Lu Hong muttered under his breath, a hint of impatience flitting across his brow. He clenched his teeth and said, You better have something important to tell me. Otherwise, you're not coming back today. The door creaked open, and Mo Qilin burst into the room like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Lu Hong instinctively stepped back, creating a safe distance between them. Mo Qilin, what's the matter? Spit it out. Mo Qilin quickly pulled out his phone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Gu. The latest edition of the Hidden Dragon Rankings is out. You made the list. Lu Hong heard this and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity and anticipation. He slowly approached, took the phone, and looked at the list. Daxia Kingdom Hidden Dragon List. Ranking, 1 name, Qin Chuan age, 21. Talent SSS rank, Silent Black Dragon Realm 70H rank martial artist. Achievements slaughtered over 107th rank warriors from various races on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, killed over 1,000 6th rank warriors from various races, and defeated a single 8th rank martial artist. Lu Hong, upon seeing the top rank on the Hidden Dragons list, furrowed his brows, his heart racing with emotion. Qin Chuan's battle record was simply too impressive. At just 21 years old, he had already reached the 7th rank martial artist realm. And he had achieved great feats on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. What's even more astonishing is that he also killed an 8th tier martial artist. This is something Lu Hong knew he couldn't achieve. An 8th tier martial artist possesses a level of vital energy that is utterly incomparable to that of a 7th tier martial artist. With his current strength, facing an 8th tier martial artist, he wouldn't even last a minute. Qin Chuan's strength is simply unimaginable. Mo Qilin also spoke up from the side. This Qin Chuan is from the Qin family. He's a monster. No, everyone from the Qin family is a monster. Lu Hong asked in doubt, the Qin family? Mo Qilin replied with a deep gaze, yes. The Qin family. The Qin family guards the western borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Every member of the Qin family possesses unparalleled talent. The first of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, Qin Honggang, is a member of the Qin family. The Qin family's strength is unmatched among all the noble families of the Great Xia Kingdom. Especially Qin Chuan, though his awakened talent appears to be SSS tier. However, the power he unleashes far surpasses that of all other SSS ranked talents. Lu Hong clenched his fists, determined to one day face off against Qin Chuan. He continued flipping through the rankings, looking further down the list. Ranking 2 name Lu Hong age 18 years old. Talent SSS rank, 9 Dragon Holy Fire SSS rank, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Realm 6th rank martial artist. Achievements within 1 minute, he killed the 11th ranked original Dragon List member, Yuan Xiaoxiong. Lu Hong never expected that simply killing Yuan Xiaoxiong would place him in the 2nd position. Mo Qilin spoke up to remind him, Lu Gu. Let me tell you, now that you're ranked 2nd, you'd better be careful. Lu Hong replied with interest, oh? What do you mean? Mo Qilin pointed at the 3rd ranked name on the list, Lu Gu, I'll be honest with you. Although you're ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, your battle record isn't as impressive as others. The top 10 on the Hidden Dragon list all have the ability to kill you in Xiaoxiong. You're ranked second this time, and there will definitely be many who aren't satisfied. Especially that woman. She'll definitely come looking for trouble. Lu Hong followed Mo Qilin's gesture and looked at the third position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Ranking 3, name Mo Yun, age 2, 4 years old. Talent SSS tier, Extinction Dagger Realm 6th tier martial artist. Battle record slaughtered over 1,000 6th rank warriors from various races. Fought to a standstill against a 7th rank martial artist with an awakened S rank talent. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Mo Yun? Are you from the Mo family? Mo Qilin nodded slightly, his expression betraying a complex mix of emotions. Mo Yun is my older sister. She has always been competitive and ambitious, always striving to be the best in everything. When Qin Xuan went to the 10,000 clans battlefield, she insisted on going too. Though her strength doesn't match Qin Xuan's, she's never accepted defeat. She always wanted to surpass Qin Xuan on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans and prove her strength by killing more enemies. However, Qin Xuan's strength is too overwhelming, leaving her far behind. She has always been bitter about being ranked second on the dragon rankings. This time she dropped to third place, and she will definitely come looking for trouble as soon as she can. Lu Hong whispered, let her come then. Do you think I can't handle her? Mo Qilin nodded, Lu Gu. I'll be honest with you. I'm genuinely worried you can't beat her. My sister is simply too terrifying. Oh? Lu Hong grew even more curious about Mo Yun. If she could make Mo Qilin so afraid, she must have some real strength. And even someone as afraid of himself as Mo Qilin thinks she's stronger than him? Mo Qilin continued, Lu Gu. I've lived in my sister's shadow my entire life. When I was little, Mo Yun beat me every day. When I grew a little older, Mo Yun left, and then Zhou Ruoxue came along. She beat me every day too. Now, I'm afraid of any woman I see. Lu Hong hurriedly stepped back to create some distance between himself and Mo Qilin. What did you just say? You're afraid of women? Get the hell away from me. Just then, a deafening commotion erupted from downstairs in the dormitory building. Where is Lu Hong? Come out here. You think you can rank second on the Qianlong chart? What a joke. I'm challenging you. Let the whole world know who the real second place is. Lu Hong stood at the window, seeing a woman dressed in black, standing tall and confident, with her hands on her hips, exuding an intimidating aura. Every word she spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's heart. What? Lu Hong. You're now second on the Hidden Dragon rankings. You're not a coward. You dare not even show your face? Could it be that you stole that second place title by force? Lu Hong, if you have the guts, don't hide behind your turtle shell. I'll see just how capable this second place turtle really is. Come down and fight me. Faced with this sudden provocation, Lu Hong's expression darkened instantly. No one could tolerate being insulted so freely from below. Especially being called a turtle. Mo Qilin stood beside him, his expression serious. Lu Gu. My sister is truly very strong. You might not be her match. Ding. Divine choice system triggered. Chapter 52. The rankings on the Hidden Dragon list are about to change, but it shouldn't be. Me. Lu Hong looked at the pale blue panel in front of him. Option 1, go downstairs now to apologize to Mo Yun and voluntarily give her the second position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. Being able to bend and stretch is the mark of a true man. Reward, a great equipment, Black Cloud Staff. Option 2, play the role of a timid turtle, hide away, and avoid meeting Mo Yun. Reward the host with 3 6th tier turtle pills. Option 3, reveal your true strength, let Mo Yun know the host's capabilities, and acknowledge the host's power. Reward the host by unlocking the fishman's heart within their body. Unlock the fishman's heart within the body? Lu Hong vaguely recalled that when he left the Lin Hang's secret realm, his heart had been enveloped by a blue light sphere, which then surged into his body and vanished. Could the fishman's heart have been brought out by him? Suddenly, a series of rapid tremors emanated from his chest, interrupting his thoughts. Lu Hong quickly reached into his robe and pulled out the Book of Prophecy. The pages flipped rapidly, and a line of text appeared clearly on the page. Lu Hong, within 1 hour, you will die because of Mo Yun. Give me your heart. I can guarantee you will survive. Please believe me. This time, you will truly die. Only I can save you. No. Buddy. Am I the fool or are you? I'll give you my heart, and then you'll let me live? I don't quite understand what you're saying. The Book of Prophecy once again displayed a line of text. Don't worry, I will become your heart and exist with you. Give me your heart, and not only will you not die, but you will gain immortality. Lu Hong completely ignored it. This Book of Prophecy is getting a bit too outlandish. Let it become his own heart? That's even harder to accept than letting Mo Qilin move in. However, the prophecy book said he would die because of Mo Yun? Lu Hong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At that moment, the commotion downstairs continued unabated. Mo Yun's shouts echoed like thunder, growing more intense. Lu Hong. Are you deaf? Or are you really willing to be a coward? If you don't dare to show your face, I'll come down there myself and teach you a lesson. Boom! Lu Hong leaped down and stood firmly before Mo Yun. He looked at Mo Yun and coldly said, "You're not done yet, are you?" Mo Yun, upon seeing Lu Hong, immediately assumed a combat stance. "Lu Hong, I challenge you to a duel. I'll make everyone see that I'm the second ranked on the hidden dragon list. You're not worthy." A trace of impatience flashed across Lu Hong's brows, and his tone carried a hint of contempt. "First, I didn't create this hidden dragon rankings. If you're unhappy with the rankings, go find the person who made the list. Second, I'm here now to shut you up." Boom! A black-red fire dragon suddenly appeared, charging toward Mo Yun in an instant. Its momentum was so fierce that no one could react in time. At such close range, Mo Yun had no time to react, her face turning deathly pale. She never expected Lu Hong to act so boldly here. A chill of death descended. At the last possible moment, a man appeared behind Mo Yun. With a sweep of his arm, he channeled immense power, severing the raging flames midway and dissipating them into nothingness. The man glared at Lu Hong and threatened, "Lu Hong, how dare you attack from behind? You don't deserve the title of second on the dragon rankings. If you dare to harm a single hair on Mo Yun's head, I'll make you regret it." The man's chi and blood surged around him, and the overwhelming pressure of a 7th-rank martial artist spread out, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Lu Hong looked at the man, his brows furrowed. The blood energy the man had unleashed was far stronger than that of an ordinary 7th-rank martial artist. If he were to attack, I might not be his match. The Book of Prophecy said that within an hour I would die because of Mo Yun? Could it be referring to this man? However, Lu Hong remained unfazed, speaking in a solemn tone. "You came down from the battlefield of the 10,000 clans? Do we need to notify them in advance before engaging in battle with the 10,000 clans on the battlefield?" The two fell silent. Mo Yun, upon seeing the man, couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. "Li Jianhua, can you stop bothering me? I can handle my own affairs." The man named Li Jianhua spoke softly. "I'm just worried you'll get hurt." Mo Yun replied indifferently, "I don't need your concern. I know my own limits." Lu Hong glanced at the two of them and snorted coldly, "I don't have time to play games with you here. You want the title of second on the dragon rankings from me, don't you? Come to the 17th martial arts arena. I'll be waiting." With that, Lu Hong turned and walked steadily toward the 17th martial arts arena. At that moment, the students of North War Martial Arts University were all drawn to the scene. Everyone began to gather at the 17th martial arts arena. Mo Qilin quietly moved to Mo Yun's side and whispered, "Sis, why did you come back?" Mo Yun slapped Mo Qilin hard on the head. "You have the nerve to show up? Grandfather told me that you were so scared by this Lu Hong that you lost your nerve? You don't even have the courage to face him head-on? You're bringing shame upon the Mo family. I'll see for myself what qualifies Lu Hong to rank above me on the Dragon's Lair chart. Today, I will crush his arrogance. Instead of being afraid of him? Don't you fear me?" Mo Qilin hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "I'm afraid. I'm most afraid of you." Mo Yun heard this and curved his lips into a satisfied smile. "That's more like it. Later, I'll beat that Lu Hong into a pulp. And let you know that Lu Hong isn't some kind of monster." After speaking, Mo Qilin felt a mix of emotions and remained silent. Li Jianhua suddenly intervened, wrapping his arms around Mo Qilin's neck, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Mo Qilin, it's been a long time." Mo Qilin had no regard for the man before him. He struggled with all his might to break free from Li Jianhua's grip, then vanished in a flash, escaping swiftly. Li Jianhua's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of harshness fleeting across his face before he quickly replaced it with a cheerful expression. He followed Mo Yun's footsteps and headed toward the 17th martial arts arena. Inside the 17th martial arts arena, Lu Hong and Mo Yun stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Students from the Northern Martial Arts Academy gathered in a circle around them, whispering and speculating. "Who is that woman? How did she end up fighting Lu Hong? She's senior sister Mo Yun, who graduated from our North War Martial Arts University. You newcomers wouldn't know. She was always at the top of the rankings at North War Martial Arts University when she was here. Moreover, she had dominated the second spot on the Hidden Dragon rankings for several consecutive years. In the latest edition of the Hidden Dragon rankings, Lu Hong ranked second, while Mo Yun ranked third. It seems like Mo Yun isn't satisfied and came to settle the score. Lu Hong's strength is so terrifying. He single-handedly defeated all the students in our school. Can Mo Yun be a match for Lu Hong? You don't know anything. You think only Lu Hong has the ability to challenge the entire student body? Mo Yun, the senior sister, also single-handedly defeated all the students in the school back then. And she did it in less time than Lu Hong. Furthermore, Mo Yun has undergone years of rigorous training on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, making her strength truly unimaginable. Lu Hong definitely isn't her match. Mo Qilin stood by, silently calculating in his mind. Although Lu Hong is very strong, he is the strongest among his peers. However, Mo Yun is his older sister, and the two have grown up together since childhood. Mo Yun's strength, Mo Qilin knew all too well. Mo Yun's awakened SSS rank talent, the annihilation thorns, could transform speed and strength into their absolute limits. Below the 7th rank, no one could evade Mo Yun's attacks. Not even Lu Hong can. At that moment, Mo Yun stood firm, her gaze sharp. She flipped her palm, and a pitch-black dagger materialized out of thin air, its cold gleam sending shivers down the spine. Lu Hong, I hear you've been making quite a name for yourself lately? You single-handedly killed 2 prodigies of the Yuan clan. And defeated all the students of the North War Martial Arts Academy? My younger brother, Mo Qilin, doesn't even have the courage to face you in battle? Before she could finish speaking, Mo Yun's figure had already turned into a blur, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. All that remained was her ethereal voice echoing through the air, like the whisper of a ghost. I speak on behalf of the senior students of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy, and on behalf of the Mo family. We need to restore some dignity. The rankings of the Dragon List have remained unchanged for far too long. It's time for a shake-up. However, the spot that needs to be moved shouldn't be mine. Chapter 53, Compete with me in speed? You don't have the qualifications. Mo Yun suddenly vanished, like an elusive shadow in the night, leaving everyone present in shock. Among them were several 6th-rank martial artists. Yet not a single one of them could discern Mo Yun's movements. Only Li Zhonghua, a 7th-rank martial artist, could catch a fleeting, blurry outline. Even among 6th-tier martial artists, Mo Yun's speed had already surpassed many 7th-tier martial artists, and even some 8th-tier martial artists. Was this the power of the SSS rank talent, the annihilation thorns? Mo Yun was like an assassin darting through the shadows, each appearance enough to send shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath for Lu Hong. Whoosh! The next moment, a black speck of light suddenly flashed to Lu Hong's right. Clang! Immediately afterward, a crisp metallic clang pierced the air. Lu Hong's Hellfire Staff blocked Mo Yun's fatal strike with pinpoint accuracy. ZZZ. Purple lightning erupted from Lu Hong's body, and the furious power of thunder filled the entire space. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Hong's eyes as he spoke calmly, competing with me in speed? You're still far from my level. Lu Hong's figure flickered, transforming into a purple streak of light, launching a counterattack at Mo Yun with even greater speed. Mo Yun, however, vanished like a ghost, disappearing from everyone's sight. The onlookers were all amazed. Lu Hong's speed is so fast. He actually managed to block senior sister Mo Yun's attack. It's simply unbelievable. But Lu Hong can't go any further. No matter how fast he is, he can't outpace Mo Yun. That's right. I can still see Lu Hong's figure. But senior sister Mo Yun, I can't even catch her with my naked eyes. It's like she's completely vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Bang! Just as everyone was discussing, a loud explosion echoed through the arena. Lu Hong's Hellfire Staff, enveloped in blinding purple lightning bolts, slammed into Mo Yun's chest with tremendous force. Mo Yun's body suddenly lost control, like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, stumbling backward. How is that possible? Lu Hong actually managed to track senior sister Mo Yun's trajectory and hit her with a single strike? I couldn't even catch the hem of Mo Yun's robe. How did he manage that? This is simply unbelievable. Mo Yun executed a graceful flip in mid-air, landing steadily on her feet, with a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. She gently wiped it away, her eyes filled with both shock and determination. You were able to see my speed? That's truly extraordinary. Lu Hong curved his lips into a faint smile. That's because you're too slow. The speed you pride yourself on is no different from that of a 3-year-old child in my eyes. Competing in speed with the 9 heavens divine thunder? You're being far too naive. Now do you understand why I'm ranked 2nd on the hidden dragon list? Mo Yun shook her head. Do you really think I was using my full strength? Immediately, Mo Yun began to undress. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Look, it's senior sister Mo Yun. What is that? Is what Mo Yun's senior sister is taking off. It's a gravity suit. Senior sister Mo Yun has been wearing a gravity suit all along. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Mo Yun shed the pitch-black gravity suit from her body. She shed the heavy shackles. She swept her arm wide, tossing the gravity suit aside. Bang! As the gravity suit hit the ground, it exploded like a small bomb, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Bang! Immediately afterward, Mo Yun suddenly lifted her foot, flinging off the seemingly ordinary shoes she was wearing. The ground sank again, forming a new deep crater. The shoes are so heavy. It's unbelievable. Bang! Next came the knee guards. Bang! Then the wrist guards. One by one, Mo Yun removed each piece of equipment, each landing accompanied by a crisp yet heavy thud. Amidst the flying dust, a series of shocking craters remained on the ground. As the dust settled, the scene fell into complete silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Mo Yun's slender figure, now free from the heavy burden, filled with disbelief. Senior sister Mo Yun has been fighting all this time while wearing such a heavy gravity suit. This is absolutely terrifying. If Mo Yun's senior sister had taken off those pieces of equipment and put them on us, we probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. Now that she's taken off the gravity suit, her speed and strength will likely reach new heights, unmatched by anyone. Lu Hong is doomed. I can't imagine how he could possibly defeat senior sister Mo Yun. At that moment, everyone was watching every move on the field. Mo Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Instantly, her figure vanished like a ghost right before everyone's eyes. Even Li Zhanghua couldn't help but furrow his brows. At this moment, Mo Yun's speed was so fast that even he couldn't keep up. A terrifying surge of chi and blood energy erupted in the arena. A black beam shot toward Lu Hong at an unmatched speed. Its momentum was so fierce it seemed capable of tearing apart anything in its path. Lu Hong showed no fear on his face, his gaze sharp as he said, "You haven't used your full strength? Do you think I've used mine? You want to race me? You don't have the qualifications." Zzz. Purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing Lu Hong's entire body. Every hair on Lu Hong's body stood on end in that instant, and the terrifying pressure felt like the arrival of the thunder god. The lightning boots on his feet emitted a dazzling purple glow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. The entire arena seemed to tremble under the force, and the air was filled with a tense, anxious atmosphere. Suddenly, Mo Yun collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lu Hong's staff stood upright against Mo Yun's forehead, declaring the final outcome of the duel. The crowd erupted into a chorus of gasps. How is this possible? Mo Yun, the senior sister, actually lost? This can't be. Mo Yun's speed is unmatched. How did Lu Hong manage to hit senior sister Mo Yun? At that moment, Mo Yun's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and her face was as pale as paper. She had never imagined that in the realm of speed, she would actually lose. And she had lost so completely. Mo Yun stared at the hellfire staff suspended above her head, her eyes dim, and reluctantly said, "I concede." Lu Hong heard Mo Yun surrender and furrowed his brows even more. What's going on? Mo Yun had clearly surrendered, yet the system still hadn't distributed the reward? Does it mean she has to be killed? Lu Hong glared coldly at Mo Yun beneath the staff. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Zila! Thunderous power erupted, aiming straight for Mo Yun's forehead. At this critical moment between life and death, Mo Yun truly felt the approach of death, fear, and despair intertwining in her heart. Boom! A black barrier rose from Mo Yun's body, forcefully blocking the fatal blow. Mo Yun was knocked unconscious by the sudden impact, collapsing to the ground, her heart pounding with fear. This Lu Hong. He actually intends to kill me. If it weren't for the Mo family's treasure, the black-scaled shield, protecting me in time, I would have already met my end. But the black-scaled shield can only protect me once. Mo Yun saw Lu Hong's icy gaze and was instantly filled with terror. She forced herself to stand, using every ounce of strength left in her body, and shouted, "Lu Hong! I truly surrender. I admit you are stronger than me. You deserve your second place on the Hidden Dragon rankings." Ding! Successfully made Mo Yun acknowledge the host's strength. Reward the host and activate the fishman's heart. The system's prompt echoed in Lu Hong's mind, and he finally let out a satisfied smile. After all that, Mo Yun's earlier surrender wasn't sincere at all. At that moment, the prophecy book in Lu Hong's arms began to display lines of text rapidly. Without my help, how dare he activate the fishman's heart? Why? I want the fishman's heart. I want the fishman's heart. I want the fishman's heart. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out behind Lu Hong. Lu Hong, how dare you hurt Mo Yun? You're asking for death. Chapter 54, Enjoying Exchanging Injuries? Today, I'll make you pay in full. Li Zhanghua saw Lu Hong inflicting brutal blows on Mo Yun, and a terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from his body, instantly rushing toward Lu Hong. Boom! Lu Hong reacted swiftly, swinging his hellfire staff backward with all his might, colliding with Li Zhanghua's figure. Though Li Zhanghua's speed couldn't match Mo Yun's. However, Li Zhanghua was a genuine 7th-rank martial artist. A terrifying force surged through Lu Hong's hands. Under the force, Lu Hong stumbled backward several steps before regaining his balance. Li Zhanghua glared angrily and shouted, "You dare to treat Mo Yun so harshly? I'll make you pay today." Lu Hong sneered, "That depends on whether you have the ability." Boom! 9 lifelike fire dragons soared into the sky, circling around them, causing the surrounding air to suddenly grow scorching hot. Facing a top-tier 7th-rank martial artist, Lu Hong dared not take any chances and immediately unleashed his full strength. Li Zhanghua's eyes were sharp as he gripped a blood-red long sword, its blade shimmering with a bloodthirsty glow. "I have awakened an SS-rank talent, divine. I am a 7th-rank martial artist. The gap between us is like an uncrossable chasm." Boom! A surge of blood-red aura erupted from Li Zhanghua's body, spreading wildly. Its ominous and terrifying aura instantly cooled the scorching heat caused by the rampaging fire dragon. Everyone present witnessed this scene, murmuring in whispers, their eyes filled with unhidden fear. What a terrifying power! Who is this man? He's Li Zhanghua, the future heir of the Li family. At just 27 years old, he has already reached the 7th tier martial artist realm. Moreover, he has awakened an SS-ranked innate talent, Divine. Even the strongest warriors from all races on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans tremble at the mention of his name. He is attacking Lu Hong right now. This is clearly bullying the weak. Quickly report this to the school's elders. Lu Hong's expression clearly changed. The power emanating from Li Jianhua actually made him sense a sense of danger. At the same time, the book of prophecy on his chest began to tremble violently, as if trying to convey some urgent message. However, Lu Hong had no time to pay attention to it. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Li Jianhua. 9 fiery dragons, as if sensing Lu Hong's call, surged into his abdomen with a thunderous roar. Towering flames erupted from Lu Hong's body. Immediately afterward, lightning surged upward, intertwining with the flames to form a magnificent tableau. Lu Hong was completely enveloped in endless flames, blazing hot and dazzling, like a king emerging from hell. Lu Hong had unleashed his strongest form. Mo Yuan, who had fallen to the ground, was already being supported by Mo Qilin and brought to a safe area. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at the two combatants in the center of the battlefield, murmuring softly, "Is this truly Lu Hong's true strength? Earlier, when we fought, he didn't even use his full strength?" Mo Qilin looked at Lu Hong, then turned to Mo Yuan, his eyes filled with complexity. "Sis. You'll get used to it." Mo Yuan's expression grew serious, but Li Jianhua isn't that simple. He's not just a 7th rank martial artist. He also controls the primordial force. Primordial power? Mo Qilin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but shift his gaze toward the center of the battlefield, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Li Jianhua, seeing the astonishing strength Lu Hong had displayed, licked his lips, his eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. "Lu Hong, I won't hide it from you. I came here today with one purpose, to kill you. Anyone who dares to oppose the Yuan clan must die." Lu Hong's gaze grew icy. "So you're a dog of the Yuan family. All of you, die." Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided violently, tearing the air apart and shaking everything around them. Lu Hong's hands, clutching the Hellfire Staff, trembled slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Even with his full strength, he couldn't gain the upper hand. However, Li Jianhua seemed tireless, his aura filled with malevolence, as he launched another fierce attack. Boom! The second impact struck. Lu Hong was forced to retreat repeatedly, his legs trembling violently from the immense force of the impact. The next moment, a blood-red figure flickered before him like a ghostly apparition. A long sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for his vital points. Lu Hong's speed had clearly declined significantly, and he was unable to dodge the attack. In an instant, Lu Hong made the most correct decision. He traded injury for injury. With a loud thud, the long sword sliced through Lu Hong's arm, blood gushing out. However, the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hands also struck Li Jianhua's chest with tremendous force. The immense force sent Li Jianhua flying backward uncontrollably, as if struck by a sledgehammer. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Hong's lips. He was extremely confident that the force of that strike would be enough to knock even a 7th-tier martial artist off their feet. However, Li Jianhua's voice rang out once more. "You really hit hard, kid." Li Jianhua stood up unharmed from the ground, brushing the dust off his body. Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene. His strike hadn't even caused a single scratch on the other man? How was that possible? At that moment, a brilliant light emanated from Li Jianhua's body, and a faint blood-red aura swirled around him. He laughed coldly. "You are no match for me. Now, go down and atone to the Yuan clan." Oomph! With a furious shout, Li Jianhua flickered forward, closing in on Lu Hong once more. The cold blade in his hand gleamed menacingly, aimed directly at Lu Hong's vital spot. Though Li Jianhua's aura was overwhelming, Lu Hong swiftly detected his opening. His guard was wide open, leaving numerous openings. Lu Hong reacted swiftly, adjusting his stance. With a loud thud, Lu Hong's right shoulder took the full force of Li Jianhua's heavy strike, sending blood flying. However, the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hands transformed into a raging dragon, crashing into Li Jianhua's chest with tremendous force. Bang! Li Jianhua's body was hurled away by the brutal force, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Hong, though wounded in 2 places, remained standing firm. "You little bastard, that must hurt. Today, I will tear you to pieces and satisfy the hatred in my heart." Li Jianhua's voice echoed once more. Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Even an 8th-rank martial artist couldn't withstand 2 strikes from him at full strength. Yet Li Jianhua seemed to possess an immortal body, still standing tall. What on earth was going on? Mo Yuan watched the battle unfold before her, her voice solemn. This is Li Jianhua's primal power. Li Jianhua's attacks, once they hit the opponent, can strip away their vital energy and convert it into his own, healing his own wounds. In this state, Li Jianhua can attack without any reservations. He can focus solely on offense, with no need for defense. Exchanging injuries for injuries. No one can stand against him. Li Jianhua glared at Lu Hong, who was covered in blood, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Hong. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Blame yourself for being too arrogant. The Yuan clan is not someone you can afford to provoke. Die. At that moment, Lu Hong's heart began to race wildly. A surge of blue energy erupted from his heart like a tidal wave. It was the power of the fishman's heart. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread from his heart throughout his entire body. The wounds inflicted by Li Zhanghua earlier miraculously healed in an instant, his skin returning to its original state, smooth and flawless. There was not a single trace of injury left. Lu Hong stared at his body in disbelief. Is this the power of the fishman's heart? The ability to heal all injuries? Rebirth? Lu Hong clenched the hellfire staff tightly, his blood boiling within him. Blazing flames suddenly shot up several meters, engulfing him entirely. Lu Hong's voice echoed from within the flames, reverberating throughout the area. Awoken the primal power? Enjoy trading injuries for injuries? Today, I'll make you pay dearly. Chapter 55. This is just self-defense. Li Zhanghua burst into laughter. Haha. Do you even know what you're saying? Today, I'll show you the gap between us. The primal power is something a 6th-rank martial artist like you can never hope to touch. Li Zhanghua's figure reappeared before Lu Hong's eyes, his attacks as fierce as a storm, wide and sweeping. However, to his surprise, Lu Hong's battle stance was wide open, with countless vulnerabilities. He was also attacking relentlessly. He showed no defense at all. Li Zhanghua curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. You want to trade injuries with me? How naive. My primal energy allows me to absorb the vital energy I strip from you and use it to my advantage. Do you think you're the same as me? Want to die? I'll grant you your wish right now. At that moment, both Lu Hong and Li Zhanghua had abandoned all thoughts of defense. Their eyes were fixed only on the weapons in their hands and the life of their opponent. Put. Blood stained the ground red. Lu Hong was struck in the chest by Li Zhanghua's sword, crashing heavily to the ground. A long gash ran across his chest, flesh torn open, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome sight too horrific to behold. Of course, Li Zhanghua wasn't faring much better. The hellfire staff had pierced directly through his abdomen, leaving a horrifying gaping wound. Li Zhanghua still wore a smile, mockingly saying, Lu Hong, in just a few seconds, my wounds will heal completely. But you, with such severe injuries. You have no choice but to die. However, his arrogant smile vanished in an instant, and his expression turned grim. What's going on? Why aren't my wounds healing? Li Zhanghua's voice betrayed obvious panic. Li Zhanghua once again gathered the blood-red mist, attempting to envelop his wounds and heal them. However, all his efforts were in vain. There was no effect whatsoever. At that moment, the crowd around them erupted into a chorus of gasps. Look! Lu Hong has actually stood up. Not only is he standing up, but he doesn't seem injured at all. Impossible. The knife wounds are so clear everyone saw them clearly. Lu Hong should be severely injured. Look! Lu Hong really doesn't have a single scratch on him. What is going on? Who awakened the primal power? At the same time, Lu Hong slowly stood up and walked toward Li Zhanghua step by step. The long knife wound on his chest had vanished without a trace, his skin as white and smooth as before. If not for his torn clothing, it would seem as though nothing had ever happened. All of this was thanks to the fishman's heart. With the fishman's heart's assistance, Lu Hong's injuries healed rapidly. He seemed invincible. Lu Hong spoke coldly, since I wasn't injured, how could you absorb my vital energy to heal yourself? Li Zhanghua shook his head frantically, muttering to himself, no. It's impossible. This is my primordial power. It can't be. The next moment, Lu Hong's figure flickered like a ghostly apparition before Li Zhanghua. The hellfire staff in his hand was entirely crimson, resembling a raging inferno, and it crashed down toward Li Zhanghua's head with overwhelming force. Li Zhanghua grit his teeth, ignoring the pain in his abdomen, and raised his long sword to block the fatal blow. Crack! The long sword in his hand shattered into 2 pieces under the terrifying force, dropping lifelessly to the ground. Lu Hong's staff stood firmly on Li Zhanghua's forehead, emanating an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Li Zhanghua felt the cold touch on his forehead, and the fear of death surged through him. He cried out, Lu Hong! You can't kill me! I'm a member of the Li family. The Li family? What of it? You're just a dog of the Yuan family. The Yuan family? I've killed them all. But you, a member of the Li family, I cannot kill you. Just as Lu Hong was about to strike the fatal blow, a furious shout rang out from the distance. Li Zhanghua, who gave you the audacity to come to the North War Martial Arts Hall and cause trouble? If you dare to harm a single hair on Lu Hong's head, I'll make the Li family pay the price. Jian Yan rushed to the training ground as soon as she received the news. However, when she saw the scene before her, she was stunned. She never imagined that Lu Hong had already raised the hellfire staff above Li Zhanghua's head. Jian Yan looked around and murmured, What's going on here? Mo Qilin, who was standing nearby, rushed forward to explain, Miss Jiang. If you don't come now, Lu Hong is going to kill Li Zhanghua. Jian Yan cleared her throat twice, then forced herself to remain calm as she addressed Lu Hong. Lu Hong. Don't act impulsively. Put down the staff first. Lu Hong, seeing Jian Yan pleading for Li Zhanghua, frowned and asked, Ms. Jiang, do you know him? Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Over a decade ago, during a clash on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the Li family led all their 9th rank warriors to fight to the death on the battlefield to cover the retreat of the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. Overnight, all the 9th rank warriors of the Li family were killed in battle. Although the Li family has fallen into decline now, but the Li family has rendered meritorious service to the Great Xia Kingdom. Over the years, the Great Xia Kingdom has shown leniency toward the Li family's descendants. Everyone is willing to give the Li family a little face. Lu Hong remained cold. Even so, this cannot serve as an excuse for them to act recklessly and do as they please. Jiang Yan said solemnly, yes. So, if he threatens you or tries to kill you, you are acting in self-defense, and you are not wrong. But now, look at Li Zhonghua. He's been severely injured and has lost his ability to fight. Let him go. It would also be a show of respect for the 9th rank martial artists of the Li family who made the ultimate sacrifice. Lu Hong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Since teacher Jiang Yan has said so, I will spare him today. Li Zhonghua clutched his blood-soaked abdomen, his face pale, but his eyes flickered with a hint of resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Lu Hong, today you spare my life. But one day, I will make you regret it. Lu Hong heard this, his eyes narrowing slightly as a cold, ruthless intent flickered in his gaze. Pick it up. Lu Hong said softly. What? Li Zhonghua froze, unsure of Lu Hong's meaning. Lu Hong's expression darkened, and he roared, pick it up. I'm telling you to pick up your broken sword. Li Zhonghua didn't know what Lu Hong meant, but he instinctively obeyed. Just as Li Zhonghua picked up the broken sword, the hellfire staff in Lu Hong's hand erupted with terrifying power, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt that pierced Li Zhonghua's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Li Zhonghua's eyes widened in sheer despair. He couldn't believe that Lu Hong dared to kill him in broad daylight. He was a descendant of the Li family, the heir to the Li family, the hope for the revival of the Li family. He was going to die here, killed by a 6th-tier martial artist. In the final second of his life, Li Zhonghua heard Lu Hong's cold and innocent voice echoing in his ears. Wait. I clearly spared him. This Li Zhonghua actually tried to pick up a knife to kill me. This was self-defense. Chapter 56. Within a month, I will make Lu Hong's body lie in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Self-defense? You call that self-defense? The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly, and everyone, including Jiang Yan, was left speechless. Lu Hong actually killed Li Zhonghua. Lu Hong has only just crossed the threshold into the 6th rank, yet he already possesses the strength to kill a 7th rank warrior. Moreover, Li Zhonghua was already one of the few who could match him at the 7th rank. Lu Hong's strength is simply too terrifying. Li Zhonghua was the heir apparent of the Li family. The Li family 1T let Lu Hong off the hook. The Li family has grown arrogant. It's about time someone stood up to curb their arrogance. That's right. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, which family hasn't lost men in battle? Just because the Li family has lost men, they keep bringing it up all the time. As if the whole world owes them. That is how it is, but the Li family's mad dogs will attack anyone who crosses them. Amidst the uproar, only Mo Qilin remained calm. He seemed to have seen through everything, whispering softly, I knew it. Lu Gu wouldn't let him leave alive. Just then, the other teachers finally arrived. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yuan Jing's expression darkened, as if struck by lightning. What? Li Zhonghua was actually killed by Lu Hong? Li Zhonghua was the carefully selected pawn he had intended to use as a tool for his own ends. A top-tier 7th rank martial artist had been killed by Lu Hong? Lu Hong's strength had grown far beyond his expectations. However, Li Zhonhua's death at Lu Hong's hands might not be a bad thing for him. Li Zhonghua was not merely the heir apparent of the Li family. Almost all of the Li family's resources have been invested in Li Zhonghua. Li Zhonghua was the Li family's hope for a comeback. Lu Hong didn't just kill Li Zhonghua, he killed the Li family's path back to becoming a top-tier clan. The Li family will undoubtedly launch a fierce retaliation against Lu Hong. Even more ruthless than the Yuan family. Yuan Jing's eyes grew cold, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, all the teachers witnessed the horrific scene and couldn't help but furrow their brows and wear expressions of worry. Mo Lao stood quietly at the back of the crowd, his face so dark it seemed as though water could drip from it. He shouted angrily. Nonsense! Mo Yun, I called you back to school, was it to cause trouble here? Mo Yun kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Mo Lao waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, disperse. As he spoke, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few teachers silently cleaning up the scene. Li Huafeng, the current head of the Li family, sat stiffly in Yuan Jing's office, his face ashen, his eyes flashing with anger. Principal Yuan, this Lu Hong. I want him dead. Yuan Jing sighed, his eyes also betraying a complex expression. Mr. Li, I understand your feelings. 2 of our Yuan family's prodigies were killed by Lu Hong. I too would like to kill him with my own hands. However, Lu Hong has Lu Zhenyan backing him, and old Mo also wants to protect him. Even our Yuan family has no good way to kill him. Li Zhonghua is the hope of the Li family. If Lu Hong doesn't die, how can I face our ancestors? Li Huafeng's voice trembled with resentment. Yuan Jing paused for a moment before saying, Mr. Li, I actually have an opportunity now. Would you be interested in hearing it? Oh? Please speak, Principal Yuan. Li Huafeng urged impatiently. Yuan Jing spoke slowly, go to the 10,000 clans battlefield and kill Lu Hong. Li Huafeng furrowed his brows, the battlefield of the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong is still studying at the Northern Martial Arts University. When will he ever step foot on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans? I can't wait that long. Yuan Jing smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. Have you forgotten the National Martial Arts University rankings? Within a month, Lu Hong will definitely go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. We will kill him there, and no one will know. However, the Li family head must go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans in advance to make preparations. Li Huafeng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Alright. Within a month, I will ensure that Lu Hong lies dead on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. In the following days, Lu Hong's life unexpectedly returned to normal, free from any harassment by the Li family. On the other hand, Mo Qilin visited him daily like a clock, never tiring of his visits. Bang! 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 Lu Gu! Lu Gu! Open the door! Lu Hong heard the voice and wished he had fewer ears. Knock! I'm not here! I'm not here! Lu Hong decided to ignore him altogether, put in 2 earplugs, and buried himself in the bed. Bang! 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 Lu Gu! I know you're in there. There's an urgent matter. Open the door. Lu Hong knew that if he didn't open the door, Mo Qilin would never stop. He had no choice but to suppress his anger and get up to open the door. Spit it out. What's on your mind? Mo Qilin, seeing this, hurriedly smiled apologetically, his tone urgent and serious. Brother Lu, it's really important. My grandfather told us to gather at the #1 martial arts arena. He said there's an important announcement. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Really? Brother Lu, I wouldn't lie to you. Lu Hong followed Mo Qilin to the first martial arts arena. 5 people had been waiting there for some time. Mo Lao and Mo Yun stood to the side, while the other 3 were 4th-year students from the Northern Martial Arts Academy. Upon seeing Lu Hong, Mo Lao addressed the crowd slowly. Today, I have called you all here to announce something important. Every autumn is the day when all martial arts universities across the nation are evaluated, a competition that tests both honor and strength. Each martial arts university must send 5 elite students to enter the battlefield of 10,000 clans. The performance of this team in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans will determine the evaluation of their martial arts university. Our North War Martial Arts University has been suppressed by the Yenjing Martial Arts University and the Nanlin Martial Arts University for consecutive years. The last time we secured the national title was when Mo Yun was in his senior year. However, this year is different. Lu Hong's strength is evident to all, no further explanation is needed. No student from any martial arts university in the country can match Lu Hong. The title of national champion must be ours this year. The 5 of you are the cream of the crop at North War Martial Arts University. I hope you can win this battle for North War Martial Arts University. Of course, whether to participate or not is entirely up to you. However, the rewards this time are extremely generous. If you manage to secure first place, each of you will receive a dragon elephant fruit. You may decide for yourselves. Dragon elephant fruit? Lu Hong remembered Jiang Yan mentioning dragon elephant fruit. After consuming a dragon elephant fruit, martial artists can enhance their primal energy. Lu Hong had witnessed the immense power of primal energy during his duel with Li Zhanghua. This dragon elephant fruit, he must obtain it at all costs. I'm willing to participate. Lu Hong responded without hesitation. Mo Qilin couldn't hide his joy. Facing Lu Gu as an opponent, he didn't have the guts. But to be his teammate, he couldn't ask for more. Of course we're going. It's an honor to go with Brother Lu. The other 3 also knew this was an opportunity and quickly declared their willingness to fight for the honor of North War Martial Arts University. Mo Lao, seeing this, nodded satisfactorily and continued, for this Wudi evaluation, the 5 of you will form a team led by Lu Hong. Once inside, you must follow Lu Hong's commands at all times. Mo Yun has previously represented North War Martial Arts University and achieved first place nationally, possessing extensive experience in the Martial Arts University evaluation. Starting today, Mo Yun will be in charge of the intensive training. We must ensure that our North War Martial Arts University team is in top condition to reclaim the national championship. After making the arrangements, Mo Lao left Mo Yun to handle the follow-up matters and departed the martial arts arena. At that moment, one of the men participating in the training camp stared intently at Lu Hong, never once taking his eyes off him. The gaze was too obvious for Lu Hong to ignore. Lu Hong asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The man stared at Lu Hong and spoke slowly, "Li family, Li Qingze." Chapter 57, You're the son of General Lu? The one who killed Xiao Lu? The one who killed Xiao Qi? Lu Hong realized, so you're from the Li family? No wonder you're so angry. You've come to seek revenge? Come on then. I'm ready to fight anytime. But if you lose your life, don't blame me. Li Chengzi coldly replied, I know I'm no match for you. I won't humiliate myself. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, but you're staring at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. Li Chengzi glared at Lu Hong. What? My eyes are on my face, can't you look at them? In broad daylight, do you think you can kill me? Lu Hong smiled, sorry about that. Huh? What's going on? Has Lu Hong changed his ways? He's actually apologizing? It's like the sun is rising in the west. But the next second, everyone realized they had overthought it. Put. A blazing inferno staff, engulfed in raging flames, pierced Li Chengzi's chest in an instant. Li Chengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Lu Hong would be so ruthless. Not even a moment to react. Li Chengzi's life came to an abrupt end. Boom! A violent flame erupted, engulfing Li Chengzi's body and leaving only a wisp of smoke that dissipated into thin air. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone present was so terrified by the scene that they dared not speak, not even daring to breathe. Even Yuan couldn't help but take a few steps back, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of fear. This Lu Hong was clearly a demon. Does he still hold a grudge and come to kill me? Grandfather, what's going on? Why did you leave? Leaving me alone to face this demon? This Lu Hong doesn't even kill with any sense of reason. After a moment, Lu Hong spoke again, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Li Chengzi just left early. Did everyone hear that? Anyone who dares to spread rumors outside will meet the same fate as Li Chengzi. Everyone fell silent, with no response. Lu Hong roared angrily, are you all deaf? Mo Qilin hurriedly spoke up, Brother Lu. I saw Li Chengzi leave the training ground. This guy thinks he's so high and mighty that he doesn't even participate in the intensive training. He has no right to participate in the National Martial Arts evaluation. The others chimed in, yes. Mo Lao just left, and Li Chengzi followed right behind him. That's too undisciplined. Lu Hong nodded satisfactorily, then turned to Mo Yuan, the intensive training can begin. Mo Yuan snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down, her voice trembling slightly. Alright, I'll go over the key points of the National Martial Arts evaluation for everyone. The National Martial Arts competition typically involves sending you to the outskirts of the 10,000 clans battlefield to fight against the 10,000 clans. Those who kill the most members of the 10,000 clans will be declared the winners. You must remember this, do not venture too deep. Even 8th tier or even 9th tier martial artists can lose their lives within the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Additionally, the terrain in the battlefield is extremely complex, so you must have a strong sense of direction. Otherwise, you risk getting lost and falling into danger. That's all for today. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let's continue the intensive training tomorrow. With that, Mo Yuan practically fled the training ground. The remaining few exchanged glances but dared not move. Lu Hong murmured, as long as you keep this matter in your hearts, nothing will happen. Li Chengzi has merely gone missing. No one knows where he went. Everyone, let's disperse. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They sighed in relief and quickly left the training ground. Mo Lao was sipping tea when the door was suddenly burst open. Mo Yuan rushed into the room, panting heavily. Ha? Mo Yuan, weren't you supposed to be training Lu Hong and the others? Why are you here? Mo Yuan exclaimed urgently, Grandfather, you just left. Lu Hong. He killed Li Chengzi. What? Mo Lao also widened his eyes, not knowing what to do. This is going to cause a huge uproar in the Li family. Mo Yuan recounted everything that had just happened to Mo Lao in detail. Mo Lao sighed helplessly, this Lu Hong is just like Lu Jinyan cut from the same cloth. I'll send you straight to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. That's Lu Jinyan's territory, Lu Hong should be safer there. As for the Li family, let's just keep it under wraps for as long as we can. The next day, Lu Hong and the others were directly sent to the outskirts of the 10,000 clans battlefield. As Lu Hong and the others first set foot on the battlefield, an indescribable, chilling atmosphere swept over them like a tidal wave. There was no trace of the carefree atmosphere of a school. The air was thick with the stench of blood. It was suffocatingly oppressive. Mo Yuan led the group to the first checkpoint at the entrance to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. The soldiers stationed there conducted a brief exchange. We are representatives from the Northern Martial Arts University, here to participate in the National Martial Arts University evaluation at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Identification. The soldier's voice was deep and authoritative. The fluctuations of qi and blood emanating from his body far surpassed those of the others. Clearly, he was a 7th-tier martial artist. Even the guards were so powerful it seemed that all of the top warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom had been gathered at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Mo Yuan took out everyone's credentials and handed them over. After verifying them, the guards signaled for everyone to wait in place. I have already informed the Yin army. They will send someone to escort you. Stay where you are. Through the doorway, Lu Hong and the others could clearly see the scene inside. All the soldiers were moving swiftly, running forward in small groups. Many of them were still covered in bloodstains, as if they had just retreated from the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. However, there were even more soldiers, fully armed and ready to engage in another round of combat. The air was filled with a grim and ominous atmosphere. Before long, a rough voice broke the silence. "Where is the representative of the Northern War Academy? What are you waiting for? Get over here immediately. I don't have time to play house with you kids." Yuan and the others furrowed their brows, but facing these battle-hardened soldiers forged on the battlefield, none dared to speak up in defiance. The soldiers on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans were all hardened warriors forged in the heat of battle. In comparison, these martial artists from the academy couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. However, Lu Hong felt that the voice sounded familiar. He followed the sound and saw that it was Wang Hu, a member of the Yin army who had fought alongside him in the island taking battle. Wang Hu also spotted Lu Hong, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "Lu Hong? No, Lu Yi." He immediately put on a smile and approached him enthusiastically. "Master Lu, so you're the representative of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Even the general doesn't know. I'll go report this to the general right away." Lu Hong nodded and instructed, "Take us inside first." Wang Hu hurriedly replied, "Yes. Let's go to the Yanzi army's camp right away." Wang Hu turned around and led the way with steady steps. Yuan and the others stared in disbelief. The Yanzi army, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now acted like subordinates in the presence of Lu Hong. Their attitude had changed completely. And he even called him Lu Hong, Master Lu? Was it because Lu Hong was the son of the war god Lu? Suddenly, an out-of-place voice interrupted. "You're the son of General Lu? The one who killed Xiao Liuzi and murdered Shao Qi?" Chapter 58, The Head is Done. Go down and join them. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. A young man wearing the uniform of the Yin army stood aside, his gaze sharp and intense. Lu Hong clearly saw the hostility flickering in the man's eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Hu, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to stand between the two. "Lu Yuan, what are you talking about? He's the general's son." Lu Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. "The general's son? Does he deserve to be called the general's son? The general fought on the battlefield to protect our homeland. Where was he? We of the Yanzi army fought fiercely on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, and where was he? Only we are worthy to be the general's son. You, Lu Hong, are unworthy." At these words, everyone froze in place. Lu Hong's lips curled into a faint smile. This subtle change in expression was noticed by Mo Qilin. He knew that Lu Gu was angry. This man named Lu Yuan was finished. Lu Hong asked softly, "Who are you?" Lu Yuan replied arrogantly, "I am Lu Yuan, one of the Flaming Army. I'm also the general's adopted son." Lu Hong furrowed his brows. "Adopted son?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "Back then, we were all orphan children wandering the streets. It was the general who took us in. The 15 of us orphans all became the general's adopted sons. From that day on, the 15 of us all took the surname Lu. We fought against the 10,000 tribes for years, and out of the 15 of us, only 4 survived." At this point, Lu Yuan's emotions erupted, and he pointed angrily at Lu Hong. "But in the island-seizing battle, both Xiao Lu and Shao Qi died. It's all your fault, Lu Hong. Now only I and third brother are left. Why should Xiao Lu and Shao Qi die for you? Why? We fought alongside the general on the battlefield against the 10,000 tribes, risking our lives. We are the general's sons. You, Lu Hong. You're not worth a damn." Several people familiar with Lu Hong quietly glanced at him. They feared Lu Hong might act impulsively and start a fight here. Not to mention, it's unclear who was stronger between Lu Hong and Lu Yuan. This was, after all, Lu Yuan's territory. If a fight broke out here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan, seeing the situation, steeled herself and spoke up, trying to ease the tension. "Lu Hong is, after all, the son of the war god. And you are also a member of the Yin army. We are all the most important people to the war god. Why be so confrontational? Peace is precious. Peace is precious." Lu Yuan laughed out loud. "Peace and harmony? People are dead. You're telling me to prioritize peace and harmony?" Lu Hong ignored Lu Yuan's anger and calmly turned to Wang Hu, ordering, "Wang Hu, go inform my father." Wang Hu nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I'll contact General Lu immediately." Yuan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Lu Hong also knew this was the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, where one couldn't act rashly. Seeking resolution from the war god Lu was the best course of action. Lu Yuan sneered, his tone brimming with contempt. "Oomph. Such childish behavior. All you can do is call your parents? If you weren't the general's son, I would have killed you long ago and had you buried with Xiao Lu and Shao Qi." Lu Hong spoke calmly. "Then tell me, what do you want me to do to satisfy you?" Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, spoke solemnly. "Since you seem to have some self-awareness, kneel toward the south and kowtow 3 times. That will serve as an apology for Xiao Lu and Shao Qi." Yuan and the others heard this and their expressions changed. Big brother. Say something to calm him down. You've angered this murderous god. There'll be no good outcome. Qilin retreated to the back of the crowd and shook his head slightly. It's over. This man is as good as dead. No one can save him. Wang, who stepped forward at that moment, blocking the two men, and shouted harshly, Lu Yuan, don't push it too far. Lu Hong is the general's own son. Without Lu Hong, we wouldn't have won the island-taking battle. Not only Little 6 and Little 7, but everyone, including me, would have barely survived. Lu Hong is a hero of the Great Xia Kingdom. Don't act recklessly. I've already sent a message to the general, he'll be here soon. Lu Yuan shoved Wang Hu aside angrily, his face flushed with rage. Don't use the general to intimidate me. I'm also the general's son. I told him to have Lu Hong kneel and kowtow 3 times to the deceased brothers. What's wrong with that? Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Kowtow to the south? Where is the south? Lu Yuan pointed behind him. That's the south. If I kneel, will you let me go? Of course. Lu Hong asked, do you hate me? Lu Yuan spoke slowly. I grew up by the general's side. I was with him almost every day. The general even took me in as his adopted son and treated me like his own flesh and blood. Closer than a biological son. Yet the general always mentioned your name on his lips. Why? We were the ones who risked our lives for him. And you actually killed Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi during the island-taking battle. I hate you. I wish you were dead. Lu Hong nodded. I understand. Boom. A surge of scorching heat erupted. A fiery dragon appeared instantly, roaring as it charged toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan barely had time to react before the fire dragon was already within inches of him. But relying on his keen instincts honed on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, he swiftly adjusted his stance and barely managed to withstand the sudden attack. The next second, a dazzling purple lightning bolt split the sky, carrying the destructive might of a cataclysm, once again bearing down on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was now prepared. He swung his sword, and the blade's glow intertwined with the lightning, ultimately deflecting the lightning's power. Just as Lu Yuan thought he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching from behind. The Hellfire Staff appeared silently behind him, carrying a destructive force that struck him with tremendous force. Bang! Lu Yuan was violently knocked flying through the air, forming a long arc before crashing to the ground, unable to move. Lu Yuan's body curled up in agony, his face contorted with unbearable pain. He shouted furiously, you dare to ambush me? If you have the guts, fight me fairly. I am the general's adopted son. The general will come, and he won't spare you. Lu Hong scratched his ear dismissively and said, did I hear that correctly? You're just an adopted son. I'll see what happens when Lu Xinyan arrives. What will he do to me? Zila. A purple lightning bolt flashed by. Lu Hong instantly appeared before Lu Yuan. Lu Hong's voice was low and eerie, echoing in everyone's ears. You were about to kneel, weren't you? Let me help you. Lu Yuan felt a sudden force pull him upward from the back of his head, lifting his entire body into the air. Then, his head crashed heavily onto the ground. Bang! 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 3 consecutive loud thuds. Each impact was accompanied by excruciating pain in Lu Yuan's head. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, his face contorted in agony. However, Lu Hong's icy voice rang out once more. You finished kowtowing. Go down and join them. Lu Yuan felt the fear of death for the first time. Even on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, he had never come this close to death. No! How dare you kill me? I am. The next moment, Lu Yuan felt a chill in his chest. Lu Yuan looked down and saw a fiery red hellfire rod piercing his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly staining his clothes red. Lu Yuan's eyes slowly closed, and he finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Yuan and the others shook their heads repeatedly. No, buddy. What were you doing? Why provoke him? We all tried to stop you. You brought this on yourself. Don't blame others. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. Lu Hong. What are you doing? Chapter 59. You want to claim me as your father, do you? I'll be your father. It wasn't anyone else, it was Lu Xinyan, clad in red battle armor. Lu Hong spread his hands upon seeing Lu Xinyan. It's exactly as you saw it. Lu Xinyan scolded angrily. Lu Yuan was the elite soldier I personally trained. These people are your strongest backing in the future. You could have defeated him with force, subdued him, and made him serve you. Why did you kill him? Lu Hong whispered. Why would I kill him? Did you really not see it, or are you pretending not to see it? He crossed the line. Lu Xinyan was immediately speechless. As soon as he received Wang Hu's message, he rushed to the scene. However, he did not appear immediately but stood at a distance observing the situation. Lu Hong was, after all, his own son, and the family fortune would eventually be handed over to him. Lu Xinyan wanted to see if Lu Hong could make Lu Yuan admit defeat willingly. But he never imagined that Lu Hong would act with such decisiveness. He had killed Lu Yuan on the spot. Lu Xinyan furrowed his brows. What do you suggest we do now? Lu Yuan is dead. He died at your hands. How will you convince the Yan army to follow you? Lu Hong waved his hand, and a fiery dragon soared into the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Yuan's body. In an instant, Lu Yuan turned into a pile of ashes, drifting away into the air. Lu Hong looked at the crowd and asked doubtfully, who was Lu Yuan? Lu Zhenyan? Wang who? Mo Yun, this scene feels familiar. Mo Qilin, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Lu Hong looked at the stunned crowd and shouted, let's go. What are you standing there for? Lu Zhenyan wore a dejected expression, sulking as he walked at the front. Lu Hong and the others followed Lu Zhenyan to the camp of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Banners emblazoned with the character Yen fluttered in the wind. General Lu! General Lu! General Lu! The cries rose and fell in waves, echoing through the camp like thunder, each one filled with reverence and admiration for Lu Zhenyan. Just as everyone was preparing to advance further into the camp, a young man hurried out from inside and, upon seeing Lu Zhenyan, immediately bowed respectfully. Foster father, you're back. Lu Zhenyan nodded. Lu Yong, we must venture deeper into the battlefield of the 10,000 clans tomorrow. Return to your quarters and rest, so you may replenish your strength. Lu Yong replied, yes, father. As Lu Yong turned to leave, he noticed Wang Hu and asked in confusion, Wang Hu? Did you go out with Xiao Si? Why hasn't he returned? Wang Hu heard this and his heart tightened. The little four Lu Yong was referring to was none other than Lu Yuan, who had already been reduced to ashes. He couldn't very well say that he had been killed by the son of General Lu, could he? Wang Hu forced himself to remain calm and replied evasively, Lu Yuan? I don't know. I went east and he went west. We parted ways. Lu Yong furrowed his brows, west? Isn't that the territory of the 10,000 clans? Why would he go west? He turned to Lu Zhenyan and asked again, father? You came back from the west, right? Did you see little four? Lu Zhenyan's expression was complicated. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly, I saw him. Where did little four go? Lu Zhenyan took a deep breath, about to speak. A voice rang out from the crowd. The little fourth you're talking about, is his name Lu Yuan? Lu Hong's lips curled into a faint smile as he stared directly at Lu Yong. Lu Yong immediately replied, that's right. It's Lu Yuan. Do you know him? Lu Hong spoke slowly and deliberately, I know him. But I killed him. At those words, Lu Yong's pupils dilated instantly. Lu Yong was enveloped by an invisible force, his blood boiling, as if he were a wild beast on the verge of losing control. The cultivation level he displayed was that of a 7th-rank martial artist. Say that again. What about the other three? Lu Yong's voice was filled with anger. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, are you hard of hearing? I don't mind repeating myself. I said, he was killed by me. Boom! Lu Yong could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. The terrifying surge of vital energy erupted like a raging flood, transforming into a sharp white gale that charged straight toward Lu Hong. Bang! Lu Zhenyan's figure flickered between the two, and a fiery red light instantly illuminated the entire space, firmly suppressing Lu Yong's attack. Lu Yong roared, foster father. He killed Xiao Si. Did you hear that? I must avenge Xiao Si. Lu Zhenyan spoke solemnly, Lu Yong, calm down. He is my son, Lu Hong. Every word Lu Zhenyan spoke felt like a heavy hammer striking Lu Yong's heart. Lu Yong froze in place, motionless, like a deflated balloon, losing all his former vigor. All the members of the Yan army erupted into chaos. He's General Lu's son? Lu Hong? The son of General Lu? How could he kill the 4th master upon arrival? 4th master fought alongside us for years. He dedicated himself to the Yanzi army. What right does he have to kill 4th master? Even if he's General Lu's son, we can't let him off. Support the 3rd master. Punish Lu Hong severely. However, there was another group of Yanzi army soldiers who did not join the chorus of condemnation against Lu Yong, but instead mocked the others. What 3rd master? 4th master? You've been acting like dogs for Lu Yong and Lu Yuan for too long. This is the Yanzi army, General Lu's Yanzi army. Not Lu Yong and Lu Yuan's Yanzi army. I've always hated Lu Yuan. He's always bragging about being General Lu's adopted son. Now that he's been killed by Lu Hong, he deserves it. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. It seemed there were quite a few issues within the Yanzi army. Lu Yong, under the suppression of Lu Zhenyan, struggled to speak, foster father. He is your biological son? But he killed Xiao Si. Xiao Si was also your son. Are you going to pretend this never happened? All the members of the Yanzi army present watched the scene before them in silence. Everyone wanted to know how General Lu would make his choice. Ding! Divine choice system triggered. Option 1, let Lu Zhenyan handle this impartially, forfeit his own vital energy, and become a. Reward the host with an SSS tier talent, the Phoenix Reborn. Option 2, act like a coward and beg Lu Zhenyan for mercy, allowing him to settle the matter. Reward, 10 turtle pills. Option 3, kill Lu Yong and subdue all the Yanzi army. Reward for the host, SSS tier talent, Heavenly Wrath Divine Wind. Oomph. SSS tier talent? I must have it. Lu Hong's figure cut through all the Yan army soldiers and stood at the front. His eyes fixed on Lu Yong, he said in a deep voice, if it weren't for Lu Xinyan taking you in back then, you would all be dead beggars on the streets. How could you have this day? How could you have your current status? But you have not shown a single shred of gratitude. You dare to want to be Lu Xinyan's sons? To take his place? Do you even want to kill me and mourn Lu Xinyan? Do you think the Yanzi army will belong to just the few of you? Your hearts are deserving of death. You want to claim him as your father, do you? I'll be your father. Lu Yong, enraged, roared, you beast. What nonsense are you spouting? You killed Lu Yuan, and now you dare to twist the truth. I'll kill you. Lu Hong sneered, kill me? We'll see if you have the guts. Lu Xinyan, let him go. I'll give him a chance. I'll see how he kills me. Lu Hong stood firm, slowly drawing the Hellfire Staff. A terrifying force surged around him, causing the air to tremble. Lu Xinyan sighed inwardly. He had underestimated Lu Hong. He knew that Lu Hong's current actions were aimed at intimidating the entire army and purging the clan. Over the years, he had carefully cultivated Lu Yong and Lu Yuan. But these two had overstepped their bounds within the Yanzi army. Now that Lu Hong had killed Lu Yuan, if he could single-handedly kill Lu Yong as well, then the small factions they had built within the Yanzi army would naturally dissolve. The Yanzi army would then belong to Lu Xinyan. It will also belong to Lu Hong's Yanzi army. Lu Xinyan spoke solemnly, alright, Lu Yong. I will give you a chance. You and Lu Hong will face off in a fair duel, with no one else interfering. If you emerge victorious, Lu Hong will be at your disposal. With that, Lu Xinyan waved his hand, releasing the restraints on Lu Yong. In an instant, Lu Yong transformed into a blinding white light and charged toward Lu Hong. Chapter 60, I'll grant all your demands. After all, I'm your father. Boom! A terrifying surge of blood and chi energy raged through the air. Lu Yong's figure had vanished, leaving only a white afterimage behind. The soldiers of the Yan army surrounding him all cried out in shock. How fast? How incredibly fast! Isn't Lu Yong a 7th rank martial artist? How can he possess such terrifying speed? This is almost on par with an 8th rank martial artist. Look at Lu Hong, his aura seems to be that of a mere 6th rank martial artist. Lu Yong fought his way through the battlefield of 10,000 clans. He's not someone like Lu Hong, who came from a school, can compare to. Why would General Lu let Lu Yong fight Lu Hong? Isn't that just pushing Lu Hong into a fire pit? What's Lu Hong doing just standing there? Has he been scared senseless? If he doesn't move, he's as good as dead. Lu Yong saw Lu Hong standing motionless, frozen in place, and couldn't help but laugh out loud, his contempt evident. You were talking so big just now? Where is your voice now? Now you know the difference between us, don't you? But it's too late now. You must accompany my brothers to their graves today. Lu Yong suddenly appeared in front of Lu Hong, clenched his fists, and slammed them down hard toward Lu Hong's head. However, when Lu Yong's fist made contact with Lu Hong's body, it struck empty air. Lu Hong's figure turned into a blur and vanished into thin air. Lu Yong's pupils contracted sharply, filled with disbelief, as he muttered to himself, what's going on? He disappeared? How is that possible? Could it be some kind of special spatial ability? Lu Hong's voice echoed from behind Lu Yong, tinged with mockery, it's not that I disappeared. It's because you're too slow. Zzz. Terrifying thunderclaps erupted from behind Lu Yong. Lu Yong spun around abruptly. Lu Hong was surrounded by brilliant purple light, resembling a dazzling star, as a terrifying force surged forth from within him. You've actually mastered the use of innate power. Lu Yong's voice betrayed a hint of shock. You're not just an ordinary 6th rank martial artist. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yong's face contorted into a hideous grimace, but I am a 7th rank martial artist. I have also fully mastered the laws of innate power. There is a significant gap between 7th rank and 6th rank. You're no match for me. Boom! A blinding white light sliced through the sky, heading straight for Lu Hong. Lu Hong smiled indifferently, shook his head lightly, and then a surge of fiery red energy erupted from within his body. Several meters high blazing flames erupted from Lu Hong's body in an instant. The surrounding air was scorched and sizzling hot. Lu Yong felt the terrifying power of Lu Hong's flames and, despite himself, halted his advance. Stop? Did I tell you to stop? With a furious roar, Lu Hong's figure vanished once more from everyone's sight. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, as if the very atmosphere had been set ablaze, with waves of heat rolling out in all directions. Under the overwhelming force, Lu Yong was struck hard, curling up on the ground, unable to move. All the members of the Yan army were left speechless at the sight. What's going on? What just happened? Lu Hong's movements were too fast. We 6th-tier martial artists couldn't even see clearly. Do you think we 7th-rank martial artists can see clearly? We can't either. Lu Hong seems to have awakened dual talents. Moreover, he was able to defeat Lu Yong so easily. Both talents are at least SS rank or higher. Is this Lu Hong's talent? It's truly terrifying. In less than a minute, he defeated Lu Yong. I can't even imagine how strong he'll be once he grows up. Whispers echoed through the crowd, mingling shock and awe. Lu Hong stood at the center of the battlefield, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. His voice was as icy as ice. You're too weak. As a 7th-rank martial artist, you haven't even mastered the primal energy. You dare to challenge me? You truly don't know your place. You wanted to call me father, didn't you? From now on, I am your father. Come here and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Lu Yong endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and said, if you've got the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, in the Yin army, you won't have an easy life. Lu Hong sighed and nodded helplessly. All right. I'll grant you everything you demand. After all, I am your father. Boom. A towering wall of flames erupted like a ferocious beast, instantly engulfing Lu Yong in an endless sea of flames. Lu Xinyan stared at the sea of flames, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. As one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lu Xinyan knew that Lu Hong's decision, though ruthless, was the most effective solution. The soldiers of the Yin army surrounding them witnessed the scene, exchanging shocked glances and murmuring among themselves. Third Master. Third Master is dead. Third Master actually died at the hands of Lu Hong. It's unbelievable. Lu Yong is just Lu Yong. Why call him Third Master? This Lu Hong is bold in his actions and ruthless in his methods. Both Lu Yong and Lu Yuan have died at his hands. Now all of General Lu's adopted sons are dead. Lu Hong is undoubtedly the rightful successor to the Yin army. Lu Hong is ruthless and decisive. His future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Suddenly, someone from the Yanzi army whispered, I once heard a saying, if you want to become a general's wife, do you know what you need to do? What do you do? Marry him when he's still a soldier. What do you mean? What about Lu Hong? This is clearly the young general. Young general. Lieutenant general. Shouts rang out one after another, echoing through the sky. Even those who had previously sided with Lu Yong now turned against him and rallied behind Lu Hong. Ding! Host has killed Lu Yong and subdued the Yanzi army. Reward, SSS tier talent, Tianshang Shenfeng. Now, he was the only warrior in the Great Xia Kingdom to possess 3 SSS rank talents. Lu Hong even had time to study his newly obtained SSS rank talent. Lu Xinyan waved his hand and declared, enough! There are 10 days left until the National Martial Arts evaluation. Stay here and rest up. No one will disturb you. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the Yin army into the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. While I'm away, all of you better behave yourselves. Especially you, Lu Hong, don't cause any trouble for me. Did you hear me? Lu Hong reluctantly replied, I heard you. Wang who? Make arrangements for their accommodations. I still need to arrange matters for entering the 10,000 clans battlefield tomorrow. I'll be leaving first. With that, Lu Xinyan walked away. Wang Hu, holding the keys to several rooms, bowed and said, Young general. I'll show you the way. After Lu Hong and the others had settled in, he turned to Wang Hu and asked the question on his mind, the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Why is there only the camp of the Yin army? Where are the others? I haven't seen a single person. Wang Hu explained slowly, the battlefield of the 10,000 clans is the front line where the Great Xia Kingdom battles the 10,000 clans. It is also the most dangerous place. The battlefield of the 10,000 clans is divided into 2 regions, north and south. The northern region is guarded by the Qin family and the Yuan family. The southern region is defended by the Yin army and the Mo clan. All members of the Mo clan army entered the battlefield of the 10,000 clans a month ago to fight against the 10,000 clans. General Lu will lead all the Yanzi army troops into the battlefield of the 10,000 clans tomorrow to relieve the Mo family troops. The objective is to relieve the Mo clan army and allow them to rest for a period of time. Fighting in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans involves constant rotation with no time for rest. This is the 10,000 clans battlefield. Mo Yun added from the side, the national martial arts evaluations have always been conducted in the southern region of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. In half a month, it will be our Mo family hosting this evaluation. At that time, the Yuan clan and the Qin clan from the northern region will likely send representatives as well. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, and a soldier from the Yin army reported loudly. Report! Young general! There are other students from other martial arts academies who have arrived at the camp. They are requesting accommodation. Should we process their request immediately? Oh. Besides our own group, there are other students from the Martial Arts Academy who arrived early as well. Chapter 61, Where is my Li Qingzi? Why isn't he here? Everyone is a student from Woda University, just process them normally. Yes. After Lu Hong spoke, the Yin army soldier turned and left. Soon after, 10 Wuda students walked over from a nearby area. Among them, Zhou Ruoshui and Sui stood out prominently. Mo Qilin asked in confusion, why are you from Yanjiang Wuda and Nanlin Wuda here at the Wanzhou battlefield so early? Isn't there still half a month left before the National Martial Arts University rankings? Zhou Ruoxue heard this and furrowed her brows slightly before responding. Don't you know? The National Martial Arts University evaluation has been moved up. Advanced? That's right. To be precise, it's been rescheduled for the day after tomorrow. We only just received the urgent notice and rushed here without delay. Sui lowered his voice and added. The day after tomorrow? Lu Hong's expression clearly changed. Lu Xinyan is set to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 clans tomorrow. The National Martial Arts evaluation has been scheduled for the day after Lu Xinyan leaves. This is a bit too convenient. Lu Hong asked, why was the timing moved up? Sui shook his head slightly. It seems to be related to the Yuan family. I don't know the details either. Lu Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, it's related to the Yuan family. They must be targeting me in this National Martial Arts evaluation. We'll meet their attacks head-on. I'll see just what the Yuan family has in store for us. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hong and the others received an urgent message from Mo Lao. It confirmed the news that the National Martial Arts evaluation had been moved up, and also revealed that Mo Lao himself was rushing there at full speed. The next morning, Lu Xinyan was already fully prepared, leading all the Yanzi army members to rush toward the front lines of the 10,000 clans battlefield. At the camp, the Yen character flags that had been fluttering in the wind in response to their departure had mostly been quietly folded away, with only a few remaining, gently swaying in the morning light. In the blink of an eye, within a single day, students from all Wuda universities across the country began arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 clans. There are a total of 20 Wuda universities nationwide. Each university sent 5 elite students, aiming to achieve outstanding results in the national evaluation of Wuda universities. In addition, the principals of each Wuda university and representatives from major clans also arrived in droves. The southern region of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans was bustling with activity. With everyone's arrival, it signaled the beginning of the national Wuda evaluation. Mo Lao directed everyone to gather together. Lu Hong stood among the crowd, scrutinizing the outstanding students from all the Wuda universities across the country. The martial artists from universities across the nation were truly a gathering of hidden talents, each with extraordinary abilities. Every student participating in the martial arts university evaluation was a martial artist of at least 6th rank. However, Lu Hong's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a young man from Chang'an Martial Arts University. This young man emanated an eerie power. Even Lu Hong couldn't help but feel a faint chill. This young man was no ordinary individual. Mo Lao's voice broke Lu Hong's train of thought. Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you again. Although I have resigned from my position at the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom, I am now serving as the principal of the Northern War Martial Arts University. However, I will still preside over this National Martial Arts University evaluation. You can rest assured that I will uphold fairness and justice throughout the process. The original purpose of holding the National Martial Arts University evaluation is to deepen students' understanding of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans and to hone their practical combat skills. It is also a comprehensive assessment of the teaching quality of all martial arts universities. The rules remain the same as previous years. Each martial arts university will send 5 students to the outskirts of the multiracial battlefield. They will form teams and be evaluated based on the number of members of the 10,000 clans they eliminate. Based on their rankings, the top 10 martial arts universities will receive half a year's worth of cultivation resources from the bottom 10. Since everyone has come here, naturally everyone is aiming to win. Everyone, give it your best. As he finished speaking, Mo Lao swept his gaze over the crowd and gently waved his hand. Instantly, each participant found a sleek watch on their wrist. This watch can accurately record the number of 10,000 clans each person has killed. It is also the tool for evaluating the Wuda in this competition. Are you all ready? Ready! The loud echoes reverberated through the sky like thunder. Begin! Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, enter through Gate 1. Nanlin Martial Arts Academy, enter through Gate 2. Beijing Martial Arts Academy, enter through Gate 3. The teams from the major martial arts universities were scattered like stars along the edges of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. As Lu Hong and the others stepped onto the battlefield, a chill wind swept over them, carrying a faint, heart-stopping coldness. Looking around, they saw nothing but barren land, devoid of any signs of life, let alone the presence of the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong didn't hesitate, leading Mo Qilin and the other 2 from the Northern War Martial Arts University deeper into the battlefield, hoping to find any trace of the 10,000 clans. Those watching from the sidelines could clearly see the changes inside the battlefield through a series of drones. Large screens stood before the crowd, clearly displaying the footage of each martial arts university's team. The largest screen at the center of the arena displayed the current rankings of all the martial arts universities. Suddenly, the scoreboard on the large screen changed. While all other martial arts universities showed 0 points, Chang'an Wuda's score began to rise rapidly. From 1 to 2, from 3 to 4. All the way to 10, with no signs of slowing down. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. At a time when no other team had managed to defeat the 10,000 clans, Chang and Wuda had already pulled ahead by a wide margin. All eyes were fixed on the screen displaying Chang and Wuda's progress. There, a young man in black robes from Chang'an University of Martial Arts was alone on the edge of the battlefield, swiftly and powerfully eliminating the enemies. Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Principal Qin, your Chang'an Martial Arts Academy truly is a den of hidden talents. How dare you not rely on your teammates and go alone to the outskirts to slaughter the 10,000 clans?" Chancellor Qin Shichuan of Chang'an Wuda heard this and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the hall. "His name is Qin Feng, he is a member of the Qin family. His talent is no less than Qin Xuan's. Give him a few more years and he will undoubtedly climb to the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings." Reach the top of the Hidden Dragon rankings? Everyone's attention was drawn to Qin Feng from Chang'an University. The strength he had displayed far surpassed many 7th-rank martial artists and could even match Lu Hong in a direct confrontation. Originally, Mo Lao believed that with Lu Hong's strength, securing the top spot in the national rankings for North War University was a sure thing. But who could have anticipated that Chang'an University would emerge out of nowhere? Zhou Hongyan and Su Zhengyan exchanged glances, their faces turning ashen. Last year, their two universities had swept the top 2 spots. But this year, due to Lu Hong's presence, they no longer dared to aim for first place. Instead, they were aiming for second place. However, the appearance of Chang'an Martial Arts University was clearly targeting the top 2 spots. Could the once unrivaled twin stars now only rank 3rd or 4th? As everyone stared intently at Chang'an Martial Arts University's screen, Qin Feng's techniques were clean and decisive, leaving no survivors among the myriad tribes he encountered. Everyone saw a glimpse of the cold ruthlessness of the war god Qin Honggang and Qin Feng. At that moment, Chang'an Martial Arts University's score had reached 20 points, far surpassing the other universities, which were still at 0 points. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Mo Lao's ear. "Principal Mo, why are there only 4 people on the screen of the Northern War Martial Arts University? Where is my Li Chengze? Why isn't he there?" Chapter 62, Lu Gu. You're my god. After everyone's attention had been drawn to Chang'an Wuda, Li Changhai, the head of the Li family, quietly approached Mo Lao. "Mo Lao, I haven't been able to contact Li Chengze for several days. Shouldn't he be representing North War Martial Arts University at the National Martial Arts University evaluation? Where is he?" Mo Lao cleared his throat and replied vaguely, "Li Chengze? I don't know either. We've been searching everywhere but couldn't find him." Li Changhai furrowed his brows, clearly skeptical of Mo Lao's response. However, since Mo Lao was highly respected in the Great Xia Kingdom, Li Changhai did not question him publicly. Instead, he turned and walked toward the territory of the Yuan family. In a secluded corner, Li Changhai stood side by side with Yuan Jing, lowering his voice to whisper. "Mr. Li, have you made the arrangements? There might have been a complication. What happened? Li Chengze has gone missing. We can't coordinate an inside-outside attack to lure Lu Hong and his men deeper into the depths of the 10,000 clans battlefield." Yuan Jing fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "It doesn't affect the bigger picture. Lu Hong and his men entered through Gate 3, and there's only one path. With Lu Hong's strength, he will definitely reach the depths. At that point, whether it's Lu Hong or Mo Qilin, not a single one will be left alive." Li Changhai's voice was low and resolute, each word seeming to be forced out between his teeth. "Lu Hong. He must be buried with the Li family." Mo Lao noticed the whispered conversation in the corner but did not investigate further. His attention was completely captivated by the intense battle unfolding at the Wu De Academy. At that moment, under the gaze of thousands, Qin Feng of Chang'an Wude seemed to have become the focal point of all eyes. What kind of monster is this Qin Feng from Chang'an Wude? There seemed to be a 7th-tier rock wall ape among them earlier. What? A 7th-tier cultivator from the 10,000 clans was also instantly slain by Qin Feng? This Qin Feng is clearly just a 6th-tier martial artist. How could he be so strong? Qin Shichuan, the principal of Chang'an Martial Arts University, couldn't hide the smug smile on his lips. He proudly announced to everyone. "You all may not know this, but my son Qin Feng has awakened an SSS tier talent, the Blood Slaughter Wind. His talent is a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon. I boldly declare here that among all SSS rank talents, none can match Qin Feng's talent. Qin Feng's future achievements are limitless." Just as Qin Shichuan was basking in his pride, a sudden outcry shattered the silence. "Look quickly. The points for North War University have skyrocketed to 30. They're only 8 points away from Chang'an University. What is that? 9 fire dragons? Those 9 fire dragons are lifelike, just like the real thing. Even through the screen, one can feel the overwhelming pressure they emit. Wherever the fire dragons pass, all races are reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Such a technique is truly astonishing. Who is this student from North War University? I've never heard of him before. He's Lu Hong, the son of Lu Zhenyan. He's awakened dual SSS tier talents. Double SSS rank talent? Another monster. This Lu Hong seems even more formidable than Qin Feng." As Lu Hong's astonishing performance unfolded, Qin Shichuan's smile, which had just begun to bloom, froze instantly. Qin Shichuan coldly retorted, although Lu Hong has awakened dual SSS rank talents, his talents are nowhere near comparable to Qin Feng's. The 10,000 races Lu Hong slew with his fire dragon were all at the 6th tier realm. If he were to face 7th tier beings, could his fire dragon still defeat them so easily? What if he encountered 8th tier beings? Lu Hong would probably have no choice but to flee. But Qin Feng is different. Qin Feng has personally slain an 8th tier being of the myriad races. As soon as Qin Shi said this, the crowd erupted in chaos. What? Slaying an 8th tier clan member? Qin Feng's strength is that powerful? You must know that there is a vast difference between 6th tier and 8th tier warriors. An 8th tier martial artist could easily reduce a 6th tier martial artist to dust with a single strike. If a 6th tier martial artist can survive 10 seconds under an 8th tier martial artist, that 6th tier martial artist is truly skilled. Let alone killing them. Even the usually composed Mo Lao couldn't help but feel his heart race. Qin Feng had actually killed an 8th rank martial artist. This was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. The last person who could kill an 8th tier martial artist at the 6th tier realm is now standing at the pinnacle of power in the Great Xia Kingdom. Although Lu Hong had also killed a 7th tier martial artist named Li Zhanghua. However, there is a world of difference between a 7th rank martial artist and an 8th rank martial artist. An 8th rank martial artist is not merely a matter of enhanced vital energy. More importantly, 8th rank martial artists can perfectly harness their innate abilities and primordial energy. An 8th tier martial artist with primal energy is a dimension-lowering strike against lower tier martial artists. If Li Zhanghua had mastered all of his primal energy, Lu Hong would likely have no chance of participating in the National Martial Arts evaluation. Just as everyone was discussing this, another commotion arose in the crowd. Look! The points for Chang'an Martial Arts University have broken the 100 mark. 100 members of the 10,000 clans have already fallen at the hands of Qin Feng. The Northern War Martial Arts Academy isn't weak either, their points have reached 90. This news undoubtedly reignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. The performances of Chang'an Martial Arts University and North Station Martial Arts University have far outpaced the other teams. Yanjing Martial Arts Academy and Nanlin Martial Arts Academy have only just broken the 10-point mark so far. If they knew that Lu Hong and Qin Feng's team had killed 10 times as many enemies as they had, they would probably be crying. At that moment, Lu Hong resembled a war god descended from the heavens. 9 fiery dragons swirled around him, roaring and raging, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. The battlefield where they were fighting was completely engulfed in flames, with not a single creature left standing. Only the scorching heat and an empty battlefield remained. Mo Qilin and the other two closely followed Lu Hong, their figures appearing minuscule in the wake of his achievements. Mo Qilin couldn't help but admire him in his heart. No wonder he's my brother. This is the real deal. No matter what happens, I must stay by my brother Lu's side. Lu Gu eats the meat, I drink the soup. Brother Lu. You are my god. Lu Hong surveyed the area, his gaze finally landing on Mo Qilin. He asked doubtfully, is this the so-called battlefield of the 10,000 clans? Why are there only a few of these 10,000 clans? And they're all so weak? Mo Qilin, seeing this, hurriedly quickened his pace, stood respectfully by Lu Hong's side, and explained, Lu Gu. Although this is the battlefield of 10,000 clans, it is not the true battlefield of 10,000 clans. Lu Hong raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Huh? What do you mean? Chapter 63, Run. Where do you think you're going? Mo Qilin continued, this area is specifically designated for Wu University students. It was created by the Yin Army and the Mo family army, who deliberately guided the races from the edges of the battlefield of the 10,000 races here to form a scaled-down version of the battlefield. The boundaries here have been carefully demarcated to ensure safety and control. Within this area, the strongest races are no more than 8th-tier martial artists. However, even we would have no choice but to flee if we encountered an 8th-tier Wanzone warrior. But on the real Wanzone battlefield, 8th-tier elite members of the 10,000 clans are everywhere. 9th-tier Wanzone warriors are also quite common. There are even terrifying beings beyond the 9th tier. The true Wanzone battlefield is a place of constant danger. For people like Lu Zhanshan, this place is like children playing house. With your strength, Lu Gu, you naturally have no pressure here. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with determination. Since that's the case, I'll lead you all in charge through this small-scale battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong strode forward with great strides. Mo Qilin and the others followed closely behind, daring not to lag behind. Mo Qilin knew clearly that with Lu Hong leading the way, first place in the martial arts evaluation was assured. The generous rewards were beckoning to him. As they delved deeper, a group of golden figures suddenly came into view. They were a group of tigers. They were glaring at Lu Hong and his group, their eyes a fiery red. Those watching the scene on the large screen outside the arena couldn't help but gasp in shock. Red-eyed tigers. And they're a group of 7th-tier crimson-eyed tigers. How could there be red-eyed tigers here? That's impossible. Red-eyed tigers are elite-level creatures of the 10,000 clans. They shouldn't appear in the Wudi evaluation. Lu Hong and his group are finished. I've never seen a 6th tier martial artist who could match a red-eyed tiger. Don't even mention 6th tier martial artists. Even some 7th tier martial artists aren't a match for red-eyed tigers. And there are at least 10 of them now. They're all going to die here. Even if 10 more Lu Hongs came, they wouldn't stand a chance against the red-eyed tigers. Why aren't those people running? Have they been scared senseless? What are they waiting for? They're just standing there. Are they really planning to fight these dozen red-eyed tigers? Their heads must be screwed on wrong. Lin and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling an unprecedented sense of tension. After all, the crimson-eyed tigers were already the cream of the crop among all the races. A single crimson-eyed tiger is enough to match a martial artist with an awakened SS rank talent. Now there are at least 10 of them. That's equivalent to at least 10 7th tier martial artists with awakened SS rank talent. How could they possibly fight this? Under normal circumstances, upon seeing this group of crimson-eyed tigers, Lin would have only one thought in his mind. Run! And run faster than everyone else. But this time, they all stopped running at the same time. Lin and the others all turned their gaze toward Lu Hong. They had all witnessed Lu Hong's power. Compared to the fear the crimson-eyed tigers instilled in them, they trusted Lu Hong's strength even more. Boom! 9 fiery dragons suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a devastating momentum, charging straight toward the red-eyed tiger horde. The crimson-eyed tigers scattered in all directions, letting out deafening roars of anger. Crimson flames erupted from their mouths, intertwining with the fire dragons to form a dazzling yet deadly sea of fire. The air froze from the intense heat, and every breath felt like it could ignite the lungs. Bang! Suddenly, the body of a crimson-eyed tiger crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 One after another, the crimson-eyed tigers fell to the ground. Behind them stood. It was Lu Hong, wielding the Hellfire Staff. At that moment, Lu Hong was the master of this battlefield. Even a 7th tier red-eyed tiger, in front of Lu Hong, were still instantly killed. A decisive, no-holds-barred kill. The spectators outside witnessed this scene and were all left speechless. This Lu Hong is simply too formidable. He actually single-handedly killed so many crimson-eyed tigers. Even some of the teachers at Wu University probably don't have such strength. Look at the scoreboard. Meanwhile, the scoreboard was constantly updating. Chang'an Martial Arts University's points were steadily rising, but North War Martial Arts University's momentum was equally fierce, even narrowing the gap. As Lu Hong delved deeper into the battlefield, it seemed to become his personal stage. Numerous powerful warriors from various races, each with strength rivaling that of a 7th rank warrior, began to emerge. However, none of them escaped the fate of being instantly defeated by Lu Hong. Under his thunderous attacks, they were reduced to nothing in an instant, leaving no room for even the slightest resistance. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Xin Feng was gradually struggling against numerous 7th tier cultivators from various races. The data on the scoreboard flashed rapidly, like a racing heartbeat. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the small screen, afraid to miss a single detail. Chang'an Martial Arts University's score was rising like a rocket, while North War Martial Arts University's points were close behind, with the competition between the two growing increasingly intense. Chang'an Martial Arts University, 128 points. Beijing Martial Arts University, 120 points. Chang'an Wuda, 139 points. Beijing Wuda, 135 points. Chang'an University of Science and Technology, 150 points. Beijing Wuhan University, 149 points. North China University of Technology, 160 points. Chang'an University of Technology, 156 points. It's over. It's over. Beijing Wuhan University's score has surpassed it. This sudden change instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire crowd, with people exclaiming in astonishment. Lu Hong's strength is beyond our imagination. The word genius no longer suffices to describe him. Single-handedly, he instantly defeated numerous 7th tier cultivators from various races. And more importantly, he's only at the 6th tier. This is simply too incredible. Even Lu Xinyan from back then couldn't achieve this level. Trouble. Lu Hong and his group are in danger. A sudden cry erupted from the crowd. Before Lu Hong and the others stood a golden ape of 8th tier cultivation. Its massive body towered like a mountain, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. An 8th tier golden ape. How is that possible? That's not right. According to the martial arts rankings, the 8th tier creatures of the 10,000 clans are supposed to be earth-swallowing rats. How did it turn into a golden ape now? An 8th tier golden ape has such formidable defensive power that even an 8th tier martial artist might not be able to break through its defenses. Lu Hong and the others. Lu Hong and his group aren't running? They're as good as dead. Bang! A loud explosion echoed once more. However, at this critical moment, the large screen above the North War Martial Arts Hall suddenly went black. All the drones monitoring Lu Hong and his group were instantly destroyed, losing contact with the outside world. No one could see what was happening to Lu Hong and his group. Mo Lao's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous feeling arose within him. He hurriedly ordered, "Send someone inside immediately." "What's going on?" A dark figure darted out from gate 3 at breakneck speed. At the same time, Lu Hong and his group also looked solemn, their brows furrowed. Mo Qilin was so frightened that his face turned pale. He clutched Lu Hong's sleeve tightly, his voice trembling. "Lu Gu. An 8th tier golden monkey. We're no match for it. Let's run." A figure silently appeared behind the group, its tone tinged with amusement. "Run. Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 64. I've never underestimated the golden monkey. But you have underestimated me too much. Lu Hong and the others turned around to see a middle-aged man in black standing silently behind them. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from the man's body. It was none other than an 8th tier martial artist. With an 8th tier golden monkey in front and an 8th tier martial artist behind, there was no way out. A sense of despair quietly spread. Everyone's faces betrayed a hint of fear and unease. Could it be that we will truly meet our end here today? Mo Qilin clearly recognized the man. His voice trembled with shock. "Li Hongda. What are you doing here? What do you want?" The man named Li Hongda burst into laughter. "What else could I possibly do? Of course I'm here to take your lives. Especially Lu Hong. From the day you killed my Li family's disciples, you should have known your fate. There's only one way out: death." Mo Qilin's eyes flashed with a moment of struggle, but he remained calm and said, "I am a member of the Mo family. Lu Hong is the son of Lu Jinyan. How dare you, the Li family, be so bold as to lay a hand on us? Does the Li family want to be expelled from the great Xia kingdom?" Li Hongda's eyes grew cold as he said, "The Li family being erased? Along the way, all the surveillance drones were destroyed by me. No one will know what happened here. Everyone will believe you died at the hands of the golden monkey. Even if reinforcements are sent from the 10,000 clans battlefield, it will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. Do you think that I, an 8th rank martial artist, along with a golden ape of the same cultivation level, can you last 10 minutes against us?" Li Hongda's words were as cold as ice, sending Mo Qilin and the others into a state of despair. Facing the overwhelming power of an 8th rank martial artist, they felt as though they had already seen the end of their lives. 10 minutes? They probably couldn't even last 10 seconds. Li Hongda was a genuine 8th rank martial artist. The gap between them was simply too vast. Even Lu Hong could only last a minute at most, that would be his limit. Today, it seems we're really going to die here. But I, Mo Qilin, would rather die than let the Li family's treacherous plan succeed. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. An elliptical black hole tore through the void, appearing before everyone's eyes. Mo Qilin's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes filled with both resolve and resentment. "Li Hongda, you Li family may have planned everything meticulously, but you still overlooked one crucial step. That's me, Mo Qilin. I have awakened an SS rank spatial ability, the Dark Source. I am willing to sacrifice my life to activate this black hole and teleport one person out of this area. Lu Gu, hurry inside and return to tell the Mo family to let the Li family accompany me in death." Li Hongda sneered. "Do you really think so? Do you think you have a chance to escape? You're just a lowly insect daring to challenge the authority of an 8th rank martial artist?" Boom! Li Hongda gathered blazing flames in his palm, forming a fireball as tall as a person, and hurled it toward Mo Qilin with devastating force. Facing this fatal blow, a flash of fear crossed Mo Qilin's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Lu Gu, hurry inside. It's too late." Ding! Divine choice system triggered. Option 1: escape through Mo Qilin's black hole, expose everything to the public, and let the Li family face the punishment they deserve. Reward: a rank talent, Flow Light Shield. Option 2: surrender to Li Hongda, abandon your hands and feet, and all your cultivation, retaining only your life. Reward: host receives SSS tier talent, Phoenix Rebirth. Option 3: kill the golden ape and Li Hongda, suppressing everything with brute force. Reward: host gains 7th tier martial artist cultivation. Just as the fireball was about to engulf Mo Qilin, a figure as swift as lightning suddenly appeared before him. Lu Hong swept his hand, and a fiery dragon surged forward, completely devouring the fireball and reducing it to nothingness. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice. "Mo Qilin, why are you still the same? Always thinking of sacrificing yourself? Do you really think this will solve anything?" Mo Qilin's chest rose and fell violently as he took a deep breath, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Lu Gu, I don't want to die. We're facing an 8th rank martial artist. We have no chance of winning. My death is of no consequence. I only beg you to survive and avenge me." Lu Hong snorted coldly. "Mo Qilin, you followed me for so long. How can your mind still be so muddled? Do you have no faith in me?" At that moment, the other two had already been terrified into kneeling on the ground, their voices filled with despair and anger. "Trust? What do we have to believe in you? That was an 8th rank martial artist. We've been completely betrayed by you. Li Zhanghua and Li Chengze were both killed by you. Did you even think about us? It's all your fault. Why did you provoke the Li family?" Lu Hong's gaze suddenly turned sharp. "The two of you? Are you blaming me now? If that's the case, then go die. Boom! The fire dragon beside Lu Hong surged forward, instantly engulfing the two, leaving only a trail of ash. Li Hongda's eyes were filled with anger. You killed Li Qingzi too? No wonder we couldn't contact him. Lu Hong, you're a ruthless bastard. You even kill your own comrades. Leaving you alive is a menace to the world. You'd better die sooner rather than later. Lu Hong spoke calmly. I never considered them my comrades. Those who question me have only one path, death. As for their deaths, as long as I kill you, who would know whether they were killed by me or by you? Li Hongda laughed in anger. You're so arrogant. You want to kill me? I am an 8th rank martial artist. Do you even know what an 8th rank martial artist is? And besides, there's an 8th rank golden monkey here. Do you believe me? Your fire dragon couldn't even burn a single hair on the golden ape. Lu Hong snorted coldly, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Then let's try it. I'll kill this golden monkey first, then I'll kill you, Li Hongda. Boom! 9 fire dragons instantly entered Lu Hong's body, igniting the raging flames surrounding him in an instant. The fiery red flames rose high, reaching several meters in height. Lu Hong resembled a war god emerging from hell, radiating a power that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, a dazzling purple lightning bolt sliced through the sky. Lu Hong's figure flickered like a ghost, teleporting in an instant to the golden monkey's face, his speed so fast it was breathtaking. Boom! The terrifying force of the Hellfire Staff, accompanied by raging flames, crashed down on the golden ape's chest with unstoppable momentum. However, the golden monkey not only did not dodge but instead met the blow head-on with its indestructible body. As if mocking the insignificance of humanity. Bang! A deafening collision echoed through the air. Lu Hong felt as though he had struck a 1,000-pound boulder with his staff. The impact shook his hands until they ached. But there was no trace of retreat in his eyes, and the purple light grew even brighter. Zzz. Speed and power reached an unprecedented peak in that moment. The Hellfire Staff descended like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Each strike was accompanied by deafening roars, with staff shadows intertwining to form a deadly net, enveloping the golden monkey. Li Hongda watched the scene unfold in shock. A 6th-tier martial artist could unleash such power? No wonder he could kill my Li family's prodigy. But you underestimate the golden ape's 8th-tier cultivation. Those sticks are probably no more than a tickle to it. However, Lu Hong curled his lips into a cold smile. I have never underestimated the golden ape. But you've underestimated me too much. He flickered and retreated to the rear. The golden monkey remained motionless in its original position. Bang! The golden monkey, like a puppet with its soul torn out, slowly collapsed backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This can't be possible. Li Hongda stared in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. This is an 8th-tier golden monkey. How could it fall so easily? With your strength? Impossible. Chapter 65 SSS Rank Talent, Heavenly Tragedy Divine Wind. Lu Hong spoke solemnly. Nothing is impossible. I killed so many members of the Yuan clan. Yuan Shaking, Yuan Xiaoxiong, they were all prodigies of the Yuan clan. Why doesn't the Yuan family come after me for revenge? But you Li family. You really have no brains. The Yuan clan lured you here, and you dared to come? How utterly foolish. Lu Hong's gaze pierced Li Hongda like a knife, and a strong killing intent spread out. Since you've come, you'll stay here forever. Li Hongda showed no fear, his anger only growing. You managed to defeat a golden monkey with an 8th-tier cultivation base? I truly underestimated you. But you want to defeat me? That's sheer madness. I know you've awakened an SSS rank fire attribute talent. Though I've only awakened an S rank fire attribute talent, I'm a genuine 8th rank martial artist. I'm an 8th rank martial artist with the power of the source. Now, let me show you the gap between us. Primordial power, blazing fury. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to be ignited by an invisible flame. Scorching heat swept out instantly, enveloping Lu Hong completely. Endless flames formed a burning cage, gradually shrinking, attempting to completely devour Lu Hong. Li Hongda curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. This is my primal power, the blazing rage. Within this sea of fire, no one can escape. All will be reduced to ashes. Your fire dragon, even with its SSS tier talent, what can it do? It will still be consumed by my flames. I'll make you taste the agony of being burned to ashes by fire. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, holding the Hellfire Staff. A surge of flames erupted from the tip of the staff. Columnar flames charged directly toward the surrounding walls of fire. However, the moment they made contact with the firewall, they were completely absorbed and vanished without a trace. Lu Hong's expression hardened. So that's it. Your flame power is stronger than mine, so you can absorb my power? Li Hongda smirked triumphantly. Exactly. Your flames are the perfect nourishment for my flame of rage. It will devour everything, including your life. Lu Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems your primordial power isn't all that impressive. What if my flame power surpasses yours? Li Hongda couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter filled with contempt. Surpass me? Ha 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 ha. Are you joking? You're just a 6th rank martial artist, how could you surpass me? Don't even mention this lifetime, not even in your next life would it be possible. Boom! 9 fire dragons once again behind Lu Hong, twisting and leaping with overwhelming might. Suddenly, a pure, flawless white silhouette descended silently, gently wrapping itself around the fire dragons. In that instant, the fire dragons seemed to be reborn, their bodies swelling in size and their might multiplying. Like ancient beasts emerging from the depths of time, they released a terrifying pressure that shook the very soul. Seeing this, Mo Qilin froze in place, staring blankly at the sky. This was the first time he had ever seen Lu Hong's fire dragons unleash such terrifying power. These fire dragons were stronger than any previous ones, 10 times stronger. 100 times stronger. Li Hongda witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting sharply as a tidal wave of shock surged through his heart. He murmured to himself, is this the innate power of the wind attribute? Boom! Lu Hong's eyes grew cold as he swung his arm, sending 9 fire dragons hurtling down from the sky with enough force to shatter the heavens, crashing into the seemingly impenetrable wall of fire. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The fire dragons, unstoppable in their advance, tore open gaping, terrifying cracks in the firewall. Li Hongda was stunned, but more than that, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared, impossible. My flow of light rage is the essence of my power. How could I lose to you? My flow of light rage is the strongest flame. Li Hongda's vital energy surged violently, and the wall of fire grew several feet taller than before. But all his efforts seemed utterly futile in the face of Lu Hong's 9 fiery dragons. The firewall crumbled like fragile paper under the impact of the fire dragons, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The flames died out. Only the 9 fire dragons remained, circling in the air. The overwhelming pressure emanating from them was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the strongest warriors. Li Hongda's hands trembled, and his face was as pale as paper. He couldn't accept this reality. The primal power he had always prided himself on had been so easily shattered by a 6th-tier martial artist. Li Hongda growled in frustration, who are you? What kind of demon are you? How could you possess such immense power? Lu Hong spoke calmly, I forgot to tell you. The SSS rank talent I awakened isn't just 2. I have a 3rd SSS rank talent, the Heavenly Slaughter Divine Wind. With its enhancement, my 9-dragon Holy Flame can unleash 10 times its original power. Don't even mention you. Even an 8th rank martial artist who has awakened an SSS rank talent would not faze me. Li Hongda bowed his head, his face contorted, his voice filled with despair and struggle. Lu Hong, please spare my life. You can't kill me, I'm a direct descendant of the Li family. If you harm me, the Li family will launch an endless pursuit against you. Spare me, and the Li family will submit to you wholeheartedly. I can represent the Li family and agree for the Li family to join the Yan army, to serve under your command. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. You must be out of your mind. From the moment the Li family laid a finger on me, they have been my enemy. Spare you? Let you join the Yanzi army? Impossible. I don't need useless people. I believe the Li family no longer has a reason to exist. With that, Lu Hong suddenly swung his hand, and 9 fiery dragons instantly pounced on Li Hongda, completely engulfing him in raging flames. No! Li Hongda let out a heart-wrenching roar, but all his struggles were in vain. He eventually turned into a pile of ashes and vanished from the spot. Mo Qilin stood frozen in place, speechless for a moment, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shocking turn of events. Lu Gu. You actually hid an SSS-ranked wind attribute talent? Are you even human? I really want to strip you naked and study you thoroughly. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed sharply. Mo Qilin, watch your mouth. If you say that again, I won't hesitate to add another soul to my subordinates list. Mo Qilin hurriedly smiled apologetically, adopting a humble tone. Lu Gu. Don't. I'll always be your loyal follower. Just then, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. Mo Tianxiong rushed over and asked urgently, what's going on here? Mo Qilin immediately replied, Uncle Mo. You don't know Li Hongda from the Li family just brought an 8th-tier golden ape to kill us. If it weren't for Lu Hong, the 2 of us would be dead by now. The communication device Mo Tianxiong had brought with him also activated again. What did you say? Li Hongda dared to collude with an 8th-tier golden ape to attack you? Where is he? Mo Qilin pointed at the inconspicuous pile of ashes on the ground and whispered, he's dead. This scene was also being broadcast in real time on the large screen above the North War Martial Arts Hall, causing a stir among everyone outside. Mo Lao stood up angrily, glaring at Li Changhai, the head of the Li family in the corner, and shouted harshly. Li Changhai! You dare to send an 8th-rank martial artist to collude with an 8th-rank golden ape and commit murder during the martial arts competition at the university. Your Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. Your crimes are unforgivable, you deserve to be executed. Chapter 66, You're rejoicing too soon. Your Southern Forest Martial Arts Academy is the 4th. At that moment, Li Changhai's face was as dark as the sky before a storm. He never imagined that Li Hongda, an 8th-rank martial artist, had actually died. The news was like a thunderclap, shaking him so much he could barely stand. What had happened after the surveillance feed disappeared just now? After the fall of the 9th rank martial artist in the Li family, Li Hongda's cultivation was second only to his in the Li family. Li Hongda couldn't have been killed by Lu Hong. There must be something fishy going on here. Li Changhai slowly stood up, his eyes showing no fear, and retorted harshly, "Old Mo. The Li family has sacrificed our lives for the great Xia kingdom. All of the Li family's 9th rank martial artists died on the battlefield against the 10,000 clans. How could the Li family collude with the 10,000 clans? Moreover, the one who died was not Lu Hong nor Mo Qilin. It is Li Hongda of the Li family. How dare they slander the integrity of the Li family with just their words? Do you think a 6th rank martial artist could kill an 8th rank martial artist plus an 8th rank golden ape? I now suspect that Lu Hong and Mo Qilin have colluded with the myriad clans to kill Li Hongda. I demand that everyone seek justice for my Li family." Mo Lao heard this, furrowed his brows, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Hong is powerful, he is not yet strong enough to kill 2 8th rank martial artists. What exactly happened when the video disappeared just now? Mo Lao spoke solemnly, "Enough? Let them return, and everything will be clarified." Mo Lao held a prominent position in the Great Xia Kingdom, and with his words, the crowd no longer mentioned the matter, instead waiting quietly for the martial arts competition to conclude. At that moment, Chang'an Martial Arts University's points had stalled at 300, making no further progress. Qin Feng of Chang'an Martial Arts University had already cleared out all the members of the 10,000 clans in his area. Deep within this area lay an 8th-tier earth-swallowing rat. Qin Feng came face to face with the swallowing earth rat. However, the swallowing earth rat's power far exceeded his imagination. A single strike left Qin Feng feeling a despair he had never experienced before. The two were simply not on the same level. Despite giving it his all and using every trick in his arsenal, Qin Feng couldn't even scratch the swallowing earth mole's fur. Instead, he narrowly escaped death under the earth-swallowing mole's powerful blows and was forced to retreat in disarray. Chang'an Martial Arts University's score was locked at 300 points. At the same time, the points of the Northern War Martial Arts University also reached the 300-point threshold. All the surrounding tribes were also wiped out by Lu Hong and his men. On the large screen, the two figures gradually ventured deeper into the heart of the enemy territory. A 3-meter-tall black cave appeared before them. It resembled the mouth of a giant beast, silently awaiting its prey. Deep within the cave, a pair of emerald green eyes pierced through the darkness, locking onto Lu Hong. A chill ran down his spine. In the next instant, the cave seemed to tear apart, and a massive rat leaped out, as tall as 2 people, its fangs bared. The foul stench that accompanied it nearly choked Lu Hong and Mo Qilin, causing them to furrow their brows and struggle to suppress their discomfort. "Lu Gu, be careful. This is an 8th-tier earth-swallowing rat, skilled in earth-based attacks. Don't underestimate it." Mo Qilin covered his mouth and nose, his voice straining through the gaps between his fingers. Lu Hong looked at the earth-swallowing rat with disgust. He quickly put away the hellfire staff in his hand, afraid it might be contaminated by the rat's foul odor. Boom! 9 fiery dragons swirled in the sky. The overwhelming pressure was enough to make even an 8th-tier earth-swallowing rat pause for a moment. Spectators outside the arena murmured in confusion and mockery. What is Lu Hong doing? Why isn't he leaving? Does he dare to challenge an 8th-tier swallowing earth rat? He's just a martial artist who's barely reached the 6th rank realm. He's asking for trouble. He'll probably be chewed to bits by the swallowing earth rat. No one present held any hope for Lu Hong. Li Changhai in the corner was even more eager for Lu Hong to be torn to pieces by the swallowing earth rat. Just as everyone thought Lu Hong was about to pay the price for his arrogance, a startled cry rang out from the crowd. "Look! Lu Hong as fire dragon! It's unbelievable!" Everyone turned to look. 9 fiery dragons descended like divine beings, sweeping toward the earth-swallowing rat with a force capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. The earth-swallowing rat hastily gathered a wall of earth to defend itself. However, what no one could have anticipated was that, under the fierce impact of the 9 fire dragons, the earthen wall collapsed instantly, vanishing into nothingness. The 9 fiery dragons mercilessly devoured the massive body of the earth-devouring rat. The raging flames continued to burn. Until the earth-devouring rat was reduced to ashes, the flames finally began to fade. This scene left the onlookers speechless, with gasps of astonishment echoing through the air. How is this possible? It hasn't even been a minute, and the swallowing earth rat is already dead. This isn't the kind of power an ordinary 6th-rank martial artist could possibly wield. That fire dragon. Even through the screen, I can feel that terrifying surge of vital energy. Even an 8th-tier martial artist would probably be unable to withstand it. Could it be that the 8th-rank Golden Ape and Li Hongda were really killed by Lu Hong? If what Lu Hong said is true, then the Li family must truly be colluding with the 10,000 clans. Throughout history, colluding with the 10,000 clans has always led to certain death. How could the Li family do such a thing? Doubts and speculations surged like a tidal wave, and Li Changhai's expression grew even darker. His hatred for Lu Hong reached its peak. This Lu Hong actually has the strength to kill an 8th-tier swallowing earth rat. Could it be that Li Hongda was truly killed by Lu Hong? But Li Hongda's strength, Li Changhai knew all too well. If even Li Hongda had been killed by Lu Hong, then he himself might not be a match for Lu Hong either. Was the Li family's decision this time right or wrong? However, the one who died is not Lu Hong. It's not Mo Qilin. The one who died is Li Hongda of the Li family. Accusing the Li family of colluding with the 10,000 clans to ambush Lu Hong? Where's the evidence? There is no evidence. The Li family remains the same Li family that has always dedicated itself to the Great Xia Kingdom. At that moment, the ranking boards of the major martial arts universities seemed to freeze. Students from all the martial arts universities began returning one after another, bringing an end to the martial arts university evaluation. The team from Yanjing Martial Arts University, led by Zhou Ruoxue, arrived at the campsite first. Several people instinctively turned their gaze toward the ranking board at the center of the camp. But when she saw the ranking board, her eyes widened and she froze in place. At the same time, Sui, leading the Nanlin Martial Arts University team, also returned to their base. Sui noticed Zhou Ruoxue's stunned expression and teased, "Zhou Ruoxue? How did your Yanjing Wudao University rank this time?" First place is naturally a sure thing for Lu Hong and the North War Martial Arts University. This time, you and I will compete for second and third place. Will you be second or third? Zhou Ruoxue snapped back to reality, her voice still tinged with confusion. Yanjing Martial Arts University came in third. Sui burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Haha. My Nanlin Martial Arts University has finally surpassed you. Though we're not first. But surpassing your Yanjing Martial Arts University to become second place is still a success." Zhou Ruoxue shot Sui a cold glance and replied indifferently, "You're celebrating too soon. Your Nanlin Martial Arts University is fourth." Chapter 67. Do you know you were wrong? No, you're just scared. Sui's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible?" He rushed into the camp, his eyes fixed on the scoreboard on the large screen. Chang'an University of Martial Arts? How did they do that? They scored 300 points. Doesn't that mean that, aside from that 8th tier earth-swallowing rat, all the other 6th and 7th tier creatures from the 10,000 clans were wiped out? Zhou Ruoxue's expression grew solemn as she said in a low voice, "The bloodline of the Qin family is truly extraordinary. I recall that the last person to achieve 300 points in the martial arts university rankings was none other than the current leader of the 4 great war gods, Qin Hongdang. It seems that the Qin family has produced another unparalleled genius in this generation." At that moment, the Chang'an Wu Datin returned triumphantly. Qin Feng's appearance instantly drew the attention of all the martial arts students, making him the center of attention. "Is he the Qin Feng from Chang'an Martial Arts University? I heard that the 300 points Chang'an Wu earned this time were all obtained by Qin Feng single-handedly by slaying countless enemies. Qin Feng's talent is simply mind-blowing. Chang'an Wu University is bound to rise to prominence because of him. It's been years since we've seen such a glorious achievement." Qin Feng heard the praise from those around him and felt immensely proud. He had killed all the tribes of the 8th rank and below. He had earned a total of 300 points. Such a feat had not been achieved in decades. He was undoubtedly the leading figure of the younger generation. First place truly well deserved. However, looking around, he saw no cheers or applause as he had expected. Where were the applause? Where were the cheers? Were they just mocking him behind his back? If he wasn't young and full of vigor, what kind of young person would he be? Qin Feng couldn't help but raise his hands high and declare loudly, "Congratulations to the genius of our great Xia Kingdom. The honor of first place belongs to me, Qin Feng, of Chang'an Martial Arts University. It is well deserved." Zhou Ruoxue and Sui exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. "What is he doing? Yes, we know you're strong. But my older brother hasn't come out yet. It's not the big brother. Didn't you check the scoreboard? Are you that confident?" Mo Lao couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "Principal Qin, your son Qin Feng still has a bit of a comedic talent, doesn't he?" Qin Shichuan saw this and was so angry he blew his beard and glared. He shouted loudly, "Qin Feng! Don't embarrass me over there. Look carefully, what place are you in?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows, puzzled by Qin Shichuan's sudden anger. "I got 300 points? What's wrong with that? Being a bit arrogant is no big deal. I deserve this first place." Qin Feng turned around and saw the scoreboard. His smile froze instantly. First place, North War University, 301 points. Second place, Chang'an Martial Arts University, 300 points. Third place, Yanjing Martial Arts University, 135 points. Fourth place, Nanlin Martial Arts University, 133 points. I'm not first. What's going on here? Could someone else have defeated the 8th tier earth-swallowing rat? North War University. Who could it be? Finally, Lu Hong and Mo Qilin slowly returned to their base. Everyone turned their gaze toward the two of them. Especially Lu Hong, who had become the center of everyone's attention. In the tense atmosphere, a sharp, sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "Oomph, with just the two of you, you think you can kill an 8th tier earth-swallowing rat? You must have used some underhanded tactics, right? Xin Feng stood aside with his arms crossed, a defiant expression on his face, his eyes brimming with contempt. Mo Qilin, hearing this, burst into anger. Who are you? How dare you question Lin Guyu here? Every battle was recorded by drones. I nearly died in there. You're accusing us of cheating? That's complete nonsense. Xin Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he retorted, I, Xin Feng, have single-handedly slaughtered all the 6th and 7th tier beings of the 10,000 clans. I even fought an 8th tier swallowing earth rat. I know its strength better than anyone. I wasn't even a match for that 8th tier swallowing earth rat. How could the two of you possibly stand a chance against it? You're joking. Mo Qilin sneered, you can't do a dozen T mean Lin Guyu can't. There are always stronger people out there. There are always higher realms. I don't have time to argue with you here. I have important matters to announce. Get out of my way. Xin Feng remained motionless, spreading his arms wide to block the way. Mo Qilin roared, what do you think you're doing? Xin Feng replied calmly, if you truly have the strength, prove it to me. I promised my older brother that I would be the top student in the martial arts rankings this year. If your strength far surpasses mine, then step over me. Mo Qilin was furious, you're completely unreasonable. Are you forcing me to fight? A deep black vortex suddenly appeared in the air, accompanied by a surging tide of blood and energy. Mo Qilin couldn't hold back any longer and struck out. However, Xin Feng sneered coldly, his figure vanishing in an instant like a ghost, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. A dull thud echoed through the air. Mo Qilin was struck by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. In just a few seconds, Mo Qilin had already fallen at Xin Feng's feet. Xin Feng mocked, with your measly skills, you dare to try to kill the earth-swallowing rat? It's a laughable joke. Cheating and refusing to admit it, you're shameless. Come on, let everyone see. For the sake of a ranking, you're willing to lose your dignity. With that, Xin Feng turned his gaze toward Lu Hong, his tone brimming with provocation, and you? What tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring them all out. I'll see how the two of you manage to defeat an 8th tier swallowing earth rat. If you don't have any real proof, you'd better hand over the first place willingly. Lu Hong's face was dark and grim, his pent-up anger ready to erupt like a volcano. The incident where the Li family ambushed him midway had already filled him with rage. Now, just as he had emerged, he was being provoked without cause. Lu Hong slowly rubbed his fingers, his voice low and menacing. What? Do you really think I'm easy to provoke? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and provoke me? Just because Lu Jinyan was transferred by you, does that mean I can't kill anyone? Xin Feng held his head high, full of arrogance. I'm no ordinary person. My name is Xin Feng. Remember that name. Because this name will be your lifelong nightmare. I don't care who you are, Xin Feng. Li Feng. From today onward, you're nothing but a dead wind. Boom. 9 fiery dragons suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a destructive force that shook the heavens, soaring through the air. Everyone had only seen it through the screen before, but this was their first time experiencing Lu Hong's 9-dragon holy fire up close. What terrifying blood energy! Is this the power of an SSS rank talent? How could Lu Hong possess such terrifying power? It's far stronger than what was shown on the screen earlier. Look, the aura emanating from his body is clearly that of a 7th tier martial artist. Could it be that he broke through during the battle just now? What kind of demon is this Lu Hong? He's already completely unmatched by an 8th tier martial artist just relying on his innate talent. Facing the overwhelming fire dragons, Xin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. This power was something he had never felt even when facing the earth-swallowing rat. Xin Feng had only ever felt this way when he was with his older brother, Xin Xuan. The feeling of death. Xin Feng suddenly realized that he was no match for Lu Hong. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. His challenge was nothing but a humiliating mistake. I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize your true strength. I surrender. I'm not your opponent. I was wrong to question you. Xin Feng's voice trembled. He knew that continuing to provoke him would only lead to his own destruction. Mo Qilin clutched his chest, struggling to stand up. The look in his eyes as he stared at Xin Feng was like that of someone looking at a dead man. Why didn't you do anything earlier? I told you to step aside, but you didn't. You had to wait for Lin Guyu to step in before you started begging for mercy. It's too late. Do you know you're wrong? No, you're just scared. May you find your own salvation. The others present had heard rumors about Lu Hong's exploits and feared he might act without regard for reason. Especially Qin Qinian, the principal of Chang'an Martial Arts University, who had already prepared himself to act at any moment. However, Lu Hong unexpectedly stopped his actions. He barked, remember this lesson, impulse is the devil. Now, get out of here. Yes. Xin Feng quickly made way, allowing Lu Hong to pass. Qin Qinian, seeing this, secretly sighed in relief. Mo Qilin furrowed his brows. This scene felt strangely familiar. Chapter 68, The Black Dragon Guards. The tense atmosphere at the scene dissipated instantly. The crowd around them began to murmur in whispers. This Qin Feng is far too overconfident. There are always those more skilled than oneself, and there are always greater heights to reach. Qin Feng is indeed a prodigy of heaven. He would shine brightly in any era. But unfortunately, he encountered Lu Hong. I never thought I'd live to see a martial artist with such talent as Lu Hong. His future achievements may even surpass those of Lu Xinyan. Lu Hong took a step forward and walked slowly ahead. Qin Feng immediately stepped aside to make way for Lu Hong. Lu Hong walked up to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. He leaned close to Lu Hong's ear and taunted, "You know when to back down. I'm from the Qin family. If you dare touch me, you won't leave here alive. This time, I'll let you have the first place. Next time, you won't be so lucky." Lu Hong chuckled lightly, "I never said I'd spare you." Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. With a puff, a spray of blood blossomed in the air. The Hellfire Staff had appeared in Lu Hong's hand at some point, piercing through Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest. The loss of life made his voice tremble. "I'm a member of the Qin family. How dare you kill me?" Lu Hong coldly replied, "Didn't you just say to let me step over your body? I'm fulfilling your request." Thud. Qin Feng collapsed to the ground. Lu Hong lightly stepped on Qin Feng's cold body and strode forward. The crowd, who had been chatting moments ago, fell silent, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Qin Shiming, the principal of Chang'an Martial Arts University, witnessed the scene and erupted in anger. "Lu Hong, you're asking for death." A blood-red light shot into the sky. A terrifying pressure surged toward Lu Hong. Mo Lao flickered and swiftly intervened, suppressing the rampaging Qin Yuan with his supreme power. Qin Yan's rage boiled over. "Mo Lao, you saw it just now. Lu Hong killed a member of the Qin family in broad daylight. He must pay with his life." Mo Lao suppressed Qin Yan, remaining silent. Lu Hong showed no fear. He strode forward, his eyes fixed on Qin Yan, speaking in a deep voice. "What? Your family's Qin Feng is dead? Now you want to kill me? What about when Qin Feng was standing before us, threatening us just now? Why didn't you step in to stop him? Now that I've killed him, what can you do to me? Have you gone senile? Have you forgotten where we are? This is the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. I am the son of Lu Xinyan. I dare you all to kill me here." Qin Yan roared, "You're Lu Xinyan's son, so what? Killing deserves death, it's only natural. Qin Feng is the most talented disciple the Qin family has produced in a century. If nothing goes wrong, in decades, Qin Feng will undoubtedly rise to the level of the 4 great war gods of today. Yet you've killed him. This is a loss for the Qin family, even for the great Xia kingdom. It's a loss for all of humanity. You can't afford to pay for this." Lu Hong sneered, "I can't afford to pay? It's just one Qin Feng. Then tell me this. He was destined to become a war god of the great Xia kingdom. What about me? My future prospects could surpass the 4 great war gods. If you kill me, you will be the traitors of the entire great Xia kingdom." Qin Yan stammered, I'll kill you. The Qin family. The Qin family will never forgive you." Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed from the distance. "Wind. Strong wind. Strong wind. Wind. Strong wind. Strong wind." The slogans were shouted in unison, loud and clear, deafening the ears of everyone present. Each shout felt like a blow to the heart. As the sounds grew closer, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. A well-trained, imposing army advanced steadily toward them. They were clad in identical black armor, exuding an intimidating aura that sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed their approach. At the front of the formation, a black banner embroidered with the character dragon fluttered in the wind, adding an air of grim determination. "Wind. Strong wind. Strong wind." Dark clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to crush it. Someone in the crowd shouted in alarm. "The Black Dragon Guards. It's the Black Dragon Guards of the Qin family." The aura of the Black Dragon Guards is terrifying. Even more so than the myriad tribes on the battlefield. Lu Hong is probably trapped now. I heard that Lu Xinyan's Yan army just entered the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes yesterday. They probably won't be able to return in time. Lu Hong is now at the mercy of the Black Dragon Guards. Sigh, Lu Hong is likely in for a world of trouble. Mo Lao, upon seeing the Black Dragon Guards, furrowed his brows as well. The Black Dragon Guards are the personal bodyguards of the war god Qin Hongang, renowned for their bravery and combat skills, and are a sharp blade on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Now, their appearance clearly meant that Qin Hongang himself had arrived on the scene, and his intentions were obvious. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and clouds gathered thickly. The entire sky grew dark and foreboding. A man stood arrogantly atop a black dragon, overlooking the masses. His aura was so powerful it seemed as though an ancient emperor had descended from the heavens. It was none other than Qin Hongang, the leader of the 4 great war gods. Qin Hongdong's gaze, as sharp as a sword, fixed on Lu Hong. Lu Hong felt a bone-chilling coldness rise from his feet, spreading throughout his body in an instant. He found himself frozen in place, unable to move an inch. It felt as though he had already become a man sentenced to death. "You are Lu Hong? You killed Qin Feng?" Qin Hongdong's voice was soft, but every word was clear. Lu Hong couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Qin Honggang snorted coldly. Qin Feng's life was meant to end on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. "Not at your hands. Since you enjoy killing so much, I'll send you to the deepest part of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Let you kill to your heart's content." Everyone present fell silent, afraid to provoke the first of the four great war gods. Li Chanhai, sitting in the corner, remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. Lu Hong, your arrogance has become the death warrant for your own demise. Qin Hong is sending you to the deepest part of the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Do you know what that means? A sea of 9th-tier cultivators from all races. Each of them could crush you with a single step. Lu Hong, go to your death. Wait. Suddenly, a deep, powerful voice cut through the silence, sounding like a thunderclap. Mo Jianjun and Mo Tianxiong rushed over in a hurry. Qin Honggang furrowed his brows. What? You two brothers from the Mo family are here to take sides for Lu Hong? Mo Tianxiong's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but glance at Mo Jianjun beside him. Among those present, only Mo Jianjun and Qin Honggang were among the four great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Mo Jianjun was the only one capable of balancing Qin Hongdong's power. At that moment, the small outpost gathered the two most elite war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Mo Jianjun spoke firmly. I promised Lu Xingyan that I would protect his son. Qin Honggang, you must not touch him. Qin Honggang curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, his voice as icy as ice, but I insist on harming him. Chapter 69, the same merits, repeated over and over. Do you really think it's a free pass? A get-out-of-jail-free card? Mo Jianjun spoke heavily. I've said it. Today, Lu Hong must not be touched. If you want to try, come and see. For a moment, Mo Jianjun emanated an unparalleled aura. Everyone present dared not move a muscle. Only Qin Honggang coldly replied, Oh? You say he can't be touched? So he can't be touched? Did you ask the Black Dragon Guards behind me? As soon as Qin Honggang spoke, the Black Dragon Guards behind him roared in unison, like a sudden gust of wind echoing through the heavens. Wind! Strong wind! Strong wind! Wind! Strong wind! Strong wind! Mo Jianjun's expression changed slightly. The Mo family army had just returned from the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, suffering heavy casualties, and were all resting at the Mo family's headquarters. He had come alone this time. Facing so many Black Dragon Guards, he had no confidence that he could protect Lu Hong. Qin Feng stood tall and proud, his golden longsword pointing directly at Mo Jianjun. Mo Jianjun, get out of the way! Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Qin Honggang, do you still have any regard for me? Mo Lao was surrounded by deep black mist, his qi and blood surging, as if he could shake the heavens and earth. Even Qin Honggang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and his aura weakened slightly. Mo Lao's eyes were cold as he said, I'm just old. Do you really think I'm dead? Qin Honggang took a deep breath. Mo Lao, I didn't mean it. But Lu Hong killed Qin Feng. This matter cannot be swept under the rug. Even if you were to intervene personally today, it wouldn't be enough. Otherwise, how can I explain this to the rest of the Qin family? Mo Lao spoke solemnly, today, I will give everyone justice. Lu Hong, come out. Lu Hong stepped forward, facing everyone without a hint of fear. Mo Lao spoke solemnly, Lu Hong. Why did you kill Qin Feng? If it was truly for personal gain, then I will enforce the law impartially and will not favor anyone. Lu Hong surveyed the crowd, then sneered, Qin Feng colluded with the 10,000 clans. His death is well deserved. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. What did Lu Hong just say? Qin Feng is colluding with the 10,000 clans? Impossible. The Qin family killed so many of the 10,000 clans. How could they possibly be colluding with them? All the 10,000 clans would rather peel the skin off the Qin family army and the Black Dragon Guards and drink their blood. It's impossible. I don't believe it either. If the Qin family had colluded with the 10,000 clans, how could we still be standing here safely right now? We have been killed by the 10,000 clans long ago. Mo Qilin urgently pulled Lu Hong's sleeve and whispered, Lu Gu. I believe you when you say the Yuan clan is colluding with the myriad clans. But the Qin family is absolutely impossible. Without concrete evidence, you'll become the target of everyone's accusations. Lu Hong didn't respond, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Qin Hong, upon hearing this, roared angrily, nonsense. The Qin family has guarded the great Xia dynasty for generations. We are as enemies with the 10,000 clans. How could we collude with them? Everyone knows that half the blood spilled on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans was shed by my Qin family. You dare to say that the Qin family has colluded with the 10,000 clans? That's utterly ridiculous. You're lying, and you didn't even bother to think it through. Lu Hong sneered, what if I have evidence? Qin Honggang roared angrily, evidence? What kind of evidence? The Qin family swears eternal enmity with the 10,000 clans. How could a man of the Qin family possibly collude with the 10,000 clans? If you really have evidence proving that Qin Feng colluded with the 10,000 clans, then Qin Feng is dead, and the Qin family will accept it. I'll see what kind of nonsense evidence you can produce. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong slowly pulled out a black waist badge. On the front of the waist badge, a bold and powerful character for Qin stood out clearly. On the lower left corner of the back of the badge, a delicate Feng character was faintly visible. It was clearly Qin Feng's token. Lu Hong held the badge high, his voice ringing out clearly, everyone, look at this badge. Is this the badge of Qin Feng from the Qin family? Qin Honggang furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, where did you get this waist badge? Lu Hong's gaze shifted to Li Changhai, who was sitting in the corner, and he demanded, Li family head, don't you want to come out and explain yourself? Li Changhai's face turned ashen, his lips tightly pressed together, and he remained silent, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Lu Hong stood tall in the center, his voice booming like a bell, since that's the case, let me explain the situation to everyone. Our North War Martial Arts University, during the recent National Martial Arts University evaluation, had all its surveillance equipment destroyed for a period of time. This incident was orchestrated by Li Hongda of the Li family. Li Hongda of the Li family, along with an 8th-tier golden ape, came to ambush our students from the North War Martial Arts Academy. After Li Hongda was killed by me, this token fell from his body. This clearly shows that Li Hongda and Qin Feng have already been in contact. The Li family's collusion with the 10,000 clans is now undeniable. Qin Feng and Li Hongda are in cahoots. I even suspect that the 8th-tier golden ape that appeared during the martial arts evaluation might have been planted by the Black Dragon Guards. Qin Hongdong's face turned ashen, and he shouted harshly, Lu Hong, stop spouting nonsense here. I ask you again, where did this token come from? Lu Hong stood tall and straight, every word I have spoken is the truth. Qin Honggang turned his gaze to the Black Dragon Guards behind him, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Recently, has Qin Feng issued any special orders to you? A squad of Black Dragon Guards stepped forward and reported respectfully, reporting to the general. 1 day ago, Qin Feng's Black Dragon Order commanded our garrison to withdraw 1 hour earlier than scheduled. As for what happened afterward, we are unaware of the details. Qin Honggang heard this, his face turning ashen, and remained silent. Li Changhai stood up abruptly, furious beyond control. He roared, pointing at Lu Hong, you're lying through your teeth. Now Li Hongda is dead at your hands. There is no evidence to prove otherwise. I even suspect that you colluded with the 10,000 clans to kill Li Hongda. Moreover, the Qin charactered token in your hand is very likely the one you seized from Qin Feng during your earlier confrontation. If you dare to speak another word, the Li family will never spare you. Lu Hong coldly looked at Li Changhai, as the head of the Li family, please tell me, why did an 8th-tier golden ape appear in this martial arts evaluation? Apart from the soldiers under the 4 great war gods, who could possibly allow an 8th-rank golden monkey to enter? Such negligence is simply too outrageous. I ask you again, why was Li Hongda, an 8th-rank martial artist, present at the martial arts evaluation? Was he just there to wander around? Li Changhai was speechless, his face alternating between red and white. He shouted angrily, you insolent brat, you're all talk and no action. I'm not going to argue with you. The Li family has been loyal to the state for generations. All our 9th-rank warriors died on the battlefield. We have sacrificed our lives for the great Xia dynasty. How could we possibly collude with the 10,000 clans? This is the greatest insult to the Li family. Lu Hong scratched his ear and sneered, I've heard that line so many times, my ears are calloused. The same achievements, repeated over and over again. Do you really think it's a get-out-of-jail-free card? Suddenly, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from the sky. Everyone present couldn't help but shiver. Qin Hongdong's eyes turned blood red, resembling a god of death descending from the heavens, emanating endless killing intent from every pore of his body. The Qin clan's lifelong ambition is to annihilate all races and reclaim the great lands of the Xia dynasty. Li Changhai, you must give me an explanation today. Qin Feng can die. Countless members of the Qin clan have died fighting for the great Xia kingdom. But if Qin Feng has indeed colluded with your Li clan and the myriad clans, I will make your Li family pay with your lives. Chapter 70, the true strength lies in this SS-ranked blood spirit blade, not you. Li Changhai's face twisted in anger. He suddenly raised his head and roared at the crowd around him, I swear on the name of my family. No one from the Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. It's all that scoundrel Lu Hong, slandering us with lies. Lu Hong heard this, and a cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. His voice was icy, you don't want to speak? Is that right? Then I'll pry your mouth open. Boom! Lu Hong suddenly swung his hand, and the heavens and earth changed color. 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, directly targeting Li Changhai. The flames sliced through the sky, scorching the surrounding air until it twisted and warped. Li Changhai glared angrily. You slander my Li family, and now you dare to lay a hand on me? You're truly arrogant and ignorant of your own mortality. Mo Jianjun and the others were about to intervene. Qin Honggang stepped forward, swept his sleeves, and a thick black light barrier suddenly descended. Enveloping Lu Hong and Li Changhai within, it severed their connection with the outside world. Everyone, stay where you are. This matter must be resolved today. Is it Qin Feng colluding with the Li family and the 10,000 clans? Or is Lu Hong framing Qin Feng and slandering the Li family? This matter must be settled once and for all. The death of Qin Feng must be accounted for. Qin Honggang's voice was as cold as ice, each word striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. The hall fell into complete silence. Everyone froze, their gaze fixed on the center shrouded in darkness. Li Changhai's eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had already clenched a blood-red broadsword in his hand, its blade surging with a colossal surge of vital energy, as if it could devour everything in its path. Lu Hong, you truly don't know your place. You dare to slander the Li family and now challenge our family's authority. Do you really think that without a 9th-rank martial artist, the Li family is nothing but a soft target to be toyed with? Let me tell you, you've picked the wrong person. Li Changhai's blood-red greatsword trembled violently, erupting with a deafening roar. In an instant, the sword bizarrely expanded, transforming into a colossal 3-meter-tall entity. The blade surged with surging chi and blood energy, like raging rivers, sending shivers down the spine. Li Changhai's body erupted into a blood-red afterimage, and the blood-red greatsword swung down toward Lu Hong's crown. Boom! The terrifying force seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space apart. A purple flash streaked across the sky. Lu Hong narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Had it not been for Lu Hong's speed, he would have surely perished under that blade. Instead of retreating, Lu Hong charged forward like a leopard, straight toward Li Changhai. The hellfire staff in his hands was now enveloped in endless flames. The flames danced wildly, glowing bright red, as if capable of incinerating everything in their path. Li Changhai's body spun violently, and the blood-red greatsword in his hand once again swung down toward Lu Hong's forehead. A white breeze swept past Lu Hong. Lu Hong twisted his body and dodged Li Changhai's attack in an extremely bizarre manner. The next moment, the hellfire staff in Lu Hong's hands, carrying destructive force, crashed violently into Li Changhai's chest. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Surprisingly, Li Changhai stood firm like a rock. It was as if Lu Hong's staff had never even touched him. His chest was torn open, revealing a black soft armor beneath. Li Changhai laughed up at the sky. Though all the 9th-rank martial artists of the Li family have perished. But the Li family's foundations are not something a mere upstart like you can shake. I possess no fewer than 10 pieces of SS-grade armor. I don't believe you can break through my defense. Lu Hong heard this and curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, gripping his staff even tighter. Foundation? Are these few pieces of equipment the entirety of your Li family's foundation? If that's not enough, I'll lend you a few more. Li Changhai roared furiously, you're truly ignorant of your place. Die. Blood spirit blade. Gather. Suddenly, the blood-red great sword in Li Changhai's hand began to transform. The once towering blade swiftly contracted until it returned to its normal size, emitting a faint crimson glow. However, the energy contained within the blade was now far more terrifying than before. Even those watching the battle nearby could feel the blade's power, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Lu Hong also realized the extraordinary nature of the blade. He vanished from his original position once more, leaving only a lingering afterimage. Li Changhai remained unfazed and confronted Lu Hong head-on. Bang! The hellfire staff and the blood spirit blade collided violently in mid-air, unleashing a torrent of chi and blood energy that raged like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Both were forced back several steps by the force, barely managing to steady themselves. Lu Hong's brows furrowed tightly as he stared intently at the hellfire staff in his hand. A startling gash was clearly visible on the staff, nearly splitting it in two. If it were to endure another such blow, the hellfire staff would surely be severed. Li Changhai burst into laughter, his voice filled with pride and triumph. Do you know what true power means? This blade is an SS-ranked divine weapon, the Blood Spirit Blade. Its rarity is unmatched within the Great Xia Empire. This sword belongs to the Li family. Lu Hong, you dare to slander the Li family's good name. Even if Lu Jingyan were here today, he couldn't save you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was stunned into silence, their eyes fixated on the sword in Li Changhai's hand. An SS-class weapon. The Li family actually possesses an SS-class weapon. What is so special about an SS-class weapon? The Great Xia Kingdom has plenty of SS-class equipment. You don't know what you're talking about. SS-class equipment and SS-class weapons are fundamentally different. SS-class equipment can only slightly enhance one's own abilities. However, SS-class weapons are lethal tools that can multiply a warrior's killing power by several times. The Great Xia Kingdom possesses at least hundreds, if not thousands, of SS-class equipment. However, there are fewer than 10 SS-class weapons in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Possessing a single SS-grade weapon is equivalent to increasing one's strength by tenfold or more. The Li family truly lives up to its reputation as an old established noble family of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if all 9th tier martial artists were to perish, they would still be better off than a starving camel. SS class divine weapons? Lu Hong wouldn't stand a chance against them. Lu Hong is no match for Li Changhai. He certainly can't stand up to an SS ranked weapon. He dares to challenge the Li family? What a miscalculation. But even if Li Changhai wins, how can we prove whether Lu Hong is telling the truth or not? Are we supposed to judge truth based solely on strength? You're still too young. Let me ask you this, would the Qin family really dare to kill Lu Jinyan's son in broad daylight? And furthermore, would the Qin family dare to bring people and wipe out the entire Li family? But now the Qin family has lost someone. All they want is an explanation. No one cares whether Lu Hong is telling the truth or not. Everyone just wants an answer. Yes. Everyone knows deep down that between Lu Hong and Li Changhai, whoever loses will become the explanation. It's clear that Lu Hong is going to be the one to take the blame. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, but he then raised the Hellfire staff before his chest and spoke with his head held high. This is the first time I've seen an SS-ranked weapon. I must admit, it's powerful. However, it is this SS-ranked Blood Spirit Blade that is powerful, not you. I was able to kill Li Hongda and an 8th tier Golden Monkey with my 6th tier Martial Artist cultivation. Why can't I kill you at the 7th tier Martial Artist realm? Do you really think I'm holding back? Chapter 71, Fusion of Talents. Li Changhai snorted coldly, don't boast with empty words, let's see your true skills. With that, Li Changhai flickered his wrist. The Blood Spirit Blade instantly transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, enveloped in a heart-stopping surge of vital energy, and once again charged toward Lu Hong. It seemed as though the very air had been torn apart by the Blood Spirit Blade. Lu Hong's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he coldly replied, the same old trick? That's not enough to impress me now. 9 fiery dragons swirled in the sky. In the next instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and purple lightning bolts danced wildly among the clouds. One of the fire dragons seemed to sense a call, soaring into the air and plunging directly into the churning purple thunderstorm. The two collided, erupting in a deafening roar. A colossal dragon, its entire body shrouded in purple flames, emerged from the void with the power to shatter the heavens and earth. It stood proudly in the void, gazing down upon all beings with an air of unyielding authority. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the sky above them shifted once more. A massive tornado roared down from the clouds. Another fire dragon, moving faster than the speed of sound, plunged headfirst into the heart of the raging tornado. As the tornado gradually dissipated, a massive dragon shrouded in pure white flames emerged gracefully, its body enveloped in a sacred glow, echoing the purple flame dragon in the distance. One purple, one white, the two fire dragons resembled ancient deities descending from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying power that shook the very souls of all who witnessed it. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left speechless, their astonishment evident on their faces. What is that? What are those purple and white dragons? It's the fusion talent. A martial artist who has awakened multiple talents can only attempt to fuse them and release power beyond limits if they have mastered the use of their talents to perfection. Lu Hong has actually managed to achieve this. The talents Lu Hong has awakened are double SSS rank. No! He has awakened 3 SSS rank talents. He has perfectly integrated the lightning and wind attributes into the fire dragon. Now, the power contained within these 2 fire dragons is far beyond what an 8th tier martial artist can withstand. Whispers echoed through the crowd, yet they could not mask the awe and reverence in everyone's hearts. Even Qin Honggang, standing nearby, couldn't help but furrow his brows. The talent power Lu Hong had displayed was terrifyingly strong. Even if Lu Hong killed Qin Feng and the entire Li family, the Great Xia Kingdom would spare no expense to protect him. Because Lu Hong's future is limitless. One day, when Lu Hong grows stronger, he might even surpass the current 4 great war gods. A warrior with Lu Hong's talent might just give the Great Xia Kingdom a chance to drive the 10,000 tribes back to their own lands. After witnessing Lu Hong's fusion talent, Li Changhai's body stiffened, and a resolute expression flashed in his eyes. He knew that today, it was either you die or I die. Between him and Lu Hong, one of them must die. He had no way out. With a thunderous roar, the blood spirit blade in his hand hummed, unleashing an unprecedented terrifying surge of blood energy, like a raging sea, sweeping toward Lu Hong. However, the blood spirit blade seemed to have lost its power. The purple flame dragon and white flame dragon instantly devoured the blood spirit blade's power. The dragons roared, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth, charging straight toward Li Changhai. Li Changhai's face twisted into a hideous grimace as his defensive gear activated instantly. Dozens of beams of light intertwined to form an impenetrable protective net, tightly enveloping him. No wonder he's the head of the Li family, he possesses so many defensive artifacts. Among them are even S-rank and SS-rank defensive gear. With so many defensive gear pieces, even a full power attack from a 9th tier martial artist would likely be unable to break through. Lu Hong's 2 fire dragons would also struggle to penetrate such a formidable defense. Lu Hong's strength is beyond ordinary comprehension. Look! Everyone's gaze focused on the center of the battlefield, the tension reaching its peak. Boom! The two massive dragons tore through Li Changhai's meticulously arranged defensive network like a divine punishment. Terrifying surges of vital energy erupted, triggering whirlwinds that swept the area and sent dust swirling into the sky. All of Li Changhai's defensive gear shattered in an instant. Li Changhai, once the mighty patriarch of the Li family, now lay on the ground like a defeated dog, utterly defeated and unable to move. Bang! Li Changhai saw a dark figure rushing toward him. The next moment, Lu Hong's foot landed heavily on his face. Li family patriarch, I'll ask you again. Do you know whether Li Hongda has colluded with the 10,000 clans? Li Changhai clenched his teeth in anger. As the head of the Li family, he had never endured such humiliation before, being trampled underfoot by a junior. He shouted angrily, the Li family has never colluded with the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong's gaze grew even colder, his voice as icy as a knife. It seems, Li family head, you still refuse to tell the truth. Since that is the case, let me help you. Put. Blood spattered everywhere. Li Changhai's arm fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Ah! Li Changhai let out a heart-wrenching scream. Li family head, you have 4 more chances. Lu Hong's voice was devoid of any emotion. Does your Li family have any connection with the 10,000 clans? Li Changhai's face turned pale, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. This Lu Hong is truly willing to kill. 4 more chances? Could it be that there's still that place? Endless fear engulfed him like an abyss. He no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Put. Another agonizing scream echoed through the air. Li Changhai's other arm followed suit, and blood spattered once more, staining Lu Hong's robe red. Not saying a word? You still have 3 chances. Lu Hong's voice remained calm, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Li Changhai finally broke down, drenched in sweat, his voice trembling as he said, yes. Li Hongda and Qin Feng had already made plans to eliminate you. To help Qin Feng secure the top ranking in the Wu University evaluation. They used Qin Feng's Black Dragon order to allow an 8th-tier golden monkey to enter the arena. As long as they can successfully kill you, my Li family can avenge the murder of my family by you. However, the mastermind behind all this is not my Li family, but... Put. Before he could finish, the ground was instantly drenched in a shocking pool of blood. A gruesome gash opened on Li Changhai's neck. His figure slowly collapsed before the stunned gazes of the crowd. Everyone turned to look, only to see one of the 4 great war gods, Yuan Kai, appear silently like a ghost. Yuan Kai looked calm, gently wiping the sharp blade in his hand, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a trivial interlude. Now that the truth is clear, the Li family no longer has a reason to exist. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Dead silence fell over the scene. Mo Jianjun glared at Yuan Kai, his face darkening. Qin Honggang sneered disdainfully, Yuan Kai, the person behind the scenes that the Li family patriarch mentioned is none other than your Yuan family, isn't it? Chapter 72, The Great Xia Decree. Yuan Kai gripped his great sword tightly, with blue lightning energy swirling around him. Every thread of it exuded an overwhelming pressure that made one's heart race, as if even the air trembled under his might. Lu Hong saw this and furrowed his brows. At that moment, the power emanating from Yuan Kai made him feel utterly powerless to match him. Yuan Kai's voice was as cold as ice. The mastermind behind this? I will certainly uncover them. However, Lu Hong, you must come with me. We need to conduct further investigations. Yuan Kai flickered his fingertips, and a dazzling blue lightning instantly wove into a net, binding Lu Hong tightly, leaving him unable to move. No matter how hard Lu Hong struggled, it was all in vain. The gap between the two was simply too great. Qin Honggang witnessed the scene but did not intervene. Instead, he curved his lips into a playful smile, watching the unfolding events with interest. Li Changhai was already dead, which served as an explanation to the Qin family. However, since it was Lu Hong who had killed Qin Feng, if he were taken away by the Yuan family, he would certainly not fare well. Qin Honggang was more than happy to see this. However, Mo Jianjun couldn't stand idly by. His voice was low and stern. Yuan Kai, Lu Hong is a student of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. You have no right to take him away. Yuan Kai sneered at Mo Jianjun, his disdain evident. Among the 4 war gods, your strength is the weakest. If it weren't for Mo Lao, could you even be mentioned in the same breath as us? You want to stop me? You don't deserve it. At these words, Mo Jianjun's face turned ashen. After all, he was one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. To be so openly disrespected by Yuan Kai in front of so many people. What was the difference between this and being publicly humiliated? Mo Jianjun roared, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to take Lu Hong away today. Yuan Kai's lightning grew even more ferocious, as if the heavens themselves were trembling. Today, I must take Lu Hong with me. You, Mo Jianjun, don't have the ability to stop me. Do you want to try? Then come. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Mo Lao stepped forward and interrupted the tense standoff between the two. A powerful surge of vital energy spread throughout the area, matching Yuan Kai's in intensity. Mo Lao's voice was steady and authoritative. Stop. Yuan Kai, you may leave. Lu Hong is a student of North War Martial Arts University. and I am now the principal of North War Martial Arts University. This matter ends here. I will personally escort him back to school. A resolute gleam flashed in Yuan Kai's eyes as he replied in a low voice, Mo Lao. It's not that I'm refusing to give you face. But the matter is not yet resolved. The 10,000 clans have already infiltrated. Whether the Li family is colluding with the 10,000 clans must be investigated further through him. On the battlefield against the 10,000 clans, my Yuan family is responsible for intelligence gathering and analysis. Today, Lu Hong must come with us. Mo Lao paused for a moment, saying nothing. If the Li family is indeed colluding with the 10,000 clans and there are others behind the scenes, the situation is indeed very serious. The 10,000 clans have already infiltrated the aristocratic families of the Great Xia Kingdom. This will shake the very foundations of the Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, the 4 great war gods each have their own roles on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. The Qin family, with unmatched strength, stands firm like a rock, primarily responsible for combat on the front lines, serving as a sturdy barrier against the 10,000 clans' invasion. The Yuan family, with deep roots in the Great Xia Kingdom, is primarily responsible for collecting and organizing intelligence on the 10,000 clans battlefield, providing crucial support for strategic decision-making. Lu Xinyan, as the newly appointed war god, possesses unique strategic vision and extraordinary leadership skills. He is primarily responsible for providing support on the multiverse battlefield, and his Yan army serves as the support unit. The Mo family acts as the steadfast backbone behind the battlefield, quietly shouldering the heavy responsibility of logistics and supply. According to conventional wisdom, the Li family is colluding with the 10,000 clans on the battlefield. The Yuan family indeed holds all the authority for investigation and interrogation. No one can interfere. However, Mo Lao knows. If Lu Hong is taken away by Yuan Kai, he is likely to face a grim fate. Mo Lao's gaze was as piercing as a torch, fixated on Yuan Kai, his eyes radiating boundless authority. What? How long has it been since I stepped down from the higher ranks? Does my word no longer hold any weight? Do you really think you can disregard me? Yuan Kai hesitated for a moment before finally pulling out a golden token from his robe and slowly displaying it before everyone. I had thought that Lu Xinyan would intervene here, so I would have produced this Great Xia token. But I'm sorry, Mo Lao. You've already stepped down from the higher ranks of the Great Xia. You shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the battlefield of the 10,000 clans anymore. Taking Lu Hong away was not my decision, it was the order of the Daxia High Command. I am not trying to make things difficult for Lu Hong, it is the Daxia High Command who wishes to see him. I am merely following orders. Don't make this difficult for me. The moment everyone saw the Great Xia token, the area fell into complete silence, followed by a series of gasps. The Great Xia Edict. Yuan Kai actually has the Great Xia Edict. All warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom must unconditionally obey the Great Xia Commander. This is an unchanging rule that has stood for 10,000 years. Is this the will of the Daxia Kingdom's high-ranking officials? Why do they want to see Lu Hong? Lu Hong's talent is unparalleled in history, there has never been anyone like him before or after. Of course the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom would take him seriously. Let us hope it's just taking him seriously and nothing more. Lu Hong was confused and asked Mo Qilin beside him, what exactly is the Great Xia Order? Mo Qilin explains solemnly, the Great Xia Edict is the supreme edict of the Great Xia Kingdom. It is only issued when more than half of the country's high-ranking officials agree. Every time the Great Summer Decree is issued, the higher-ups will immediately revoke it. Upon seeing the Great Xia Order, all martial artists must unconditionally obey its commands. Anyone who dares to disobey the Great Xia Order's orders is considered an enemy of the entire Great Xia Empire. Even my grandfather, when faced with the Great Xia Decree, has no way to resist. Mo Lao's expression darkened. He knew that Lu Hong was beyond his control. No one could defy the Great Xia Order. Not even the entire Mo family could do so. He had previously been forced to withdraw from the upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire for some special reasons. But he still knew that the authority of the Great Xia Edict remained unmatched. Mo Lao took a deep breath and turned to Mo Jianjun beside him, ordering, inform Lu Xinyan. Yuan Kai waved his hand, and lightning energy erupted, transforming into a massive blue dragon that tightly wrapped around Lu Hong. Thank you, Mo Lao. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Yuan Kai soared into the sky, carrying Lu Hong, and sped off in an unknown direction. No one dared to step forward to block them. Lu Hong was tightly bound by the lightning energy, feeling an unprecedented sense of unease and fear welling up within him. The book of prophecy on his chest trembled violently, as if foretelling an impending crisis, but he was powerless to retrieve it. Where are you taking me? Lu Hong forced himself to remain calm and coldly demanded an answer from Yuan Kaitan. Yuan Kaitan's voice carried a hint of cruelty, you'll find out soon enough. If it weren't for them wanting to see you, you'd already be accompanying Li Chanhai on the path to the underworld. Chapter 73, Depart now. Let the Li family not see tomorrow's sun. Lu Hong's brows furrowed deeply, and worry shrouded his heart. He strained every muscle, trying to break free from the lightning like net binding him. But in the face of Yu Wenjin's power, all his efforts seemed futile. Before long, Yuan Kai brought Lu Hong to a Yuan family outpost. The Yuan family's banner fluttered high in the blue sky. The two entered a secret room. Only Yuan Kai and Lu Hong were present, and the atmosphere was tense. 9 massive screens were prominently displayed on the walls, catching the eye immediately. ZZZ. 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 As a faint hum of electricity filled the air, the screens began to activate one by one. Instantly, 8 of the screens lit up simultaneously. The only screen that remained black was where Mo Lao had been standing earlier. Suddenly, an elderly man in his middle years slowly spoke on the screen. "Are you Lu Hong?" "I am. You have awakened 3 SSS rank talents?" "Yes." "Excellent. The Great Xia Kingdom hasn't seen a martial artist with such talent in a long time. Young man, the future is yours. But remember, true masters aren't just about raw power, they must also learn to control their emotions. You're too impatient, you need to work on your temper." Lu Hong sensed that the old man didn't seem to be scolding him. Instead, he seemed to have a hint of admiration for the fact that he had awakened 3 SSS rank talents. Is this the special treatment that comes with demonstrating one's innate abilities? Lu Hong took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Yes. I understand." The old man on the screen changed the subject abruptly, his expression growing serious as he asked, "You said the Li family and the 10,000 clans are colluding? Do you have concrete evidence?" Lu Hong replied, "During the Wu Di evaluation, Li Hongda of the Li family and the Golden Monkey of the 10,000 clans teamed up to try to kill me. This was no coincidence, there must be something fishy going on. The Li family must be colluding with the 10,000 clans. There is also Mo Qilin present as a witness." The old man pressed further, "Is there any other concrete evidence?" Lu Hong shook his head, "None." Upon hearing this, the room fell into complete silence, the atmosphere growing tense. After a moment, the elderly man at the center spoke in a solemn voice, "Yuan Kai, hand over your Great Xia order to Lu Hong." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai's face was filled with shock and reluctance. "What? Elder Xia? You want me to hand over the Great Xia seal to Lu Hong?" The Great Xia seal had only been in his possession for a short time, and now he was being forced to hand it over? And to Lu Hong? Lu Hong, the man he wanted dead? Yuan Kai's heart was filled with resentment. This shouldn't be happening. Whether Lu Hong has colluded with the 10,000 clans or not, his actions deserve punishment. Why are all these people protecting him? How could they possibly entrust the Great Xia order to him? Yuan Kai refused to accept it. However, faced with Xia Lao's decision, Yuan Kai, despite his unwillingness, could only reluctantly comply and handed the Great Xia seal to Lu Hong. Lu Hong took the heavy Great Xia order, and a warm, soothing energy flowed out from the token. It felt as though it were alive, nourishing his blood and qi, causing an unprecedented surge of power to course through his body. The voice of the Xia elder rang out once more, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. "The hatred between the Great Xia and the myriad clans has spanned centuries. The blood debt is too great to be forgiven. If anyone dares to collude with foreign enemies and betray the Great Xia, they shall be executed without mercy. Lu Hong, I speak on behalf of the Great Xia Kingdom and choose to trust you. However, trust must be proven through actions. I am now giving you an opportunity to take the Great Xia Edict and go to the Li family to gather evidence of their collusion with the myriad tribes. If you can find it and prove your innocence, you will receive the full support of the Great Xia Kingdom for your cultivation." Lu Hong immediately nodded and said, "All right, no problem. I will find the evidence." The old man of the Xia clan nodded satisfactorily and waved his hand, signaling, "Lu Hong, you may go now. You are free to leave. We will contact you when the time comes." Lu Hong never imagined that he could leave so easily. Not only was he leaving, but he had also obtained a Great Xia order that could make all martial artists obey without question. The way Yuan Kai had brought him here with such an intimidating aura was completely different from now. Although Lu Hong was somewhat surprised, he did not hesitate, turned around resolutely, and left in long strides. Yuan Kai watched Lu Hong's departing figure, his heart filled with resentment. Just let Lu Hong go like that? He is just like Li Changhai, one of the suspects accused of colluding with the 10,000 clans. Xia Lao suddenly turned his cold gaze toward Yuan Kai, speaking with authority. "Yuan Kai. Do you know why? Because Lu Hong's talent is a once-in-a-century miracle for the Great Xia Kingdom. 3 SSS tier talents. Such potential, once fully developed, will become the pillar that supports the Great Xia Kingdom. Sending him to investigate the Li family personally was to show him the fairness and trust of the Great Xia Kingdom, to make him feel a sense of belonging. Of course, if Lu Hong is colluding with the 10,000 clans, I will personally send someone to kill him." Before Yuan Kai could speak, Xia Lao roared angrily, "Yuan Kai, tell me. Does your Yuan family have any collusion with the 10,000 clans?" Yuan Kai was so terrified by the loud shout that his face turned ashen, and he immediately denied it vehemently. "Of course not." Xia Lao pressed further, "Then tell me, if the Li family is colluding with the 10,000 clans, who is the mastermind behind it?" Yuan Kai furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I don't know. I'll investigate." Old Xia paused, then coldly said, "Don't bother investigating. I'll have others handle it. Stay put at the camp for the next few days. Don't go anywhere. I need you to be available at a moment's notice. Yuan Kai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but he forced himself to remain calm and replied, yes. After that, Yuan Kai turned and left, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Since none of you are willing to act, I'll handle it myself. Once Yuan Kai had left, several elderly men began to discuss the matter among themselves. Mr. Xia, you just believe Lu Hong like that? What else can I do if I don't trust him? Should we just openly express our doubts about him? Make Lu Hong resent us, resent the great Xia? He has awakened 3 SSS rank talents. The future of the great Xia Empire must have a place for him. He must belong to the great Xia Empire. But Lu Hong had only awakened 1 S rank talent before. In just a few months, he has become 3 SSS rank talents. Such an odd occurrence, shouldn't we inquire further? No need. We who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, who among us hasn't had a bit of serendipity? Have we all made them public? As long as a martial artist has contributed to the nation, their secrets should remain buried deep within their hearts. Master Xia, do you still suspect the Yuan clan of colluding with the 10,000 clans? Yes. Recently, the 10,000 clans have suffered consecutive defeats on the battlefield, and the warriors of the great Xia have suffered heavy casualties. Ordinary noble families couldn't achieve this. I will dispatch a shadow to thoroughly investigate the Yuan clan. Shadow, are we moving out? At the same time, Lu Hong, holding the Great Xia Edict, strode confidently out of the Yuan family's headquarters. Before long, his figure reappeared at the Yan army's headquarters. Inside the camp, everyone was astonished to see Lu Hong return unharmed, and they couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Young General Lu? How did you return? Quick, go report to the general. The young general has returned safely. Otherwise, the general might personally lead an attack on the Yuan family. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xinyan rushed back to the camp with a heart pounding in his chest. His gaze was intense as he scrutinized Lu Hong from head to toe, his face filled with confusion. How could you possibly return unharmed from Yuan Kai's hands? Did Yuan Kai not cause you any trouble? What happened? Lu Hong recounted everything that had happened earlier in detail. After listening, Lu Xinyan's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He immediately ordered Wang Hu, who was standing nearby. Wang Hu, take your team and follow Lu Hong to the Li family. Wang Hu saluted and replied, yes. Lu Xinyan then spoke, the situation on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans is urgent. I returned here temporarily for your sake, but now I must return immediately. Do you know what it means to have obtained the Great Xia Edict? It means that everyone recognizes you. With the Great Xia Edict in your possession, no one dare harm you. I must go. Lu Xinyan and a portion of the Yan army vanished once more into the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. At the same time, Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and ordered Wang Hu, depart immediately. Let the Li family not see tomorrow's sun. Chapter 74, I don't kill the innocent. But you're not innocent at all. Innocent? Hum. A deafening roar echoed before the Li family's gates. Several helicopters sliced through the sky, landing steadily in front of the Li family's half-mountain villa. The Li family villa was built against the mountain, covering nearly 30 acres. With every brick and tile exuding the family's prestige and extraordinary status. A young man from the Li family rushed out, his expression stern and his voice tinged with caution. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared at the gates of the Li family? Wang Hu stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell. The Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. We have come here to investigate. The young man glared angrily. Nonsense. The Li family colluding with the 10,000 clans? How could that be possible? Who are you really? Slandering the Li family, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Hong slowly stepped down from the helicopter and approached the crowd, speaking calmly. The Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans, that is a fact. Their crime deserves execution. The young man shouted angrily. The Li family isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Get out of the way. Wang Hu and the others immediately stepped forward and easily subdued the young man. Just as the group was about to force their way in, the gates of the Li family estate slowly opened. A stunningly beautiful woman led the Li family members out one by one. Li Qin, the eldest daughter of the Li family, exuded an air of unyielding authority. What are you doing here? This is the Li family estate. This isn't a place for you to cause trouble. Upon seeing Li Qin, the young man hurriedly shouted, Miss Li. These people are slandering the Li family for colluding with the 10,000 clans. They're trying to force their way in. Li Qin's gaze swept over Lu Hong and the others, her brows furrowing. The Yan army of Lu Xinyan? Are you Lu Hong? I am Lu Hong. At these words, the Li family members were filled with rage. Lu Hong, you killed 2 of our Li family's prodigies and dared to come here to provoke us? Do you really think the Li family has no one left? Our family head is currently on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, participating in the National Martial Arts Evaluation. You dare to bring the Yan army and take advantage of this opportunity. What are your true intentions? Lu Hong, you've miscalculated. Even if the clan leader is absent, the Li family is not something you few can easily control. Even if you're the son of Liu Ruyan, you'll stay in the Li family today. The 8th rank martial artists of the Li family are far more numerous than you could ever imagine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 8th rank martial artists appeared at the front. Their bodies erupted with intense chi and blood energy, as if they were about to ignite the air. The atmosphere tensed to its absolute limit. Ding! Divine tier choice system triggered. Option 1, leave the Li family, act on opportunity, and secretly gather evidence of the Li family's collusion with the 10,000 clans. Reward, 7 tier swallowing earth rat inner, 10 pieces. Option 2, raise the Great Xia banner to intimidate the Li family, use your authority to suppress them, and find evidence of their collusion with the 10,000 clans. Reward, a rank talent, Moonlight Blade. Option 3, the Li family and the host have deep-seated enmity. Use overwhelming force to suppress the Li family and find evidence of their collusion with the 10,000 clans. Reward, upgrade the S-rank Hellfire Staff to SS rank. Wang and the others were merely 6th tier martial artists. Facing the overwhelming pressure of an 8th tier martial artist, they were immediately locked in place and unable to move. They were frantic with anxiety and turned to look at Liu Hong. Young general, why haven't you produced the Great Xia Edict yet? There are so many 8th rank martial artists we can't possibly stand against them. Hurry up and bring it out. We have the Great Xia order, who dares to defy it? However, Liu Hong remained standing in place, motionless. The Li family members, seeing this, mistakenly believed it was the result of their own strongman's intimidation. Li Qin curled the corners of her mouth into a cold smile. Liu Hong. Out of respect for your father, Liu Ruyan, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, the 8th rank martial artists of the Li family won't hold back. If you wait for the family head to return, you will surely meet your end. Liu Hong heard this and looked puzzled. It seems you don't know yet? I didn't just kill 2 of your Li family's prodigies. Your Li family's 8th rank martial artist, Li Hongda, also died by my hand. Oh, and by the way, your family head, Li Changhai, though I didn't kill him, he's also dead. Li Qina's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she took a step back in disbelief. What did you say? The family head? The family head. Liu Hong's eyes narrowed sharply. Now, I suspect the Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. I've been sent here to investigate. Li Qin roared. How could the family head be dead? You're just making things up. What right do you have to investigate the Li family? You're not worthy. Liu Hong furrowed his brows and coldly said, enough with the nonsense. This is a hassle. I'll kill you all and investigate later. Boom! 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, roaring with such ferocity that the flames engulfed the heavens, scorching the surrounding air until it twisted and warped. Liu Hong held nothing back, unleashing his full power from the very start. Above the sky, purple thunderclouds rolled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a tornado ripped through the sky, tearing apart space. 2 colossal dragons emerged from within. The purple flame dragon and the white flame dragon now towered above the crowd, emanating a power that sent shivers down their spines. Facing this scene, the 5 8th rank martial artists of the Li family not only did not retreat but charged forward with even greater ferocity. However, their strength, in the face of Liu Hong's fusion talent, was like an ant trying to shake a tree, instantly shattered. Boom! A massive force swept across the area. In the first exchange alone, 2 8th rank martial artists fell beneath the fiery dragon. The fire dragon's momentum unabated, it continued its rampage. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 more lifeless bodies lay on the ground. Only the last 8th rank martial artist remained, standing frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This Liu Hong, despite being only a 7th rank martial artist, was emanating an overwhelming aura of vital energy. How could he unleash such overwhelming power? It's simply unbelievable. In the split second he was distracted, the fire dragon instantly engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Li Qin witnessed the scene, her heart trembling, her lips tightly clenched. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Li family's century-old legacy, was it truly about to be destroyed in an instant? All the 8th rank martial artists of the Li family were now so easily defeated. To persist any further would be nothing but a futile sacrifice. Li Qin suppressed her grief and shouted resolutely, Liu Hong, stop. The Li family admits defeat. Whatever conditions you demand, just name them. As long as the Li family can fulfill them, we will do so without hesitation. However, the Li family will never have any ties with the 10,000 clans. This label is one the Li family cannot bear, nor will we ever wear. All the 9th rank martial artists of the Li family. Liu Hong immediately interrupted, enough. I know. It's just that your Li family sacrificed 9-tier martial artists for the Great Xia Kingdom, isn't it? You're practically begging the whole world to know. I didn't come here today to kill innocent people indiscriminately. I came here to investigate whether your Li family has any connections with the 10,000 clans. Since you still know when to give in. Wang Hu. Bind the remaining members of the Li family. Do not interfere with our investigation. Wang Hu immediately stepped forward and replied, yes. Li Qin's voice trembled slightly. Liu Hong, there's no need to bind us, is there? We've accepted our fate today. Take whatever you want from the Li family. I, Li Qin, swear here that as long as you spare our lives and ensure the safety of the Li family, we will never be your enemies again. Lu Hong scratched his ear, ignoring her pleas. I said we're tying you up, did you not hear me? The Li family members were cowed by Lu Hong's imposing presence and fell silent, no one daring to utter a word in response. Wang Hu quickly obeyed the order, leading a group of soldiers with the character Yen on their uniforms, and bound the Li family members together. After a long time, over 100 members of the Li family were all bound and gagged, gathered in the center of the Li family square. Lu Hong's eyes were as sharp as knives as he coldly declared, once they're all tied up, kill them all. Wang Hu? What? No. You just said you wouldn't kill innocent people. Why are you killing them now? Lu Hong coldly replied, I don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. But your Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. You're not innocent at all. Chapter 75. Do you want revenge? At that moment, the Li family members were tightly bound by ropes, their bodies in disarray, but their mouths erupted with furious roars. Lu Hong. The Li family is a loyal servant of the Great Xia Kingdom. We have shed blood for the Great Xia Kingdom. If you dare to kill us, the Great Xia Kingdom will never spare you. If you dare to exterminate the entire Li family today, the Great Xia Kingdom will certainly launch a manhunt against you tomorrow. Not only you, but the entire Yanzi army will be annihilated. Do you really not care about the Yanzi army? Every martial artist in the Great Xia Kingdom could drown you all with their spit. The Li family has absolutely no collusion with the 10,000 clans. It is you who have killed so many warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. You are the true traitor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong sneered, I killed you for the good of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your Li family colluded with the 10,000 clans, leaked the Great Xia Kingdom's secrets, and slaughtered Great Xia warriors. Now that you're dead, none of this will happen again. This is how I contribute to the Great Xia Kingdom. Your family's deeds will serve as a warning to others. Colluding with the 10,000 clans leads only to death. Boom! The sky suddenly changed, and 9 fiery dragons soared into the air, circling above the heads of the Li family members. The intense flames illuminated the terrified and despairing faces below. With a deafening roar, the fire dragons charged down like enraged sea monsters, carrying the destructive force of a tidal wave, crashing down upon the Li family members. No, don't. Lu Hong, you will not die a good death. I'll haunt you even in death. Desperate screams mingled with the flames. The voices of the Li family grew fainter and fainter until they faded away completely. Only charred earth and ashes remained. Wang Hu stood frozen in place, stammering, young general. You really wiped out the Li family? Lu Hong furrowed his brows in confusion. What else could we have done? Leave them for you to kill? Wang Hu whispered, didn't old Xia say to come to the Li family to investigate whether they had colluded with the 10,000 clans? The Li family is, after all, a prominent clan in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wiping them out completely might provoke the dissatisfaction of other clans. Old Xia even gave you a Great Xia order, wasn't that meant to keep the Li family in check? There is no need to eradicate them completely. Lu Hong took out the heavy Great Xia order from his robe and said solemnly, what is there to fear? The Li family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. Exterminating them isn't normal? No other clans will dare to speak out. Besides, isn't this Great Xia edict meant to be used to intimidate other clans if they dare to speak out after the Li family is exterminated? Wang Hu's heart raced like 1,000 horses. Big brother. You're shifting all the blame onto the 10,000 clans. You haven't even found any evidence of the Li family's collusion. And is this how you're supposed to use the Great Xia seal? It's meant to intimidate the Li family. You, on the other hand, went ahead and exterminated the Li family without anyone stopping you. You're so quick to wipe out entire families. Even we warriors who've been fighting on the battlefields of the 10,000 clans for years aren't as ruthless as you. Lu Hong looked at the empty Li family villa and said indifferently, enough. It's over. Let's go. Wang Hu heard this and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Young general? We're just leaving like this? We're not going to look for the evidence? Lu Hong didn't stop walking and continued toward the door. We're not looking for it. Everyone's dead. What's the point of looking for evidence? I said they colluded with the 10,000 clans, and they colluded with the 10,000 clans. Just come back with me now. Wang Hu and the others followed closely behind, leaving the Li family compound. Wang Hu felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. However, Wang Hu was certain of one thing. Absolute loyalty is often more important than excessive doubt. Hum. Several helicopters sliced through the sky, taking off once more, growing increasingly distant until they became a faint shadow on the horizon. In the deathly silently family villa, a young girl slowly emerged from the dark, secluded room. Though her steps were light, they seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. She stared at the helicopter that had vanished from sight, her body trembling slightly. She couldn't tell if it was fear or anger. Tears welled up in her eyes. Finally, they turned into sparkling droplets and slid down her cheeks. But they were instantly replaced by a resolute expression. All around her, the once bustling Li family estate now lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland with not even a single intact body left behind. The grudge of today, I have remembered. The young girl swore silently in her heart, her eyes blazing with anger. Hatred raged like wildfire, vowing to consume everything in its path. The hatred of the annihilation of our clan is unforgivable. One day, I will make them pay 100-fold for this blood debt. Her voice was soft but unwavering, each word spoken as if forced through clenched teeth, brimming with endless resentment. I will avenge the Li family. What does it matter if they collude with the 10,000 clans? As long as I can kill Lu Hong, I am willing to pay any price. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. The young girl stood tall, turned, and entered another secret chamber. She gently stroked the jade pendant hanging around her neck. As a low incantation echoed, the jade pendant burst into a brilliant light and a clear image appeared on the walls of the secret room. It was the territory of the Wind Spirit tribe among the myriad tribes. In the vision, a Wind Spirit tribe member saw the young girl alone and spoke with disdain. Where are the rest of the Li family? Why are you here alone, you little brat? The Li family has been annihilated. The girl's voice trembled with grief, yet her resolve remained unwavering. I need your help to avenge this wrong. The Wind Spirit tribe member's expression changed abruptly. Though surprised, he was mostly indifferent. An entire clan was wiped out? What happened? The girl took a deep breath, calming herself, and spoke slowly. In the Great Xia Kingdom, a warrior named Lu Hong seems to have discovered the connection between the Li family and your tribe. He came looking for us and, acting alone, brought about the complete destruction of the Li family. Not a single member of the clan survived. The Fengling tribe members' faces darkened like ink, their voices betraying deep resentment. Since the Li family no longer exists, what value can you possibly offer alone? Our cooperation ends here. Do not contact me again. The young woman heard this, and a flash of determination crossed her eyes. She stood up abruptly, her voice firm and resolute. No. I still have value. I am willing to pay any price. I want Lu Hong's life. He is the mastermind behind the annihilation of my Li family. This grudge must be avenged, otherwise, I swear I will not live. The Fengling tribe member sneered. You? A lone survivor of the Li family? What value could you possibly have? With the Li family annihilated, you have lost all leverage in our negotiations. Remember, you are of no value to us. Do not disturb us any further. As the words fell, the projection on the wall shattered like bubbles, vanishing into nothingness. The young girl felt an unprecedented chill sweep over her. She stumbled a few steps before collapsing helplessly onto the icy ground, her eyes vacant and lost. Even the 10,000 clans have abandoned me? What value do I have left? Lu Hong. It's all Lu Hong's fault. I must avenge myself. No matter the cost. I will make Lu Hong pay with his life. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. As if only this could make her feel a shred of real pain. To remind herself that she was still alive and that the belief in revenge was what kept her going. The young girl murmured, Today, you, Lu Hong, did not kill me. It will be the biggest mistake of your life. I will become your worst nightmare until you die by my hands. Suddenly, a cold, familiar voice echoed in the girl's ears, as piercing as ice. Do you want revenge? Chapter 76, A family should always be together. She turned in shock, only to see the figure that filled her with both fear and deep hatred. Lu Hong. I clearly saw all the helicopters leave before I came out of the secret room. How did he come back? Lu Hong turned to Wang who was holding a phone beside him. Wang, have you recorded all the evidence of the Li family colluding with the 10,000 clans? Yes, Commander. Good. Stop recording now. Wang seemed to have figured out Lu Hong's intentions and couldn't help but speak up. Young general. The Li family has lost so many people. What about this young girl? But he stopped mid-sentence and swallowed the rest of his words. He was a member of the Yanzi army who had killed without mercy on the battlefield against the 10,000 clans. How could he show mercy to this young girl who had colluded with the 10,000 clans? He was truly despicable. I'm a member of the Yan army. Lu Hong nodded. You're right, Wang. That's exactly what I was thinking. So many people from the Li family are dead. Let's kill this little girl as well. A family should be wiped out completely. Wang took a deep breath, speechless. What do you mean? I was thinking the same thing. It's as if I'm the one responsible for the Li family's annihilation. It's clearly your idea. It's only been a few hours. The entire Li family, over 100 people, were all killed by you, right? A family should stay together. How could you say that? The next moment, Lu Hong waved his hand, and a surge of flames erupted like a ferocious beast, engulfing the young girl in a sea of fire. Without hesitation, Lu Hong continued his attack. 9 fiery dragons spread wildly, engulfing the entire Li family, determined to erase every trace of their existence. Since you came to wipe out the entire clan, let us make sure it's done thoroughly. Nothing must be left behind. Boom! The Li family villa was reduced to a sea of flames, its former glory and prosperity reduced to nothing in an instant. Finally, Lu Hong and Wang boarded the last helicopter, leaving behind a trail of flames and smoke, departing resolutely. Ding! Evidence of the Li family's collusion with the 10,000 clans has been successfully found. Reward, upgrade the Hellfire Staff to SS rank. Before Lu Hong had even landed, his phone received a text message. Unknown contact, come to Beijing City, number 812 Zhenyang Road to find me Xiao Lao. Lu Hong didn't hesitate, immediately taking the evidence of the Li family's collusion with the 10,000 clans, and headed to the location specified in the text message. Bang! 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 Short, sharp knocks echoed, followed by a steady voice from inside. Come in. Lu Hong pushed open the door and walked inside. He saw Xiao Lao, who had left a deep impression on him from the screen of the Wanzhua battlefield. Although Xiao Lao looked old, his hair was still black, and his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Have you found evidence of the Li family's collusion with the 10,000 clans? We have. Lu Hong handed the video he had recorded to Xiao Lao. Old Master Xia examined it briefly and nodded. The rest is none of your concern. All of the Li family's overseas forces will be dealt with by the Great Xia Kingdom. From now on, the Li family will cease to exist. Xiao Lao paused for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips. Are you satisfied with this? Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Huh? Am I satisfied? What does that mean? Lu Hong. I 1T beat around the bush. I'll be straightforward with you. You've awakened 3 SSS rank talents. Your future achievements are limitless. The annihilation of the Li family is the Great Xia Kingdom's stance toward you. We hope that in the future you will remain loyal to the Great Xia Kingdom, resist the 10,000 tribes, and restore the Great Xia Kingdom to its former glory. Lu Hong nodded and said, to repel the myriad races, I shall not hesitate. Then, Lu Hong took out the Great Xia Order and prepared to return it to the old man of the Xia clan. Lu Hong understood that the Great Xia Edict represented the supreme authority of the Great Xia Kingdom. Every time the Great Xia Edict appeared, it would be immediately retrieved by the Great Xia's high-ranking officials. Since the Li family had been annihilated, Lu Hong naturally intended to return the Great Xia Edict. However, Xiao Lao gently waved his hand, refusing to take it, and whispered, keep this Great Xia Edict. We have all decided that it should remain in your possession for now. In the future, if anyone dares to cause you trouble, simply present this token, and all crises will be resolved. You have just advanced to the 7th rank martial artist realm. However, you have not yet mastered the primal energy. You have relied solely on your innate talent to defeat numerous powerful enemies. Although your innate power is strong, you still lack much on the path of martial arts. Qin Chuan, the first on the dragon rankings, is also a 7th rank martial artist. If the two of you were to fight, you might not even be his match. Let alone the numerous 9th tier martial artists from the Yuan and Qin clans. The Great Summer Camp will ensure you grow up healthy and strong during the summer. I look forward to the day you grow up. I hope you 1T let me down. Thank you, Master Xia. I will not let you down. Lu Hong tucked the Great Xia Order into his chest, a faint smile curving his lips. The Great Xia Order? This is practically a get-out-of-jail-free card. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke me, I'll just kill them outright. I 1T have to worry about what others think anymore. If anyone dares to question my right to kill, I have the Great Xia Order. Lu Hong felt a surge of joy in his heart. If Master Xia knew what Lu Hong was thinking, he would never have given him the Great Xia Decree. Giving you the Great Xia Decree is for when someone comes to cause trouble, so you can use it to resolve conflicts. It's not a license to kill without restraint. Unfortunately, Old Master Xia had no idea what Lu Hong was thinking. After Lu Hong left, Old Master Xia sat alone on a wicker chair, closing his eyes to rest. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A deep voice echoed from the darkness, Lu Hong has too much intent to kill, he may become a great threat. This young man must not be spared. Old Master Xia remained with his eyes closed, speaking slowly, this outcome was within my expectations. Exchanging a fallen Li family for a martial artist with 3 SSS tier talents. Which deal is more advantageous? In the darkness, the voice seemed to hesitate for a moment but remained firm, even if his talent is extraordinary, he must be made to serve me. A man like Lu Hong will inevitably cause trouble. It would be better to kill him and eliminate the threat altogether. Old Master Xia burst into laughter, don't you think you're just like him? I think having Lu Hong join the shadows and being trained by you would be the best outcome. The voice in the darkness spoke again, its tone filled with disdain, join the shadows? He's still too weak. He'll die. Old Xia smiled slightly, let him grow for a while longer, and I'll send him to you. In the future, he will be the sharpest sword to protect the Great Xia dynasty. Due to the commotion caused by Lu Hong, the National Martial Arts University evaluations were concluded early. After the rewards were distributed, the various martial arts universities hurriedly left the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong also returned directly to the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Upon seeing Lu Hong, Jiang Yan asked with concern, Lu Hong, I heard about what happened this time. It was so dangerous. Are you injured? Let me take a look. Lu Hong smiled and replied, Ms. Jiang, I'm fine. Jiang Yan still couldn't help but examine him carefully, until she was certain that Lu Hong was indeed unharmed. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Then, she turned her face aside and spoke in a softer tone, by the way, how is your father? Did he mention me? A faint hint of anticipation flickered in her words. Faced with this sudden question, Lu Hong paused for a moment. This question felt harder than killing someone. He hadn't mentioned it at all. And he couldn't bring himself to say it now. Lu Jinyan. This mess, and you're making your son clean it up for you. My father is fine. He specifically asked me to convey his regards to you and express his gratitude for your kindness toward me all this time. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. In an instant, she quickly composed herself and adopted a casual expression. Oh, I see. That's good. I understand. Lu Hong secretly sighed in relief and quickly changed the subject. Ms. Zhang. I want to learn about the primordial power. Zhang Yan's expression turned serious. Alright. Follow me. Chapter 77. So this is the primordial force. Zhang Yan led Lu Hong straight to the third martial arts arena of North War Martial Arts University. Zhang Yan stood tall, emanating the vital energy of an 8th rank martial artist. Lu Hong. I heard about what happened to you on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. You single-handedly killed an 8th tier golden ape and Li Hongda, an 8th tier martial artist from the Li family. Moreover, you defeated Li Changhai, the family head of the Li clan, who is also an 8th rank martial artist. However, the gap between 8th rank martial artists is enormous. Today, I will let you experience the difference between 8th rank martial artists. Give it your all and attack me. As she finished speaking, a whirlwind suddenly erupted around Zhang Yan. Countless sharp white whirlwinds swirled upward, enveloping her entirely and vanishing from sight. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed all his chi and blood power. With a thunderous explosion, 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky. Intertwined with a purple lightning net, they clashed with the swirling white tornadoes, creating a breathtaking scene. In an instant, a purple dragon and a white dragon appeared above the training ground. The purple and white dragons gazed down with disdain, as if they were the most powerful beings in the heavens and earth. This unprecedented terrifying aura instantly filled the entire training ground. All the students and teachers of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy felt the surge of energy and stopped in their tracks, murmuring among themselves. Who is it? Who is unleashing such a terrifying aura on the training ground? It can't be one of our students. Could it be a teacher? Let's go check it out. The crowd surged forward, rushing toward the spectator seats at the third martial arts arena. When everyone saw the scene in the arena, they were all speechless. That person. It looks like Lu Hong. Lu Hong. It really is Lu Hong. It's only been a few days since we last saw him. How could Lu Hong have gained such terrifying power? And it seems like he's advanced to the 7th rank martial artist realm. Such speed is simply unimaginable. Those 2 massive dragons, one purple and one white. They're utterly devastating. Don't even mention me. Even if my mentor were here, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against those 2 dragons. Has Lu Hong's strength already reached the point where he can match an 8th rank martial artist? At that moment, Zhang Yan's voice echoed through the whirlwind. Lu Hong. Let me see your limits. Lu Hong spoke solemnly. Ms. Zhang Yan, be careful. My strength isn't as weak as you imagine. With a thunderous roar, 2 massive dragons, one purple, one white, descended like gods from the heavens, charging toward the raging whirlwind. However, the hurricane suddenly changed, accelerating and spinning wildly, transforming into an endless chain of hurricane chains. The 2 dragons were instantly bound by the hurricane chain upon contact. No matter how fiercely they roared and struggled, they couldn't break free from the invisible shackles. Lu Hong's eyes flickered with disbelief. How is this possible? His 2 dragons had been so easily subdued. He had encountered so many 8th rank martial artists. Zhang Yan was the first person who could suppress him. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, their faces betraying their shock. Lu Hong's dragons have been controlled. It's simply unbelievable. Such terrifying power, even an 8th rank martial artist couldn't withstand that. Didn't you see? The one Lu Hong was fighting wasn't an ordinary 8th rank martial artist. That's teacher Zhang Yan. Among 8th rank martial artists, who dares to claim they're a match for teacher Zhang Yan? Vice Principal Mo Tianxiong had quietly approached the crowd and spoken in a solemn tone. Lu Hong's talent is indeed extraordinary, surpassing most 8th rank martial artists. However, his opponent this time is Zhang Yan. While her talent may not surpass Lu Hong's, her primordial energy is unmatched among all 8th rank martial artists in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even I feel somewhat inadequate in comparison. Lu Hong is no match for Zhang Yan. This young man's temperament also needs some refinement. Whoosh! Just as everyone was engrossed in their discussions, another whirlwind chain, resembling a snake emerging from its den, charged toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong flickered, lightning surging beneath his feet, using his speed advantage to dodge the attack. However, Lu Hong's pride in his speed was no match for the hurricane chain. The hurricane chain silently closed in from behind Lu Hong, its speed beyond imagination. Lu Hong's pupils contracted instantly. How is this possible? The hurricane chain was actually faster than him. At that moment, Zhang Yan's voice rang out again. Lu Hong. Do you remember your battle with Yuan Xiaoxiong last time? Yuan Xiaoxiong has gained a rudimentary understanding of the primal force. He can hide within the ice mirror, leaving others powerless to act. My primal force shares a similar essence. Wherever there is wind, my hurricane chains will appear. Even the faintest breeze is enough. The wind is me. I am the wind. This entire area is my domain of wind. Feel it with your heart. This is the power of the primordial force. Lu Hong hadn't even had time to think before he was tightly bound by a hurricane chain in the next second. What terrified him even more was that the chains began greedily absorbing the vital energy from his body, as if intent on devouring all his strength. Soon, his vital energy would be depleted, leaving him unable to fight. No wonder his two dragons could be so easily controlled by the hurricane chains. At that moment, Lu Hong deeply understood the terror of the primal force. It was an existence that transcended conventional power. The crowd around him witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with astonishment, and cries of amazement echoed through the air. No wonder she's teacher Jiang Yan. She suppressed Lu Hong so easily. Although Jiang Yan is an 8th-tier martial artist, her strength ranks among the top in the nation among 8th-rank martial artists. Lu Hong has just entered the 7th rank. What does he have to fight against teacher Jiang Yan? There are still gaps between 8th-rank martial artists. Ms. Jiang Yan is at the very pinnacle of her rank. Ms. Jiang Yan is truly too strong. If only I could become her disciple. It's about time someone stepped in to discipline Lu Hong. Lu Hong felt a surge of impatience. His qi and blood were nearly depleted. If this continued, his vital energy would be depleted, leaving him no different from an ordinary person's certain defeat. Just as Lu Hong's vital energy was about to be completely depleted, the fishman heart within him awoke. A colossal surge of qi and blood erupted from his heart, instantly filling his entire body. Lu Hong calmed his emotions, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the presence of the primal energy. Wind was everywhere. Where there was wind, there were hurricane chains. This entire area had become a realm of wind. Lu Hong's consciousness seemed to be pulled by a force, piercing through layer after layer of mist until it touched the very source of the wind. White streaks of light intertwined in his mind, forming a web. Lu Hong could clearly sense this wind-attributed force fluctuating wildly. A smile curled at the corners of Lu Hong's lips. So that's how it is. This is the power of the source. Suddenly, the crowd around him erupted in a chorus of exclamations. What is that? What's happening to Lu Hong? How did he escape the hurricane chains? Where did that crimson sea of fire come from? Could it be that Lu Hong has awakened the primordial power? Chapter 78, I underestimated you after all. I lost. Mo Tianxiong, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes and looked on in disbelief. Lu Hong had actually awakened his primal power in battle. This was beyond his wildest imagination. After all, he himself had only recently entered the 7th rank warrior realm. It had taken him half a year to barely touch the threshold of the primordial power. Lu Hong had managed to comprehend the primordial power in a single battle. What kind of prodigy was this? No wonder so many people in the Great Xia Kingdom, whether it was their own Mo Lao or Xia Lao, held such high hopes for Lu Hong. Lu Hong's future achievements are limitless. Once he has fully developed his abilities, he will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even expelling the 10,000 clans is not impossible. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, Ms. Jiang Yan, you must be careful. I think I figured out what the primal force is. Now, this place is my domain of fire. With a thunderous roar, the training ground was instantly engulfed in raging flames, which surged and churned. The scorching heat engulfed everything, making it hard to breathe. The two fire dragons, which had been tightly bound by hurricane chains, suddenly broke free, their forms merging into the sea of fire, as if they had become part of the flames, vanishing without a trace. Lu Hong was surrounded by the heart-pounding power of flames. Crack! The hurricane chains that had bound him shattered one by one in the fiery inferno. Lu Hong had broken free once more. Those around him stood in silence, their expressions solemn, their hearts filled with awe beyond words. Is this Lu Hong's primordial power? This power. It's unimaginable that it could be unleashed by a 7th rank martial artist. Even an 8th rank or even a 9th rank martial artist wouldn't be able to unleash such power. Jiang Yan's figure suddenly appeared in the whirlwind, surrounded by the howling of the storm. The scorching flames around her caused a flash of astonishment to cross her eyes. She had never imagined that such earth-shattering power could erupt from within Hong's body. Her original intention was merely to let Lu Hong experience firsthand the insurmountable gap between an 8th-tier martial artist and himself. Yet she never imagined that Lu Hong would unlock his own primal power in an instant. And the strength of this power surpassed everyone's imagination. Just as Jiang Yan was stunned, two massive dragons suddenly leaped out of the fiery inferno, one purple and one white. The two dragons instantly enveloped her body, as if intent on devouring her in the endless flames. Lu Hong stood calmly behind Jiang Yan, a faint yet confident smile on his lips. Ms. Jiang Yan, you've lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan, who had seemingly been swallowed by the flames, miraculously vanished from the blazing inferno. Immediately afterward, a crisp laugh pierced through the flames, echoing across the training ground. Humph, it seems I underestimated you after all. Countless whirlwind chains flickered into existence in the air. They spread out like stars, intertwining to form a massive net that tightly bound the raging sea of flames. Under the intense pressure of the chains, the flames began to weaken gradually. Mo Tianxiong, standing nearby, glanced at the scene with a solemn expression and muttered, "Has Jiang Yan's primal power evolved to this extent? Her primal power isn't just about binding, it can also absorb the enemy's power. Such a dense whirlwind of chains might even absorb all the fire created by Lu Hong's primal energy." Jiang Yan chuckled lightly and said, "Lu Hong, primordial energy isn't as simple as you think." However, the next moment, Jiang Yan's expression froze in place. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. A hurricane chain, scorched by the flames, split into two. Crack! 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 Amidst the continuous cracking sounds, it was like the prelude to ice cracking. One after another, the hurricane chains shattered in the stunned gazes of the crowd, vanishing into nothingness. Jiang Yan's face turned pale as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Jiang Yan was well acquainted with her own primal energy. This hurricane chain could absorb an enemy's vital energy. Even a typical 9th-tier martial artist would struggle to escape its grasp. This almost impossible rupture was unfolding before her eyes. The only explanation was that the power contained within the sea of fire had surpassed the chain's limit. Jiang Yan's gaze flickered between the sea of fire and Lu Hong, her heart trembling with shock. Could it be that Lu Hong's primal power had already surpassed that of a 9th-rank martial artist? This was simply too unbelievable. In the end, Jiang Yan sighed and shook her head. "I underestimated you after all. I've lost." The moment those words left her mouth, the surrounding area erupted into chaos. Teacher Jiang Yan has lost. Who is this Lu Hong? What kind of demon is he? It's only been a short time, and even Teacher Jiang Yan isn't his match. The scene where he single-handedly took down all the students in the school is still fresh in my mind. How much time has passed? He's already able to defeat a school teacher and one as formidable as Ms. Jiang Yan. Lu Hong's talent is truly terrifying. Then, Lu Hong waved his hand, and the sea of fire vanished instantly. Lu Hong also harbored deep respect for Jiang Yan's primal power. In the moment the chains bound the flames, he clearly felt his primal energy rapidly depleting. However, it was precisely this pressure that unleashed the latent power of his own primal energy. The primal energy he had awakened was far more than just the fiery sea. Under his control, the sea of fire could surge several times over in an instant. The surging chi and blood energy broke through the limits of the hurricane chains, shattering them into pieces. Jiang Yan saw this and curved her lips into a faint smile, her eyes filled with admiration. "Lu Hong, your strength surpasses my imagination. From now on, there may be nothing left for me to teach you." Lu Hong hurriedly bowed humbly. "Master Jiang, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to grasp the essence of the power so quickly." Just as the two were talking, a sudden, piercing siren sounded in the sky above Beijing University. It echoed through the sky like an alarm, instantly shattering the campus's tranquility. This sudden noise caused everyone's hearts to race. Even Mo Tianxiong, a man of unwavering composure, wore a solemn expression and hurried toward the auditorium. The students were even more panicked, with whispers and murmurs spreading everywhere. "What's going on? Where is that siren coming from?" Once the siren sounds, all faculty and students of North War Martial Arts University must immediately head to the auditorium without question. Something crucial must have happened. "Hurry up, go to the auditorium and see what's going on." Lu Hong asked in confusion. "Ms. Jiang Yan, what's going on?" Jiang Yan's expression also grew unusually solemn. This horn has not sounded at North War Martial Arts University for many years. Once activated, it signifies an extremely grave crisis or major change is about to occur. Something extraordinary may have happened. Chapter 79, I'm sorry, I'm late. Next, all the races. Not a single one shall be spared. North War Martial Arts University, Auditorium. In an instant, all the teachers and students of the school gathered there. Upon hearing the sirens, everyone rushed over in a hurry. Mo Lao stood alone on the stage, his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression solemn, and his entire body seemed shrouded in an invisible, profound aura. Once everyone had gathered, Mo Lao spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. "Quiet. There is an extremely urgent matter to announce. In the bustling downtown area of Dongjiao City, a void portal has appeared. Countless beings from various races are emerging from this void portal. At this very moment, the people of Dongjiao City are being slaughtered by these creatures. Dongjiao City is facing an unprecedented crisis." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into chaos. What? A void portal has appeared in the bustling downtown area of Dongjiao City? The invasion of the myriad races has actually appeared directly in Dongjiao City? A void portal? How could it appear in the heart of the city? Mo Lao spoke in a deep voice, slowly raising both hands, instantly calming the chaos. "Everyone, please quiet down. We are the North War Martial Arts Academy, the closest martial arts academy to Dongjiao City. It is our duty to step forward. Immediately, each mentor is to lead their students and rush to Dongjiao City. Slay the invaders and rescue Dongjiao City. Defend the dignity and peace of the great Xia Empire. Now, let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, a fiery determination ignited in the heart of every person present. Any grievances or grudges that may have existed between them vanished in an instant. In their place was a shared resolve to annihilate the 10,000 clans. The 10,000 tribes have invaded our borders, they shall be spared no mercy. With each deafening oath, the students and faculty of Northwar University marched forward with resolute steps, rushing toward Dongzhou City. The crowd surged forward like an unstoppable torrent, determined to protect every ounce of peace on this land. At that moment, Dongzhou City had already been reduced to ruins. The once thriving streets lay in ruins, trampled by the invaders. Car wrecks littered the ground, leaving a scene of utter chaos. The streets were deserted, with only the figures of the various tribes moving ruthlessly through the ruins. Their footsteps crush every inch of the ground, leaving behind a deafening silence. Inside a red sedan parked by the roadside. A mother and daughter huddle inside, daring not to breathe, fearing the hordes will discover their presence. The little girl in her mother's arms was only 3 years old. The little girl was curled up in her mother's arms, her clear eyes filled with fear. She trembled as she said, "Mom, I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid. Mom is here." The young mother, helpless, could only hold back her tears, pretend to be strong, hug her child tightly, and try to comfort her. Suddenly, several members of the Yuan clan passed by the car window. Their figures loomed like the Grim Reaper, sending the mother's heart racing. The mother's arms tightened involuntarily, holding the little girl in her arms even closer. Time seemed to stand still until the scene outside the window finally calmed down. The little girl cautiously asked, "Mom, are we safe?" Before the mother could respond, the car door was violently pulled open by a powerful force. A bone-chilling coldness instantly filled the entire compartment. "We've found you." The voice echoed in the ears of the mother and daughter, sounding like a death sentence. Fear surged like a tidal wave. The mother turned abruptly to see 3 golden-horned pig-like creatures looming like shadows around the car. They had human bodies and pig heads, with savage fangs hanging from their mouths, and saliva dripping slowly down their chins. "Human cubs? I can't wait to taste what they're like." The mother's eyes were filled with deep fear. But she was a mother. Without hesitation, she shielded the little girl behind her with her body, gathering all her strength to roar at the golden-horned pig men, "Don't touch my daughter." "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." One of the golden-horned pigmen casually waved his hand, and a powerful force instantly sent the mother flying several meters away. She landed heavily on the ground. As she lay dying, her eyes remained fixed on her daughter, filled with worry and reluctance. The little girl cried hoarsely, her face flushed red, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice filled with endless despair and helplessness, "Mom. Mom." 3 golden-horned pigmen, grinning savagely, closed in on the little girl. Bang! A massive meteor hammer sliced through the sky, crashing down on them with tremendous force, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 10 city guards appeared resolutely on the battlefield. The captain of the city guard stood fearlessly, shielding the little girl behind him, his voice cold and stern, "The city of Dongzhou and the great Xia kingdom shall not be violated. I am the captain of the Dongzhou City Guard. You barbarians of the 10,000 clans dare not act recklessly here. As long as we are here, we will not tolerate your rampage." The golden-horned pigman sneered, his mocking laughter echoing through the air, a 6th-rank martial artist, accompanied by a group of 4th-rank martial artists? "Ha ha ha. Are you here to die?" Before he could finish speaking, the golden-horned pigman's figure flickered in and out of sight, moving so quickly it was breathtaking. The next moment, a member of the city guard suddenly collapsed. A blood-red hole appeared on his chest. Blood stained the ground red. No one could see how the golden-horned pigman had even moved. The captain of the city guard was pale as a ghost. The strength of this golden-horned pigman was terrifying. His own squad of men might not stand a chance against them. He made a swift decision and entrusted the little girl to one of his men behind him. "Take her and run. Run fast." "But what about you, Captain?" "I'll hold them off. You take the child and go." The team member knew there was no time to hesitate. He took the little girl and turned to run, each step seeming like a race against death. "Run? Where can you run to?" Bang! The rest of the city guards fell one after another. Everyone was completely powerless against the golden-horned pigmen. The captain of the city guard only saw a dark figure appear before him. Immediately afterward, he was struck in the abdomen with a powerful blow, sending his body flying backward with great force. At the same time, the team member who had been trying to escape with the little girl had already been killed by the golden-horned pigman. The golden-horned pigman lifted the little girl high in one hand, while his foot crushed the captain of the city guard's head. He laughed, "Want to save her? Sorry. I'll eat her right in front of you." The little girl was so terrified she couldn't even cry, her tears streaming down her face. She knew what her fate would be. She didn't cry but turned her gaze toward the direction where her mother had been thrown earlier, murmuring, "Mom. Mom, don't be afraid. I'm coming to find you." The captain of the city guard, who was being trampled under the golden-horned pigman's feet, glared with fury, his eyes wide with hatred. "Beasts! You beasts! One day, the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom will exterminate your entire race. The golden-horned pig men ignored him, slowly opening their blood-red maws, preparing to swallow the little girl whole. The little girl closed her eyes, awaiting her impending death. However, after a long time, the little girl remained standing in the same spot, untouched by the golden-horned pig demon. She gathered her courage and opened her eyes once more. 9 fiery dragons soared through the sky, resembling ancient guardians, their blazing flames illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. The golden-horned pig demon was now being mercilessly consumed by the flames. They let out agonizing screams. The captain of the city guard, though badly wounded and lying motionless on the ground, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His gaze was fixed on a man not far away. "Are you from the Northern War Martial Arts Academy?" "I'm sorry, I arrived too late." "Now, all of you from the 10,000 clans. Not a single one shall be spared." Chapter 80. I know my speed isn't as fast as yours. But I possess SSS tier talent and I have 3 of them. Boom! 9 fiery dragons swirled above Dongjiao City. Lu Hong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a soft, childlike voice echoed in Lu Hong's ears. "Brother! Were you the one who saved me just now? Thank you. Brother, can you save my mother?" Lu Hong's back stiffened, and he didn't turn around. He only glanced at the little girl's mother, who had already lost all signs of life. "I'm sorry. I can't save her." "Oh." The little girl seemed to have already known the answer, silently lowering her head and saying nothing more. Lu Hong leaped forward, landing on the fire dragon's head, and resolutely plunged into the heart of Dongjiao. Faced with this situation, he had no idea what to do. The only thing he could do now was to kill as many of the 10,000 clans as possible. To avenge those who had died in Dongjiao City. The fire dragon roared, its flames reaching the heavens, each flame a judgment upon the 10,000 clans. Wherever the fire dragon passed, all the 10,000 clans were instantly reduced to ashes. However, facing the overwhelming tide of the 10,000 clans army, even Lu Hong felt an unprecedented pressure. Among the 10,000 clans, 6th-rank martial artists were everywhere, and dark clouds loomed over the city, making it hard to breathe. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. Even he, facing such a vast number of creatures, felt powerless. However, not a single student or teacher from the North War Martial Arts Academy backed down. Even those with only 4th-tier cultivation levels resolutely picked up their weapons and stood at the front lines, ready to resist the onslaught of the myriad races. Boom! The hellfire staff in Lu Hong's hands instantly released flames several meters high. Lu Hong's figure, accompanied by 9 fire dragons, charged directly into the ranks of the myriad races. Just as Lu Hong charged in, a terrifying sea of fire erupted among the myriad races. Lu Hong unleashed his primal power. The flames on the 9 fire dragons multiplied, engulfing the enemies in front of them in an instant. However, the next second, countless members of the myriad races surged forward once more, filling the gaps left behind. The myriad races seemed endless, charging forward relentlessly, determined to dye this land red with blood. How could there be so many of the myriad races? And these creatures are all at least 6th-rank martial artists. We don't stand a chance against them. There are too many. Far too many. With just the students and faculty of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy, we can't stop the tide of the myriad races. Hold on. We must hold on. Wait for reinforcements to arrive. We can't let the situation worsen further. We're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for the countless innocent lives behind us. Lu Hong had no time to chat with others at the moment, because his previous actions had already drawn the attention of the 10,000 races. At that moment, a member of the Thunder Spirit clan stood before him. This Thunder Spirit tribe member was nothing like the one he had encountered during the island seizure battle. He was surrounded by dazzling lightning, resembling a thunder god descended from the heavens, with each bolt of lightning containing enough power to shake the heavens and earth. The cultivation level of an 8th-rank martial artist was fully displayed on this Thunder Spirit clan member. Lu Hong felt an unprecedented pressure. Even when facing Jiang Yan in battle, he had never felt such immense pressure. "Human, you do have some skill," the Thunder Spirit tribe member spoke, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. "However, the war of the 10,000 clans is the will of heaven. Why defy the heavens and bring about needless sacrifices?" Lu Hong coldly replied, "Enough nonsense. All the races deserve to die. Not a single one is innocent. If that is your choice, then die." Zzz. The Lei Ling tribe member flickered, like a blue lightning bolt slicing through the sky, striking directly at Lu Hong's face. Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply, instantly sensing an unprecedented sense of danger. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as the thunderous force struck Lu Hong's chest like a heavy hammer. The immense force sent him flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Sizzle! Sizzle! The remnants of the lightning's power continued to rage within him, emitting a piercing hissing sound. The Thunder Spirit tribe members, seeing this, curled their lips into a cold smile. A mere human dares to defy the will of heaven? You're still far from your match. Lu Hong lay motionless on the ground, unable to move a single muscle. At that moment, the fish-like heart within his body emitted a brilliant blue light, instantly enveloping Lu Hong's heart. This light not only protected his heart meridians but also transformed into a steady stream, nourishing his damaged body and restoring every inch of skin corrupted by the lightning. The Thunder Spirit tribe members, seeing this, couldn't help but look surprised. Huh? You're not dead? Then, his laughter grew more savage, and his fangs bared at the corners of his mouth. Now, I'll cut off your head. Let's see if you can still live. Zzz. The figure of the Thunder Spirit tribe member vanished into the void once more, leaving only a faint afterimage. Lu Hong's mind flickered, and all the chi and blood energy within his body surged forth. SSS rank, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Purple lightning energy surged, amplified by the thunderling boots on his feet. Lu Hong's speed had reached its absolute limit. Oomph. This speed is still too slow for me. The mocking voices of the Thunder Spirit tribe echoed behind him like shadows. Bang! Another earth-shattering thunderbolt struck, aiming straight for Lu Hong's vital spot on his back. Then, just as Lu Hong was struck, a faint smile curled the corners of his lips. I know my speed can't match yours. But what I possess is not just this speed. I possess 3 SSS-ranked talents. Whoosh! A white gale suddenly erupted, forming a net that instantly restrained the movements of the Lei Ling tribe members. However, in the blink of an eye, the Thunder Spirit clan member swung his hand, and the massive net was easily torn apart by blue lightning. You think you can trap me like that? You're being far too optimistic. Lu Hong remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. I never said I wanted to trap you. I did all this just to restrict you for a single second. That's more than enough. Boom! 9 fire dragons had appeared beside the Thunder Spirit tribe members, their flames raging, and they devoured them instantly. The Thunder Spirit tribe member snorted coldly, and the thunderous light surged around him. The sky and earth echoed with deafening roars. In an instant, the 9 fire dragons were shattered by this terrifying force. Just as the Thunder Spirit tribe believed victory was theirs, a smug smile crept onto their lips. A sudden twist occurred. He looked down in shock, only to see 2 streams of purple and white flames that had silently wrapped themselves around his body. These 2 flames, like a festering wound clinging to the bone, grew more intense, swiftly spreading throughout his body. The flames shot upward, burning wildly. No! This can't be! The Thunder Spirit tribe member let out a furious roar of refusal. But it was all in vain. These 2 blazing flames were Lu Hong's most powerful attack. No, the Thunder Spirit tribe member let out a despairing roar, but was powerless to stop the destructive flames. In the end, only a pile of ashes remained, scattered by the wind. Lu Hong's vital energy was nearly depleted, and he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind him. You actually killed Lei Meng? You really don't know when to give up. Chapter 81, Mo Lao's True Strength. Lu Hong turned his head. It was another member of the Thunder Spirit clan. This Thunder Spirit clan member stood there quietly, not emitting any of his own chi and blood energy. However, Lu Hong's alarm bells rang loudly. His instincts told him that this Thunder Spirit clan member was stronger than the previous one. Every nerve in Lu Hong's body tensed instantly, every inch of his skin ready for battle. The Thunder Spirit clan member coldly said, since that's the case, let me handle you. Zzz. The power of thunder and lightning surged. A suffocating pressure swept toward him. Lu Hong's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. The terrifying power contained within the lightning clearly indicated that the opponent had already reached the 9th rank martial artist realm. Even when he had just fought an 8th tier lightning spirit tribe member, he had struggled greatly. Now, facing a 9th tier lightning spirit tribe member, he had no chance of victory. But there was no other option but to face it head on. Lu Hong had no time to react as a blue light darted toward him like a ghost. The fear of death instantly engulfed his entire body. Lu Hong could even feel the bone-chilling coldness at his neck. The Thunder Spirit clan member's claws were mere inches away. It would only take a second for Lu Hong's head to be severed. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a black hole suddenly ripped open behind Lu Hong, instantly swallowing him whole. When Lu Hong opened his eyes again, he found himself dozens of meters away. Lu Hong was soaked through and gasping for breath, his heart filled with relief at having narrowly escaped death. He had truly narrowly escaped death. The next moment, Mo Lao's figure appeared in Lu Hong's line of sight. Mo Lao once again swept his sleeves, and the black hole reappeared, instantly enveloping the 9th rank Thunder Spirit tribe member. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed through the air. The Thunder Spirit tribe member was ruthlessly torn apart by the black hole. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the sky red. Lu Hong stared in disbelief at the scene before him. It was well known that this Thunder Spirit tribe member was on par with a 9th rank martial artist of the Great Xia Kingdom. A Thunder Spirit tribe member who was utterly beyond his own capabilities had been effortlessly disposed of by Mo Lao. Mo Lao's strength was truly unimaginable. He had likely surpassed the realm of a 9th rank martial artist. Mo Lao did not pause, waving his hand, causing the black hole to expand once more, directly piercing the heart of the allied forces of the 10,000 tribes. Countless alien beings were swallowed by the black hole. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another. Blood blossomed like rain, vanishing in an instant. In the center of the Allied forces, a vast open space appeared once more. Countless members of the Allied races fell at Mo Lao's hands. Mo Lao's terrifying power ignited a glimmer of hope in everyone present. However, the Allied forces of the myriad races surged forward like locusts, filling the gaps in an instant, and the battle continued unabated. Mo Lao's expression grew solemn. He flickered forward and appeared beside Lu Hong, tossing a bottle of pills his way. These are 10 8th grade Qi restoring pills, capable of instantly restoring the vital energy of warriors below the 8th rank. There are too many high-ranking members of the 10,000 clans in Dongzhou City. I must go to the front lines to find the source of the alliance. All of you must be cautious. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Following that, the space in front of Mo Lao twisted, and a black hole suddenly appeared. He entered it directly and vanished without a trace. Lu Hong swallowed a Qi restoring pill without hesitation, instantly restoring his vital energy to its peak. Lu Hong gripped the Hellfire staff tightly, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light, and strode toward the endless torrent of the myriad races. Boom! 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, engulfed in rolling flames, determined to devour the multiverse in a sea of fire. However, facing an enemy force 10 to 100 times their number, the members of the Northern War Martial Academy could only hold on desperately. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. All troops, follow my command in charge. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw banners bearing the character Yin fluttering in the sky. The Flame Army! It's the Flame Army! Wonderful! The Flame Army has arrived! We're saved! Dongzhou City is saved. The land warfare gods are here. All these tribes will perish. Cheers erupted in waves, and hope once again ignited in the hearts of the people. Lu Xinyan stood proudly atop a fiery dragon, gazing down upon the masses like a king descending from the heavens. With a sweep of his hand, an endless sea of fire surged from all directions. The various races screamed in agony within the flames, turning to ash in an instant. The power Lu Xinyan unleashed was hundreds of times stronger than that of Lu Hong. Although the addition of the Yin army greatly relieved the pressure on Lu Hong and the others, the number of the myriad races remained staggering, like an endless sea, relentlessly assaulting the human defenses. Especially the 9 ranked beasts of the myriad races, who exerted immense pressure on everyone present. Few could stand against them. Lu Xinyan had no time to catch up with the others. He didn't even spare Lu Hong a single glance. Lu Xinyan stared at the seemingly endless horde of the 10,000 clans, his brows furrowed, revealing an unwavering resolve. We must find the source of the chaos. Lu Xinyan turned his gaze to his deputy commander and said in a solemn voice, Zhang Lijian, from this moment onward, all actions of the Yin army will be under your full command. We must protect the safety of everyone in Dongzhou City. The middle-aged General Zhang Lijian stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute, as you command, General. With that, Lu Xinyan's figure shot forward, his feet treading on a fiery dragon of flames, like a meteor slicing through the sky, heading straight for the heart of Dongzhou City. Lu Hong and the others remained steadfast at the front lines, fighting side by side with the Yin army to withstand the overwhelming assault of the myriad tribes. In their eyes, there was no trace of fatigue, only an intense desire for victory and merciless determination toward their enemies. Even Mo Qilin, who had always been cautious and timid, was now covered in blood, his eyes fierce, with no regard for life or death. Lu Hong had transformed into a grim reaper on the battlefield, darting between the myriad races, unstoppable in his path. Those of the 8th rank and below were no match for Lu Hong. Countless members of the myriad races fell under his blade. Everyone had long since lost all sense of time, their eyes bloodshot with battle. However, everyone could clearly sense that the enemy's offensive was beginning to falter, and their numbers were steadily decreasing. Lu Hong and his men, on the other hand, were filled with high morale, pressing forward relentlessly toward the allied forces of the myriad races. Suddenly, a black hole appeared beside the crowd. Mo Lao's figure emerged from it, looking slightly disheveled. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the void gate through which the 10,000 clans entered Dongzhou City has been sealed. The remaining members of the 10,000 clans must be eradicated without mercy. These words echoed like the beating of war drums, igniting the deepest battle intent within everyone's hearts. They roared with fury, like flames ignited, charging madly toward the remaining tribes. Kill! You all deserve to die. The tribes must pay for their crimes. Charge! Victory is within our grasp. For the innocent souls who have perished, we will make the myriad races pay with their blood. Annihilate the myriad races. The voices of the crowd rose and fell, echoing through the heavens. However, Mo Lao remained solemn-faced. Lu Hong, witnessing this scene, felt an uneasy sensation welling up in his heart. Lu Xinyan hasn't returned yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 82, You are the son of a general. If you wish to join the Yin army, you are always welcome. The teachers and students of the Northern War Academy, along with all the members of the Yin army, charged into the ranks of the 10,000 clans. Under the desperate counterattack of everyone, the forces of the myriad clans were gradually crushed. The dead were dead, and the living fled, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. Everyone was immersed in the joy of defeating the myriad races. However, Mo Lao stood alone to the side, his eyes narrowed, gazing intently at the horizon, his expression complex. Lu Hong looked around, feeling a hint of concern. Amidst the chaos of victory, Lu Hong still couldn't see Lu Xinyan's figure. Lu Xinyan, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, was someone no one present could possibly harm. But where was he? Lu Hong approached Mo Lao and asked softly, Mo Lao, where is Lu Xinyan? Mo Lao took a deep breath, paused for a moment, then spoke, Lu Xinyan, he entered the Void Cavern to block this invasion of the 10,000 clans. He managed to seal the Void Abyss on his own. But Lu Xinyan remained trapped on the other side of the Void Abyss. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell into complete silence, followed by a series of shocked exclamations. What? The war god Lu has entered the other side of the Void Cavern? The other side of the Void Abyss? That's the ancestral home of the 10,000 clans. All the 10,000 clans are gathered there. Does that mean the war god is alone, facing the entire 10,000 clans? Even if the land war god is as powerful as he is, how much chance does he have against the countless multiverse races? Is the land war god really going to fall like this? Jiang Yan's eyes were vacant as she looked at Mo Lao in disbelief, her voice trembling. Mo Lao, has Lu Xinyan really entered the Void Cavern and not come out? Mo Lao nodded heavily, sighing, he entered the Void Abyss alone to seal it. The consequences I fear. A single tear silently slipped from Jiang Yan's eye. The surrounding Yanzi army soldiers, seeing this, erupted into chaos, their emotions boiling like waves stirred by a storm, shouting in unison. General Lu must be fine. Even if General Lu entered the Void Cavern, he will return safely. All of us Yanzi army soldiers swear to wait for General Lu's triumphant return. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Lijian, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army, stepped forward. He swung his arm and shouted loudly, quiet. The chaos among the Yanzi army fell silent instantly. Zhang Lijian's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the surroundings and said solemnly, General Lu has risked his life for the peace of the Great Xia Kingdom, venturing deep into the Void Abyss. I believe that with the general's strength, he will surely return from the heart of the 10,000 tribes and turn danger into safety. Everyone, please remain calm and stand firm with me until General Lu returns in glory. Lu Hong remained silent, standing quietly to the side, his heart churning with complex emotions. This was his first direct confrontation with the 10,000 clans. The number and strength of the 10,000 clans far exceeded his expectations. The combined forces of the 10,000 clans outnumbered the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom by more than 100-fold. Even if Lu Xinyan was as powerful as he was, even if he could fight 10 or 100 enemies alone. But could he fight 10,000 alone? Or 10,000? This time, Lu Xinyan's entry into the Void Cavern is likely a mission with a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Or even certain death. Among the soldiers of the Yan army, Wang who led the others as they walked resolutely to Lu Hong's side. Young General. The situation is critical now that the general has entered the Void Abyss. Currently, there is no one in the Yan army capable of taking charge of the situation. We humbly request that you step forward, lead us in devising a strategy, and vow to rescue the general safely. Regardless of the outcome, the Yanzi army swears to stand with the general until the end. The general is the soul of the Yanzi army. As long as the young general is here, the soul of our army will never fade. The gazes of countless Yanzi army soldiers turned toward Lu Hong, and thunderous shouts echoed from all directions. Please step forward, young general, and take charge of the situation. Please step forward, young general, and take charge of the situation. However, amidst the passionate cries, there was also a hint of confusion. Another group of Yanzi army soldiers who had never seen Lu Hong before looked at each other in confusion. Young general? What young general? Where did this young general suddenly come from? We've never seen him before. He is the general's son. He came to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans a while back. The general's adopted sons, Lu Yuan and Lu Yong, were both killed by him. What? He is the one who killed Lu Yuan and Lu Yong? No wonder he is the general's son. He is truly ruthless and decisive. But he is only a 7th-rank martial artist. How can he lead so many of us from the Yan army? In terms of cultivation alone, he can't possibly win over the masses. Moreover, there are several deputy generals lurking nearby. Various whispers intertwined, forming a complex wave that surged quietly among the Yanzi army. Zhang Liguan glanced at Lu Hong, a flash of cruelty crossing his eyes. He then strode toward Lu Hong and said in a deep voice, "Are you the son of General Lu?" Lu Hong? Lu Hong nodded and quietly asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Lijian spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no argument. "I am Zhang Lijian, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army. During the recent battle, General Lu temporarily entrusted command of the Yanzi army to me until his safe return. Until the general returns. I have the authority to command the Yanzi army. You are the general's son. If you wish to join the Yanzi army, I welcome you at any time." As soon as the words left his mouth, the once bustling ranks of the Yan army fell into complete silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, saying nothing, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Yan stepped forward, her eyes wide with anger, and scolded, Zhang Lijian, what do you mean? General Liu risked his life for the sake of the great Xia kingdom, and now his fate is uncertain. What do you mean by this? Are you here to seize power? How dare you, as a member of the Yanzi army? Do you even respect Liu Xinyan? Zhang Lijian coldly glanced at Jiang Yan and spoke firmly, it is precisely because I am a member of the Yanzi army. I must take responsibility for all the soldiers of the Yanzi army. I will never entrust the fate of the entire Yanzi army to a 7th-rank martial artist. Even if he is the general's son. It's still unacceptable. Jiang Yan retorted passionately, the Yanzi army is called the Yanzi army precisely because of Liu Xinyan. What are you, anyway? Zhang Lijian remained unmoved and said firmly, as the deputy general, it is my duty to stabilize the troops and lead them in battle when the general is absent. All members of the Yanzi army, follow my orders and return to your barracks immediately. Zhang Lijian was, after all, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army and held some authority within the ranks. At Zhang Lijian's command, the soldiers of the Yanzi army responded in unison, quickly forming ranks and preparing to withdraw. Lu Hong, seeing this, turned his gaze to Wang Hu and asked softly, how many deputy generals are there in the Yanzi army? Wang Hu replied respectfully, reporting to the young general, there are 3 deputy generals. Lu Hong nodded and declared loudly, from this day forward. Zhang Liguang, you are no longer a deputy general of the Yanzi army. The position of deputy commander will be assumed by Wang Hu. Wang Hu? Brother, I'm on your side. You're pushing me into the fire. Chapter 83, let me reiterate. From this moment onward, you are no longer the deputy general of the Yan army. Z army. Zhang Lijian was about to lead his troops forward when Lu Hong's words struck like a thunderclap, causing his expression to darken so much it seemed as though water could drip from his face. Lu Hong. You're just the general's son. You have no right to interfere in the appointment or dismissal of officers in the Yanzi army. Considering your youth and ignorance, I will not hold it against you. But I hope there won't be a next time. Zhang Liguang turned his gaze toward Wang Hu like a knife, coldly saying, Wang Hu? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to take my place as deputy general? Lu Hong slowly rubbed his fingers, a faint smile curving his lips. Wang Hu, who was closest to him, clearly sensed the change in Lu Hong's demeanor. Lu Hong was angry. Just like when he had executed Lu Yuan and Lu Yong. However, the person Lu Hong was facing now was Zhang Lijian, the deputy general of the Yan army. Another ruthless killer who didn't blink an eye when taking lives. No matter how talented Lu Hong is, he couldn't possibly be a match for Zhang Lijian. We can't let the young commander continue to provoke him. Wang Hu hurriedly grabbed Lu Hong and whispered, young general, don't act impulsively. Zhang Lijian is the deputy commander of the Yanzi army. He's a genuine 9th-rank martial artist. We're no match for him. We must avoid any conflict with him. The general is a man of fortune, he will return safely. Our top priority is to find the general, not engage in internal strife. Having said this, Wang Hu quickly turned around, took small steps toward Zhang Lijian, bowed deeply, and spoke humbly, General Zhang, please calm your anger. The young commander is deeply concerned about General Liu's safety, and his words may have been inappropriate. Please forgive him. I will accompany you back to the camp immediately. Zhang Lijian, upon hearing this, grew even angrier and snorted coldly, young general? Who bestowed that title? Wang Hu, have you gone mad and want to be a deputy general? Young marshal? What a ridiculous title. I'm the deputy general of the Yan army now. Liu Xinyan isn't here, I'm the one in charge. From now on, all members of the Yan army will follow my orders. He must teach this blind fool Wang Hu a lesson. Zhang Lijian's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly swung his hand. A fierce gust of wind, carrying the terrifying might of a 9th-rank martial artist, surged toward Wang Hu's chest. Faced with the sudden attack, Wang Hu had no time to react. Moreover, as a 6th-rank martial artist, how could he possibly defend against an attack from a 9th-rank martial artist? Wang Hu's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a fiery dragon sliced through the sky, effortlessly dispelling the deadly attack. As the fire dragon dissipated, the air was filled with scorching heat. Zhang Lijian furrowed his brows, glaring intently at Lu Hong, and shouted harshly, Lu Hong, what do you mean by this? Ding! Divine tier choice system triggered. Option 1, apologize to Zhang Lijian and distance yourself from the Yanzi army. Reward, A-tier golden winged bird's inner core, 10 pieces. Option 2, seek help from Jiang Yan and Mo Lao, leveraging the might of the Northern War Martial Arts Academy. Confront Zhang Lijian head-on and vie for control of the Yanzi army. Reward, S-rank talent, Ice Crystal Shield. Option 3, kill Zhang Lijian on the spot, establish your authority before the Yanzi army, and take control of the Yanzi army. Reward, upgrade the SS rank Hellfire Staff to SSS rank. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He didn't particularly enjoy killing people. He simply preferred SSS grade equipment. Lu Hong's voice boomed like a bell, clearly reaching everyone's ears, Zhang Lijian. Did you not hear what I just said? Then, I will repeat it once more. From this moment onward, you are no longer the deputy commander of the Yanzi army. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong's gaze swept over every single Yanzi army soldier present, his voice firm and resolute, Lu Xinyan, in order to resolve the void abyss that appeared in Dongjia City. He risked his life, entered the territory of the 10,000 clans, and disregarded his own safety. Now, as members of the Yanzi army, what should you do? It is to rescue Lu Xinyan at all costs. It is to swear to annihilate the invading 10,000 clans. And in the days to come, you must steadfastly defend every inch of Great Xia's territory. Lu Hong shifted his tone, pointing at Zhang Lijian, his voice filled with anger. But Zhang Lijian, what are you doing? As soon as Lu Xinyan disappeared, you began scheming to seize control of the Yan army? Do you want to turn the Yan army into your own force? You're just dreaming. Your heart is filled with nothing but ambition and scheming. How can you lead us, the Yanzi army, into battle to defend our homeland? I've stripped you of your position as deputy commander of the Yanzi army. What's the problem? You're not worthy of the Yanzi army. I speak on behalf of Lu Xinyan and the Yanzi army. I am stripping you of your position as deputy commander of the Yanzi army. I am stripping you of your status as a member of the Yanzi army. From this day forward, you are no longer part of the Yanzi army. Zhang Lijian glared at him, his voice filled with resentment and threats. What gives you the right to speak for the Yanzi army? Just because you're Lu Xinyan's son? Do you really think I won't dare to touch you? I, Zhang Lijian, am not someone who can be intimidated. Lu Hong sneered. What right do you have? Because of this. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened, and 9 fiery dragons soared into the air. The intense flames illuminated the entire sky, as if the very air itself was burning. Zhang Lijian didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. You really don't know your place. I am a 9th rank martial artist. You're just a 7th rank martial artist, yet you dare to provoke me like this. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone, watch closely. It was Lu Hong who started the provocation. He's asking for it. It has nothing to do with me. A flash of cruelty crossed Zhang Lijian's eyes. He instantly transformed into a black shadow, carrying the overwhelming might of a 9th rank martial artist, charging toward Lu Hong. Terrifying pressure spread out instantly. Those around them all grew solemn. Even Mo Qilin cast a worried glance at Lu Hong for the first time. After all, the enemy Lu Hong was facing this time was a 9th rank martial artist. To them, a 9th rank martial artist was almost an insurmountable existence. Mo Qilin was frantic with worry, rushing to Mo Lao's side and pleading, "Grandfather, aren't you going to intervene?" Mo Lao merely shook his head calmly, his gaze fixed intently on the battle, unmoving. Mo Qilin turned to Zhang Yan, his voice filled with urgency. Ms. Zhang? The deputy commander of the Yan army is a 9th rank martial artist. And he's been on the battlefield for years, having fought countless battles. How can Lu Hong possibly be his match? Ms. Zhang, please save him. However, Zhang Yan made no move. She spoke firmly. This is Lu Hong's own choice. Now that Lu Xinyan is gone, if Lu Hong wants to revive the Yanzi army, this battle is unavoidable. If he wins this battle, the spirit of the Yan army will once again burn fiercely because of him. Meanwhile, within the Yanzi army, chaos was brewing, and morale was plummeting. The young general has clashed with General Zhang. Are we just going to stand by and watch? General Zhang is a 9th rank powerhouse. What can we possibly do? We are the Yanzi army. The name Yanzi was given to us by General Lu. Lu Hong is General Lu's son. How can we stand idly by? What about General Zhang? He is a 9th rank martial artist. Are you sure you want to oppose him? Just as everyone was discussing and unsure of what to do, a middle-aged general stepped forward from the crowd, and the Yanzi army immediately turned their attention to him, falling silent. General Lu. General Lu. Lu Anming, one of the deputy generals of the Yanzi army. He was also a 9th rank martial artist. He was observing the situation before him, his brows furrowed. Wang, who was frantic, rushing straight to Lu Anming's side. General Lu. General Zhang and the young marshal are fighting. The young general is only a 7th rank martial artist. His life is in danger. General Lu, please stop them. Lu Anming stared at the battlefield, his tone unwavering. General Lu is no longer with us, but the Yan army cannot be without a leader for even a day. Someone must step forward to lead us all. That person will appear shortly. Chapter 84. Now, the one who will die is you. Zhang Lijian's face twisted into a ferocious expression as a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. With an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine, he charged toward Lu Hong with blinding speed. Lu Hong. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. A black shadow flashed by, and Zhang Lijian and his spear vanished from the spot in an instant. Spectators all around were filled with dread, the atmosphere growing tense to the extreme. Is this the speed of a 9th rank martial artist? Indeed, extraordinary. Lu Hong is merely a 7th rank martial artist. How will he possibly cope? General Zhang has awakened an S-rank talent, the Divine Slaughter Spear. He has already achieved the realm of unity between man and spear. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the speed of the Divine Slaughter Spear is invisible. Countless members of the 10,000 clans have fallen under General Zhang's spear. Lu Hong's situation this time is likely to be dire. Look! Lu Hong! Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the crowd, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on Lu Hong. Zzz. Lu Hong was surrounded by purple lightning, resembling a thunder god descending from the heavens. The lightning boots on his feet shone brightly. Just as the spear was about to touch Lu Hong's body, he suddenly shifted his stance, vanishing from his original position, leaving behind only a purple afterimage. His speed was so fast that it surpassed the limits of human vision. Where's Lu Hong? He's gone. What's going on? A purple flash, and he's gone? Lu Anming, who was watching from the sidelines, his eyes sharp as an eagle, spoke slowly. He didn't disappear. It's just that Lu Hong's speed has surpassed the limit of what you can see. At the 7th rank martial artist level, he already possesses such power. He truly cannot be underestimated. Perhaps this young general really has the potential to lead us toward an even more glorious future. Zhang Lijian's brows clearly betrayed a hint of surprise. But it was only a fleeting glimpse. Immediately afterward, a playful smile curved his lips. SSS rank lightning attribute talent? How intriguing. If I were to kill you now, wouldn't that be too boring? Now, let me show you the gap between you and a 9th rank martial artist. Divine slaughter power. Rise. Zhang Lijian's face twisted into a ferocious expression, and the long spear in his hands seemed to be infused with an invisible force, emanating a soul-shaking aura of slaughter. Black mist swirled around him, completely enveloping him and his spear. A chilling aura emanated from the black mist. Lu Hong dared not take it lightly, immediately releasing all his power. Boom! In the sky, 2 gigantic dragons, one white, one purple, soared into the heavens, showcasing their destructive power. At the same time, Lu Hong's entire body emitted flames several meters high, intertwining with purple lightning, resembling a king emerging from hell. Zhang Lijian stared at the 2 fire dragons in the sky and chuckled. If that's all you've got, then that's not enough to impress me. Zhang Lijian suddenly swung his spear. The long spear transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt, piercing through clouds and shattering rocks, striking the white dragon's body with pinpoint accuracy. Black mist swirled, instantly engulfing the white dragon in an invisible vortex. Before the crowd could catch their breath, Zhang Lijian shifted the momentum of his spear, aiming directly at the purple dragon's head, intent on destroying it as well. This scene left everyone present speechless with astonishment. This is General Zhang's primal power, capable of unleashing the full might of the Divine Slaughter Spear. The might of the Divine Slaughter Spear is unstoppable. Lu Hong cannot withstand it. Now, Lu Hong's pride and joy, his strongest killing move, has been shattered by General Zhang. The remaining giant dragon is but a spent force. Once it is destroyed by the Divine Slaughter Spear, Lu Hong will be trapped in a desperate situation with no chance of reversal. It seems that Lu Hong has lost. A deafening roar erupted from the sky, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Zhang Lijian's long spear, with an unstoppable force, pierced through the purple flames enveloping the giant dragon. Instantly, the 2 dragons in the sky disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness. Zhang Lijian laughed arrogantly. Ha, is that all you've got? You dare to challenge me? It's a joke. He then fixed his piercing gaze on Lu Hong. The long spear in his hand, like a spear of death, pointed directly at Lu Hong, filled with murderous intent. Now, it's your turn. Whoosh! A black afterimage flashed through the air. Zhang Liguang had already pushed his speed to its absolute limit, as if even the air itself had been torn apart by him. His sole objective was to strike and kill Lu Hong with this single blow. Zhang Lijian was well aware that with warriors from the North War Martial Arts Academy present, taking Lu Hong's life would not be an easy task. But Lu Hong must die. Only Lu Hong is dead. Only then can he fully control the Yan army. We must strike him down before the Northern War warriors intervene. Everyone's expressions changed as they all sensed Zhang Lijian's surging intent to kill. Jiang Yan and the others grew even more anxious, eager to intervene. However, Mo Lao waved his hand to stop them. Don't intervene. Wait and see. Jiang Yan was frantic with worry. She knew full well the power of Zhang Lijian's single strike, even she couldn't withstand it. How much more so for Lu Hong? However, Mo Lao seemed to have absolute confidence in Lu Hong. She had no choice but to suppress her impulse and continue watching the battle unfold. Zhang Lijian's long spear had already reached Lu Hong's heart. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. He had already imagined Lu Hong being pierced through the heart by his spear. But the next moment, Zhang Lijian's spear struck empty air. Lu Hong's figure, in the instant he was hit, turned into a shadowy image and vanished into thin air. Zhang Lijian's pupils contracted in disbelief as he growled, "A phantom? How could it be a phantom?" At that moment, Lu Hong's voice echoed from behind him. "How could it not be possible? As long as my speed is fast enough, I can achieve it." Zhang Lijian's heart sank as a terrifying force surged from behind him. However, he had spent years battling on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. His years of combat experience allowed him to react swiftly. Zhang Lijian didn't even turn his head. The long spear in his hand shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, stabbing fiercely backward. With a loud thud, Blood spattered, staining his battle robe red. Zhang Lijian knew he had successfully struck Lu Hong. Zhang Lijian burst into laughter, his voice filled with triumph. What good does all that do? No matter how fast you are, what can you do? You'll still die by my spear. At that moment, the spear had already pierced through Lu Hong's shoulder, blood flowing freely. Lu Hong grit his teeth, ignoring the pain, and roared, "Now, the one who will die is you." Lu Hong was willing to sacrifice his own shoulder to gain a chance to attack. Lu Hong clenched his teeth tightly, gripping the Hellfire Staff with both hands. 3 terrifying streams of blood and chi energy swirled around the Hellfire Staff. Red flames. Purple lightning. White whirlwinds. At the same moment, all 3 energies converged on the Hellfire Staff, coalescing into a devastating force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The SS-ranked Hellfire Staff, at this moment, unleashed its terrifying power. The entire space seemed to be shaken by this force. The Hellfire Staff, carrying an unprecedented force, struck Zhang Lijian's back of the head with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! End of this chapter. Chapter 85, General Chen, I'm injured on my shoulder. A deafening explosion. Crimson blood spattered through the air. Like a watermelon exploding. Zhang Lijian's body collapsed straight down in front of everyone's astonished eyes. What? General Zhang has lost. Unbelievable. General Zhang is a 9th-rank martial artist, yet he was killed by a 7th-rank martial artist. The young marshal's strength is so powerful that he has already surpassed General Zhang. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Lu Anming could no longer hide his shock and finally spoke up. Zhang Lijian was too hasty. He wanted to kill Lu Hong. But he overlooked the most crucial point. Lu Hong isn't just an ordinary 7th-rank martial artist. He's a martial artist with 3 SSS-rank talents. He absolutely cannot be treated like an ordinary 7th-rank martial artist. Zhang Lijian, you were too careless. At that moment, Lu Hong's face was covered in blood, his expression ferocious, resembling a war god returned from hell, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. He suddenly yanked the divine slaughtering spear embedded in his shoulder and hurled it far away. At the same time, the fishman's heart surged with colossal energy, healing his wounds. At the same time, Jiang Yan rushed forward, transforming the hurricane chains into a gentle barrier that tightly surrounded Lu Hong. A warm current began to flow from his shoulders. Lu Hong looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Jiang Yan's hurricane chains not only absorbed others' vital energy but now possessed such miraculous healing abilities. Don't speak. Jiang Yan furrowed her brows and whispered urgently. She could clearly sense that another even more colossal force was lurking within Lu Hong's body, repairing his injuries at an astonishing speed. Its efficiency far surpassed her hurricane chains by 1,000-fold. No wonder Lu Hong had such confidence to face a 9th-tier martial artist. As long as the injuries weren't fatal, the mysterious force within Lu Hong could fully heal them. In just a moment, with the combined assistance of the fishman's heart and Jiang Yan, Lu Hong's injuries began to ease rapidly, almost visibly healing before their eyes. The once gruesome wounds began to heal gradually. Many teachers from the Northern War Martial Arts Academy gathered around, praising Jiang Yan. No wonder she's teacher Jiang. She healed Lu Hong so quickly. Ms. Jiang's healing technique seems to have advanced even further. That's right. Lu Hong's injuries were so severe, yet he recovered so quickly. It's simply unbelievable. Ms. Jiang Yan's healing techniques are probably on par with those of the top-tier 9th-rank healers. Amidst the astonished gasps of the many North War Martial Arts Academy students and instructors, Lu Anming walked steadily forward, approaching Lu Hong with measured steps, and bowed respectfully. Deputy Commander of the Yanzi Army, Lu Anming, pays respects to the young general. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing throughout the area. Immediately afterward, all the soldiers of the Yanzi Army shouted in unison, their voices surging like a mighty river. Paying respects to the young general. We pay our respects to the young general. We pay our respects to the young general. The waves of sound rolled one after another, showcasing their utmost respect and loyalty. Lu Hong nodded slightly. In the future, we will still rely on General Lu for your continued guidance. The young marshal is too kind. Lu Anming replied humbly. Lu Hong knew that he had already gained some influence within the Yan army. But it wasn't enough. Lu Hong looked at Lu Anming and asked softly, General Lu, is there another deputy commander in the Yanzi army who did not come today? Lu Anming replied respectfully, reporting to the young general. There is another deputy general named Chen Lei. He led 100 members of the Yanzi army on a mission and has not returned yet. Lu Hong nodded slightly upon hearing this. Alright, now lead the rest of the Yanzi army back to the camp. Lu Anming saluted and replied, yes, sir. After briefly bidding farewell to the teachers and students of the North War Martial Arts Academy, Lu Hong led the vast army of the Yanzi army back to their base at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Mo Lao watched Lu Hong's departing figure, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. This Lu Hong. He truly has the shadow of Lu Xinyan from back then. No, he's even stronger than Lu Xinyan was back then. Lu Hong led all the members of the Yanzi army back to their base at the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. His sole purpose was to lead all the Yanzi army soldiers to find Lu Xinyan. Live or dead, he must be found. There must be an explanation. Just as Lu Hong and the others had just entered the base, a group of Yanzi army soldiers had already formed ranks and were waiting, their expressions solemn. A middle-aged general, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation, rushed forward as soon as he saw the group, his voice booming like a bell. Where is the general? Any news? Lu Anning recognized the man and quickly calmed him down, saying in a solemn voice, Shenlei, stay calm. The general risked his life alone to enter the Void Cavern for the safety of Dongzhou City and successfully sealed him away. However, the general is currently deep within the heart of the 10,000 clans, and his fate is uncertain. All of us must now do everything in our power to bring the general back. Shenlei heard this and his face darkened. He murmured softly, the general is really gone? Lu Anming fixed his gaze on Lu Hong. Although the general is no longer with us, Lu Hong is still here. All of us must now follow his commands. As long as he is here, the Yan army will not disband. Shenlei's gaze swept over Lu Hong, and he hurried forward 2 steps, standing beside Lu Hong, and patted his shoulder firmly. Good. You are Lu Hong? The general's son? Rest assured, Chen uncle is here. In the Yanzi army, anyone who dares to disobey you, I will be the first to eliminate them. Shenlei's slap landed precisely on Lu Hong's still healing wound. Whether it was intentional or a coincidence, no one could tell. Ugh. Lu Hong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his features tightening slightly, but he forced himself to endure the pain and remain calm. Despite the assistance of the fishman and Jian Yan, the severity of the gunshot wound made a swift recovery impossible. Lu Hong politely removed Shenlei's hand and said in a solemn tone, General Chen, I have a wound on my shoulder. However, Shenlei was casual and seemed unconcerned. Oh? Injured? What happened? Lu Hong replied solemnly, it's a gunshot wound that went through my shoulder. Shenlei waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, hey. I thought it was something serious. Just apply some medicine and you'll be fine. We're brothers on the road who hasn't been injured before? In battles against the 10,000 clans, losing an arm or a leg is commonplace. Your injury is nothing. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, General Chen, you're right. Shenlei continued, little Lu, Chen uncle has something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and whispered, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Shenlei was slightly taken aback but continued, young Lu. Although you are the son of General Lu, you are not a member of the Yanzi army, and you know nothing about it. Are you certain you can lead the entire army? Moreover, the leader of the Yanzi army is not someone we can decide on our own. It must be appointed by the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 86. Now, what about my vote? Lu Hong's face darkened, and he coldly said, General Chen, the Yanzi army is called the Yanzi army because it was personally founded by Lu Xingyan. May I ask, without Lu Xingyan, can the Yanzi army still be called the Yanzi army? Now that Lu Xingyan is gone. As Lu Xingyan's son, I must take up the banner of the Yanzi army. Let the flames of the Yanzi army continue to burn. At that moment, the soldiers of the Yanzi army were filled with enthusiasm and responded enthusiastically. That's right. I was personally recruited by General Lu. If the Great Xia Kingdom were to arbitrarily assign someone to lead the Yanzi army, I would be the first to refuse. General Lu is here. We are the Yanzi army. Now that General Lu is gone, with the young general here, the Yanzi army will never disband. Yanzi army. Yanzi army. Yanzi army. Yanzi army. Yanzi army. Yanzi army. The deafening cries echoed through the heavens, showcasing their unyielding resolve and loyalty. Shenlei heard this and furrowed his brows. That's true, but I fear the Great Xia Kingdom will not agree. Lu Hong remained expressionless as he pulled out a heavy Great Xia token from his robe and placed it before everyone. The Great Xia Kingdom won't agree? I think it's you, General Chen, who won't agree. I have this, do you still dare to defy me? As the Great Xia Order was revealed, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Great Xia Order. The young marshal actually possesses the Great Xia Order. With the Great Xia Order in his hands, the young general has already been recognized by the Great Xia Kingdom. With this token as proof, the young general taking control of the Yan army is the best possible outcome. Shenlei looked at the Great Xia Edict, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He then burst into a hearty laugh, playfully wrapping his arm around Lu Hong's shoulder and giving it a firm pat. Ha ha! Uncle Chen was just testing you to see if you have the resolve to take over the Yanzi army. I am the Deputy General of General Lu, and I will naturally support you wholeheartedly. Rest assured, you're younger than Uncle Chen, and you're sure to achieve great things in the future. Work hard, and Uncle Chen will stand by you with all the brothers. After speaking, Shenlei patted Lu Hong's shoulder several more times to encourage him. Lu Hong clenched his teeth, looked down at the wound on his arm, and saw a trickle of red blood seeping out. The wounds, which had begun to heal, were once again severely aggravated by Shenlei's continuous blows. Shenlei froze for a moment, quickly letting go of his hand, and laughed awkwardly, oh my. Uncle Chen, I'm such a fool. I completely forgot you have a wound on your shoulder. Little Lu, are you okay? Lu Hong looked up at Shenlei and said indifferently, I'm fine, just a minor injury. We've just returned from the battle against the 10,000 clans in Dongjia City. Let's return to the base camp to rest first. Chen Lei no longer bothered about Lu Hong's injury and turned to leave. Once everyone had dispersed, Chen Lei's expression suddenly turned grim. A mere 7th rank rookie dares to ride roughshod over me? I wonder what methods you used to kill Zhongli Jin. Even Lu Anming is on your side. But you expect me to bow down and acknowledge you as my commander? You're dreaming in broad daylight. The Yanzi army has always been a place where the strong reign supreme, where seniority and strength speak for themselves. The position of leader should rightfully be mine. In the secret chamber of the great Xia kingdom, 8 elderly men sat around a round table, their expressions solemn, and the room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Xia Lao spoke first, breaking the silence. Lu Xinyan has entered the void cavern and has lost contact with us. No matter how slim the hope, we must do everything in our power to rescue Lu Xinyan. Rescue? How do we rescue him? Crossing the territories of countless races is like entering a den of dragons and tigers. Who can take on such a daunting task? You? Or me? Even if we somehow manage to overcome all obstacles and reach the heart of the 10,000 clans territory, who can guarantee that Lu Xinyan will still be alive by then? But Lu Xinyan is one of the 4 great war gods of the great Xia kingdom. He is the pinnacle of our nation's military might. Losing him would be an unbearable blow to the great Xia kingdom. But sacrificing more lives to pursue a hope that may no longer exist, is it worth it? Rescuing Lu Xinyan is as difficult as climbing to the heavens, it's impossible. Seeing this, Xiao Lao's gaze grew intense as he spoke in a solemn tone. Let us vote. Those in favor of rescuing Lu Xinyan, raise your hands. After a moment of silence, only 2 elderly men slowly raised their hands. The remaining 6 remained silent. Old Xia furrowed his brows and continued, all right. I understand. But what about the Yen army under Lu Xinyan's command? They can't be left leaderless. Who will lead the Yen army afterward? The Yen army is composed mostly of members personally selected by Lu Xinyan. Most of them come from families with weak backgrounds. Perhaps we shoot them among the other war gods' forces? No, Lu Xinyan has always been at odds with the other 3. If we disperse them among other war gods, it may lead to unnecessary conflicts. Although Lu Xinyan is no longer with us, we cannot let his absence hinder our progress. The key lies in who can take up this banner and continue to lead them. The Yuan clan, the Mo clan, and the Qin clan all have abundant talent. Why not select one person from these 3 families to serve as the commander of the Yen army? The Yen army has always been at odds with these aristocratic families. If they go, they will never gain the trust of the troops. I have a suggestion. Lu Xinyan's son, Lu Hong. Though he is only a 7th rank martial artist, his talent is truly extraordinary. He has awakened 3 SSS rank talents. In the future, he is sure to become a pillar of the great Xia kingdom. Let him take over the Yen army while the momentum is high. It might not be a bad idea. I think it's feasible. Lu Hong is, after all, Lu Xinyan's son. Compared to others, the Yanzi army would be more likely to accept him. But Lu Hong is still only a 7th rank martial artist. Moreover, he is still young and just a student, having never experienced the brutality of the battlefield against the 10,000 tribes. How can he possibly command an army? Especially the Yanzi army, the elite force of the great Xia kingdom. I suggest that we have the deputy commander of the Yanzi army temporarily take charge of the Yanzi army. Compared to Lu Hong, whom they have never interacted with, the Yanzi army might be more willing to accept the deputy commander. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao shook his head slightly and spoke slowly. The Yanzi army has 3 deputy commanders. Zhang Lijian was killed by Lu Hong. Lu Anming has also acknowledged Lu Hong's leadership. Only Chen Lei remains. Lu Hong was able to kill Zhongli, proving he has the strength to lead the Yanzi army. If we choose Chen Lei, why not choose Lu Hong? I propose that Lu Hong take on the role of commander of the Yanzi army. What do you all think? If you agree, please raise your hands. The secret room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly weighing the consequences of every decision. Finally, 4 elderly men slowly raised their hands. However, the other 4 remained silent, making no movement. If less than half vote in favor, it's a failure. Xiao Lao sighed softly and continued, then, those in favor of appointing Chen Lei, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army, to lead the Yanzi army, raise your hands. Before he had finished speaking, the other 4 elders raised their hands almost simultaneously. 4 votes to 4 votes. A tie. Everyone fell silent, no one spoke. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. What about my vote? Chapter 87, Young General, I have a wound on my shoulder. Please be gentle. The atmosphere in the secret room grew tense, and a look of surprise flashed across the faces of the elderly men. They turned to look, only to see Mo Lao slowly walking in. Mo Lao's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on one person. He spoke in a deep voice, I agree that Lu Hong should take command of the Yen army. Several elderly men heard this and furrowed their brows, their dissatisfaction evident. Mo shirts you are no longer one of us. You have no right to vote. Since you chose to withdraw from the 9 Elders Council, you should not interfere anymore. Mo Shirtsu, you've overstepped your bounds. Under the accusations of the crowd, Mo Lao snorted coldly, I have no right to vote? I, Mo Shirtsu, joined the Nine Elders Council from its very inception. Where were you all back then? To say I have no right? Ridiculous. Xia Dingqian, you tell me, do I have this right or not? Xia Lao took a deep breath, gazing intently at Mo Lao, and spoke slowly, Mo Shirtsu, you certainly have the right to vote. But this vote means that you will once again become a member of the Nine Elders Council. Moreover, you must fulfill the promise you made last time. Mo Lao spoke firmly, as long as I have the right to vote, that's enough. I'm voting for Lu Hong. Upon hearing this, Xia Lao's eyes flashed with a golden light. So you agree, Mo Shirquan? Mo Lao snorted coldly, enough of this nonsense. Xia Lao burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Excellent. I understand. From today onward, Lu Hong is the supreme commander of the Yin army. Lu Hong sat quietly in Lu Xinyan's room. Lu Xinyan's room was very small, even smaller than his dormitory at North War Martial Arts University. It was empty, with no trace of Lu Xinyan's former presence. Suddenly, the great Xia order in Lu Hong's embrace emitted a warm current. Immediately afterward, a beam of light burst forth from it, projecting the image of Xia Lao. Lu Hong. After a unanimous decision by the 9 elders of the Great Xia Kingdom, we have decided to entrust you with the command of the Yin army. Are you willing to accept this mission? The old man's voice came through the projection, clear and distinct. Lu Hong nodded without hesitation, I accept. The old man nodded in satisfaction and continued, go gather all the members of the Yanzi army. I will personally announce this decision. Lu Hong acted swiftly, informing Wang Hu and Lu Anning to gather all the members of the Yanzi army and assemble outside the camp immediately. Soon, the Yanzi army was already lined up neatly outside the camp. Their speed was truly astonishing. This was the elite combat force of the Great Xia Kingdom, capable of assembling swiftly and being fully prepared for battle at any time and in any place. Lu Hong stood at the front of the ranks, holding aloft the Great Xia banner. A beam of light projected outward, clearly displaying the image of Xia Lao before every soldier. In an instant, the entire area fell silent, with only the sound of breathing audible. All members of the Yanzi army fixed their gaze on the projection. The image of Xia Lao slowly spoke, General Lu Xinyan, to protect the peace of Dongjia City, I sealed the void hole alone. This led him to enter the heartland of the 10,000 clans, from which he cannot return. Here, on behalf of the Great Xia Kingdom, I pledge to all soldiers that we will spare no effort in searching for General Lu's whereabouts. However, a dragon cannot survive without a leader. The Yin army must have someone to lead it. At that moment, Chen Lei's gaze was fixed on Xia Lao's face, his eyes filled with anticipation. As the deputy commander of the Yanzi army, he believed himself to be the only suitable candidate to succeed the commander. He had fought countless battles on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, and with him in command, the Yanzi army would be no different from before. Chen Lei widened his eyes and strained his ears, fearing he might miss a single word. However, Xia Lao's next words were like a thunderclap, shattering Chen Lei's illusions. After deliberation by the 9 elders of the Great Xia dynasty, it has been decided. Until Lu Xinyan returns, Lu Hong will temporarily take charge of the Yanzi army. As Xia Lao's words fell, the scene erupted into chaos, with whispers and murmurs filling the air. The Great Xia Kingdom has actually acknowledged Lu Hong's status. Even the 9 elders have unanimously agreed Lu Hong is in charge of the Yin army. Who dares to object? What about Lu Hong? He's clearly the young marshal. Young marshal. Young marshal. Young marshal. Cheers erupted in wave after wave, echoing through the sky. Then, Chen Lei stood alone at the front, his face ashen, silent. He couldn't accept what had happened. Lu Hong walked up to Chen Lei and whispered, General Chen, judging by your expression, do you have any objections? Chen Lei forced a smile and pretended to be casual, little Lu. Since old Xia has spoken, I naturally have no objections. It's just that Uncle Chen is getting old and a bit tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Lu Hong smiled and replied, since General Chen is tired, you should go back and rest quickly. After that, Chen Lei turned around and walked away in large strides. Chen Lei didn't even bother to acknowledge Lu Hong. He was filled with confusion at that moment. The Yin army was one of the most elite military forces in the Great Xia Kingdom. To just hand them over to a mere child like this? This was an insult to him as a deputy general. Could it be that I'm no match for a mere 7th-rank martial artist? If you want to acknowledge them, go ahead and acknowledge them. I won't accept this. Just as Chen Lei was venting his frustration, a chilling force surged toward Chen Lei from behind. It was the chilling aura of death, enough to make one's soul tremble. Relying on his years of battlefield experience, Chen Lei reacted almost instantly. His body flickered, and he dodged to the right in an instant. A deafening crash echoed through the air. A staff, adorned with red, purple, and white hues, and wielding the power to shatter the heavens and earth, crashed down on Chen Lei's shoulder with devastating force. Caught completely off guard, Chen Lei struggled to dodge, but his shoulder still took the brunt of the blow. Chen Lei was sent flying several meters away like a crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to his feet, glaring at Lu Hong behind him with eyes wide with anger. Lu Hong, what are you doing? Lu Hong spoke calmly, the Yan army upholds strict discipline. As the current leader of the Yan army, I must enforce this discipline. You disregarded military discipline and left without permission. You deserve punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers fell silent, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Chen Lei was furious. Pointing at Lu Hong, he shouted, I asked you earlier. You said I could leave, so I did. Lu Hong nodded slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. It seems you are still obedient after all. The next moment, blazing flames erupted around Lu Hong, engulfing him entirely, making him resemble a king emerging from the depths of hell. Now, I am the recognized commander of the Yan army of the Great Xia Kingdom. Calling me young general isn't too much to ask, is it? Every word felt like a heavy hammer striking Chen Lei's heart. Chen Lei stood motionless, saying nothing. Suddenly, Lu Hong's figure vanished from the spot. Put! Blood spattered everywhere. A hellfire staff emanating a terrifying aura pierced straight through Chen Lei's shoulder. Chen Lei's face contorted in agony and shock. He could clearly feel the immense power of the vital energy Lu Hong was emanating. Just now, he hadn't even had time to react. If that staff had been aimed at his neck, he would have been dead on the spot. General Chen, it seems you haven't made up your mind yet? Let me help you. The hellfire staff in Lu Hong's hands blazed even brighter, as if it could devour everything in its path. Chen Lei stared at the approaching tip of the staff, fear surging through him. Could Lu Hong really be planning to kill him? He was the deputy commander of the Yan army. Next, Lu Hong's hellfire staff pressed against Chen Lei's forehead. Chen Lei saw that Lu Hong was truly intent on killing him and was instantly overcome with fear. That man had even killed Zhang Lijian. What could he possibly do? Chen Lei hurriedly spoke up, young general. I was wrong. I shouldn't have challenged your authority. From now on, the Yanzi army will follow your every command. I submit. Lu Hong heard this and curved his lips into a faint smile. He slowly moved the hellfire staff away and walked toward Chen Lei, casually patting his shoulder. General Chen, those who recognize the times are wise. It's good that you've come to your senses. This pat landed precisely on the wound on Chen Lei's shoulder. Sigh. Chen Lei couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his features tightening as a look of pain crossed his face. Young general, I have a wound on my shoulder. Please be gentler. Chapter 88, What I need are reliable subordinates. Not a cowardly fool. Lu Hong raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, just apply some medicine. When you're out in the world, who hasn't suffered a few injuries? Chen Lei heard this and felt a mix of emotions. These were the very words he had once spoken to Lu Hong. Now, Lu Hong had returned them to him word for word. Chen Lei could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the depths of his eyes. But he forced himself to endure the pain, managing to twist his lips into a bitter smile. Yes. Young general, you are right. Blood gushed from Chen Lei's shoulder, soaking through his clothes, but it couldn't extinguish the ruthlessness in his eyes. Lu Hong sneered coldly and continued in a loud voice, the Great Xia Kingdom hereby declares that I shall command the Yan army. Now, next. I have 3 matters to announce. The first matter. Lu Xinyan has ventured deep into the heartland of the 10,000 clans, and his fate is unknown. As members of the Yan army, we must not abandon the opportunity to find Lu Xinyan. From this day forward, on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, if you capture any of their warriors, you must extract information from them about Lu Xinyan's whereabouts. Yes, young general. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Second order. From today onward, Wang will assume the position of deputy general of the Yan army. The words fell like a boulder into a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Wang Hu? He's been appointed deputy commander of the Yan army? What qualifies him? A 6th rank martial artist can become a deputy general? I refuse to accept this. I don't accept it either. Wang Hu also looked startled, bowed deeply, and spoke earnestly, young general. My cultivation is low. I am merely a 6th rank martial artist. I fear I am unqualified for the position of deputy commander of the Yanzi army. Lu Hong's gaze was piercing as he stared directly at Wang Hu, his tone carrying an unyielding force. I will ask you once. Wang Hu, do you want to be the deputy commander of the Yanzi army? I need capable subordinates. Not a cowardly good for nothing. Wang Hu looked distressed. That's the deputy commander of the Yanzi army. If he said he didn't want it? That would definitely be a lie. The deputy commander of the Yanzi army was a position he might never reach in his lifetime. Now, it had fallen upon his shoulders like a timely rain from heaven. He knows his abilities are far from sufficient. Those who hold the position of deputy commander are all martial artists who have reached the 9th rank realm. He's only a 6th rank martial artist. He dares not even dream of it. But a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Wang Hu knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would likely spend the rest of his life as the lowest ranking soldier in the Yan army. If he were to die on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, no one would even bother to bring his body back. Should he spend his entire life kneeling as a soldier? Or stand tall as a general for a time? Wang Hu looked up at Lu Hong, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented determination. I am willing to serve as the deputy general of the Yin army. Lu Hong nodded approvingly. Wang Hu, remember this, under my command, there is no room for the mediocre. Then, he turned to the soldiers around him, who were buzzing with discussion, his voice steady and powerful. Appointing Wang Hu as deputy general is my decision. Who says only 9th rank martial artists can be deputy generals? Under my command, there are no rigid rules, only ability and potential matter. Do you think Wang Hu's cultivation is too low to be a deputy general? Then prove with your actions that you are more qualified for this position than he is. Who among you wants to take this position? Step forward, and I'll see. As soon as he spoke, a stir began to rise among the crowd. Before long, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the Yanzi army. Young commander. I, Lu Feng, have been a member of the Yanzi army for many years and have now reached the 8th rank martial artist realm. In terms of experience and strength, I believe I am more qualified than Wang Hu for this deputy commander position. These words seemed to ignite a fuse. Immediately afterward, 5 more individuals stepped forward. Young general. If Wang Hu can do it, so can I. Young general, I also want to give this deputy commander position a try. One after another, a total of 6 members of the Yin army stepped forward. They were all 8th rank martial artists, eager to prove themselves, each and every one of them longing to demonstrate their worth. For a moment, the 6 8th rank martial artists stood in stark contrast to Wang Hu. Lu Hong nodded. Since that's the case, I'll give you all a chance. In 3 months, the 6 of you will face off against Wang Hu here. The victor will become the deputy commander of the Yin army. Alright. I agree. I agree too. I agree. 6 8th rank martial artists echoed in unison. Only Wang Hu stood aside, his face ashen, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He was merely a 6th rank martial artist. How could he possibly be a match for these 8th rank martial artists? What was the point of his existence as a deputy commander? Was he here just to be challenged by others? If he were to lose in 3 months, he would likely become the biggest laughingstock in the Yin army. Lu Hong noticed Wang Hu's troubled expression and coldly asked, Wang Hu, do you have any objections? Wang Hu suppressed his emotions and replied in a firm voice, reporting to the young general, I have no objections. Lu Hong spoke indifferently, Wang Hu, I made you deputy commander because I trust you. I believe you can do it. I am merely a 7th rank martial artist, yet I still managed to kill Zhang Lijian, a 9th rank martial artist. Now I still command the Yin army. Even if you were to face an 8th rank martial artist, what could you do? If you lose confidence in yourself, that would be the most terrifying thing. Over the next 3 months, I will provide you with the best resources and the best secret realms for your cultivation. In 3 months, I will make the Yanzi army know. The person I, Lu Hong, have chosen is no ordinary individual. At that time, I hope you will stand tall on the battlefield and prove your strength. You, Wang Hu, are worthy of the title of deputy general. Do you have the confidence to do so? A flash of determination crossed Wang Hu's eyes. He was an orphan of war, rescued from despair by General Lu Zhenyan, who brought him into the Yin army. He had only awakened an ordinary A-rank talent. However, through his own efforts, he stood out among the many flaming army soldiers and was promoted to captain of a small squad. This position was already a dream come true for many. The position of deputy commander was even more out of reach. Wang Hu had never even imagined that the position of deputy commander could fall to him. This might be his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, he would likely spend the rest of his life in obscurity. This opportunity, he must seize it. For General Lu's kindness, for the young marshal's promotion, and most of all, for himself. Reporting back to the young marshal, Wang Hu's voice was low and resolute, his eyes flashing with determination. I will do my utmost to fulfill the young marshal's expectations. In 3 months, I will make everyone acknowledge my worth. Lu Hong nodded, a faint smile curving his lips. Then, Lu Hong turned his gaze to the injured Chen Lei and spoke in a cold tone. Now, I have a third matter to discuss. General Chen, I will ask you one last time. Do you have anything you're hiding from me or the Yin army? Chapter 89. Today, I will use your blood to break the fast. Chen Lei clutched his shoulders soaked in blood, a look of astonishment fleeting across his face. Why are you asking me again? You've injured me this badly, yet you won't let me return to tend to my wounds? What do you want to do? Though filled with resentment, Chen Lei forced a smile and replied respectfully, Young General. I have nothing to hide from you or the Yanzi army. I have already made my position clear. I am fully committed to you. From now on, you will lead the Yanzi army, and I will support you wholeheartedly, with no second thoughts. Lu Hong heard this and nodded slightly, seeming quite satisfied with Chen Lei's response. However, just as everyone thought the matter was about to be settled, Lu Hong's body suddenly erupted in flames several meters high. The hellfire staff in his hand was raised once more, pointing directly at Chen Lei, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Chen Lei's expression grew solemn, and he asked in a deep voice, Young General, what do you mean by this? No second thoughts? Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Then how do you explain this? As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and a video clip slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the video, Qianlei's right hand was completely covered by a layer of pitch-black scales. That wasn't a human hand at all. Only the 10,000 clans possessed such hands. This scene left everyone present in shock. Qianlei's face turned pale in an instant. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze fixed intently on Qianlei. Upon our first meeting, you looked down on me with nothing but contempt and hostility. If it were anyone else, they would have died 800 times over. But I didn't touch you. Do you know why? It's because I spare you all because you were once under Lu Xinyan's command. Even if you try to make things difficult for me or speak harshly, I won't hold it against you. Because you fought side by side with Lu Xinyan, risking your lives in battle. I hold all of you in the highest regard. But Qianlei, as the deputy commander of the Yanzi army, what are you doing? You dare to collude with the 10,000 clans? You are part of the Yanzi army. Do you really think that now that Lu Xinyan is gone, no one in the Yan army can hold you accountable? Colluding with the 10,000 clans is an unforgivable crime. Today, I speak on behalf of the Yan army to impose military discipline upon you. Qianlei's face twisted in anger, and wild flames flashed in his eyes. He roared, "You're just a brat. What gives you the right to lead the Yan army? I refuse to accept this. I fought my way up in the Yanzi army for years to reach my current position. Just because you're Lu Xinyan's son, you think you can take over the Yanzi army? And you killed Zhang Lijian. Do you know how close he was to me? I admit, your strength is no less than that of a 9th-rank martial artist. But I am not just an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist anymore. Do you think you can scare me with that broken stick? Even if I die today, I'll take you down with me." The next moment, Qianlei's body suddenly erupted with a dense crimson aura. That was the unique, heart-stopping power fluctuation of the 10,000 clans. His eyes turned blood red. Black scales began to spread across his palms, covering his entire hand, resembling demonic claws that sent chills down the spine. This scene instantly caused a stir among the Yanzi army, with shouts of astonishment echoing everywhere. General Qianlei has colluded with the 10,000 clans. Look at that power emanating from him, it's clearly the aura of the 10,000 clans. And his hands, they're clearly the mark of the 10,000 clans. What's going on here? How did General Qianlei come to possess the power of the 10,000 clans? Lu Anming stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful, cutting through the crowd's chaos. The 10,000 clans have planted a seed within him, allowing him to temporarily borrow the power of the 10,000 clans. However, he will forever be under the control of the 10,000 clans, becoming their puppet, at their mercy. The current Qianlei is likely not someone an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist can subdue. Even 10 9th-rank martial artists joining forces might struggle to subdue him. The young marshal is certainly no match for Qianlei. All members of the Yan army, protect the young marshal and eliminate Qianlei. Under Lu Anming's lead, numerous Yanzi army soldiers instantly surrounded him. At the same time, the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hands suddenly erupted with an unprecedented terrifying pressure. Red, purple, and white flames intertwined and swirled. A force capable of shattering the heavens and earth surged forth. It seemed as though an ancient divine weapon had descended from the heavens. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The seeds the 10,000 clans planted in you? With such meager power, you dare to serve as their lackey? Let me remind you, this broken staff in my hand has never revealed its true might. Today, I'll use your blood to awaken its true power. With a deafening boom, a blinding light streaked across the sky, instantly enveloping Lu Hong and the Hellfire Staff. Everything in the heavens and earth paled in comparison. The surrounding flaming army soldiers were all stunned and speechless. Isn't that the S-rank Hellfire Staff that General Lu originally possessed? How could it unleash such a terrifying aura? The power this staff is displaying is no longer that of an S-rank weapon. Even an SS-rank weapon couldn't unleash such power. Could it be that the young marshal has evolved this staff to SSS rank? An SSS-grade divine weapon. Even in the Great Xia Empire, there are only a few such items. Facing the sudden turn of events, Qianlei's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Even if you possess an SSS-rank divine weapon, so what? I now possess the power of 10,000 races within me. You can't possibly comprehend the might of this force. Even if Lu Xinyan were standing here, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat me. Below the 9th-rank martial artist, I have no equal. SSS-grade divine weapon? I'll still shatter it into pieces. Before he could finish speaking, Qianlei charged toward Lu Hong like a cannonball. Terrifying force ripped through the air, emanating a pressure that made hearts race. The Yanzi army standing by had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as Qianlei charged toward Lu Hong. His speed was so fast that even Lu Anming, a fellow 9th-rank martial artist, couldn't react in time. However, Lu Hong merely smiled indifferently, his expression calm. His hands gripped the Hellfire Staff tightly, his chi and blood surging within him, as if he had formed some mysterious resonance with the divine weapon. With a thunderous roar, he swung the staff forward. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the air itself was torn apart by the impact. On the Hellfire Staff, the energy of his chi and blooded into a pitch-black shadow. As the staff swung, it crashed down with the force of a tidal wave, smashing into Chen Lei with overwhelming power. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. When the dust settled, Chen Lei's body lay on the ground like a torn piece of cloth. His chest was severely deformed from the impact of the staff. Even with the power of 10,000 races, Chen Lei could not save his own life. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless, their gasps of astonishment echoing through the air. Chen Lei, a 9th-rank martial artist, is dead? And Chen Lei had fused the power of 10,000 races. He could easily match 10 9th-rank martial artists. The young marshal actually killed Chen Lei with a single strike? How could the young marshal be so powerful? Is this the might of an SSS-class divine weapon? It's simply unbelievable. What was that faint figure that appeared in the sky just now? It looked like a person? Lu Anming narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. That seems to be the spirit of a divine weapon. Only divine weapons of SSS rank or higher can manifest such a spirit. I've heard about it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. A spirit essence? SSS class divine weapon actually has a spirit essence. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Hong's gaze also fixed tightly on the faint, blurry figure that had just appeared, his heart racing. The shadowy figure was closely connected to the Hellfire Staff, as if it were a part of its soul. But at this moment, he was still unable to fully control this power. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, he would definitely master the power of this SSS-grade Hellfire Staff completely. Let that spirit essence shadow clearly manifest before my eyes. Then, Lu Hong turned around and faced the members of the Yanzi army, his voice firm and resolute. Now, the position of deputy commander is vacant once more. In 3 months' time, anyone who wishes to compete for the position of deputy commander. Whoever shines the brightest will claim the position of deputy commander. Chapter 90, Lu Xinyan's Notes. The scene fell deathly silent. General Chen Lei, who colluded with the 10,000 clans, was publicly executed by the young marshal. However, the members of the Yanzi army did not pay attention to this. Each of them glared greedily at the position of deputy general. Wang, whose promotion to deputy general was like an invisible flame, igniting their determination and ambition. If he, Wang Hu, could do it, why couldn't they? Lu Anming looked puzzled and quietly approached Lu Hong, lowering his voice and speaking with confusion. Young marshal, how did you know that Chen Lei was colluding with the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong chuckled lightly, refusing to answer directly. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lu Hong's gaze fell on Lu Anming and Wang Hu. He spoke in a solemn tone. Lu Anming, Wang Hu, the two of you come with me. The three entered the former residence of Lu Xinyan, the young marshal. Inside the room, Lu Hong slowly walked to the desk, gently opening a notebook. It contained records of everything related to Chen Lei. All of it had been personally compiled by Lu Xinyan. In the 324th year of the Great Xia calendar, I personally led Chen Lei to join the Yan army. In the 326th year of the Great Xia calendar, Chen Lei was promoted to a 7th-rank martial artist. He fought bravely on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, achieving numerous remarkable feats, and was promoted to the position of captain of the Yan army. In the 329th year of the Great Xia calendar, Chen Lei was promoted to an 8th-rank martial artist. With his rank talent, achieving such rapid advancement is truly rare. In the 333rd year of the Great Xia calendar, Chen Lei went on a mission and failed to return on time. Moreover, he lost the mission backup. Given his cautious nature, this should not have happened. In the 336th year of the Great Xia calendar, Chen Lei was promoted to a 9th-rank martial artist. After 10 years of combat with the Yanzi army, he has achieved remarkable feats. I have decided to promote him to deputy commander of the Yanzi army. In the 338th year of the Great Xia calendar, I was shocked to learn that Chen Lei had been secretly in contact with the Yuan clan. What exactly is his connection with the Yuan clan? He is a brother who has shared hardships with me for 11 years. I must investigate this thoroughly. In the 339th year of the Great Xia calendar, October. Chen Lei, that damned traitor. He actually allowed the 10,000 clans to implant seeds within him. Colluding with the 10,000 clans, his crimes are unforgivable. The 10,000 clans have already infiltrated the highest ranks of our army. Their power is terrifying. How did the 10,000 clans build such a powerful network? Could it be the Yuan clan pulling the strings behind the scenes? Chen Lei is like a brother to me. I'm giving him one last chance. Year 339 of the Great Xia calendar, November. Chen Lei, I don't understand why you've allied yourself with the 10,000 clans. Is it to enhance your power? Or is the Yuan clan behind this? This is your final chance. Yuan Xiu has colluded with the 10,000 clans. The evidence is irrefutable. I will send you to apprehend Yuan Xiu and bring him to justice. On this mission, I hope you will see the error of your ways, live up to my expectations, and not dishonor the honor of the Yan army. Lu Xinyan's notes abruptly ended here, leaving behind endless mysteries. Lu Hong spoke slowly. This is the notebook I found in Lu Xinyan's room. There was also a video of Chen Lei, who was involved with the 10,000 clans. Lu Anming and Wang, whose pupils contracted, their shock evident on their faces, as if the air itself had frozen. Chen Lei not only colluded with the 10,000 clans but also has entangled ties with the Yuan family. Moreover, Yuan Xiao is colluding with the 10,000 clans. All of this is likely the work of the Yuan family behind the scenes. Chen Lei's mission was to capture Yuan Xiao, but he never returned. Yuan Xiao remains at large to this day. This is sufficient proof that Chen Lei and the Yuan family have long been in cahoots. His collusion with the 10,000 clans is certainly not something that happened overnight. Young Marshal, we should report this information to the higher-ups and have them intervene to thoroughly investigate the Yuan family. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and sighed. What can we tell Xiao Lao and the others? We have no evidence. Based solely on this notebook, the Yuan family will never admit guilt. They have deep roots in the great Xia kingdom. Without ironclad evidence, it is difficult to shake their foundation. Moreover, the appearance of the Void Rift in Dongzhou City. I suspect it has a significant connection to the Yuan family. After speaking, Lu Hong's gaze grew intense as he issued orders to Lu Anming. Lu Anming, I am entrusting you with a crucial mission. Under no circumstances must you alert anyone. Bring Yuan Xiao back secretly. I must extract the clues regarding Lu Jinyan's disappearance from his mouth. Go immediately, the sooner, the better. Lu Anming secretly pondered the task, fully aware of its difficulty. Yuan Xiao was an 8th-rank martial artist. With his strength, he could easily capture him. However, Yuan Xiao had been staying within the Yuan family's territory. The operation must be carried out with the utmost caution to avoid alerting them. Otherwise, if the Yuan family detected it, it would inevitably provoke a storm of retaliation. But it was the young marshal's order. He must carry it out without question. Lu Anming bowed deeply, his voice firm. Yes, young general. With that, he sprang forward and vanished from sight in an instant. Lu Hong turned his gaze to Wang Hu and said solemnly, Wang Hu, you are currently only a 6th-rank martial artist. Your strength is still too weak to take on the role of deputy commander. However, the next 3 months will be the critical period for your transformation. I will spare no resources to help you break through your limits. What I want is for you to astonish everyone in 3 months. After 3 months, Wang Hu, you will no longer represent just yourself. You will represent me. You must prove your worth with your strength and show everyone your growth and transformation. Do you understand? Wang Hu heard this and a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. He shouted hoarsely in response, Yes, young general. Lu Hong nodded and continued, I've already made the arrangements. Depart immediately for Linen and seek out the head of the Zheng family. He will provide you with elixirs and arrange for you to enter the Linen secret realm for cultivation. The Linen secret realm has a different flow of time compared to the outside world, which will make your cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. For the first 2 months, you must devote yourself entirely to the Linen secret realm and train diligently. In the final month, go to the secret realm of the North War Martial Arts University, the Mirror Realm. Challenge your limits. I await your return. Wang Hu's eyes were filled with determination. He said firmly, Yes, young general. I will not disappoint you. The Yuan family. Yuan Kai and the core members of the Yuan family gathered together. Yuan Kai surveyed the room and coldly said, The current Yan army is in disarray. Lu Jinyan is nowhere to be found. Zhang Lijian and Chen Lei, the 2 deputy generals, have been killed. Only Lu Anming, a 9th-rank martial artist, remains. The Yanzi army's strength has greatly diminished. With just Lu Hong alone, he can't stir up much trouble. This time, I will completely annihilate the Yanzi army. A man in the crowd spoke slowly, Brother, during the last transaction, I seem to have been discovered by Lu Jinyan. Chen Lei came to see me a few days ago and told me to stay away for a while. Yuan Kai sneered, Hide? What's there to hide? Lu Jinyan is dead. I'll see who dares to cause trouble for the Yuan family. Just stay at home and relax. Wait for the good news of my annihilation of the Yan army. Chapter 91, The Void Cavern reappears. Since the last time Dongzhou City opened the Void Gate, the flames of war on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans have unexpectedly subsided. This is the first time in a century that the races on the battlefield have abandoned their offensive stance and instead begun to defend themselves. This left everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom utterly baffled. However, Xiao Lao and the others were deeply concerned, their brows furrowed with worry. The true strength of the myriad races remains a mystery, even to the elders like Xiao Lao. But they are certain of one thing. That is, the sheer number of the 10,000 clans far surpasses anything humanity could ever muster. They would never cease their attacks without a reason. There must be a more complex scheme lurking behind the scenes. What everyone feared most was that the unknown void portal would reappear in some corner of the Great Xia Kingdom, becoming a terrifying gateway for the allied forces of the 10,000 clans to launch a direct assault on the heartland. That would be the true disaster. However, the root cause of the Void Gate's appearance in Dongzhou City remains unclear to this day. Everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom is currently shrouded in darkness. Yanzi Army, Secret Chamber. Lu Hong slowly entered the secret room. Lu Anming stood ready for battle, with a man bound tightly with ropes beside him. That man was none other than Yuan Xiao of the Yuan clan. Yuan Xiao's face twisted with fear, and his gaze immediately turned pleading when it met Lu Hong's. You're Lu Hong? Let me go. I am a member of the Yuan family. You can't treat me like this. If I disappear for 3 days without returning, the family will mobilize all their forces to search for me. If they trace it back to you, you're finished. The Yanzi army will be finished too. You can't withstand the Yuan family's wrath. Lu Hong's face was as cold as ice, and he said in a cold voice, "Shut up. I don't mind killing you right now." Lu Anming quickly stepped forward and sealed Yuan Xiu's mouth, stopping his incessant pleas. Wah! 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 Yuan Xiu struggled beside him, but it was to no avail. Lu Hong looked at Lu Anming with a serious expression. "When you captured him, did anyone notice?" Lu Anming furrowed his brows. Wang Q is a frequent visitor to a certain club. I was lying in wait there and caught him. Although there were no members of the Yuan family around at the time. But the club is always bustling with people, there must have been witnesses. If the Yuan family investigates, they might trace it back to us. We don't have much time left. Only 3 days. Lu Hong sneered. 3 days? That's plenty of time. Immediately, Lu Hong personally untied the restraints around Yuan Xiu's mouth and barked, "Say exactly what I tell you." Yuan Xiu nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with a desperate desire to survive. "Yes, yes. Lord Lu Hong, I will tell you everything I know, without holding anything back. As long as you are willing to release me, I will do anything you ask." Lu Hong was somewhat surprised and said, "The Yuan family, as one of the top clans in the Great Xia Kingdom. I thought the men of the Yuan clan were all men of iron will. Yet you have proven so pragmatic, this is truly unexpected." Yuan Xiu's face was filled with a fawning smile as he hurriedly replied, "Young General Lu, how could you say that? I know well that if I do not go with the flow, endless torture awaits me. Rather than that, it's better to cooperate with you and perhaps seek a sliver of hope. This world is so tempting. I haven't lived enough yet. Lu Xiaoshui, whatever you ask, I will tell you everything. I wonder if you could let me go." Lu Hong gave a light laugh, but his eyes held no warmth. "You're quite clever, knowing how to weigh the pros and cons. Then what do you think I should do? Let you go?" Yuan Xiu's expression hardened instantly as he locked eyes with Lu Hong and spoke firmly. "Lu Xiaoshui, I am fully aware that I have reached a dead end. Only by revealing everything can I seek a sliver of hope. In doing so, the Yuan family will have no place for me. I will change my name and appearance, live as an ordinary person. I only ask that you give me a chance. And I promise, the information I possess is more than enough to save my worthless life." Lu Hong nodded. "Alright, I'll listen to your important information for now. If it is truly as you say, valuable enough to be worth your life, I'll spare your life. What do you say?" Yuan Xiu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "The Yuan clan, as one of the top aristocratic families of the Great Xia Kingdom, has ambitions that far exceed the scope of a mere aristocratic family. What they crave is to rule the entire Great Xia. Years ago, the Yuan family established connections with the 10,000 clans. Have you ever wondered why the disciples of the Yuan clan all possess dual talents? It's not because the Yuan clan has some kind of dual talent bloodline. The Yuan clan's dual talents were obtained through the secret arts of the 10,000 clans, stolen from innocent martial artists. This secret art is like the hand of a demon, stripping others of their future to nourish the Yuan clan's ambitions. All of this was obtained through a deal between the Yuan clan and the 10,000 clans. Moreover, the Yuan clan's influence has quietly spread to every corner of the Great Xia Empire. From the top martial arts academies to the elite troops under the war god's command, and even within your Yin army, their shadows lurk in the shadows. Even your deputy commander Chen Lei is one of the carefully placed pawns of the Yuan clan. Most importantly, the void portal that appeared in Dongzhou City was also created by the Yuan family." Lu Hong and Lu Anming heard this and their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked, but more than that, they felt anger and worry. They never imagined that the Void Rift was actually connected to the Yuan family. As one of the top powers in the Great Xia Kingdom, they had betrayed all the races, as if they had plunged a sharp blade into the heart of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong clenched his fists tightly and urgently demanded, "Where is Lu Jingyan? Where is he now? How can we rescue him after he entered the Void Abyss?" Yuan Xiu shook his head. The Void Cavern serves as a passageway between the myriad races and the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Jingyan entering the Void Cavern is like a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger. The odds are against him. To save him, we must reopen the Void Cavern and venture into the heart of the 10,000 clans. Only then might there be a sliver of hope. However, no one has ever survived returning from the heart of the 10,000 clans. Even Lu Jingyan probably can't make it. Lu Hong said solemnly, "Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must save him." Yuan Xiu whispered, "The Yuan clan is about to open the next Void Cavern. The city they have chosen is Nanyang City. You can prepare in advance and strike the 10,000 clans head-on when the Void Abyss appears, while also attempting to rescue Lu Jingyan." Before he could finish speaking, the camp of the Yanzi army suddenly erupted with urgent alarm bells, sounding like war drums beating, and the atmosphere grew tense. Beep, beep, beep. Each sound echoed in everyone's hearts. Lu Anming sprang into action at the sound and rushed out of the secret room. Moments later, he returned with a grim expression, bowing to Lu Hong and reporting, "Young general, the situation is urgent." A void portal has appeared above South Asia City, and the armies of the myriad races are pouring out endlessly, threatening the city's safety. Old Master Xia has issued orders for our Yuan army to set out immediately, vowing to defend South Asia and save the common people. Yuan Xiu curled his lips into a cold smile. See? I told you so. Lu Hong's anger flared, and he grabbed Yuan Xiu by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. He shouted, "Speak! How do we stop this void portal from causing more harm to the world?" Chapter 92, Lu Xiaoshui. I hope we can reach a cooperation. Yuan Xiu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Lu Xiaoshui. I have proven my worth. How about this? Release me, and I will tell you everything. Lu Hong's eyes grew icy. Impossible. You must first reveal everything you know. There is no room for negotiation. Yuan Xiu sneered. Lu Xiaoshui, my value is not limited to that. If you refuse to release me, from this moment on, I won't utter a single word. Lu Hong's expression hardened, and he shouted, Yuan Xiu, are you testing my patience? Do you really want to force me to act? A terrifying flame erupted from Lu Hong's body, as if it could devour everything. Yuan Qiu not only showed no fear but instead laughed lightly, appearing even more relaxed than before. Lu Hongshui. I believe you are a wise man. Everything I said earlier was the truth. Not a single word was false. The information I possess is of extraordinary value, and you are well aware of that. If you release me, I will hand over all the information without reservation. However, if you choose to torture me, I will doubt that you have any intention of sparing me. In that case, I would rather destroy everything and let those secrets remain buried forever. You will never obtain any of this information. Lu Xiaoshui. I hope we can reach a cooperation agreement. Lu Hong heard this, and a complex expression flashed across his eyes. He eventually slowly extinguished the flames on his body and waved his hand, signaling Lu Anning to step back. Once the two were alone in the secret room, the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Hong softened his tone and asked, Tell me, how do you propose we collaborate? Yuan Xiu's face lit up with a bright smile as he whispered, Lu Xiaoshui? Why not let me go first? Lu Hong pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, releasing the restraints on Yuan Xiu. Yuan Xiu shook his arms and spoke in a low voice, I have revealed so many secrets of the Yuan clan to you. The Yuan clan is now a cliff's edge for me. If I were to flee far away, it would only delay my inevitable downfall. Whether you or the Yuan family emerges victorious, I believe my ultimate fate cannot escape the word death. I'm sure, from the moment you entered, you never intended to spare me. Once I reveal everything, it will likely be the end of me. Is that correct? Lu Hong furrowed his brows but said nothing. Yuan Xiu continued, But I am an extremely selfish person. I don't want to die. Even if everyone in the Yuan family is dead, I still don't want to die. Lu Xiaoshui, I am willing to join forces with you to plot a grand scheme. If you are willing to let me return to the Yuan family, I will not only reveal everything I know to you without reservation. I would also be willing to become your spy within the Yuan family, gathering all valuable intelligence for you. Lu Hong's gaze was like a flame, fixed intently on Yuan Xiu. He wanted to know which words were true and which were false. This man was even beyond his grasp. Lu Hong pondered for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone, I cannot trust you. Then it's simple. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and clasped his hands together in front of his chest. A drop of pure blood slowed from his forehead. The drop of blood flew directly toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong swept his hand out, catching the drop of blood with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, an odd connection formed silently in his mind, granting him an unprecedented sense of control. It felt as though with a single thought, he could decide the fate of Yuan Qiu. Yuan Xiu opened his eyes and spoke slowly, Lu Xiaoshui, is this acceptable now? This drop of essence blood is my oath of loyalty to you. For the next year, I will obey your every command without question. After a year, it will dissipate within you. For the next year, I will be your most loyal servant, ready to carry out any orders without complaint. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, What do you want? Yuan Xiu curved his lips into a smile, Lu Xiaoshui, you're a smart man. I hope you won't make today's conversation public. Especially not to those like Xia Lao. I want to survive. But not just to live in constant fear. I want to control the entire Yuan clan and live in peace. Lu Hong nodded. Then tell me first, how exactly do we seal this void cavern? Yuan Xiu laughed aloud upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshui, it seems you agree to cooperate. Rest assured. I will tell you everything you want to know. The Void Abyss is the gateway for the invasion of the 10,000 races. To open it, 5 members of the Void clan from among the 10,000 races must serve as the trigger. However, the 10,000 clans have given the Yuan clan 3 void crystals. These void crystals can guide its opening at specific locations. There are 2 ways to seal the Void Abyss in South Asia City. First, enter the Void Abyss, reach the heartland of the myriad races, and slay the 5 Void clan members to close the Void Abyss. This is what the Land War God did earlier. Second, locate the Void Crystal, destroy it, and the Void Rift will also be sealed. Lu Hong urgently asked, Where are the Void Crystals of your Yuan clan? Yuan Xiao slowly uttered a few words. These 3 void crystals are all on Yuan Jing's body. The Vice-Chancellor of North War University? Yuan Jing? Yes. The first void rift was opened in Dongjiao City because North War Martial Arts University is close to Dongjiao City, right? Lu Hong's expression darkened as he pressed further. If I obtain the final void crystal, how do I open it? Nanyang City, once a bustling urban area, had now become a battlefield ravaged by countless races. Beneath the sky, the multicolored hordes surged forward like a tidal wave, dyeing the land a despairing shade of darkness. The streets were filled with a chaotic crowd, all fleeing in panic. Screams of fear and despair intertwined into a sorrowful dirge. In this moment of life and death, a vibrant red flash, like the first light of dawn, swept in from the distance. It was the banner of the flaming army, the color of hope, shining brightly in the midst of despair. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and the eyes of the despairing once again gleamed with hope. The Yanzi army! It's the Yanzi army! We're saved! Finally! The great Xia kingdom hasn't abandoned us. Damn you, 10,000 clans! You shall all face the slaughter of the Yanzi army. Lu Hong stood at the front of the army, his voice firm and powerful, as if it could pierce the clouds and reach the hearts of all. For the glory of the great Xia kingdom, for the peace of Nanyang City, all 10,000 clans no mercy. The furious roar of the Yanzi army echoed across the heavens. All the 10,000 clans, no mercy. All races, no mercy. All races, no mercy. A crimson tide surged forward unstoppable, the flaming army charging at the allied forces of all races with overwhelming force. Their figures darted across the battlefield, every swing of their swords, every charge, driven by their thirst for victory and their resolve to uphold peace. The allied forces of all races were forced into retreat under the fierce assault of the Yanzi army. The sky above South Asia City, at that moment, was dominated by the banners of the Yanzi army. It fluttered high in the sky, proclaiming humanity's resolve and strength. Just as Lu Anming was gathering his strength, ready to lead his troops into battle, Lu Hong quietly approached him and said in a solemn voice, "General Lu, come with me. Chapter 93, Give me your heart, and I will help you through this crisis." Lu Anming, though filled with doubts, followed Lu Hong's lead. Along the way, relying on their extraordinary strength, the masses of all races were slaughtered without mercy, leaving no survivors. Finally, the two arrived at a skyscraper. Lu Hong coldly said, "Yuan Jing is hiding inside this skyscraper. We must find him." Lu Anming did not continue listening to the conversation between Lu Hong and Yuan Xiao. However, he had already come to understand that the Void Abyss was somehow connected to the Yuan clan. The allied forces of the myriad races were as numerous as a tidal wave. Even if the Yan army arrived, they could only hold them off for a short time. If all the races were to mobilize their full forces, relying solely on the Yan army would be like trying to stop a cart with one's arms. If we can capture Yuan Jing, perhaps we can seal this void-like hole. And the Yuan clan, colluding with the 10,000 clans, this top-tier clan, would likely cease to exist in the near future. Lu Anming hesitated not a moment, responding succinctly, "As you command." Lu Hong and Lu Anming instantly transformed into two black shadows and entered the skyscraper. Just as Lu Hong stepped over the threshold of the building, the book of prophecy on his chest seemed to sense something. Suddenly, it opened on its own, pages flipping rapidly, its speed astonishing. The book of prophecy hovered directly before Lu Hong, its pages pulsating like living creatures, with lines of text clearly visible. "Lu Hong, continue your investigation. You will die. Yuan Jing is not an ordinary 9th-rank martial artist. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Both you and Lu Anming will die at his hands. Give me your heart. I can help you survive this crisis. Give me your heart. I can help you survive this crisis." Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly and closed the book of prophecy without hesitation. This book of prophecy always does this. It seemed to hold no real power, yet it only served to weigh heavily on his mind. Just as Lu Hong was about to continue, his footsteps came to a halt. Ding! Divine Choice System activated. Two options appeared before him like a light screen. Option 1, exit the building now, abandon the search for Yuan Jing, and seek assistance from the Great Xia Kingdom. Reward, 1/8 tier swallowing earth rat inner core for the host. Option 2, continue deeper, find Yuan Jing, defeat him, destroy the Void Crystal, and seal the Void Cavern. Reward the host with an SSS rank talent and Sandstorm Divine Soil. Kind reminder, given the host's consistent excellent performance in completing tasks, it is recommended that the host choose option 1 this time. Lu Hong looked at the system's friendly reminder, a complex expression fleeting across his eyes. What does the system mean by this? It's suggesting I choose option 1? This is the first time the system has ever done this. Could it be that the prophecy book is telling the truth? Neither Lu Anming nor I are a match for Yuan Jing? Will Yuan Jing kill me? Lu Hong hesitated for a moment. However, the building wasn't very large, and Lu Anming had already located Yuan Jing's position. "Young General, Yuan Jing is here." Lu Hong had just heard Yuan Jing shout. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion echoed, dust swirled everywhere, and everything signaled impending doom. When the dust settled, the scene that emerged left Lu Hong's heart racing. A large hole had been torn into the wall. Lu Anming had been struck by a tremendous force and embedded into the wall. Lu Anming was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He struggled to open his mouth and croaked, "Young general, run." Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply, and his mind was filled with turmoil. Lu Anming was a 9th-rank martial artist. How could he be defeated so easily in just one exchange? What kind of power does this Yu Wenjing possess? Not far away, Yu Wenjing's gaze pierced through the spatial barriers, locking onto Lu Hong with unwavering intensity. "Lu Hong, you actually managed to find this place. But it all ends here." Whoosh! A black afterimage flickered in the air. Yu Wenjing's figure appeared before Lu Hong in an instant, as swift as a ghost, leaving him breathless. Lu Hong's hair stood on end in an instant. This speed surpassed all his imagination. It was even faster than the speed at which he had awakened his SSS rank 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. Lu Hong dared not take it lightly and immediately mobilized all his chi and blood energy. The thunderling boots on his feet erupted with brilliant purple light, enveloping his entire body and transforming him into a purple bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. However, the terrifying force from behind him remained relentless. As if bound by invisible chains, every one of Lu Hong's movements felt utterly powerless. Boom! A colossal force erupted from behind, striking him with overwhelming force. In an instant, Lu Hong's body was sent flying several meters through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. Agony surged through him like a tidal wave. Lu Hong could clearly feel several ribs breaking inside his body, a tearing sensation that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. The fishman's heart immediately emitted a blue glow, beginning to slowly repair Lu Hong's damaged body. However, before Lu Hong could recover, Yu Wenjing slowly walked over to his side. Yu Wenjing looked down at Lu Hong from above, a cold smile curving his lips. "Lu Hong, I want to know how you found this place." Lu Hong knew that the only option now was to buy time. He needed the fishman's heart to repair his injuries as much as possible, so that he could launch a surprise attack when Yu Wenjing let his guard down and seized the opportunity to counterattack. This was the best plan Lu Hong could think of at the moment. Lu Hong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Someone told me." Yu Wenjing barked, "Who?" Lu Hong countered, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hong felt darkness engulf his vision. Yu Wenjing kicked Lu Hong hard in the head. Lu Hong's vision was instantly engulfed in darkness, and excruciating pain surged through his body like a tidal wave. The force of the blow sent his entire body flying backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Wenjing sneered, "Let you go? You must be dreaming. As for who told you, it doesn't matter to me. As long as the void portal is opened, all the races will pour in from here. The capital of the Great Xia Kingdom won't stand a chance. Why would I care who told you the news? Since you refuse to speak, then just go die." Lu Hong's face twisted with anger and resentment. He was no match for Yu Wenjing. Moreover, Yu Wenjing didn't give him a single moment to catch his breath. Yu Wenjing wanted to kill him immediately. Lu Hong felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Was he really going to die here? Die at the hands of Yu Wenjing? No. It's impossible. There must be a way. At the moment of life and death, the book of prophecy on Lu Hong's chest began to flip wildly once more. Lu Hong quickly reacted, trembling as he pulled the book of prophecy out once more. There, in bold letters, were the words, "Give me your heart, and I will help you through this crisis." Chapter 94, As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can obtain anything you desire for you. At the brink of life and death, Lu Hong had no other options. Believing in the prophecy book became his only option. Lu Hong urgently exclaimed, "All right. I'll give you my heart. But you must ensure I survive." All the text in the book of prophecy vanished in an instant. Immediately afterward, a new line of text slowly appeared. "Relax your entire body. Do not resist. It will be over soon." The next second, the book of prophecy transformed into a piercing beam of light, striking Lu Hong's chest. Lu Hong felt an unbearable pain erupt from his chest. Immediately afterward, the book of prophecy completely vanished into his chest, unleashing an indescribable force of devouring energy. The book of prophecy mercilessly devoured Lu Hong's heart, yet as it devoured, it fused with it in an unimaginable manner. At that moment, it remained firmly embedded in Lu Hong's heart, a strange heart beating slowly within his chest. At the same time, excruciating pain surged through every nerve in Lu Hong's body like a raging storm. He curled into a ball, lying motionless on the ground. Yu Wenjing, witnessing this scene, flashed a look of astonishment and greed in his eyes. Could this be the legendary book of prophecy? Then, Yu Wenjing burst into laughter. If it really is the book of prophecy, then it's as easy as taking candy from a baby. Boom! A terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from Yu Wenjing's body. The long sword in his hand swiftly closed in on Lu Hong's forehead, its tip gleaming with a piercing cold light, as if ready to end everything. However, just as Yu Wenjing was about to strike the fatal blow, Yu Wenjing's body suddenly felt as though it were bound by an invisible chain, his entire body stiffening and unable to move. His face filled with terror. "What's happening? Why can't I move?" Yu Wenjing struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. His body remained firmly bound by an unknown force. At that moment, Lu Hong's chest still ached faintly. However, he could clearly sense that the position of his heart had been replaced by the Book of Prophecy. A line of text flashed through the prophecy book, directly imprinting itself into Lu Hong's mind. I can immobilize Yuan Jing for 1 minute. In that minute, he cannot move an inch, enough time for you to escape or kill him. Lu Hong struggled to get to his feet, glaring at the motionless Yuan Jing. Just as the prophecy book had foretold, Yuan Jing stood motionless like a statue, letting time pass by without so much as a flicker of movement. However, he only had 1 minute. Lu Hong hesitated not a moment, gripping the Hellfire Staff tightly. A terrifying energy swirled around him, distorting the air with its intense heat. Put! Blood spattered everywhere. The Hellfire Staff pierced through Yuan Jing's chest, staining everything around him red. Yuan Jing's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had once been able to crush him with a single hand, yet now he had been killed by this man. He couldn't understand, even in death, how the situation had turned so completely against him. However, he had no more chances. Hong's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. The Book of Prophecy had effortlessly bound such a powerful opponent as Yuan Jing in place. What kind of power does it possess? Now, the Book of Prophecy had taken the place of his own heart, bound to his bloodline. For him, was this a blessing or a curse? Lu Hong had no time to ponder these questions. He quickly searched Yuan Jing's body and discovered a crystal-clear purple crystal. It was an intact void crystal, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Lu Hong immediately tucked it into his robe and continued to move through the building. In the depths of a dim and mysterious room, Lu Hong's gaze was drawn to a crystal emanating a strong purple aura. This crystal was noticeably darker in color. Lu Hong knew this was the crystal he had been searching for, the one that would open the void cavern of Nanyang City. Boom! Lu Hong gathered all his strength, and the Hellfire Staff in his hand crashed down on the void crystal with all his might. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. However, the void crystal remained unscathed, not even a single crack appeared on its surface. How could this void crystal be so sturdy? His full force strike hadn't even budged it an inch? Suddenly, the Book of Prophecy in Lu Hong's heart appeared again, imprinting a line of text directly into his mind. Swallow this void crystal. I can help you destroy it. Lu Hong stared at the crystal, which was about the size of a fist. Are you serious? I'm supposed to swallow this thing? Are you kidding me? Lu Hong decided to ignore it and continued to strike the void crystal with all his might. However, no matter how hard Lu Hong struck it, the crystal remained unmoved. At that moment, the voice of the prophecy book surged forth like a tidal wave, repeating the same command over and over. Swallow this void crystal. I can help you destroy it. Swallow this void crystal. I can help you destroy it. Swallow this void crystal. I can help you destroy it. The voice of the prophecy book echoed in his mind, showing no signs of weakening, but instead growing more urgent. Lu Hong's face contorted instantly. The appearance of the Book of Prophecy within his body was already alarming enough. The endless sound alone was enough to drive him mad. Lu Hong grabbed his hair violently and finally let out a helpless roar. Shut up! I'll eat it! Isn't that good enough? The Book of Prophecy suddenly fell silent, as if everything had returned to calm. Lu Hong picked up the void crystal in front of him and swallowed it in one gulp. The prophecy book erupted with dense black mist, like a greedy beast, instantly enveloping the void crystal completely. However, in the blink of an eye, the void crystal vanished without a trace under the Book of Prophecy's refinement, leaving not even a single speck behind. In the sky, the void portal slowly contracted and eventually vanished into nothingness, as if it had never existed. All the races witnessed this scene, leaving them speechless. However, the warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom did not pause. Instead, they seized the opportunity and surged forward like a tidal wave, determined to defend their territory and honor. Lu Hong was equally astonished by the power of the Book of Prophecy, his heart filled with awe. The void crystal he had struggled so hard to move with all his strength had been so easily refined by the Book of Prophecy. What kind of existence was this Book of Prophecy? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have defeated Yuan Jing and destroyed the void crystal. Reward: SSS tier talent, Sandstorm Divine Soil. The system's voice echoed in Lu Hong's mind. The only silver lining was that he had obtained a new SSS rank talent. Now, he was likely the first martial artist in history to possess 4 SSS rank talents. Truly, there is no one before him and no one after him. However, this peace did not last long. The voice of the prophecy book echoed in his mind once more. How did you acquire another SSS rank talent? How many more secrets are hidden within you? I really want to devour you whole. At those words, Lu Hong's heart tightened. The moment he received the system reward, the Book of Prophecy had already detected it. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, how do you know everything? There is nothing in this world that I do not know. As long as you're willing to pay the price, I can obtain anything you desire for you. Lu Hong heard this, furrowed his brows, and after a moment of contemplation, asked, Book of Prophecy, tell me, where is Lu Zhenyan now? Chapter 95, Old Master Xia is furious. The consequences will be severe. The Book of Prophecy did not directly reveal Liu Ruyan's whereabouts but responded in the manner of a traitor. Swallow the void crystal in your embrace, and I will tell you where Liu Ruyan is. Lu Hong frowned and shook his head. You have already consumed a void crystal. This one has another use for me. I absolutely cannot give it to you. I don't do business at a loss. Lu Hong spoke solemnly. The myriad races outside are the bargaining chips I give you. Once I slay them and extract their inner cores, I will give them all to you. Though the energy of the 10,000 races' inner cores is meager, it can still be accepted. Let us settle this. Give me all the inner cores, and I'll tell you where Liu Ruyan is. As a sign of good faith, I can tell you that Liu Ruyan is still alive. Upon hearing this, a gleam of determination flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. His body erupted like an arrow leaving the string, his feet treading on fiery dragons as he charged toward the chaotic battlefield of the myriad races. Boom! Raging flames raged across the heavens and earth, reducing everything in their path to ashes. The creatures of the 10,000 races scattered in all directions under the roar of the fire dragons, but none could escape their fate. Although the void portal had closed, the number of the myriad races was still too great. Lu Hong swept his hand, and the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder and the heavenly gang's divine wind converged within the fire dragon. A purple flame fire dragon and a white flame fire dragon soared into the sky, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth, charging toward the allied forces of all races. The battlefield echoed with cries of agony. The number of the myriad races plummeted under Lu Hong's furious attacks. His figure darted through the battlefield like a ghost, devouring a clan's inner core with each strike. However, despite this, the voice of the prophecy book continued to urge him on. Faster. Not enough. Not enough. This invasion by the 10,000 clans was swiftly and decisively brought to an end through the close collaboration between the Yin army and the elite forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. Most importantly, this void rift did not last very long. The alliance of 10,000 clans was unable to deploy all their forces in time. The void rift in South Asia City also drew the utmost attention of the Great Xia Kingdom. The 9 elders, including Xia Lao, Mo Lao, and several other elders, arrived at the scene in South Asia City almost as soon as the news broke. Xia Lao's gaze pierced through the clouds, fixated on the spot where the void rift had vanished, his brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. We old men hadn't even had a chance to act, yet the void portal has already dissipated on its own. This is truly perplexing. Could there be other forces interfering? That shouldn't be possible. We're all here. If any of the major clans were to make a move, we would have been informed immediately. The only ones who have arrived in South Asia City are the Yanzi army. Could it be the Yanzi army? Liu Ruyan is missing. Who in the Yanzi army could possess such power to make the void portal vanish into thin air? At that moment, Lu Hong furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, so many inner, is that enough? Tell me, where is Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan is on Jinmon Island in the Wanzhong territory, desperately evading the Wanzhong's pursuit. However, 6 months later, Liu Ruyan will die in the Wan clan's territory. Lu Hong's heart sank. In 6 months, Liu Ruyan will die? Only 6 months left. To rescue Liu Ruyan, relying solely on his own strength and that of the Yin army would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was simply insufficient. He must seek the aid of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong's steps grew more resolute as he resolutely headed toward the direction where Xia Lao and the other elders were gathered. Senior Xia, Senior Mo, I have urgent news to report. The gaze of the 9 elders immediately focused on Lu Hong, and they spoke in a solemn tone. What is it? Lu Hong took a deep breath, his voice solemn and resolute. The void cavern, it was I who sealed it. The moment these words left his mouth, the 9 elders erupted into chaos. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, their astonishment evident on their faces. What? How is that possible? You're just a 7th-rank martial artist. How could you possibly seal the void cavern and still stand here unscathed? Are you joking? Doubts echoed through the hall, but Xia Lao's gaze was unusually sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. Xia asked in a low voice, what exactly happened? Lu Hong spoke slowly. During the battle against the 10,000 clans, I and the deputy general of the Yin army, Lu Anming, accidentally discovered a skyscraper. The building seemed to emit an unusual aura. After investigating further, we discovered that Yuan Jing of the Yuan clan was inside. Moreover, he held a void crystal in his hand. Upon seeing us, Yuan Jing attacked us with deadly force. Lu Anming and I joined forces and subdued him. After I destroyed the void crystal, the void portal gradually dissipated. The 2 instances of the void abyss appearing in the main city were all orchestrated by the Yuan family. The Yuan family has colluded with the 10,000 clans. The evidence is irrefutable, and they must not be spared. Upon hearing this, the members of the 9 Elders Council all exclaimed in shock. Yuan Jing actually possesses a void crystal? How dare he commit such a heinous act? His crimes deserve execution. Heaven itself cannot forgive him. If the Yuan clan has truly aligned itself with the 10,000 clans, it is a disgrace to the Great Xia dynasty and a great threat to the nation. Such a powerful clan has fallen so low as to become the tools of foreign tribes. It is truly heartbreaking. Alas, it's truly unbelievable, too horrifying to speak of. Xiao Lao's face turned ashen, his anger evident as he spoke in a deep voice. Is it the Yuan family? That he had some connections with the 10,000 tribes was one thing. But now they dare to do such a thing. Do they really think the great Xia kingdom needs the Yuan clan? Another venerable elder from the Nine Elders Council spoke slowly, his tone solemn. Old Xia, the Yuan clan has deep roots in the great Xia kingdom. This matter requires careful investigation to avoid harming the innocent. Mo Lao, upon hearing this, sneered disdainfully and retorted, Old Lu, you're old, and your mind is just as old. What kind of family is the Yuan clan? You should know better than anyone. Investigation? What is there to investigate? Just confront them directly. But someone began to speak, but was abruptly cut off by Xiao Lao's harsh shout. Old Xia's face was dark and terrifying. Enough. No more discussion. Immediately assemble the Mo family army, the Qin family Black Dragon Guards, and the Yin army. Mobilize all forces and march straight to the Yuan family. The Yuan family must be dealt with today for the sake of the great Xia kingdom and the innocent souls who have sacrificed their lives. At these words, everyone fell silent. They all knew that old Master Xia was furious. The consequences would be severe. The orders were transmitted as swiftly as thunder. On the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the Yuan family's troops were instantly brought under control. Their banners fell one after another, symbolizing the fading of their power and glory in that moment. Meanwhile, forces from all directions surged forward like a tidal wave, marching toward the Yuan clan in a vast, overwhelming procession. One of the four great war gods, Yuan Kai, stood tall before the Yuan family mansion. Facing the thousands of soldiers, he remained unfazed. So many of you have come to the gates of the Yuan clan. What do you want? Chapter 96, then I'll make you the proof. Xiao Lao stood tall and imposing before the gates of the Yuan family, his expression as stern as ice, his words carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Yuan Jing, you have colluded with the 10,000 clans, opening the void portal in Dongzhou City and Nanyang City. This has allowed the tribes to run rampant, causing the people to suffer terribly and lives to be lost. Such heinous crimes, how can the Yuan family remain uninvolved? Today, the Yuan family will face the reckoning of the great Xia Empire. Yuan Kai sneered, Old Xia, out of respect for your high standing, I will not hold this against you. I ask you all, what does Yuan Jing's collusion with the 10,000 clans have to do with the Yuan clan? Upon hearing this, the crowd grew furious and began to refute him. Isn't Yuan Jing one of your Yuan clan? How can you say he has nothing to do with you? Yuan Kai sneered even more coldly and retorted, Yuan Jing colluded with the 10,000 clans, his death is no loss. But what does Yuan Jing's collusion with the 10,000 clans have to do with my Yuan clan? I ask you. If a thief steals something, does that mean all his relatives must bear responsibility for his actions? Our Yuan clan has been loyal and virtuous for generations, fighting on the front lines against enemies and achieving numerous military victories. How can we be labeled as colluding with the 10,000 clans because of one man, Yuan Jing? Someone shouted angrily, Yuan Kai, you're just twisting the truth. Everyone knows that Yuan Jing is one of the main decision-makers in your Yuan clan. Yuan Jing's collusion with the 10,000 clans is directly linked to your Yuan family. Yuan Kai glared at the man who had spoken disrespectfully and shouted angrily, Yuan Jing is indeed a member of the Yuan family. However, he is also a member of the Great Xia Kingdom. According to your logic, if Yuan Jing has colluded with the myriad clans, does that prove that the entire Yuan clan has colluded with the 10,000 clans? That would mean the entire Great Xia Kingdom has colluded with the 10,000 clans? How utterly ridiculous. You're twisting the truth. You. He stared at Xiao Lao without flinching, his tone firm. Xiao Lao, allow me to ask again. If any of you 9 elders have colluded with the 10,000 clans, wouldn't that mean the entire 9 Elders Council is implicated? And the entire Great Xia Kingdom would have to bear this shame? Such nonsense cannot convince anyone. If Yuan Jing truly colluded with the 10,000 clans, the Yuan clan would clean house ourselves. However, you come here with such arrogance, accusing the Yuan clan without any evidence. You must be gravely mistaken. Xiao Lao's expression grew solemn as he replied in a deep voice, the void portal in South Asia City was indeed triggered by the void crystal held by Yuan Jing. I do not believe he has the capability to orchestrate such an event. If you say the Yuan clan has colluded with the 10,000 clans, we have nothing to hide. Then dare you let us enter the Yuan family to investigate? Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai grew even angrier. The Yuan family is innocent. Why should you be allowed to search our premises at will? You're not taking our family seriously at all. Moreover, you came here and immediately accused Yuan Jing of colluding with the 10,000 clans. Where's the evidence? Xiao Lao's expression grew solemn, and his voice rang out firmly. When Lu Hong and Lu Anming were defending South Asia City against the 10,000 clans, they discovered that Yuan Jing had released the Void Crystal. Lu Hong and Lu Anming joined forces to defeat Yuan Jing and destroy the Void Crystal, thereby saving the lives of countless people in South Asia City. They are the evidence. Yuan Kai furrowed his brows and retorted in a deep voice, Old Xia, the evidence you speak of is merely Lu Hong's one-sided account? Where is the evidence? I demand concrete proof. Empty words hold no weight. Lu Hong and Lu Anming killed Yuan Jing and destroyed the void crystal? Now that Yuan Jing is dead, there is no one left to testify. I suspect that it was Lu Hong and Lu Anming who activated the void crystal. They were caught by Yuan Jing, so they killed him and framed him. In my opinion, Lu Hong and the Yanzi army are the ones colluding with the 10,000 clans. They deserve to be executed. Yuan Kai's gaze pierced Lu Hong like a sharp sword, his words cutting like a knife. Old Xia, you just said that Lu Hong and Lu Anming defeated Yuan Jing? Do you think that's possible? Yuan Jing's strength is well known to everyone. Among 9th tier martial artists, he is among the top. With just a 7th tier martial artist like Lu Hong? Plus another Lu Anming? The two of them could kill Yuan Jing? It's sheer nonsense. Even if there were 10 Lu Hongs, they wouldn't stand a chance against Yuan Jing. If the two of them managed to kill Yuan Jing, there's only one possibility. That is, Lu Hong has colluded with the 10,000 clans and used their power to kill Yuan Jing. Yuan Kai's long spear clanged loudly, pointing directly at Lu Hong. A terrifying pressure, like a mountain crushing down, instantly engulfed Lu Hong's entire body. Lu Hong, confess the truth. Did you collude with the 10,000 clans and kill Yuan Jing? Now you dare to frame my Yuan clan? You insolent brat, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Xiao Lao's face turned ashen, and he spoke with unwavering resolve. There's no point in arguing. Whether it's your Yuan clan or Lu Hong, I will investigate this matter to the very end. Now, Yuan Kai, I demand that all members of the Yuan clan cooperate with the investigation. Yuan Kai and the other members of the Yuan clan remained firm in their stance, refusing to budge an inch. Old Xia, the one you should be investigating isn't my Yuan family. I don't believe that Lu Hong truly possesses the ability to kill Yuan Jing. What you should be investigating now is the Lu Hong behind you. And his Yan army. Lu Jinyan might have used the void portal to enter the heartland of the 10,000 clans in defect to them. Lu Hong slowly stepped out of the crowd, his gaze piercing and his voice cold. You ignorant fool. Who said I can't kill Yuan Jing? A warrior of Yuan Jing's caliber? I'll kill as many as there are. Yuan Kai roared angrily. Humph. You dare to speak so boldly. You're just a 7th rank martial artist. Do you really think you're something special? Seeing this, Xiao Lao interjected, if Lu Hong truly has the strength to kill a 9th rank martial artist, would your Yuan clan be willing to admit defeat? Let us search your Yuan clan? Yuan Kai coldly snorted, fine. I agree. Zhang Shi, go ahead, no mercy. Teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Shi stepped forward from the crowd. As a 9th rank martial artist, his aura swept across the crowd like a tidal wave, causing the air around him to grow tense. Upon seeing Zhang Shi step forward, the crowd erupted into chaos. It's West Madness. The first-rate general under Yuan Kai. Although Shi Quan isn't of the Yuan clan's bloodline, he's Yuan Kai's brother-in-law and is as good as family. Moreover, Shi Quan's strength has reached the peak of a 9th rank martial artist. His fame is known throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom among all 9th rank martial artists. His strength may not be the strongest, but it's definitely among the top 3. Lu Hong is only a 7th rank martial artist. How could he possibly be a match for Shi Quan? Zhang Shi faced Lu Hong with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Last time in Xingyang City, I failed to kill you. This time, I won't show any mercy. Today is the day you die. Lu Hong laughed lightly, unconcerned. What a hassle. There are so many of us. Evidence? What evidence do you need? Since you, Zhang Shi, want to die, I'll make you the evidence. Chapter 97, SSS Rank Talent, Sandstorm Divine Soil. Zhang Shi sneered repeatedly, you dare to speak so boldly. Today, I'll show you the true power of a 9th rank martial artist. Boom! A silver glow flashed in Zhang Shi's hand, revealing a silver white spear. The spear tip pointed directly at the sky, as if it could pierce through everything. As he moved, space seemed to tear apart. Zhang Shi moved like a ghost, instantly closing the distance and appearing before Lu Hong, his speed so fast it was breathtaking. A white glow flashed through the air. The terrifying aura of a 9th rank martial artist erupted suddenly. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. The power Zhang Shi displayed far surpassed that of any 9th rank martial artist Lu Hong had ever encountered. But Lu Hong remained unfazed. The hellfire staff in his hands was wrapped in flames, thunder, and hurricane-like energy, forming a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth, ready to strike. Come on, let me see just how much you're worth at the peak of the 9th rank. Lu Hong growled, and the hellfire staff, carrying the force capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, sliced through the air, colliding fiercely with Zhang Shi's long spear. As the hellfire staff descended, a shadowy figure flickered in the air. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, causing the very space to tremble. Everyone witnessed the scene, stunned and speechless, murmuring among themselves. How is that possible? Lu Hong's strike actually matched Zhang Shi's. No! Look, Lu Hong's power seems to be even stronger. That shadowy figure looks like the spirit of an SSS-ranked divine artifact. Could it be that Lu Hong's hellfire staff is an SSS tier equipment? Moreover, Lu Hong has channeled the power of his 3 SSS tier innate talents into the hellfire staff. This force is so overwhelming that even a 9th-tier martial artist couldn't withstand it. Xia Lao stared at the battlefield, his eyes filled with worry. Zhang Xi's true strength is far greater than this. This alone is insufficient. Zhang Xi also looked solemn. In such a short time, I never expected you to have grown to this extent. I underestimated you. However, the real battle has only just begun. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Zhang Xi tossed the long spear he held in his hand into the air. Instantly, the silver-white spear split into 2 spears. The 2 spears split again, becoming 4. 8 spears. 16 spears. 32 spears. Countless spears appeared before Lu Hong. At least 1,000 spears, densely packed, filling the sky, surrounded Lu Hong completely. Each spear carried a deadly edge. At the sight of this, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. This is the primal power of the Western madness. 1,000 silver spears. 1,000 spears fired simultaneously. No one can withstand them. No one can survive under his spears. Facing such a terrifying assault, can Lu Hong really escape unscathed? In the face of such overwhelming power, Lu Hong is still too weak. This is the Western madman's 1,000 silver spears. Lu Hong can't possibly block them. Zhang Xi's laughter echoed across the field. Lu Zhenyan killed my son. Today, I will use his son's blood to avenge my son's spirit in heaven. Shoot him down. 1,000 silver spears. In an instant, 1,000 spears transformed into a storm of swords, slicing through the sky, carrying the scent of death, and mercilessly raining down on Lu Hong. Zhang Xi's face was filled with a smile, as if he could already see the gruesome scene of Lu Hong being pierced by thousands of spears. However, the next moment, the smile on Zhang Xi's face froze. In its place was a look of grave concern. With a sweep of his hand, the sand and soil around Lu Hong erupted violently, surging wildly. Countless grains of sand filled the air, forming an impenetrable sphere that enveloped Lu Hong. This was Lu Hong's SSS tier innate ability, Sandstorm Divine Earth. The strongest shield. Put. 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 Countless spears pierced directly into the spherical wall formed by the sand. However, no matter how many spears there were, none could penetrate the defense of the Sandstorm Divine Earth. This sphere was like the most solid barrier in the heavens and earth, impervious to thousands of spears and arrows from the outside, unable to harm even a single particle within. At this moment, the sand-formed sphere was covered in spears, resembling a hedgehog. Zhang Xi thrust all his spears forward, yet none could breach Lu Hong's defense. With a casual wave of his hand, the Sandstorm Divine Soil sphere erupted and dissipated. All the long spears lay scattered on the ground, emitting a series of crisp sounds. Shouts of astonishment rose from the crowd. What is this? It actually blocked Zhang Xi's 1,000 silver spears. This must be an Earth-type SSS ranked talent. Its defensive power is truly awe-inspiring. Lu Hong actually possesses 4 SSS ranked talents. Such talents have never been seen before in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. It now seems clear that Lu Hong's defeat of Yuan Jing was no accident. Yuan Jing's crimes of colluding with foreign tribes are now even more undeniable. The Yuan clan, what more can you say? Zhang Xi's face turned ashen. He stared at the scene in disbelief, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of shock. His hands gripped the long spear tightly, trembling slightly, his eyes filled with deep frustration. The 1,000 silver spears he had once taken pride in were now utterly useless. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice. Now, it's my turn. Boom! 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, their momentum overwhelming. With a sweep of his hand, Lu Hong channeled all his innate power into the fire dragons. Purple thunderbolts danced and twisted within them. White whirlwinds howled and swirled around them. Yellow sand slowly merged into the flames like flowing sand. The terrifying power of the fire dragons spread across the sky. Purple flames, white flames, and yellow flames, the 3 colossal dragons became the focal point of everyone's attention. They traced brilliant paths through the air before simultaneously locking onto Zhang Xi's location and letting out deafening roars. 3 terrifying forces charged down toward Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi, seeing this, his expression turned pale. He knew the terror of this attack and immediately swung his long spear with all his strength to block the assault. Bang! 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 However, the power contained within the 3 dragons far exceeded his imagination. Each collision felt like an earthquake, shaking his entire body and causing him to involuntarily stumble backward. Just as Zhang Xi thought he had survived the initial onslaught and began to relax slightly, an even more intense sense of danger suddenly swept in from behind. Lu Hong had appeared behind Zhang Xi at some point, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The hellfire staff in his hand struck Zhang Xi's skull with lightning speed. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Xi's body flew through the air like a sandbag struck by a sledgehammer. After tracing a long parabolic arc, Zhang Xi crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay there motionless, clearly unconscious and having lost all sense of awareness. The crowd erupted into chaos. Shi Kuang has lost. He actually lost. I never expected Lu Hong to be this powerful. Lu Hong possesses 4 SSS ranked talents. With proper cultivation, he will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. Even under Lu Hong's leadership, our counterattack against the 10,000 clans is not without hope. Yuan Kai, seeing the situation, took a deep breath and spoke slowly after a long pause. Jiangxi is lost. I admit that Lu Hong has the strength to kill Yuan Jing. I agree to let you enter the Yuan clan for investigation. However, Yuan Jing colluded with the 10,000 clans. That does not mean the Yuan clan colluded with the 10,000 clans. The Yuan clan acts with integrity and would never do such a thing. Xiao Lao spoke solemnly. All right. Since that is the case. Before he could finish, put. A flash of bright red erupted before everyone's eyes. Lu Hong's hellfire staff had already pierced deeply into Jiangxi's chest, signaling the end of a life. Yuan Kai's pupils contracted sharply, and he erupted with terrifying blood energy, roaring at Lu Hong. Lu Hong! You! I have already agreed to let you investigate the Yuan family. Why did you kill Jiangxi? Why? Lu Hong, you deserve to die. Lu Hong shrugged indifferently, a faint smile curving his lips. It was just a matter of convenience. Sorry about that. I'll apologize to Jiangxi. Chapter 98, Finding Evidence of the Yuan Family Colluding with the 10,000 Clans. Is it really that difficult? Apologize? The man is dead. You want to apologize to him? Yuan Kai was furious, his fingers like swords, pointing directly at Lu Hong. A surge of blood and chi surged around him, enough to make anyone's heart race, as if it could devour everything in its path. This force instantly engulfed Lu Hong, causing his face to pale. No wonder he was one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. The vital energy Yuan Kai casually displayed already surpassed Jiangxi by a wide margin. In just an instant, Lu Hong knew he was no match for Yuan Kai. However, he had now revealed 4 SSS tier talents. Such demonic level talents. He believed that even if Yuan Kai wanted to kill him, the Great Xia Kingdom would never agree. Just as Yuan Kai was about to act, Xiao Lao stepped forward like a mountain, standing firm before Yuan Kai, and shouted sternly, "The outcome has been decided. We must abide by the rules and accept the consequences of our actions. Now, open the gates of the Yuan clan and let us investigate. We will investigate thoroughly to determine whether it was Yuan Jing alone who colluded with the 10,000 clans. Or is it that the entire Yuan clan has colluded with the 10,000 clans?" At these words, the crowd around them echoed in response, their voices rising in waves. The Yuan family, open the gates. The Yuan family, open the gates. Yuan Kai's gaze locked onto Lu Hong, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. He snorted coldly and said, "The Yuan family has always been sworn enemies with all other clans. Since Jiangxi died at Lu Hong's hands, I accept the consequences. The gates are open, enter as you will. The Yuan clan has nothing to hide. You may search us high and low, but the Yuan clan will never collude with the 10,000 clans. But if anyone dares to frame us, the Yuan clan will retaliate with equal force and show no mercy." Xiao Lao's expression grew solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. "Rest assured. If it is proven that the Yuan family is innocent, we will withdraw immediately. And in front of all the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, we will apologize to the Yuan family. We will restore the Yuan family's good name." Yuan Kai raised the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. "All right, then I'll wait for you to apologize to the Yuan family." With that, Yuan Kai stepped aside to make way. Xiao Lao led the crowd, surging into the Yuan family like a tidal wave. Countless people moved about within the Yuan family compound. Every pair of eyes was as sharp as eagles, not missing a single unusual detail within the Yuan family. However, after an hour, the results of the search were unexpected. Report. After a thorough search, no evidence of collusion with the 10,000 clans has been found. Report. I have also found nothing. Report. All areas have been thoroughly checked, and no abnormalities were found. Xiao Lao's expression grew increasingly somber, even tinged with a hint of gloom. Could it be that the Yuan family truly has no connection with the 10,000 clans? Could all of this be the work of Yuan Jing alone? Impossible. He had heard rumors that the Yuan clan had made secret deals with the 10,000 clans. However, out of respect for Yuan Kai, one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had chosen not to pursue the matter. Now, Yuan Jing is using the Void Crystal to disrupt the Great Xia Kingdom. If the Yuan family isn't involved in this, he'd rather die than believe it. Even if there's no concrete evidence of the Yuan clan colluding with the 10,000 clans, there must be some shady deals going on behind the scenes. How could there be nothing at all? How could the Yuan family be so clean? Xiao Lao's gaze grew unusually cold as he scanned every member of the Yuan family, trying to catch even the slightest hint of guilt or unease on their faces. But all he received in response were the fearless gazes of the Yuan family members. Yuan Kai even chuckled lightly and said, "What do you think? The Yuan family has been upright and virtuous for generations. I am one of the 4 great generals of the Great Xia Kingdom. How dare you doubt me? Old Xia, you saw it too. What more can you say?" Old Xia was speechless, silent as iron. Yuan Kai suddenly changed the subject, his anger boiling over. "Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Yuan Jing met his end in South Asia City and was killed by Lu Hong. What kind of conspiracy is at play here? Lu Hong, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about stepping foot outside the Yuan family compound. Lu Hong slowly stepped out of the crowd, smiling lightly. Finding evidence of the Yuan family colluding with the 10,000 clans is that difficult? Yuan Jing colluded with the 10,000 clans, he deserves to be executed. Yuan Kai roared angrily, where's the evidence? Bring it out. Lu Hong curled his lips into a cold smile and replied, what if I do find the evidence? Yuan Kai paused, then spoke with even greater resolve, if you can truly find evidence, I, Yuan Kai, have nothing to say. But if you have no proof, you will stay here with the Yuan clan today. Lu Hong turned his gaze to Xiao Lao and said solemnly, Xiao Lao, please restrain Yuan Kai and the high-ranking warriors of the Yuan clan. I don't want them to interfere. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao's eyes flashed with a golden light as he asked in a deep voice, are you truly confident you can find evidence of the Yuan family colluding with the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong nodded firmly, his tone unwavering, absolutely certain. Xiao Lao pondered for a moment before finally agreeing, all right. I agree. The high-ranking martial artists of the Yuan family will not interfere with your actions. At these words, the members of the Yuan clan were all startled, lifting their heads to look at Lu Hong with disdain in their eyes. Even the search team led by Xiao Lao himself had failed to uncover any clues. What could Lu Hong possibly accomplish? Speaking so boldly would only lead to a bad end. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, a sudden change occurred in the arena. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted. Lu Hong's figure instantly turned into a blur, vanishing without a trace. The next moment, Lu Hong appeared before a member of the Yuan clan. His right hand clamped down on the man's throat like an iron vice, lifting him high into the air, causing him to choke instantly. The member of the Yuan clan looked at Lu Hong with eyes filled with terror, but he had no ability to resist. Lu Hong coldly declared, you want proof, do you? I'll show you. This is your proof. Yuan Kai erupted in anger, Lu Hong. What are you doing? This is the Yuan family compound. How dare you cause trouble here? Do you think you can act with impunity? The next moment, Yuan Kai tried to step forward to stop him, but was blocked by Xiao Lao. Old Xia, are you stopping me? I have already promised Lu Hong that no one will interfere while he is searching for evidence. Although Xiao Lao didn't know what Lu Hong was up to. But he also wanted to see if this Lu Hong could uncover any clues that his own men had failed to find. Everyone's gaze turned toward Lu Hong. The face of the Yuan clan member turned from red to white and his life force grew faint. Lu Hong not only did not let go but tightened his grip even more. Suddenly, two beams of red and blue light erupted from the Yuan clan member, rushing toward Lu Hong. However, behind Lu Hong, a fiery dragon materialized out of thin air, devouring the two beams of light and reducing them to nothingness. The Yuan clan member's legs flailed helplessly in the air before finally coming to rest. His eyes were wide open, devoid of life. Instantly, the surrounding area erupted in a chorus of shocked exclamations. What is Lu Hong doing? He dares to commit such a crime in the Yuan clan. Isn't he supposed to be looking for evidence? There are so many of us, and we haven't found any evidence. I think he's just seeking revenge and doesn't care about any evidence. Lu Hong, expressionless, tossed the Yuan clan member aside and moved toward his next target. Lu Hong instantly appeared before the next member of the Yuan clan. He once again clamped his iron-like fingers around the throat of another member of the Yuan clan, holding his life in his hands. Chapter 99, I agreed to spare you. But only. It was just me alone. Yuan Kai, seeing this, was consumed by rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. He roared, Lu Hong. You dare kill someone from the Yuan clan on our territory. You're asking for death. Boom. A terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from his body, like a raging flood, unstoppable. Just as this force was about to unleash its fury, Xiao Lao's figure stood tall like a mountain, steadfastly blocking Yuan Kai's attack. Old Master Xia glared at Lu Hong with piercing eyes, boy. Don't let me down. At that moment, Lu Hong's right hand erupted with immense force, like a sudden storm. The second member of the Yuan clan's body collapsed to the ground like a pile of cotton, lifeless and limp. The entire crowd erupted in chaos. The members of the Yuan clan were filled with rage, their emotions boiling over as they hurled accusations at Lu Hong. Lu Hong! How dare you dare to brutally harm a member of the Yuan clan in broad daylight? You have no regard for the law and are utterly audacious. Lu Hong! You're asking for death. The Yuan clan will not tolerate such reckless behavior. You ignorant fool! Next year on this day will be your funeral. However, Lu Hong's figure once again appeared like a ghost, crossing space to materialize before another member of the Yuan clan. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as the Arctic wind, piercing the heart. If you don't use your full strength, you'll die. The Yuan clan member had just been cursing Lu Hong at the top of his lungs. But when Lu Hong appeared before him, the Yuan clan member felt an endless fear welling up from the depths of his soul. Why me? There are so many people in the Yuan clan. Why did you choose me? I don't want to die. Boom! A terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from the body of the Yuan clan member, like a volcano erupting. Even Lu Hong was forced to step back half a pace to avoid the onslaught. The onlookers witnessed the scene and were all stunned and speechless, murmuring among themselves. What terrifying power! Is this the kind of force a 6th-rank martial artist can unleash? Look! What is that? Scales! His body is covered in scales from all the races. It's the power of the 10,000 races. He has the seeds of the 10,000 races within him. No wonder he can unleash such terrifying power. I never thought that someone from the Yuan family would actually be in league with the 10,000 races. Now, what can you say, Yuan family? Yuan Kai saw this and furrowed his brows. He forced himself to remain calm and spoke again. Even if he possesses the power of the 10,000 races, that only proves that this clan member has colluded with the 10,000 clans. He cannot speak for the entire Yuan clan. Lu Hong sneered, the evidence is irrefutable. You still dare to deny it? The face of the Yuan clan is thicker than city walls. Then I'll strip away every last shred of dignity from the entire Yuan clan. With that, Lu Hong clenched the hellfire staff in both hands, flames roaring from its surface. He swung the staff with all his might, unleashing a destructive force that struck the Yuan clan member directly. Bang! A deafening explosion. The scales on the Yuan clan member's body shattered under the brutal blow, scattering across the ground. Immediately afterward, Lu Hong's hellfire staff continued its relentless momentum, pointing directly at the Yuan clan member's forehead, sending a chill down the spine. I ask you, has your Yuan clan secretly colluded with the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice. The Yuan clan member was now filled with terror, his face ashen, his lips trembling but unable to utter a sound. With a loud thud. In the next instant, the hellfire staff pierced through his forehead, leaving behind a horrifying blood hole. Lu Hong's gaze swept over the remaining members of the Yuan clan. In just a few minutes, 3 members of the Yuan clan had already fallen at Lu Hong's hands. Blood and fear filled the air. At that moment, Lu Hong had transformed into a ruthless god of death in their eyes, inspiring both awe and dread. They all lowered their heads, dared not meet Lu Hong's gaze. However, Lu Hong showed no mercy. His figure closed in once more, the tip of the hellfire staff pointing directly at the forehead of another member of the Yuan clan. I ask you this, has the Yuan clan colluded with the 10,000 clans? If you speak the truth, I, Lu Hong, swear here that I will spare your life. The Yuan clan member's lips trembled slightly, but in the end, he remained silent, choosing to keep his mouth shut. With a wet thud, blood spattered everywhere. The hellfire staff ruthlessly pierced the Yuan clan member's forehead once more. At that moment, the Yuan clan members were utterly terrified, and fear spread among them like a plague. Everyone scrambled backward, none daring to face Lu Hong. Amidst the chaos, one member of the Yuan clan unexpectedly halted his retreat. It wasn't out of courage, but because he had nowhere left to run. A cold rod was already pressed against his forehead. I ask you, has the Yuan clan colluded with the 10,000 clans? Speak the truth, and I, Lu Hong, swear on my life that I will spare your life. The Yuan clan member looked up at Yuan Kai beside him. Yuan Kai was currently being held back by Xiao Lao and couldn't break free to help him. None of the Yuan clan members were a match for Lu Hong. Everyone was at their mercy. The member of the Yuan clan took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and gritted his teeth. You really will let me go? Lu Hong nodded. Of course. The Yuan clan member hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, yes. The Yuan clan has indeed maintained secret ties with the 10,000 clans for a long time. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted into chaos. A member of the Yuan clan actually admitted their collusion with the 10,000 clans. But I can't help but feel like this might be a forced confession. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Hong's hellfire staff had already ruthlessly pressed against the forehead of another member of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan member, his face filled with confusion and terror, trembled as he asked, since someone has already confessed, why can't you spare us? Lu Hong replied softly, I just said I'd spare his life, but I didn't say I'd spare all of you. He continued, let me ask you this, has the Yuan clan colluded with the 10,000 clans? Speak the truth, and I may still spare your life. The Yuan clan member, as if clutching at a lifeline, shouted without hesitation, the Yuan clan has indeed colluded with the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then, his gaze swept over the remaining members of the Yuan clan like icy coldness, filled with murderous intent. You of the Yuan clan, have you truly colluded with the 10,000 clans? Speak the truth, and I, Lu Hong, swear that I will spare your lives. The remaining members of the Yuan clan exchanged glances, as if reaching an unspoken agreement, and spoke in unison. We admit it. The Yuan clan has colluded with the 10,000 clans. Lu Hong heard this and a smile curled the corners of his mouth. He nodded and said, this time, I didn't threaten you, you know. It seems the evidence of the Yuan clan's collusion with the 10,000 clans is irrefutable. According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, what should be done? Oh, right. They should be executed. The members of the Yuan clan heard this and shouted angrily, Lu Hong. You're a liar. You just promised to let us go. Lu Hong nodded, yes, I did promise to spare you. But that was only for me alone. The people behind me, whether they want to spare you or not, I have no say in the matter. Just as everyone was about to act, a voice rang out from all around, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Xia Dingqian. You finally discovered me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao's expression changed drastically, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Yuan Fu? It's you! 100, Chapter 100, Dancing with Ants Stepping Over Them Without Harming Their Lives. Chapter 100, Dancing with Ants Stepping Over Them Without Harming Their Lives. This force is really hard to control. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their voices filled with doubt. Yuan Fu? Who is that? Does the Yuan family have such a prominent figure? I've never heard of him before. Yuan Fu? He seems to be an old acquaintance of Xiao Lao. Could he be one of their elders? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd seemed to remember something, his expression changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ugh! I remember now. Yuan Fu, the unparalleled prodigy of the Yuan clan. At just 24 years old, he had already reached the 9th rank martial artist realm. He also awakened 3 SS rank talents. Back then, no one could match him. Even the current 9 elders such as Xiao Lao and Mo Lao couldn't hold a candle to him back then. However, talent is often cut short by fate. Yuan Fu perished on the battlefield during a clash with the 10,000 clans. But how did he end up here? Could it be that he never died but instead went into hiding within the Yuan clan? A grey whirlwind suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Everyone's gaze was drawn to it, squinting in concentration. As the whirlwind subsided and the dust settled, the figure of an old man slowly emerged from the center of the storm. Xiao Lao spoke solemnly, Yuan Fu. You're still here in the Yuan family. The old man named Yuan Fu raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. Xia Dingqian, it's been years. How have you been? Old Master Xia's expression grew solemn, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes as he demanded in a low voice, Yuan Fu, why? Why did you lead the Yuan clan to ally with the 10,000 tribes? The 10,000 clans have invaded our great Xia, and countless compatriots have shed their blood on the battlefield. How could you forget this blood debt and ally yourself with them? Back then, our classmates Li Feng, Du Lei, and our teacher Wang Chao all died on the battlefield against the 10,000 clans. Have you forgotten all of that? Does your choice honor their spirits in heaven? Does your conscience not ache? Every word and phrase cut like a sharp blade, piercing deep into Yuan Fu's soul. Yuan Fu remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, his voice cold and resolute. Some of the great Xia died in battle, and so did some of the 10,000 clans. Why did they die? There is only one reason: they are too weak. In this world where the strong reign supreme, only strength is the eternal and unchanging law. Our Yuan clan has allied with all the races, and our ultimate goal is that supreme power that stands above all things. Once we possess absolute power, we will possess everything. Boom! Yuan Fu's body erupted with 5 dazzling streams of vital energy. They intertwined and swirled, forming a breathtaking scene. Xiao Lao witnessed this scene, stunned beyond belief. You now possess 5 innate powers? Yuan Fu curved his lips into a faint smile. If I hadn't collaborated with the 10,000 clans, how could I possibly possess such immense power? Xiao Lao, enraged by his words, his veins bulging, his voice trembling with anger, exclaimed, but even if you possess 5 or even 10 natural talents, so what? The 10,000 clans are feasting on the flesh of the great Xia kingdom and drinking its blood. You, as a citizen of the great Xia kingdom, are collaborating with the enemy. How shameful. This power is not something you earned through your own efforts. It was obtained by sacrificing the blood of countless lives of the great Xia kingdom. Boom! Xiao Lao's anger had reached its peak. A terrifying surge of blood and chi erupted from Xiao Lao's body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He vanished from his original position in an instant and launched a fierce attack at Yuan Fu with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! A deafening collision echoed through the open air, like a thunderclap from the heavens, reverberating for a long time and shaking the very souls of those present. Before anyone could recover from the deafening noise, chaos erupted before their eyes. Put! A flash of bright red sliced through the air. Blood spattered everywhere, a sight too gruesome to behold. An arm lay alone in the dust, rolling slowly a few times before coming to a stop, a sight that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Everyone stared in shock, seeing that Xiao Lao was staggering, his face as pale as paper. One of his sleeves hung limply, clearly having lost that arm. Everyone gasped in shock. How is this possible? Master Xia could be defeated so easily. And he's lost an arm. Just a single exchange? How powerful is Yuan Fu? This Yuan Fu was way too terrifying. Old Master Xia endured the excruciating pain, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, his eyes flashing with an unyielding glow. Yuan Fu. The other members of the 9 Elders Council are on their way here. Even if I die today, I won't let you escape from here. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fu curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. You want to keep me here? Xia Dingqian, you're being far too confident. The Yuan Fu you once knew no longer exists. Dancing with ants requires stepping on them without harming their lives. That force is truly difficult to control. However, crushing you, this ant, seems simpler. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Fu's figure flickered like a ghostly apparition, appearing before Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao's pupils contracted sharply as a sense of danger surged through him. He mustered all his remaining strength, channeling every ounce of qi and blood within him to erect a defensive barrier. However, it was all in vain. Boom! The force unleashed by Yuan Fu was like a destructive storm, instantly engulfing Xiao Lao. When the dust settled, Xiao Lao was deeply embedded in the ground, with cracks spreading around him, unable to move. Only his eyes, filled with resentment and anger, remained fixed on Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu looked down at Xiao Lao and said in a deep voice, "Xia Dingqian, you're still the same as ever. Even at the brink of death, you still refuse to use that power? If that's the case, then die. Stop." With a furious shout, two figures streaked across the horizon like shooting stars, swiftly closing in. Mo Lao and Lu Lao rushed to the scene. "Yuan Fu! You have betrayed the great Xia dynasty and colluded with the 10,000 tribes. Your crimes are unforgivable. Now you've even injured Xia Dingqian so severely. I will make you die at the gates of the Yuan clan today." Lu Lao, consumed by rage, stood beside him, about to step forward. Mo Lao grabbed Lu Lao and said in a deep voice, "Old Lu, don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten Yuan Fu's abilities?" Yuan Fu swept his gaze over the two of them and sneered, "Gentlemen, it's been a long time. You truly live up to your reputation, Mo shirts you. Still so cautious. However, whether you charge forward or stay where you are, the outcome will remain the same. All of you will die here today." Mo Lao said nothing, but exchanged a glance with Lu Lao. The two charged toward Yuan Fu, one in front and one behind. Mo Lao swept his hands through the air, and the sky suddenly changed. A pitch-black vortex appeared out of nowhere. Lu Lao flickered and vanished into the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterward, darkness surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire sky and earth. This sudden darkness left everyone present feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. However, when everyone saw Mo Lao and Lu Lao attacking together, the tension that had been building up in their hearts eased. Mo Lao and Lu Lao have arrived. There's no need to panic. Even if Yuan Fu is as powerful as he is and possesses 5 innate talents, what can he do? Facing the combined might of Mo Lao and Lu Lao, he can only surrender. Mo Lao and Lu Lao's talents are perfectly complementary. Mo Lao's spatial talent combined with Lu Lao's shadow power is flawless. Yuan Fu is certain to be defeated. Yuan Fu merely smiled indifferently. "Mo shirts you, your spatial abilities are too simplistic. I can locate your positions effortlessly. After all these years, do you really think I haven't improved? Spatial abilities, huh? Now, I have it too. Chapter 101, since I can stand here today, do you really think? Chapter 101, since I can stand here today, do you really think I didn't leave any backup plans?" Suddenly, a black hole erupted behind Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu didn't hesitate for a moment, his body shot forward, and he leaped into it. This scene left everyone present stunned for a moment, before their faces broke into smug smiles. Yuan Fu has walked straight into a trap. Daring to confront Mo Lao's dark source? He is courting death. Do you think possessing 5 innate talents grants you the right to act with impunity? In Mo Lao's dark domain, he's nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The Yuan clan will likely be erased from history after today. However, a voice suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap splitting the sky. "That's not Mo Yuan's source of darkness. That's Yuan Fu's source of darkness." Everyone was stunned and turned their heads. There stood Xiao Lao, supported by others, his face pale but his eyes unusually resolute. Medical talented warriors were urgently treating him, but his attention never wavered from the battlefield. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, "Master Xia? What did you mean by that? Isn't the dark source a unique talent of the Mo family?" Xiao Lao gazed into the pitch-black sky, his eyes deep and penetrating. The source of darkness is indeed the Mo family's unique innate ability. However, Yuan Fu's primal power is also one of a kind in this world. His primal power is replication. He can replicate any talent or ability he sees. As long as Yuan Fu desires to replicate something, he has never failed. Now, Mo Yuan's dark source has also been replicated by Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu's talent is the highest I have ever seen, without a doubt. With this unique primal power alone, he deserves to stand at the pinnacle of the great Xia Empire. But I don't know why he chose to align himself with the myriad races and become what he is now. Boom! The sky erupted with a deafening explosion, shattering the air. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see a swirling sea of black clouds. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed through the sky. Black smoke spread like a tidal wave, engulfing the surrounding light and shrouding everything in endless darkness. Boom! The third deafening explosion sounded like the final judgment of doom. From the thick black smoke, several figures struggled to emerge, none other than Mo Lao and Lu Lao. Their clothes were in tatters, with blood still fresh on their lips, and their forms were in a pitiful state. Across from them, Yuan Fu stood tall and proud against the sky, resembling a true monarch descended from the heavens, looking down upon the masses below. "The gap in strength between us is as vast as a chasm. You cannot possibly threaten me. Now, let the reckoning begin." Yuan Fu's voice was as cold as ice, each word like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. With that, a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky. Like the abyss of the cosmos, it engulfed everyone indiscriminately. Within the black hole, the scent of death permeated the air like a tangible substance, sending chills down everyone's spines, as if they would be swallowed whole in the next moment. Despite his injured shoulder, Xiao Lao stepped forward, standing tall before the crowd. His face twisted in anger, a flash of determination gleaming in his eyes. You have betrayed the great Xia, colluded with the 10,000 tribes, and slaughtered the innocent. Your very existence is the greatest calamity this world has ever known. Today, I speak on behalf of the great Xia kingdom. I will eliminate you. Yuan Fu, seeing the resolute gaze in Xiao Lao's eyes, curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Hey, hey, hey. Old Xia. You wouldn't really dare to use that power, would you? Think carefully. If you do, it won't just be me who dies. Everyone here will meet the same fate. Xiao Lao closed his eyes tightly and spoke in a solemn voice. I will sacrifice my life to eliminate this great evil. I believe everyone will understand me. Lu Hong couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Hey, hey, hey. Are you even listening to yourself? Sacrifice your life to eliminate great evil? If you're going to sacrifice your life, then sacrifice it yourself. What does that have to do with us? You're dragging all of us down with you. Understand you? Do I understand you? The crowd around them heard this and looked at each other in disbelief. They had no idea what kind of world-destroying power old Master Xia possessed. But none of them wanted to die here. Everyone rushed to flee. But it was already too late. A dazzling yellow light suddenly erupted from within old Master Xia. Like the first light of dawn, it dispelled the surrounding darkness, dyeing the entire sky a brilliant yellow. A majestic golden dragon descended from the sky with a thunderous roar. Its massive body shimmered with scales, soaring through the air and emanating a terrifying dragon's aura. Under this awe-inspiring force, everyone present bowed their heads in submission, unable to even meet its gaze. Some, overwhelmed by the pressure, collapsed to their knees. Lu Hong clenched his teeth and struggled with all his might to resist the overwhelming pressure that seemed to tear his soul apart. His feet felt as though they were bound by a 1,000-pound boulder, unable to move an inch. He was filled with terror, yet he could not deny that the dragon before him was far more powerful than his own 9-dragon holy flame by more than 100-fold. Xiao Lao's gaze was as piercing as a torch, fixed on Yuan Fu. I don't believe you can replicate this power. Old Master Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. The giant dragon in the sky seemed to sense his call and let out a deafening roar. The sound was like thunder, echoing through the heavens. The dragon's massive body suddenly transformed into a streak of light, plunging downward and instantly merging into Xiao Lao's body. In that moment, Xiao Lao's body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, his entire form shrouded in a dazzling golden glow. When he opened his eyes once more, his pupils had turned completely golden, devoid of any emotion. When Xiao Lao opened his eyes once more, his pupils had turned into pure gold, deep and cold. It seemed as though he could see through all the illusions of the world, and within them lay an endless killing intent. The intensity of this power was so overwhelming that the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Everyone present could clearly sense this terrifying intent to kill. It hung like the scythe of death above everyone's heads, instilling fear in their hearts. Yuan Fu's expression remained stern, but the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Since I am standing here today, do you really think I haven't left any backup plans? I cannot replicate the might of that golden dragon. But what I can replicate is the power to seal you away. Seal of the dragon. Manifest. Yuan Fu flickered his hand, and a massive yellow seal appeared in the sky, its momentum as mighty as a mountain, carrying an irresistible power that charged towards Xiao Lao. Boom! A deafening explosion. The heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart by this force. What caught everyone present off guard was the terrifying force surrounding Xiao Lao gradually subsided under the suppression of the dragon sealing seal, eventually disappearing without a trace. The once brilliant yellow light also dimmed and eventually vanished completely into the void. Old Master Xiao's pupils returned to normal. He looked at Yuan Fu with a pale face, his expression complex. Mo Lao and Lu Lao exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. He actually managed to replicate the dragon sealing seal. This Yuan Fu was truly terrifying. Even if the two of us joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Now, the power within Xia Dingxian's body cannot be released either. Could it be that we're really going to meet our end here today? Just then, several figures broke through the air and arrived. They were the remaining few venerable elders of the 9 Elders Council. They quickly surrounded Yuan Fu, and the air was filled with tension and gravity. Yuan Fu, to be able to wield the sealing dragon seal, it's truly astonishing. He's still so strong. Now he can even seal the power within Xia Dingxian's body. Oomph. So what? There are so many of us, and he's alone. Today, even if we die, we will lead Yuan Fu here. Do you really think the 9 elders are pushovers? Today, we'll show you the consequences of betraying the great Xia kingdom. Yuan Fu saw all the members of the 9 Elders Council and furrowed his brows. Everyone is here, huh? It seems my face still holds some weight. However, if you wish to keep me, Yuan Fu, you will have to put in a bit more effort. 102, Chapter 102, Old Xia, I have a plan to deal with Yuan Fu. Chapter 102, Old Master Xia, I have a plan to deal with Yuan Fu. Several elderly members of the Nine Elders Council wasted no time and launched a fierce attack on Yuan Fu. Mo Lao and Lu Lao, despite their severe injuries, stepped forward and joined the assault on Yuan Fu. Bang! 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 The air was filled with deafening explosions as terrifying chi and blood energy surged and swirled. Even the residual force from the fluctuations alone was enough to make Lu Hong and the others struggle to stay on their feet, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Despite being surrounded by the Nine Elders, Yuan Fu showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. In fact, not a single scratch marred his body. Yuan Fu stood arrogantly in the void, his eyes filled with disdain. All these years have passed, and you still haven't made any progress. This is why the Great Xia Kingdom has always been suppressed by the myriad races. With a thunderous explosion, 5 surging streams of vital energy erupted from within Yuan Fu's body, shaking the very foundations of the sky. In an instant, his form shifted, splitting into 5. 5 identical Yuan Fuses stood before the crowd, leaving everyone speechless. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief, certain they hadn't seen wrong. There were indeed 5 identical Yuan Fuses standing before them. Several members of the Nine Elders Council exchanged glances, their shock evident on their faces. What is this? How could 5 Yuan Fus appear? And each clone emits the same vital energy fluctuations as the original, making it impossible to distinguish between them. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Which one is real? Which one is fake? Just as everyone was at a loss. The 5 Yuan Fus vanished like ghosts, disappearing without a trace at the same moment. Only the cold voice of Yuan Fu echoed through the air. Which is real? Which is fake? Sorry. All 5 of them are real. Boom! A terrifying force collided in the air, creating ripples visible to the naked eye. Yuan Fu's figure shifted, splitting into 5, launching an overwhelming assault on the crowd. However, each of Yuan Fu's clones was not only as powerful as the original but even more ruthless. The few members of the Nine Elders Council, despite giving their all, could only barely hold their ground, their faces betraying disbelief. No one had expected Yuan Fu to be this strong. Even with the Nine Elders Society mobilizing all their forces, they couldn't budge him an inch. On the battlefield, the 5 figures of Yuan Fu moved like ghosts, growing more fierce with each passing moment, gradually turning the tide of battle and driving the Nine Elders Society into a desperate situation. Yuan Fu laughed maniacally, his voice filled with endless mockery and arrogance. You really overestimated you all. All these years, I've been biding my time. Did you really think the Nine Elders Council had any real ability? You're all just a bunch of pretentious frauds. You're too weak. If I had known this, the Great Xia Kingdom would have already become the territory of the Yuan clan. As his words fell, an unprecedented surge of powerful vital energy erupted, like a volcano erupting, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. The members of the Nine Elders Council were no match for this force, retreating in disarray, their eyes filled with resentment and despair. The onlookers surrounding the battlefield were filled with fear. A battle of this caliber was far beyond their capabilities. Even all the members of the Nine Elders Council were no match for Yuan Fu. What could they possibly do? If the Nine Elders Council fell, everyone present would be doomed. The mood of everyone present was shrouded in darkness. Lu Hong stood in the corner, silent. Because the book of prophecy in his heart was now surging wildly. A line of text appeared clearly in Lu Hong's mind. Lu Hong could clearly sense Yuan Fu's immense power. But he didn't want to die. His only hope now was the book of prophecy within his body. Xia Lao, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, looked at the scene inside with a grim expression. Ignoring his broken arm, he sprang to his feet, intent on rejoining the battle. Several medical martial artists hurriedly tried to stop Xia Lao. Xia Lao, you can't continue fighting. If this continues, not only will your arm be lost, your vital energy will also deplete instantly, potentially endangering your life. Xia Lao spoke solemnly, I can't afford to think about that now. If this continues, the members of the Nine Elders Council will all die at the hands of Yuan Fu. At that point, everyone present will die. The entire Great Xia will be doomed. Old Master Xia waved his hand, pushing aside the crowd around him, and was about to charge toward the battlefield. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Xia Lao. Old Master Xia, I have a plan to deal with Yuan Fu. Upon hearing this, Xia Lao's eyes flashed with a golden light as he looked at Lu Hong before him. The surrounding area erupted into a commotion, filled with disdainful and skeptical voices. Lu Hong? He just killed Zhang Shi. Does he really think he's someone important now? What if Lu Hong really has a plan? That's Yuan Fu. Even Xia Lao and the entire Nine Elders Council are powerless against him. What could Lu Hong possibly do? Lu Hong is clearly overestimating himself. He doesn't know his place. In such a crisis, he dares to speak so boldly? If he wants to die, let him go. Xia Lao's expression grew unusually solemn, showing no trace of contempt. He urgently pressed, what plan do you have? At that moment, the book of prophecy in Lu Hong's chest was trembling violently, causing his entire body to shake uncontrollably. The words on the book of prophecy were rushing into Lu Hong's mind. Give me the divine dragon's power within Xia Dingxian's body. I can handle Yuan Fu. Give me the divine dragon's power within Xia Dingxian's body. Hurry up and give me the divine dragon's power within Xia Dingxian's body. This cry echoed endlessly in Lu Hong's mind. Lu Hong took a deep breath and shook his head, which felt like it was about to explode. He looked at Xiao Lao and said in a solemn voice, Xiao Lao, I need to extract the divine dragon's power from your body. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted into chaos. Lu Hong? You dare to demand the forbidden power within Xiao Lao's body. Do you even know what forbidden power means? If you extract the divine dragon power from Master Xiao's body, he will die. Are you, Lu Hong, a spy sent by the 10,000 clans to take advantage of the situation and extract the forbidden power from Master Xiao's body? Lu Hong, you're truly delusional. Let alone whether you can defeat Yuan Fu by extracting the divine dragon power from Master Xiao's body. If Master Xiao loses his divine dragon power, he will inevitably decline and weaken over time. Can you bear the consequences? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, old Master Xiao fixed his gaze on Lu Hong, his voice steady and firm. Lu Hong, are you truly confident? Lu Hong nodded firmly, yes. Old Master Xiao looked at Lu Hong's resolute gaze and laughed heartily. Good. I believe in you. As long as you can save the great Xia kingdom, my life is yours to take. Old Master Xia grabbed Lu Hong's wrist and thrust it directly into his own chest. 103, Chapter 103, Lu Hong. Next time we meet, I will take you away. Chapter 103, Lu Hong. Next time we meet, I will take you away. A brilliant yellow light suddenly spread along Lu Hong's arm. The book of prophecy within his body now fluttered wildly like pages in a storm. An unprecedented suction force surged forth, like a black hole from the depths of the universe, greedily devouring everything in its path. Lu Hong could clearly feel that the colossal divine dragon power within Xiao Lao was being drawn by this force, slowly flowing into the book of prophecy. Yellow light danced and intertwined between him and Xiao Lao, flickering in and out of sight, tightly gripping the nerves of everyone around them. The air was filled with tension and anticipation. Yuan Fu, standing nearby, also noticed the unusual exchange between Lu Hong and Xiao Lao. A flash of surprise and curiosity crossed his eyes. In an instant, one of Yuan Fu's clones appeared beside the two like a ghost, intending to interrupt this unknown transaction. Terrifying power surged toward Lu Hong from behind. With a loud explosion, a dazzling golden barrier suddenly materialized behind Lu Hong, effortlessly blocking Yuan Fu's attack, which was powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers. The golden barrier shone with a sacred light, and even with all his strength, Yuan Fu could not shake it in the slightest. Yuan Fu watched the golden barrier with interest. You can already utilize the divine dragon's power within Xia Dingxian? That's truly incredible. Then, a playful smile curled the corners of Yuan Fu's lips. He slowly extended his right hand, and 5 distinct types of vital energy gathered in his palm, intertwining to form a dazzling scene. Terrifying energy fluctuations raged like a storm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yuan Fu chuckled lightly and said, I'll see just how far you can take the power of the divine dragon. Boom! A terrifying surge of vital energy surged forward like a tidal wave. Crack! The golden barrier shattered instantly under the force, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Lu Hong slowly withdrew his hand from Xiao Lao's chest. Xiao Lao's lifeless body lay on the ground, barely breathing. Medical personnel rushed over and began administering emergency treatment in an orderly fashion. Lu Hong slowly turned around, his eyes now a dazzling golden color, devoid of any warmth, filled only with endless intent to kill. Yuan Fu, seeing this, furrowed his brows, unable to hide his shock. You were able to absorb Xia Dingxian's dragon power so quickly? You're truly a monster. After speaking, Yuan Fu licked his dry lips. Lu Hong, I'm becoming increasingly interested in you. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky, as if the space had been torn apart by an invisible hand. A gigantic yellow seal emerged from the heavens. This dragon sealing seal, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, charged straight toward Lu Hong. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed through the air, filled with intense energy fluctuations. Everyone believed that Lu Hong was doomed. However, Yuan Fu's smile froze in an instant. There, Lu Hong emerged unscathed from the dragon sealing seal. Meanwhile, the seal had been split in two by Lu Hong, its fragments scattering across the ground. At that moment, the book of prophecy within Lu Hong's body began to flip wildly. Lu Hong, I'm only helping you this once. After this, all the power of the divine dragon will belong to me. Before the words had even finished, Lu Hong was enveloped in a blinding yellow light. The terrifying pressure contained within the light caused everyone present to feel suffocated and unable to look directly at it. Even the power Xiao Lao had displayed earlier when he broke the seal within his body couldn't compare to Lu Hong's current might. Though Xiao Lao was now extremely weakened, a faint smile curved the corners of his lips when he saw the power Lu Hong had unleashed. The other members of the 9 elders were wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at Lu Hong, who was radiating golden light in the sky. It was as though they were facing a ruler who had conquered the world. This Lu Hong. He's actually harnessing the power of the divine dragon? This is simply unimaginable. That's the power of the divine dragon. In the hundreds of years since the founding of the Great Xia Kingdom, no one has ever been able to master it. Even Xia Lao could only seal it within his body. If he were to truly unleash its power, even the old master Xia wouldn't be able to control the consequences. A 7th-rank martial artist would likely explode and die just from touching the power of the divine dragon. What kind of monster is this Lu Hong? Boom! Lu Hong's figure darted like lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. The hellfire staff he clutched tightly was surrounded by dazzling golden light, resembling a divine being. Put! A blood-red hole appeared on the chest of one of Yuan Fu's clones, instantly snuffing out its life. As the clone lost its life, it gradually dissipated in the air, vanishing into nothingness. A drop of blood silently trickled down the tip of the golden hellfire staff. Put! Blood scattered through the air. Another of Yuan Fu's clones was once again pierced by Lu Hong's hellfire staff. This clone also vanished into the void. Put! Put! A crimson mist of blood spread through the air. Lu Hong seemed to have transformed into a cold-blooded Grim Reaper, each swing of the hellfire staff precise and deadly. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of Yuan Fu's clones were instantly killed by Lu Hong. There was no chance for resistance. Is this the power of the dragon's might? What terrifying power! Is this still the martial artist we thought we knew? Yuan Fu, who defeated all the members of the 9 Elders Assembly, was now instantly killed by Lu Hong. It's simply unimaginable. This dragon's power is simply beyond imagination. With Lu Hong here, Yuan Fu is doomed. We're saved. Yuan Fu himself now wore an expression of shock unlike any he had ever shown before. He had never anticipated that Lu Hong's strength could be so formidable. In the split second he was stunned, a flash of golden light appeared, and Lu Hong had already materialized before him like a ghost. Boom! The hellfire staff, carrying destructive golden light, crashed down on him with tremendous force. At that critical moment, a black pillar of light descended from the heavens like a divine shield, enveloping Yuan Fu tightly within it. The hellfire staff collided with the light pillar, unleashing earth-shattering waves of energy. The force was so powerful that everyone except the members of the 9 elders were knocked to the ground. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. What is this black pillar of light? How could it block such terrifying power? At the same time, more black beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the remaining members of the Yuan clan. Yuan Fu and the other members of the Yuan clan were all rising toward the sky within the black light pillars. Everyone witnessed this scene, their faces pale with horror, and cries of shock echoed everywhere. This is the abyss path of the 10,000 clans. No one can break through this black pillar of light. They will all pass through this abyss path and enter the domain of the 10,000 clans. The Yuan clan has actually opened the abyss path. It seems they have been colluding with the 10,000 clans for a long time. The Yuan clan has completely betrayed us. Lu Hong once again gathered all his strength and launched a fierce assault on the indestructible black pillar of light. Even his terrifying force, unleashed with all his might, was like a drop in the ocean, leaving no trace on the abyss path. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Yuan Fu and all the members of the Yuan clan, protected by the black pillar of light, slowly ascended toward the sky. Yuan Fu stood in the air, gazing down at the crowd, and spoke in a solemn voice. From the very beginning, there has never been a true ruler in this sky. You, I, and all the races are no exception. However, the throne of the heavens has remained vacant for far too long. From this day forward, I will lead the Yuan clan to stand atop the sky. Farewell, everyone. Just as Yuan Fu was about to vanish into the sky, his gaze lingered on Lu Hong, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Lu Hong, you are the most peculiar being I have ever encountered. I truly wish to peel back your layers and see what kind of monster lurks within you. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you with me. Chapter 104, the youngest deputy general in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 104, the youngest deputy general in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. As Yuan Fu and the Yuan family vanished into the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere at the scene finally eased slightly. However, Xia Lao and the others still had gloomy expressions on their faces. The golden light surrounding Lu Hong suddenly vanished. In that instant, he felt as though his soul had been torn from his body. His entire body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his vision plunging into darkness as he fell unconscious. When Lu Hong opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in the camp of the Yin army on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, surrounded by a familiar yet unfamiliar environment. Deputy General Lu Anming rushed forward upon seeing this, his eyes filled with concern. Young General, you've finally woken up. Lu Hong struggled to his feet, sitting up with difficulty, and asked in a weak voice, how long was I unconscious? Lu Anming hurriedly replied, Young General, you have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights since the incident at the Yuan family. It's a relief that you're awake. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what to do. Lu Hong furrowed his brows and asked, what happened? What's going on? Lu Anming's expression grew solemn as he spoke slowly. Young general, you are unaware of the situation. The people of the Yuan clan have betrayed the 10,000 clans and fled through the abyss path. However, the Fenglai army of the Yuan clan, who were captured on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, are still here. Among the Fenglai army, not all are direct descendants of the Yuan clan. There are also many collateral branches of the Yuan clan and warriors recruited from outside. These people have been fighting the 10,000 clans for years and form a significant force. After the Yuan clan's betrayal, the fate of these people became a problem. Old Master Xia decided that the Black Dragon Guards of the Qin family, the Mo family army, and our Yanzi army would jointly take them in. However, due to your unconscious state at the time, the Mo family's Mo army and the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards acted first and divided the Fenglai army among themselves. They didn't leave a single person for us. You must understand that the overall strength of the Fenglai army is on par with our Yanzi army. If we could obtain even a third of their strength, our military power would be greatly enhanced. But now, we have gained nothing. Lu Hong heard this and immediately stood up, glaring at Lu Anming and shouting angrily, You, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army, what are you good for? How dare you come before me and say such things? I ask you, are the soldiers of the Yanzi army fewer in number than the Black Dragon Guards and the Mo family soldiers? Or are their weapons inferior to theirs? You just stand there and let them take our men right in front of you? You're really bringing shame to the Yanzi army. Lu Anming knew he had made a mistake and lowered his head, dared not speak. Lu Hong's anger boiled over and he kicked Lu Anming hard, sending him flying several meters away. He then barked out an order, immediately gather a squad of elite Yanzi army soldiers and follow me to the Black Dragon Guard camp. You, lead the way. Yes, young general. Lu Anming sighed in relief and hurriedly obeyed the order. Lu Hong then entered the secret room of the Yanzi army. There, Yuan Xiu was leisurely enjoying a feast, completely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Yuan Xiu, the entire Yuan clan has defected and fled to the territory of the 10,000 clans. What about you? Are you willing to stay with the Yanzi army? Or perhaps you also wish to leave? I won't stop you. Yuan Xiu, who was eating roasted chicken, wiped his hands and laughed lightly. Leave? Where could I go? Of course I'll stay. But if you want me to stay, you'll have to treat me to good food and drink every day. Lu Hong agreed readily. Of course there's no problem. But now, the Fenglai army of the Yuan clan has all been incorporated into the Qin and Mo clans. Do you have any way to bring them back to the Yin army? Yuan Xiu finished the last bite of chicken leg and casually wiped his hands. That's easy. Though I'm not the strongest in the Yuan family. However, I still hold some influence within the Yuan family. If I speak, no one in the Fenglai army will dare to disobey. After all, in the Yuan family, who hasn't made deals with the 10,000 clans? All their affairs are known only to me. Lu Hong heard this, his expression growing serious, and said in a deep voice, then depart immediately. I want you to go personally and gather all the Wind and Thunder army under the banner of the Yin army. All right. Yuan Xiu glanced at the unfinished roast chicken on the table. Though reluctant, he quickly stood up and followed Lu Hong out. The battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the Qin family's encampment. The soldiers of the Yuan clan's Wind and Thunder army gathered here, their hearts filled with anxiety about the future. Qin Xuan, dressed in black, stood before the crowd, his words ringing out clearly, the Yuan clan has betrayed us. According to the iron laws of the Great Xia Empire, anyone associated with the Yuan clan must be punished without mercy. Out of consideration for your Wind and Thunder army's glorious achievements on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the Great Xia has shown mercy, sparing you from punishment and allowing you to join my Black Dragon Guard. From this day forward, all of you must strictly adhere to the rules of the Black Dragon Guard and must not disobey. Do you all understand? Many members of the Fenglai army, upon seeing Qin Xuan, looked at each other in disbelief, and murmurs of doubt began to rise. Who is this man? We've never seen him before. We of the Wind and Thunder army have fought on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans for years. Even if we have no merits, we have at least endured hardships. How dare you, a mere child, intimidate us? Do you really think we were raised by fear? A spoiled brat like you, giving orders to your elders? Have you even grown any hair yet? Such criticism echoed endlessly. Qin Xuan's expression darkened, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, a jet-black beam of light sliced through the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, leaving behind a terrifying crater. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The soldiers of the Fenglai army all paled, falling silent instantly. Qin Xuan's voice was cold and resolute, like the biting wind of winter, piercing the hearts of all present. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Xuan. I am currently an 8th rank martial artist. And I am also the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard. These words sent shockwaves through the Wind and Thunder army once more. He's Qin Xuan. The top-ranked martial artist on the hidden dragon list, Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan? He's the one who could kill an 8th rank martial artist while still at the 7th rank. I never expected him to have advanced to the 8th rank martial artist realm and become the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard. He must be the youngest deputy commander in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. I've heard that Qin Chuan's awakened talent is SSS rank, the Extinction Black Dragon. However, the power of his talent far surpasses that of ordinary SSS rank talents. The highest rating for a talent is SSS rank. Therefore, Qin Chuan's Extinction Black Dragon can only be rated as SSS class. If there were a higher rating, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Moreover, it is said that Qin Chuan is cold-blooded and ruthless. We should avoid provoking him lightly. Qin Chuan heard the other's remarks and nodded satisfactorily. Qin Chuan's gaze slowly swept over the soldiers of the Fenglai army. His deep eyes seemed to contain boundless authority. He asked again in a deep voice, though not loud, it was enough to pierce everyone's hearts, I will ask you again. Have you all understood? The Wind and Thunder army responded in unison, we understand. Suddenly, an out-of-place voice drifted in from outside the door, tinged with a hint of amusement. I'm a bit confused. Chapter 105, another SSS rank talent? Chapter 105, another SSS rank talent? Lu Hong led Yuan Xiu, Lu Anming, and a squad of elite Yanzi army soldiers, bursting through the door. Lu Hong's gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings, muttering under his breath, yet every word was clear and audible. Sorry. I don't quite understand. Why isn't the Yuan family's Fenglai army part of my Yanzi army? You're Qin Chuan, right? Explain this to me. Qin Chuan's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted angrily, enemy attack. Black Dragon Guards. Form ranks. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of Black Dragon Guards surged forward, surrounding Lu Hong and his men. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. How ridiculous. Is this how the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards treat their fellow citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom? Such a force. How can we, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, trust you? If you treat the Yanzi army like this, what will happen to the Fenglai army if they surrender to you? Won't they suffer even more? These words fell like a stone into water, sending ripples through the ranks of the Fenglai army. The crowd began to stir, murmuring and discussing. Just then, someone in the Fenglai army spotted the figure standing behind Lu Hong and shouted in surprise. It's the third young master. The third young master has arrived. It really is the third young master. The third young master is still here. Yuan Xiu smiled awkwardly, I'm the third son in my family, so they all call me young master-san. It's just a habit. Then, Wang stood before the crowd and declared loudly, I have now joined the ranks of the Yanzi army. I hope that every single brother of the Fenglai army present here will join me in joining the Yan army. Lu Hong is a leader worthy of trust. I believe that under his leadership, our Fenglai army will be reborn and regain its former glory. Yuan Xiu's words were like a gentle spring rain, quickly resonating with the Fenglai army. The soldiers of the Fenglai army responded enthusiastically, their emotions running high. Wherever the third young master goes, we will follow. Follow the third young master and join the Yan army. Follow young master San, join the Yan army. Follow the third young master and join the Yan army. At that moment, Qin Chuan's face turned ashen. His eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Lu Hong, his voice booming like thunder. What do you mean by this? Dare you come to the Qin family's headquarters to snatch someone away in broad daylight? Lu Hong shrugged his shoulders and laughed lightly, saying, Who said I came to steal people? Xia Lao instructed that the soldiers of the Fenglai army may choose their allegiance freely. Now, they all choose to follow me. Qin Chuan's chest heaved violently as he roared in uncontrollable anger. This is outright robbery. Do you really think the Qin family is a soft target to be picked on at will? You're courting death. And you only brought a single squad of men. Today, I'll let you taste the might of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards. Lu Hong remained calm and said, Who said I only brought a small force? Take a good look. The countless Wind and Thunder soldiers before you are all under my command now. It's you who brought just a few men and dare to block my path? Yuan Xiu immediately declared, Yes. We Fenglai army will follow Lu Shaoshuai's lead. Today, if the Black Dragon Guards dare to block us, we will make them pay the price. Under Yu Wangqiu's leadership, the numerous Fenglai army soldiers raised their hands and roared angrily. We will follow only General Lu. We will follow General Lu's lead. We will follow General Lu's lead. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly dropped to freezing point, every breath felt unusually heavy. Qin Chuan's gaze was as cold as a knife, staring directly at Lu Hong. I am the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard. The youngest deputy commander in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Today, with me here, none of you can take him away. Lu Hong sneered in response, matching his intensity, the youngest deputy commander of the Great Xia Kingdom? What about me? I am the youngest commander of the Great Xia Kingdom. You, a mere deputy commander, have no right to stop me. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with a challenging gleam. I earned this position through my own strength. What about you? Lu Xingyan is gone, and you only rose to power by sheer luck. Without Lu Xingyan, what are you? Lu Hong heard this, rubbed his fingers, and his gaze grew deep. If Mo Qilin were present, he would undoubtedly sense that Lu Hong was furious. Lu Hong fixed his gaze on Qin Chuan, his voice cold enough to pierce the heart. Wait until your father is dead. You won't even be able to keep your position as deputy general. Today, I'm taking these Fenglai troops with me. Let's see who dares to stop me. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the sky, and 9 fiery dragons materialized out of thin air, their flames raging wildly. The air around them was baked until it warped and twisted, and a suffocating heat wave swept across the entire battlefield. Qin Xuan showed no fear, roaring in anger as the blood and chi power of an 8th-rank martial artist erupted instantly. If you dare to take them away, don't blame the Black Dragon Guards for being ruthless. All the Black Dragon Guards sprang into action, surrounding Lu Hong and his group. The tension reached its peak, as if the next moment would bring a violent outbreak of bloodshed. Stop! Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to look, only to see Qin Honggang, the commander of the Qin family, slowly walking into the center of the field. Qin Honggang scanned the Black Dragon Guards and ordered in a deep voice, "All of you, step back." The Black Dragon Guards dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly retreating to form a neat line behind Qin Honggang, and the tension eased slightly. He then turned to Lu Hong, his face breaking into a gentle smile. "Young General Lu, I apologize. Qin Xuan is a young man who doesn't understand the rules. I offer my apologies to you." Lu Hong nodded slightly in response. "You are indeed a man of principle, General Qin. We shall take our leave now. I hope General Qin will discipline his men properly." Qin Xuan's face turned ashen, his lips tightly pressed together, his gaze darting toward Qin Honggang, but he remained silent. However, Qin Honggang did not immediately let them go. He stood firm like a rock, facing everyone, and spoke slowly, regarding the matter of the Fenglei army. Old Master Xia did indeed make it clear beforehand that their fate should be decided by themselves. However, they have already entered the premises of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards. It would not be appropriate for you, General Lu, to simply take them away like this. Lu Hong furrowed his brows. What does General Qin mean by that? Do you intend to keep them here by force? Qin Honggang paused for a moment, looked at Lu Hong, and spoke slowly. Lu Hong, on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, the strong always prevail. Why not settle this way? Let us settle this with a duel. The victor may take these Fenglei soldiers with them. Of course, I will not take advantage of my superior numbers. The Qin clan will send Qin Xuan to fight. What do you think, Lu Young General? Ding! Divine Tier Choice System activated. Option 1: Abandon the Wind and Thunder Army and leave immediately. Reward the host with a B-rank talent, 8-step cicada. Option 2: Reject Qin Hongdong's proposal, bring out Xiao Lao, and insist on taking the Wind and Thunder Army. Reward: host receives 8-tier iron-headed tribinner, 10 pieces. Option 3: Accept Qin Hongdong's proposal. Defeat Qin Xuan with your strength and take the Fenglei army with you. Reward for the host, SSS tier talent, Chenkuan Holy Water. Another SSS rank talent? Based on Lu Hong's understanding of the system, the system can grant itself an SSS tier talent. It seems that Qin Xuan's strength is no joke. Qin Xuan saw Lu Hong standing there dumbfounded and couldn't help but stand tall and challenge him. Lu Hong, are you afraid? I'll tell you the truth. Although I am currently an 8th tier martial artist, my strength is more than enough to kill a 9th tier martial artist. If I were you, I would give up immediately to avoid losing face in the end. Lu Hong looked at Qin Honggang and Qin Xuan, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems you really want these Fenglei army soldiers. Alright, I accept this duel. Chapter 106, if you want to beg for mercy now, it's too late. Chapter 106, if you want to beg for mercy now, it's too late. Qin Xuan's figure darted like lightning, suddenly leaping into the air and landing steadily at the center of the stage. He looked at Lu Hong, a hint of contempt on his lips. Lu Hong, your courage is beyond my expectations. I have awakened the strongest SSS tier talent, the Annihilation Black Dragon. Even if you've awakened 3 SSS rank talents, you're no match for me. 3 SSS rank talents? Lu Hong looked surprised. He was certain he had awakened 4 SSS rank talents. Lu Hong scanned the crowd, noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, and finally realized what was going on. Lu Hong sneered, it seems you don't know what happened in the Yuan family. Qin Xuan sneered even more coldly, how could I not know? The previous generation's prodigy of the Yuan clan, Yuan Fu, emerged, colluded with the 10,000 clans, and massacred our fellow citizens of the Great Xia. Xiao Lao gathered the 9 Elders' Council and acted simultaneously, but Yuan Fu still managed to escape. Yuan Fu and the entire Yuan family fled to the territories of the 10,000 tribes. As for you? I heard that you were too weak to fight, and fainted upon returning from the Yuan family. Do you really think you were the one who drove away Yuan Fu? Before you start spouting nonsense, use your brain first. Lu Hong curled the corner of his mouth into a playful smile. So, that's the version you heard. Let me tell you the truth. It was I who drove away Yuan Fu. Do you believe me? Qin Xuan burst into laughter. I believe you. Of course I believe you. You say you defeated Yuan Fu alone and saved Xiao Lao from certain death? I believe it all. Why don't we do this? If you really have such strength, fighting with me would be no fun. Holding back and not showing your true abilities is pointless. Let's fight with everything we've got, and let fate decide our fate. If I die here, all the Black Dragon Guards won't say a word and will let you leave immediately. If you die, the same goes for your Yen army. Don't come looking for trouble with the Qin family. What do you think? A flash of gold gleamed in Lu Hong's eyes. I was just wondering what excuse to use to kill you. You've come right to me. Lu Hong immediately nodded and said, I agree. Then, he turned his gaze to Qin Honggang on the side and said solemnly, please serve as a witness, General Qin. If Qin Chuan should die, don't let your Black Dragon army take revenge on us. Qin Honggang still wore a smile on his face. Lu young general, rest assured. Once I, Qin Honggang, have spoken, my words are as unbreakable as a promise made to the gods. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, every member of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards will not take any action. Lu Hong watched as Qin Honggang agreed so readily. He knew that even Qin Honggang, one of the 4 great war gods, had no idea what had happened at the Yuan family. Lu Hong gripped the Hellfire Staff tightly in his hand and walked straight toward Qin Chuan. Since that's the case, let's begin. Qin Chuan burst into laughter. Then I'll let you see the power of the strongest SSS rank talent. Extinction Black Dragon. Boom! The sky suddenly grew dark. The clouds were torn apart by an overwhelming force, revealing a gigantic dragon covered in deep black scales. It soared through the heavens, its eyes blazing like torches, emanating a chilling aura. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, terrifying sound waves piercing the eardrums and striking the very core of the soul. Everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire world was trembling. The crowd looked up at the sky, and the black dragon soaring through the heavens elicited a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Is this the legendary SSS rank talent, the Silent Black Dragon? What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even facing a 9th-tier martial artist, there wouldn't be such overwhelming might. No wonder it's the strongest SSS rank talent. Even if a 9th-rank martial artist were to arrive, they wouldn't stand a chance against this black dragon. Lu Hong is merely a 7th-rank martial artist. How could he possibly be a match for this black dragon? Don't forget, Lu Hong possesses 3 SSS tier talents. His strength might not be inferior to Qin Chuan's. You have no idea how terrifying the SSS rank talent, the Extinction Black Dragon, truly is. With the SSS rank talent S enhancement, Qin Chuan was able to fight 2 9th-rank martial artists alone without being outmatched. He even killed one of them. Could Lu Hong do that? Don't even mention Lu Hong awakening 3 SSS tier talents. Even if he awakened 4, he still couldn't do it. There are differences between SSS tier talents. The murmurs of the crowd echoed endlessly, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Qin Chuan sneered, Lu Hong, did you hear that? There are differences between SSS tier talents. You're no match for me. But now that you're begging for mercy, it's too late. The moment you refused to give me face, you were already marked for death. Before he could finish speaking, the sky darkened and the clouds swirled. The massive black dragon, carrying the force to destroy the heavens and earth, suddenly lunged toward Lu Hong. It seemed as though the very air itself was being torn apart. However, Lu Hong showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile curled the corners of his lips. Yes. You're right. Even among SSS ranked talents, there are differences. With a deafening roar, 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, tearing through the heavens. Their bodies twisted and turned, their flames blazing fiercely, turning the once dark sky into a brilliant red. The air seemed to ignite, boiling with heat. The 9 fire dragons clashed fiercely with the black dragon in mid-air, each collision sending towering waves of energy crashing down. The fluctuations in chi and blood were so intense that the onlookers were left trembling with fear. As the battle intensified, the 9 fire dragons grew increasingly fierce. Not only were they not suppressed by the black dragon, but they gradually gained an overwhelming advantage. The black dragon, entangled by the 9 fire dragons, let out a piercing wail. Qin Chuan witnessed this scene and couldn't help but show a look of shock. How is this possible? My Extinction Black Dragon is the strongest SSS ranked talent. How could it not be a match for just a few fire dragons? The once invincible black form was now firmly suppressed by the 9 fire dragons. Endless flames completely engulfed the black dragon, stripping it of its former majesty. In the end, the black dragon fell helplessly to the ground, reduced to a charred wasteland in the midst of a sea of flames. This scene left everyone present speechless and unable to believe their eyes. Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan's Extinction Black Dragon has actually lost. Lu Hong's fire dragons are so powerful. Even Qin Chuan couldn't match them. Don't forget, Qin Chuan is an 8th rank martial artist. But Lu Hong is still only 7th rank. Lu Hong's strength is truly unimaginable. You must know that Lu Hong has only activated 1 SSS tier talent. He possesses 3 SSS rank talents. Lu Hong looked at Qin Chuan, whose face was ashen, and smiled lightly, saying, the youngest deputy general in history? Your so-called strongest SSS rank talent isn't all that impressive, is it? Qin Chuan's most prideful talent couldn't even last a minute in front of Lu Hong. He knew this was the true gap between SSS tier talents. His own SSS tier talent was no match for Lu Hong's. He wasn't a match for Lu Hong. Qin Chuan was about to admit defeat. Lu Hong interrupted Qin Chuan's action. He immediately spoke in a deep voice, I'll borrow your words from earlier. If you want to beg for mercy now, it's too late. Chapter 107, I never said I only have 3 SSS ranked talents. Chapter 107, I never said I only have 3 SSS rank talents. Boom! 9 fiery dragons, carrying the earth-shattering power of blood and chi, suddenly swept toward Qin Xuan. Qin Xuan hurriedly dodged, trying to avoid them. However, the 9 fire dragons sealed off all his escape routes, forming an inescapable net that left him with no place to hide. The raging flames engulfed every inch of Qin Xuan's body. The flames clung to his flesh like a festering wound, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the agonizing burn. Ah! A piercing scream rent the sky, echoing in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept past. Qin Honggong's figure flickered like a ghostly apparition on the battlefield. With a sweep of his hand, a surge of powerful life force erupted, effortlessly extinguishing the flamesing around Qin Xuan. Qin Honggong quickly checked Qin Xuan's injuries, confirmed he was unharmed, and whispered, "Lu Shaoshui, you've won." However, Lu Hong's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at Qin Honggong and coldly said, "General Qin, what do you mean by that? The words you just spoke no longer hold any weight?" Qin Honggong also lost his temper and shouted, "Lu Hong, do you really intend to exterminate my Qin family on my family's territory? Have you considered the consequences?" Lu Hong retorted sharply, "Consequences? What consequences? You never mentioned consequences before. Now that you see Qin Xuan has been defeated, you come out to meddle. It is you, General Qin, who has broken the rules." Zila! A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Lu Hong with pinpoint accuracy and instantly engulfing him in purple lightning. Lu Hong's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a purple afterimage. Everyone present was left speechless, none able to discern Lu Hong's movements. Even Qin Honggong couldn't help but stare in shock, thinking to himself, this kid's growth rate is terrifying. Qin Honggong swung his golden longsword violently, stabbing toward the air to the right front. Clang! A clear metallic clang echoed through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spines. Qin Honggong, after all, was one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Though Lu Hong's speed was fast, he could still keep up with him. Qin Honggong glared furiously, his voice booming like a bell, "Lu Hong, you refused the offer of mercy and now you must face the consequences. I just said you won. What do you mean now? Do you really want to make enemies of the Qin family? Today, I'll teach you a lesson for your arrogance." Qin Honggong's body erupted with a torrent of furious energy, his blood surging, shooting straight into the sky, as if a wrathful golden Buddha had descended upon the world. His vital energy reached its peak at that moment. Qin Honggong's figure also transformed into a black afterimage, vanishing into the air. The clash between the two was no longer something the naked eye could perceive. Only the relentless clanging of metal echoed through the heavens, signaling the intensity of the battle. Those who witnessed the scene were left speechless, their voices of astonishment rising one after another. Lu Hong's strength is truly terrifying. He can actually hold his own against General Qin for so long. Isn't he just a 7th-rank martial artist? How could he possess such terrifying strength? I can't even catch a glimpse of their clashing shadows. Is this what a battle between martial artists at the Master Realm looks like? But Lu Hong is still only a 7th-rank martial artist. General Qin is a seasoned veteran who has been battling on the battlefield for years. Even if Lu Hong's awakened SSS tier talent is as powerful as they say, he still wouldn't stand a chance against General Qin. Daring to fight General Qin, he has really bitten off more than he can chew. But Lu Hong possesses 3 SSS rank talents. If each of those SSS rank talents possesses such power, perhaps he might just have the strength to go head-to-head with General Qin. Match General Qin in a fair fight? You really think too highly of Lu Hong. There's a significant gap in strength between him and General Qin. General Qin has already broken through the 9th-rank martial artist realm and reached the Master Realm. The Grandmaster Realm. How many Grandmasters are there in the Great Xia Kingdom? What does Lu Hong have to fight against a master-level martial artist? Facing the buzzing crowd, Qin Honggong effortlessly deflected Lu Hong's relentless attacks, speaking with ease, "Lu Hong, you're no match for me. From now on, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Hong sneered in response, his words laced with sarcasm, "The Qin family has never been polite to me, have they?" Boom! Another whirlwind flashed across the sky. A force capable of destroying the heavens and earth rampaged across the sky. Immediately afterward, 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, intertwining with the whirlwind and merging into one. Then, a purple lightning bolt sliced through the sky, blooming above the fire dragons, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. A chaotic vortex appeared in the sky, emanating a heart-stopping aura of blood and energy. From the chaotic vortex, a purple flame giant dragon and a white flame giant dragon burst forth. They soared through the heavens, each dragon's roar shaking the very fabric of space, releasing a life force powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers. Qin Honggong stared at the 2 dragons in the sky, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even begin to imagine that this was the power a 7th-tier martial artist could unleash. Even a 9th-rank martial artist couldn't unleash such terrifying vital energy. Only a martial artist at the Master Realm could possibly wield such immense power. Lu Hong, who was currently only a 7th-rank martial artist, could already wield such power. It was truly terrifying. Although Qin Hongang was utterly shocked, he did not flinch in the slightest. He held a golden long sword, its tip pointing directly at the sky, his chi and blood boiling, as if he were gathering all the power in the heavens and earth into that single sword strike. Lu Hong, I must admit, your talent is extraordinary. You are the strongest person I have ever seen in my entire life. However, I am a martial artist at the master realm. Today, I will show you what it truly means to be a true master. Qin Honggang's chi and blood surged violently within him, and the golden long sword shone brightly, like the sun at its zenith, illuminating everything around him in a golden glow. Within that light lay a terrifying power capable of destroying everything, instantly enveloping the two giant dragons in the sky. With a deafening roar, the chi and blood energy rampaged through the air, and the explosive aftermath made everyone present feel the terrifying might of a master martial artist. Under the terrifying golden light, Lu Hong's two fire dragons also dissipated. Qin Hongang sneered, even if you have 3 SSS tier talents, what can you do? In the face of absolute power, everything is useless. Lu Hong's lips curled into a smile, but I never said I only have 3 SSS tier talents. As Lu Hong's words fell, the sand and soil around him seemed to come to life, swiftly gathering beneath Qin Xuan's feet. An invisible giant hand formed from the sand and soil gripped Qin Xuan tightly, trapping him within and rendering him unable to move. A sense of impending doom swept over him. Qin Xuan's face turned pale instantly as he shouted, "Save me!" Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Too late. 108, Chapter 108, the Hellfire Staff in my hand is also SS ranked. Chapter 108, the Hellfire Staff in my hand is also an SSS ranked divine weapon. Qin Hong, upon seeing this, was filled with rage and shouted, "Lu Hong! How dare you!" However, Lu Hong ignored him completely, his expression calm. Only then did Lu Hong clench his right hand tightly. The gigantic hand formed from sand and soil in the distance suddenly contracted. Put! A crisp sound echoed, followed by a spray of blood. Qin Xuan's figure was instantly reduced to dust under the giant hand's pressure, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Qin Xuan. Reward, SSS tier talent, Shenkuan Holy Water. Just as Lu Hong obtained the new SSS rank talent, the Heaven and Earth Holy Water, the book of prophecy within his heart began to flip wildly. However, Lu Hong had no time to dwell on these matters. Qin Hongang had already closed in on Lu Hong. Terrifying chi and blood energy surged through the air. Qin Honggang's voice was icy and bone-chilling. I told you to stop. Why didn't you listen? Qin Xuan is the prodigy of the Qin family in this generation. You dared to kill him on the Qin family's territory. You clearly don't regard the Qin family with any respect. Today, you won't leave here alive. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, sarcastically retorting, "It was you who harbored murderous intent first. Now that you're outmatched, you're trying to shift the blame. How laughable. Is that all the Qin family has to offer? The so-called 4 great war gods? Masters of the Zhongshe realm? I'll have to test them myself to see if they're all talk and no action." Qin Honggang's aura grew even more imposing, his pressure like a mountain, as he shouted harshly, "I am one of the 4 great war gods of the great Xia kingdom. You dare to challenge me? You don't have the qualifications." Lu Hong didn't step back. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. "General Qin, I forgot to tell you. My true strength is far greater than this. I hope you'll get a taste of my full power." Boom! 9 fiery dragons surged forth once more, carrying an overwhelming pressure, cascading down from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the earth. At that moment, beneath Lu Hong's feet, flames surged like a tidal wave, engulfing him in a sea of fire, turning his surroundings into a blazing inferno. Lu Hong had fully unleashed his primal power. Primordial power, the Sea of Flames domain. As long as he remained within this sea of fire, Lu Hong's vital energy was amplified infinitely, increasing by more than tenfold. Lu Hong is now the master of this sea of fire, resembling a war god descended from the heavens, with an overwhelming aura. Lu Hong stands at the center of the fire sea, his figure flickering, unconsciously reminding one of Lu Xinyan. For a moment, no one could tell whether the figure in the sea of fire was Lu Xinyan or Lu Hong. Qin Hongang couldn't help but grow solemn. He could clearly sense the heart-stopping aura emanating from Lu Hong. The blood energy emanating from Lu Hong was so powerful that even Qin Hongang felt a hint of difficulty. He furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "What is going on? He's merely a 7th-rank martial artist. How could he possess such terrifying vital energy? What has he done? Could this be his true source of power? He's way too strong." Lu Hong noticed the shock and awe in everyone's eyes, curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, and fixed his gaze on Qin Hongang. "General Qin, are you satisfied with my strength? Do you think I now have the qualifications to be your opponent?" Qin Hongang stared at Lu Hong, speaking slowly. "I must admit, your talent is extraordinary. Perhaps once you reach the 9th-rank martial artist realm, I will no longer be your match. However, your current cultivation level is still too low. It's a pity. I won't give you the chance to grow to the 9th-rank martial artist realm. Next year on this day, it will be your death anniversary." A dark, shadowy figure suddenly darted behind Qin Hongang. Suddenly, the black shadow expanded rapidly, reaching the peak of the sky, its momentum so overwhelming it left everyone breathless. Against the backdrop of the black shadow, everyone else seemed so insignificant. It seemed as though with a single flick of its wrist, it could effortlessly shatter all existence into nothingness. A chill unlike any before spread through the air, penetrating to the bone, causing everyone present to tremble uncontrollably. The Black Dragon Guards witnessed this scene and were all struck with horror, shouting in alarm. General Qin has actually activated the power of the Yuan sword. That black shadow is the spirit of the Yuan sword. The Yuan sword. It is one of the few SSS-ranked divine weapons in the Great Xia Kingdom. It has consistently ranked second on the divine weapon rankings for years. Even if Lu Hong has extraordinary talent. In the face of absolute power, all efforts are in vain. However, the power to awaken the Yuan sword requires the user to sacrifice their vast vital energy. The slightest misstep could even damage the source itself. General Qin paid such a high price just to eliminate Lu Hong. Qin Hongang glared at Lu Hong with a ferocious expression and said in a deep voice, "Lu Hong, you've never witnessed the power of an SSS-ranked divine weapon, have you? Lu Xinyan is just a commoner who rose to become one of the 4 great war gods alongside me. That's the peak of his abilities. The best he could muster was an S-class weapon. But the SSS-ranked divine weapon in my hand, the Yuan sword, is the culmination of the Qin clan's centuries of heritage. To die by its hand is an honor for you." As Qin Hongang finished speaking, the black shadow in the sky seemed to respond to his will, completely enveloping the entire world. Endless pressure crushed everything, making it hard to breathe. The golden longsword in Qin Honggang's hand suddenly burst into a blinding golden light, unleashing terrifying energy capable of shattering the heavens and earth. Lu Hong sneered, "The so-called 4 great war gods need to rely on the power of an SSS-tier divine weapon to deal with a 7th-tier martial artist? And the true strength of your Qin clan lies in this single SSS-ranked Yuan sword? I truly don't know where you get your sense of pride from. SSS-grade divine weapons aren't exclusive to you." Lu Hong's hellfire staff suddenly burst into a blinding light, with flames several meters high rising into the sky, dispelling the surrounding gloom and darkness. The intense flames scorched the air around them, igniting the hearts of everyone present. A shadowy figure, wielding a staff and enveloped in raging flames, suddenly appeared before everyone. The terrifying pressure it emitted matched the vast might of the Yuan sword, standing toe-to-toe with it. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, weaving into an invisible net that enveloped everyone's hearts. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, as cries of astonishment echoed through the air. What on earth is that? Could it be the spirit of a SSS-ranked divine weapon? Impossible. How could Lu Hong possibly possess an SSS-ranked divine weapon? The staff in his hand isn't the hellfire staff that Lu Xinyan used before, is it? That was clearly an S-rank weapon. When did it become an SSS-ranked divine weapon? But how do you explain that illusory figure? Isn't that the mark of an SSS-ranked divine weapon? Lu Hong clenched the hellfire staff in his hand and sneered, "The hellfire staff in my hand is also an SSS-grade divine weapon." 109, Chapter 109, The Yanzi Army is missing a deputy commander. Will you join us? Chapter 109, The Yanzi Army is missing a deputy commander. Will you join us? Qin Honggang's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he was consumed by rage, his face contorted as he roared, "Even if you possess an SSS-ranked divine weapon, I will still leave you here today." Before his words had even finished, Qin Honggang's figure vanished like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage. As the yellow glow on the Yuan sword intensified, it shone brilliantly. A destructive force capable of shaking mountains and overturning the heavens surged forth like a raging tidal wave, bearing down on Lu Hong. The force was so powerful it seemed capable of tearing apart space and devouring everything in its path. A faint smile flashed across Lu Hong's face. The hellfire staff in his hands was enveloped in raging flames, which contained endless fury and heat, as if capable of burning everything in the world. With a low growl, the hellfire staff, carrying the terrifying power of flames, collided violently with the Yuan sword in midair. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the skies, shaking the very core of everyone's being. The two purest streams of vital energy collided head-on, their energy fluctuations causing the entire space to tremble, as if it were about to collapse. Everyone present was stunned by the aftereffects of the force, unable to open their eyes. Qin Honggang's tiger's mouth was torn open, and blood gushed out from his hands. He muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could you possess an SSS-ranked divine weapon? And the power of this divine weapon is no weaker than my Yuan sword. Such a divine weapon, I've never even heard of it before." Lu Hong remained silent, responding with the hellfire staff in his hands. The hellfire staff roared once more, unleashing its destructive force and crashing down on Qin Hongang. Terrifying surges of qi and blood erupted like a raging tidal wave, engulfing the surrounding area. Qin Honggang's expression changed instantly. Although he could harness the power of the Yuan sword. However, this SSS-ranked divine weapon was a double-edged sword for him. Each time he channeled its power, he depleted vast amounts of his own vital energy. At his current cultivation level, he could only wield the Yuan sword 3 times at most. If he forced it further, it would cause irreversible damage to his body. It could even endanger his life. However, faced with Lu Hong's fierce assault, he had no choice but to use the power of the Xin Yuan sword to defend himself. Bang! Two terrifying forces collided once more. Ripple after ripple of spatial disturbances erupted, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. Under the relentless blows, Qin Hongang staggered, teetering on the brink of collapse. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Hong, who remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fatigue, his heart filled with shock. How can you be unharmed? Using the power of an SSS-ranked divine weapon, how can you feel no strain at all? Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. This is the gap between us. The so-called foundation of the Qin family? In my eyes, it's nothing worth mentioning. Today, you insist on keeping me here. Then I will let you witness firsthand what true power truly is. Lu Hong's hellfire staff struck again. Qin Hong clenched his teeth, mustering his last ounce of strength, and activated the Xin Yuan sword for the third time. Bang! Both were sent reeling backward by the terrifying force, stumbling and staggering. Qin Hongan's vital energy was completely depleted. At that moment, he was like a flickering candle in the wind. The Xin Yuan sword slipped from his hands, and he could only stand by sheer willpower, his body swaying dangerously. On the other hand, Lu Hong gripped the hellfire staff tightly, his eyes cold and ruthless, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. General Qin, is this the end? Now it's my turn. Boom! The hellfire staff erupted in rolling flames, resembling a fire dragon emerging from the sea, and slammed toward Qin Honggang's head with overwhelming force. Qin Honggang's face turned as pale as paper as he tried to dodge. But his entire body felt drained of strength, leaving him helpless as the deadly flame-covered staff closed in. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, Lu Hong miraculously halted his attack, the hellfire staff hovering just an inch above Qin Honggang's forehead. Lu Hong stared at Qin Honggang and coldly asked, General Qin, do you surrender? Qin Honggang knew that if he refused, there would be only one outcome. That hellfire staff would strike his head without mercy. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with resolve. Lu Xiaoshui, I surrender. What happened today was our mistake. Please spare us, General Lu. However, Lu Hong did not immediately stop. The hellfire staff remained suspended above Qin Honggang's head. Changing his tone, he asked, since you've surrendered, I'll ask you again. The Yan army is in need of a deputy general. Are you willing to join us? At these words, the air around them seemed to freeze, and the scene fell deathly silent. Everyone present understood the true meaning of Lu Hong's words. He intended to recruit Qin Honggang. To recruit the Black Dragon Guards. His ambitions were simply too grand. Qin Honggang's expression grew complex as he remained silent for a long time, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Lu Hong, seeing this, suddenly adopted a stern tone. What's the matter? General Qin doesn't want to come? Qin Honggang sighed bitterly and said helplessly, Young General Lu. I understand your meaning. But even if I were willing to come, it would be useless. The Black Dragon Guards are not something I can control alone. The Black Dragon Guard is the Black Dragon Guard of the Qin family. The Qin family will never agree. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with impatience. I'm not asking about the Qin family. I'm asking you. Are you willing to come? An invisible pressure descended like a mountain, and Qin Honggang felt his breath catch, as if he were standing in the shadow of death. Qin Honggang knew he had only two options. Agree. Or die. Qin Honggang nodded and said in a low voice, Lu Xiaoshui, I am willing to join the Yan army. As he spoke, a drop of blood slowly rose from his forehead, hovering before Lu Hong. Lu Hong saw this and curved his lips into a satisfied smile. The hellfire staff retracted, and the suffocating pressure dissipated. Lu Hong waved his hand lightly, and the drop of blood transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into his body. At that moment, Lu Hong clearly felt a subtle connection form between himself and Qin Honggang, granting him the ability to control his life and death in an instant. Lu Hong spoke slowly, if you're willing, that's enough. I'll ask you again. Within the Qin family, where do you rank in terms of strength? Qin Honggang replied respectfully, second. Above me is the Qin family's grand elder. He has been in the master's realm for many years, and his strength is unimaginable. I am no match for him. Lu Hong heard this and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If he were no longer here, could you control the Qin family's affairs? Qin Honggang's face turned pale, and he looked at Lu Hong in disbelief. Young general, do you intend to harm the old patriarch? Lu Hong demanded, I can spare his life. But the issue is, would he agree to have the Qin family and all the Black Dragon Guards join my Yan army? Qin Feng replied without hesitation, he absolutely will not agree. Lu Hong coldly said, then that's settled. Since he won't agree, I'll handle it my way. In this world, only strength reigns supreme. Chapter 110, too late? No, it's not too late. Chapter 110, too late? No, there's still time. Great Xia Kingdom, the Qin family. Old Qin sat solemnly at the family's main seat, his expression as cold as icy water. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd below, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. This Lu Hong is utterly lawless. Today, he dared to speak such blasphemy, claiming the Black Dragon Guards as his own? Tomorrow, will he dare to demand that this old man kneel before him? After speaking, he paused abruptly, his gaze like lightning, fixing on a man below. Qin Honggang, step forward. Qin Honggang's body trembled, and he swiftly stepped out of the ranks, standing tall before the crowd, his expression complex. Seeing this, the old man's anger flared even more, his voice booming like a bell. Qin Honggang, as one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. With your master-level cultivation, you are no match for Lu Hong. You are no match for a 7th-rank martial artist. You even sacrificed your own blood to become Lu Hong's slave. Your actions dishonor the ancestors of the Qin clan. Today, I, on behalf of the Qin clan, am retrieving the SSS-rank divine weapon, the Yuan sword, which has been passed down through the generations of the Qin clan. I, on behalf of the Qin clan, am retrieving your Black Dragon order. These words caused an uproar in the hall. What? Old Master Qin is demanding the return of General Qin's Yuan sword? And the Black Dragon order as well? Doesn't that mean they're effectively stripping General Qin of his position as commander of the Black Dragon Guards? This is far too harsh. General Qin is the only martial artist at the Master Realm in the Qin family besides Old Master Qin. Who else could possibly take on the role of commander of the Black Dragon Guard? Amidst the murmurs, there were voices speaking up for Qin Honggang. Several clan members who were close to him stepped forward and bowed respectfully, pleading on his behalf. Elder Qin. Qin Honggang is the current prodigy of our Qin clan. We cannot revoke his Black Dragon order and strip him of his position just because he lost to Lu Hong. Please spare him for his past merits and show mercy. Yes, Elder Qin, General Qin has led the Black Dragon Guard into battle for years, achieving great feats. Even if he has no merits, he has at least worked hard. We implore you to reconsider. For a moment, the crowd grew passionate, and more members of the Qin family joined the ranks pleading for mercy for Qin Honggang, shouting in unison. We implore you, Old Master Qin, to reconsider. We implore you, Old Master Qin, to reconsider. The pleading cries echoed throughout the Qin mansion. Qin Lao suddenly swung his massive hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of qi and blood that felt as heavy as a mountain, crushing everyone present and leaving them gasping for breath. Qin Lao pointed at Qin Honggang's nose and shouted angrily, "You all value Qin Honggang so much? But what has he done? He gave his own essence and blood to Lu Hong. If I were to entrust him with important responsibilities, wouldn't that be handing the Qin family over to Lu Hong as well? All of you, say no more. My decision is final. Qin Honggang, hand over the Yuan sword and the Black Dragon order at once." Qin Honggang bowed his head, clutching the Yuan sword that had accompanied him for years. The sword's blade seemed to reflect his inner turmoil and reluctance. This sword had been with him for years, like a member of his family. It had always been by his side, witnessing countless battles of life and death. Yet now, he must hand it over himself. To give up the thing closest to his heart. He was utterly unwilling to do so from the bottom of his heart. Qin Honggang's eyes were filled with resentment, but he had no choice. Finally, he clenched his teeth and reluctantly placed the Yuan sword and the Black Dragon order gently on the table. He then turned and left, his figure appearing particularly lonely and desolate in the light. Old Master Qin watched Qin Honggang leave without stopping him. In his heart, the moment Qin Honggang handed over his essence, he was no longer a member of the Qin family. He then called out in a calm tone, "Qin Zhirong, step forward." A middle-aged man named Qin Zhirong, with a fleeting glimpse of joy in his eyes, quickly responded and stood before Qin Lao. He stepped forward and stood before Qin Lao. Qin Zhirong, although you are currently a 9th-rank martial artist, you are not far from breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. I will lend you a helping hand to help you break through to the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Now, I will hand over the Yuan sword and the Black Dragon order to you. From today onward, you are the new commander of the Black Dragon Guard. I hope you can lead the Black Dragon Guard to new glory and live up to everyone's expectations. Qin Zhirong took the Yuan sword and the Black Dragon order, his voice firm and resolute. "I will not disappoint you." He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his lips curling into a smile. However, whispers circulated among the crowd like an underground current, filled with doubt and dissatisfaction over Qin Zhirong's appointment. Qin Zhirong? What qualifies him to take over the Black Dragon Guard? Just because he's the son of Old Master Qin? Old Master Qin is being far too biased. This position should have gone to Qin Honggang, not him. That's right. The Qin family is full of strong individuals. Although Qin Zhirong is a 9th-rank martial artist, he is still not enough to command respect within the Qin family. Qin Honggang's younger brother, Qin Honglei, is no less talented than him. Moreover, Qin Honglei has distinguished himself in battle and is currently the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Guard. He is the more suitable candidate. Qin Lao's actions are indeed unfair. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, growing louder and louder. Qin Lao's expression grew increasingly stern. He suddenly shouted harshly, "Silence! This is my decision, and it is final." With that, he glared at everyone present, and the crowd fell silent. Old Qin turned to Qin Zhirong, his tone firm. "Tomorrow, Qin Zhirong, you will lead the Black Dragon Guard and accompany me to the camp of the Yin army. I'll see just how capable this Lu Hong is. Daring to kidnap someone from my Qin family's headquarters, he'll pay the price. Qin Zhirong replied, yes. The Yanzi army's headquarters. Lu Hong sat at the head of the table, his expression solemn as he scrutinized Qin Honggang before him, his brows furrowed. Lu Hong confirmed again, you mean the old man is coming personally to settle the score with me? To settle accounts with me, a 7th-rank martial artist? Qin Honggang looked solemn and nodded, yes. And he's probably already on his way. Old Master Qin is not only one of the 9 elders of the 9 Elders Council. He is also one of the strongest warriors at the peak of the Great Xia Kingdom's power. His strength surpasses even mine. Lu Xiaoshui, I don't mean to underestimate you. Even if you possess an SSS-rank divine weapon, you would likely struggle to match him in battle. Lu Xiaoshui, I suggest you go to the 9 Elders Council and ask the other elders to step forward to defuse this impending storm. However, Lu Hong seemed unconcerned by this. He turned to ask, Qin Honggang, let me ask you this, are you truly willing to join my Yan army? Qin Honggang paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination, I am willing. But I have one condition. I want the Xian Yuan sword. Lu Hong heard this and a smile curved his lips, alright. I agree. Qin Honggang's tone was urgent, Lu young general, hurry and contact the 9 Elders Council. Otherwise, the old masters will arrive soon and it will be too late. Suddenly, outside the Yanzi army's camp, a thunderous shout rang out. Where is that brat Lu Hong? Come out here immediately. Qin Honggang's expression changed and he muttered, this time, it's really too late. Hong, however, remained calm as he stood up and walked toward the camp, whispering, no. We still have time. Qin Honggang, go notify Xiao Lao. Come to the Yanzi army camp and collect the body for the Qin family's elder. Chapter 111, the 5th SSS rank talent, the heavenly water of the cosmos. Chapter 111, the 5th SSS rank talent, the heaven and earth holy water. Lu Hong arrived outside the Yanzi army's camp, looking at the Qin family's black dragon guards charging toward him, and the arrogant Qin Lao standing at the front. He spoke calmly, gentlemen, what brings you to the Yanzi army's camp? Qin Lao stepped forward angrily and shouted, Lu Hong, you dared to enter the Qin family's camp without permission. You killed Qin Xuan, seized our troops, and forced Qin Honggang to surrender his essence blood. Do you know the gravity of your crimes? Lu Hong looked stunned, his expression filled with surprise. Oh? What crime have I committed? First, during my duel with Qin Xuan, he personally promised to give his all, and that the outcome would be left to fate. There were so many people present who can vouch for me. You're twisting the truth. Second, I seized your Qin family's soldiers? That's even more absurd. Those soldiers from the Yuan family's Fenglai army joined my Yanzi army of their own free will. I didn't force a single one of them. It's you black dragon guards who are here to steal my soldiers now. Third, Qin Honggang's essence blood. He voluntarily offered it to me. Moreover, Qin Honggang is now my deputy commander in the Yanzi army. This is an internal matter of the Yanzi army. Why is old Qin meddling in twisting the truth? Qin Lao's face twisted in anger, his beard trembling with fury. He roared, Qin Honggang is a member of the Qin family. He was forced by you. You are the one responsible for this. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, shook his head, and said, forced? Why don't you ask General Qin Honggang yourself? Was he really forced? With that, he stepped aside, clearing a path. Qin Honggang stepped forward slowly from behind Lu Hong. He scanned the black dragon guards and the Qin family members across from him, their expressions varied, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice, I, Qin Honggang, voluntarily joined the Yanzi army. Qin Lao has already stripped me of my position as commander of the Black Dragon Guards. I have now joined the Yanzi army and will serve as deputy commander. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Guards erupted into chaos, with whispers and murmurs filling the air. What? General Qin has really joined the Yanzi army. Now that General Qin has joined the Yanzi army, are we still supposed to fight them? What war? General Qin is with the Yanzi army, how could we possibly fight them? But Qin Zhirong has the Black Dragon Order. He can use the Black Dragon Order to order us to fight the Yanzi army, and we have no choice but to obey. Those who disobey. The Black Dragon Order? Are you a soldier of the Black Dragon Order, or a soldier of General Qin? General Qin led us, the Black Dragon Guards, to fight on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans for years. Now you want me to fight against General Qin? I can't do that. If it weren't for General Qin, I would have died 800 times on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Whoever dares to oppose General Qin is opposing me. Wherever General Qin is, there lies the Black Dragon Guard. Where General Qin is, there is the Black Dragon Guard. Where General Qin is, there lies the Black Dragon Guard. The voice spread like a tidal wave through the Black Dragon Guards, forming an unstoppable force. Qin Zhirong clenched the Black Dragon Order tightly, but faced with the fiercely passionate Black Dragon Guards, he seemed powerless. He stood there helplessly, watching the situation spiral out of control. Qin Lao's face was as dark as storm clouds, and he roared, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Do you no longer heed my words? Qin Honggang dared to join the Yan army. He is no longer a member of the Qin family. All Black Dragon guards, follow my orders, attack. However, Qin Lao's orders fell on deaf ears, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in the hearts of the Black Dragon guards. Lu Hong glanced sideways at Qin Hongang beside him, a faint smile curving his lips. He murmured, "It seems your influence in the Qin family far exceeds my imagination." Qin Hongang bowed humbly and replied, "You flatter me, young General Lu." Then, Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at the elderly Qin in the distance. "Old Qin, your era has come to an end." Upon hearing this, the elderly Qin's anger flared even more, as if he had been touched where it hurt the most. He roared, "End? I think it's you who's about to end." With a thunderous crash, terrifying qi and blood energy surged through the air. Qin Lao transformed into a black shadow, moving so swiftly it was breathtaking, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. How fast? Even if he unleashed the full power of his SSS ranked innate talent, the purple Xiao Divine Thunder, he couldn't match Qin Lao's speed. Suddenly, a fierce surge of qi and blood energy swept toward Lu Hong like a raging tidal wave, closing in on his face. Bang! The terrifying qi and blood force exploded before Lu Hong. Lu Hong reacted swiftly, instantly activating his SSS tier innate talent, Sandstorm Divine Earth. A thick sand barrier materialized out of thin air, forcefully blocking Qin Lao's fatal strike. However, the sand barrier was blasted open, revealing a shocking bowl-sized hole. This was the first time Lu Hong's SSS-ranked innate ability, Sandstorm Divine Earth, had been pierced by a hole. Qin Lao's strength had already surpassed his imagination. After missing his strike, Qin Lao's figure vanished once more. A chilling aura permeated the air. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked, their voices echoing in astonishment. Is this the true power of Old Master Qin? It's simply unimaginable. That rampaging blood energy seems capable of tearing the heavens apart. It's far stronger than that of a general. Master Qin has already reached the realm of a grandmaster decades ago. Now, his strength is beyond anyone's comprehension. Although Lu Hong is exceptionally talented, the gap between him and a peerless master like Old Master Qin is still too vast. If Master Qin intervenes, Lu Hong will likely not escape unscathed. Lu Hong is doomed. The Yen army is doomed. Qin Jirong, standing nearby, curled the corners of his mouth into a smug smile and mocked loudly, "Lu Hong. This time, Old Master Qin has personally intervened. You're as good as dead. Surrender now, and perhaps we'll spare your life. Daring to provoke the Qin family, you will pay the price." Qin Hongang, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up, "Lu Xiaoshui. Qin Lao's talent is SSS ranked, the 10,000 phenomena, no trace water. As long as there's water in the air, he can evolve his speed to the extreme. Unless you can control all the water in the air. Otherwise, his movements cannot be restricted." Qin Jirong glared angrily, clenching his teeth and cursing, "Qin Hongang, you traitor. Once Old Master Qin has dealt with Lu Hong, I'll settle the score with you." Lu Hong heard this, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze intense as he stared directly at the intangible threat. "Qin Lao. I've told you, your era is over. Now, this is my era." Qin Lao's voice echoed from all directions, "Lu Hong, the habit of speaking boldly is not a good one. I have thoroughly investigated you. You may possess 4 SSS tier talents, which is indeed extraordinary. However, none of them can stop me. If you haven't grown strong enough, you should learn to keep your head down. You're too arrogant. Today, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." Lu Hong shook his head and laughed lightly, "Old Qin. I'm arrogant because I have the capital to be arrogant. Who told you I only have 4 SSS ranked talents? I have a 5th SSS tier talent, the Heaven and Earth Holy Water." "What? A 5th SSS ranked talent?" Qin Lao's voice betrayed a hint of disbelief. He quickly looked around him. But it was already too late. 112, Chapter 112, Old Master Qin. You're right. The dead don't care about such things. Chapter 112, Old Master Qin. You're right. Dead people don't care about such things. Suddenly, countless crystal-clear water droplets burst forth from the air, dancing lightly before gradually coalescing into a blue net. Old Master Qin's figure slowly emerged from behind the water curtain. He exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? My talent is SSS rank 10,000 phenomena shadowless water. How could it be so easily controlled?" Lu Hong chuckled lightly and said, "Nothing is impossible. The talent I awakened is also an SSS ranked water attribute talent, the Qiankuan Holy Water. Since we're both water, this should be much easier. I once heard a saying, and now I'll tell you. Even among SSS ranked talents, there are still differences." Lu Hong waved his hand, and the tiny water droplets suspended in the air swiftly intertwined to form an impenetrable cage, trapping Qin Lao securely within. Everyone witnessed this scene, leaving them speechless and murmuring in astonishment. What is this? A water attribute talent? What kind of demon is Lu Hong? He actually possesses 5 SSS tier talents. Unprecedented. Unheard of. Never. Never has any martial artist ever possessed such a talent. Such natural talent. If Lu Hong were to grow stronger, even the 10,000 clans could be annihilated. Boom. Amidst the astonishment and shock, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted from within Qin Lao's body. Like a volcano erupting, it violently tore apart the water prison Lu Hong had constructed, freeing him once more. He stared at Lu Hong, his face betraying a complex expression. Lu Hong, I have never seen anyone with such extraordinary talent in my life. You are the first. For the sake of the Great Xia Kingdom, I truly cannot bring myself to kill you. However, your existence poses a potential existential threat to the Qin clan. Therefore, for the sake of the Qin clan, I must kill you. Before he could finish speaking, a resolute gleam flashed in Qin Lao's eyes. His aura surged violently, emanating an unyielding intent to kill, as he charged toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong curled his lips into a cold smile. Don't try to sound so noble. You won't kill me for the sake of the Great Xia Kingdom? To kill me for the sake of the Qin family? All just excuses. You're nothing but a selfish, power-hungry coward, afraid of losing your authority and the Qin family's esteemed status. All members of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards are part of the fight against the 10,000 tribes. If they choose to join my Yan army, I will treat them as my own. And you, with your talk of righteousness and morality, are nothing but a laughable farce. And you want to kill me? Can you even do it? You're old. Get out of my sight. From now on, it's our time. Boom! Lu Hong's feet suddenly erupted in blazing flames, as if the earth's fire had been awakened. Primordial power erupted. Lu Hong's vital energy surged instantly, increasing by more than tenfold. At this moment, his vital energy was on par with that of the old man Qin. 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth, slicing through the sky and dyeing the horizon a deep crimson. The terrifying power left everyone around him speechless with fear. Qin Lao's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He knew that no matter how talented Lu Hong was, even if he were to bear the shame of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, today, he must eliminate Lu Hong. Otherwise, it would be his own death. Qin Lao roared furiously, his body suddenly swelling to surpass the limits of a mortal, soaring to over 3 meters in height, resembling a towering mountain. His muscles bulged beneath his clothing, like coiling dragons, and his garments could not withstand the pressure, shattering with a loud crash. The immense power surged through his body. This force was almost suffocating. It was like a mobile war fortress, casting an overwhelming sense of oppression wherever it went, making it impossible to look directly at him. Everyone gasped in astonishment. What kind of supernatural ability is this? How did Qin Lao's body suddenly swell so much? A terrifying force unlike anything seen before is rampaging within Qin Lao, as if it were about to devour the heavens and earth. What on earth is this? Qin Hong stood to the side, his gaze deep and intense as he stared at the mountain-like figure of Old Master Qin, speaking in a solemn voice. This is the Qin family's secret technique, the Xianyu body. Only those who have broken through the master realm can master it. Once activated, though it can instantly boost combat power by several times, it comes at the cost of burning one's own vital essence. It is a true technique for survival in the face of certain death. The current Old Master Qin is unmatched. Unmatched? Qin Hongang nodded heavily. Yes. Unmatched. Not even the current Lu Hong. Even if all 9 elders of the 9 Elders Council were to gather, it would still not be a match for Old Master Qin. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Then isn't Lu Hong doomed? Lu Hong is the first genius in the Great Xia Kingdom to awaken 5 talents. In the future, he will surely lead us in a counterattack against all the other races. Old Qin wouldn't go that far, would he? Given the current situation. If Old Master Qin doesn't give it his all, he's courting death. Today, either Qin Lao or Lu Hong will die here. And that person is very likely to be Lu Hong. Lu Hong is a prodigious talent, a treasure of the Great Xia Kingdom. How can we let him fall so easily? Once he matures, he will surely achieve great things. If Old Master Qin kills Lu Hong, he will surely face severe punishment from the Great Xia Kingdom. The severe punishment of the Great Xia Kingdom? It will never happen. Do you think the Great Xia Kingdom would dare to provoke a master-level expert over a dead genius? Would they endure the wrath of the Qin family's Black Dragon Guards for a dead man? Power is the ultimate truth in this world. Qin Lao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh wildly, his voice shaking the surrounding area. Lu Hong, did you hear that? You are no match for me. A so-called fallen genius, can that still be called a genius? Nothing more than a handful of yellow earth. Today is the day you meet your end. A terrifying force, like a raging flood, surged toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and replied calmly, Old Qin. You're right. The dead are not worth dwelling on. You seem to have forgotten that I now possess 5 SSS rank talents. No one has ever witnessed the immense power unleashed when these 5 SSS tier talents are combined. Today, let everyone witness it. Boom! The sky darkened and 9 fiery dragons roared forth, slicing through the heavens, their scorching heat sweeping across the land. Immediately afterward, divine thunder roared from the heavens, striking the fire dragons with precision, adding a touch of destruction to their might. The heavenly gang's divine wind and the sandstorm divine earth intertwined with the fire dragons, dancing together beneath the vast sky. The sacred water of the heavens and earth condensed from the void, forming a clear and sharp water trail that charged toward the fire dragons. Ji-la! When water and fire collided, a piercing sound erupted, and steam rose, filling the sky. The heavenly water not only fails to extinguish the fire dragon's momentum but instead seamlessly merges into it, enhancing its might even further. Boom! The sky seemed to tear apart, and a colossal dragon unlike any seen before burst forth, its might shaking the heavens and the earth. The fire dragon, with purple flames crowning its head, white and yellow flames intertwining its body, blue flames flickering at its tail, and red flames blazing from its claws. The 5 colored flames intertwined, releasing a terrifying aura that seemed capable of devouring everything and overturning the heavens and earth. Chapter 113. Do you know you were wrong? No. You're just afraid. Chapter 113. Do you know you're wrong? No. You're just afraid. Everyone froze in place upon seeing the giant dragon appear. What is this? What is this power? The power emanating from this dragon is utterly terrifying. I have never seen such a terrifying force in my life. Even Xin Lao, at this moment, wore an expression of sheer horror, muttering in disbelief, what a terrifying power. The power emanating from this dragon is on par with the yellow dragon within Xia Dingxian's body. Even if I mastered the Qin family's secret techniques, I might not be his match. Lu Hong sneered, Old Qin, you're getting old. I'll send you off to rest. The terrifying power of the dragon surged forward like a raging tidal wave, unstoppable as it engulfed Old Master Qin. Xin Lao's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He knew that in the face of this world-shattering force, he had no chance of resisting. In desperation, Old Master Qin gave it his all, shouting loudly, Lu Hong. I surrender. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come looking for trouble with you. I know I was wrong. But the only response was the dragon's relentless dive downward, showing no mercy or hesitation. Lu Hong's voice echoed from the heavens, cold and clear, you know you're wrong? No. You're just afraid. The fire dragon, enveloped in 5 colored flames, like a divine punishment, instantly engulfed Old Qin's figure. No. Xin Lao's screams were faint in the flames, eventually turning into ashes that dissipated with the wind, leaving only silence behind. Lu Hong stood side by side with the 5 colored fire dragon at the center of the battlefield, resembling a ruler of life and death, his aura causing every present soul to tremble. The crowd murmured in awe. Even with the Qin family's secret techniques, Old Master Qin couldn't last a minute against Lu Hong? Lu Hong's strength is truly terrifying. The fusion of 5 SSS-ranked talents has such world-shattering power. Remember, Lu Hong is currently only a 7th-tier martial artist. He can already kill a martial artist at the Master Realm. If he were to advance to the 8th, 9th, or even the Master Realm, defeating all the races might truly be just a matter of time. With the fall of Elder Qin, Lu Hong turned his gaze toward the Black Dragon Guards of the Qin family. You all, do you wish to join my Yin army? Or do you choose to be my enemy? Please make your choice. Before the Qin family's ranks, Qin Zhirong clenched the Black Dragon Order, his face ashen with anger, and roared, Everyone, do not panic. I have urgently summoned the 9 Elders Council. Soon, the elders from the council will arrive here to bring Lu Hong to justice. Black Dragon Guards, follow my orders. Set up a trap to surround Lu Hong and wait for reinforcements from the 9 elders. However, Qin Zhirong's furious shout did not elicit the expected response. The Black Dragon Guards behind him stood motionless like stone statues, ignoring the Black Dragon Order's summons. Qin Zhirong, seeing this, raised the Black Dragon Order high and roared in fury, What are you doing? I am your leader now. The Black Dragon Order is here, do you not hear me? But the only response was silence and indifference. The Black Dragon Guards' gazes all turned toward Qin Honggang, who stood behind Lu Hong. Qin Honggang stepped forward slowly and spoke in a solemn voice, I have now joined the Yanzi army and become its deputy commander. If any of you still recognize me as your general and wish to fight alongside me, you may join the Yanzi army with me. Upon hearing this, all the Black Dragon Guards responded in unison, taking firm steps toward Qin Honggang. Wherever General Qin goes, we will follow. I will follow General Qin and join the Yanzi army. I am willing to, and I swear to be loyal until death. In an instant, all the Black Dragon Guards who had once belonged to the Qin family now pledged their loyalty to the Yanzi army. In the end, only Qin Zhirong remained, standing alone in the same spot, his face pale, his shock and resentment lingering in his heart. Qin Honggang glared at Qin Zhirong, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, Old Master Qin is dead, and the Qin family's fate is sealed. But as long as I am here, the Qin family will not perish. Lu Hong's talent is unmatched in the world. Joining the Yin army is the only correct choice for the Qin family. Leave now. Do not show your face before us again. Qin Zhirong clenched the Black Dragon Order tightly, his fingertips turning white from the force. He raised his head, his face contorted in fury, the 9 elders are about to arrive. Lu Hong will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. Qin Honggang, your choice is utterly wrong. The Qin family can only thrive under my leadership. When the 9 elders arrive, justice will be served. Before he could finish speaking, a dazzling fire dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, slicing through the air like lightning, instantly devouring Qin Zhirong entirely. Qin Shirong didn't even have time to react before he was reduced to ashes by the dragon's flames. A 9th-tier martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back. Lu Hong smiled indifferently, his tone revealing an unwavering resolve. I always eliminate all threats completely. Qin Shirong, such a man, is of no use to us. Qin Honggang watched the ashes slowly dissipate, sighing softly as a mix of emotions swirled within him. Lu Hong slowly stepped forward, picked up the Shen Yuan sword from the ground, and handed it back to Qin Honggang with solemnity. This sword is still yours. The Black Dragon Guards are still yours. You, Qin Honggang, remain the head of the Qin family. The Qin family has only lost 2 people. Nothing has changed. The only difference is that from now on, all of you must obey my commands. Qin Honggang heard this, his body trembled, then respectfully accepted the Shen Yuan sword, knelt on one knee, and responded firmly, yes. General Lu. Qin Honggang and all the Black Dragon Guards swear to follow you to the death. Around him, the Black Dragon Guards followed suit, kneeling down in unison, their voices booming like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Yes. General Lu. Yes. General Lu. Yes. General Lu. Not far away, several elderly members of the 9 Elders Council had quietly arrived. The few witnessed the deafening cries of loyalty echoing within the arena, exchanging glances with one another. Xin Lao is dead. The Black Dragon Guards of the Qin family have all surrendered to the Yan army. What should we do now? What should we do? Old Lu, by asking that question, you're clearly not planning to get involved anymore, are you? What? You want to get involved? Go ahead and try. Now that the situation is settled, what good would our interference do? I'm not going anyway. If you're not going, then I'm not going either. Since none of us want to go, let us return. Let us report this matter to Xia Dingxian and see how he decides. Why should the few of us get involved in this mess and invite trouble? Alright. It's settled. Let us each go our separate ways and let Xia Dingxian deal with this hot potato himself. Several members of the 9 Elders Council nodded in agreement, then turned around in unison and left silently. Lu Hong watched the departing figures of the 9 elders from afar, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Chapter 114. I, Lu Hong, have a request. I hope the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 114. I, Lu Hong, have a request. I hope the Great Xia Kingdom will send troops to rescue Lu Jinyan. In a secret room within the Great Xia Kingdom, the high-ranking members of the 9 Elders Council gathered together, the atmosphere tense. However, only 8 people were seated on the 9 chairs symbolizing power. The lone empty seat stands out prominently. That was the seat of Elder Qin. The empty space felt like an invisible shadow, casting a gloomy shadow over everyone's hearts. Xia Dingxian, Lu Hong's son, is becoming increasingly brazen. He even killed old Qin. Are you going to do anything about it? An elderly man was furious, his voice trembling with anger. That's right. Although Lu Hong is powerful, his behavior is too arrogant. If we cannot make use of him, he will become a major threat to us. Another person agreed, his eyes betraying his fear of Lu Hong. We can't speak so harshly. Lu Hong's talent is unparalleled in the world. His innate abilities are truly beyond our reach. Such a prodigy, if properly guided, will surely become a great figure. We must not suppress him like this. Mo Lao tried to defend Lu Hong. The Qin family has already fallen victim to his schemes, and the old patriarch of the Qin family met an unfortunate end. If we let him continue unchecked, it won't just be your Mo family or the Lu family. Even the entire 9 Elders Council would face the danger of annihilation. At that point, wouldn't the Great Xia Kingdom become the domain of Lu Hong alone? Xia Dingxian, what's your opinion? State your position for everyone. Facing the murmurs of the crowd, Xia Lao did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly pulled out a scroll from his sleeve and slammed it onto the table. The scroll unfolded, detailing every aspect of Lu Hong's existence. Name, Lu Hong. Realm 7th tier martial artist. Talents: SSS rank 9 Dragon Holy Fire, SSS rank 9 Heaven Divine Thunder, SSS rank Heavenly Gangs Divine Wind, SSS rank Sandstorm Divine Earth, SSS rank Qin Kuan Holy Water. Weapon: SSS rank Hellfire Staff. Primordial Power Fire Sea Domain, capable of unleashing 10 times the power of one's vital energy. Below the information lies Lu Hong's unparalleled figure, along with the boundless potential he holds within. Xia Lao's gaze was deep as he scanned the crowd, speaking in a solemn tone. You all saw it. 5 SSS tier talents. In the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, this is unprecedented and unmatched. Our Great Xia Kingdom has long suffered from the constant invasions of countless races, with little ability to fight back. Had it not been for the restrictions of the Void Abyss, which prevent beings above the 9th rank from passing through, the Great Xia Kingdom would have already fallen. Now, Lu Hong is the dawn of rebirth for the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you still remember our original oath? To crush all the tribes is our ultimate mission. But now, some among you have been blinded by the selfish interests of your clans. Forgotten the hardships we endured side by side. Forgotten the bloody battles fought by the soldiers on the front lines. As long as the myriad races remain, our homeland will never be at peace. Lu Hong, who awoke with an S-rank talent from the very beginning, now possesses 5 SSS rank talents. I don't want to know what secrets he holds. But I firmly believe that his power is sufficient to lead the great Xia dynasty to glory. As long as he can fulfill our long-held wish and annihilate the myriad races, I am willing to give him anything he desires. As long as he can completely annihilate the myriad races, I will agree to any conditions he proposes. Even if he were to demand the entire great Xia kingdom, what would that matter? Upon hearing these words, everyone looked at each other, their expressions complex, and the silence revealed their own thoughts. The scales of interest swayed in their hearts, and that initial belief seemed to be fading away. Mo Lao spoke first. The Mo family supports Lu Hong. However, the others remained silent, calculating their own gains and losses. Lu Hong commands the Yanzi army, the Black Dragon Guards, and half of the Fenglai army of the Yuan clan. His influence now accounts for nearly a third of the Great Xia Empire. If he harbors treasonous intentions, the consequences would be unpredictable. That is indeed the case. If Lu Hong cannot be utilized for our benefit, he is a potential threat. Are we really going to pour all of the Great Xia Kingdom's resources into Lu Hong? The cost is too high. If Lu Hong truly succeeds in repelling the 10,000 tribes as we hope, then that would be manageable. But what if he fails? The losses we would suffer would be impossible to recover. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lao furrowed his brows. After a moment, he spoke resolutely, then I will summon Lu Hong. Let us all discuss this face to face. Yanzi Army Headquarters. Lu Anming hurriedly approached Lu Hong and reported urgently, Young General. The 9 elders have summoned you urgently. They are waiting for you right now. Lu Hong smiled slightly and said, if they hadn't come to find me, I was planning to go to them. Bring Qin Honggang with you, we'll go together and meet this 9 elders council. Lu Anming replied, yes. Immediately, Lu Hong led Lu Anming and Qin Honggang into an ancient-style pavilion. The door opened slightly, and the members of the 9 elders council were already seated around a long table, waiting quietly for Lu Hong's arrival. Lu Hong entered the room without hesitation, walking straight to one end of the table and facing Xiao Lao, who was seated across from him, creating a tense standoff. One of the elders from the 9 elders council frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Lu Hong. Is that your seat? How dare you be so disrespectful? Didn't you even greet your elders first? Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, responding calmly, who are you? Lu Anming, standing behind him, quickly stepped forward and whispered, this is the head of the Feng family, Old Master Feng. Feng Lao sat upright like a pine tree, his gaze sharp, as if expecting Lu Hong and the others to bow in respect. Lu Hong sneered and said, Master Feng? Hello? Feng Lao furrowed his brows, his dissatisfaction evident. Lu Hong, what kind of attitude is this? Do you know that we are the supreme decision makers of the Great Xia Kingdom? Only with our approval would you be standing here today. To be honest, I truly do not wish to allocate the resources of the Great Xia Kingdom to you. Now you're acting so disrespectful. I'm even more disgusted by you. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile and coldly replied, oh? Old Master Feng? I'm giving you face by addressing you as Old Feng. If I don't give you face, what are you? What are you trying to pull here? Do you believe me? If I give the order right now, your entire Feng family would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Upon hearing this, Old Master Feng was so enraged that his entire body trembled, his eyes bulging with fury. You. But he eventually suppressed his anger and slowly sat down. Because he knew that everything Lu Hong had said was true. With Lu Hong's current strength, destroying the Feng family was entirely within his capabilities. Lu Hong's gaze locked firmly with Xiao Lao's, his tone steady and resolute. Xiao Lao, I know why you've come to see me today. It's simply because I now have more soldiers under my command. I am willing to voluntarily hand over the military authority in my hands. Upon hearing this, the members of the 9 Elders Council exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment. What does he mean by a few more soldiers under his command? That's nearly a third of the entire Great Xia Kingdom's forces. Alright. However, since you are willing to surrender your military authority, you're still a wise young man. As long as the 9 Elders Council retains control of the military power, no matter how talented you are, you're just a martial artist. You won't be able to influence the core power of the 9 Elders Council. Just as everyone thought the matter was about to be settled, Lu Hong's voice rang out again, breaking the silence in the room. However, I, Lu Hong, have a request. I request that the Great Xia Kingdom send troops to rescue Lu Xinyan. Chapter 115, Lu Hong's power is no longer under control. Chapter 115, Lu Hong's power is no longer under control. Rescue Lu Xinyan? At these words, the scene fell deathly silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Lu Xinyan is currently trapped in the heart of the 10,000 clans territory. We don't even know if he's alive or dead. How can we rescue him? The territories of the 10,000 clans are no ordinary battlefield. Send troops to the 10,000 clans territory to rescue Lu Xinyan? That's no different from going to certain death. Even Xiao Lao and Mo Lao, who have always supported Lu Hong, couldn't help but furrow their brows and look solemn. After a long while, Xiao Lao spoke slowly, Lu Hong. Entering the heartland of the 10,000 clans to rescue Liu Ruyan is a task beyond imagination. The number of 10,000 clan members is 10 times, even 100 times that of our great Xia kingdom. It is precisely because of the restriction of the Void Abyss that only 10,000 clan members below the 9th rank can pass through. That is why the great Xia kingdom has not been annihilated by the 10,000 clans. The gap between us and the 10,000 clans is still too vast. The territories of the 10,000 clans are a veritable minefield of dangers for us. There are likely no fewer than 1,000, if not 10,000, of the 10,000 clans at the Master Realm. Even if we send in more troops, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths, like sending sheep into the mouth of a tiger. Liu Ruyan is probably all ready. Lu Hong coldly replied, Liu Ruyan would never die so easily in the territories of the myriad races. I believe he is still alive. I need the great Xia kingdom to provide some support. Send several high-ranking martial artists to form a small team. At that time, I will activate the final Void Crystal. I will personally lead the team into the territory of the 10,000 clans to rescue Liu Ruyan. Upon hearing this, Fang Lao immediately stepped forward, his voice stern. No. I refuse to agree. This is no different from sending the high-ranking martial artists of the great Xia kingdom into a fire pit. Lu Hong glanced at Fang Lao and coldly said, if you want me to hand over military authority, this is my condition. Since you refuse, I won't force you. I command the Yanzi army and the Black Dragon Guards. If it comes to that, I will enter the territory of the 10,000 clans alongside all my soldiers. It'll just be a bit more chaotic. Everyone present was stunned into silence, exchanging shocked glances. What? All the soldiers of the Yanzi army and the Black Dragon Guards are entering the territory of the 10,000 clans. What is the purpose of this? Once this force is annihilated in the 10,000 clans territory, how will the Great Xia kingdom withstand the invasion of the 10,000 clans? Are you trying to destroy the Great Xia dynasty completely? Xia Lao's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. Lu Hong. What do you mean? Are you threatening us with the lives of so many soldiers of the Great Xia kingdom? Lu Hong smiled indifferently, shrugging his shoulders lightly. Old Xia, you're overreacting. I just want to save Liu Ruyan. Old Xia's expression fluctuated, but eventually, he agreed in a deep voice. All right. I agree to your terms. How many men do you need? Lu Hong's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I want 10 9th rank martial artists. 10? The words caused an uproar among the crowd. That's too many. Do you think 9th rank martial artists are as common as cabbages? There are no more than 59th rank martial artists in the entire Great Xia kingdom. You want 10 at once? That would drain the nation's elite forces dry. Everyone voiced their dissatisfaction. However, Lu Hong remained silent, staring intently at Xia Lao. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lao finally made his decision. We will send 8 people, 1 9th rank martial artist from each family. A total of 8 9th rank martial artists. Lu Hong nodded and said, agreed. In 3 days, at the camp of the Yan army. I will lead this force deep into the territories of the 10,000 clans to rescue Liu Ruyan. After that, Lu Hong turned and left with Lu Anming and Qin Honggang. Once the 3 had disappeared from sight, the 9 elders began to discuss the matter among themselves. Old Xia, why did you agree to his demands? Isn't this sending our own 9th rank martial artists to their deaths? In our Liu family, aside from me, there's only 1 9th rank martial artist. If they don't return, our Liu family's strength will plummet. A 9th rank martial artist is someone every family has nurtured with countless resources and effort. Following Lu Hong into the territories of the myriad races to die? I refuse to agree. Upon hearing this, old Xia flew into a rage and shouted harshly, why didn't any of you speak up earlier? Now you dare to criticize. If you refuse, let your martial artists stay home. I will personally lead Lu Hong with the Yan army and the Black Dragon Guards. Let the power of the Great Xia kingdom be utterly destroyed. At that time, your Fang family, the Liu family, and the Wang family will all face the fate of being devoured by the 10,000 clans. Should we sacrifice a 9th rank martial artist or abandon the Great Xia kingdom? Decide for yourselves. Once the words were out, the hall fell silent. Xia Lao gazed deeply in the direction where Lu Hong had departed, murmuring, when did Lu Hong's strength become so uncontrollable? On the way back, Lu Anming couldn't help but speak up. Young General Liu, regarding the rescue of General Liu, the entire Yanzi army will risk our lives without hesitation. At your command, every member of the Yan army will mobilize immediately. Why seek aid from the 9 Elders Council? They may not be on the same page as us. Moreover, causing friction with the 9 Elders Council brings no benefits. Lu Hong chuckled and countered, Lu Anming, let me ask you this. How many 9th rank martial artists are there in the Yan army? How many 8th rank martial artists? Lu Anming glanced at Qin Honggang beside him and replied, if we include General Qin's Black Dragon Guards. We currently have 3 9th rank martial artists and 18 8th rank martial artists. Plus, we have General Qin, a master-level expert, leading us. Our strength is not weak. Lu Hong's expression darkened, and his tone grew solemn. Not weak? Yes. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, we are not weak. But what about when we enter the territories of the 10,000 clans? There are countless 9th rank martial artists there. Even martial artists at the Grandmaster realm number in the hundreds and thousands. Even if the entire Yen army were to mobilize, we would be no more than ants trying to shake a tree, hardly a match for them. Lu Hong paused briefly before continuing, precisely because I am now the commander of the Yen army. Therefore, I value your lives even more. This time, I'm taking the 9 elders into the 10,000 clans territory. Even if they die, I won't shed a tear. And if any of them dare to disobey, I'll be the first to kill them. He then turned his gaze to Qin Hongang beside him and said in a solemn voice, General Qin, after I depart, the Yanzi army and the Black Dragon Guards will be under your full command. If I do not return, these 2 forces will be under your command. Lu Anming, you must also remember to assist General Qin diligently during this time. Qin Hongang, upon hearing this, was stunned. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Young general, I have just sworn allegiance to you. You are entrusting such great authority to me? Lu Hong nodded firmly. Qin Hongang, I trust you. Qin Hongang clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Qin will not disappoint the young marshal's trust. 3 days later, at the camp of the Yanzi army, the crimson Yanzi banners fluttered in the breeze. Lu Hong stood at the center of the camp, shoulder to shoulder with the Yanzi army, awaiting the arrival of the 9 elders. Soon, a powerful aura swept in from the distance, like 8 surging torrents, instantly filling the entire camp. This force was the unique vital energy of 8 9th rank martial artists. As the figures of the 8 9th rank martial artists gradually came into focus, a flash of recognition crossed Lu Hong's eyes. He unexpectedly recognized a familiar face. Among those who had come were some familiar faces. End of this chapter. 116, Chapter 116, since it's a hidden treasure. Bring it out and use it. Chapter 116, since it's something you've been keeping hidden away, why not bring it out? Keep it hidden away in the box instead. Lu Hong, seeing this, immediately greeted them with a smile. The visitor was none other than Mo Tianxiong, the vice president of Baizanwo University. He had always looked out for Lu Hong at North War Martial Arts University. Lu Hong spoke with a puzzled tone, Principal Mo, why are you here too? Mo Tianxiong patted Lu Hong on the shoulder and said solemnly, Lu Hong, you've really made something of yourself. At the 7th rank martial artist level, you managed to kill a master. Even we 9th rank martial artists have to take orders from you now. Do you know that in the Mo family, while we have 2 masters, there is only one 9th tier martial artist, me? You specifically asked me to come, how could I refuse? Lu Hong scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Principal Mo is too kind. At a critical moment, I, Lu Hong, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you and never back down. Mo Tianxiong heard this and curved his lips into a faint smile. You underestimate me. There's no such thing as a teacher needing protection from a student. There are differences even among 9th rank martial artists. I, Mo Tianxiong, am no ordinary person. At that moment, the gathered 9th rank martial artists from various factions remained silent, standing quietly to the side, seeming to harbor hostility toward Lu Hong. Lu Hong, seeing this, did not bother with further formalities and went straight to the point. Since everyone is here, I will now explain the rules for this journey. Shortly, I will activate the Void Crystal. Everyone must follow my commands and enter the 10,000 clans territory together. The Void Crystal will be safeguarded by General Qin Hongang. 10 hours later, if we have not returned, General Qin Hongang, do not hesitate to destroy the crystal and seal the void passage. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled, especially the 9th rank martial artists, who immediately voiced their objections. 10 hours? That is far too short a time. What if something goes wrong? How will we escape? We came here to help, not to die. I don't want to die in vain on the territory of the 10,000 clans. If you insist on this, I'd rather not participate in this mission. Lu Hong's expression darkened. He slowly scanned the crowd, his voice low and firm. Don't want to go to the 10,000 clans territory? Then don't go. Several 9th rank martial artists exchanged glances, unsure of what Lu Hong meant. It was Lu Hong who had asked them to come. Did he really think they wanted to? If it weren't for their families forcing them, they wouldn't be standing here. Now he says they can stay if they don't want to go? What does he mean? Are you playing with them? Among them, the 9th rank martial artist from the Feng family curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile and broke the silence first. Lu Hong? Lu Xiaoshui. You'd better keep your word. Since you said you don't want to go, then you won't go. Then I won't hold back either. I don't want to go either, so I won't be joining you this time. Lu Hong's gaze fell on him, and he smiled lightly. Of course. If you don't want to go to the 10,000 clans territory, then don't go. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Hong's expression suddenly turned cold, and his words carried an unwavering resolve. Don't go to the 10,000 clans territory. I'll send you to the underworld. Boom. A fiery dragon as red as blood shot into the sky, its momentum so fierce it seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The surrounding air was instantly warped by the intense heat, making it difficult to breathe. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fire dragon had already darted forward like an arrow, charging straight toward the 9th-rank martial artist from the Fong family. Facing this sudden attack, the Fong family warrior remained composed despite his shock, managing to barely block the fiery dragon's fierce strike with a single blow. He glared angrily and shouted, "Lu Hong? What do you mean?" Lu Hong's voice was as cold as ice, exactly what I said. If you didn't want to come, you didn't have to. Since you've come, where you go is my decision. Since you don't want to go to the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, I'll send you to your doom. The Fong family warrior was enraged and roared, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This trip to the 10,000 clans territory, I've brought out the Fong family's most precious treasures. I didn't want to tear things apart with you here. Since you don't know a good thing when you see it, then so be it." Lu Hong sneered, "Since it's your family's most valuable treasure, what's the point of bringing it out? Just keep it buried at the bottom of the box." Boom! The sky seemed to tear apart as 9 fiery dragons roared into the air. Their might far surpassed that of the single fire dragon earlier. At the same time, the martial artists of the Fong family were surrounded by a sea of flames. Terrifying chi and blood energy boiled within the fiery inferno. The martial artist from the Fong family witnessed this scene, and the fear in his eyes was impossible to hide. This power was nearly on par with that of a master-level elder of the Fong family. He knew that alone, he had no chance of withstanding this overwhelming tidal wave of flames. "Lu Xiaoshui. I'll go. I'm willing to go," the martial artist from the Fong family shouted hoarsely. However, Lu Hong paid no heed. 9 fiery dragons, like messengers of death, dived down toward him in perfect unison, determined to devour him in the flames. "I told you, keep your prized possession locked away. I'll send you to the underworld, my word is final." Boom! The scorching flames raged like a furious sea, instantly engulfing the Fong family warriors. "No!" Endless screams echoed through the flames before fading into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, a 9th-rank powerhouse was reduced to ashes, drifting away in the wind. Lu Hong's gaze swept across the crowd once more, and shock and fear were etched on every face. He spoke slowly once more, "What about you? Is there anyone who doesn't want to go?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, too afraid to speak, not a single voice dared to respond. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. "Then I will continue to explain the rules. Once you enter the territory of the 10,000 clans, everyone must obey my commands. As long as everything goes smoothly, I will ensure your safety." Among the crowd, a warrior mustered his courage and raised a question, "Ensure our safety? That's the perilous 10,000 clans territory. Lu Xiaoshui, your strength is indeed formidable. But among the 10,000 clans, there are countless powerful warriors, many of whom far surpass you. Your words are a bit too confident, aren't they?" Lu Hong smiled faintly, unfazed. He took out a map, unfolded it gently, and displayed it before everyone. This map was meticulously crafted over many years by the Great Xia Kingdom, providing an overview of the territories of all the races. Lu Hong gently tapped a corner of the map, where the words Golden Glow Island were marked, and then spoke slowly, "This is Golden Glow Island. Once we enter the territories of the myriad races, we will head straight there. If we are unable to locate Lu Jinyan's whereabouts within the next 8 hours, then everyone will evacuate with me to ensure our safety." Only to Jinman Island? The name Jinman Island was no stranger to them. It is a small island within the 10,000 clans territory, and the clans there are not particularly powerful. But how could Lu Hong be certain that Lu Jinyan was on Jinman Island? However, no one dared to question him. They knew that as long as they could survive 8 hours on the island, they could retreat safely. With their cultivation levels, temporarily avoiding trouble on Jinman Island was no difficult task. Lu Hong spoke solemnly, "If there are no objections, let us depart immediately." Immediately afterward, Lu Hong took out a dazzling purple void crystal and placed it before everyone. Instantly, a colossal surge of vital energy erupted. The surface of the void crystal was shrouded in purple mist, gradually forming a purple in the air. "Let's go!" At Lu Hong's command, the martial artists followed closely behind, entering the mysterious purple passageway one after another. As Lu Hong stepped into the void, he felt himself enveloped by an incredibly dense surge of vital energy. All that remained before his eyes was a vast expanse of purple mist, obscuring everything else. After an unknown amount of time, a faint yet steadfast light finally pierced through the mist, guiding him forward. He hurried forward until the light grew brighter and brighter, and finally, a vast, endless grassland came into view, lush and vibrant with life. Soon, the other warriors also gathered here. Mo Tianxiong and the others looked at the grassland before them, their brows furrowing. "We've actually arrived at Phoenix Bay?" Chapter 117, I'm Not Afraid. Yuan Kai, your. Chapter 117, I'm not afraid. Yuan Kai, your life is mine today. Lu Hong had conducted a thorough investigation into the intelligence regarding the Wanzhou territory. He naturally knew the name Phoenix Bay. This place was the territory of the Golden Winged Bird clan and the Blood Demon Ox clan, two of the most powerful clans among the 10,000 clans. These two races are among the top-ranked in the 10,000 clans. They have numerous 9th-tier demon beasts and even masters of the Zhongshe realm under their command. although Phoenix Bay is not far from Golden Glow Island. And only a vast, boundless grassland separates them, one could reach the edge of Golden Glow Island. If it is truly as the prophecy book foretold, and Liu Ruyan is on Golden Glow Island, this rescue mission is an absolute necessity for Liu Hong. The most pressing challenge at present is how to cross this open plain undetected. There are no obstacles on the grassland to hide one's figure, and any movement is as exposed as if under broad daylight. To cross it undetected was no easy feat. Liu Hong made a swift decision, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He barked out an order in a deep voice, "Everyone, give it your all. Cross this grassland as quickly as possible." Liu Hong knew that the only thing they could do now was to charge headlong into the grassland. The speed of the 9-tier martial artists was no slouch either. Even if they encountered small groups of enemy forces along the way, they were no match for them. As long as they could rescue Liu Ruyan and return safely before the reinforcements arrived in large numbers, their mission would be accomplished. At that moment, speed was everything. Zila! Purple lightning bolts erupted from Liu Hong's feet. He sprang forward like an arrow leaving the string, instantly reaching the front of the group and leading everyone forward. Mo Tianxiong and the others fully understood Liu Hong's intentions. Without a word, they all channeled the most powerful energy within their bodies, following closely behind, like a pack of cheetahs sprinting across the plains. Though Liu Hong was only a 7th-rank martial artist, under the enhancement of the SSS-ranked 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, his speed surpassed that of all 9th-tier martial artists, leaving none in his wake. This speed was like a meteor slicing through the night sky, leaving behind trails of purple light. However, as he delved deeper into the grasslands, Liu Hong's brows gradually furrowed. The further he went, the deeper his brows furrowed. Suddenly, Liu Hong came to an abrupt halt, his stance as steady as a rock. He swung his arm, signaling everyone to stop advancing. This sudden action caused a chorus of confusion and anxiety to erupt among the group. What's going on? Why did we stop suddenly? Hurry up and move. If the 10,000 clans discover our trail, we'll be in trouble. Let's keep moving while the 10,000 clans haven't noticed us yet. Don't waste time here. Despite the urgent pleas of the others, Liu Hong remained unfazed. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke solemnly, "Don't you sense anything unusual?" Mo Tianxiong and the others, upon hearing this, also looked around the seemingly peaceful grassland, their relaxed expressions gradually giving way to solemnity. There is not a single member of the 10,000 clans here. How is that possible? Such a vast grassland, yet it's so empty, not even a single golden-winged bird or a blood demon ox in sight? The number of the 10,000 clans is hundreds of times greater than ours. And their territories are dozens of times smaller than the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. On this grassland, their traces should be everywhere. At the very least, there should be a golden-winged bird every 5 steps and a blood-slaughtered demon ox every 10 steps. It's impossible not to see even a single shadow of the 10,000 clans. There must be something fishy going on here. Everyone felt an ominous foreboding. Liu Hong took a deep breath and continued, "Time is of the essence, we have no time to spare. Everyone, stay alert at all times. Everyone must maintain the same pace and continue moving toward Golden Glow Island together." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's pace synchronized, and they all set off toward the distant horizon. Liu Hong's heart was racing with alarm. He knew a simple truth. When all living beings in a certain area disappear without a trace, it meant that there was something in this land that everyone had to avoid. However, at that moment, Liu Hong had only one thought in his mind, to bring Liu Ruyan back safely. The group moved through the grasslands unimpeded, encountering no trace of the 10,000 clans along the way. In no time, the group had crossed the grassland and reached the edge of Phoenix Bay. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the edge of Phoenix Bay, where a sheer cliff suddenly loomed before them. Across the water lay the Golden Glow Island mentioned in the prophecy book. A gleam flashed in the eyes of Liu Hong and the others. Just as everyone was preparing to cross the cliff, a low, eerie voice, like the whisper of a demon, echoed in everyone's ears, instantly shattering the tranquility. "You finally arrived." These words felt like icy blades, causing everyone present to tremble uncontrollably, a chill running down their spines that defied description. Everyone turned to look, their faces filled with horror. It was none other than Yuan Kai, the master-level martial artist of the Yuan clan and one of the 4 great war gods of the former Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Kai's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. The smile betrayed his confidence and cruelty, as if he were certain his prey was about to fall into his trap. The moment the void crystal opened, "I had already been waiting here for a long time. The Great Xia Kingdom has truly gone all out this time, sending so many 9th-rank martial artists." Yuan Kai's words were filled with mockery and disdain. "Are you here to save Liu Ruyan? Sorry to disappoint you again. Better focus on saving yourselves first." Mo Tianxiong and the others heard this and their expressions changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. They knew well that the gap between the Grandmaster realm and the 9th rank was like an insurmountable chasm. Even though they were outnumbered, in the presence of a Grandmaster like Yuan Kai, they were no more than ants. Among everyone present, the only one capable of standing a chance against a master-level martial artist was Liu Hong. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward Lu Hong. Yuan Kai also looked at Lu Hong with interest, but then sneered, "Why are you looking at him? A group of 9th-tier martial artists relying on a 7th-tier martial artist to save the day? How utterly ridiculous." In the face of Yuan Kai's provocation and contempt, Lu Hong remained unusually calm and resolute. He strode confidently toward the crowd and coldly declared, "Don't waste time. Attack him together and kill him so we can continue on our way." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. "Ha ha ha. Kill me? Don't you hear what you're saying? I am a martial artist at the Master Realm. Even if 10 or 29th tier martial artists were to come, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Lu Hong, you've probably never even seen the tip of a Grandmaster's robe. Today, I'll let you see the true terror of a martial artist at the Grandmaster Realm." As he finished speaking, Yuan Kai erupted with terrifying chi and blood energy, sweeping toward them like a raging storm. The 9th-rank martial artists present all felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and despair. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Lu Hong seemed oblivious to the danger, standing frozen in place. "Can you feel my vital energy? Do you know fear now? Too bad, it's already too late." Yuan Kai laughed coldly, about to unleash his fatal strike. Suddenly, Lu Hong's right hand clenched the crimson-red hellfire staff, and a smile curled at the corners of his lips. "I'm not afraid. Yuan Kai, your life is mine today." Ding! Divine Tier Choice System activated. Chapter 118, You're not even as good as Qin Honggang. What do you have to challenge me? Chapter 118, You're not even as good as Qin Honggang. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Ding! Divine Tier Choice System activated. Option 1, surrender and join the Yuan clan, becoming a loyal servant of the Yuan family. Reward, a rank talent, Earth Spirit Blazing Flame. Option 2, flee the battle and let others face Yuan Kai's might. Reward, 10 8th rank Earth Swallowing Rat Inners. Option 3, kill Yuan Kai on the spot. Reward, host gains 8th tier martial artist cultivation. As the pale blue panel revealed itself, Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, his gaze piercing as he stared at Yuan Kai not far away. Yuan Kai? A martial artist at the Grandmaster Realm? One of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom? I wonder where you rank among the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Kai stood tall and proud, his tone brimming with arrogance. My strength has long surpassed that of ordinary grandmasters. Among the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, I am second only to Qin Honggang. Even your father, Lu Jingyan, might not be able to match me. Lu Hong heard this and sneered even more. Not even as good as Qin Honggang? You dare speak to me like this? Today, you are doomed to fall here. Yuan Kai was furious. How dare you be so arrogant? Even the 9th rank martial artists behind you wouldn't dare speak to me like this. You, a mere 7th rank martial artist, dare to speak so boldly. Though I may not match Qin Honggang, do you really think I fear you? Today, I will teach you a lesson you won't forget, you ignorant fool. Boom! A black figure vanished in an instant. The speed was breathtaking. Even Mo Tianxiong and the other 9th tier powerhouses could not track Yuan Kai's movements. However, Lu Hong remained unfazed, merely sneering. Qin Honggang? He is already my defeated foe. Now, he has even surrendered to me. You're not even as good as Qin Honggang. What do you have to challenge me? Boom! A raging inferno erupted suddenly in the arena, surging like a tidal wave. Lu Hong's primal energy erupted completely. The chi and blood energy within his body surged forth, matching the colossal chi and blood energy of Yuan Kai, not yielding an inch. 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky from the sea of flames, resembling 9 blazing colossal dragons, circling above Lu Hong's head and emanating boundless majesty. Endless pressure surged from all directions, sending shivers down the spine. Yuan Kai witnessed this scene and couldn't help but stare in disbelief, his forward steps abruptly halting. He stared in disbelief at the boiling chi and blood energy surging from Lu Hong's body, his voice trembling. You really defeated Qin Honggang? Lu Hong laughed lightly. You don't believe me? Then I'll prove it to you. Boom! 9 fiery dragons, like arrows released from a bow, charged toward Yuan Kai with overwhelming force. The terrifying flames engulfed everything in their path, as if they were about to consume everything in an endless sea of fire. Yuan Kai's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his long spear, gathered all his strength, and swung it with all his might at the 9 fiery dragons. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Terrifying chi and blood energy spread wildly throughout the area, sweeping in all directions like a storm. Even Mo Tianxiong and the other 9th rank martial artists were forced to retreat several steps before managing to steady themselves. Everyone's faces were filled with horror, and they all shouted in shock, their eyes brimming with awe. Is this what a battle between martial artists at the Grandmaster Realm looks like? It's absolutely terrifying. We 9th rank martial artists can't even get involved. You still want to get involved? You'd be lucky not to be blown to pieces by them. Have you forgotten? We're all 9th rank martial artists, while Lu Hong is only a 7th rank martial artist. A 7th rank martial artist can unleash such earth-shattering vital energy. What kind of innate talent is this? That's right. If he continues to grow stronger, even if the 10,000 clans were to gather all their grandmaster-level martial artists, they wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Hong. Mo Tianxiong and the others gazed at Lu Hong's towering figure, filled with hope of the future, the hope of the great Xia kingdom. Yuan Kai's face was as pale as paper. He had never imagined that a mere 7th-rank martial artist could unleash such terrifying power. His voice was low and sharp. I truly underestimated you. You actually managed to unleash strength equivalent to that of a master-level martial artist. No wonder your uncle wanted to kidnap you and study your constitution. However, haven't you noticed that there hasn't been a single trace of the 10,000 clans along the way here? Do you know why? Because this Phoenix Bay has already become the territory of the Yuan clan. All the Wan Zong dare not approach. Do you really think that the only one waiting for you here today is me? Lu Hong heard this and furrowed his brows. The uncle mentioned by Yuan Kai was none other than Yuan Fu, who had been hiding in the Great Xia Kingdom for years. Yuan Fu had also awakened 5 innate talents, and his strength was unimaginable. Even the current Lu Hong dared not speak lightly of victory. Lu Hong knew he had to act quickly, eliminate Yuan Kai, and leave as soon as possible. Before Yuan Fu made his appearance, he must find his father, Lu Zhenyan, and return safely to the Great Xia Kingdom. Time was of the essence, every second counted. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed sharply. 5 different colored streams of vital energy swirled around him, resembling 5 coiling dragons, emanating a majestic aura. The hellfire staff he clutched tightly now seemed illuminated by starlight. Red, purple, white, yellow, and blue, the 5 colors of vital energy converged upon it, shimmering brilliantly and casting a dazzling glow. A several-meter-tall illusory figure slowly materialized behind Lu Hong, resembling an ancient war god descending from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Mo Tianxiong and the others stood by, utterly overwhelmed by the overwhelming vital energy, their eyes filled with awe. In their eyes, Lu Hong had become a creator god who ruled over all things, capable of reducing them to dust with a single gesture. Yuan Kai faced Lu Hong, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans trickling down his cheeks, soaking his collar. He had never felt the shadow of death so vividly before. This was the first time he had felt death approaching since he had become a master-level martial artist. Yuan Kai felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but under Lu Hong's overwhelming pressure, his legs felt as though they were bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Yuan Kai could only scream hoarsely, Lu Hong, you can't kill me. The members of the Yuan clan are all nearby, and my uncle Yuan Fu is here as well. If you kill me, you will surely be pursued by them. Lu Hong, spare my life, and I will guide you. Avoid the Yuan clan's defenses and do not alert my uncle. I can assist you in your mission. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. However, Lu Hong ignored Yuan Kai's pleas, his eyes filled with resolve. He raised the hellfire staff high, like a hammer of judgment, with the might to shatter the heavens and earth, and struck down fiercely toward Yuan Kai's crown. Bang! A deafening crash echoed, and blood mist scattered in all directions. Yuan Kai's body was instantly reduced to a pulp. The once invincible master-level martial artist was effortlessly reduced to nothingness by Lu Hong's wrath. Mo Tianxiong and the others witnessed the scene, frozen in place, speechless. Lu Hong spoke in a deep voice, what are you all standing around for? Waiting for the Yuan clan to come looking for us? Let's go. Just as everyone was about to move, a cold, icy figure silently approached from behind, its voice as cold as frost. Leave? Do you think you can go anywhere? Chapter 119, My primordial power can copy everything. Chapter 119, My primordial power can copy everything. Lu Hong heard the voice and his heart sank suddenly, sensing something was wrong. He quickly turned around, his gaze fixated on the figure that had silently appeared behind the crowd. It was none other than Yuan Fu. As Yuan Fu appeared, a blue light barrier descended, sealing off everyone's path. Yuan Fu floated effortlessly in mid-air, adopting a majestic posture as he coldly surveyed Lu Hong and the others below. His voice was soft but piercing like icy wind. Yuan Kai actually died at your hands? That's truly unexpected. Lu Hong, do you remember what I told you last time? When we meet again, I will take you with me. I endured countless hardships to fuse the 5 talents into one. Yet you now possess 5 talents as well, and all of them are SSS-ranked supreme talents. I am truly curious about how many secrets you are hiding. I can't wait to peel you apart layer by layer and uncover the truth. At that moment, the book of prophecy in Lu Hong's heart began to flip wildly, with lines of text appearing on its pages. Lu Hong, you will die at the hands of Yuan Fu. Give me the SSS-ranked Hellfire Staff, I can lend you its power temporarily. Lu Hong ignored the prophecy book's warning and instead stared intently at Yuan Fu. He had already experienced Yuan Fu's strength firsthand. Even if the 9 elders joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against Yuan Fu. Even the sealed, world-shaking power within Xiao Lao's body couldn't touch Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu had surpassed all the master-level warriors Lu Hong had ever known. If it were the Lu Hong of before, he wouldn't stand a chance against Yuan Fu. However, just moments ago, after Lu Hong had slain Yuan Kai, he had ascended to the 8th rank warrior realm with the system's enhancement. Combined with his primal power, he can unleash 10 times his normal strength. Now, he might just be able to go head to head with Yuan Fu. Lu Hong's eyes shone like cold stars, his voice as icy as ice. You want to cut me open? Let's see if you have the ability. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fu burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a arrogant fool. Do you think that just because you defeated Yuan Kai, you can be my opponent? A martial artist at the Grandmaster realm is not as simple as you imagine. Don't even mention the tiny Great Xia Kingdom. Even in the territories of the 10,000 clans, there are few Grandmaster level martial artists who can match me. You, a mere 7th rank martial artist? How dare you even say such a thing? Boom! Yuan Fu's body suddenly erupted with 5 dazzling streams of vital energy. The sheer power of this force left everyone present speechless. It seemed as though the heavens and earth themselves had changed color. The pressure emanating from Yuan Fu was several times stronger than that of Yuan Kai earlier, inspiring awe and reverence in all who witnessed it. Mo Tianxiong and the others, enveloped by this life-threatening aura, turned pale and stood frozen in place, as if they were trapped in an endless abyss of fear. Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile and said calmly, "A 7th rank martial artist? No! I am now an 8th rank martial artist." Boom! A sea of flames swept over once more, engulfing everyone's vision. Lu Han's vital energy surged within him. The qi and blood energy within Lu Han's body surged like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire body in red flames that blazed several meters high. He resembled a king amidst the flames, untouchable. That terrifying blood energy was on par with Yuan Fu's. Yuan Fu watched Lu Han's transformation with a growing smile. You've broken through to the 8th rank martial artist again? There must be some secret within you that no one knows about. But after today, this power will be mine. From now on, I will be the strongest ruler in this world. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Fu's figure vanished in an instant and a silver bolt of lightning split the sky, heading straight for Lu Hong. Lu Hong's heart tightened suddenly. This speed was already beyond his ability to dodge. However, his current vital energy was no less formidable than Yuan Fu's. He had no need to dodge. Boom! The 5 types of vital energy converged in Lu Hong's hellfire staff, as if channeling all the power of the heavens and earth. The flames engulfing Lu Hong's body grew even more intense, transforming him into a flaming war god. Holding the hellfire staff, he stood face to face with the silver lightning bolt. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if it were tearing the very fabric of reality apart. The 2 terrifying streams of blood and qi collided violently, tearing the surrounding air apart in an instant. Gale force winds howled, and sand and stones flew through the air. Even Mo Tianxiong and the others were swaying precariously under the aftereffects of this force, forced to unleash all the qi and blood power of a 9th rank martial artist to barely stabilize their bodies. Lu Hong was also knocked back several steps by the force of the impact. But a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. I told you, if you want to tear me apart, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Now, it's my turn to attack. With a thunderous crash, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. From the 9 fiery dragons surged forth, their blazing flames illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, in the heavens above, purple lightning bolts darted down like furious serpents, striking the massive bodies of the fire dragons with pinpoint accuracy. The intertwining lightning and flames erupted into a dazzling light that sent shivers down the spine. White gale force winds howled, and yellow sand swirled like a torrent, enveloping the fire dragons and threatening to consume the flames of the heavens and earth. Finally, blue mist materialized out of thin air, rising gracefully and merging with the fire dragon. Water and fire intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle once more. The 9 fire dragons gradually dissipated in the clouds, replaced by a majestic 5-flamed colossal dragon. It burst through the sky, its dragon's roar deafening, echoing throughout every inch of space. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing everything to tremble. This colossal dragon, with purple flames crowned atop its head, white and yellow flames intertwining its body, blue flames flickering at its tail, and crimson flames blazing fiercely from its claws. The 5-flamed dragon roared in the sky, its eyes like abysses, fixated on Yuan Fu below, as if in its eyes, Yuan Fu was nothing more than an insignificant ant. The appearance of the 5-flamed dragon left Mo Tianxiong and the other 9th rank martial artists pale-faced, sweat pouring down their brows. However, the tension in everyone's hearts eased, and an indescribable sense of reassurance welled up within them. Lu Hong has unleashed such terrifying power. It's simply unbelievable. Is this the power of 5 SSS-ranked talents fused together? It's so strong it's hard to believe. Even the yellow dragon sealed within Xiao Lao's body couldn't possibly match this power. Even if Yuan Fu is as powerful as he is, he's still just a martial artist at the Master Realm. He absolutely cannot match this 5-flamed dragon. Following Lu Shaoshui, this journey to the 10,000 clans doesn't seem so difficult after all. However, facing this awe-inspiring 5-flame giant dragon, Yuan Fu showed no trace of fear on his face. A cold smile curled the corners of his lips, his voice as icy as frost. You've forgotten that my greatest strength isn't my cultivation realm. It is my primal power. After obtaining the 5 innate powers, my primal power can replicate anything. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the sky was once again torn apart by an invisible force, and an equally terrifying pressure surged down from the heavens. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens, another 5-flamed colossal dragon soared through the sky. It was identical to the giant dragon belonging to Lu Hong, not even a single detail was different. Chapter 120, I will cultivate you to the Master Realm, and even to the Human Emperor Realm. Chapter 120, I will cultivate you to the Master Realm, and even the Human Emperor Realm. You will become my most powerful vessel. The two 5-flame dragons were identical in form and aura. Not only were their appearances identical, but the terrifying might they emitted was also exactly the same. When the two dragons soared through the sky, the suffocating terror they emitted made even Mo Tianxiong and his group feel short of breath. What astonishing power! Lu Hong's ability to surpass the Master Realm at this level is entirely due to the perfect synergy of his 5 SSS tier talents. And now, this power has been completely replicated by Yuan Fu. Lu Hong may find it difficult to match him. The situation is dire. Yuan Fu's strength is even more terrifying than before. If Lu Hong falls, we may not survive either. Yuan Fu's primal power is utterly terrifying. He can actually replicate another's talents completely. Such an ability is unheard of. Numerous 9th-tier martial artists stared in horror, their feet involuntarily shifting backward. Mo Tianxiong also looked up at the giant dragon in the sky, his shock unabated. Yuan Fu is not merely a master-level expert, he is among the very best of the masters. Although Lu Hong's vital energy was on par with Yuan Fu's, his innate talent had been completely replicated by Yuan Fu's primal energy, making him no match for him. What are you doing? Mo Tianxiong shouted harshly. Mo Tianxiong did not choose to retreat. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he coldly turned to the other 9th-rank martial artists beside him. He noticed that these men, seeing the situation was dire, had begun to consider fleeing secretly. Mo Tianxiong, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Yuan Fu's martial arts energy was vast and boundless, like the sea. Lu Hong may be his equal, but now his signature techniques, which made him famous, have been easily replicated by Yuan Fu. How can he possibly be a match? That's right. If Lu Hong falls, we'll be like fish on a cutting board, at their mercy. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Lu Hong is still buying us time and retreat from here immediately? We can return to report the situation and not let his efforts go to waste. We refuse to perish alongside Lu Hong in this realm of 10,000 clans. Let us return, train diligently, break through our limits, and then come back to avenge him. All of you, stop right there. Mo Tianxiong shouted harshly. Anyone who dares to flee now will have their blood spilled on the spot. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions varied. Old Mo, what do you mean? Are you forcing us to stay here and die with this kid? Mo Tianxiong's gaze was as sharp as a sword, coldly sweeping over the crowd. Lu Hong, a mere 8th-rank martial artist, yet he dares to display such astonishing power, standing toe-to-toe with Yuan Fu. We, who boast of being 9th-rank martial artists, yet feel cowardice in our hearts and wish to flee the battlefield, wouldn't that make us a laughingstock before the entire world? If Lu Hong truly cannot hold on, we will charge forward together to alleviate his pressure. We are, after all, a group of 9th-rank martial artists, and we have Lu Hong holding off most of the attacks for us. If we lack even this much courage, we might as well die and be done with it. Mo Tianxiong's harsh words left everyone's faces alternating between red and green. It wasn't out of shame, but because they knew the influence of Mo Tianxiong and the Mo family. If they were to flee silently, they wouldn't be able to survive back in the Great Xia Kingdom. With no other choice, everyone raised their heads once more, their gazes fixed on the sky. At that moment, two 5-colored flame dragons were already engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Colorful flames erupted like meteors, tearing the sky apart and distorting the very fabric of space. The intense heat generated ripples that spread outward in concentric circles, rapidly expanding in all directions. Lu Hong and Yuan Fu hovered in the air, their terrifying blood energy colliding violently in the sky. Boom! 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 Above their heads, Lu Hong's 5-colored flame dragon let out a piercing roar, spewing forth a series of purple lightning flames of astonishing power, sweeping toward Yuan Fu like a violent storm. Yuan Fu's expression remained calm and composed. He calmly controlled the 5 replicated 5-flamed dragons, which also spat out purple lightning flames, precisely countering Lu Hong's attacks with no deviation whatsoever. Lu Hong's brows furrowed tightly, all traces of his earlier composure gone. Yuan Fuxi's primordial power was too overwhelming, perfectly replicating Lu Hong's innate abilities with nearly 100% precision. Their attack methods were identical, and their might cancelled each other out, creating a mutually exhausting stalemate. In such a situation, the contest came down to the strength of their vital energy. After only a short while, his vital energy had already been significantly depleted. If the battle continued, he feared he would be the first to collapse. After all, he was only an 8th-tier martial artist, while his opponent was a genuine master-level powerhouse. In the end, he will be the first to collapse, his vital energy depleted, and either captured alive by Yuan Fuxing or killed on the spot. Yuan Fuxing stood arrogantly in the sky, looking down on Lu Hong with a contemptuous expression and laughed coldly. Ha ha boy, your abilities end here. Now, I'm giving you a chance to live. Kneel before me and offer your essence blood. If you are willing to become my most loyal servant, I will spare your life. I will cultivate you to the level of a master, or even the level of a human emperor. You will become my most powerful vessel. Two five-headed flame dragons had been locked in a fierce battle in the sky for some time, and Lu Hong's vital energy was gradually depleting, like the last gasp of a drawn bow. At that moment, Mo Tianxiong and the others on the ground all changed expression once more. They too sensed the decline in Lu Hong's vital energy, and the once frightening aura was slowly fading away. Mo Tianxiong, you saw it too. Lu Hong is no match for Yuan Fu. We may not escape death either. Don't hesitate any longer. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll have no chance. Are you still trying to stop us? Why bother? Mo Tianxiong's gaze remained fixed on the sky. Yuan Fu's terrifying power filled him with awe. This power far surpassed that of any great Xia master they had ever encountered. Lu Hong's defeat was inevitable. If they didn't retreat now, they would all meet their end here. However, Mo Tianxiong showed no signs of retreat. He clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "Get ready. Watch for the opportunity. Once we have an opening, we'll charge together and launch a full-scale attack on Yuan Fu. Give Lu Hong a chance to survive." The others, upon hearing this, were instantly struck with horror. What? Are you out of your mind? If you want to go to your death, go alone. We're not going to follow you into madness. Let's go. Everyone began searching for the best opportunity to escape, preparing to flee at any moment. Meanwhile, Lu Hong in the air was completely unaware of the changes on the ground. He acutely felt his vital energy rapidly depleting, finding himself in an unprecedented predicament. Must he once again rely on the prophecy book within his body to turn the tide? The price paid was his own hellfire staff. Just as he was about to make contact with the book of prophecy, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "You old dog, Yuan. Do you want my son, Lu Xinyan, to become your puppet vessel? You're as foolish as a dog chasing the moon." Chapter 121, Activating the Power of the SSS Rank Hellfire Staff. Chapter 121, Activating the Power of the SSS Rank Hellfire Staff. The voice thundered like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure shrouded in blazing blood energy, resembling a raging inferno, materializing out of thin air. It was Lu Hong's father, Lu Xinyan. Lu Hong, while still in shock, couldn't hide a hint of joy. He had been worried about Lu Xinyan's safety all along, and now that he saw him unharmed, he was naturally overjoyed. Lu Xinyan held a crimson-red spear in his hand, its tip gleaming with a cold light. The surging energy of blood and chi swirled around him, clashing fiercely with the terrifying might of Yuan Fu in the air. He turned to look at Lu Hong, his eyes filled with relief and pride. On his way here, Lu Xinyan had already witnessed Lu Hong's battle with Yuan Fu. His son had already attained the strength to match a master-level martial artist. And Lu Hong was still only an 8th-rank martial artist. If it weren't for his insufficient cultivation realm and lack of vital energy, if they were on equal footing, Yuan Fu would have been crushed by Lu Hong long ago, unable to put up a fight. My son, Lu Hong, is so powerful. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. You old dog Yuan, come on. Bullying the younger generation is no honor. Let's fight. Lu Xinyan wielded his long spear, resembling a war god descending from the heavens, with his chi and blood surging like blazing flames, shooting straight into the sky. Yuan Fu was startled by Lu Xinyan's sudden appearance, but upon recognizing him, a look of contempt appeared on his face. Although Lu Xinyan was a master-level martial artist, his strength was far inferior to his own. He might even be inferior to Lu Hong. Now that he had completely deciphered Lu Hong's techniques and exhausted his vital energy, why would he fear Lu Xinyan? Yuan Fu sneered coldly, his voice resolute. Today, I swear to crush all of you. Lu Hong, this vessel is mine. The five-headed flame dragon above his head continued to circle, its flames surging and creating towering waves. The crimson-yellow flames resembled a raging sandstorm, sweeping across the surroundings, and the space was instantly engulfed by dust and flames. Suddenly, a white flame erupted like a sudden gale, transforming into a sandstorm that obscured the sky, ruthlessly engulfing Lu Xinyan. These techniques were all previously used by Lu Hong, but now they had become Yuan Fu's weapons, which he replicated and employed with ease. Lu Xinyan, let me show you the true power of your outstanding son's techniques, Yuan Fu said with a cold smile. Facing the overwhelming terror, Lu Xinyan showed no hesitation. Holding his crimson-red spear, he transformed into a blinding flash of light and charged headlong into the chaotic sandstorm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Hong's hands unconsciously clenched the hellfire staff, his knuckles turning white from the force. He knew all too well the power of his five-flamed dragon. Even Lu Xinyan, trapped within, would find it difficult to escape. His mission was to rescue Lu Xinyan, but if Lu Xinyan were to sacrifice himself for him, what would be the meaning of his journey? However, his innate power had been replicated by Yuan Fu, and his vital energy was far inferior to his opponent's. Lu Hong felt a sense of helplessness and despair unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Just then, the book of prophecy began to tremble violently once more. Lu Hong, don't you believe what I'm telling you? What are you hesitating about? Both you and Liu Ruyan will meet your end at the hands of Yuan Fu. But if you hand over the Hellfire Staff to me, I will grant you a portion of my power, enough to stand against Yuan Fu. Lu Hong focused intently on the SSS-ranked divine weapon in his palm, the Hellfire Staff. Something that the prophecy book had singled out could not possibly be an ordinary item. With all 5 of his SSS-ranked innate abilities already replicated, unlocking the Hellfire Staff's potential might just overturn the current balance of power. However, his vital energy was still too weak to fully awaken the latent power within the Hellfire Staff. The prophecy book's desire for the Hellfire Staff's power indirectly confirmed its immense might. Should he really hand over the Hellfire Staff to the prophecy book in exchange for its power? The prophecy book seemed to sense Lu Hong's inner conflict, constantly emitting faint whispers that disturbed his mind. Lu Hong growled impatiently, "Shut up." At this moment, Liu Ruyan was in dire straits, and Lu Hong's mind had already been disrupted. Since the power of the Hellfire Staff had not yet been fully unleashed, he would awaken it in battle. A black shadow slowly appeared behind Lu Hong. Lu Hong, holding the Hellfire Staff, charged forward with a 5-headed flame dragon atop his head. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Lu Hong's mouth. His vital energy surged violently. The 5-headed dragon in the air swings its deep blue tail, sending out ripples of azure flames that spread out like ripples on a lake, quickly expanding in all directions. The azure flames swept away like a tidal wave, instantly scattering the deep yellow and white sand dust surrounding Yuan Fu in all directions. Liu Ruyan's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes at that moment. Lu Hong did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, he wielded the Hellfire Staff and charged toward Yuan Fu like a bolt of lightning. He swung the staff down with all his might. His chi and blood surged to their peak, causing the very space around him to tremble violently. Yuan Fu narrowed his eyes. The Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hand sent a chill down his spine. There was no time to dodge. Yuan Fu also channeled his chi and blood energy throughout his body, and a pitch-black sword materialized in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he swung the blade with all his might, attempting to block Lu Hong's powerful strike. Bang! The blade and staff collided, erupting into a deafening explosion that seemed to tear the very air apart. Bang! 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 Lu Hong charged forward relentlessly, disregarding his own safety, launching a furious assault. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed dozens of times, each collision accompanied by thunderous roars, and terrifying surges of chi and blood energy erupted, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Is your staff a divine weapon? After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Fu suddenly looked at Lu Hong in shock. Because the previous strike had actually shattered a gaping hole in his own great sword. It was a SS-ranked weapon he had obtained at great effort. Yet it had already sustained damage in this brief exchange. Yuan Fu narrowed his eyes, and with a faint smile, he seemed to have realized something. Ha, you were trying to activate your divine weapon during our battle? His gaze instantly turned greedy, fixating on the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hands. Boy, I never expected you to have such a treasure. But alas, it will soon belong to me. At this moment, Lu Hong was truly at the end of his strength. The previous intense battle had indeed caused the Hellfire Staff to respond. If he could hold on for just a moment longer, he might have been able to activate the divine weapon. But now, he was powerless to do anything. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, Lu Hong suddenly sensed a colossal surge of vital energy emanating from the realm of a master, rushing toward the fire staff in his hand. What is this? Is this Liu Ruyan's aura? Lu Hong was startled and turned his head abruptly. There, Liu Ruyan was unleashing his full power, his terrifying vital energy surging like a burst dam, flooding into the Hellfire Staff without end. In an instant, the SSS-ranked Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hands seemed to awaken. Countless dark red, eerie flames rose from its surface. A cold, brutal aura quietly clung to it, as if a sleeping colossal beast was slowly awakening. 122, Chapter 122, Liu Ruyan, reduced to a worthless wreck. Chapter 122, Liu Ruyan, reduced to a worthless wreck. Boom! The SSS-ranked Hellfire Staff before Lu Hong suddenly erupted with an unimaginably terrifying force. The strength of this force far exceeded his expectations. At the same time, the once mighty blood energy surging behind Liu Ruyan swiftly dissipated like receding tides. Lu Hong spun around abruptly to see Liu Ruyan's body crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Fortunately, Mo Tianxiang acted swiftly, rushing forward to rescue Liu Ruyan. Lu Hong finally relaxed. Now, his only target was the figure of Yuan Fu ahead of him. Lu Hong gripped the Hellfire Staff tightly, as if seeing its true form for the first time. The Hellfire Staff in his hands now was even more dazzling and awe-inspiring than before. Simply holding it, dark red rings of fire spread along his arms, enveloping him in a dark red armor that resembled boiling lava. The surface of the Hellfire Staff surged with countless streams of dark red fire, emanating a scorching, violent aura akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash a terrifying force capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Lu Hong's figure soared once more, floating into the air, facing off against Yuan Fu from a distance. This time, Yuan Fu. Good, he gritted his teeth, staring at Liu Ruyan on the ground. He never imagined that Liu Ruyan would be so resolute and ruthless, willing to sacrifice his own vital energy to unleash the full power of the Hellfire Staff. After all, Liu Ruyan had spent half his life in arduous cultivation to reach the Master Realm. He had actually disregarded his own vital energy. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was even weaker than a first-tier martial artist. Liu Ruyan's willingness to abandon his cultivation so decisively left everyone present utterly speechless, facing the overwhelming might of the Hellfire Staff. Even Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The 5-flame dragon atop Lu Hong's head let out a thunderous dragon's roar, like a clap of thunder in the sky. It charged toward the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hand. In an instant, multicolored flames instantly wrapped around the Hellfire Staff. The staff seemed to be soaked in the terrifying aura of the depths of hell, emanating a chilling, bone-chilling coldness. The shadowy figure behind Liu Hong gradually solidified, resembling the projection of an ancient deity. The shadowy figure was completely enveloped in dark red flames, its face indistinguishable, with only its tail standing out prominently. Terrifying power surged into Liu Hong's hands. Liu Hong's figure flickered, like a fiery meteor in the dark night, charging toward Yuan without hesitation. The 5-headed dragon summoned earlier using his innate talent, Yuan could still replicate. However, the current Liu Hong had already surpassed the limits of what Yuan could replicate. This was the power of a divine weapon, not the power of innate talent. Liu Hong transformed into a blazing crimson flame, charging straight toward Yuan Fu. Yuan had no way to retreat and could only charge forward to meet the attack. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color. A terrifying explosion erupted in the void, as if the gates of hell had suddenly opened. Dark red flames, as molten lava, engulfed the sky and swept toward Yuan Fu. Above the sky, the 5 fiery dragons atop Yuan Fu's head let out piercing cries of despair, as if foretelling their doom. Flames of various colors intertwined to form a breathtakingly beautiful tableau. Sparks flew everywhere, reducing everything they touched to charcoal in an instant. Mo Tianxiong and the others, seeing this, were all filled with fear and retreated 3 steps, afraid of being caught in the aftermath of the battle. Even as 9th-rank martial artists, they could not withstand it. This is terrifying. Is this the full extent of Liu Hong's power? Lucky we didn't act rashly. Otherwise, if Liu Hong comes after us later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Hong was hiding such a trump card? An SSS-grade divine weapon? Such a weapon is actually in his hands. It's hard to believe that Liu Hong is only an 8th-rank martial artist. To unleash such power as an 8th-rank martial artist is simply monstrous. Even Yuan would need to replicate his innate power to match him. Quick, let's retreat further. This flame seems capable of devouring everything. Even the slightest touch would mean certain doom. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their hearts filled with awe and reverence. This battle had already surpassed the limits of their imagination. The crowd's attitude underwent a complete transformation. One by one, they began to see Liu Hong as their savior. Only Liu Hong could lead them to safety. Mo Tianxiong clutched his chest, his heart pounding wildly. He exclaimed, "Liu Hong! With your power, finish this quickly. You're scaring us to death." At that moment, Liu Hong in the sky had completely taken control of the battle, firmly suppressing Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu's once majestic 5-flamed dragon had long since dissipated under Liu Hong's terrifying might. Liu Hong was enveloped in dark red flames, swinging his staff one after another, like a god descending from the heavens, striking at Yuan Fu. Each strike caused the very space around him to tremble. Yuan Fu had no choice but to muster all his strength to block Liu Hong's attacks with his pitch-black great sword. With a loud crash, when Liu Hong struck again with all his might, the black great sword finally gave way, shattering into a pile of fragments that flew in all directions. Yuan Fu spat blood, his body flying backward, his face filled with unwillingness and shock. How could he be this strong? I can't possibly lose. Yuan Fu couldn't accept this reality. As a master-level warrior who had gone through immense hardships to gather 5 innate talents, he was still no match for Liu Hong. It's all because of that divine weapon. Greed burned in Yuan Fu's eyes. He knew it was the Hellfire Staff in Liu Hong's hands that had driven him into such a desperate situation. Yuan Fu retreated hundreds of meters away, panting heavily, his eyes still fixated greedily on the Hellfire Staff in Liu Hong's hands. Suddenly, a black light screen appeared in the sky, instantly enveloping Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu's figure swiftly departed within the black curtain. Liu Hong saw him trying to escape, furrowed his brows, and immediately charged forward with his staff. Though he struck out with his staff, he was unable to stop Yuan Fu's escape. The power of this black curtain of the 10,000 races was actually stronger than his SSS-ranked Hellfire Staff. Liu Hong sheathed his staff and gazed intently into the distance. Even if he escaped, he had nothing to fear. Since he had defeated Yuan Fu this time, he would no longer be his opponent in the future. Liu Hong turned to look at the weakened Liu Ruyan, his brows furrowed, a hint of concern in his eyes. Liu Ruyan had sacrificed half a lifetime of cultivation to activate the Hellfire Staff's power, offering it as fuel to the staff. After all, Liu Ruyan was a master-level martial artist. But now? He's nothing but a now. Such a drastic change isn't something everyone can endure. 123, Chapter 123, Hold on, we can't go back yet. Chapter 123, Hold on, we can't go back yet. I still have one more thing to do. Lu Xingyan saw Lu Hong defeat Yuanfu and return safely, nodding slightly with a look of satisfaction on his face. I never expected you, my son, to grow so quickly. Lu Hong's eyes were filled with worry, the qi and blood energy within your body. Lu Xingyan laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. What's a little cultivation level? Your old man here managed to cultivate to the master realm once. I can do it again. You needn't worry about me. I haven't even asked how did you all end up here. Lu Hong explained in detail, since you ventured alone into the territory of the 10,000 clans last time, I've been planning how to rescue you. This time, I forced the 9 elders to send some 9th rank martial artists to come with me to rescue you. Lu Xingyan heard this and was slightly surprised. You forced the 9 elders? Lu Hong chuckled lightly, not elaborating, then pressed on. What happened when you went into the territory of the 10,000 clans alone? Lu Hong secretly rejoiced in his heart, relieved that Lu Xingyan was unharmed. After all, he was his father. If anything had happened to him, his own state of mind would have been unsettled. After a brief rest, Lu Xingyan had regained much of his strength, though his cultivation had been depleted. He slowly sat up and said in a solemn voice, I destroyed the spatial passage leading to the Great Xia Kingdom, but I was surrounded and attacked by the 10,000 clans. After a life and death struggle, I managed to hide on Jinman Island. I never expected to discover that there were still so many human clan members surviving within the 10,000 clans territory. Human race? There are still so many humans within the territories of the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong looked at Lu Xingyan in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Mo Tianxiong and the others gathered around, listening intently. This news was utterly unprecedented. How could there be other human clan members surviving within the 10,000 clans territory? After all, within the 10,000 clans territories, danger lurked everywhere, and the powerful 10,000 clans had almost completely occupied all the land suitable for human habitation. How could they possibly tolerate the existence of the human race? Upon hearing this, everyone looked puzzled and began whispering among themselves. The 10,000 clans domain is ruled by the 10,000 clans, leaving no room for humans to stand. If any humans dare to set foot here, they would surely meet their end. How could any humans possibly survive here? Isn't the Yuan clan right here? The Yuan clan has a powerful figure like Yuan Fu protecting them. Even ordinary members of the 10,000 clans wouldn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, the Yuan clan has already sided with the 10,000 clans, so the 10,000 clans would never attack them. Any other humans who come here will only meet their doom. Could it be that that branch of the human clan has a powerful martial artist at the master realm? Lu Hong couldn't help but furrow his brows. Indeed, the Wanzhong territories are rich in spiritual energy, far surpassing Blue Star, making them an ideal place for martial artists to cultivate. However, the situation here is complex and fraught with danger, and no one dares to venture here lightly. Humans are still struggling to fend off the invasion of the 10,000 clans. How dare they even consider relocating to the 10,000 clans territory? Lu Xingyan looked at the others and continued, this is a group from the Neon Nation, and there are quite a few of them. They don't have any powerful martial artists to suppress them. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Why would people from the Neon Nation come to the territories of the myriad races? This place isn't some paradise, it's not somewhere you can just come and go as you please. Once the 10,000 clans discover them, they'll be beaten to a pulp. Without powerful martial artists, how can they survive in the 10,000 clans territory? Lu Hong didn't dwell on the topic and continued to ask, how did you discover us? Lu Xingyan replied in a solemn tone, I learned it from that group of Neon country people. They saw a group of humans suddenly appear in the territory of the myriad races and establish a territory here. It was the Yuan clan. So I came here to investigate, only to happen upon your battle with Yuan Fu. Who dares to bully my son, Lu Xingyan? I'll make sure they pay for it. Lu Hong heard this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his lips curling into a smile. At that moment, everyone had largely processed this shocking news. Mo Tianxiong turned to look at Lu Hong, his tone serious. Young General Lu, now that General Lu has been found, and we've obtained such important information. Should we return immediately? The 10,000 clans territory is rife with danger. It is unwise to linger here. If we are detected by a powerful race, we may be annihilated here. Furthermore, Yuanxia has escaped. If he reveals our whereabouts to other races, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Hong pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the top priority now is to evacuate as quickly as possible. Yuanxia's escape has undoubtedly added an unpredictable element to their mission. He himself was not afraid, but Lu Xingyan had lost all his cultivation, and anything could happen. Since Lu Xingyan had been successfully rescued, all other matters could be discussed in detail once they returned to a safe location. Lu Hong made a decisive order, all right, prepare immediately. We will depart at once. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Lu Xingyan suddenly stopped them with a serious expression. Wait, we can't go back yet. Lu Hong was taken aback, and Mo Tianxiong and the others looked equally confused. They had endured countless hardships, wasn't it all to rescue Lu Xinyan? Why were they suddenly not in a hurry to return now? Lu Xinyan took a deep breath and explained slowly, the reason I've stayed on Jinmon Island all this time is because... It's because I still have one more thing to do. One more thing to do? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's attention was immediately captured. Lu Xinyan continued, have you ever considered? Why were those humans from the Neon Nation able to live safely in this land of 10,000 races without the protection of any powerful beings? It is because they do not need powerful beings to suppress their clan. What protects them are the very beings of the myriad races. At these words, the crowd erupted into chaos, with cries of astonishment echoing everywhere. What? The myriad races are protecting humans? Did I hear that correctly? The myriad races not killing them is already a mercy. They're protecting them? We can't trust what the people of the Neon country say. Lu Xinyan's expression grew even more grim. The 10,000 clans are protecting them, but not out of goodwill. He clenched the long spear in his hand tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent and anger. These creatures of the 10,000 clans feed on our human race. The people of the Neon Nation living on Golden Light Island are, in truth, being raised by the 10,000 clans like lambs awaiting slaughter. They are like the cattle and horses we raise, kept there by the myriad races for their own enjoyment. When we raise cattle and horses, we naturally protect them from wild wolves and beasts. Almost all creatures of the myriad races feed on the flesh and blood of the people of the Neon Kingdom. They even use human flesh as a bargaining chip, coming to harvest it whenever their clan requires it. The flesh and blood of the human race is an invaluable treasure for the creatures of the myriad races. 124, Chapter 124, I, Nagamine Kenjin, am deeply honored to receive. Chapter 124, I, Nagahara Kenji, am deeply honored to receive the support and assistance of all the esteemed martial artists present. This answer left everyone present in a state of deep shock. The human race is actually the food of all races. They actually keep humans in captivity to use them as a source of blood. Mo Tianxiong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock that seemed to overflow like a lake. Warriors from other clans also gaped in disbelief, too stunned to speak for a moment. No one had ever imagined that such a horrifying secret could be hidden among the myriad races. In that case, the territory of the myriad races is far more dangerous than we ever imagined. We are nothing but walking sources of cultivation for the 10,000 clans. Sigh, it's just the law of the jungle. After all, this is the territory of the 10,000 clans, where they have already established a stable balance of power. Our human race suddenly intruding into this territory is nothing but a feast for them. The 10,000 clans frequently wage war against one another, how much more so for us humans? If one day our human race can produce even more powerful warriors, perhaps we will no longer have to fear these creatures of the myriad races, and even completely annihilate them. Upon hearing these words, everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on Lu Hong. If such a powerful martial artist truly existed, then the Lu Hong before them was undoubtedly the most likely candidate. He might be the most talented and most astonishingly powerful martial artist in human history. Lu Hong sensed the gazes of the crowd and rolled his eyes dismissively, saying, "Stop wasting time here with idle speculation about the future." Lu Hong had no interest in boasting about himself here. After all, within this realm of 10,000 races, there existed beings far more powerful than even the strongest human martial artists at the Master Realm. Discussing such matters now was completely inappropriate. Lu Hong turned his head to look at Lu Xinyan and asked in confusion, "Old Lu, even if the 10,000 clans regard those Neon country people as blood offerings to feed on, what does that have to do with us? Let us return for now and discuss further strategies later." Lu Xinyan, though his cultivation had been completely stripped away, still exuded an unyielding aura. He shook his head and said, "I heard this from my sources. These people from the Neon Nation have already begun planning a rebellion. They refuse to continue being sacrificed as the Wanzong's pets." Lu Hong nodded. That makes sense. Who, besides beasts, would willingly be kept captive by other creatures to await their death? However, a vague sense of unease began to stir in Lu Hong's heart. If it were anyone else, perhaps one could judge them by ordinary standards. But the thoughts of the neon dogs are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. What if they truly chose to be livestock of their own free will? Or even consider it an honor to be a beast for the noble 10,000 clans? Such things have indeed occurred in history. Just as Lu Hong's thoughts were racing, Lu Xinyan's voice rang out again. Although the people of Neon Country are not at odds with our great Xia kingdom, they are still a branch of the human race. Their fate may very well be what we will face in the future. I intend to seize this opportunity to unite this Neon nation and lead them in a war within the territories of the myriad races. First, we can use this to gain practical experience for future plans, using the Neon people as our testing ground. Second, we can create chaos within the 10,000 clans' territories to alleviate the pressure on the great Xia kingdom. Thirdly, it might catch all the tribes off guard and deal a severe blow to their strength. Lu Xinyan curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Anyway, it's the people of the Neon Nation who will die. We stand to gain either way. If things go south, we'll just get out of there as soon as possible. Mo Tianxiong and the others remained silent after hearing this. They were merely 9th-rank martial artists, able to barely hold their ground in the territories of the myriad races, yet every step they took was fraught with danger. They dared not risk their lives lightly. After all, this was a matter of life and death, not something to be taken lightly. Mo Tianxiong paused for a moment, then spoke in a tentative tone. Perhaps we should return and discuss this with the 9 elders? After all, we only have 8 hours left, otherwise, the void abyss will close. Mo Tianxiong desperately wanted to blurt out, "Can the two of you wait until we get back to discuss this? This isn't an amusement park or a movie theater. If there's something you need to discuss, can't we leave this place first?" This was also what everyone was thinking. But they dared not speak it aloud. The intense battle between Lu Hong and Yuan Fu was still fresh in their minds. Even they, as 9th-rank martial artists, had to proceed with caution, as if walking on thin ice. Had it not been for Lu Hong's firm dragging and threats, they would never have dared to venture this far. Lu Hong saw the determination in Lu Xinyan's eyes and glanced at the 9th-rank martial artists beside him, who looked slightly afraid. He already had a plan in mind. He spoke in a solemn tone. "All right, let's stay here together. Old Lu, we'll accompany you. Since we're using the Neon Nation people to gain experience in advance, the more the merrier." Mo Tianxiong heard this and could only sigh helplessly, though he agreed with Lu Hong's words in his heart. Mo Tianxiong remained silent, but the other martial artists couldn't hold back their frustration and began to complain. "Lu Xiaoshui, you didn't say that when we came here. You said that once we rescued General Lu Xinyan, we'd go back, right? Why are you complicating things now? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Lu Hong looked at these cowards, his eyes turning as cold as ice. "Don't think I didn't hear you plotting your escape down there while I was up there. According to military law, deserters in the face of battle are to be executed. Even if I were to execute all of you here and now, it would be entirely justified." At these words, everyone fell silent, clenching their teeth and lowering their heads. They were not truly willing to go, they were merely forced to submit due to Lu Hong's overwhelming strength. If they had enough strength, they would likely already hate Lu Hong with a vengeance, wanting to tear him limb from limb. Lu Hong coldly asked again, "Now I ask you, are you willing to go?" "We are willing." Though their hearts trembled, they forced themselves to answer in unison. Lu Hong nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, let's depart immediately." Lu Xinyan, though his cultivation had been completely stripped away, could still move freely. The others followed closely behind Lu Xinyan, heading straight for Jinmon Island. Soon, they arrived at Jinmon Island and entered the territory occupied by the people of the Neon Kingdom. Lu Xinyan did not linger, leading them directly to meet the high-ranking officials of the Neon Kingdom. A middle-aged man dressed in a crisp suit, with a distinctive mustache and glasses that framed sharp, calculating eyes, stepped forward. "My name is Na-Ashi Kenji. It is a great honor to receive the support and assistance of you esteemed martial artists." Lu Hong looked at the man before him. Though well-dressed, he couldn't hide his sleazy demeanor. "Nagai Kenji? He looks pretty despicable." Chapter 125, Nagahashi Kenji, you did well. Chapter 125, Nagahashi Kenji, you did well. This neon-clad man was dressed to the nines, looking sleek and polished, with no trace of the oppression he had endured over the years. Lu Hong couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Along the way, he had already noticed numerous anomalies. Jinmon Island wasn't very large, at most the size of a county in the real world, and utterly insignificant within the 10,000 clans territory. However, the neon-clad people here seemed to be living quite comfortably, with several skyscrapers even built on the island. They had no want for food or clothing, their expressions relaxed and content, appearing carefree and showing no signs of resistance. Could this merely be a facade they put on for the outside world to deceive the 10,000 clans? Lu Hong couldn't help but ponder in his heart. If that were the case, their acting skills would truly be masterful, flawless. From the outside, these neon-colored inhabitants seemed to have fully adapted to the 10,000 clans' captivity. On the surface, these neon country people seem to have fully adapted to the 10,000 clans' captivity, even enjoying it, with no signs of discomfort. No wonder they're neon country people. Despite Lu Hong's attempts to comfort himself with the notion that this was merely the surface of the neon people deceiving the myriad races. But his heart remained filled with caution, and he stayed on high alert. He was always ready to deal with any unexpected changes. Lu Hong stepped forward, his eyes blazing, staring directly at Na-Ashi Kenji, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really intend to rebel against the myriad races?" As he spoke, Lu Hong released a terrifying surge of vital energy, a force powerful enough to suppress even a master-level expert, instantly enveloping Nagamine Kenji in its grasp. Nagai Kenji's face turned as pale as liver, and his lips lost all color. He was merely a 9th-tier martial artist, and had only recently reached that rank. Faced with Lu Hong's overwhelming pressure, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground, waving his hands frantically. His voice trembled with endless humiliation and fear. "Sir, please stop." Nagai Kenji's voice trembled slightly. The last time they came, the other nobleman beside him had also looked cold toward him, but at least he could still speak properly. Why was this young man, upon first meeting, displaying such an overbearing demeanor? At first, Nagamine Kenji had wondered why this young man, who appeared to be only an 8th rank martial artist, could walk ahead of several 9th rank martial artists, and even ahead of the master level expert who had come last time. Now, he understood. Nagai Kenji struggled to lift his head, his gaze barely reaching Lu Hong's chin, his heart filled with terror. How old is he? He looks like an 8th rank martial artist, but his vital energy is so terrifying, and his strength surpasses even that of a master level martial artist. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, then decisively chose to back down. There was no way around it was in his blood. His ancestors had always done the same. And the facts had proven to them that as long as you surrender quickly, you can live a good life. This was already ingrained in the genes of the people of the Neon Nation. Lu Hong timely eased the pressure on Nagamine Kenji and said sternly, "Answer my questions honestly. This young general has no patience for your nonsense." Nagai Kenji hurriedly nodded, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, Dad, no, sir, we truly intend to resist the 10,000 races. Sir, as fellow members of the human race, are we really willing to accept a life of captivity? Are we really willing to become someone else's food?" He carefully observed Lu Hong's expression, afraid to say a single wrong word. Lu Hong sneered, "That's not necessarily the case. From what I can see, you haven't made any preparations to resist. What are you trying to pull on me? It's not you who will be the food, but the people under you. You're here being raised by the 10,000 clans, living a comfortable life without any responsibility or danger. All you have to do is submit a batch of blood offerings to the 10,000 clans on time. What a wonderful life. Isn't it?" As Lu Hong's words fell, cold sweat poured down Nagahashi Kenji's forehead. He hurriedly explained, "Sir, you must have misunderstood me. Even if I were the lowest of the low, I would never do such a thing. Those are my fellow tribesmen." Although Nagahashi Kenji's forehead was drenched in sweat, his eyes were unusually firm and fierce. He looked straight into Lu Hong's eyes and said slowly, "Sir, I would rather die on the battlefield with my fellow tribesmen than betray them." Lu Hong looked into his eyes, a cold smile curving his lips, but he said nothing more, instead slowly withdrawing his chi and blood energy. Nagai Kenji let out a huge sigh of relief and struggled to his feet, exhausted. Nagai Kenji breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling completely drained, and struggled to his feet. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, no longer displaying his previous elegance, and bowed his head humbly to Lu Hong, saying, "Sir, we need your help." Lu Hong remained expressionless, his tone cold as he asked, "What exactly do you plan to do?" Nagai Kenjin took a deep breath, leaned in close to Lu Hong with a fawning expression, and whispered, "Sir, the 10,000 clans have deployed 3 races around us. On the north, south, and west sides of Jinmon Island, they have sealed off our escape routes. To the east lies the endless abyss within the 10,000 clans' territory, a place even they dare not approach. If we wish to escape, our only option is the west, where there is a tribe of short, 6-winged insects. Their strongest warrior is merely a Zhongsher level expert, accompanied by only a dozen or so 9th rank martial artists. The other directions are guarded by at least 2 Grandmaster level warriors each, making it impossible to break through." "Short, round, 6-winged insect tribe?" Mo Tianxiong and the others grimaced at the name. Nagai Kenjin explained, "Because their tribe has humanoid creatures with 6 wings on their backs, short in stature, and resembling winter melons, that's why we call them that. Among the myriad races, there are all sorts of peculiar species, and none of them had ever seen this race before." Lu Hong coldly glanced at Nagamine Kenji and said in a deep voice, "Continue. We have made thorough preparations today. General Lu Jinyan has already agreed to lead us into battle. He will help us contain that master-level expert. With your presence, our plan is now even more perfect." Lu Hong closed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and did not ask any further questions. He merely said indifferently, "If that is the case, then let us act swiftly. Take us to see your strength now." Upon hearing this, Naashi Kenjin seemed to relax slightly, a smile flickering across his face. "All right, sir. Please follow me." As he turned, a fleeting glimpse of ruthless intent flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed by a sycophantic smile. Lu Hong and Lu Jinyan followed closely behind, while Mo Tianxiong and the others exchanged puzzled glances before deciding to follow as well. Nagai Kenji led them through the dense forest paths of Jinmon Island, eventually arriving at a location in the center of the island. A spacious square built against the mountainside. Numerous Neon Country citizens had gathered on the square. However, these Neon Nation citizens appeared unusually lazy, showing no signs of resolve or fighting spirit to resist the 10,000 races. Looking at this scene, Lu Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Nagai Kenji suddenly broke into a wild sprint, laughing maniacally as he ran. "Ha ha ha. Today is the moment of glory for all of us Neon Country people." At the same time, a cold voice echoed from the shadow-covered cliffs above the square. "Naashi Kenji, you've done well." 126, Chapter 126, Say I Can. Say the Great Xia Kingdom can't. Chapter 126, Say I Can. Say the Xia Kingdom, no. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Hong and Lu Jinyan, along with everyone else present, instinctively raised their heads, their gazes piercing through the crowd and fixating on the square ahead. There, 3 master-level warriors from the Golden Lion clan stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Golden Lion clan held a prominent position among the myriad clans, with moderate to strong strength and deep-rooted heritage, having nurtured numerous master-level warriors, making them a force to be reckoned with. The Golden Lion clan had a unique physique, humanoid in form but standing upright, with a thick mane of golden hair on their heads, limbs transformed into broad, powerful lion claws, and muscles rippling like coiled dragons across their bodies, exuding strength and ferocity. The voices of these three Golden Lion clan members were deep and resonant, echoing across the square like the tolling of ancient bells. Lu Hong, upon seeing this scene, realized that his concerns from earlier were not unfounded. The Neon tribe indeed harbored a secret that could not be revealed. Fortunately, he had come with his father, which allowed him to uncover this plot. If Lu Xinyan had come alone, he would likely have been killed by the Neon Nation people and the Golden Lion clan. Mo Tianxiong and the others also realized they had fallen into a trap, and immediately glared at the Neon Nation's Nagamine Kenjin. He truly lives up to his name, Kenji. We have underestimated the shamelessness of the Neon Nation. Lu Xinyan was furious and shouted angrily, Nagamine Kenjin, what do you mean? He couldn't believe that the people of the Neon country could be so shameless. Betraying the human race, betraying their own kind, secretly colluding with the 10,000 clans. And the worst part is that others came to help you. Nagai Kenji walked over to the side of the Golden Lion clan's strongest warrior with a smug expression and laughed aloud. Ha, you fools! Did you really think the Neon country people were going to rebel? In this land of the 10,000 clans, we live a carefree life, with food and clothing provided, and the protection of the 10,000 clans' leaders. Do you think we've lost our minds, abandoning this good life to follow you to certain death? At that moment, Nagahashi Kenji looked as though he had accomplished a great feat, his face glowing with a fawning smile, like a dog wagging its tail in supplication, clinging tightly to the powerful member of the Golden Lion clan. Master, your servant has already lured these ignorant fools here for you. Master, you must reward your servant. The Golden Lion clan warrior looked at Nagahara Kenji's groveling, dog-like demeanor and burst into laughter. Rest assured, a loyal servant like you is rare even in the lands of the 10,000 clans. We will cherish your kind. Some of the blood of these humans will be shared with you as well. Upon hearing this, Naashi Kenji immediately broke into a wide smile, bowing and scraping repeatedly as he retreated to the side. Lu Hong's lips curled into a faint, cold smile as he watched the scene unfold, his heart unmoved. He had long since understood the true nature of the Neon people as dogs of slaves, and this scene merely served to reaffirm his beliefs. The others murmured curses under their breath. One can be shameless, but not this shameless. Ning Hongren is as despicable as a bottomless well. He's so shameless, I really want to kill him. Even the other 9 ranked martial artists, who were usually cowards, couldn't help but feel outraged. They knew they weren't exactly saints themselves, but they hadn't sunk as low as Nagamine Kenji. What was most crucial was that all the neon-clad people in the square had unhesitatingly sided with the Golden Lion clan. It's one thing for one person to have no shame, but now the entire race has sunk to this level. Mo Tianxiong and the others took a deep breath. Earlier, they had thought that although the neon-clad people in the Great Xia Kingdom had a long history of enmity, they should unite against the common enemy of all humanity, the 10,000 clans. Now they realized they had been naive. The Neon Nation's treachery and shamelessness had surpassed the boundaries of humanity. At that moment, the tension between the two sides had reached an icy low. The 3 master warriors of the Golden Lion clan slowly adjusted their formation, forming a triangular formation that completely surrounded their opponents. Lu Hong keenly sensed that several more Golden Lion clan members were lurking around the 3 master warriors. Though their cultivation levels had not yet reached the master realm, the overwhelming sense of power emanating from them was undeniable, instilling a sense of caution in all present. Among the neon-clad servants, there were also several 7th and 8th tier martial artists. Ding! Divine tier choice system triggered. Option 1, abandon Lu Xinyan and Mo Tianxiong immediately and escape alone. Reward, host receives an S-rank talent and an invincible golden body. Option 2, escape with Lu Xinyan and Mo Tianxiong. Reward, 10 black chicken white phoenix pills. Option 3, kill all enemies. Reward, 10 void crystals, which can open the gateway to the 10,000 clans territory. Facing the arrival of the god tier choice system, Lu Hong's lips curled into a faint smile. 3 mere grandmaster level experts? Let's see how powerful the blood energy of the Golden Lion clan truly is. Lu Hong's eyes flashed with determination as he chose the third option without hesitation. Immediately, the Hellfire Staff appeared in his palm, with blazing flames dancing along its shaft, as if foretelling an impending destructive storm. Ah, you fools of the Great Xia Kingdom, you'll all become the blood offerings of my Neon Nation. Nagai Kenji hid behind the crowd, mocking them without restraint, as if he had already witnessed the end of Lu Hong and his companions. He watched as the Golden Lion clan surrounded Lu Hong and the others, his heart filled with triumph. In his eyes, Lu Hong and his companions were as good as dead, with no chance of survival. Though the Golden Lion clan was not among the top clans among the myriad races, the Neon Nation had already experienced their true strength. The Golden Lion clan's cultivators not only possessed far greater blood energy than ordinary humans but could also channel their blood energy to unleash a terrifying skill with a devastating effect, the Lion's Roar. This lion roar was no ordinary technique. If one were to endure it at close range, even a peer of equal strength might be stunned into unconsciousness. Even more powerful is the ability of the Golden Lion clan to unleash an even more powerful lion's roar by roaring in unison as a group. If the entire Golden Lion clan unites to unleash it, its power is sufficient to challenge opponents of higher ranks, striking fear into the hearts of all. Besides Nagamine Kenji, a group of neon people stood by, mocking them loudly. You ignorant fools have never seen the true power of the Golden Lion clan. Wait until they act, and you'll see what true fear really is. All of you are destined to become the souls of this place. Our ancestors were right. After all, the fools of the Great Xia Kingdom are the easiest to deceive. Mo Tianxiong and the others were so enraged that their faces turned ashen, almost spitting fire. Say I can. Say the Great Xia Kingdom, and you can't. The crowd erupted with the aura of 9th rank martial artists, instantly silencing the Neon Nation people. Just then, the 3 Golden Lion clan masters at the peak of the Grandmaster realm suddenly unleashed an astonishing surge of vital energy. 3 powerful forces intertwined, enveloping the entire dense forest in a sea of vital energy. The immense vital energy seemed to solidify, forming visible ripples in the air that emitted an overwhelming pressure capable of sending shivers down the spine. Whoosh! Such terrifying vital energy caused Mo Tianxiong and the others to suck in a cold breath. The neon-clad beings were filled with awe and reverence, prostrating themselves on the ground and shouting, "The Golden Lion clan is mighty. That's incredible. The Golden Lion clan leader who came this time is even stronger than last time. This vital energy is truly terrifying. The stronger, the better. This way, those foolish people of the Great Xia Kingdom won't stand a chance. Foolish Great Xia people, you think you can trick us into leaving this sweet life? Once the Golden Lion clan lord has annihilated them all, we'll be able to ride their coattails and truly become part of the 10,000 clans." Facing these arrogant neon people, Lu Hong merely sneered before suddenly releasing his own vital energy. 127, Chapter 127, Weak Humans? Are you talking about me? Chapter 127, Weak Humans? Are you talking about me? Just as the neon-clad people were lost in their delusions of becoming part of the 10,000 races, an unprecedented terrifying chi and blood force suddenly swept across the entire battlefield. It formed a stalemate with the vital energy of the 3 Golden Lion clan masters. Boom! The sky seemed to tremble, and the surrounding mountains and forests shook. Leaves were swept away by an invisible wind, falling to the ground in a shower. Waves of blood energy surged like towering ocean waves, lifting the dense forest into layer upon layer of turbulent waves, sending shivers down the spines of all present. What is that? Whose vital energy is this? How can it be so terrifying? It's terrifying. This vital energy is actually on par with the power of the 3 elders. It's that kid. He's only an 8th rank martial artist. How could he possess such powerful vital energy, whose might rivals that of a master-level practitioner? This is impossible. How could an 8th rank martial artist possess the blood energy of a master-level practitioner? Has he taken some forbidden elixir, attempting to turn the tide of certain defeat with the power of drugs? What kind of pill could allow an 8th rank martial artist to unleash such terrifying blood energy? The blood energy Lu Hong displayed left the people of Neon Country speechless and filled them with fear. Though they firmly believed deep down that the Golden Lion clan's warriors would not lose, an inexplicable chill crept up their spines, as if the whisper of death echoed in their ears. At that moment, the people of Neon Country dared not utter a word, falling silent. However, the 3 Golden Lion clan masters at the Zhongshe realm showed no sign of fear. Instead, they scrutinized Lu Hong with an amused expression. A mere 8th tier martial artist could unleash such earth-shaking vital energy? What secrets do you harbor that no one knows of? What secrets could a weak human possibly have? And besides, he's just an 8th rank martial artist. What kind of waves can he possibly stir up? Even if he does have a secret, once we kill him, the secret will be ours to take. An 8th rank martial artist, accompanied by a group of 9th rank martial artists, and he dares to think he can escape from us? That's sheer madness. They didn't even bother to take Lu Hong and the others seriously. After all, with 3 Grandmaster level experts, how could they possibly be defeated? With a loud boom, golden fur shimmered in the sunlight, and 3 golden streaks sliced through the sky. The 3 Grandmasters of the Golden Lion clan charged forward instantly. Facing the weak, they naturally sought to end the battle quickly, showcasing the might of the strong. Lu Hong looked at the approaching figures and sneered, "Weak humans? Are you talking about me? Well, today, the so-called weak humans will be the ones getting killed." These 3 Golden Lion clan members had severely underestimated Lu Hong's strength. The current Lu Hong had already surpassed many master-level experts in strength. With the assistance of Lu Jinyan, he had activated the power of the Hellfire Staff. The blood energy he could now unleash was terrifying beyond belief, and his strength had risen to a whole new level. Even if no one else intervened, Lu Hong could easily handle these 3 Golden Lion clan masters on his own. Lu Hong snorted coldly, and 9 fiery dragons soared into the sky, instantly intercepting a Golden Lion clan master. At the same time, a dazzling crimson flame blossomed around Lu Hong's body. He seemed to emerge from the depths of a fiery abyss, wielding the Hellfire Staff, his aura overwhelming, a war god unmatched in the world. With a roar, Lu Hong swung the Hellfire Staff and charged toward another Golden Lion Clan master. Wherever the fire staff passed, the air seemed to ignite, leaving behind scorched trails. With a deafening explosion, the force of the strike was like a mountain crushing down, leaving everyone breathless. In the blink of an eye, the staff was already before the Golden Lion Clan master. The opponent finally sensed the destructive power contained within the staff, his expression changing abruptly as a flash of fear crossed his eyes. Roar! The Golden Lion Clan master roared in anger, his chi and blood surging violently, as if he were about to devour everything around him. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a massive stone hammer from an unknown corner. Though the stone hammer appeared crude, it contained ancient power. He swung the stone hammer with thunderous force, charging toward Lu Hong's flaming staff. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the hammer and staff collided, the sound nearly drowning out the lion's roar. Invisible ripples spread out in concentric circles from the point of impact, swiftly expanding outward. Mo Tianxiong and the other 9th-tier martial artists were nearly knocked off their feet by the force of the collision. However, in the next instant, the Golden Lion Clan stone hammer shattered into pieces, unable to withstand even a moment's resistance, turning into a pile-of on the ground. Put! The Golden Lion Clan master spat blood, his body flying backward, his arms hanging limply, clearly broken. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At the master level, both parties' reactions and speed had reached the pinnacle of perfection. With a single strike of his staff, Lu Hong effortlessly disposed of a Golden Lion Clan master. His expression remained calm and composed, as if he had merely done something trivial. Lu Hong turned his head slightly, his gaze piercing, immediately locking onto his next target. "What kind of monster is this?" another Golden Lion Clan master shouted in terror, his voice filled with disbelief. He had never encountered such a situation before. How had his brother been sent flying like that? A master-level practitioner had been knocked out and sent flying with a single blow? He hadn't even had time to see what had happened before everything was already settled. Gazing at the terrifying crimson hellfire swirling around Lu Hong, the Golden Lion Clan master's arrogance vanished instantly, and his lion-like face betrayed unprecedented fear. Especially when he saw the staff in Lu Hong's hand, which was dripping with scorching hot flames, fear completely consumed his rationality, and he turned and fled without hesitation. However, Lu Hong's figure flickered like a ghost, closing the distance in a single stride. The staff struck down like lightning, hitting his skull with pinpoint accuracy. Put! Blood spurted everywhere. Like splitting open a ripe watermelon, the master-level warrior fell lifelessly at Lu Hong's feet, unable to put up any resistance. Blood instantly dyed Lu Hong's robe crimson. Lu Hong's fiery dragon flashed by. The two master-level warriors were reduced to charred remains in the blink of an eye. The remaining Golden Lion Clan master was filled with terror, having lost all desire to continue fighting, and could only think of escaping. However, Lu Hong's fire dragon firmly held him in place, preventing him from escaping even an inch. Lu Hong's figure appeared before him in an instant, and with a single strike of his staff, he easily ended his life. Seeing that all three of their master-level warriors had fallen to Lu Hong, the remaining Golden Lion Clan members fled in disarray. However, many more were intercepted by Mo Tianxiong and the other 9th-tier martial artists, who killed them one by one. This scene left the traitors of the Neon Kingdom utterly shocked. The square where they stood was deathly silent, with everyone staring blankly at Lu Hong in the sky. No one could have imagined that an 8th-tier martial artist could display such overwhelming power capable of crushing masters. 8G, what kind of monster is this? How could such a powerful, monster-like existence exist? This is impossible. The elders of the Golden Lion Clan, how could they have been wiped out so quickly? This can't be true. It's absolutely impossible. At that moment, Lu Hong's gaze swept across the crowd of the Neon Kingdom like a knife. He coldly declared, "Now, it's your turn." Chapter 128, Neon Dogs, Their Deaths Are Worthless. Chapter 128, Neon Dogs, Deserving of Death. Lu Hong's eyes seemed like fiery flames dancing in the depths of a bottomless abyss, intertwined with endless darkness and a fear that made one's heart race. Nagai Kenji raised his eyes to meet that gaze, and his body trembled violently, nearly losing control. "My lord!" Nagai Kenji suddenly lost his composure, sprinting forward on his knees and bowing reverently at Lu Hong's feet. "I was just joking earlier. We've always been loyal to you in our hearts. We people of the Neon Nation are all worthless scum, we are all useless. Please spare us, Your Excellency. My lord, I don't want to die. It's all their fault." Nagai Kenji abruptly changed the subject, pointing trembling fingers at the group of Neon Country compatriots behind him. "It's them. They forced me. I've always wanted to escape the control of the Golden Lion Clan, but they're too attached to their comfortable lives and pushed me into this. These damned creatures." Having said that, Nagahashi Kenji lost his mind and swung his sword at one of his fellow Neon countrymen, spilling blood on the ground. Lu Hong and the others watched his performance with the same disdainful gaze one might reserve for a clown. "Haha, have you had enough?" Lu Hong curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, stepped forward slowly, and struck Nagahashi Kenji's forehead with his staff without hesitation. Nagai Kenji, seeing this, flashed a look of despair followed by venom in his eyes, as if he were about to unleash all his hatred. Damn you, people of the Great Xia Kingdom! You lowly peasants with your inferior bloodline! May you all die a horrible death! One day, you will be captured by all the tribes and suffer the fate of being torn apart and devoured. He roared, swinging his sword wildly, charging toward Lu Hong with reckless abandon, desperate for one last struggle. However, this feeble resistance was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree, causing no ripples. Lu Hong's staff struck like a mountain collapsing from above, instantly reducing Kenji Nagamine to a bloody, mangled mass of flesh. Immediately afterward, a fiery dragon flashed by, engulfing the area in flames that reached the heavens, completely consuming the blood and flesh and reducing it to nothingness. The crowd's attention then shifted to the remaining neon-clad figures. Mo Tianxiong and the others could no longer contain themselves. Without a word, they all sprang into action. These neon-clad figures were cunning. Upon seeing the unfavorable situation, they immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Lu Hong sneered, "Escape? Do you think you can escape?" Boom! The SSS ranked 9 dragon holy fire erupted with all its might. 9 fiery dragons rampaged across the battlefield. Wherever they passed, countless Neon Country citizens were instantly reduced to ashes, with flames filling the sky and cries of agony echoing everywhere. Some of the Neon Country people, witnessing this scene, were overcome with fear and began to kneel down and beg for mercy, just like Nagamine Kenji. "Father of the Great Xia Nation, we were wrong. It was all Nagamine Kenji who forced us to do this. Yes, Father of the Great Xia Kingdom, spare me. I'll do anything you ask. I can do it too. I'll do anything." Many Neon Country citizens began to act seductively, and some even started running toward Lu Hong. Of course, Lu Hong would never allow such disgusting creatures to touch him. He kicked one of them away with a single blow, sending him flying like dust. Mo Tianxiong and the others saw this and paused their killing actions, seeming hesitant. Lu Hong's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly fixing it on Mo Tianxiong. "Why stop? Don't you know the true nature of the Neon Country people? You still haven't seen through Nagamine Kenji's cunning?" The others heard this, exchanged glances, and their expressions grew solemn. Lu Hong is right. How Nagahashi Kenji deceived us is still fresh in our minds. These people are merely cowards clinging to life, feigning pity. If we let them go today, they will surely collude with the other races and come back to block our path. That's right. These neon dogs deserve to die. They betrayed the human race, aided the tyrant, and murdered their own kind. Even 1,000 cuts would not be enough. Mo Tianxiong, upon hearing this, felt no mercy left in his heart. He strode forward swiftly, grabbed a neon-clad man, and struck his head with such force that it shattered into pieces. At that moment, all traces of mercy vanished from everyone's hearts. Their eyes burned with resolve, and they killed without mercy. Seeing that pleading was useless, the neon-clad creatures revealed their true nature. Everyone began cursing them, rushing forward in a frenzy, determined to die in their place. Some even went so far as to throw children or women into the fray to die in their place. Not a single one of them was good. Lu Hong had always known that these neon dogs were no good. Their bloodlines were imprinted with the lowest of instincts. Facing this group of fleeing neon-clad creatures, he swung his arms without hesitation, and 9 fiery dragons erupted, rampaging wildly. Wherever the fire dragons passed, everything turned to scorched earth. The desperate neon-clad creatures let out piercing screams of despair before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into nothingness. Lu Hong felt no pity whatsoever. If he hadn't followed, wouldn't Lu Jinyan have become the dinner of the Golden Lion clan and these neon-clad creatures by now? Therefore, there was no room for mercy. Everything they had endured was the consequence of their own actions. In the blink of an eye, as everyone worked together, the square was reduced to a chaotic mess, the air thick with the pungent smell of blood. In the distance, trees were reduced to ashes by the raging flames, and the blazing inferno illuminated the blood-soaked land. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of life, only silence and despair. The crowd gathered once more. "What's the situation?" Mo Tianxiong said solemnly, "These neon people are too weak. No one escaped from my side." The others nodded in agreement. "They're all dead. Not a single one escaped." In the face of such overwhelming power, even 6th or 7th tier martial artists, let alone 8th tier ones, stood no chance against 9th tier or even master level warriors. Especially Lu Hong's fire dragon, which moved like an emotionless killing machine, leaving nothing but charred remains and a desolate, sorrowful landscape in its wake. "What should we do next?" Mo Tianxiong turned to Lu Hong, his tone carrying a hint of seeking advice. Although Lu Hong had once been his student. But now, Lu Hong's strength had far surpassed his own. Moreover, it was not just a matter of strength. Lu Hong's ruthless tactics and commanding presence were truly impressive, causing Mo Tianxiong to feel a sense of admiration. Lu Hong sheathed his weapon, his expression calm and composed, and nodded slightly. "There might be some secrets here. Divide into groups and search the area. Find out what the neon people have done here and report back immediately if you discover anything." Mo Tianxiong and the others bowed in agreement and immediately turned to leave. Lu Hong followed closely behind, moving through the mountains and forests, meticulously inspecting every structure the neon-clad individuals had constructed on Jinmon Island. From the simple, low-lying wooden huts to the treehouses suspended among the branches and the neatly arranged caves, nothing was overlooked. Among all these structures, the residence of Nagamine Kenji stood out prominently, a rather imposing high-rise building, clearly enjoying the most luxurious accommodations. Lu Xiaoshui, we found something over here. Mo Tianxiong rushed over, his voice tinged with urgency. Chapter 129, The Moon Goddess Tribe Girl. Chapter 129, The Moon Goddess Tribe Girl. Lu Hong raised his eyebrows slightly. Take me there to have a look. He had only mentioned it casually, hoping for a lucky break, but he never expected Mo Tianxiong and the others to actually make a discovery. Following Mo Tianxiong's lead, Lu Hong and the others entered a cave excavated by the neon-clad beings. The cave was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. It was dark and damp, with an unbearable stench that seemed to pierce through one's defenses and strike at the soul. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the faint light of the torches dispelled some of the darkness, but also revealed the displeasure and disgust on everyone's faces. Lu Xinyan stood nearby, his brows furrowed and his expression solemn. What's wrong, old man? Lu Hong asked casually. Lu Xinyan pointed to the deepest part of the cave. Take a look. As Lu Hong stepped further into the cave, a horrifying sight greeted his eyes. The ground was littered with the decomposing, putrid corpses of neon-colored people, resembling a scene from hell. The overpowering stench of decaying flesh surged like an invisible tidal wave, threatening to engulf everyone and choke them to death. What is this? Lu Hong believed his mental resilience was unshakable, capable of withstanding anything. However, the scene before him caused his expression to change instantly. Mo Tianxiong covered his nose, his voice muffled. We just captured a survivor. After interrogation, we learned that this place is where the neon-colored creatures conduct experiments. They aim to transform themselves into the 10,000 clans and settle here permanently. All these innocent people who died in the experiments were the sacrifices of failed experiments. After speaking, Mo Tianxiong covered his nose and sighed again. Lu Hong stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the layers of corpses at his feet. They had rotted into a putrid, oily mass, and each step he took felt like he was walking on soft, decaying flesh. The slightest movement caused the corpses to collapse into a pool of liquid. This place was almost turning into a swamp of corpses. He gently hooked a skull with his toe. The skull was still somewhat fresh, its face twisted in agony and despair from the suffering it had endured before death. Lu Hong shook his head gently. See for yourself. If we don't act decisively, they might drag more people into suffering, turning them into food for all the races and sacrifices for their brutal experiments. On the left side of the cave, a hidden path quietly extended. Lu Hong stepped into it without hesitation. At the end of the road hung a woman with snow-white hair. Her limbs were tightly bound and suspended from a crude wooden pole, making her appear utterly helpless. When Lu Hong's gaze fell upon her, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Her skin was as pure and flawless as snow, as if all the whiteness in the world had gathered there. Her eyes were a deep, pitch-black void, with no visible whites, like two bottomless abysses. The only thing that stood out was a vivid red dot on the center of her forehead, like the brightest star in the night sky, catching everyone's attention. Such a race was entirely unfamiliar to Lu Hong. They were certainly not native to Blue Star. As for which branch of the 10,000 clans they belonged to, he had no idea. Mo Tianxiong stepped forward and asked, You're not a neon person? Which clan of the 10,000 clans do you belong to? The white-haired girl heard this, lifted her head to look at them, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She had clearly realized that they were different from the neon people she had encountered earlier. Her voice trembled slightly but was filled with sincerity. I am a member of the Moon God tribe. If you can save me from this place, I will give everything I have to repay your kindness. The Moon God tribe? Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. The name was unfamiliar to him. Clearly, this was a race he had never heard of among the myriad tribes. Mo Tianxiong remained vigilant, slowly stepping back a few paces, leaving the decision to Lu Hong and waiting for his instructions. The young girl was tightly bound to a wooden pole, her clothes in tatters, with numerous tears exposing large patches of snow-white skin, appearing both pitiful and helpless. However, judging by her current mental state, she seemed to have not yet been defiled by the neon people's evil hands. It was likely that the neon people, intending to use her as an experiment, dared not act rashly. Moreover, this young woman might not have been captured by the neon people but rather abducted by the Golden Lion clan for some experiment. Under such circumstances, the neon people might also be wary of her and dare not act rashly. When the white-haired girl noticed Lu Hong's gaze, her cheeks seemed to flush slightly, and her body twisted unconsciously, as if trying to avoid Lu Hong's scrutinizing gaze. What are you doing? She asked in a trembling voice, her voice tinged with fear. Could this newcomer be more brutal and vicious than those neon-clad individuals? However, although Lu Hong was scanning her up and down, there was no trace of desire or ill intent in his eyes. He was merely observing her. Lu Hong pinched the white-haired girl's cheek with his fingers, forcing her to look at him, and then squeezed her facial muscles tightly, causing her to open her mouth. Lu Hong examined her face with a scrutinizing gaze, then looked at her teeth. No saw-toothed fangs. Some races may appear human in form, but they still retain the savage nature of beasts, with mouths filled with teeth sharper than swords. This moon god tribe seems fairly normal so far. They possess intelligence and humanity, and their nature does not seem overly vicious at this point. Like humans, they belong to the more superior branch of the intelligent races. He squeezed the white-haired girl's cheek again with force. Surprisingly soft and comfortable, nothing came off. Then, Lu Hong forced the girl to look at him, staring intently into her eyes. The girl clearly felt the humiliation of this action, and suppressed sobs escaped her lips. Tears as clear as silver beads rolled down her cheeks. Wah, you're all bad people. Lu Hong observed closely but saw nothing unusual. He casually tugged at the girl's hair a few times, finding it to be ordinary human hair with nothing out of the ordinary. With a sigh of boredom, he let go of her hand. Looking at the other person's expression, which was both aggrieved and filled with anger, he found it somewhat intriguing. Such completely black eyes should theoretically be unable to convey much of the emotional fluctuations that humans can interpret. Yet everyone could clearly see that the white-haired girl was both humiliated and furious, as if she wanted to charge at Lu Hong and bite him, devouring him whole. Lu Hong spoke calmly, "Don't read too much into it. I was just curious about the differences between your species." This girl looked no different from humans, just ordinary. However, Lu Hong knew that this member of the moon god tribe was not as simple as she appeared. Earlier, when he had walked slowly toward the girl, the book of prophecy within him had suddenly begun to violently flip through its pages. Lu Hong, give me this girl. I want this girl. I want her. I must devour her. The prophecy book's intense reaction clearly indicated that this young girl must possess something extraordinary. Lu Hong's expression remained calm on the surface, but his pupils had already contracted slightly, and he was fully focused on every subtle movement of the young girl. He signaled to Mo Tianxiong and the others to release the girl's restraints and take her away. The group then stepped out of the cave. Lu Hong glanced at the time and looked out at the invisible grassland. Take her with us and return to Great Xia. Chapter 130, Want to challenge General Lu's authority? Get past me first. Chapter 130, Want to challenge General Lu's authority? Get past me first. Mo Tianxiong stared at the Phoenix Bay in the distance, his brows furrowed. The void cavern had only been open for 8 hours. However, they had already lingered for at least 6 hours. With only 2 hours remaining, there was no way they could cross Jinman Island in Phoenix Bay and return to the Void Abyss in time. Lu Hong had discerned everyone's thoughts. The system had just rewarded them with 10 void crystals, which came in handy now. Lu Hong took out a void crystal and slowly infused it with his vital energy. He then casually tossed it into the air. The void crystal traced a brilliant trajectory in the sky, gradually transforming into a purple halo. A purple vortex portal appeared before their eyes. Let's go! Lu Hong turned around indifferently. Mo Tianxiong and the others were greatly surprised that Lu Hong still had void crystals. However, they did not say much and immediately entered the passage, eager to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Hong turned his gaze to the moon goddess tribe girl beside him. Her clear eyes had unconsciously filled with fear toward Lu Hong. Feeling Lu Hong's gaze, she instinctively shrunk her neck and lowered her head in fear. Go in! Lu Hong grabbed her by the hand and led her into the void-like hole. After he entered, the purple void vortex slowly contracted and then vanished, leaving the void crystal shattered into dust. In the Great Xia Kingdom, Lu Hong and the others appeared in a square. Qin Honggang immediately stepped forward with a firm stride, bowed deeply, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell, "Young general." The young woman of the moon god tribe witnessed this scene. Seeing Qin Honggang's utmost respect for Lu Hong, coupled with the general reverence everyone had shown him earlier, she couldn't help but feel astonished. This young man seemed to possess extraordinary power and a lofty status, intensifying the fear in her heart. Had she just escaped one danger only to fall into another? Once again, she found herself on enemy territory, her life and death entirely in the hands of others. Heaven, who will save me? The young woman of the moon god tribe sighed deeply in despair. However, she dared not show too much emotion. Lu Hong had no idea what the young girl was thinking. He simply looked around. Lu Xinyan was on the other side, talking with the 9 elders who had just arrived. This was the camp of the Yan army, and the 9 elders seemed to have timed their arrival precisely to conduct an inspection. After all the 9th rank martial artists of their clan were by Lu Hong's side. If anything were to go wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. He asked Qin Honggang, "While I was away, did anything happen in Great Xia?" Qin Honggang replied solemnly, "Nothing has happened, young general." Lu Hong then casually handed the young woman from the moon god tribe to Qin Honggang and instructed, "Keep an eye on her." "I'll handle it." With that, he turned and headed toward where Lu Xinyan and the 9 elders were standing. The old man from the Fong family saw Lu Hong appear and immediately flew into a rage, glaring at him with blazing eyes and shouting, "Lu Hong, you're completely out of control. Do you think you can act however you please just because you're powerful now?" Lu Hong calmly stared back at him, his eyes both serene and tinged with a chilling indifference. The old man from the Fong family was so intimidated by Lu Hong's gaze that his breathing halted. Had it not been for his deep cultivation, he would have trembled uncontrollably. He quickly bowed his head. You, Lu Hong, you killed a 9th-rank martial artist from the Fong family. This is undermining the strength of the entire Great Xia Empire. Lu Hong scoffed coldly, refusing to respond. Instead, Qin Honggang and Mo Tianxiong stepped forward. Lu Xinyan had also just learned that Lu Hong had killed the 9th-rank martial artist from the Fong family upon entering the 10,000 clans territory. Though he felt confusion and helplessness, he would undoubtedly stand firmly by his son. Mo Tianxiong spoke in a solemn tone, "Old Fong, we all witnessed this. It was your Fong family who disobeyed military orders first. Killing him was not unjustified." Qin Honggang, with the aura of a master, slowly released his qi, which seemed to hover around the elderly man of the Fong family. He coldly said, "Fong Lao, I respect you enough to call you Fong Lao. Without that respect, what difference is there between you and an old dog? Within the Yin army, whatever Lu Xiaoshu does, your Fong family has no right to interfere. The Great Xia Empire is no longer a place where your Fong family can do as you please. Get out of here." The old man from the Fong family's face turned extremely grim, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared directly at Lu Hong. However, Qin Honggang had already instinctively stepped forward to block Lu Hong. In Qin Honggang's eyes, Lu Hong was no longer merely the commander of the Yin army or a marshal. He was a ruler capable of controlling the majority of the Great Xia Kingdom's forces. It was no secret that the Yin army had absorbed all the Black Dragon Guards, along with the majority of the Fonglei army from the Yuan clan. At this moment, the Yanzi army controlled at least 1/3 of the Great Xia Kingdom's total strength. Moreover, Lu Hong's personal strength is utterly unimaginable. This so-called Fong Lao no longer has the qualifications to look Lu Hong in the eye. Dare to challenge the authority of General Lu? You'll have to get past me first. Qin Honggang's internal energy, at the Master Realm level, surged violently, like a raging tidal wave, inspiring awe in all who witnessed it. Although Fong Lao is a member of the Nine Elders Council, his Master Realm cultivation is merely the result of relying on his family's resources. He is worlds apart from those who have truly risen through their own strength. If they were to actually fight, he might not be a match for Qin Honggang. After all, Qin Honggang was once one of the 4 great war gods of the Great Xia Kingdom, and his strength was well known to all. Good. Good. You dare, Qin Honggang. You dare, Lu Hong. Fong Lao gritted his teeth, retreating while glaring angrily, his rage burning fiercely in his chest, nearly consuming him entirely. However, he knew deep down that this was not the territory of the Fong family, and even if he returned to the Fong family now, he would have no way to deal with Lu Hong. Whether Lu Hong chose to spare the Fong family's face was entirely up to him. The Fong family no longer had the standing to influence Lu Hong. This had been meant as a test, but he had ended up making such a fool of himself, leaving the Fong family with no face left. Fong Lao could only leave in disgrace. Lu Xinyan witnessed this scene and was deeply shocked by the immense power his son possessed. Even Fong Lao, one of the 9 elders of the Fong family, was berated so humiliatingly and could only leave in disgrace. Lu Hong ignored all this and turned to Lu Xinyan, saying, "Father, you lost all your cultivation to activate the SSS-ranked divine weapon, the Hellfire Staff. Now, the only way to recover quickly is through the Linghang secret realm of the Zheng family. I'll accompany you." Lu Xinyan heard this and muttered to himself, "The Zheng family of Linhang? The Zheng family." Lu Hong's rise to power was now at its peak, and he had amassed such immense power within the borders of the Great Xia Empire. The 9 elder clans were all shaken, with unclear intentions. He didn't know what choice the Zheng family would make. Would they still act the same as before? Moreover, the Zheng family still had that person whom Lu Xinyan did not wish to see. Just as Lu Xinyan was about to refuse, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly rang out from beyond the camp of the Yin army, interrupting his thoughts. "I want to see Lu Xinyan." Chapter 131, The Moon Goddess Tribe Girl, by Xiao. Chapter 131, The Moon Goddess Tribe Girl, by Xiao. "I am Jiang Yan of the Zheng family. I know Lu Xinyan has returned, and I must see him." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, tinged with a hint of brightness and determination. Lu Hong heard this and turned to look at Lu Xinyan, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Old Lu, what is going on here?" Lu Xinyan cleared his throat awkwardly and explained, "Well, with Jiang Yan here, the Zheng family shouldn't stop me from going to get treated. Son, the Yin army is in your hands. Go handle your affairs. Once I've finished treating my injuries, we'll catch up." Lu Hong smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "All right, be careful. Contact me if anything comes up." Lu Xinyan nodded in acknowledgement and then stepped toward the exit of the camp. As soon as he stepped out of the camp, Jiang Yan's voice, tinged with reproach and joy, reached everyone's ears. "Lu Xinyan, you finally came out to see me." Lu Xinyan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Those around them watched silently, the scene both delicate and tinged with a touch of humor. Once Lu Xinyan had left and everything had been settled, Lu Hong turned around and returned to where the Moon Goddess Tribe's young woman was. Qin Honggang had already led her to a quiet little house within the camp and was personally guarding the door. "General Lu." Qin Honggang addressed him with utmost respect. He now addressed Lu Hong directly as General Lu. Although the Yanzi army was originally Lu Xinyan's army, in reality, Lu Hong had already taken full control of the troops. The entire Yanzi army had been revitalized under Lu Hong's leadership, and its exceptional strength had earned the unwavering loyalty of every soldier. You need not wait here, Lu Hong ordered succinctly. Qin Honggang immediately obeyed and left without hesitation. Lu Hong entered the house. There, a white-haired girl from the Moon God tribe sat crouched beside a chair, her arms wrapped around her knees in a slightly helpless posture. Her two jet-black, lustrous eyes were fixed on the floor ahead, and silver-white, crystalline tears occasionally welled up in her eyes. The sound of sobbing could be faintly heard. Upon sensing Lu Hong's sudden entrance, she startled, quickly lowering her legs and sitting up straight, frantically wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, appearing somewhat flustered. "Don't come over here. My clan will come looking for me. Don't come over here." The white-clad girl spoke while unconsciously curling her body, her eyes filled with caution and fear. Lu Hong shook his head gently, his tone calm. "I told you not to be so nervous. I won't harm you." The white-haired girl clung tightly to her body, but despite her tattered clothes failing to conceal the expanse of snow-white skin, Lu Hong paid no heed. "Tell me your name. And what is the situation with your Moon God tribe?" Lu Hong asked in a cold tone. "Aren't you creatures from the 10,000 clans territory?" the white-haired girl asked in confusion. She timidly studied Lu Hong for a long time, noticing that his expression showed no emotion, only coldness and detachment. He didn't seem like someone who harbored any improper intentions toward her. Instead, he reminded her of the powerful elders from her tribe. She bit her lip and gathered her courage to say, "My name is Bai Xiao. Will you let me go back?" Her voice carried a hint of hope and anxiety. "Bai Xiao," Lu Hong murmured her name softly, a faint smile flickering across his face. "If you cooperate, I might consider letting you go." Bai Xiao heard this and felt a surge of excitement, unconsciously clenching her fists, but fearing that her thoughts might be read, she quickly straightened her posture. She studied Lu Hong carefully once more, finding him quite handsome, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that the people here, including this commander, seemed entirely different from the despicable humans in the 10,000 clans territory. This Commander Lu was indeed ruthless and cold-hearted, but he wasn't entirely evil, and he didn't seem wicked. His eyes lacked the repulsive greed and desire she had seen elsewhere. Recalling her experiences in the 10,000 clans territory, Bai Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. The humans there, those called Neon people, were the most disgusting beings in the entire universe. Though they dared not harm him, they would deliberately whip themselves, tearing their clothes to expose their skin, then lift their garments with disgusting expressions and gaze at him with relish. Just thinking about it made Bai Xiao tremble all over. Even the other humans despised the Neon people, which spoke volumes about their depraved nature. After weighing her options, Bai Xiao reluctantly chose to trust the man before her, who was at least 1,000 times better than those Neon people. She spoke slowly. "Our Moon God tribe does not live within the territories of the myriad races, but resides peacefully on Moon God Island. Just as you humans have this territory, we have our own homeland. The Moon God Island is shrouded in eternal night, with the moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight not only grants us power but also opens the gates to cultivation for us. Furthermore, upon reaching adulthood, members of the Moon God tribe can awaken the Moon God's eye. This is our clan's unique gift, containing boundless potential." A hint of sadness flashed in Bai Xiao's eyes. "Precisely because of this, the myriad races covet the power of our Moon God tribe. They seek to convert us into creatures of the other races, invading our bodies to breed the next generation. In doing so, they seek to steal the power of the Moon God's eye." As he spoke, Bai Xiao's eyes welled up again, and tears silently trickled down his cheeks. "They have invaded the moonlit island multiple times, capturing many of my clan members. Even I fell into their clutches. My eldest brother and his wife, my second uncle and his wife, my eldest aunt and her husband, my cousins, my second aunt and her husband." Bai Xiao, overcome with grief, began to count the members of her tragic family on her fingers. Lu Hong was at a loss for words and interrupted her. "Don't talk about these useless things." Bai Xiao shrunk his neck, uttered an "oh," and continued, "I was imprisoned on Jinmon Island not long after. But I know that those disgusting neon-colored creatures aren't just on Jinmon Island, they're scattered throughout many places in the 10,000 clans. They once allied with the 10,000 clans to invade Moonlit Island, and many of my clan members were their test subjects. Jinmon Island is merely one of their bases." Lu Hong finally heard some useful information and felt a bit relieved. However, this information caused his brows to furrow once more. It seems that the Neon Nation secretly siding with the 10,000 clans and betraying humanity is not an isolated case. It appears that the entire Neon Nation has already secretly allied with the 10,000 clans. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. Neon dogs, they truly deserve to die. Since they don't want to be human and are so eager to experiment and become the 10,000 clans, then let's just kill them all and make them reincarnate. Lu Hong felt that Bai Xiao had already revealed enough, and did not disclose any more critical information. He stood up and left, heading toward the 9 elders' assembly. Such important information needed to be shared with the 9 elders, as they also held crucial power within the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if there were some conflicts among them, those were minor issues. In the face of the enemy of the entire human race, they had to put aside their differences. At his current speed, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the 9 elders' assembly with Bai Xiao. At that moment, the 9 elders were already gathered together. Lu Hong immediately noticed Fang Lao's flushed face, which was red with anger. He seemed to be recounting the events that had just occurred to the other elders. Lu Hong ignored Fang Lao's anger and walked straight into the meeting room, choosing a chair at random and sitting down. This scene left everyone present stunned, and they all spoke up in unison. Lu Hong, you. Lu Hong said nothing, raising his hand and gently pressing it down. A powerful surge of qi and blood energy instantly spread out, controlling the entire room. His voice remained calm as he said, "Sit down first." Upon seeing Lu Hong's imposing presence, Xiao Lao's expression grew cold, but he quickly smiled and said, "Everyone, please sit down." "Lu Hong, what is the matter?" Lu Hong scanned the room and spoke slowly. "The Neon Nation has betrayed us and allied with the 10,000 clans." "What?" Chapter 132, From now on, Lu Hong will represent the Lu family and join our 9 elders council. What do you all think? Chapter 132, From now on, Lu Hong will represent the Lu family and join our 9 elders council. What do you all think? Lu Hong's words struck like thunder, instantly plunging the few elderly men present into deep thought. After a long while, Xiao Lao finally snapped back to reality and said in a solemn voice, "We should have anticipated this." He had not expected to harbor even the slightest doubt about Lu Hong's words. Perhaps they already knew that although Lu Hong acted in a domineering manner, he always kept his word and never spoke lightly about matters he was unsure of. The others remained silent, offering no objections. Among them, there were those who deeply despised Lu Hong and feared his style of conduct, but these feelings were undeniably a testament to his capabilities. To put it bluntly, whether they hated him, liked him, or accepted him, everyone had already tacitly acknowledged that Lu Hong was extremely capable. Therefore, everyone was now thinking about what to do next. What should the great Xia do? What should the entire human race do? Mo Lao's expression grew incredibly solemn as he looked at Bai Xiao, the woman standing beside Lu Hong with an odd expression. "Did she tell you?" Lu Hong nodded indifferently and added, "We encountered people from the Neon Kingdom on Jinmon Island. They had teamed up with the 10,000 clans to conduct an experiment, aiming to transform themselves into members of the 10,000 clans. At the same time, they could also convert other races into the 10,000 clans. Then, through reproduction, they could steal the innate abilities of other races and integrate them into their own racial genes. Moreover, the flesh and blood of our human race could be provided to the 10,000 clans as a source of their powerful vital energy. It was a shortcut to enhancing the cultivation of the 10,000 clans." Lu Hong's words once again left the 9 elders speechless with shock. Consuming the flesh and blood of our human race can actually enhance cultivation? An elder from the Lu family muttered to himself before saying, "Earlier, when Lu Wu returned, he mentioned this matter to me. I thought I'd come here first to discuss some matters with you, so I didn't pay much attention to what he said. I never imagined it would be such an important matter." The Lu Wu he referred to was the 9th rank martial artist from the Lu family who had entered the 10,000 clans territory alongside Lu Hong. He had not shown any special abilities before, except for his fear of death. It seems the Neon people have secretly relocated all their forces to the 10,000 clans territory, leaving only decoys here. Lu Hong remained non-committal. The meeting room was so quiet that only breathing could be heard, the atmosphere unusually oppressive. The human race had not yet been defeated, and there were not even many signs of defeat, yet traitors had already emerged within their ranks. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to human morale. "Damn neon dogs, you bastards!" Lu Lao suddenly cursed. "I knew those neon dogs weren't good for anything. They're a disgrace to our human race. Perhaps the other races are mocking us behind our backs, calling us weak and cowardly. It's infuriating. Damn it, we should send troops to wipe out Neon Island and make them pay the price." Lu Hong remained silent, his gaze turning to Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao held the entire power of the Xia family in his hands. The Shadow Corps, the most mysterious and powerful unit in Xia Nation, was under his command. Lu Hong was still unsure of the true strength of the Shadow Corps. All he knew was that Xia Dingxian had relied on this force to remain the leader of the 9 elders. Currently, 2/3 of the Great Xia's forces were under the control of the 9 Elders Council. The council's courage to confront Lu Hong likely stemmed from this elderly figure. With the Yuan clan's betrayal and the death of the Qin clan's elder at Lu Hong's hands, the 4 strongest armies of the Great Xia, the Yin Army, the Black Dragon Guard, the Wind and Thunder Army, and the Mo family army have been reduced to just the Yin Army and the Mo family army. The Yin Army, under his command, has even absorbed the Black Dragon Guard and most of the Wind and Thunder Army. Lu Hong's strength has nearly reached the peak of the Great Xia Empire. However, even so, Lu Hong's power accounts for only 1/3 of the Great Xia Empire. This clearly demonstrates the immense strength of Xiao Lao. Fortunately, the old master of the Xia clan is not as foolish as that of the Fang clan. In the meeting room, Lu Hong remained silent, while the other elders harshly condemned Neon's betrayal and the changes within the Yuan family. After a long while, Xia Dingxian finally spoke. "Enough, everyone. There is no need to act hastily and risk alerting the enemy. Since we have already uncovered Neon's plot, we are in the open while they are in the shadows. We have plenty of time to make our moves. For now, everyone should remain vigilant of Neon's movements. This might just be our chance to strike back." Once I've prepared everything and the time is right, we'll retake Neon Island in one fell swoop. As Xia Dingqian finished speaking, Emo Quan, the elderly Emo, nodded in agreement. Old Xia is right. Let's handle this matter for now. Then he turned to Lu Hong and nodded, saying, this information is extremely important. Lu Hong, you have done a great service for the human race. Without this information, we might suffer a major setback in the future. Lu Hong smiled indifferently. I am also a member of the Great Xia Kingdom. It is only my duty. Xia Dingqian watched him silently, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Everyone, the forces now under Lu Hong's control have become an important power that the Great Xia Kingdom cannot ignore. From Lu Jinyan to Lu Hong, the Lu family's contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom are evident to all, and even surpass those of some among us. I propose that from now on, Lu Hong should represent the Lu family and join our 9 Elders Council. From now on, we will work together to maintain the peace of the Great Xia Kingdom and resist the invasion of the 10,000 tribes. What do you all think? As Xia Dingqian finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a state of shock. Everyone was speechless, unable to utter a word. Lu Hong's eyes flickered with surprise, but after a moment, he seemed to think of something. He curved his lips into a faint smile, making no response, and simply looked at the other elders in silence. Emo Quan was the first to break the silence, raising his hand without hesitation to express his approval. I agree. The 2 elders from the Lu and Wang families, seeing that both Xia Dingqian and Emo Quan had agreed, hesitated briefly before also raising their hands in agreement. The 2 elders from the Zhang and Zhou families exchanged a wry smile, then reluctantly raised their hands as well. Their 2 families had always been in a relatively weak position within the 9 Elders Council, often merely filling the numbers. Since Emo Yu and Xia Dingqian had both agreed, and the other 2 families had also agreed, they naturally followed suit, lest they become targets of Lu Hong's retaliation in the future. Now that Emo Yu and Xia Dingqian had clearly stated their positions, and the other 2 families had also agreed, they naturally did not want to become the target of everyone's criticism in the future, lest they suffer Lu Hong's suppression. After all, even though Lu Hong had not officially joined the 9 Elders Council, his power was already on par with the 9 Elders families, and perhaps even stronger. With such a vote count, even if Fang Tianwu of the Fang family remained silent, the outcome was already set in stone. Fang Tianwu had no choice but to raise his hand. He fully understood that he had become Lu Hong's primary target at this moment, and it was better to go with the flow than to resist. Since that is the case, Lu Hong will henceforth be a member of the 9 Elders Council, and the Lu family will be one of the 9 Elder Clans. Lu Hong watched everything silently, then stood up and gave a faint smile to everyone present. Chapter 133, The 5 Flame Dragon Guards. Chapter 133, The 5 Flame Dragon Guards. Lu Hong's joining the 9 Elders Council of the Great Xia Kingdom was naturally a good thing. Many things can now be done with proper authority. Especially when handling matters related to the Yan army, he will be able to handle them with ease. Since that's the case, let's adjourn the meeting. If Lu Hong has any important matters in the future, I will have someone notify you. Xia Dingqian spoke solemnly before standing up and walking away. Lu Hong said nothing more and left the 9 Elders Council with Bai Xiao. Lu Hong instructed Qin Honggang to find a few people to keep an eye on her, without restricting her freedom too much, but also ensuring she wasn't allowed to roam freely. As for himself, he threw himself fully into the reorganization of the Yanzi army. Currently, Lu Jinyan had gone to the Zhang family for medical treatment. Whether it was for treatment or to catch up with Zhang Yan of the Zhang family, Lu Hong didn't bother to get involved. The Yanzi army was actually in a state of chaos at the moment. After consecutively absorbing the Black Dragon Guard and the Wind and Thunder army, the Yanzi army appeared to be expanding rapidly and growing fat on their conquests. However, there is a sense of superficial growth. Qin Honggang, though possessing the strength of a master, can suppress and manage the Yanzi army, but he lacks the necessary skills in management. Furthermore, after absorbing the Black Dragon Guard and the Wind and Thunder army, he failed to implement effective integration in a timely manner. As a result, the Yanzi army, the Black Dragon Guard, and the Fenglai army are all mixed together within the military ranks. As a result, some soldiers do not even recognize each other, and some still harbor old grudges from their previous affiliations. The former hostility persists, and soldiers often take pride in their original factions, refusing to back down during arguments and using harsh words. Sometimes, when 2 sides argue, they will curse each other, saying things like, "Your Yanzi army is this and that," or "My Black Dragon Guard is this and that," or "We defeated you back then." Within the military, conflicts are easy to breed, and if not handled properly, combat effectiveness can be severely compromised, even reduced to less than a tenth of its original strength. Lu Hong did not blame Qin Honggang for this. After all, no one is perfect. Moreover, he currently lacked capable assistance. Upon arriving at the camp, Lu Hong first inquired about the specific situation of the Yanzi army. Currently, under his command, there was only Qin Honggang, a master-level warrior, who occasionally took charge of the entire army in his absence. Then there was Lu Anming, the deputy commander of the Yanzi army. The deputy general of the Fenglai army, Yuan Qiu. However, they are all merely 8th-rank martial artists. These 3 are currently overseeing the soldiers from their respective former armies. This arrangement clearly indicates that the various armies have not yet truly integrated into the Yanzi army. This situation is unacceptable. How can an army fly 3 different flags? Moreover, the number of deputy generals is far too few, and there is a severe shortage of talent. Lu Hong immediately decided to recruit 5 more deputy generals. Although the selection criteria for the Yanzi army are extremely stringent, the Great Xia Kingdom is brimming with talent, so recruiting 5 powerful deputy generals is no easy feat. Moreover, the Lu family was in the early stages of its rise, making it an ideal choice for those seeking a powerful patron. After all, joining an emerging family means having the opportunity to achieve great deeds by following a rising power. This was something that shrewd individuals would naturally discern. Additionally, he had previously promised Wang that he would make him his deputy general. Now that 3 months have passed and Wang has returned to the Yanzi army, it is time to put this matter into action. Assemble the entire army. Lu Hong ordered Qin Hong. The order was swiftly transmitted, and soon, the entire Yanzi army was fully armed and assembled in the square. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lu Hong slowly ascended the review platform, his calm eyes radiating boundless authority as he quietly surveyed the crowd below. At this sight, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Impressive. On the left were the fiery red battle robes of the Yanzi army, in the center were the pitch-black armor of the Black Dragon Guards, and on the right were the blue-purple armor of the Fonlei army. This didn't look like a well-trained, disciplined, and powerful army at all. To outsiders, they might mistake them for a ragtag militia. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, his voice cold and resolute. From this day forward, the Yanzi army shall be officially renamed the Wuyan Longwei. All former members of the Yanzi army shall be renamed the Qiyan Longwei, and all soldiers must wear the Red Dragon Army uniforms. The former Black Dragon Guard unit is now renamed the Black Flame Dragon Guard, and all soldiers must change into Black Dragon Army uniforms. The original Fonlei Guard units shall be renamed the Qingyan Longwei, and all soldiers shall wear Qinglong military uniforms. From this moment onward, the 3 armies must train together without cease. You are all members of the 5 Flaming Dragon Guards, and you will frequently fight side by side in the future. You must be comrades in arms who can entrust your lives to one another. Any further acts of provocation or disturbance will be met with strict military punishment without mercy. Lu Hong's words echoed throughout the camp, and for a moment, a faint stir arose within the garrison. However, Lu Hong's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a knife, and a surge of blood energy erupted, instantly enveloping the entire area. Everyone looked up at Lu Hong in terror, not daring to utter a single word. My orders are as firm as mountains. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Lu Hong's voice was as cold as a winter wind, causing everyone's hearts to tighten, and no one dared to relax even slightly. Lu Hong then announced several key appointments. Qin Honggang is hereby reappointed as Deputy Commander of the Crimson Flame Dragon Guards. Lu Anming is appointed as Deputy Commander of the Qingyan Dragon Guard. Yuan Qiu is appointed as Deputy Commander of the Black Flame Dragon Guard. As he spoke, Lu Hong looked down at the ranks and barked, Wang, step forward. Wang, upon hearing this, curled the corners of his mouth into a confident smile and strode out of the ranks with swift steps. He felt no need for modesty in the military, strength was the ultimate proof. At that moment, his blood and qi surged through his body like a raging river. Though not as vast as Lu Hong's, it still demonstrated the terrifying power of an 8th-rank martial artist. In just a few short months, he had risen from a 6th-rank martial artist to an 8th rank, a pace of improvement that was truly astonishing. Lu Hong nodded approvingly and announced, from today onwards, the 5 Flame Dragon Guards will issue a recruitment order to the outside world. All martial artists who have reached the 8th rank may come forward to join the 5 Flame Dragon Guards and participate in the assessment for the rank of Deputy General. Only 5 spots are available. Wang, this is the opportunity I'm giving you. Fellow warriors, if you have suitable candidates in your families, please feel free to recommend them. The 5 Flame Dragon Guards welcome all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the camp erupted in waves of excitement. This was undoubtedly a shortcut to promotion, and no one could remain unmoved. Commander, if we reach the 8th rank before the recruitment period ends, can we also apply? Some 7th rank martial artists eagerly shouted out their questions. Lu Hong smiled slightly and gave an affirmative response, of course you can. Everyone has an opportunity. As long as you pass the assessment, I will personally confer the rank of Deputy General upon you. At these words, cheers erupted throughout the camp. The previous sense of despair brought on by the reorganization vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of determination and enthusiasm. Deputy General. That's the Deputy General of the Yanzi Army. No, not the Yanzi Army, the 5 Flaming Dragon Guards. The 5 Flame Dragon Guards are currently the strongest force in the Great Xia Kingdom. If I can become a Deputy General of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards, wouldn't I be second only to the commander and above everyone else? I've been an 8th rank martial artist for years. This opportunity was made just for me. Lu Hong watched the scene unfold with a smile, then said, dismissed. Begin training. 134, Chapter 134, Deputy Commander of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards Examination. Chapter 134, The Deputy Commander Assessment of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards. The recruitment of deputy captains for the 5 Flame Dragon Guards was proceeding smoothly. Suddenly, a faint commotion could be heard outside the military camp. "Commander, several young men wish to see you. They claim to be your old acquaintances." A guard hurried to Lu Hong's side and reported respectfully. "Old acquaintances?" Lu Hong raised his eyebrows slightly and cast his gaze toward the camp gates. Several figures came into view and he spoke calmly, "Have them come in." Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, already recognizing several familiar figures. Moments later, the soldiers brought the group from outside the camp into the main hall. They were Lu Hong's former comrades in arms, Mo Qilin, Zhou Ruoxue, and Sui. Upon hearing that Lu Hong was recruiting deputy generals for the 5 Flame Dragon Guards, they had rushed over to offer their services. Upon seeing them, Lu Hong was initially surprised, but soon a faint smile curved his lips. "Brother Lu, I never expected that after such a short time apart, you've already become our unattainable commander." Mo Qilin tiptoed over to Lu Hong's side and teased him playfully. The other two, however, were not as overly familiar as Mo Qilin and simply stood quietly by the side. Lu Hong didn't have a bad impression of Mo Qilin. On the contrary, Mo Qilin had helped him a lot in the past with the support of the Mo family. Lu Hong smiled and said, "I didn't expect you all to arrive so quickly." "What? Are you also interested in me as your deputy commander?" Mo Qilin nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course. Lu Gu, I've always said I'd follow in your footsteps. Now that this opportunity has come, I naturally must stand behind you once again." Mo Qilin smiled playfully. "What? General Lu wouldn't possibly be unwelcoming to our arrival, would he?" Lu Hong shook his head gently, his smile unchanged. "Since you've decided to join the 5 Flaming Dragon Guards, submit your application forms, and you can participate in the deputy commander selection. Military evaluations will begin today and be held daily. You may participate in the deputy commander evaluations at any time." He swept his gaze over the 3 of them and said seriously, "Although you are my old acquaintances, the selection process will be fair and impartial. I will not show favoritism." Zhou Ruoxue playfully shrugged her shoulders. "Of course not. We're not here to take shortcuts. Marshal Lu, feel free to test us. We're here to compete for the deputy commander position fairly." Sui crossed his arms and spoke firmly, "General Lu, we will never use personal connections to secure positions." As they spoke, the 3 of them simultaneously released a heart-stopping aura of martial energy. All 3 had reached the 8th rank martial artist realm, shocking the entire crowd and sparking a chorus of amazed exclamations. "What do you think, General Lu? We're not joking around." Zhou Ruoxue spoke calmly. Lu Hong's eyes flickered with surprise, then he slowly nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. He never expected that they had grown so quickly. In such a short time, they had also reached the ranks of 8th-tier martial artists. Their progress was truly astonishing. Mo Qilin continued, "Lu Gu, you've made such rapid progress. How could we lag behind? The 3 of us have been venturing into various secret realms, sparing no effort to absorb their power, all to catch up with you." Zhou Ruoxue tilted her head back, squinting her eyes and smiling. "We haven't been holding you back, have we?" Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh aloud. "Good, indeed not." The speed of their growth was so astonishing that even he was left in awe. Sui sighed wryly, "Mo Qilin and Zhou Ruoxue are constantly keeping tabs on your news. Every time they hear about your incredible feats, they go crazy with their training, willing to risk their lives to catch up with you, and they even drag me along." Lu Hong nodded solemnly. He was well aware of his extraordinary talent and the rapid growth of his strength. The efforts and sacrifices Zhou Ruoxue and the others had made to catch up with him were unimaginable. At that moment, Lu Hong's gaze inadvertently fell upon Sui. Because he remembered Suyi's unique talent. SSS tier talent, Moon God's Eye. He hadn't fully understood it before, but after Bai Zhao's detailed explanations about the Moon God tribe, now he knew that Suyi's eyes must possess a terrifying energy that no one could resist. Lu Hong didn't dwell on these thoughts. Instead, he ordered Qin Honggang, who was following closely behind, prepare the assessment for the deputy commander of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards immediately. Also, notify Wang to come and participate in the assessment. Qin Honggang, upon hearing this, immediately obeyed and set about arranging everything. The assessment began in the most direct manner, a grand tournament on the central square of the military camp, under the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers. The purpose was to recruit talented individuals. Anyone with ambition could sign up to participate, showcase their skills, and determine the true strongest. The arena competition, as a classic method of talent selection in the military camp, had obvious advantages. First, it allowed the strength of the selected individuals to be fully demonstrated, establishing their authority and setting an example for the soldiers. Second, through fair competition, the victors earned the respect and trust of the soldiers through their absolute strength, something no words could replace. Third, the competition greatly stimulated the soldiers' fighting spirit and enthusiasm, creating a positive and upward-looking atmosphere in the military camp. As the arena was quickly set up, numerous soldiers rushed to sign up. Even those in the midst of training couldn't help but glance over with interest. Mo Qilin, Zhou Ruoxue, and Sui were naturally eager to participate, preparing to showcase their skills on the stage. Lu Hong stood on the high platform, watching the matches with a relaxed expression. Though the assessment was somewhat rushed, the large number of participants demonstrated the hidden talents within the camp, with many soldiers who had previously gone unnoticed now seizing the opportunity to shine. In the sixth match, Mo Qilin faced a seasoned battlefield veteran. Though the veteran had extensive combat experience, his innate talent was lacking, merely AB rank. After a prolonged battle, the veteran ultimately fell to Mo Qilin. Zhou Ruoxue and Sui exchanged glances and smiled, while Lu Hong nodded in approval, acknowledging Mo Qilin's strength. Mo Qilin's ability to defeat such a veteran clearly demonstrated that he was not merely relying on his cultivation, his practical combat skills were also well developed. Next, Zhou Ruoxue, despite being a woman, demonstrated astonishing talent and strength, easily defeating a veteran Black Dragon Guard and earning the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Sui also acted swiftly and decisively, ending the battle quickly without even activating his Moon God's Eye. The three of them demonstrated such overwhelming strength that the soldiers were completely convinced of their superiority. Then, Wang Hu appeared, wielding a blood-red greatsword. Each step he took seemed capable of shattering the ground, causing the surrounding air to tremble. His opponent was a similarly muscular soldier, clearly a warrior who had undergone rigorous training. However, in Wang Hu's presence, he seemed somewhat outmatched. "Come on!" Wang Hu roared, his voice thunderous, causing the soldiers around the stage to tremble. He moved like a mountain tiger, charging toward his opponent in an instant. The crimson greatsword sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail and whistling through the wind, aiming straight for his opponent's vital points. His opponent was no slouch either. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaping backward, while his fists flew in rapid succession, attempting to block Wang Hu's attack with a barrage of punches. However, Wang Hu's sword techniques were like a storm, each strike precise and deadly, leaving his opponent unable to defend. With a thunderous crash, Wang Hu's blade finally broke through the opponent's defenses, striking heavily against their armor. The armor shattered instantly, and the soldier on the other side was sent flying backward by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. But Wang Hu did not stop there. His figure moved like a shadow, charging toward his opponent once more. His great sword swung wildly, creating a whirlwind of blade shadows that enveloped his opponent. The enemy soldiers attempted to counterattack, but under Wang Hu's overwhelming assault, their efforts seemed futile. His ferocious and explosive fighting style forced his opponents to retreat steadily, while the soldiers watched with blood boiling, shouting encouragement. In truth, Wang Hu's overall strength was slightly inferior to that of Mo Qilin and his two companions, but his fighting style perfectly suited the soldiers' tastes. After the battle, Wang Hu stood tall on the stage, holding his great sword aloft, his eyes brimming with confidence and pride. The soldiers cheered and clapped for him, some even moved to tears. Wang Hu was originally just an ordinary soldier in the Yan army, having awakened an ordinary B-rank talent. In Wang Hu, they saw reflections of themselves. They believed that one day, they too could stand on that stage like Wang Hu. His growth story was highly inspiring, a classic example of an ordinary person rising to prominence through hard work. But the most surprising revelation was Old Guo, who had always served as a cook in the Yanzi army. This unassuming veteran soldier possessed the terrifying strength of a ninth-rank martial artist. When he unleashed a tidal wave of energy on the stage, his opponent was completely stunned and surrendered without a word. The other soldiers were equally shocked. The unassuming cook, Old Guo, was actually a terrifying ninth-rank martial artist? However, no one noticed that as Old Guo celebrated his victory, he glanced at Lu Hong on the high platform, his eyes flashing with a cold, ruthless glint. End of this chapter. 135, Chapter 135, Remember, the one who killed you is Guo Fuyin. Chapter 135, Remember, the one who killed you is Guo Fuyin. Lu Hong, standing on the high platform, did not pay much attention to Lao Guo's hidden strength, but he was slightly puzzled by the unexpected turn of events. If Old Guo truly possessed such profound cultivation, why had he never shown the slightest hint of his true strength in everyday life? This was highly suspicious. However, since the arena was currently hosting a grand martial arts competition, Lu Hong showed no reaction, merely smiling and clapping to express his admiration for the contestants. The competition progressed swiftly, with each match igniting the soldiers' passion and fighting spirit. They were captivated by the action, secretly competing with one another in their hearts, longing for the day when they too could stand on that glorious stage. Wang Hu, with his wild and unrestrained, ferocious fighting style, won the fervent admiration of the majority of the soldiers, becoming their idol and goal. This scene was precisely the outcome Lu Hong had hoped for. This is why ancient nobles or ruling elites occasionally chose to elevate a few commoners or ordinary people to the status of generals, merchants, or officials. Such actions could enhance stability among the lower classes while also igniting their passion for relentless striving and selfless dedication. The cost was merely a few insignificant titles, some wealth, or even just a few words of encouragement. It was highly effective. If Wang Hu had been directly appointed as deputy general earlier, the soldiers might have had reservations. After undergoing the rigorous practical examinations, everyone now holds Wang Hu in the highest regard. Lu Hong announced loudly, from today onwards, Wang Hu will be one of the deputy generals of the Crimson Flame Dragon Guard. Shortly after, Mo Qilin, Zhou Ruoxue, and Sui also emerged victorious as expected. Lu Hong then announced one by one that the three had become deputy generals of the Qingyan Dragon Guards. As the former troops of the Yuan family, although they had been successfully incorporated into Lu Hong's forces, he had always been uneasy about them and wanted to find a few trusted confidants to manage this unit. The arrival of Mo Qilin and the others had perfectly fulfilled his plan, allowing him to assign them all to the Qingyan Dragon Guards. With this arrangement, the Crimson Flame Dragon Guards were composed of his own men. Although he had previously assigned Yuan Xiu and Qin Honggang to oversee them, now that Wang Hu had been sent there, the three could effectively monitor each other. Wang Hu would keep an eye on the two, particularly Yuan Xiu, allowing him to rest assured. With Mo Qilin and the others in the Qingyan Dragon Guard, it can now expand and develop with confidence, potentially becoming a force as powerful as the Qingyan Dragon Guard in the future. The Black Flame Dragon Guard had already been thoroughly indoctrinated by Qin Honggang and could be trusted. Additionally, Luan Min, the former deputy commander of the Yin army, had been transferred there, so there was no cause for concern. With Lu Hong's strategic moves, he can now be said to have complete control over the entire 5 Flame Dragon Guards. No one can escape his absolute control over any unit of the Dragon Guard. It wouldn't be long before these individuals would fully integrate into the 5 Flame Dragon Guards, becoming true members of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards. After Lu Hong had made all the necessary arrangements, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred on the scene. The old man named Gua, who had earlier demonstrated the formidable strength of a 9th-rank martial artist, suddenly stood tall and straight, his gaze piercing like flames, fixated on Lu Hong on the high platform. "Lu Hong, I had no intention of using my old limbs. But since you intend to replace Lu Jingyan and become my commander, you must earn my full respect. I will fight you." Old Gua stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, his eyes sparkling with a challenging glow. The surging chi of a 9th-rank martial artist coursed through his body, as if he could unleash earth-shaking power at any moment. This scene left everyone present speechless, murmuring in astonishment. Is Old Gua challenging Commander Lu? Where did he get the nerve? Who gave him such courage? Doesn't he know the commander's strength? Does he really not know the commander's strength? Does he really think the commander is just an ordinary 8th-rank martial artist? Impossible. How could he not have heard of him? Although the commander is only an 8th-rank martial artist, he has already defeated masters of the Grandmaster realm. We all saw it with our own eyes. On the high platform, Lu Hong's face flashed a hint of surprise before being replaced by a subtle smile. At that moment, the Deputy General Luan Min quietly leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. After hearing Luan Min's words, Lu Hong's gaze once again fell on Lao Gua, and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Old Gua continued his provocation. "Are you afraid?" Ding! Divine Tier Choice System triggered. Option 1, reject the challenge from the veteran of the Yin army, affirm your stance, and your soldiers will not look down on you. Reward, host receives an S-rank talent, Turtle Hiding Divine Art. Option 2, you already know the other party's intentions. Refuse them now, then ambush and kill them in the dead of night to eliminate future threats. Reward, host receives S-rank equipment, Dark Root. Option 3, enter forcefully and crush any enemy daring to challenge you with overwhelming power. Reward, SSS rank item, Rebellious Heart. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the two options before him, but they clearly did not align with his style of conduct. Then, Lu Hong leaped lightly, landing steadily at the center of the stage. With a smile tinged with mockery, he looked down at Lao Gua. "Lao Gua, you're here to seek revenge on me, aren't you? Lu Jinyan's so-called sons couldn't even figure out their own place. They deserve to die." Old Gua's expression flickered upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his resolve, his gaze no longer hiding any emotion. He had been one of the first to join the Yanzi army, witnessing countless storms. At the time, the Yen army was small, and everyone was busy fighting. No one paid him much attention, only knowing him as Old Gua. No one had ever called him by his real name, Gua Fuyin. Only Lu Jinyan's adopted sons, Lu Yang, Lu Yuan, and a few others shared a deep bond with him. Recalling the past, Old Gua's emotions suddenly surged, and he shouted at Lu Hong with a trembling voice. Even if Lu Yang, Lu Yuan, and the others were deserving of death, even if they committed countless mistakes, they once made tremendous contributions to the Great Xia and the Yanzi army. They should have died on the battlefield against the 10,000 tribes, not at your hands. You will pay for this. Remember, the one who killed you is Gua Fuyin. Lu Hong listened quietly, his hands behind his back, a cold smile appearing on his face. In this chaotic world, the weak are destined to be eliminated. That is the way of heaven. It wasn't them who were supposed to die back then, it was me. If I don't kill them, am I supposed to give my life to them? The crowd on the sidelines was stunned beyond belief. They never expected Old Gua to come here for Lu Yong and the others, seeking revenge against Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong possessed the strength of a master-level martial artist, while Old Gua was merely a 9th-rank warrior. What possible backup did he have to dare challenge Lu Hong? Was it really just for the sake of a code of honor that he was willing to risk his life? Lu Hong remained calm and composed, waiting for Lao Gua to make his move, showing no hurry to act. Old Gua, too, appeared composed and unhurried, slowly drawing the dagger at his waist. This sword emitted a subdued glow, unlike the dazzling brilliance of ordinary mystical iron. Instead, it radiated a deep, icy light that seemed to pierce the heart, sending a chill down one's spine. Is this the long-lost SSS rank divine weapon, the 7-star sword? People stared in awe for a moment before finally exclaiming in shock. Instantly, the entire arena erupted into chaos, with whispers and shouts filling the air. Old Gua had actually brought out an SSS grade divine weapon. Was this his trump card? Chapter 136, Awakening this 7-star treasure blade I've endured. Chapter 136, Awakening this 7-star treasure blade, I've endured countless hardships. How could I possibly lose? The 7-star sword is a legendary SSS rank divine weapon of immense power. This divine weapon had been lost for years. Who would have thought it would appear in Old Gua's hands now? Everyone present was left speechless, marveling at the sight. Old Gua actually has the 7-star sword? His backup plan was hidden way too well. It's simply unbelievable that such an SSS rank divine weapon could be in Old Gua's hands. And look at the aura emanating from the 7-star sword, it's terrifying. This isn't just an ordinary SSS rank divine weapon. No wonder Old Gua dared to challenge General Liu. It all makes sense now. Lu Hong also furrowed his brows, his face filled with astonishment. At that moment, Old Gua was acting with utter arrogance. He laughed coldly, lifting his head to look at Lu Hong, as if he had already defeated him and held the upper hand. Lu Hong, do you think this is over? Old Gua spoke again. Before his words had even finished, the aura around him suddenly changed, and he instantly became incredibly powerful. His vital energy surged like a tidal wave, propelling him from a 9th-rank martial artist to the realm of a master. Using his overwhelming chi and blood energy, he soared into the air, hovering at the same height as Lu Hong, his aura as majestic as a rainbow. Those around them were utterly shocked, murmuring in disbelief. What? He still has a trump card. This is too unbelievable. I thought the 7-star sword was Old Gua's final move, but he actually has such terrifying cultivation. He's actually a Grandmaster-level martial artist. Old Gua has been hiding his true strength way too well. At the Grandmaster realm, he's been hiding in the military camp all this time, never revealing his true strength. This world is truly too deep. I used to think Old Gua was just an easy target, always getting bullied in the military camp, never standing up for himself. We're doomed. I even insulted Old Gua before. Now we're in big trouble. Master-level cultivation, plus an SSS grade 7-star sword with such power, who could possibly be his match? I never expected this. Old Gua is so cunning and treacherous. He must have been hiding all this time just for today. Heaven, Old Gua, I only said a few words offhand. Please forgive me. Don't hold it against me. I was wrong. I'll never look down on anyone again. I'll be kind and considerate to everyone, and I'll face everyone with a generous and compassionate heart. I'll never mock or insult anyone again, and I'll never dare to look down on anyone. Heaven, I'll definitely be a good person from now on. I'll never act like an idiot again. Although some soldiers were shocked by Old Gua's demonstrated strength and secretly feared he might seek revenge on them, the vast majority remained firmly loyal to Lu Hong. Even if Old Gua has reached the master level, so what? Didn't General Liu once slay a master-level warrior in battle? What is there to fear from a single master-level warrior? That's right. SSS rank divine weapons. Does Old Gua really have the only ones? General Liu has them too. General Liu has never been defeated. He must be able to do it. Within the military camp, people were discussing the matter heatedly, their emotions fluctuating wildly. Some were filled with fear, others had fallen into despair, some remained confident that Lu Hong might not lose, while others declared that Lu Hong's chances were slim this time. Old Gua's sudden appearance caused the entire military camp to erupt in chaos. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping across the entire army like a blazing flame. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Silence! Anyone who dares to move will be punished according to military law without mercy." In an instant, the camp fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Though many harbored doubts about Lu Hong's chances of victory, there was no denying that he was the supreme commander holding the power of life and death, with strength that was impossible to gauge. Lu Hong's prestige was not to be underestimated. Lu Hong turned around swiftly, drew the SSS-ranked Hellfire Staff, and curled his lips into a cold smile. He said to Lao Gua, "Do you really think you're the only one in the world who possesses an SSS-ranked divine weapon?" Old Gua's gaze fell on the Hellfire Staff in Lu Hong's hand, its aura extraordinary, and his expression changed slightly. But he quickly burst into laughter. So you also have an SSS-ranked divine weapon in your hands? Ha, Lu Hong, you foolish fool. Even among SSS-ranked divine weapons, there are significant differences. Even if you hold a divine weapon, what can you do? Could it possibly be more powerful than the legendary 7-star sword? Moreover, you might not even know this. SSS-ranked divine weapons can only unleash their full divine might after being fully awakened. And you probably don't even know how to activate a divine weapon. To awaken the 7-star treasure sword, I endured countless hardships and exhausted every effort. Do you think I've been hiding my true strength all these years, staying in the Yin army as a cook for nothing? It was precisely to unlock the full power of this 7-star sword. Decades of time have passed. How could I possibly lose today? As Lao Guo spoke, the 7-star treasure sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling 7-star divine light, its brilliance radiating outward and illuminating the vast space around him, making it impossible to look directly at it. A sharp, piercing aura spread out, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart by this force, leaving behind terrifying cracks. The crowd panicked once more, retreating backward in fear, their dread of Old Guo's power growing even stronger. Under the overwhelming power of the activated SSS-ranked divine weapon, many were forced to kneel on the ground, unable to move, their faces etched with terror and helplessness. Everyone looked terrified and began to speak out. Is this the power of an SSS-ranked divine weapon? It's truly terrifying. So SSS-ranked divine weapons need to be activated? General Lu's divine weapon didn't seem to display such astonishing power. Is this the difference between SSS-ranked divine weapons that Old Guo mentioned? This power is too terrifying. Even General Lu might not be able to withstand it. What kind of power is this? It's way too terrifying. However, amidst the chaos and whispers of fear, Lu Hong's face showed no signs of panic. Instead, a faint cold smile lingered on his lips. This caused Old Guo's heart to tighten unconsciously, a sense of unease welling up within him, as he felt that things were not going as smoothly as he had anticipated. Could Lu Hong have some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Lao Guo's heart sank. Hidden tricks. Oomph. No matter what tricks he has up his sleeve, they're useless against absolute power. To be on the safe side, Old Guo dared not delay any further. He firmly believed that his 7-star sword was unmatched under heaven, with master-level cultivation and an SSS-grade divine weapon. As long as he acted swiftly and decisively, he could slay Lu Hong under his blade, and no unexpected complications would arise. Old Guo's eyes suddenly filled with intense murderous intent. He gripped the 7-star sword tightly, and multicolored light gathered around his body, forming blinding sword beams that sent shivers down the spine. Without hesitation, he raised his long sword and swung it down with the force of a thunderclap, aiming directly at Lu Hong. The blade gleamed like a dragon, and its momentum was as mighty as a rainbow. 137, Chapter 137, even at the brink of death, he can still drop gold coins. Chapter 137, even at the brink of death, gold coins still explode. With this strike, Old Guo had pushed his own strength to its absolute limit, fully awakening the latent power of the 7-star treasure blade and propelling it to an unprecedented peak. The energy of his blood and chi surged like a river, flowing endlessly into the treasure sword, unleashing blinding sword light and sword chi that shook the heavens. They resembled an endless ocean, sweeping across the surroundings, causing the air to freeze, with every breath becoming as sharp as a blade, cutting through everything in its path. Behind Lao Guo, a blue silhouette flickered into view. It too held the 7-star treasure blade, wielding power capable of shaking the heavens and earth, pointing directly at Lu Hong. A fierce strike slices through the void. This is the true essence of the 7-star sword. The complete power of the sword spirit. With this strike, Lu Hong has no chance of survival. However, just as the vast multicolored light engulfed Lu Hong, and everyone thought everything was settled. In the blink of an eye, a dark red, viscous flame, resembling the flames of hell, erupted violently from within the brilliant light. Its ferocity was like molten lava erupting from the depths of a chasm, carrying terrifying heat capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. This force seemed like a ferocious beast from the deepest depths of hell, descending like an unshakable, terrifying volcano. Under the pressure of this force, even the brilliance of the 7-star treasure sword paled in comparison. What? Old Guo stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could the power of his 7-star treasure sword be suppressed? How is this possible? The 7-star divine sword is a fully activated SSS-ranked divine weapon. How could it lose? As all the light faded away, Old Guo fixed his gaze on Lu Hong, whose figure was gradually taking shape. Especially when he saw the hellfire staff in Lu Hong's hand, burning with terrifying hellish flames, and the hellish lava flowing down it, as if it had gathered the deepest, most terrifying, and most violent power in the world. Every breath felt like whispers from the abyss, causing Old Guo's soul to tremble involuntarily. His breathing grew heavy and rapid, as if even the molecules in the air were trembling in response. Your divine weapon has also activated its full power. He couldn't bring himself to believe it, yet he had no choice but to accept it. Lu Hong also possessed power capable of shaking the heavens and earth. All his years of endurance and planning had been to unleash the full power of the 7-star treasure sword and refine his master-level chi and blood to their peak. To ensure he held an absolute advantage in this showdown and guarantee Lu Hong's defeat. However, the strength Lu Hong had demonstrated far exceeded his expectations. But now that things had come to this, Lao Guo showed no signs of backing down. He knew that once he had made his move, there was no turning back. Although Lu Hong also possessed a fully awakened SSS-ranked divine weapon, Old Guo had not lost confidence. After all, he was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, while Lu Hong was merely an 8th-tier martial artist. The gap between them should have been more than enough to give him the upper hand. At that moment, Old Guo's eyes were as cold as ice. He once again channeled his surging vital energy into the 7-star divine sword, causing it to glow brilliantly and reach a power level unprecedented in its history. Lu Hong, your strength is precisely why you must die. If you are not eliminated today, you will become a great threat in the future. Old Guo's voice was as cold as the biting wind, every word dripping with resolve and murderous intent. Lu Hong remained as calm as ever, holding the Hellfire Staff, standing as still as a mountain, his gaze fixed on Old Guo. Old Guo swung his 7-star treasure sword once more, and a surge of multicolored light erupted like a tidal wave, transforming into countless sharp blades that engulfed the entire camp in a dazzling sea of color. Lu Hong, this strike will end your life here and now. Lao Guo's murderous intent spread like a tangible force, piercing the heavens. Boom! This strike was far more terrifying than any previous one. The sharpness and terror contained within the multicolored light seemed capable of tearing apart space itself. Lao Guo channeled all his strength and will into this single strike, having already resolved to fight to the death. A cold smile appeared on Lu Hong's face as he slowly raised his Hellfire Staff. You truly overestimate yourself. Without hesitation, Lu Hong unleashed the full power of the Hellfire Staff, unleashing a terrifying energy capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. It crashed down with a thunderous impact, directly targeting the dazzling 7-colored light. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion echoed through the air. The immense power contained within that single strike collapsed the surrounding space. Everything around them was scorched and twisted by the force, as if even space itself couldn't withstand the impact. As the staff descended, the multicolored light vanished instantly, replaced by a world of dark red and charred black. Everything was destroyed by the intense heat and force, reduced to black charcoal and flying ash. Lao Guo's figure was sent flying backward by the force of the impact, spitting blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. The 7-star treasure sword in his hand had also been flung far away, losing its former brilliance. Old Guo lay prostrate on the ground, his skin charred black by the flames, his blood evaporating instantly in the intense heat, leaving behind horrific scars. Lu Hong slowly retracted the Hellfire Staff, walking toward Lao Guo with steady steps. His gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. You can't kill me, Old Guo's voice trembled, his former master's authority completely gone, replaced by sheer terror. I am a martial artist at the master level, one of the few strongest warriors in the Great Xia Kingdom. Killing me would be a great loss for the Great Xia. Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh. Double standards? I am also one of the few top-tier forces in the Great Xia Kingdom, and even the core of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards. Should I die instead? Old Guo was speechless for a moment. Fear had robbed him of his usual ability to argue, and he could only crawl backward helplessly, muttering repeatedly, No, I don't want to die, don't kill me. Lu Hong followed Old Guo slowly, watching him struggle like a worm, dragging a trail of blood behind him, until Old Guo exhausted his last ounce of strength and could no longer move. Not crawling anymore? Old Guo looked up in despair, his voice hoarse as he shouted, No, you can't kill me. Xia Dingqian and Mo Shirtsu are my junior disciples. They are members of the 9 Elders Association. If you kill me, they won't spare you. Lu Hong chuckled, I forgot to tell you, I am now also a member of the 9 Elders Association. Moreover, the power I wield is no weaker than theirs, and may even surpass most of them. Lao Guo was now completely despairing, but he truly had no strength left. In his despair, Lao Guo's voice trembled like a candle flame in the wind. I'm from Huaigu village. You can't kill me. Lu Hong paused in his steps, furrowing his brows slightly. Huaigu village? He had never heard of this place before. Seeing Lao Guo's state, Lu Hong suspected that this place might not be as simple as it seemed. Lao Guo's master-level cultivation, coupled with the SSS-ranked divine weapon, the 7-star treasure sword, in his hands, were highly suspicious. Perhaps all these mysteries were intricately connected to Huaigu village. Moreover, Lao Guo had mentioned that Xia Dingqian and Mo Shirquan were his disciples, which made Lu Hong even more certain that Huaigu village harbored secrets unknown to the outside world. Huaigu village is intriguing, Lu Hong said, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This was a crucial piece of information, and he never expected Old Guo to reveal such a valuable clue before dying. Lu Hong was deeply grateful and decided to let him die sooner. Thank you for your message. To express my gratitude, let me give you a ride so you don't have to suffer any longer in this world. Without giving Old Guo a moment to catch his breath, the power of his qi blooded in his hands, forming tangible ripples that shook the air. Bang! Bright red blood spattered everywhere, and Old Guo turned into a pool of blood, completely vanishing from this world. Chapter 138, Marshal, do you know Huaigu village? Chapter 138, Marshal, do you know Huaigu village? Boom! Amidst the raging flames, Lu Hong swung his massive hand, and a fiery dragon reduced Old Guo's body to ashes, as if he had never existed. At that moment, the entire military camp fell into complete silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Lu Hong. They never imagined that Lu Hong could kill Lao Guo so effortlessly. Moreover, Old Guo had not even put up the slightest resistance. This level of power was truly terrifying. General Lu is becoming more and more enigmatic. It's almost impossible to gauge his true strength. Indeed, every time General Lu acts, he shatters our understanding of his limits. From his initial feat of defeating a 9th-rank martial artist despite being several ranks below, to now even a master wielding an SSS-ranked divine weapon is no match for him. I was worried earlier that General Liu might be in trouble, but it turns out he never even bothered to take Old Gui seriously. It was like he was just playing a game, effortlessly putting Old Gui in a life-threatening situation. Exactly. I saw General Liu remain calm and composed throughout, without a single flicker of emotion. Doesn't that prove that Old Gui is nothing in his eyes? Perhaps only General Liu possesses such power. Anyone else would have met their end long ago. The matter with Old Gui was settled. Lu Hong slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding soldiers, and said indifferently, "Have you all seen enough?" The soldiers snapped out of their daze and dispersed, returning to their training. Since Marshal Liu had already dealt with the trouble, they dared not linger, lest they face severe punishment. Lu Hong picked up the SSS-ranked divine weapon, the 7-star sword, from the ground and examined it carefully. This fully activated divine weapon is slightly inferior to my Hellfire staff, but it is far more powerful than any other weapon. My father prefers a long spear. If there's a suitable reward in the future, I'll select a divine weapon for him. As for this sword. Lu Hong's gaze swept over the deputy generals beside him, finally settling on Wang Hu. "Wang Hu, come here." Wang Hu was a trusted confidant of the Yanzi army and a capable lieutenant personally selected by Lu Hong. In the future, the Yanzi army would have Qin Honggang and others to assist them, but Wang Hu needed a powerful weapon to fight alongside them and help him solidify his control over the Yanzi army. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu hurried over and asked respectfully, "General Liu, what are your orders?" Earlier, he and Mo Qilin had all been holding their breath for Lu Hong, filled with worry, silently praying for him. Now, witnessing Lu Hong's astonishing strength, they were both delighted and reassured. "This sword is yours. You are skilled with a blade. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." Lu Hong handed the precious sword to Wang Hu. Wang Hu stared at the precious sword before him, his face filled with disbelief. It took him half a moment to come to his senses. "General, this is an SSS-grade divine weapon. Such a precious weapon, how can you give it to me?" Wang Hu coveted the SSS-grade divine weapon deeply, but he knew he hadn't yet reached the level to master such a weapon. He wanted the sword, but he also feared he might waste its value. Additionally, hearing that Lu Hong had chosen him, he felt deeply grateful toward Lu Hong. "Marshal, Wang Hu choked up and couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Hong gave a casual wave, and the 7-star divine sword shot through the air like a meteor, landing steadily in Wang Hu's hands. He then patted Wang Hu on the shoulder, his tone calm yet firm. "It's just a slightly sharper weapon. Why are you so excited? Hold it tightly. Go back and practice diligently. Don't let me down." Wang Hu fumbled to catch the sword, as if holding a scorching hot potato, looking around nervously, too excited to speak. At that moment, Mo Qilin and the others, along with Qin Honggang, gathered around, smiling and teasing. "Didn't you hear what General Liu said?" They cast envious glances at Wang Hu, for this was an SSS-ranked divine weapon, a divine artifact that ordinary people might never see in their lifetime, and yet it was now firmly in Wang Hu's hands. Today, Wang Hu had become the center of attention. First, he was promoted to deputy general by Lu Hong, and then he was gifted an SSS-ranked divine weapon. Such an experience was nothing short of a dream come true. After a long while, Wang Hu finally forced back his tears, took a deep breath, and solemnly tucked the 7-star divine sword into his robe. "Yes, Marshal. I will not disappoint your expectations." Lu Hong smiled slightly, feeling secretly pleased. He had finally gained a loyal follower. The Crimson Flame Dragon Guards could now rest easy. With the 7-star treasure sword's enhancement, even though Wang Hu had only recently broken through to the 8th rank martial artist level, his strength was already on par with that of Yuan Xiu and Qin Honggang. Overcome with gratitude, Wang Hu dared not relax for a moment and immediately took his leave to continue his training. Lu Hong turned to Mo Qilin and the others and said, "You three go as well. Get familiar with the new unit." "Yes, General Liu." Mo Qilin and the others nodded in agreement. Now that they had officially become members of the 5 Flame Dragon Guards, they could no longer address Lu Hong by his first name as they had before. As Lu Hong and Qin Hong entered the marshal's office, once the door closed, he spoke slowly. "Deputy General Qin, it seems you have something to say?" Ever since he had killed Old Gui earlier, Lu Hong had noticed that Qin Hongdong's expression was off. He had deliberately sent the others away to question Qin Honggang. Qin Honggang sighed upon hearing this, his expression solemn. "Marshal, we may have been drawn into a major storm." Lu Hong remained unfazed, responding calmly, "What's going on?" "Continue." Qin Honggang continued, "General, do you know about Huaigu village?" It is an extremely mysterious village located within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, inhabited by the descendants of ancient martial arts clans. They are enigmatic and powerful, possessing astonishing ancient martial arts. Their ancient martial arts can perfectly fuse with their awakened talents, allowing them to display even greater strength. Lu Hong's eyebrows raised slightly, finally showing a hint of interest. "Huaigu village. I see." Qin Hongdong's voice grew even lower. "Moreover, it is said that within Huaigu village there are many 9th-rank martial artists, and even masters of the Grandmaster realm. These individuals hold themselves in high regard, dedicated to refining the fusion of ancient martial arts and innate talents, pursuing the pinnacle of power. They are completely beyond the jurisdiction of the Great Xia court, forming a heretical force within the borders of the Great Xia. However, the Great Xia Empire is powerless against them. Simply because their strength is too overwhelming. Almost everyone in Huaigu village can fight opponents of higher ranks. Lao Guai is from Huaigu village. I fear they may come looking for trouble. Lu Hong listened, then curled his lips into a cold smile and signaled for Qin Honggang to step back. He did not take Huaigu village seriously. In his eyes, they were nothing more than a group of petty thugs who had obtained powerful abilities but hid like rats, utterly unworthy of concern. 139, Chapter 139, She's lying. Chapter 139, She's lying. Lu Hong went to the other side and found Sui. He then took Sui to where Bai Xiao was being guarded, allowing the two to meet. Lu Hong knew that Sui's innate power was this mysterious SSS rank talent, the Moon God's Eye. He wondered if there was any connection between him and the Moon God tribe. Lu Hong also instructed Sui to release his innate power. At that moment, a silver white glow gradually appeared in Sui's eyes, resembling the pure moonlight pouring down, with a gentle radiance flowing within, appearing extremely mysterious and enigmatic. At the same time, a faint red glow flickered between his eyebrows, adding an extra layer of mystery. This is the power of the Moon God. Bai Xiao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. As a member of the Moon God tribe, she was intimately familiar with the essence of this power and had no doubt about its origin. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiao's deep black eyes began to ripple, and a silver-white moonlight also flowed slowly within them, reflecting an otherworldly aura. When Bai Xiao and Sui's gazes met, the two mysterious forces seemed to resonate, intertwining and complementing each other. Within Lu Hong's body, the Book of Prophecy seemed to sense something, frantically flipping its pages and emitting a nearly sound. Lu Hong. Give them to me. Give me the Moon God's Eye. Lu Hong, they're not important to you anyway. Let me devour them. Please. It was clear that the Book of Prophecy had lost its mind. It kept demanding. Lu Hong ignored it completely, automatically blocking out the words of the Book of Prophecy. At that moment, all his attention was focused on the mysterious and enigmatic talent connection between Bai Xiao and Sui. It seemed as though the two had already established some form of communication through their talents. This kind of talent synergy between different individuals was something he had rarely encountered before, and it piqued his curiosity. He had touched upon the deeper secrets of the essence of talent. However, these mysteries remained elusive to him. Though he could sense the profound depth and mystery within, he could not grasp their full extent, only faintly catching a glimpse of an extremely subtle fluctuation of power. The gaze between Bai Xiao and Sui seemed to transcend the boundaries of time. Suddenly, an even more bizarre and powerful force surged between them. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed sharply as he focused intently on the scene, fearing he might miss even the slightest detail. The moonlight in their eyes seemed to take on a life of its own, leaping forth and intertwining in the air before coalescing into a massive lunar disk. The luminous glow seemed to emanate from the Moon God in the heavens, pure and flawless, cold yet tinged with a hint of warmth. Though this gentle force appeared peaceful, it stirred an inexplicable sense of danger within Lu Hong. He instinctively took a few steps back, waiting until the unsettling sensation gradually faded before daring to approach again. Moon God Tribe, Moonlit Island, Huaigu Village. Lu Hong murmured these names to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There are truly many fascinating things in this world. It seems that as my strength continues to grow, I won't grow bored. After a prolonged observation session, the lunar disk between Sui and Bai Xiao finally underwent a new transformation. Lu Hong stared intently, watching as the moon will slowly contracted, its growing increasingly brilliant and dazzling, until it shrank to the size of a fist before coming to a halt. At that moment, a faint yet brilliant moonlight enveloped Sui and Bai Xiao. What was happening? Lu Hong hadn't had time to observe further. At that moment, the Book of Prophecy within his body grew unusually agitated, its pleading cries nearly drowning out Lu Hong's thoughts. Finally, Lu Hong couldn't take it anymore and directly warned the Book of Prophecy in his mind that if it continued to chatter on, he would never make any deals with it again. The Book of Prophecy finally stopped, but it sighed heavily, as if it had lost a piece of its world. Time passed quietly. After about 2 or 3 hours, the silver moonlight vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lu Hong squinted his eyes and stared intently for a long time, but still could not discern its true nature. Sui was the first to open his eyes. He looked around in confusion for a moment, then seemed to recall something. He turned to Lu Hong with a delighted expression and exclaimed, "Lu Gu! Lu Gu! Thank you so much." Sui's joy was uncontrollable. He didn't address him as general but instead called him Brother Lu once more. Lu Hong smiled and didn't mind, as there were no soldiers around to see. What is going on? Did something good happen? Sui, still breathing heavily from excitement, quickly adjusted his breathing and tried to calm his racing heart as he explained to Lu Hong in detail. Just now, when I made eye contact with that girl, the innate power within me activated on its own, completely beyond my control. Immediately afterward, I witnessed her release a similar innate power. It was as if I had stepped into a vast, boundless world shrouded in thick white mist. Every time I absorbed a thread of the mist, my mind was flooded with a new understanding of my innate power, as if I had suddenly gained mastery over abilities that had once been beyond my comprehension and impossible to use. Thus, I continued to absorb the light mist in that space, constantly digesting and comprehending it. Just then, I suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked myself, only to discover that I had already mastered a new, incredibly powerful ability my innate talent had evolved. Having said that, Sui couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his excitement evident on his face. Lu Hong had merely hoped the two would meet and exchange ideas, perhaps uncovering unexpected insights, but he never anticipated such an unforeseen event. Lu Gu. Thank you so much. Sui said sincerely. Lu Hong smiled and replied, what ability did you gain after your talent evolved? He was curious. Sui replied, I can now use the moon god's eye to create a powerful red moon. If enemies are caught off guard and see the red moon, they will be instantly pulled into a specific environment and permanently fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up, essentially equivalent to brain death. Lu Hong nodded, this talent is extremely powerful. If used properly, it might even rival a divine technique. Sui was well aware of this, which is why he was so excited. Lu Hong smiled lightly, congratulations. Then, the two turned their gaze to Bai Xiao, who was slowly waking up and opening her clear eyes. What is this? The young girl murmured softly. She looked at Lu Hong, her rosy and adorable lips slightly parted, then softly said, thank you. She seemed to have benefited greatly from the previous mysterious transformation. Lu Hong asked simultaneously, Bai Xiao, what new abilities did you gain just now? Bai Xiao shook her head, her clear eyes fixed on Lu Hong, murmuring, I don't know either. I only felt the power of the moon goddess. Then I felt the qi and blood energy within my body grow stronger. There were no other special changes. Lu Hong furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that the young woman before him, Bai Xiao, was a member of the moon god tribe. At this moment, she was lying. End of this chapter. 140, Chapter 140, so afraid of this ancient village? Chapter 140, so afraid of this ancient village? Lu Hong glared coldly at Bai Xiao and barked, do you know the price of lying to me? Bai Xiao immediately lowered her head, avoiding that piercing gaze that seemed to see straight into her soul. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably from fear, betraying her inner panic. Lu Hong coldly said, I'll give you one more chance. Under the suffocating pressure, Bai Xiao's mind was on the verge of collapse. She stammered, I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive my negligence. That was a forbidden secret of our moon god tribe, and I momentarily forgot my own position. Now, I will confess everything to you immediately. Just now, I awoke the blood moon tears alongside this nobleman. This is one of the strongest powers the moon gods I can unleash within our moon god clan. A power that hasn't appeared in centuries. Lu Hong stared at Bai Xiao, a hint of curiosity and anticipation flashing in his eyes, then said, release this so-called blood moon tear and let me experience its power firsthand. Earlier, when Su Yi and Bai Xiao underwent their transformation, he had already sensed the extraordinary nature of that power, and now his heart was filled with a burning desire to explore it further. Bai Xiao was terrified out of her wits and dared not disobey. She nodded solemnly and agreed, all right, but please be careful. Although Bai Xiao was a member of the moon god tribe, she had never witnessed the power of the blood moon tears with her own eyes. However, according to tribal legends, possessing it was nearly equivalent to possessing ultimate power. Bai Xiao also wanted to try it, to see if she could use this power to break free from here and return to the moon god tribe's territory. As Lu Hong prepared to depart, Bai Xiao quietly activated her abilities. Instantly, a delicate, elegant aura surrounded her. These energies seemed like countless fine silver threads intertwining in the air, coalescing into a brilliant full moon that emitted an indescribable mystical power. Lu Hong was momentarily stunned, feeling as though a voice was echoing in his mind. Slowly, it transformed into an intuition, constantly pulling him toward another world, another space. Oomph. However, just as this enchantment was about to completely engulf him, Lu Hong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as heavy as a mountain, nearly causing him to suffocate. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from the depths of his throat. At that moment, Bai Xiao's forehead was covered in sweat, clearly indicating that exerting such a talent was extremely taxing for her. Lu Hong, on the other hand, had completely lost focus in his eyes, as if his soul had left his body, leaving only an empty shell behind. Bai Xiao's domain was like an invisible net, tightly binding Lu Hong's consciousness. All he could see before him was a crimson mist surging toward him like a tidal wave, while he himself was immobilized, unable to move an inch. He felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his mind consumed by an overwhelming fear he had never experienced before. Hong strained every muscle, desperately trying to summon every ounce of his innate power. However, all his efforts were in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the crimson mist engulfed him like a starving wolf, his heart filled with despair. As the red mist engulfed him, a suffocating sensation washed over him like a tidal wave, nearly drowning him. All of this was his own doing. He had chosen to test the power of the blood moon tears. Was he really going to shoot himself in the foot? No! I, Lu Hong, will not fall here. Splash, break! A fiery dragon rose from the sky, sweeping across the entire space. Lu Hong's eyes suddenly regained their luster, and his brows furrowed. Put! The crescent moon surrounding Bai Xiao vanished, and she spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. This was Lu Hong breaking through her innate power at the last moment, causing it to backfire on her. Lu Hong recalled the perilous situation from moments ago. The solemn expression in his eyes did not fade as he spoke slowly. Your innate power is already formidable. If you were to advance further in cultivation, I might not be your match. He wasn't joking. The innate power Bai Xiao had awakened this time was truly awe-inspiring. What had just happened seemed ordinary, but in reality, it was the first time in his life that Lu Hong had truly felt the threat of death. It was important to note that Bai Xiao currently possessed the strength equivalent to a 6th-tier martial artist. If she were to advance to the 9th rank or even the Master's realm, unless she chose to stop, Lu Hong would be permanently lost in that terrifying illusion, leaving only his physical form behind in the world. At the last moment, Lu Hong managed to break free from the illusion because Bai Zhao's vital energy was insufficient and his own willpower was strong enough. Lu Hong glanced at Bai Xiao, who was huddled nearby, his tone carrying a hint of warning, signaling her not to attempt to escape. He then departed alongside Sui. Within the compound, there were numerous skilled warriors and heavy troops stationed everywhere. For Bai Xiao to escape was nothing short of a pipe dream. Just moments after stepping out of the room, Qin Honggang hurried over, his expression grave. General Lu, the 9 elders have sent someone to summon you to a meeting at the Righteous Hall immediately. Lu Hong furrowed his brows, exchanging glances with Qin Honggang, already forming a suspicion in his mind. Is it that Huegu village? Qin Honggang nodded helplessly. 9 out of 10. Lu Hong's lips curled into a cold smile as he instructed, keep me informed of any developments. I'll go take a look. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the camp and racing toward the 9 elders hall in the capital. Upon arriving at the entrance of the 9 elders meeting hall, Lu Hong saw that Xia Dingxian, Emosher Quan, and other key figures were already seated inside, along with Feng Lao from the Feng family and the Lu family members. Oomph. The elderly man from the Feng family couldn't help but snort coldly upon seeing Lu Hong enter, his face brimming with displeasure, and his expression filled with contempt. Ha, did you take the wrong medicine? Lu Hong sneered coldly. Upon hearing this insult, the old man from the Feng family's face turned red with anger, but he forced himself to remain silent. At that moment, Xia Dingxian spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Please sit down first. We have matters to discuss. Lu Hong sat down without a care, choosing the seat at the front of the table, right next to Xia Dingxian. Once he was seated, Emosher Quan spoke slowly. By the way, did you kill an old soldier today? Lu Hong smiled, knowing they were going to bring up the matter. So what if I did? Lu Lao, sitting beside him, sighed lightly. Lu Hong, you handled this matter a bit carelessly. Do you know who old Guo was? At that moment, Xia Dingxian and the other 9 elders of the 9 Elders Council all wore grim expressions, clearly displeased with Lu Hong's actions. Lu Hong, do you know about the mysterious village within the borders of our great Xia kingdom? Xia Dingxian asked in a solemn tone. Lu Hong waved his hand dismissively. You're talking about Huaigu village, right? Xia Dingxian's voice grew even heavier. Since you know about Huaigu village, old Guo must have mentioned it before he was killed by you. If that's the case, why did you kill him? Lu Hong leaned back in his chair, a cold smile reappearing on his face. So what? Not kill him? Are we supposed to worship him? Xia Dingxian's brows furrowed instantly. An elderly man from the Lu family erupted in anger. Lu Hong, though you have joined our 9 Elders Association, your words and actions must not be so arrogant. Do you really think that just because you've joined the 9 Elders Council, you can do as you please? Do you have any idea how powerful Huaigu village is? Lu Hong ignored him, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and smiled. So afraid of Huaigu village? Why don't you just give up your positions in the 9 elders? Let the people of Huaigu village take your seats instead. Chapter 141, Xia Dingxian's Plan. Chapter 141, Xia Dingxian's Plan. Lu Hong, Guo Fuyin is a resident of Huaigu village. By killing him, you will inevitably face endless trouble in the future. If Huaigu village sends people to demand answers, we'll have no way to explain ourselves. The elders from the Lu and Zhou families nodded in agreement, and the meeting room suddenly became chaotic. However, amidst the chaotic arguments, there were still those who defended Lu Hong. As Qin Honggang had pointed out, although Huaigu village was a hidden power within the borders of the Great Xia Empire, it had long remained aloof, coldly observing the suffering of the Great Xia people at the hands of the myriad tribes. Such behavior had already sown deep contempt and hatred in the hearts of many. Emosher Quan, though concerned about the potential internal turmoil Huaigu village might provoke, remained firmly on Lu Hong's side, arguing vehemently on his behalf. Xia Dingxian, however, furrowed his brows, coldly observing the chaotic scene in silence, as if weighing various possibilities in his mind. Notably, the elder from the Feng family, despite his long-standing animosity toward Lu Hong so much so that he glared at him upon his arrival, surprisingly sided with Lu Hong at this moment. After a long while, Xia Dingxian finally spoke up, cutting off the arguing crowd. Enough? How much longer do you intend to argue? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their gaze fixated on Xia Dingxian. Lu Hong also looked at him, waiting for Xia Dingxian's decision. Elder Xia, this matter must be resolved. What do you suggest? An elderly member of the Lu family spoke first. Xia Dingxian furrowed his brows, looked at the Lu elder, and asked sharply, what do you suggest? The elderly man from the Lu family proposed without hesitation. I suggest we bind Lu Hong and hand him over to Huaigu village for handling, to avoid a conflict between the 9 Elders Council and Huaigu village. Otherwise, this will deal an immeasurable blow to the strength of the Great Xia dynasty and give the 10,000 clans an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The old man's words garnered support from several other elders. Mo Shirquan was the first to stand up and oppose, shouting, "Have you all lost your minds? What are you thinking?" Xia Dingqian had to intervene again to stop the argument. He said in a solemn voice, "Have you all been intimidated by Huigu village? Under no circumstances can Lu Hong be handed over. Huigu village may be powerful, but it is merely a hidden force in the mountains. We, the 9 elders, have governed the Great Xia for many years. If we hand over our own people over such a trivial matter, wouldn't that be laughable? In the future, will the Great Xia be ruled by Huigu village or by us, the 9 elders?" Xia Dingqian's statement left the others dissatisfied, but they couldn't find any words to counter him. After all, Xia Dingqian was currently the strongest member of the 9 elders council. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the power to speak lies in the hands of the strongest. Xia Dingqian's words continued to echo in the room. Over the years, Huigu village has been defiant and unyielding, never giving the 9 elders council a second glance, focusing solely on strengthening their own power. To be honest, I have tolerated them for far too long. Now, this is the perfect opportunity. Let us, the 9 elders council, investigate Huigu village's true capabilities. With such an unstable element lurking within the Great Xia Empire, I doubt any of you feel at ease, do you? These words struck at the heart of the matter, and everyone fell into deep thought, no longer daring to speak lightly. Xia Dingqian's words were not exaggerated. Huigu village was indeed a thorn in the side of the 9 elders council. He then laid out his plan without mincing words. "Lu Hong, if you're willing, we'll pretend to hand you over to Huigu village. Once you're inside, observe the situation and determine if there are any more powerful warriors there. The 9 elders council will remain outside, ready to provide backup at any moment. If Huigu village has no martial artists surpassing the Grandmaster realm, it will pose no threat. We will attack from both inside and outside, and eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, if Huigu village truly possesses martial power that even grandmasters cannot overcome, you may face some risks. But rest assured, all members of the 9 elders council will do everything in our power to help you escape. Lu Hong, are you willing to go?" Mo Shirtsu, Fong Ji as Elder Fong, Wang Ji as Elder Wang, and others all expressed their support for Xia Dingqian's proposal. This plan is sound. If any unexpected circumstances arise, we can simply inform Huigu village that we have no hostile intentions and are genuinely seeking to hand Lu Hong over to them. If no unexpected circumstances arise, then it would naturally be best for Lu Hong to first gather intelligence on Huigu village's situation, then coordinate an inside-outside attack. Perhaps we could eliminate this cancerous tumor in one fell swoop. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Dingqian, pausing for a moment. This plan was rather hasty, but in a place like Blue Star, the likelihood of encountering warriors surpassing the Master Realm was extremely low. The danger posed by Huigu village was virtually non-existent to Lu Hong. Although he was only an 8th-tier martial artist, within the Grandmaster realm, he was nearly invincible. Unless a martial artist surpassing the Grandmaster realm were to appear, no one could restrain him within Huigu village. However, a faint ripple stirred in his heart, and he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this matter. If Xia Dingqian and the others were actually colluding with Huigu village, setting this trap using some kind of artifact or formation to keep him trapped there, that would be trouble. Currently, the 5 Flame Dragon Guards had only just begun to get on the right track, and their loyalty had not yet reached the point where they would swear to fight to the death for him even in his absence. If he were truly betrayed by the 9 Elders Council, only Mo Qilin and a few others, along with Wan Hu, would continue to follow him. Others like Yuan Xiu would likely defect to the 9 Elders faction along with the 5 Flame Dragon Guards. However, if he doesn't go, Lu Hong is equally concerned about the people in Huigu village hiding in the shadows and playing dirty tricks. He himself would be fine. But the 9 Flaming Dragon Guards and his father Lu Xingyan might be in danger. Just then, Lu Hong suddenly heard the system's voice echoing in his mind once more. Ding! Divine Level Choice System triggered. Option 1, reject Xia Dingqian's proposal and prioritize your own safety. This Huigu village may harbor some scheme. Wait until you are strong enough before venturing out. Reward, the art of the 8 trigrams. Option 2, go to Huigu village to investigate, but require all members of the 9 Elders Council to accompany you and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Reward, S-rank weapon, red flame gloves. Option 3, a small village like Huigu. I can handle it alone. Agree to Xia Dingqian's plan, enter Huigu village directly, and suppress them all. Reward, master level martial artist cultivation. Lu Hong actually didn't have much desire to go to Hui Valley village. Not to mention the martial artists within Huiyu village, how strong are they, exactly? The fact that they have not been eliminated by the 9 elders of the Great Xia Kingdom over all these years is already proof of their extraordinary strength. Moreover, Lu Hong couldn't shake the feeling that the 9 Elders Association had ulterior motives. If he were to be used as a pawn by them to challenge Huigu village, that would be one thing. But he feared that the 9 elders might sabotage him from behind. However, Lu Hong looked at the 3 options presented by the system and felt speechless. 142, Chapter 142, Village Chief, the people have arrived. Chapter 142, Village Chief, the people have arrived. This mysterious art of the 8 trigrams was something he knew nothing about, and since it didn't even have a rank, it was probably just some kind of esoteric technique. Lu Hong wasn't interested in these miscellaneous things. Martial arts cultivation was the most important thing for a martial artist. He preferred using the Hellfire Staff, the exhilarating sensation of shattering something with a single strike. As for the S-rank weapon, the red flame gloves, he looked down on them even more. With an SSS-rank divine weapon already in his possession, he would only give a second glance to another SSS-rank divine weapon. The rest were not worth considering. Therefore, for him, the third option was the most suitable. Although he is currently only an 8th rank martial artist, his strength still surpasses that of a master-level martial artist. The system's third option allows him to skip the 8th and 9th martial artist realms and directly enter the master realm. At that point, his strength would experience a rapid and significant increase. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he would likely have no equal. With this third option before him, even if Huaigu village was a den of dragons and tigers, Lu Hong was determined to give it a try. Lu Hong directly addressed Xia Dingqian in front of him. Alright, I agree. I agree to go to Huaigu village. The 9 elders should also prepare themselves and be ready to assist me from the outside. Xia Dingqian and the others seemed taken aback by Lu Hong's sudden decisiveness, their expressions momentarily frozen before they snapped back to reality and replied, alright. You go back first. If anyone from Huaigu village comes, I'll have someone notify you immediately. Without another word, Lu Hong stood up and left. Upon returning to the 5 Flaming Dragon Guards headquarters, he immediately summoned Sui. General Lu, you summoned me? Sui asked respectfully. Lu Hong nodded. Take care of your current tasks over the next few days. In 2 days, accompany me on a trip. Sui didn't ask any further questions and replied, yes, General. 2 days passed quickly, and Xia Dingqian indeed sent word to him. Lu Hong summoned Sui and returned to the 9 elders' assembly. He brought Sui along because Lu Hong could clearly sense that the moon god's eye, which had caused the book of prophecy within him to be so preoccupied, must have something extraordinary about it. And this Huaigu village also held many secrets. Lu Hong wanted to see if there was any chance to uncover the true nature of Sui's talent. Upon entering the meeting room, Lu Hong noticed someone outside the 9 elders' council for the first time. A woman dressed in coarse hemp robes, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. Her features were dignified, but her expression was icy, especially when she saw Lu Hong. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew slightly icy. Lu Hong knew without a doubt that this middle-aged woman was from Huaigu village. Upon seeing Lu Hong, she turned to Xia Dingqian and asked, is this the one? Xia Dingqian nodded. The 9 Elders Association will not interfere in your affairs in Huaigu village. You may take him back to Huaigu village. It was unclear whether he meant it sincerely or if it was part of his previous plan to lull the other party into a false sense of security. The woman in the plain robe nodded, showing no concern for Lu Hong. She approached him and said, at such a young age, you already possess such cultivation. Truly, the younger generation is surpassing the older one. However, you killed someone from Huaigu village. According to our village's rules, we cannot let you go. As for whether you can keep your life, that depends on the villager's decision. The words of the woman in the hemp robe were filled with contempt for Lu Hong. Lu Hong looked at her and sneered inwardly, since I killed your people from Huaigu village, I'm willing to go with you. The woman in the hemp robe was taken aback, not expecting Lu Hong to cooperate so readily. However, she quickly recovered and said, I didn't expect you to be so reasonable. Let's go then. Lu Hong paused and said, wait a moment. The woman in the hemp robe thought he was backing out and sneered, what? Do you think you can escape from me? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Today, you're leaving whether you want to or not. Lu Hong shook his head and said, no, I meant that it's not just me who made a mistake. There's also this person. He pulled Sui, who looked completely bewildered, out from behind him. Sui had thought he was coming out with Lu Hong to do something big, but it turned out he was being used as a scapegoat? However, Sui still trusted Lu Hong and spoke up, yeah, me too. This situation left the woman in the plain robe feeling utterly flustered. Why did it seem like they were eager to go to Huaigu village? What was going on? She couldn't figure it out for the moment. However, as the most powerful faction within the Great Xia realm, no matter what was going on, once they were inside Huaigu village, there wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, the woman in the plain robe coldly said, since that's the case, both of you get out of here. Xia Dingqian and the others watched as the woman in the hemp robe led them away, their expressions odd. Lu Hong was too lazy to think about whether Xia Dingqian and the others were up to something. He only wanted to know what secrets Huaigu village was hiding. The middle-aged woman led Lu Hong and Sui deep into a mountainous area. This was already deep within the mountains, and since the battlefield of the 10,000 realms had descended upon Earth, many places on Blue Star were no longer under human control. Many regions were no longer inhabited and were no longer familiar to people. Upon reaching this area, they descended from the sky and moved through the forest until they arrived at a village. This must be Huaigu village. Lu Hong noticed that there were many oddly shaped trees growing at the entrance of the village, along with some flags of various colors, made from different materials, whose purpose was unknown. The woman in the hemp robe led them here before stopping. She reached into her robe and pulled out a black stone that resembled jade but was too dark, giving it an eerie feel. The woman in the hemp robe walked to the base of a large tree with an extremely peculiar growth pattern and tossed the stone toward the tree. The black stone twisted in the air for a moment before vanishing instantly. Immediately, a path made of green stone slabs appeared before everyone's eyes. The woman in the hemp robe then led them across the path. Lu Hong witnessed this scene and recalled some ancient cultural references from the Great Xia dynasty that seemed to mention something related. It seemed to be the reward from option 1 of the system, the art of the 8 trigrams. It seemed that this ancient village truly harbored some ancient cultural elements, with a depth that was far from ordinary. Just this single Chiman Bagua formation alone was enough to leave many martial artists in awe. Without a guide, even if one were to find this place, it would be impossible to enter the Huaigu village. As they entered the village, the woman in the hemp robe led him and Sui to the central square of the village. A large crowd had already gathered here, all appearing to be villagers of Huaigu village. In the center, beneath the torches, stood a burly man. Village chief, the people have been brought. Chapter 143, The Wicked Dragon Poem. Chapter 143, The Wicked Dragon Poem. Is this the village chief of Huaigu village? Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the burly man, his tone tinged with curiosity. Despite being in his 40s or 50s, the man was surrounded by an indescribable aura of mystery, making him appear exceptionally extraordinary. His eyes were deep and steady, like a still pond, exuding an otherworldly calmness. This man's strength is likely at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, Lu Hong speculated silently. The man's vital energy was so vigorous that, despite his ordinary appearance, his aura was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, and every movement seemed capable of stirring up storms. Young man, according to our ancestors' teachings, those who take a life must pay with their own. What do you have to say for yourself? Upon seeing Lu Hong and his companion, the leader spoke in a cold, indifferent tone, as if merely stating a matter of fact, then proceeded to follow the rules to deal with the two. Lu Hong remained unfazed, stepping forward calmly and gazing directly at the man. Are you the so-called village chief of Huaigu village? The leader? May I ask your honorable name? The burly man narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly displeased by Lu Hong's attitude, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Young man, you dare to show no fear? Lu Hong nodded honestly, of course I'm afraid. This is a matter of life and death for me. The burly man chuckled and introduced himself. I am Chu Dingjiang, the village chief of Huaigu village. All matters in the village are currently under my temporary management. You have killed one of my villagers. According to our ancestral rules, I have brought you here for judgment. If you have any grievances, whether it be dissatisfaction with my judgment or doubts about the ancestral teachings, speak now. Lu Hong retorted, what's the difference between those two? Chu Dingjiang replied, if you refuse to accept my rules, I will personally execute you with my own hands, so that you will submit. If you dare to question the ancestral rules, I will take action myself to show you what it means to defy the ancestral laws. Lu Hong laughed coldly, isn't that the same? Chu Dingjiang responded with a cold laugh, boy, I'm just telling you that our ancestors established these rules 1,000 years ago. Now, anyone who violates the ancestral laws cannot continue to live. We can't control what happens outside, but if anyone dares to harm the people of Huaigu village, they will be punished according to our ancient laws, without mercy. Lu Hong shook his head and retorted, did our ancestors teach you that when faced with danger, you should only think of saving yourselves and letting your fellow villagers bear the suffering, even sacrificing their lives? Yet here you are, living in comfort and enjoying yourselves? At these words, Chu Dingjiang's face darkened like storm clouds, you're asking for death. Lu Hong's words had struck a nerve, and Chu Dingjiang couldn't bear it. Lu Hong continued his scathing remarks, you claim to study martial arts, but in reality, you are merely living in this place in peace and quiet, enjoying your so-called tranquility. A flash of cruelty crossed Chu Dingjiang's eyes, ignorant brat, what do you know? It seems you are also a stubborn fool. Let me personally send you to your doom. Xu Dingjiang no longer wished to waste his breath. Lu Hong pressed further, why do you hide here and refuse to share the method of combining ancient martial arts with innate talent with the Great Xia Kingdom to jointly defend against the enemies of all races? Ancient martial arts are the precious treasures passed down by our ancestors. How could we ever reveal them so easily? Even if they were to be lost, we would never allow outsiders to glimpse them, let alone pass them on to foreign tribes. After this exchange, Lu Hong had fully seen through the true nature of the villagers of Huaigu village. To call them stubborn was an overstatement. They were nothing but a bunch of cowards who feared death and clung to their own treasures. To put it bluntly, even if they couldn't pass down ancient martial arts, someone of Chu Dingjiang's caliber could easily enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races, hunt down the creatures of the 10,000 races, and alleviate the pressure on the Great Xia Kingdom. That would at least be saving the common people of the world. Yet they choose to hide here, clinging to life. Despite their extraordinary strength, they stand by and watch their fellow countrymen suffer under the iron hooves of the 10,000 clans. They are nothing but a bunch of beasts. What is even more infuriating is that they shamelessly enjoy the blind praise and admiration from the outside world. These people truly deserve to die. However, it cannot be denied that the ancient martial arts they possess are indeed priceless treasures. Lu Hong vows to pass down these ancient martial arts, allowing them to shine in the most suitable place and truly take root and flourish on the land of Great Xia. Once the soldiers master these ancient martial arts, their survival rate on the battlefield may significantly increase. This holds profound and far-reaching significance for the entire human race. Even if the true ancestors were to be reborn, they would undoubtedly be delighted to witness this scene, yet these treasures have been locked away in the mountains by these fools. Who knows if, by the time all the races have completely conquered the entire Blue Star, they will still be able to survive here in misery. Boom! Terrifying qi and blood erupted suddenly. Xu Dingjiang, that old villain, dared to act so dishonorably, striking out with a palm carrying the might of a mountain collapsing and a sea raging, aiming directly at Lu Hong. Fortunately, Lu Hong reacted swiftly, sensing the surging vital energy, and immediately pulled Sui back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Xu Dingjiang's face was now cold and stern, a stark contrast to his previous peaceful and serene appearance. After ensuring Suyi's safety, Lu Hong charged toward Xu Dingjiang without hesitation, engaging him in combat. As a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm, Xu Dingjiang not only mastered ancient martial arts but also had reached the pinnacle of mastery in utilizing his innate power, seamlessly blending his innate abilities with ancient martial arts. After exchanging a few blows with Lu Hong, Xu Dingjiang was shocked to discover that although Lu Hong's vital energy was not particularly deep, his aura was no less intimidating than that of a master-level martial artist. His physical prowess and strength far exceeded the capabilities of an 8th-tier martial artist, leaving Xu Dingjiang deeply impressed. Having spent much time conversing with Lu Hong earlier, he had dismissed him as merely an 8th-tier martial artist and had not taken him seriously. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Hong was able to match him in combat, forcing Xu Dingjiang to take him seriously. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating ancient martial art technique. Demon Dragon Palm. In an instant, his arms turned pitch black, his muscles swelling like steel pillars, tearing his clothes apart as terrifying power surged within him. The palm strike carried the might to shatter the heavens and earth, crashing down directly toward Lu Hong's head. If hit by that strike, even Lu Hong's head would likely be shattered into dust like a mountain peak. Zila! Purple lightning flared brightly. Lu Hong also felt the terrifying power of this strike and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed all his techniques, his body retreating once more. Boom! A massive black dragon-shaped shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and a terrifying palm print covered the vast area where Lu Hong had just been standing. The entire ground collapsed instantly under this force, as if the heavens and earth trembled. This power! Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with awe. Chapter 144, The Combination of Ancient Martial Arts and Talent? Indeed extraordinary. Chapter 144, The Combination of Ancient Martial Arts and Talent? Truly extraordinary. After the thunderous palm winds echoed, the air was filled with an unsettling sense of unease and heavy oppression, making even breathing difficult. In the shattered canyon, the ground could no longer withstand the immense pressure, resembling a colossal beast sliced open by a sharp blade, revealing its mangled remains. Lu Hong gasped for breath, his eyes fixed intently on Xu Dingjiang, not wavering for a moment. Despite the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression remained unwavering. He sensed Xu Dingjiang's power, which far surpassed that of a master. Moreover, Xu Dingjiang had fused ancient martial arts with his innate power to perfection, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lu Hong was well aware that his opponent was still in complete control. Was this the terrifying power of ancient martial arts combined with innate power? Xu Dingjiang scrutinized Lu Hong across from him, a hint of curiosity flickering between his brows. How could a mere 8th-rank martial artist dodge his attack? It's simply unbelievable. Not bad, Lu Hong. Xu Dingjiang's voice was cold but acknowledged, however, that's not enough. Before he finished speaking, the long spear in his hand suddenly trembled, and a blazing light erupted from the spear's surface. This was the brilliant glow of his innate power infused into the divine weapon, its power no less formidable than the previous demon dragon palm. Lu Hong saw this and did not back down. He flipped his hand and drew a pitch-black staff from his waist, the SSS-rank divine weapon, the Hellfire Staff. The staff was instantly wrapped in flickering flames, resembling the raging inferno of hell in the dead of night, inspiring awe in all who witnessed it. Is that enough? It's not up to you, Xu Dingjiang. Let me show you my true strength. Lu Hong spoke in a low voice, his tone betraying absolute confidence and unwavering resolve. The wind swirled, and the battle was about to begin. Lu Hong and Xu Dingjiang moved almost simultaneously, their battle intent igniting the air around them, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Red flames shot skyward. Under the gaze of the crowd, flames and light intertwined, a fierce collision between divine weapons and an intense clash of the unyielding beliefs of warriors. A terrifying aura shook the hearts of everyone present. The villagers of Huaigu village wore expressions of shock, yet they all held their breath, staring intently at the empty space that was about to be destroyed. What on earth is this power? This kid is actually on par with the village chief's strength. It's unbelievable. When did the Great Xia Kingdom produce such a terrifying young upstart? Even if he has an SSS-ranked divine weapon, he shouldn't be a match for the village chief. This kid must not be as simple as he seems. Even if he's a prodigy, he can't possibly be the village chief's match. That's right. If the village chief gives it his all, no one in the Great Xia Kingdom can stand against him. Xu Dingjiang stood firmly on the ground, the glow of his long spear slicing through the night sky like a falling meteor. He stared at Lu Hong with a nearly indifferent expression, his voice low and tinged with mockery. Lu Hong, you should understand that this battle cannot be decided by any external factors. Even if you wield the SSS-ranked divine weapon, the Hellfire Staff, the gap in cultivation between us is an insurmountable chasm. Lu Hong gripped the Hellfire Staff tightly, a cold smile curving his lips. The outcome is yet to be decided. Who will emerge victorious? That remains to be seen. As his words fell, the flames on the staff grew more intense, resembling a colossal beast eager to devour everything in its path, illuminating the entire night sky. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn by the two combatants, coalescing into surging waves that crashed violently against the minds of every onlooker. Ha! Lu Hong roared, raising the Hellfire Staff high above his head, then swung it down with the force of a thunderbolt, as if to split the world in two. Xu Dingjiang, however, remained composed, his long spear dancing in the air, creating countless illusions of spear tips, like 1,000 horses charging, completely surrounding Lu Hong. Useless struggles. Xu Dingjiang said coldly, his spear suddenly accelerating, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming straight for Lu Hong's vital points. The two clash once more, their brutal energy sweeping across the land like a storm. Flames and spear shadows intertwined, carving out brilliant yet brutal trajectories in the air, with the outcome still undecided. As the battle grew more intense, Xu Dingjiang couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. Lu Hong, you forced me to this point. That's truly remarkable. However, he quickly shook his head, his eyes filled with resolve, but even so, you still cannot defeat me. Xu Dingjiang felt the pulsating energy of the earth beneath his feet, every inch of the ground responding to the call of the long spear in his hands. A fierce wind erupted, dust obscuring the sky, and the stirred-up spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced into an invisible tidal wave, surging from all directions and engulfing the entire battlefield. The villagers of Huaigu village were stunned, murmuring among themselves, how could this young man fight the village chief to such an extent? So what? The village chief clearly still has reserves, while this Lu Hong is already at the end of his strength. The outcome is already decided. Lu Hong narrowed his eyes, and the Hellfire Staff in his hands burst into flames once more, the flames as intense as ever. Boom! In an instant, 5 brilliant streams of vital energy spread out through the air. The overwhelming power instantly enveloped everyone's heads, surpassing Xu Dingjiang's intimidating presence by more than tenfold. 5 types of innate power converged around Lu Hong. 5 fiery dragons of different colors stood behind Lu Hong, exerting an overwhelming pressure on everyone present. Xu Dingjiang, come on, let me see what you've got. The full might of your Huaigu village. The flames on the Hellfire Staff grew increasingly ferocious, as if they were about to devour the entire universe in their blazing inferno. He charged toward Xu Dingjiang like a wild beast breaking free from its chains, determined to tear apart the prison confining him. However, Xu Dingjiang's reaction was equally swift. The long spear in his hand resembled a golden dragon soaring into the sky, directly targeting Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong merely sneered, flicked his fingers, and the Hellfire Staff seemed to come alive, counterattacking with lightning speed, catching everyone off guard. Not enough, Xu Dingjiang. That's not nearly enough. The 5 fire dragons behind Lu Hong effortlessly engulfed Xu Dingjiang, drowning him in their flames. The villagers of Huaigu village held their breath, watching intently for the outcome of the battle. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to fall into complete silence. However, no one could have anticipated that at that very moment, both of the powerful combatants felt an unstoppable surge of determination burning within them. Dragon's shattering spear. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Xu Dingjiang emerged from the 9 fiery dragons, his long spear slicing through Lu Hong's 5 fiery dragons. He stood tall and straight before the crowd. The villagers of Huaigu village, seeing this, shouted in unison. No wonder he is the village chief. What is Lu Hong? What is 5 fire dragons? They're no match for the village chief. That's right. You little brat from the Great Xia Kingdom, surrender now. The village chief is mighty. Lu Hong glared at Xu Dingjiang with a mocking expression, curling the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smile, the combination of ancient martial arts and innate talent? Indeed extraordinary. But in the face of absolute power, it's all in vain.